When game designer Bai Yiyi wakes up in a starry slum with memories of her past life and a frail child curled up beside her, this former top designer of Blue Star resolutely logs onto the Star Network to restart her career. The game she casually released, Extreme Battlefield, becomes a part of the entrance examination for the Federal Military Academy, and her romance game is used by the Cub Management Bureau as emotional education material. Even the richest Qin family is chasing her for investment. While the entire galaxy speculates about the true identity of Master Douzi, three top accounts simultaneously compete to be the father under the photos of her child that she posted. Bai Yiyi turns to look at the silver-haired war god teaching her son combat, and a rare expression of embarrassment appears on his cold face. I swear I only register small account. Chapter 1. Soul Transmigration of a Fallen Young Lady. Selling account to recover losses. Why aren't you live streaming yet? If you don't start soon, you'll lose your perfect attendance for this month. Blossom Bell just now. Sister, Dad was just angry at that time and kicked you out. Don't throw a tantrum. Leave that wild child behind and come back to apologize to Dad properly. You may not be blood related, but he has raised you for so many years. Don't let him feel heartbroken, okay? Unknown, 3 months ago. Bai Yiyi sat on a shabby sofa, flipping through the original owner's holographic brain. She had just finished a few nutrient solutions, and her head still hurt badly. Doubao was still whimpering on the bed, biting the nutrient solution with tearful eyes, looking at Bai Yiyi with a mix of grievance and helplessness. After fully digesting the original owner's memories, Bai Yiyi finally walked to the Star Network pod in the center of the room. The machine was secondhand, bought at a huge cost by the original owner, or rather borrowed star coins for Blossom Live, and it took 2 months of streaming to pay it back. Lying in the Star Network pod, Bai Yiyi logged onto the Star Network. The program downloaded on this Star Network pod only had 2 things, W and Blossom. W is a gaming platform that encompasses 90% of the games on the market, and among the original owners recently played games on W, the only one being streamed was Star Wars, currently ranked in the top 3 on the Star Network hot list. Just as Bai Yiyi entered the game, a bright light flashed before her eyes. She found herself lying on the ground. Her health bar was at 0. I warn you, don't get too close to Qiufeng. If I see you entangled with Qiufeng again, I'll make you delete your account. But a woman in silver battle armor stood in front of her, holding 2 machine guns. From the complex yet beautiful appearance, they seemed to be rare quality weapons that required a lot of star coins to obtain. The original owner played as a healer, with thick defenses and high healing output. Bai Yiyi had just logged in without any defenses and was directly hit in the critical area, dying. I'm a healer raised by the guild. How can I heal him if I don't get close? Bai Yiyi lay there helplessly. Even when the resurrection time came, she still didn't get up, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. Thinking back, although the original owner had shown some affection towards Qiufeng, she had never entangled herself with him. Instead, Qiufeng occasionally sent the original owner equipment and materials. None of this was surprising. Qiufeng was the deputy leader of the guild, and providing equipment and materials for the strongest healer in the guild should be for the good of the guild. After all, the original owner's account ranked in the top 20 of the server strength list, and among these top 20, she was the only healer. The original owner was quite capable. After grinding for 5 months, she had managed to become the #1 healer on the server. In fact, in Bai Yiyi's eyes, Star Wars itself didn't require much grinding. From a gameplay perspective, it had no motivation to induce players to grind. Before her transmigration, Bai Yiyi was the chief game planner and a veteran figure in the company. She had been there since the company's inception and had poured too much energy and effort into every hit game. The scenery of Star Wars was well done, and the special effects rendered made by Yiyi, who had just crossed over, feel incredibly real, although the game itself was indeed a bit boring. Since you like Qiufeng, why don't you play as a healer? Bai Yiyi looked at the woman named Embroidered Dumpling, venting her anger at her corpse, then shifted her tone. I'm going to quit the game. Do you want to buy my account? What does it matter to you whether I play as a healer or not? Embroidered Dumpling replied angrily. But when she heard the latter part of Bai Yiyi's sentence, she incredulously raised her voice. You're quitting the game? How could you bear to quit? I'm a bit reluctant. Bai Yiyi sighed, pretending to be heartbroken. If you don't buy it, I won't quit. After all, it's been 5 months of feelings. It's really hard to let go. The pause in her tone was subtle. Whether it was the account she had raised or chiofing that was hard to let go of, depending on whether the listener was interested. Embroidered dumplings seemed to contemplate the truth of her words, and after a while, she spoke again. How much? I won't pay more than 100,000. 100,000. That was already above Bai Yiyi's psychological price. But that this account is the result of my hard work over the past few months, and it's the #1 healer on the server. This gear is top-notch, and there are many rare materials in the warehouse. There are also 20 to 30,000 hook coins on the account. Isn't 100,000 too little? In the end, Bai Yiyi sighed again. This 100,000 is just your monthly pocket money, Miss Young Lady. It seems you don't really like chiofing. Despite Bai Yiyi's claims of how good this account was, the combined value of the gear, materials, and hook coins was at most 40 to 50,000 star coins. The most valuable aspect was the attribute values cultivated on this account, and the potential for appreciation lay there. This account had no investment, no fancy skins. Moreover, Bai Yiyi didn't find any of the skins in the shop appealing. Embroidered Dumpling was about to say that Bai Yiyi was asking for too much when she unexpectedly got angry at the doubt cast on her feelings for chiofing. 20,000. From now on, you're not allowed to have any contact with chiofing. Okay. Bai Yiyi casually listed the account for cabbage pricing and took advantage of Embroidered Dumpling's current excitement to share the link nearby. Go through the platform. You need to be quick. If someone snatches it away and the buyer turns out to be a delicate beauty, that would be a pity to AS. Bai Yiyi listed the account. She caught a glimpse of Chiofeng's figure before logging off. Chiofeng embraced Embroidered Dumpling, seemingly comforting her. After logging off, Bai Yiyi received a private message on the W platform from Chiofeng. Just consider it for me. Please don't quit. I know what Embroidered Dumpling said was unpleasant, but don't throw a tantrum and quit. I heard you want to sell your account, and it makes me feel bad too. It's a pity I don't have Embroidered Dumpling's friend. Otherwise, I could forward it to her to have a look. Bai Yiyi's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, and after seeing the 20,000 star coins that had been credited to her account, she directly blacklisted and deleted Chiofeng. Then Bai Yiyi logged on to Blossom Live and withdrew all the earnings she could from the account. Although it only totaled a few hundred star coins, even a mosquito is meat. Exiting the Star Network, Bai Yiyi lay in the Star Network pod and replied to Bell. I won't be live streaming anymore. That you've made up your mind? If you stop streaming, you'll have to pay 3 times the penalty. Bell replied quickly. Bai Yiyi readily paid the 1,000 star coins penalty. For the original owner, this was just the cost of a meal, but for her current self, it equated to the original owner's salary for 2 months at Blossom Live. Even the original owner earned more in the game than this. The account balance was just over 20,000. She wondered how much it would cost to make a game in the starry world. That's right. Bai Yiyi still intended to return to her old profession. From the original owner's memories, she learned that interstellar games could be completed by a single person, purchasing data streams, and with mental power, one could construct a game. The founder of Star Wars, Sano, had initially completed it alone before forming a team later on. Chapter 2. Returning to her old profession, new game released by Bai stepped out of the Star Network pod. This home was bare, with only a single bed that had a crooked leg, which the original owner had salvaged from a garbage dump. Mommy, Doubao on the bed, opened his arms, looking at her with watery eyes full of expectation. Bai Yiyi couldn't help but hug the child, and only then did she realize that he was icy cold, soft and light as a feather. Are you cold? Bai Yiyi held the child tightly, trying to warm him up, her voice softening. Since I've taken your body, I will help you raise this child. Suddenly becoming a mother and having a child call her mom, Bai Yiyi was still not quite used to it, her arms holding the child feeling a bit stiff. Bai Yiyi placed an order for some items through her light brain, without needing to fill in the address, as the light brain had automatic positioning. First was the nutritional liquid. Bai Yiyi bought a box of specially formulated nutritional liquid for cubs, enough for Doubao to last 3 months, and after signing up for a membership, she also received a small box of adult nutritional liquid for free. Then she bought Doubao several sets of clothes, which automatically adjusted to body temperature, simple in style, but not cheap. She also chose 2 outfits for herself, which were more than half cheaper. Indeed, children's items were always more expensive than adults. Lastly, for home supplies, Bai Yiyi selected a cheap second-hand butler robot, and while negotiating with customer service, she managed to get a bed included, along with bedding and renovation materials. In total, she spent just over 20,000 star coins. Bai Yi glanced at the estimated delivery time. It would arrive in about an hour. Doubao kept staring at her, and Bai Yi pinched his little face. You have to be good. I need to earn us some food, and you'll need to go to school in the future. When it came to calling herself Mom, Bai Yi choked up and still couldn't bring herself to say it. Mom, Doubao is good. Doubao nodded vigorously, smiling. Mom has spent a long time with me today. His soft little paws clung to the hem of Bai Yi's clothes, and when she tugged at it, Doubauer's smile faded a bit, reluctantly letting go. Bai Yi rubbed his drooping little head. She understood very well that the original owner had worked 12 hours every day for perfect attendance, leaving no time to spend with the child. Doubao was at the age where he needed his mother the most, but if she spent time with him, the child would starve. Associated with the gaming platform W was a production platform known as M, hailed as the breeding ground for game developers. M could be quickly accessed using a W account. Bai Yi didn't want to have any ties to her previous circle, so she registered a new account and named it Bai Do. The screen directly entered the beginner tutorial, and Bai Yi chose not to skip it, exploring it little by little. After completing the entire beginner tutorial, Bai Yi directly created a game. For beginners, M offered a bit of data flow for free, valued at about 30,000 star coins. This was just enough to meet the minimum data flow requirement for a game. She planned to create a faction-based escape game, a type of game that had once been popular on Blue Star. Bai Yiyi had browsed the top 5 games on W, 3 of which were competitive games typified by Star Wars, where players could enhance their attributes and use weapons or pilot mechs to attack and eliminate the insectoids scattered throughout the game world. Compared to reality, those with poor mental or physical assessments could still enjoy a very good mech combat experience in the game. After all, a game is just a game. No matter how skilled you are in a game, you are still a novice in the specialized mech virtual combat platform of the Star Network. The remaining 2 games were romance-themed. The Federation encouraged having more offspring, and all eligible citizens without children would undergo big data matching, with the matching being voluntary, and they adopted the Star Network supportive suggestions for romance-themed games. Bai Yi stood in the white space, gradually building the scene she wanted. An abandoned building appeared before her eyes, shaped like a hospital, but only had a single floor to move around in. A high wall surrounded the hospital, with 4 gaps where small mechs were parked. Once this rough layout took shape, the gifted data flow was already used up. Bai Yi continued to place stacks of miscellaneous items in the yard, adding a few dead trees in the corners, and the interior of the hospital had many divided spaces, including an operating room, patient rooms, and a lobby. Being abandoned, all the beds, operating tables, and medical equipment were damaged, along with dirty stuffed dolls, and the walls had holes, one of which connected to the yard. She gradually refined the details, ensuring that the hospital building had not only the main entrance, but also a small door and a broken hole leading to the yard. There were only 4 gaps in the courtyard walls for leaving, and the courtyard gate was tightly locked. Next, Bai Yi began designing character roles. No game in the Star Realm had a pay-to-win lottery pool, so Bai Yi wanted to create a card lottery, requiring the character designs to be stunning, with skills that had significant tier differences. Bai Yi designed 3 hidden SSR level characters, 5 SR level, 5 R level, and 10 N level. If it weren't for the rapidly increasing data flow, she would have wanted to give them some skins as well. When saving and settling, the bill amounted to over 120,000 star coins. Bai Yi's account instantly shrank to less than 50,000. It was a bit painful. This was still under the condition that the game scene was not large and the settings were not too complicated. When it came time to save and name the game, Bai Yi found it difficult. The game name is the soul of a game. It needs to be attractive without misleading. Heartbeat. Bai Yi checked everything again, then uploaded it to W for internal testing qualification reservations, directly releasing 1,000 spots. When she exited the Star Network pod, Bai Yi suddenly remembered the thing she had bought. Opening the door, she found a huge pile of packages blocking the desolate scene outside. Wow. Dear Ms. Bai, please accept your packages. And could you please give a Ben a good review, moi? The metal ball jumped up, only reaching Bai Yi's knees. A Ben looked up, raising its round little hand without fingers. Bai Yi bent down and touched its outstretched hand with her index finger, completing the receipt. The metal ball bounced down the steps in front of the door, turned back to wave at Bai Yi, and then hopped onto its little cart, which was dragging a cargo box hundreds of times. Its size, piled high with packages, Gray snow began to swirl in the air as a bin rode away on its bike. She momentarily forgot how long it had been waiting at her door and didn't know how long this unfortunate little guy had been there. This was Garbage Star, not comparable to the planet where the original owner used to live. Packages were only delivered to the station on Garbage Star, and these mechanical beings delivered them to earn a small energy fee for themselves. Chapter 3. Pay to Win is Nothing But Card Lottery. Bai Yiyi changed Doubao into new clothes. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stared at his outfit, smiling. It's warm. Mom, feel it. But he reached for Bai Yiyi's hand to touch the clothes on him, and Bai Yiyi followed his lead and touched him. Doubao has new clothes now and a new bed, so you won't be cold anymore. Bai Yiyi first unpacked the second-hand butler robot, which was humanoid and stood at her shoulder height, with a special metallic shell that felt warm to the touch. She turned it on. Hello, Master. Is this your home? What can I do for you, Wan? Seeing the young new master and the seemingly poor new home, this already old model of the butler robot was still quite perceptive and actively spoke up. Poverty is not scary. It has sent off several generations of masters, and the poorer ones lived shorter lives, so it should soon welcome the next master. Is your name Wan? Yes. It was given to me by the last master. If the master doesn't like it, you can change it. Wan answered obediently, but when it mentioned the last master, its mechanical eyes flickered quickly, as if worried Bai Yiyi might care. No need to change it. Bai Yiyi paid no attention and asked Wan to move the bed inside and make it up with bedding. Bai Yiyi opened the renovation materials and handed them to Wan, instructing it to paint over the moldy spots on the wall. She did not throw away the original single bed. Instead, she repaired the bed legs with a piece of material, moved it to a different spot, and placed 2 boxes of nutritional liquid, one large and one small, on it, treating it as a decorative shelf. She also repaired all the windows in the room to block the wind and snow coming in from outside. After Wan finished the tasks Bai Yiyi assigned, it cleaned the entire room before coming to Bai Yiyi and said, Master, my energy is below 10%. Can Wan recharge? There was an energy outlet in the room, but the energy cost was not cheap. Maintaining a butler robot like Wan would cost about 200 to 350 energy credits a month. When you're out of energy, just go recharge yourself. You don't need to ask me, Bai Yiyi instructed Wan. While I'm in the Star Network pod, you need to take good care of your little master. If he's hungry, get him nutritional liquid from that box. Do you remember? This was also the main reason she bought this butler. Doubao was already over a year old. Although he seemed obedient now, he was still a baby boy, growing day by day, full of energy and curiosity. Bai Yiyi didn't feel at ease without someone watching him. However, seeing Doubao's well-behaved appearance made Bai Yiyi feel a bit heartbroken. She would rather he cause some trouble. Okay, no problem, Master. After Wan nodded in agreement, it happily retreated to a corner to recharge. As long as it had energy, it could work indefinitely, and it didn't mind how much work it had to do. Bai Yiyi changed her clothes and got into bed to sleep with Doubao. As soon as she lay down, Doubao clutched her clothes tightly and softly asked, Mom, are we going to sleep? His fluttering eyelashes seemed to tremble with some nervousness. It seemed the original owner was not very good at raising children. Bai Yiyi felt a bit tired after coming out of the Star Network pod and forced herself to stay awake until now. She gently stroked Doubao's head and said, I'm tired. Let's sleep together. I'll tell you a bedtime story tomorrow. At this moment, the administrator Mimi at the W backend was reviewing a game called Heartbeat uploaded by Bai Yiyi. The game data flow was small, and the name was quite ordinary. After reviewing hundreds of new games a day, he felt a bit weary and just wanted to quickly enter, stay for 3 minutes, and leave. However, the sound effects as soon as he entered startled him, making his scalp tingle. Welcome to the nightmare of time, my loyal prisoners. The enlarged face before him bloomed with brilliant flowers, gaudy and colorful. The positions of the eyes were 2 spring-like pools, and a large red flower bloomed at the mouth, but the petals were lined with sharp, serrated teeth that made the smile. Chilling. Its body was made of vines. With hands and feet sprouting leaf, IT seemed oblivious to its own terrifying appearance, and its eyes narrowed with a smile. Can you introduce yourself? Let me think. Who might you be among them? The beginner's gift package has been issued. You have received a 10 consecutive card draw chance, 1 resurrection item, and 1 temporary stun skill card. Would you like to use the 10 consecutive card draw? New players entering the game for the first time are advised to choose this. Ignoring the eerie sound effects, Mimi clicked confirm. The card draw which he had never seen before, piqued his interest, which he initially thought was just a gimmick on the intricate summoning array. Several beams of light illuminated. The first to appear was a burly man holding a large hammer, his face wrapped in a bandage, with muscular arms on display. His name appeared above, Zhang Blacksmith N-Level. Next, a girl appeared that caught Mimi's attention. She had long, shiny black hair cascading down, wearing a somewhat ill-fitting white shirt and a blue and white checkered pleated skirt. She wore no shoes. Only one foot had a white sock, which was dirty. She looked at him with a pair of decorative glasses perched on her nose, pitifully asking, "I'm lost. Can you take me home?" Classmate Ling Lanzi N-Level. Mimi's heart melted. Even the previous romance games he reviewed didn't evoke such feelings. It felt as if a character from another world had come to life before him. Bai Yiyi had capitalized on the psychological appeal of blue star men towards the beautiful image of first love when designing this character. Although it was uncertain whether interstellar men would like such an image, it was unlikely they would dislike it. The subsequent characters drawn were all unique, and any duplicates turned into character fragments. Among the first 9, there was only one SR, the rest were N-Level. The SR character was a dark, lowly princess in a complex and exquisite black dress, with striking dark blue eyeshadow that made a butterfly dance across her cheek, holding a small, serpent-headed staff with gloved hands. Under my staff, there will never be a traitor. Cursed darkened princess, long Lena SR level. Despite being the shortest among the drawn characters, she had the strongest presence. The contrast between her lowly and queen-like aura was irresistible. Mimi instantly found himself infatuated. No wonder she was SR level. He covered his mouth, desperately trying to hold back tears from the corners of his mouth. The last character drawn took a long time to appear, and Mimi thought the game had frozen. Just as he was about to note this bug and report it, he hesitated. During this moment of hesitation, a special effect of pink mist appeared on the array, and red dandelions scattered everywhere. The sound effects transformed into a pleasant yet mysterious melody. 9 fluffy white tails spread out, blocking his entire field of vision. Those who are infatuated with me. Even in the 8 desolations, my heart is devoted to the path. The millennia of demon spirits are truly hard to endure. Chapter 4. Finding the perfect man. Mimi struggled to open her eyes wider to see clearly, but in the next moment, she was ejected from the game. She felt frustrated and dazed for a while. How could 5 minutes pass so quickly? Seriously, I haven't had enough of my goddess yet. Is this really not a dating game? I don't even know what the last character looked like. Mimi repeatedly confirmed the game tags put on by the creator. It really wasn't a dating game. The last voice was incredible, an ethereal and androgynous tone that sent shivers down to her heart, and the special effects, the sound effects, the way the character appeared. She was sure she had drawn an SSR level character, but she didn't even get to see a glimpse before being kicked out of the game. The review time for the work was strictly controlled within 3 to 5 minutes. Once the time was up, players would be forcibly ejected from a game. This was the first time Mimi encountered a review time without having touched the core gameplay mechanics. Unfortunately, even if she went back in, her previous game record would be directly overwritten, starting all over again. Pass. Mimi covered her heart, still immersed in the various character models. A harmonious and exquisite style she had never seen before. Moreover, the styles were diverse, with the creator's creativity and the unique card drawing prize pool mechanism. She believed that even if the game content became lackluster, it would still attract many players. Looking at the name Heartbeat, Mimi suddenly found it much more pleasing. Sparse and ordinary? No, too fitting. Bai Yiyi chose this name to describe the excitement of the game process, and Mimi had a sudden realization, misunderstanding. Just after waking up, Bai Yiyi opened her eyes to meet a pair of strangely spinning mechanical eyes. Her heart jolted, and she was about to punch. But due to Maru's timely retreat, she missed and was instead gently supported by a pair of mechanical hands. You know how to dodge? If I hit you, your hand would hurt, Maru pouted. Next time I sleep, don't get so close, or you'll end up in the recycling bin. They were almost face to face. Luckily, she didn't have morning grumpiness. Maru's mechanical eyes quickly spun around. It slowly turned to the window, pointing outside, explaining its earlier actions. Master, just now while you're sleeping, the ground suddenly shook, the energy was cut off, and something seems to have fallen there. You didn't wake up, so I leaned closer to see when you would wake up. Outside the window was a white expanse. A thick layer of blood was accumulated on the window frame, and only the middle of the window vaguely showed the outside scene. This snow didn't seem to want to stop anytime soon. Bai Yiyi checked and confirmed that the energy supply in the house was indeed cut off. The emergency energy reserve was already half empty. Standing by the window, she breathed out and wiped, looking outside. The yard was already covered in heavy snow, with a large section of the wall collapsed, as if a massive object was buried beneath the thick snow. Let us take the toolbox and go have a look. The toolbox only contained some ordinary tools and materials left by the previous owner, which were sufficient for basic malfunctions. Maru followed Bai Yiyi to the snow mountain, using a shovel to clear the snow, revealing the silver-white exterior of the mech, outlined in bright red lines, simple yet eye-catching. This mech was clearly expensive, and Bai Yiyi's eyes brightened. After digging out the entire mech, Bai Yiyi couldn't see the situation in the cockpit from the outside. So she spent some time, based on the memories left by the original owner, to finally find the emergency door of the mech. The emergency door was designed to prevent accidents. Once activated, if there was no response for a period, it would automatically unlock. After activating the emergency door on the display screen, they quietly waited for half a minute before it opened. Bai Yiyi let Maru carry the toolbox in front of her while she entered with the shovel. Inside the mech, lights flickered everywhere. The space was small, indicating it was a pure combat-type mech, and any part could be sold for a good price. After pondering for a while, Bai Yiyi opened the cockpit, only to see the pilot inside unconscious. She raised the shovel and stealthily approached, just as she was about to strike the back of the person's head. A sudden force pinned her hard against the cockpit floor, and the shovel in her hand was instantly pressed against her front. A sharp pain in her neck made her gasp. When she looked up, a flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. Beneath the helmet was a strikingly handsome face, with dark eyes radiating a dangerous aura. Upon seeing her face, he seemed slightly taken aback, his lips pale. But the words he spoke were powerful. "Are you trying to kill me?" The end of his sentence carried a hint of mocking laughter. Bai Yiyi caught a glimpse of Maru hiding in the corner and realized she had to rely on herself. No. I just got soft-handed and wanted to change my posture to relax. This helmet wouldn't break even if I hit it with my shovel. Of course. She absolutely couldn't admit she just wanted to knock him out and take the mech for herself. The other party said nothing. However, Bai Yiyi felt the shovel pressed against her neck loosen slightly, emboldening her to tentatively touch the back of his hand, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Resembling shyness as she said, "We just met. Can you be gentler? I'm shy." She could clearly feel the other party stiffen. This position of one on top and the other below suddenly became ambiguous because of Bai Yiyi's words. The other party raised his body, and Bai Yiyi felt a bit relieved, but in the next moment, he came crashing down directly. The helmet hit her shoulder, causing a sharp pain that made her grit her teeth. Is he unconscious now? Bai Yiyi looked closely at the captivating face before her. Those mesmerizing eyes were already closed, and his brow was tightly furrowed, as if the accumulated snow on the mountains was slowly melting into the spring water flowing into her heart. Her fingertips almost touched his nose, sweeping down lightly. This man, in terms of looks, was indeed exceptional. Feeling a surge of desire, Bai Yiyi changed her mind and asked Maru to help carry him. "I'll do it." Bai Yiyi glanced at the guilty Maru, preparing to take him from his hands. "Master, let me carry him. You have a more important task." Bai Yiyi gritted her teeth and lifted him up. His body felt unusually heavy, and she looked meaningfully at Maru. When Maru was tied up with ropes, the other end secured to the mech, it almost knelt down, its voice seemingly frozen, becoming very mechanical. So heavy. Ugh. Maru felt it was wrong. "Go for it, Maru. This mech has cut off the power cable. You need to carefully move it away and reconnect the cable for me. If you delay, there won't be any energy to use tonight." Bai Yiyi watched as the metallic exterior of Maru was pressed into shallow, twisted marks by the rope, her tone playful and encouraging, showing no signs of seeking revenge. For the first time, Maru experienced the dark side hidden beneath its master's sweet exterior but dared not complain at all. Chapter 5 reporting begins. The mecha was dragged to the door, and the energy cable was reconnected. Bai Yiyi cleared the old bed and placed the new set of bedding she had bought on it. Since the old bed was a single bed and the bedding was purchased for a double bed. It turned out to be thicker than the bed that Doubao slept on when folded out. Wan, do you have a health scanning function? Bai Yi's hands itched. But she couldn't undo the special mecha suit the man was wearing. Of course, she had no ulterior motives. Wan, who had dragged its tired body back, felt a spark in its circuits when it heard Bai Yi call its name. Yes, without needing Bai Yi's instructions. Wan went directly to the man's bedside for a system scan. Ding! Health scan in progress. Mental exhaustion. Multiple internal organ bleeding. Recommend treatment in a rejuvenation pod. Recovery in 1 to 3 days. Bai Yi frowned slightly. The hospitals on this garbage star operated without licenses and were known for their malpractice. The original owner had also come here when the child had a minor illness, spending 10 days to half a month in the hospital, exhausting all the star coins they brought, only to realize how unreliable the hospitals were. Fortunately, Doubao was lucky. Is there another treatment option? It can only be medication. Following the recommended medication, it may take more than half a month. His constitution is very strong. If it were someone else, they might have to lie down for months. Wan assessed and said, not daring to mention that the system estimated this man's constitution to be above SS. How is that possible? There are not even 3 people in the entire galaxy with a constitution above SS. The system must have detected incorrectly. Bai Yi thought without suspicion. Looking at the medication on Wan's display screen, she opened the holographic computer in her hand and searched for each one, all of which were available for purchase. Calculating for half a month's worth, she bought them all. It cost her over 10,000 star coins. She felt a bit pained. Even in a coma, the man on the bed had an exceptionally upright posture. It had to be said that he looked quite pleasing to the eye. Even Doubao sat up, curiously staring at him, as if her gaze was glued to him. After waiting for the medication to arrive and giving it to the man, Bai Yi entered the Star Network pod to get to work. As soon as she logged on, she saw a private message. Firefly by Do. Do you have a strategy for this game? This is Blossom, streamer Little Firefly, and I am her assistant Firefly. We can do a review and promotion for your new game. Looking forward to collaborating with you. By Do scam? After replying, Bai Yi casually searched for Blossom's Little Firefly and found a shadow of this streamer from the original owner's memories. She indeed did game reviews. She was not in the same group as the original owner, but the group leader had once revealed Little Firefly's income, which was always in 6 figures monthly. The gaming sector had always been lukewarm, but Little Firefly, as an unconventional game review streamer, had carved out a path for herself and was currently considered a top influencer in the gaming sector, also having a significant number of fans in the entire Blossom live streaming community. Firefly W accounts are verified through holographic computer information, and the security reporting system is famously strict, so you can rest assured. This account that sent you a private message is not low level, with game hours reaching several thousand and is active. By Do, what price for the game review promotion? Bai Yi actually did not have a budget for promoting Heartbeat. She certainly did not believe there was such a thing as a free lunch in the world, but if the price was right, she could consider the other party. Firefly. Other game producers pay my Little Firefly a fee of 10,000 star coins per hour for game reviews. Currently, Little Firefly has the largest fan base among Blossom's game streamers. Basically, a single live review can determine the life or death of a new game. The other party probably did not expect Bai Yi to be so direct, and it took a while for the message to come back. At this time, Bai Yi had already opened the backend and found that Heartbeat had passed the review, with the number of reservations already over half. And there was a note next to the work indicating it was a participant in the game creation competition. In the reservations section, she saw a familiar avatar. Bai Do. Thank you, I don't need it for now. After clicking into the game creation competition details page, she discovered that newly approved games would automatically participate in the competition and the platform would provide a certain amount of traffic, with the number of reservations already over half. Under such circumstances, Bai Yi preferred to save several tens of thousands of star coins to invest in the game instead. After considering, she rejected Firefly. What game can you make without star coins? Seeing Bai Yi's reply, Firefly scoffed, having seen many people like her. A person who couldn't even take out several tens of thousands of star coins could produce a good work. Her words also became less polite. Firefly, no matter how bad the game is, the major costs have already been paid, with a few tens of thousands. My little firefly has a discerning eye. And considering the fee, she will still give some face. If the collaboration doesn't work out, the review will still be done. Whether the game is hot or cold is just a matter of my little firefly's words, and you are welcome to come to the live room to see. Firefly's words surprised Bai Yiyi, and she understood the implication in her words. Baido, you want to blacken my game without paying a fee? Firefly, don't you have any self-awareness? Wasting time. Baido, I have confidence in my game. By the way, thanks for the reminder. Firefly did not intend to continue entangling with Baido, but received a system message the next second. You have been reported for extortion. Unsuccessful. Account functionality banned for 1 hour. Relevant evidence has been forwarded to the Federal Police Bureau. Please do not panic. The Federal Alert System has the most rigorous and fair identification system and will not wrongfully convict any innocent person. Bai Yiyi also received a system receipt. Even if the charge of extortion was established and unsuccessful, at most, she would be educated by the Federal Police Bureau for a while. Bai Yiyi raised an eyebrow. She had really not thought that reporting would be useful. This was thanks to Firefly mentioning W's security system earlier that she thought to casually screenshot the conversation for reporting. At this moment, little Firefly, who was live streaming, suddenly heard Firefly's furious voice in her earpiece. What kind of bastard is this? I'm speechless. He actually reported me for extorting him. I curse him to never succeed in making games. I feel so bad. It's that Heartbeat game. You have to help me get revenge. Firefly was not only little Firefly's assistant, but also a close friend. The internal test opening time for Heartbeat is coming soon, right? Little Firefly's lazy voice echoed in the live room, just exiting some boring new game, preparing to sharpen her knives for Heartbeat, truly looking forward to it. It had been a long time since she had seen such an interesting game introduction. The reservation for Heartbeat's internal test was refreshed by little Firefly during the live stream, designated by the fans in the live room. After little Firefly made the reservation, her assistant Firefly had found Bai Yiyi. Chapter 6 Online Pseudo Voice. Fake female as male. The game icon of Heartbeat is quite special, featuring a character with short black hair seen from behind, with a beating heart illuminated at the chest, facing a bizarre and dilapidated building. The live stream chat was lively for a brief moment because of it. The camp confrontation escape tag is clearly unfriendly to lone wolves. Me. I could be the coolest teammate for Little Spark. Take me. I also made a reservation. This name and cover atmosphere. Is it a horror theme? Are game producers really that desperate nowadays? After playing games for so long, I haven't encountered a horror game that could truly scare me. Looking at the background introduction, it's a confrontation between two camps, the Guardians and the Prisoners. The producer's setting is quite innovative, and I'm looking forward to it. Heartbeat managed to surpass half of the reservation numbers in a short time, thanks to the few fans of Little Spark who followed suit to make reservations. The vast majority of fans prefer to watch live streams and are too lazy to step into the pit, which Little Spark is used to. At the same time, another game review streamer on the same platform, he also clicked on Heartbeat. As a struggling bottom-tier streamer, he had already been live for 9 hours straight. When he stumbled upon Heartbeat, the game had been released for less than half an hour, and the number of reservations skyrocketed. Another data booster? A new work from a newcomer. Where did so many reservations come from without any promotion? Relying on humorous videos to attract fans, you unhesitatingly clicked to make a reservation, planning to use it as material for his next review video. By the time the closed beta opened, the reservation numbers were already full, primarily because Bai Yiyi was a newcomer and could only choose the platform's minimum quota. 1,000 slots facing hundreds of billions of active users on the entire platform was truly pitiful. Like W platform administrator Mimi, he was also startled by the sound effects upon entering the game, and his favorability dropped to a low point. If it weren't for the sparse chat messages floating by, he would have suspected he had died from streaming too long. The sound effects are incredible. They could scare people away based on strength alone, but the monster isn't scary enough. This producer really has no aesthetic sense. He should just take his eyeballs out and wash them. Card draw? Never seen that before. As soon as he entered the game, a third of the viewers in the live stream left. Accustomed to it, Yui quickly finished the initial setup, directly claiming the new player gift pack, which included a 10-fold draw from the system. Seeing this for the first time piqued his interest a bit. He opened it right away. As characters appeared from the summoning array, Yi gradually froze. His slow-motion, sloth-like expression could no longer convey his amazement. As soon as the charming Ling Lanzi appeared, Yi's gaze uncontrollably fell on her, and when he instinctively walked towards her, she seemed like a startled rabbit, stepping back 2 paces and falling to the ground, biting her lip in fear as she looked at him, her shoulders trembling slightly. What he didn't notice was that the characters in the summoning array all had white light under their feet. He drew 10 in-level characters, 4 of which were duplicates that gave him 4 fragments. Entering the background animation of the ancient civilization hospital ruins, yes, skip. Choose your desired character. Note, players will assume the role of the character in the game. Each character belongs to a single camp with different abilities, and the quality and star rating will affect their strength. You can view and then choose. Yi chose Ling Lanzi, and a level-up prompt appeared above her head. Curious, he touched it. Do you want to consume 3 in-level character fragments to upgrade the character to 2 stars? Yes, no. Among the 6 characters he drew, Yi felt that Ling Lanzi struck his fancy, so he unhesitatingly chose to upgrade her. Brilliant light flashed around Ling Lanzi. Her face became even more exquisite, and a light blue uniform jacket draped over her body. The white shirt fit her better, and the originally blue and white checkered pleated skirt was replaced with an embroidered light purple skirt interwoven with silver threads, making the hem feel more voluminous. Finally, her shoes matched, but there were 2 bandages on her legs, and some shocking bloodstains remained on her fair skin. Her gaze, when looking back, held a hint of coldness. Yi's heart skipped a beat. He was in love. Suddenly, the chat messages surged. Wife, I originally thought this girl was quite beautiful. But after generating 2 stars, even though there's not much change, she suddenly became someone I can't reach. Licking the screen, PR. Just for my wife, I can try playing this game too. Didn't you notice that these characters have a very special style? The producer's aesthetic and imagination are amazing, but I just don't know if the game is good. Only 1 female character is eye-catching. What are you licking? Idiots, I'm not watching anymore. The number of viewers in the live stream fluctuated, but Yi's mind was no longer on that. In a blink, he saw himself transform into Ling Lanzi, a virtual water curtain appearing in front of him, reflecting his surprised face. There was no time to appreciate it carefully. The next second, the system prompt popped up. Yi glanced at the long content introduction and finally understood the gameplay of this game. Next was a segment of gameplay simulation video, where players are divided into the guardians and the prisoners, with the option to choose either for matchmaking. In a game, there are 1 to 2 guardians and 4 to 5 prisoners. The guardians chase the prisoners and freeze them in ice cabinets. If all the prisoners are frozen, they win. The prisoners decode the password box to get the mech key and escape through the exit within the time limit to win. If a prisoner is caught and frozen, their teammates can rescue them within half a minute. If caught a 3rd time, they die and fail. The game rules are so simple. Yi felt a bit disinterested instantly. However, looking at his outfit and the soft body of the girl, a spark of interest ignited in his eyes. He cleared his throat softly and changed his tone. Hello everyone, I'm Yi. As soon as he spoke, it came out as a slightly soft female voice. Although it wasn't particularly pleasant, it didn't reveal that the speaker was a boy. W platform prohibits any voice-changing programs or plugins for all platform games. But there's no regulation against players who can pseudo-voice, as such people are in the minority, and even if scams or other issues arise, they are unrelated to the platform. Fans who follow you basically know that this streamer has some pseudo-voice talent and immediately understood his intention. Wow, with a face like this, a character like this, plus Igu's sweet voice, who can resist? Woo, streamer you owe me a goddess. Just thinking that under the skin is a foot-picking big guy, I almost threw up my overnight nutrient solution. I can still resist, but I don't know if the players matched with Igu today can handle it. Chapter 7, is there no normal person in this game? Ling Lanzi is a prisoner, and after changing his nickname, Yi also entered matchmaking. Meanwhile, Xiao Ohua had just finished 10 consecutive draws. When she first entered the game, Xiao Ohua secretly had her assistant lower the streaming quality to the minimum. I've set the precision to the highest, but the graphics of this game are really poorly made. This game must have come out hundreds of years ago. Xiao Wohua complained, speaking nonsense. The W platform didn't even exist hundreds of years ago, and holographic games were still in the early stages of development. This was pure sarcasm. During the 10 draws, Xiao Wohua raised an eyebrow. These characters are somewhat creative, and the card pool is also a first for me. It seems this game isn't without its merits, but it's really a pity flaws are hard to hide. After the summoning circle produced 5 different N-level characters and 2 fragments, the 8th one appeared with a green star glow. A girl with silver hair lay quietly in a lotus flower. She had a pair of pointed ears, delicate and petite features, and wore a shimmering princess dress, holding a small bow and arrow, exuding a fresh and elegant fragrance. The Tree of Life is Aji's mother, and Aji must practice archery well to protect it. Elf Little Master Aji, Xiaohua's desire to criticize, was about to surface when she encountered the beautiful little elf before her, and the pure, clear gaze instantly rendered her speechless. The little elf's image was simply too beautiful. Even with the lowest streaming quality, the audience in the live stream began to boil with excitement. Oh my god, what a cute little thing is this? Pointed ears. Is she a genetically modified experimental human? Ah, wait. Is the producer's inspiration from those oddly shaped experimental humans? Look at her little eyes. I unilaterally declare, I want to protect Aji. Aji will be my new pet from now on. Elf Little Master? What does that mean? Xiaohua bit her lip. Her expression conflicted as she looked at the stunningly beautiful little elf before her, her rationality wavering. Her livestream fans were drooling over Aji in the low graphics, let alone her, who was facing the highest precision. Aji. Xiaohua hesitated for a while before speaking. Aji's gaze remained clear. Her gem-like eyes held not only vigilance, but also a hint of friendliness. Have you encountered some trouble, human? The tentative friendliness carried sincere concern. Listening to that soft voice, Xiaohua, even knowing it was just a game setting, and even after countless battles, felt her inexplicably overflowing maternal heart succumb. The last 2 summons were still fragments. Xiaohua chose not to skip the ancient civilization hospital ruins background animation, just hurriedly glossing over it. The map wasn't very large, exploration wasn't strong, and the style was somewhat unique. The producer must have spent all the budget on the characters. After a while, Xiaohua selected Aji and also entered the game matchmaking. Matchmaking successful, teammate information appeared above, and everyone also entered the same camp voice channel. 3 girls and 1 boy. They were child.Dai, Xiao, and Yukai Fairy. My heart is racing. The avatar of child.Dai jumped, and a surprised female voice spoke, sounding quite flustered. Xiaohua, if you don't jump, you'll die. Child.Dai, save me, it's the keeper, it's chasing me, and it has wings, it's faster than me. The 3 teammates in the same camp saw 2 shadows on the map, one chasing and one fleeing, with shapes resembling wings flapping on the chasing shadow. Xiaohua frowned and turned off child.Dai's voice. Xiaohua, it's so noisy, can you hear me? I've studied the rules of this game. As long as we find the mecha key, we win. This setting is really strange. Mecha key? Yukai Fairy, don't we need to save our teammate? Isn't it very unfavorable for us to be down 1 person? Yukai Fairy was actually Yiyi, using a female voice to ask. Currently, he could see the shadows of 2 teammates, one being chased by the keeper, the other busy at a machine, and he quickly realized the other was decoding. Xiaohua, no rush, if she's caught, we can still save her. This game is simple, just listen to me. Yukai Fairy, wow sister, you're amazing. Just as the words fell, the 2 chasing shadows converged, and child.Dai was already being carried by the keeper toward a freezer. Yukai Fairy, she's already caught. Do we save her now? Yukai Fairy's voice sounded a bit excited, making Xiaohua want to hit her on the head. Xiaohua, no saving. The keeper is still there. Going up is just asking for death. At this moment, a voice of indeterminate gender sounded. I've decoded half of the password box in the yard. One of you should lure the keeper away, and one should save the person, while the other buys time for me. Xiaohua, haven't you noticed that the keeper is clearly faster than us? What's the use of trade? Just listen to me. During this time, let's split up to decode the password boxes. Once the keeper leaves the freezer range, the nearest person can go save. Yukai, do you want to save her? Yi thought that Xiaohua's tone would lead to an argument between the 2, just adding to the live stream's effect, but unexpectedly, Yi asked him. Yukai Fairy, but I think what Zhao has said makes sense. If we want to win, we need to decode the password boxes to get the key, and only save when we can. So, if there's no danger, are you willing to save her? Zhao Wohua was a bit angry and immediately interrupted the two. Zhao Wohua, where did this saint come from? This is just a game. Sacrificing one teammate for victory is only natural. I'll lure the keeper away. Yukai, take the chance to save her. Zhao Wohua, if you want to decode the password box, then I'll leave it to you, thanks. Zhao Wohua, Yukai Fairy. Okay, you're so nice. Zhao Wohua, of course the most dangerous task should be left to the only man in the team. All right, that's the arrangement. Zhao Wohua turned off her microphone in the game and sarcastically spoke to the live stream. The number of people in the keeper camp was less than that of the prisoners, indicating that the keeper's strength was likely much higher than that of the prisoners. Wanting to face the keeper in a 1v1 was simply reckless. Yui thought about Yi's words and was startled. They had just entered the game, and this, he not only unlocked half of a password box, but also thought of the gameplay, as long as teammates were willing to cooperate. Holding off the keeper while decoding was the best choice for the prisoners. Each person had 2 chances to be caught in the freezer. One person would lure the keeper, one would save, and the remaining one would decode the password. Taking turns, even if the keeper was strong, there was still a chance of victory. Moreover, they had items and skills in hand. Yui's eyes lit up. Chapter 8. The big shot leads you to win. More impressive than Yui imagined. He managed to hold off the Guardian alone. Yui and the rescued newbie seeking help quickly found the nearest password box. The decoding process was actually quite boring, lacking any live-streaming excitement. Yui felt he couldn't compete with Little Spark. He was afraid of losing viewers in the live stream, so he offered to help. Newbie seeking help. He has the ability to hold off the Guardian. You don't need to go. In the game, I can't say anything else. But I'm the best at escaping. If he got caught by that Guardian, he must be really good. Oilseed Fairy. What's there to be afraid of in a game? If you keep hiding, what's the point of playing? Without thinking, Yui retorted directly. Newbie seeking help. Yui then realized he had been maintaining his fairy image, so he gently explained again. Oilseed Fairy, actually, I'm also quite scared, but after this short time together, I've started to like. He is brave and fearless, willing to sacrifice himself to save you. Now that he has given me a task, I've completed it. Even if I die, I want to die with him. Newbie seeking help. Not only was the newbie shocked, but Little Spark almost spat out. There are countless oddities in the world, and half of them are in games. Yui approached openly, and at the same time, he noticed that his game's character's heart was beating more noticeably as he got closer, when he was only separated by a wall. His heart was already filled with bright red light. The Guardian Emojio was trying to catch that slippery fish. Although it was his first time playing this game, it posed no difficulty for him. It was more novel than anything. He easily caught Newbie seeking help. So when came to distract him, he approached with curiosity like a cat and mouse game. However, as time passed, he realized that was not simple. Not only could he accurately predict his next attack, but his positioning was extremely, often feinting him. Gradually, he found that the situation was slipping out of his control. He couldn't catch this fish. Whenever he planned to give up, the next moment, the fish would rush right under his nose. Sorry, he really couldn't hold back. After being toyed with for so long, this fish seemed like he could 100 catch it with just a reach. How could he resist? Just then, another prisoner appeared beside him. Without thinking, Emojio switched targets. Yui never expected that even with a wall in between, the Guardian would directly abandon the nearest and rush over to him. Just as he was about to lift his leg to dodge, the Guardian was already right in front of him. So fast. After being caught once, Yui immediately lost a third of his health. The stun skill card he had prepared also activated instantly. Yui hurriedly ran, but the health loss slowed his movements compared to before. Although he was somewhat prepared, watching evade the Guardian for so long, he considered himself a seasoned player. It was just a game of you chase, I run. His skills weren't too bad, but he shouldn't be eliminated just from a face-off, right? He didn't expect to embarrass himself like this. Run towards me. Jump over obstacles to slow him down. Upon hearing this voice, Yui immediately followed the instructions and was also coming towards him. While jumping over obstacles, Yui was caught again. His health dropped another third. With so close, Yui could already see wearing a hat, but the guardian caught him. And then he raised the stick in his hand to poke at him. Yiyi rolled down and reached S side. You hide first. I'll come to help you when I find an opportunity. This voice became a sedative in Yiyi's mind, immediately calming him down as he crawled to the corner of the wall. Watching evade the guardian, Yiyi learned while cheering in a soft feminine voice. Oilseed fairy. So it's amazing, he is simply my idol. Little spark, don't force compliments. I'm about to vomit. What use is that? Instead of playing hide and seek with the guardian, it would be better to come help decode. It's really embarrassing for a girl. Yiyi exaggerated this, but it also expressed his true feelings. This man was indeed impressive. If he hadn't just engaged with the guardian, he wouldn't have thought much of S evasion moves. Little Spark's words were indeed harsh, but Yiyi had heard worse, so he replied cheerfully. Oilseed fairy. I like it. What business is it of yours? The game showed that 2 key fragments had already been found. Just 1 more to go. Little Spark was at 59 progress unlocking the password box, while newbie seeking help was at 88. After Yiyi spoke, Little Spark directly gave up unlocking and headed towards the nearest mech in the courtyard. She was already in the courtyard and didn't have to walk far to reach it. Encountering players she disliked, Little Spark, who originally just wanted to finish the game quickly, only wanted to leave this game as soon as possible and post about it to criticize it. She never argued with fools, especially in a live stream. Once, newbie seeking help reached 100 progress unlocking, Little Spark directly activated the mech and exited the game with a victory. Mech activated. Please prisoners reach the escape point within 15 seconds, where you will no longer be able to leave. Countdown. 15ths. The system message also reached Mo.Geo, who had been toyed with by. Although the game was already destined to be lost, he had no intention of letting the person in front of him go, who was being relentlessly pursued, glanced at the nearest corner and told Oilseed Fairy, who had already found the opportunity to help him up, you should leave. There's still time. This guardian is too difficult to deal with. I can't get through. If I try hard, it's not that I can't get through. Oilseed Fairy, then if I leave, add me as a friend. Don't refuse. I don't have friends. Oilseed Fairy, I'm a streamer, not a noob. We can play together in the future. Newbie seeking help had already shown the status of escaping. Yiyi truly felt that was a big shot wanting to befriend him. Later in the stream, he could even bring the big shot along. And when he revealed his identity, he had already switched back to his original voice. Yiyi didn't leave, waiting for S response. When the game's countdown ended, he finally heard S answer. By the way, how many fans do you have? Before Yiyi could answer, the game displayed the failure prompt and kicked him out of the game. On the game interface, Bai Yiyi looked at the new friend request notification and still clicked to accept. I don't have much time to play games. You can have my contact information for easier communication. I have to go now. Bai Yiyi sent a message to Oilseed Fairy in her friend list to leave her contact information before exiting the game. Chapter 9 come. Let's make a record. In the game friend list, the avatar of has already turned gray. Yiyi also saw the contact information left by the other party and instinctively entered a code on the screen. If worst comes to worst, he just won't keep the replay of this live stream. Yiyi quietly downloaded the virtual image of this live stream in the background, and it was ready in less than half a minute. Then he deleted the live replay. Of course, he had to explain to the fans. This is someone else's privacy. I don't want to cause him trouble, and we can't be friends anymore. As the continuous live streaming time exceeded 12 hours, Yiyi, feeling a bit overwhelmed, greeted the viewers in the live room before logging off. There's no choice. Broadcasting for a full 12 hours every day is the only way to get perfect attendance. Although perfect attendance isn't much, for him, a small streamer, even a mosquito, is meat. Even after logging off, Yiyi first edited the virtual image into a video and posted it on all his platform accounts. Xinghua, Chanin, DD Video, 9 accounts in total. There's no choice. He needed to drink some nutrient solution to avoid starving. Then he added the friend contact left by and went offline to catch up on sleep. At this time, Bai Yiyi, who had just emerged from the star pod, touched the pod's surface. It felt a bit hot. Originally a second-hand item, the previous owner had used it for games streaming for 5 months, maintaining over 12 hours of usage daily. Even a sturdy machine couldn't withstand that. Fortunately, the star pod wasn't T-smart. Bai Yiyi had previously checked the prices of star pods, Even a new one that's not the latest model costs over 100,000. The machine the previous owner bought was already an obsolete model, and if it broke down again, it couldn't be repaired. The man on the broken bed had already woken up. Bai Yiyi felt his gaze as soon as she stepped out of the star pod. There was no trace of killing intent, mixed with intense scrutiny and vigilance. Was she scared? Bai Yiyi directly ignored him, picked up the silent Doubao from the new bed, and frowned slightly at the little one's trembling body. She looked displeased at the man. You scared him. Do you know that childhood trauma needs a lifetime to heal? The medicine I bought for you was saved from the child's rations. At least give him a smile, okay? Qin Yanfeng's face was pale, and upon hearing Bai Yiyi's words, the coldness in his eyes gradually faded. He glanced at the pitiful cub in her arms, his eyes widening as if somewhat frightened. He took a deep breath, slightly curled the corners of his mouth, forming an extremely subtle arc. This smile would be easily overlooked unless one was particularly observant. The smile, coupled with his shining eyes, added a hint of charm to his otherwise bleak face. I will return the star coins to you, but I need to stay here to recover. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Qin Yanfeng said patiently. He knew very well that there were no good people on a garbage planet. He could feel that when he was disoriented. Someone had fed him a potion, although he didn't know what their intentions were. Just because they saved him didn't mean he was safe. Once interests were thrown into the mix, the other party would weigh their options before doing anything improper to him. Aren't you a patient of trouble? Looking at the man in front of her, who seemed to have a decent attitude, Bai Yiyi felt a bit of relief in her heart. At least he wasn't TA Snake, and she was TA Farmer. With her thoughts swirling, she realized that there were no medical conditions here. He didn't look like someone short on star coins. He could easily have someone pick him up right now, yet he chose to stay here. Was he still entangled in trouble? This wasn't a low-tech era. Even on a garbage planet, there was no complete internet blackout. Qin Yanfeng lowered his head, his expression uncertain. He spoke somewhat obscurely. It's the Star Pirates. They have informants. If I contact my family, they will ambush me on my way back. Why would the Star Pirates want to kill you? Do Star Pirates need a reason to kill? Qin Yanfeng raised his gaze, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes before it vanished. Do you have any companions? No. If there were, they wouldn't be here. They're far away. Qin Yanfeng revealed little, but Bai Yiyi was satisfied with the information she had obtained and didn't care about how much he was hiding. Bai Yiyi smiled. Then how can you trust me? Her gaze lingered on Qin Yanfeng without restraint, seemingly forgetting how he had restrained her in the mecha cockpit earlier. Feeling Bai Yiyi's gaze, Qin Yanfeng's expression turned cold. So all his previous words were in vain. However, as soon as he moved, he realized something was wrong with his body. He had initially thought he was just injured and had overlooked his physical discomfort. You know there's a black market on the garbage planet, right? Unfortunately, I bought some special potions for black slaves. No matter how tough a man you are, any act of defiance against the master will cause the blood in your body to congeal. What danger can a body as weak as mud pose? This kind of potion was a banned substance. She didn't know which big shot had developed it. Although the room had temperature control, it felt like the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Qin Yanfeng exuded a dangerous aura. An invisible pressure seemed to condense the air. Wow! Mommy! Doubao started to cry. The cub's voice couldn't suppress the storm of emotions surging through Qin Yanfeng at that moment. Bai Yiyi knew that saying this would definitely anger Qin Yanfeng. She seemed startled as she hugged Doubao tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Soothing him, don't cry, Doubao, it's Mommy's fault. Mommy shouldn't have saved someone, and now I'm scared he's a bad person. But neither you nor I have any self-defense ability. If he has any bad intentions, wouldn't that harm you? The more Bai Yiyi spoke, the more engaged she became in her role. Don't be scared. Mommy will protect you. Don't cry, Bao. When Bai Yiyi looked back at Qin Yanfeng, tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes filled with genuine vigilance. I have no choice. I don't want to harm you. But I have to think about me and my child. Perhaps the sound of the cub's heartbreaking cries was too tragic. Or perhaps the woman in front of him, who was desperately trying to protect her child, was too sincere in her feigned calmness. The murderous intent in Qin Yanfeng's eyes dissipated somewhat. Bai Yiyi noticed that Qin Yanfeng was moved. She scored a point in her heart. Although he was currently a paper tiger, The fact that he could be swayed meant he wasn't entirely bad. So, Qin Yanfeng stared at her gravely. I've thought it through. Bai Yi's voice trembled with a hint of crying, as if she had made a decision. You and I will register as spouses for 3 months. During these 3 months, you'll stay here to recover, and I won't bother you. After 3 months, you can terminate the relationship with me. Why? Qin Yanfeng was shocked at her words, his tone sharp. Even if you want me to register as your spouse. Do you have a household registration? On the garbage planet, almost everyone was undocumented, especially those born and raised there. I do. Bai Yi's tear stains gradually dried on her face. She couldn't overact in her performance. A hint of determination rose in her eyes. No particular reason. I just want to ensure that my child and I survive. Chapter 10. The heat delivered to your door as Bai Yiyi quickly opened her light brain to fill out the application. Qin Yanfeng turned his face away, remaining silent. Is my request too excessive? Bai Yiyi bit her lip, looking sadly at the man in front of her. Or do you have a spouse? Only this can make you feel at ease? After realizing that Bai Yiyi was not an illegal resident, Qin Yanfeng's gaze changed from before. He glanced at the now non-crying, but tightly staring little Doubao, feeling the physical condition in his body gradually recovering. Besides feeling ridiculous, he wasn't too resistant to it. Especially when he thought about how he had been waiting for the arrangement of spouse by the Federal Army since he came of age, only to have it delayed because the gene-matching database couldn't find a suitable match. Perhaps it was truly as they said. He would end up lonely and could only become a gene sample after death. Bai Yiyi nodded. Qin Yanfeng let out a breath. And Bai Yiyi successfully completed the application and took the blood samples of herself and Qin Yanfeng. Then she wanted to take Doubao's blood. Qin Yanfeng watched as Bai Yiyi busily measured various data for Doubao. Actually, you're doing this because of this cub. He is an illegal resident without an identity chip and can't leave this trash star unless the two of them become spouses and register this cub under their household registration. Finally finished with all the materials, Bai Yiyi handed Qin Yanfeng the nutrient solution and medicine, smiling sincerely. Thank you. Qin Yanfeng silently drank the nutrient solution and medicine, feeling somewhat strange at his heart. Why does it feel like he sold himself? The special slave medicine bought from the black market only lasts 3 days. At Qin Yanfeng's request, Bai Yiyi had to destroy the remaining medicine. Once the spouse registration is done, if the identity chip is destroyed, the other person will also be affected. 3 days is enough to complete the registration process. However, Doubao, identity chip would take a bit longer. About a week on the main star and possibly longer on the trash star. When Bai Yiyi finished her tasks and logged onto the star network, she suddenly found that her game had received many low scores and negative reviews. What a terrible game, forcing us to hype it up with Xiao. Do they think we are blind? I have reported it. What is the platform doing? Why hasn't this game been taken down? The producers spent the budget on the game. If the game graphics were really consistent with the videos made by the Water Army, why are there so many haters? So hard to play. Avoid this pit. This producer is just here to make a quick buck. Xiao is right. This is a garbage game. You all go check the trending topics. If I hadn't seen the gossip, I would have considered playing this game. I wish I hadn't made a reservation. The platform doesn't properly review games. How can such garbage get approved? Xiao. Bai Yiyi remembered the message sent by someone claiming to be Xiao's assistant earlier. After searching on the Star Network, Bai Yiyi saw 2 trending videos and the various comments they sparked. One video was from Xiao's updates, listing Heartbeat among the top 10 recent new game blacklists, accompanied by a few videos. From just a few clips, it was clear that this game not only had low graphics, but also simple and boring gameplay. If it were just that, it wouldn't be enough to create any hype. The main reason was the other video, which came from all over the internet. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Xiao appeared in this video, immediately igniting a wave of interest. Although the video had mixed reviews about the game, it formed a stark contrast with Xiao's evaluation and video. As a result, many people began to dig deeper. Many onlookers, eager for the drama, explored numerous arguments to prove their opinions. The spectators overwhelmingly sided with one side. Yi is just using Xiao to gain attention. The perspective in the video clearly shows a girl, and Xiao's figure was never seen throughout the video. It turns out that Yi's video is synthesized. There's no live playback found under his account. He clearly used the audio from child.Hua's live playback to make a fake video. A little streamer with questionable intentions and character. Many of his videos mock games. Yet he is so tolerant towards the game Heartbeat. Doesn't that say something? I have to say, I've gone through child.Hua's live playback, and the graphics do differ too much from Yiyi's video. If Yiyi made that video himself, how did he refine the graphics? Actually, I'm quite shocked, but I dare not say it. Although Yiyi doesn't have a live playback, he did release the entire process of entering the game, which is almost identical to child.Hua's live playback, except for the graphics difference. Most were just onlookers. Bai Yiyi also went to watch the live playback of child.Hua and the video released by Yiyi. The graphics in child.Hua's live playback were not as poor as she had thought. They were indeed far from the visual effects of her other live streams. Remembering the earlier words of child.Hua's assistant, she understood. Then in the comments under Yiyi's video, she found mixed opinions. Elsewhere, Bai Yiyi could hardly see any praise for the game, but here there were more comments from game fans. I will always support Brother Yu. And my wife Ling Lanzi. Love it so much. Asking for qualification number here. If you have a wife, the price is 20,000 star coins. 2 stars can be added. Negotiable. Woo-woo. I wish I had made a reservation back then. Regretting it now. Who can lend me a Nizy so I can cry? Haha. Look what I pulled out. Image. Wow. This character is awesome. Anyone up there willing to share their number? No matter how others criticize. A bunch of people who haven't even entered the game can only bark here. I truly love Heartbeat. I'm glad I watched Brother Yu's live stream. Otherwise, I would have believed that child.Hua. After watching, Bai Yiyi passed the friend request information on her light brain. She naturally recognized that Yu Kai-Xian was Yiyi. Bai Yiyi had heard Yiyi's male voice when he asked her at the end, and she was somewhat surprised at the time, but then thought it was not strange. She didn't expect this to become a point of attack for netizens. Doesn't the Star Network have voice changers? Then Bai Yiyi logged onto the platform and shared the chat records with Huimiao and Baidu in her updates. Adding a comment. I'm very glad my game Heartbeat has sparked so many comments. The truth will be clear once you enter the game. She knew that sharing the chat records with Huimiao wouldn't be very useful. The corners of Bai Yiyi's lips curled up. If she didn't post this update, the hype around Heartbeat would quickly die down. Why not seize the free promotional opportunity? Chapter 11, a good show after another. When Yiyi woke up and came online, he found himself bombarded. His private chat page had extended to over 1,000 pages. The root of the chaos was a video he posted about the game Heartbeat, which was criticized harshly by fans of child.Hua. He felt innocent. Child.Hua? Of course. He knew who it was, but how could he have imagined he would run into the real deal? That video was one of the few conscientious videos he had made. He couldn't say every word was without exaggeration, but at least he hadn't lied about any point that the netizens called him out for. Then he scrolled to Baidu, the producer of Heartbeat, and saw the latest update that was trending, filled with malicious comments underneath. Who can't edit a screenshot? Not realizing your own mistakes is one thing, but to slander child.Hua? I'm officially boycotting this broken game. W platform, you better do something about this. I've spent hundreds of thousands of star coins on games over the past year. If you don't take this game down, I'll delete you. The guy above is rich. Just a little conspiracy theory. Don't blame me. A new account that registered just before the game was released. Causing this uproar on its first day reminds me of something that happened before. Is the Star Network really full of amnesiacs? I'm not taking sides. Both streamers have their own stories. Right now, Heartbeat has only released 1,000 beta test accounts. How can anyone verify anything? Can't anyone who has played it say something? Everyone knows this game is garbage. Just a bug fest. Thinking of his beloved Ling Lanzi, Yiyi couldn't help but feel a surge of righteousness and directly retweeted Baidu's update, adding a comment. Whether this game is good or not, I can't say for sure. Come to my live stream and find out. child.Hua, dare to connect? Just from a glance, it was clear that child.Hua's live stream replay had adjusted the visual quality. If Yiyi, a small streamer, dared to challenge child.Hua, the stakes were high. Once he sent that message, without him needing to do anything special, countless people began to tag child.Hua, eager to see Yiyi get slapped in the face. Yiyi, child.Hua couldn't pretend not to see him. Did she really want to connect with him? The flame of anger rose in her heart as she looked at child.Hua, knowing that Yiyi's video was not fabricated. What a coincidence that she ran into another streamer. She had contacted him but had received no reply. It seemed he wanted to use her as a stepping stone. It was infuriating. Xiao took a deep breath, calming herself. I'm not a stepping stone that anyone can just tread upon. When she opened her eyes again, a strange smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. This challenge, I not only want to accept, but I also want to win spectacularly. Xiaohua connected with Yiyi's livestream. The number of viewers skyrocketed, surpassing a third of the usual audience. Bai Yiyi, under the nickname Bai.Do The Real Deal, entered Xiaohua's livestream. There was no way around it. Bai.Do had become a common name in the popular livestreams. Everyone knew brothers and sisters who just joined. When the discussions about what happened on Star Network today first came out, I didn't explain right away because I wanted to clarify what misunderstanding occurred. Xiaohua appeared calm, a confident smile on her lips, completely detached from any guilt. This reassured her loyal fans. The incident had fermented for so long that even though they initially had complete trust in Xiaohua, her continued silence and some questioning voices had caused a flicker of doubt in their hearts, starting to waver. There were two main concerns everyone had: the game's graphics and the chat Bai.Do posted with my assistant, Huamiao. Xiaohua's expression suddenly became sharp. My fans are my family, not leaks that you, Bai.Do, can harvest at will. On the opposite side, Yiyi felt an ominous premonition rising. He seemed to understand the gap between him and Xiaohua. If every time I tested a game, my assistant Huamiao went to privately message the producer about collaborations, there wouldn't be so many blacklisted games in my videos. My Xiaohua's reviews have always been conscientious. This is something all the old fans know. Every word was implying that Huamiao had never contacted Bai.Do. While Bai.Do posts such screenshots, either someone impersonated Huamiao or Bai.Do was deliberately slandering her. The former would mean Bai.Do was foolish, while the latter would mean Bai.Do was malicious. In any case, it had nothing to do with her, Xiaohua. Returning to the graphics issue, although I don't know what your purpose was in deleting that livestream replay, your video must have been downloaded from the back end after the livestream, right? Xiaohua looked at Yiyi and asked. Yes. Yiyi frowned slightly. That's right. I've inquired with the official Fanhua. Videos available for download from the back end within 3 hours after each livestream are in uncompressed quality, while the livestream replays for fans are compressed. Additionally, the quality of my livestream reviews is set to medium. High-quality settings can't highlight the differences in detail between different games, while yours must have been set to the highest. These two factors resulted in obvious differences in video quality between yours and mine. Feeling confused, I kind of understand, but also not really. Let me explain the reason Xiaohua's livestream replay quality is worse. First, Yiyi's video was downloaded from the backend. Quality was uncompressed, while the livestream replay was compressed. Second, Xiaohua used medium quality for her livestream, while Yiyi used the highest quality. Am I the only one curious why Yiyi deleted the livestream replay? So Yiyi's video is real. Yiyi is amazing. The female voice is incredible. I didn't hear anything wrong at all. For those curious about the deleted livestream replay, I saw someone explain that it was because it exposed the contact information of that one. Although Yiyi censored it immediately, if someone goes back to the replay, it can definitely be found. Yiyi is too nice. I'm turning into a fan. The crisis was resolved in a few words. Yiyi managed to clear his name and distance himself from his assistant. If Yiyi dared to question it, the viewers in Xiaohua's livestream would definitely turn their attention to him in an instant. With this matter settled, Yiyi could still gain a wave of new fans. I have to say, Xiaohua's handling of this was truly brilliant, winning beautifully. Bai Yiyi didn't believe Xiaohua's explanation. There were not that many coincidences in the world. She shook her head, exited Xiaohua's livestream, and entered Yiyi's livestream instead. Bai.Do The Real Deal sent a Starship 1, Bai.Do The Real Deal, thanks to Yiyi's unintentional act. Otherwise, my heartbeat would have been doomed because of graphics issues. As soon as these two messages were sent, the livestream room exploded. Everyone felt a strange sensation in their hearts upon seeing the words Bai Yiyi had posted. Chapter 12. Just drink the medicine. Xiaohua's biggest criticism of Heartbeat is probably its graphics, but actually, the video quality in Yiyi's videos is the most realistic, right? While complaining about others' graphics, they lower their own quality. I can't help but feel that this Xiaohua isn't acting like a person. Yeah, Xiaohua has so many fans, all of whom love playing games. If it weren't for Yiyi's involvement, Heartbeat would have been ruined. How can this be? If Heartbeat is ruined, what will happen to my wife, Ling Lanzi? Hee. Then no one will compete with my Fox Spirit Lord. Image, Fox Spirit Lord? That's way too beautiful. It must be hard to pull. And it's even an SSR. Well, I bought a fake European King account. Image, and didn't get a single SSR. Come on, 4 SRs isn't that lucky. You see, Yugo has all-in levels. Not even an R. The drop rate is very low. In Xiao Huahua's live replay, 10 pulls only produced 1 R. The rest were all in. It's too hard to pull. Yiyi saw that Bai Yiyi had sent him a gift, and her words made him feel guilty. The barrage instantly made him realize. Heartbeat is definitely not bad, but if it weren't for his inexplicable rise in popularity this time, it would have surely flopped. How many excellent games have been buried in Xiao Huahua's hands? The modeling detail and overall graphics of the game are consistent with my videos. Ask yourselves, is the game's graphic quality really poor? Yiyi smirked with a hint of sarcasm, his eyes sparkling with a new shine, and he radiated an unyielding charm. Using graphics as a topic truly makes one doubt the authenticity of the chat records released by Bai Yiyi. Those classic games don't have particularly good graphics, yet many people still buy into them. Instead, many counterfeit games with good graphics based on nostalgia have flopped, even if it risks backlash. Yiyi still voiced these thoughts. Spreading rumors comes with a price. Xiao Huahua's fingers dug into her flesh, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. Then go ahead and sue me. I'm waiting. Yiyi chuckled lightly, feeling completely liberated after saying it. I'll be streaming Heartbeat later, and I believe it will be popular. Even if it's not, I'll promote it for free. I'm not afraid of not having viewers. There are so many who love this game, and I believe they feel the same way I do. The connection was severed. The climax of this farce was thought to have faded away. However, it peaked when the hard-working Yiyi streamed Heartbeat continuously for 12 hours. On how fun Heartbeat is, the streamer broadcasts for 12 hours, with peak online viewers surpassing 1 billion. Game reviewer Xiao Huahua flops. Heartbeat surpasses 100 million pre-registrations. When will it open for public testing? Heartbeat internal test qualification codes soar to 1 million star coins within 10 hours. Hard to find for European kings. Yiyi becomes the biggest dark horse in this competition, potentially overtaking the father of Star Wars, Sano. Yiyi confronted Xiao Huahua, and Bai Yiyi achieved her goal. So when she received Yiyi's invitation to play games together, she didn't refuse and played a few rounds with him. After several rounds, Yiyi was completely convinced by Yi. He even reluctantly abandoned his wife Ling Lanzi and teamed up with Yi to play as the Guardian faction. Bai Yi also aimed to enlighten her gaming audience through Yiyi. After almost giving everything she had, she exited the team and went offline. Yiyi did not disappoint by Yiyi's expectations and heated up Heartbeat instantly. At this time, taking advantage of the heat to publicly test Heartbeat was the best opportunity. Hope is accumulated little by little. When it reaches its peak, if the game is not perfect enough, it will create a sense of disappointment. But the internal test time was too short. The snow had stopped. The wind knocked against the window. On the big bed, Doubao was sound asleep, curled up in the corner. While Wan kept one eye on Doubao and the other cautiously on a man on the broken bed, its mechanical arm slightly trembling. Qin Yinfeng scanned the entire room. The blockage in his flesh made him lick his lower lip, and he inevitably tasted the sweet smell of blood. The cub in his line of sight didn't appear very tender, but that slender neck seemed very fragile. TSK. Useless. Qin Yinfeng was disgusted by his cold exterior and hot interior, thoroughly brainwashed by. If it weren't for him dragging himself down, none of those star thieves would have survived. And he wouldn't have gotten injured and run away, selling himself out. Civilization values the growth of cubs, but not those born as outcasts. Outcast cubs have significant genetic defects, growing up to be useless too. Qin Yinfeng's gaze darkened a bit. Bai Yiyi, his benefits aren't free. Crack. The Star Network cabin opened. Qin Yinfeng reined in the gloom in his eyes, watching Bai Yiyi emerge from the Star Network cabin. The popularity of Heartbeat continued to rise, and Bai Yiyi was in a great mood. As soon as she came out, she first glanced at the sleeping Doubao. When she paused while drinking the nutrient solution, Qin Yinfeng felt ignored. Just when he thought this woman remembered that he was in the house, he heard Bai Yiyi's counting voice. 2, 4, 6, 8. After Bai Yiyi finished counting, she looked at Qin Yinfeng. You haven't eaten? It's been so long. You should be hungry. Don't be shy. Just take it if you're hungry. It's just a gift. The last sentence was said quietly, but Qin Yinfeng, with good hearing, caught it. Good nutrient solutions are also expensive. Bai Yiyi had to leave a budget for her game before, so she didn't buy any for herself. Now she was drinking a small box of adult nutrient solutions that came as a bonus with a cub-specific nutrient solution she bought for Doubao. You haven't taken a medicine either. Bai Yiyi looked at Wan in the corner. Didn't I tell you to remind him to take his medicine on time? Wan raised its mechanical arm, about to retort that it had reminded him, but feeling Qin Yinfeng's menacing gaze, it spoke pitifully. I forgot. You forgot, and you're still feeling wronged? Bai Yiyi had her back to Qin Yinfeng and couldn't see the look he shot at Wan. She took the medicine and walked towards Qin Yinfeng, handing it to him. Qin Yinfeng looked at the hand extended towards him, just half a meter away. He only needed to reach out to take it. But the problem was, he couldn't move at all right now. For a moment, he lowered his eyelashes to hide the fleeting chill. Damn, 3 days. I forgot. You're hurt so badly. Let me feed you. Bai Yiyi directly took action, opening the medicine and bringing it to his mouth. Bai Yiyi didn't touch him, but this caring posture made him frown slightly. A strange sense of embarrassment spread from the bottom of his heart. The feeling of being a useless person was too terrible. Qin Yinfeng raised his eyes, opened his mouth to bite the medicine, directly pulling it from Bai Yiyi's hand, and then slightly tilted his head, drinking all of it down. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. The Adam's apple on his long neck rolled quickly. Before long, he finished the medicine and threw the empty container on the ground. He stared at Bai Yiyi, as if lingering over the residue at the corner of his lips. Immediately after, another vial of medicine was pushed to his mouth. Bai Yiyi's eyes sparkled, seemingly hopeful. Drink. If you finish the medicine obediently, you'll be fine. Qin Yinfeng's gaze froze. This feeling of coaxing a child is even more embarrassing than feeling like a useless person. After finishing the medicine, drowsiness hit. Qin Yinfeng fell into a deep sleep. Bai Yiyi looked at the man on the bed who had already fallen asleep, gently squeezing his arm. As expected, Bai Yiyi's expression became complex, and the smile on her face faded. After 3 days, when the effects of the forbidden drug completely dissipated, would he really not turn against himself and Doubao, even if it risks being wanted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Chapter 13. Shocked. The boss has a wife and children. The spacious area is constructed from special metal materials. In the center is a complex main control console, where 2 men, fully wrapped in silver special battle suits, are busy at the front of the console. News about the boss has arrived. One of them raises his arm, and the wrist-mounted holographic computer projects a virtual screen. As the 2 men read the incoming message, they exchange incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. A spouse registration center far from the main star has received a registration application along with the relevant materials. And the local Cub Management Bureau has also received a set of materials. However, the identity information of the spouse triggered a federal confidentiality feedback, which means that this matter must be reported and approved by higher authorities before proceeding with registration and management. This message eventually made its way to Mo and Chi, Quebec. The boss has a wife? The boss has children? A thunderbolt exploded in their minds. The spouse registration application was verified through an identity chip and could only be validated by the boss himself. Additionally, the Cub Management Bureau thoughtfully included a paternity test report when reporting. Confirmed. This child is indeed the boss's. This was the most shocking part for the 2 of them. The boss not only hid the fact that he had found a wife, but also had a child. Could it be that the boss, seeing that no one was finding him a spouse, resorted to this? Mo speculated. It's possible. Qin Yinfeng's mental power and physical constitution are both rated 3S. He is a top talent in the Federation with an excellent genetic sequence. However, extremes lead to opposites, and he often faces the risk of genetic breakdown, which manifests as personality contradictions and tendencies toward violence. Therefore, the choice of spouse is crucial to ensure that the next generation can inherit his excellent genes without serious issues. The upper echelons of the Federation have been studying this for a long time, but there's been no news. No wonder they couldn't contact the boss, and they had no idea when he would actively reach out to them. They couldn't dare to block this application either. They didn't know what the higher-ups would think about this. After replying to the message, Mo pondered. Let's send a message to have the child go for a physical examination at their place. Secretly conduct a test to check this child's mental power and physical constitution level. That way, if the upper echelons inquire later, we will have something to say. Chike stroked his chin and smiled. I just happen to want to meet this child. The boss has a child. How rare. Who wouldn't want to meet? If you sneak away, what am I supposed to do? Mo said with a deep gaze, dissatisfied. Hey, you have an important task to stay here for. I don't. Chike grinned proudly. I need to pick a gift and leave first. Still not sure if the sister-in-law knows about the boss's identity. You need to be careful when you go. Don't ruin the boss's reputation. Mo reluctantly sighed and reminded him. At this time, Bai Yiyi was online preparing for the public test of heartbeat. She was also handling private messages. The private messages were varied. Among them, she discovered some collaboration invitations, mainly divided into two types. One wanted to advertise in the public test of heartbeat, while the other wanted to do a game collaboration. Bai Yiyi checked and found that these were mostly small workshops and individual mini-games. They likely saw the hype around heartbeat and, noticing she was a newcomer, wanted to trick her into picking up a cheap deal. The slightly more capitalized one was a game producer named child.Chu, who had a dozen games under his name, at least half of which were profitable. She didn't think too much and rejected them one by one. The first game had just launched, and these collaborations would be unhelpful and could easily ruin player goodwill. It was not worth the loss. Opening the producer's backend, Bai Yiyi saw that Heartbeat had climbed to the 23rd position on the game creation leaderboard, with over 1,000 participating games, many of which were new releases from veteran producers. For a newcomer to reach this position was already quite high. However, Bai Yiyi was still not satisfied. Looking at her account balance, she wanted to make the next update, but her wallet wouldn't allow it. There would be no recharge channels during the internal test. She needed the public test to earn money. Adhering to the public test timeline provided by the platform, after editing the public test announcement and limited time events, she set a scheduled release. Have you seen the latest announcement for Star Wars? A lottery card pool will be added in the upcoming update in 2 days, along with some character and equipment appearances. It's so exciting. A lottery card pool? Isn't that in Heartbeat? Star Wars has it too. I just quit the game half a month ago. I can't resist going back now. I'm worried I can't buy a qualification number for Heartbeat. I'll just get my lottery fix in Star Wars first. Star Wars understands its players too well. What is Heartbeat? Don't bundle it. Just ride its coattails. How shameless. Just as she was about to log off, Bai Yiyi inadvertently saw players' dynamics on the platform. 2 days later, coincidentally, was the public test time she had set for Heartbeat. Was this a coincidence? Star Wars had no lottery pool settings prior to this. It was hard not to make her suspicious. As the producer of Star Wars, Sano could not possibly be unaware of the platform's public test time restrictions. Was it intentionally timed? There was no attempt to conceal it. Bai Yiyi suppressed her anger and directly contacted the platform's customer service. The response from customer service was, Star Wars currently does not have any original element from Heartbeat, and after the update, the lottery mechanism alone makes it difficult to determine if there has been any plagiarism. This answer was within Bai Yiyi's expectations. She snorted coldly, looking at the virtual image of the platform's customer service. Star Wars has long dominated the rankings, while Heartbeat was just a newly launched game that hadn't even gone through public testing yet. Logically, she knew she wouldn't get justice in this matter. With only 1,000 people in the internal test, even if others learned about the game's situation from various channels, they were updating simultaneously with the public test. What reason did she have to claim the other party plagiarized her ideas? After a moment of thought, Bai Yiyi calmed down. There were many unfair things in the world. There was no need to let this hinder her path forward. She merely made a mental note of Star Wars' actions. Exiting the Star Network pod, Bai Yiyi immediately saw the door wide open. She quickly ran outside, where Maru was standing at the entrance, his head drooping, not daring to look at her. What was going on? Bai Yiyi's face darkened. She had only authorized the door-opening permissions to Maru. How dare it open the door without her command? This housekeeper robot was no good. Qin Yin Feng emerged from the door of the mecha pod. I had it opened. I wanted to check on my Qingling, sorry. I didn't disturb you while you were in the Star Network pod. He acted on his own. The man standing in the snow was steady. If it weren't for his still pale face, one wouldn't see any signs of serious injury. He could get out of bed after just 2 days. Chapter 14. This must be the interstellar tycoon. Doubao identity chip hasn't arrived yet, so she can't get angry with this man. After Qin Ling is repaired, it can be placed in my mech's storage. If it's left outside and discovered, it will always be a hidden danger. Taking a step ahead of Bai Yiyi, Qin Yinfeng explained his actions. I didn't think much of it. With your current injuries, if you encounter those star pirates on the way back, that will be looking for death. Bai Yiyi shrugged, making eye contact with Qin Yinfeng, her eyes clear. I need some spare parts. I'll trouble you to help me buy them. Come in. The two entered the room, and Wan quietly closed the door behind them. Bai Yiyi searched for the parts Qin Yinfeng mentioned and was stunned. I don't have that many star coins. Bai Yiyi candidly confessed. In fact, she was very willing to pay, as Doubao would have a household registration, be able to leave this garbage star, and go to school, which was something that couldn't be achieved no matter how many star coins were spent. I have them. Qin Yinfeng opened the holographic device on his wrist, revealing his account balance. Bai Yiyi took one look and was completely stunned. 700 billion. Your family must have a mine? Even a gold mine isn't that exaggerated. With so many star coins, you must be the richest in the galaxy. Qin Yinfeng didn't understand. Lightly furrowing his brow, there are indeed minerals on the planet I own, but they are not being mined. Own planet. If previously Bai Yiyi only thought Qin Yinfeng was too good-looking, now he seemed to be enveloped in a halo. You must never tell anyone about your star coins and planets. You could get killed for that, Bai Yiyi said sourly. The wealth gap between people is truly too great. Having seen Qin Yinfeng's mech, she had guessed that this guy was rich, but who knew that it was beyond mere wealth? Qin Yinfeng automatically ignored Bai Yiyi's words and continued. The parts one need can be bought with my account star coins. Everything I listed should be available on the star network. Also, he paused. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Once the spouse registration is completed, you can also access my account's assets. If these words fell on someone else's ears, they would be such tempting sweet nothings. But in Bai Yiyi's ears, they felt like a heavy burden. Don't worry, we are contractual spouses. I want to use your assets. Bai Yiyi took Qin Yinfeng's warning as a reminder, cooling her gaze. She could earn her own star coins, and even if they were true spouses, she wouldn't touch his. Once she truly had that many star coins, they would just be a string of numbers. Only the wealth and value she created herself could give her a sense of satisfaction and achievement. Qin Yinfeng's holographic device disconnected from the star network, to be precise. The signal couldn't be transmitted, so he wouldn't be located. The positioning system and signal output device on the mech were not damaged in battle, but were destroyed by Qin Yinfeng himself before the fall. That is why he asked Bai Yiyi to help him buy the parts. These parts won't be checked, right? Bai Yiyi asked aloud. They can go through public transport. Qin Yinfeng said, just with an extra shipping fee. Star pirates don't have the authority to check public transport unless they hijack the transport starship. The possibility is low, and public transport is insured. Qin Yinfeng lightly shook his head. Bai Yiyi placed her order. I also want to borrow your star network pod to contact a friend. Qin Yinfeng continued. Is your mental power better? Previously, Wan had scanned his health, and one result was mental exhaustion. Without using a recovery pod for treatment and only using medication, the recovery speed of mental power is extremely slow. Using the star network pod in this situation would undoubtedly be self-destructive. Just for a bit, it wouldn't have any effect. Qin Yinfeng's voice was calm, carrying a sense of determination, as if a decision had been made that no one could dissuade him from. Bai Yiyi could only go along with him. Just as Qin Yinfeng entered her star network pod, Bai Yiyi received messages from the Spouse Registration Center and the Cub Management Bureau. The Spouse Registration Center indicated that the application had been approved. They were now legally recognized spouses in the Federation, enjoying all rights under spouse law. The Cub Management Bureau stated that Doubao was not born in a hospital and needed to go to the Bureau for a physical examination before being issued an identity chip. At the end of the message were electronic vouchers for 2 tickets. Bai Yiyi opened it to see that it was a ticket to the planet numbered TI-75, which was also where the Cub Management Bureau she sent materials to was located. The ticket information was for her and Doubao, with the flight scheduled for early tomorrow morning. I need to leave home for a while tomorrow. You take care of the house. Bai Yiyi initially planned to deal with Wan, but temporarily changed her mind and instructed Wan instead. Okay, don't worry, master. Wan will take good care of the house. Wan nodded its mechanical head repeatedly. Mama, When Doubao woke up and saw Bai Yiyi in front of the bed, he smiled brightly and reached out his short arms for a hug. Previously awake, didn't he see Mama? Mama is working. Doubao is very good. Drank the liquid by himself. Doubao spoke slowly. The logic was very clear. After speaking, his bright eyes looked at Bai Yiyi's face, seemingly expecting praise. Very good. Bai Yiyi hadn't expected this child to be so easy to manage. Clearly just over a year old, in her memories of the blue star in her past life. Children this age didn't have such reasoning and weren't so quiet. This illusion led Bai Yiyi to ask the next question. Tomorrow, how about I take you to play on another planet? Doubao tilted his head. Just when Bai Yiyi thought he wouldn't respond, Doubao suddenly said, Mama. Don't Doubao. Bai Yiyi explained. I want to leave Doubao behind. I'll take you for physical examination tomorrow and then play a bit. Okay, be good. All right. In the Star Network pod, Qin Yinfeng saw 3 programs on it. Blossom Live, W, and M. Besides Blossom Live, which he didn't know about, he was familiar with W and M. The Black Dove under him often played games on W during his free time and sometimes recommended them to Qin Yinfeng and Chi Quebec. M was also something he heard from the Black Dove. The games on the W platform were all made through M. So, Bai Yiyi is playing games in the Star Network pod? A fleeting thought flashed through Qin Yinfeng's mind. This Star Network pod model was too outdated, an obsolete model on the market. The user experience was extremely poor. He endured the terrible experience and logged into his communication account, calling the Black Dove and Chi Quebec. Soon, their virtual images appeared before him, blurry and trembling. Boss, the Black Dove and Chi K were clearly in different places, but they spoke in unison. Boss, you finally found us, the Black Dove said. Hey, we saw the information from Espouse Center. Chi K, in his excitement, didn't he forget to carefully probe. I need a rest for 3 months this time. You don't need to worry. Remember to help me handle the follow-up of the secret affairs, and don't let my news leak out. After Qin Yinfeng said this, he responded to Chi Quebec. The spouse registration application was made with my consent. It's not fake. Once I finalize it, I will notify you of anything. Boss, don't rush. What about the child? Chi K hurriedly asked. The child doesn't need to be taken care of, and there's no need to mention it to the higher-ups. After saying this, Qin Yinfeng logged off, leaving Chi K with a puzzled expression, pondering. They would know about this even if they didn't mention it. He glanced at the Black Dove. What does the boss mean by that? The Black Dove waved his hand, helpless, and hesitated. Maybe the boss wants to protect the child? Right. If those enemies find out, both your sister-in-law and the child will be in danger. When Qin Yinfeng came out of the Star Network pod, he felt dizzy for a moment and leaned against the pod wall for a while. Chapter 15, Don't Mistake a Thief for Your Father, Bai Yiyi noticed Qin Yinfeng's attempt to put on a brave front. But she didn't call him out on it, taking her time to organize Doubao's things. She began to talk to Qin Yinfeng about her plans to take Doubao out the next day. Our spousal relationship has already been established. If you run away, this relationship might bind us for a lifetime. Bai Yiyi smiled softly at Qin Yinfeng, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. I can't run away. Qin Yinfeng raised his gaze, and his deep eyes sparkled like stars, complemented by his exceptionally handsome features. Even his sickly appearance had a touch of stunning beauty that captivated one's heart. That would indeed be a pity. If you did run away, I could comfortably spend the star coins in your account, because you broke your promise first. Bai Yiyi teased jokingly. Is there anything you need? I can bring it back for you when I'm out. No need. I want to have any use for it. Qin Yinfeng said this with a somewhat cryptic look in his eyes. This made Bai Yiyi start to doubt whether she had said something wrong. The next day, as she boarded the starship with Doubao, she only realized halfway through their journey what Qin Yinfeng meant. A mechanical voice reminded Bai Yiyi, the starship has encountered space pirates. Passengers, please do not panic and protect your lives. Material possessions can be abandoned. Bai Yiyi? In this cabin, there were only Bai Yiyi and Doubao. She had also wondered when she first boarded the starship. The system attached to her seat informed her that her ticket was for the V cabin, similar to what she understood as first class. The reason for booking the ticket so casually was that the price was too cheap, so she didn't think anything was wrong. This inadvertently led to Bai Yiyi having a whole cabin to themselves upon boarding. This really couldn't be blamed on Chi Quebec. It was like usually buying starship tickets costing tens of thousands for the V cabin, and today she was buying small local starship tickets for someone else. Seeing 3 price options, 100 star coins, 120 star coins, and 180 star coins. Without a second thought, she chose the third option, unaware. Bai Yiyi could only feel that the Cub Management Bureau was truly generous. But then she thought the money must be included in the health check fees. Shortly after the mechanical announcement, the cabin door opened. There was a woman and a child here. The leading man was tall, his clothes embedded with various mechanical armor, and his fingers, gripping a weapon, were as black as coal, with a faint sheen on the surface. A weapon of unknown origin was aimed at Bai Yiyi's head, the cold touch spreading out. Even though she had received the memories of the original owner upon arriving at the garbage star, it was Bai Yiyi's first time encountering such a situation in a peaceful era. Her heart raced. An indescribable feeling spread. But it was different from the fear of life and death. Besides the wild beating of her blood, there was also a joy surging from her chest. After turning pale, her face instantly flushed with a hint of redness. But no one noticed her abnormality as the space pirates entered and rummaged through Bai Yiyi's luggage. The leading space pirate turned to grab Bai Yiyi's wrist, which was adorned with a light brain. Just as Bai Yiyi instinctively struggled, a voice came through. "Did you find anything?" "Nothing." The space pirate who had grabbed her wrist released her and respectfully replied to the newcomer. Bai Yiyi looked up. A flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. A few strands of messy hair framed a sharply contoured face with clean features. His ink-green eyes held a wild and unruly glint, and when he smiled, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, it made one feel a chill, reminiscent of a fierce tiger licking its bloody teeth. He seemed to have noticed Bai Yiyi's gaze, lifting his foot to press down on the chair that blocked her view. Leaning closer to her, "You came out of the garbage star with just a child and aren't afraid of us?" "Why?" "Afraid." Bai Yiyi lowered her eyelids. His face was so close that his intense gaze brought a sense of pressure. "Identity." He lowered his gaze, indicating her light brain. Bai Yiyi opened her light brain and raised her wrist to show him her identity information. Doubao in her arms had been silent the whole time, his eyes even circling around the space pirates until this dangerous and rebellious-looking man appeared, his gaze fixed on him as if captivated. "Bai Yiyi?" The man chuckled lightly, his eyes gaining a hint of intrigue. "You're the daughter of Bai Mengning, who previously sought 1,000,000 suitors?" Bai Yiyi instinctively looked up at him. Could it be that he was actually quite old? How else would he know about the original owner's mother's past? After the original owner's biological father passed away, Bai's mother, who had already built a career for herself, sought a stepfather to fill the void of paternal love for the original owner, spending millions of star coins to recruit a husband, thus becoming a hot topic at the time. Yes, Bai Yiyi forced herself to remain calm, looking into his eyes as she admitted it. "Who is the child's father?" The man's fingers brushed against Doubauer's face, pinching it gently, seemingly amused. Before Bai Yiyi could answer, she saw Doubauer sway his body, stretch out his arms, and cheerfully call out, "Daddy. Daddy, don't mistake a thief for your father." The man seemed startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Standing up, he looked down at the two of them. "This child has a mother like you. He really is pitiful." Bai Yiyi caught the tone of lament in his words. "It's not the child who is pitiful," Bai Yiyi replied flatly. "His mother is the one who loves him the most, will take responsibility for him, and will be with him as he grows up. The one who is pitiful is his father. He is missing from the child's life. Even though they share blood, they are less connected than strangers." This comment only elicited a response from the nearby space pirates. "What nonsense is this? Poor enough to buy a V cabin. This child doesn't have a dad. He's probably an illegal resident. Growing up, he'll probably end up as a space pirate too. It would have been better if he had never been born. It's no wonder he's not pitiful." A surge of anger suddenly rose in Bai Yiyi's heart. Looking at the weapon aimed at her, she could only reach out to cover Doubauer's ears. "Didn't he find anyone? Cat, we can withdraw." A space pirate came in and said to the man. The man, referred to as Cat, didn't he spare Bai Yiyi and the child another glance. As he left, the other space pirates also exited the cabin. The screen next to the seat lit up again, and at the same time, the cabin door closed automatically. "Wow, my lord. Passengers, you're still alive. I have to get back to work." The voice trailed off with some static, unclear. "Hello, passengers, welcome aboard this flight. Given the thrilling yet uneventful experience, please make sure to leave us a good review. Bai Yiyi was speechless, recalling the space piratess words. Didn't he find anyone? And frowned slightly. This group of space pirates likely wasn't he here to rob the starship. They were looking for someone. And that person was very likely Qin Yinfeng. She closed her light brain and let out a deep breath. Just now, they had seen the personal information bound to her light brain. If they were to carefully check, they could discover her spousal relationship with Qin Yinfeng. When they asked about the child's father, it was very likely that he had heard about her in the news, possibly thanks to the original owner's mother. Chapter 16 Bai's past mom. What is dad? Doubao tugged at Bai Yiyi's sleeve, his small eyes filled with big confusion. Even if Doubao didn't ask, Bai Yiyi felt the need to explain this matter to him. However, when Doubao asked, Bai Yiyi realized that the original owner had never mentioned the word father to the child, and in his understanding, there was no such role as a dad. Therefore, his previous calls were not directed at anyone but were mere questions, pondering. Dad is another person who brought you into this world. If this person ensures you are fed, keeps you warm, plays with you, teaches you many principles, and never asks for anything in return to earn your respect, then you should address him as dad. If this person never appears, or if he does, but never shows you any care, then you do not need to respect him. He has lost the qualification to be your father. Bai Yiyi pondered and gave her answer. Even if the other party was just a little over a year old and might not fully understand her words, she didn't want to deceive him with superficial answers. So Doubao doesn't he have a dad? Doubao replied after pondering like a little adult. This statement wasn't entirely incorrect. Bai Yiyi pinched his cheek and smiled at his cunning eyes, saying, "You're quite clever." Upon arriving at planet Ti-75, Bai Yiyi held Doubao as they took a public transport vehicle to the Cub Management Bureau. The colorful city was fully visible below the window, and even Doubao pressed his little hands against the car window to look down, the light in his eyes shining brighter than the lights below. At the Cub Management Bureau, Bai Yiyi carried Doubao to the window to inquire. An intelligent robot scanned her personal information and directly guided her to the testing entrance. Cub, Doubao confirmed. Bai Yiyi sent Doubao inside and waited outside. Unbeknownst to her, not far away behind a glass, someone was watching this scene. Chi squinted his eyes. He had seen this face in the documents, but seeing it in reality felt different for what the documents conveyed. Honestly, it wasn't so much disappointment as it was a lack of anyone he considered worthy of being the boss's partner. But if the boss liked her, he would acknowledge and protect her. Chi turned and entered the testing room, and the moment he saw Doubao, he was instantly fond of him. This was the boss's first child. Chi guided Doubao through the mental strength test. Doubao looked at the stars in the virtual world, following the trajectory of the shooting stars with his mental strength. However, as the speed of the shooting stars increased, he gradually fell behind. Don't think about chasing it. If it's so disobedient, it will listen when it's tamed. Let it follow you. Chi lay back, grinning, his legs crossed. He couldn't handle the boss's matters, but dealing with his child felt great. Doubao pouted, and when he focused again, he tried to match his mental strength against the shooting stars. And soon he began to play with them, getting into the groove. The direction and speed of the shooting stars were all at his command. Chi watched with satisfaction. After all the tests were completed, Chi looked at the test report, mumbling, "This constitution is too poor. It's even lightly polluted, and the mental strength isn't great either." Fortunately, he's only a bit over a year old. There's still hope. No wonder the boss took a 3-month vacation. The test report showed mental strength S, constitution A. Chi entered the nearby warehouse to pick some items. This is useful for him. That won't do. After selecting several items, he was about to leave when he heard a mechanical voice. "That won't do, Lord Chi Quebec. There are only a few of the Esabody potion in our Cub Management Bureau on this planet, and they're very expensive. You can't just take them." The mechanical life form managing the warehouse trembled as it spoke to stop him. "Not expensive. Just over 100,000 each. I can pay for it." Chi glanced at it, thinking it was nothing to complain about. He hadn't anticipated his child's constitution would be so poor. Otherwise, he would have prepared something better beforehand. "The resources here are scarce," Chi sighed. Ignoring the mechanical life form's further persuasions, Chi directly transferred the star currency to it, then sent the gift and Doubao out. Before leaving, Doubao reluctantly grabbed his hand, and Chi reciprocated by tickling him, eliciting an uncontrollable laugh from Doubao. The health check is complete. The Cub Management Bureau has prepared a gift for you. Please keep it safe along with your identity certificate. Fee, 100-star currency. Bai Yiyi. Is it really that cheap? Even less than the ticket price for the trip here. Bai Yiyi walked out of the Cub Management Bureau with Doubao. Since the bus hadn't arrived yet, and they had a lot of gifts from the Bureau, she called an automatic flying car, input the destination, and began sorting through the gifts in the car. 2 return tickets. Just vouchers that allow freedom in choosing the return ships. A wristband-style light brain that can be bound by inserting an identity chip, and it looks quite nice. A bunch of potions, with detailed product information found in the potion manuals, plus a usage guide explaining the dosage and timing, indicating that these are distributed based on the results of the Cub's health check, and caregivers must pay attention. There was also a small device that Bai Yiyi glanced at the instructions for. It resembled a game console. According to the manual, it contained games beneficial for the Cub's growth, usable as long as it was plugged into a StarNet cabin. There were no relevant game consoles in the original owner's memories, but what the Cub Management Bureau provided should not be harmful. Finally, a small box of nutritional liquid, which was different from ordinary hunger-satisfying potions as it was targeted for Cub growth. Just as Bai Yiyi finished checking, they arrived at their destination. After placing her belongings in the storage of the mall's management robot, she took Doubao into the mall. Latest model butler robot, limited time promotion, company celebration, all items 30 off. As soon as Bai Yiyi entered a store, she heard these 2 voices. Just then, a pair of customers walked out, chatting. This Chu family's butler robot is really useful. I just saw that the new model came out, and it's on sale, so I hurried to update it. I heard that the Chu family's young lady went to report to the military school a few days ago, and the test showed her mental strength reached a Mr. Chu was so delighted, saying that all stores under the Chu family would be 30 off this month. Mental strength, eh? Why didn't I know about this before? Maybe the Chu young lady didn't plan to report to the military school back then, so it wasn't on the radar. The 2 voices faded away. A white robotic sales assistant stood in front of Bai Yiyi, respectfully asking, "Ma'am, do you need to choose a butler robot? Our store's butler robots have the best technology on the market, with a repurchase rate of over 85, and the after-sales policy is very considerate." Bai Yiyi felt a mix of emotions. The butler robot market had been captured by the original owner's mother, but it no longer bore the Bai surname. "I'm sorry, I don't need one." Chapter 17. Do you believe I'll destroy your chip? Bai Mu left the original owner not only with most of the Bai family's shares, but also with a piece of spiritual wealth. The shares were seized by her stepfather. The spiritual wealth remained, but the original owner didn't care about it. The technological data of the group was stored in the cloud by Bai Mu, and after her death, only Bai Yiyi could log in to view it. The original owner had fallen into destitution, and for her, this information was only useful if she sold it. But how could she possibly sell the last thing her mother left her? Not thinking about replacing Wan. She came this time without realizing that the original owner had this matter in her memory. Bai Yiyi continued to browse, but she saw Doubao staring at the image advertisement on the wall. Bring your baby to throw the dolls, and if you hit the target, you get a prize. In the image, a child stood on a square platform wearing a helmet. Opposite the child was a colorful fluffy ball moving up and down. When the fluffy ball hit one of the machine dolls, the doll would be sent to the child's hands. The machine dolls varied in size, mostly animals, and even the anthropomorphic ones had features like animal ears or tails. Each one was cuter than the last. Bai Yiyi thought of her promise to Doubao, so she followed the advertisement to the corresponding location in the mall. Half price for children under 3. The shopkeeper, a human wearing an exaggerated mask, smiled when he saw Doubao in Bai Yiyi's arms. Next to him was a price tag. 1 play, 10 star coins. All day play, 50 star coins per hour. How long does 1 play last? Bai Yiyi asked. Young ones still don't quite know how to use their mental power. Generally, the younger the child, the weaker they are in this aspect. But it's just a game to make them happy. The shopkeeper smiled and recommended. I suggest you get your baby an hour. Choose the easiest level, let him play to his heart's content, and it'll only cost 25 star coins. Such a bargain. Star. Doubao pointed at the starfish doll at the top, which had the appearance of a starfish for its head and a petite humanoid body. Mommy, I like that star. The starfish doll was nearly half a meter tall, with eyes like crystal clear blue gems, possessing extremely high attractiveness. when Doubao pointed at it. The starfish doll stuck out its tongue and made a face at him, looking smug as if to say, "So what if you like me? You can't get me." The shopkeeper paused for a moment before saying, "That's the most intelligent doll in the shop. It's very difficult to hit it. A child as young as him has no chance at all." The shopkeeper was reasonable and not deceitful. "Just let him play. The child's happiness is the most important." Bai Yiyi didn't mind. "Then I should remind you, if you want to throw for the starfish doll, you'll have to choose the highest difficulty level. It's very likely your baby won't hit a single doll." "I can hit it," Doubao declared firmly. All right, if you don't hit it, I'll give you a small doll, okay?" The shopkeeper compromised. "What if I hit it?" Doubao blinked and suddenly asked. "If you hit it, you can take the starfish doll, and I won't charge your adult for the star coins. Is that okay?" The shopkeeper promised casually, showing no concern that this little one could hit the starfish doll. Many 7- or 8-year-olds came to play and aim for that doll, which had earned him quite a bit, let alone this little one under 3. "Mommy, do you want any dolls?" While being placed on the square platform by Bai Yiyi, Doubao lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. Bai Yiyi glanced at the dolls in front of her and shook her head. "I don't want any. You're cuter." Hearing this, Doubao's eyes crinkled with laughter, his giggle like silver bells. "Mommy, Doubao loves you too." The shopkeeper put a helmet on Doubao. The little face was full of seriousness and focus. But soon, his expression relaxed. After a few attempts, the colorful ball steadily aimed at the starfish doll. But just as it was about to hit, the starfish doll spun around and moved aside. The colorful ball hit the transparent wall, and before it fell, it turned and directly hit the starfish doll. It all happened in just a few blinks of an eye. The shopkeeper was left dumbfounded. The starfish doll was sent to Doubao, who was clearly more excited. This colorful ball was much easier to control than the star. Soon, he won a pile of dolls. The shopkeeper hurriedly grabbed Bai Yiyi's arm, his voice tinged with a whine. "Sister, this is a small business for me. We won't take the star coins. Please don't let this little ancestor keep playing. At this rate, I'll empty my dolls." The outcome of this situation was something Bai Yiyi had not anticipated. In less than 10 minutes, he yawned. The colorful ball's movements began to slow down. "Mommy, I'm sleepy." The shopkeeper, still in shock, took off the helmet from Doubao. He then packed up the dolls Doubao had won, except for the starfish doll. When Doubao came down from the platform, he grabbed the starfish doll. The starfish doll tried to struggle, but was held down by Bai Yiyi. Bai Yiyi noticed that this starfish doll indeed had a bit of intelligence. Still, no matter how intelligent, it was just an artificial doll. "Do you believe I'll destroy your chip? After all, Doubao only likes your appearance." The starfish doll immediately fell silent. Doubao fell asleep in Bai Yiyi's arms, and Bai Yiyi had no choice but to leave the dolls with the management robot. She wandered around the housing market. The houses here were all smart homes, just with different brands and varying quality and living experiences. In this technologically advanced galaxy, the supporting facilities around the houses, except for schools, were unimportant. Unless the area difference was particularly large, it wouldn't significantly affect the price. The cheapest ones were tens of thousands of star coins, and to choose one near a school, it would cost at least 500,000. Bai Yiyi felt a bit more grounded. She and Doubao couldn't continue living on this garbage planet. After 3 months, when that man left, she would sever ties with him and move to this planet. On the way back, Bai Yiyi sat on the return spaceship with a load of bags, feeling anxious. Fortunately, this time, she didn't encounter space pirates. What she didn't know was that when she disembarked from the spaceship, someone at her home had just returned. A basin of water washed away the bloodstains at the door, but it froze into bloody ice on the steps. Qin Yinfeng looked at Wanwan. Wanwan covered its face with one mechanical claw, blocking its eyes, while the other claw pressed a button inside the house. The ice on the steps instantly melted and evaporated. Qin Yinfeng touched his waist, pulling out a vial of medicine. His expression became inscrutable. This medicine was the special antidote for black slaves that Bai Yiyi had mentioned. He had just recalled a related case, so while Bai Yiyi was away, he went to the black market, even attending an auction, and unexpectedly learned that 3 months later, periodic natural disasters would occur on the surface of the garbage planet. The auction featured rental spots in the underground city, because due to this disaster, people on the surface would hardly survive. Qin Yinfeng wouldn't by one. In 3 months, he would be gone. He just didn't expect that during his time in the black market, another person within him had awakened. When he came to, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, covered in blood. The vast majority wasn't his. When he hurried back to Bai Yiyi's residence, he discovered he had this antidote on him. According to his understanding of another version of himself, this would never be about helping him investigate clues for the case. But rather, this guy wanted to take revenge on Bai Yiyi. Qin Yanfeng let out a cold snort. A sharp pain surged in his chest, and he directly threw the potion in his hand out of the window. The arc was thrown very far, disappearing into the vast snowy landscape. Chapter 18. Public testing sparks controversy. Character prototypes have origins after returning home. Doubao stumbled toward Qin Yanfeng, dragging along a starfish doll that was about his height. This is for you. Her soft and cute eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face was filled with hope, as if she were sharing her favorite toy with a good friend. Qin Yanfeng was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Bai Yiyi beside him, seemingly inquiring. I didn't teach him that. Bai Yiyi turned her head, explaining as she tidied up. When we were playing with the throwing dolls, he immediately took a liking to this starfish doll. He wants to give it to you, just accept it. It's his way of thanking you for giving him an identity in this world. Qin Yanfeng also noticed the light brain wristband on Doubao's wrist and thought about Yiyi's outing this time. It seemed that the cub's identity chip had been arranged. At this thought, an indescribable feeling suddenly emerged in his heart, especially when the cub stuffed the starfish doll into his hand. Bai Yiyi clearly felt that the coldness in Qin Yanfeng's eyes had melted a bit. She was pleased with this outcome, especially since these two will be facing each other constantly while she worked. When she returned home, One actively helped organize the things she brought back. Bai Yiyi had originally planned to buy a housekeeper robot online after not finding one outside. But seeing the obedient look on the other's face, coupled with her tight finances, she could only make do for now. After taking a nap, Bai Yiyi went online just in time for the public testing of Heartbeat, while Star Wars also welcomed an update. After the public test, Heartbeat rose from 23rd to 11th place in the game creation competition. However, soon after, criticisms of Heartbeat's lottery card pool sparked a wave of controversy online. One has to say, Star Wars is much more generous in this regard. Basically, half of the 10 consecutive draws yield items or character skins not previously obtained, allowing players to get full skins with fewer star coins, which can be considered a discount benefit, and with better luck, it's almost like getting it for free. Heartbeat is just here to scam our star coins. After a few draws, it's all fragments. I spent tens of thousands of star coins and didn't get a single SSR. They just want to make a quick buck and run. Some character designs are really ugly. The art style is too strange. I can't appreciate it. Only you people who spend on Heartbeat would think this game is worth spending on. I spent more star coins in one day on Heartbeat than I did in a year on Star Wars. I drew an SR wife and still have to level her up to 2 or 3 stars. I'm basically working for the game. These comments were relatively moderate. Meanwhile, Heartbeat's rating plummeted from 9.7 points at the beginning of the public test to 5. For within just 10 hours, with a flood of negative reviews below. After scrolling through countless negative comments, Bai Yiyi noticed signs of paid comments. She didn't expect that even in the interstellar gaming circle, there would be paid commenters. The W platform updated accounts every 2 hours. After deducting platform fees and taxes, she could get about 80%. This was still due to the platform's preferential policies for new producers. The earnings on her account by Doe had accumulated to over 200,000, seeming like a good return. After all, it's already considered good for an ordinary new producer if their first game doesn't incur losses. However, Heartbeat's earnings only increased rapidly in the first 3 hours after the public test. The subsequent time saw slow increases, likely related to the overwhelming negative reviews. New players were reluctant to pay and instead invested their time in the game, likely flocking to the lottery card pool of Star Wars. Due to the high popularity, Yiyi streamed Heartbeat these past 2 days and almost became rich, earning over 1 million star coins. However, after the public test of Heartbeat, the stream's popularity rapidly declined, still better than before, but forming a huge contrast to the previous 2 days. Seeing the negative reviews for Heartbeat, he was even more anxious than the producers. Just then, he came across a long post by a blogger on Xinghua, accompanied by numerous images, which also tagged his Xinghua account. It had been drowned out by many notification messages. So Yi hadn't noticed it before. There were a few comments, all filled with skepticism. After reading the entire long post, Yi instantly became delighted and quickly forwarded it to his Xinghua. Yi, Fanhua certified streamer, forwarded and commented, "The producer of Heartbeat is really amazing. The character prototypes are actually like this. I didn't expect playing a game could also be a passive lesson. Games nowadays lack such cultural transmission." Yi Xinghua gained over 1 million game fans in the past few days, and this retweet made the once quiet blog post quickly go viral among netizens. The original poster was a college student studying ancient civilizations. Her hobby was playing games, and she was also a beta tester for Heartbeat. At first, she just found the characters in Heartbeat appealing. However, she didn't expect to be caught playing by a senior, who jokingly said, "I thought you were studying ancient Blue Star culture." That's when she realized, what appeal? It was clearly a psychological suggestion after being worn down by her studies. When Heartbeat was first criticized, she began researching ancient literature just to find the prototypes. Hard work pays off, and she finally compiled a lengthy article, rich with images. She wrote it with more seriousness than she would for an academic paper. Unfortunately, she didn't have all the characters in the game and could only analyze the screenshots of Heartbeat shared online. The pleasant surprise was that, with her and her seniors' recommendations, many students in their college became fans of Heartbeat, and some even designed new characters. Though they were still in the draft stage and planned to send them to Heartbeat's producers once completed. Are the fans of Heartbeat so high quality? I'm simply in love. I didn't intend to play after seeing so much marketing, thinking that nowadays, even casual games only do well in advertising, making it nauseating to play. But I didn't expect it to be a game derived from ancient culture. The producer of Heartbeat is anxious, watching Star Wars steal the traffic. They are marketing again. Don't tell me it's spontaneous fans. There are only 3 schools in the entire interstellar realm that offer ancient civilization studies, and they're all top-tier institutions. If it's so impressive, why not reveal the school name? Just casually copying some ancient literature and claiming it as a historical prototype. What cultural depth is there? I think the producer of Heartbeat can't even explain it. It's just for traffic. I think Heartbeat is doing quite well. In the ancient literature, the images are all blurry, but the game's graphics are high definition. Not only incorporating elements from it, but also feeling completely harmonious and beautiful. Some characters may not look good, but I think they have their own charm, almost pulling me into another world. All day long promoting how many characters there are and how good they are, but this is a game. The key is whether the game mechanics are fun, alright? Chapter 19. I'll give you the mecha, but you have to pass the Mecha Engineer certification. Due to this blog post, the popularity of Heartbeat has seen a resurgence, and its rating has stabilized without dropping further. When Bai Yiyi saw the long article, other thoughts began to surface in her mind. The character styles in the Heartbeat game are diverse, and she mainly wanted to see how the Starry universe accepted different styles. Unexpectedly, she discovered that there are records and studies of the ancient culture of the Blue Star in the Starry universe. When is a person truly dead? When the last person in the world who remembers them is gone. When does a civilization completely perish? When there is no one left in the world who knows about it. Just like no one knows if there was an ancient civilization before the age of dinosaurs. A touch of melancholy arose. After reposting the blog post, Yiyi posted a live streaming update. Yiyi, Blossom, certified streamer. How many star coins do you need to spend to draw all characters in Heartbeat tonight? Bai Yiyi followed the link into Yiyi's live streaming room, watching as a guest. The characters in Heartbeat are all black silhouettes until drawn. Yiyi had now completed all 20 character draws, including SR, R, and N levels. But not a single SSR character had appeared. This was already the 110th 10 consecutive draws, costing over 6,000 star coins, and still no SSR. Yiyi shouted to liven up the atmosphere. No rush, no rush. Some people take 20,000 to get 1 SSR. As long as we don't exceed 20,000, we 1T lose. As long as we get 1 SSR in the next 10 draws, we're in the profit. Currently, an account with an SSR character in Heartbeat could sell for at least 15,000. But there are always lucky players who draw an SSR from the 10 draws given to newcomers, making a quick profit of 20,000. Yiyi had shouted countless times that the next 10 draws must yield an SSR. The initial reluctance had long been exhausted. At this moment, he was merely shouting for the atmosphere and excitement of the live stream. The number of viewers in the live room was skyrocketing. The revenue from gifts alone had exceeded 100,000, so no matter how you calculated it, he wasn't losing. Unexpectedly, the screen exploded with unfamiliar effects. A beautiful scene enveloped his world. Above the vast fiery red mountains, a gigantic luxurious ship adorned with gold and jade floated among the sea of clouds. Several cranes flew and circled in front of the ship, and a barefoot girl emerged from the soft white veil, glowing white. A red mole between her brows accentuated her stunning beauty. I am the goddess mortals cannot covet. Yuanshan goddess, SSR level among the 3 SSRs. The Yuanshan goddess and the nine-tailed fox spirit were two extremes. One was sacred and untouchable, while the other was charming and captivating, making players unable to resist. The remaining SSR was a male character, also very handsome, but not as popular as the other two. Each character undergoes changes when leveled up to 2 stars. The higher the rarity, the more significant the change. Yiyi stared blankly at the Yuanshan goddess for a while, then burst into a long laugh. It's out. It's out. The goddess is so beautiful. Yiyi was almost in a state of ecstatic laughter, seeming to think, I guess I'm not that unlucky after all. Bai Yiyi glanced at the bullet comments, and then registered a new account. Ian Jioding sent a rocket 1. Ian Jioding sent a rocket 2. Ian Jioding sent a rocket 3. Ian Jioding sent a rocket 999 after dominating the screen. Bai Yiyi sent a message. Ian Jioding, I'll spend 10,000 star coins to help me draw an SSR. After drawing an SSR, the remaining unused star coins are yours. What do you think? A rocket costs only 1 star coin, but with the quantity, it adds up to nearly 1,000 star coins. Especially after the other party dominated the screen, no one was sending bullet comments anymore. Yiyi found it hard to ignore what Ian Jioding had said. But what if 10,000 star coins don't yield an SSR? Yiyi voiced his doubt. Ian Jioding, if I were you, I would just put up a link, 10,000 star coins guaranteed for an SSR. If you get it within 10,000 star coins, you earn. If you don't, you lose a bit, treating it like a fan benefit. I think many people would be willing to pay. After all, it's cheaper than buying an account. Wow, great idea. If Yiyi puts up a link, I'll definitely buy. One tea that make Yiyi bleed a lot. This is a blessing for the unlucky. We have to support it. Is it really okay to be so shameless after sending 999 rockets? I love it. Every bullet comment was supporting Ian Jioding. Yiyi thought for a moment, perhaps too excited. Let us do it. Limited time fan benefit. 100 orders, be quick. After ordering, privately send your account. The link was snatched up in less than half a minute. In the blink of an eye, his account increased by 1 million in liquid funds. Yiyi, who hadn't realized anything before, now understood. This idea is brilliant. Bai Yiyi completed her task and happily logged onto the M platform to slightly adjust the SSR probability. No matter whether Yiyi made a profit or a loss from this, she wouldn't lose. However, she had to let Yiyi taste some sweetness, so he would be tempted to continue offering similar benefits in the future. 100 accounts. To draw an SSR would at least be enough for Yiyi to stream for half a month, which would invisibly increase player engagement and heartbeat. She was being pragmatic. She just wanted to earn star coins. After leaving the starship cabin, Bai Yiyi was already accustomed to seeing the open door of her home. A few snowflakes drifted inside, turning into moist vapor under the temperature control system, vaguely creating a layer of mist. Master, Maru nervously called out. Forget it. Bai Yiyi had long planned to replace Maru when she moved, and at this moment, she didn't want to waste her breath. She just coldly warned, you are now part of this family. You can listen to his small requests, but if you endanger my and Doubao's safety, I will destroy you completely. Maru will not betray the master, Maru repeated over and over. When Bai Yiyi reached the door, Doubao, who was lying on the starfish doll, turned back to call her mom. The starfish doll obediently carried Doubao, standing inside the door, while Doubao looked up at the mecha parked outside. Mom, I like that. Doubao pointed at the mecha, smiling innocently. This is not like the starfish doll. It's not something you can just like. According to the original owner's common sense, mechas are just money-burning items, costing at least tens of millions of star coins. And those at the billion price range are only average. Custom mechas are even more outrageously expensive. Anything related to mechas is expensive. You can only like it when you grow up. Bai Yiyi stroked Doubao, not wanting to dampen the child's interest. Some things aren't about liking. You have to rely on your abilities. Qin Yinfeng stepped out of the mecha cabin and happened to hear Bai Yi's words to Doubao. He strode over to Doubao, squatted down. You gave me a gift, so I must return it. Qin Yinfeng's eyes were deep and seemed to carry the power of the galaxy, his tone serious. I'll give you the mecha, but you have to pass the mecha engineer certification. These words were directed at Doubao, but also meant for Bai Yiyi to hear. Chapter 20. The disgusting person. It was the first time she saw a 1-year-old child being told about a pie in the sky. Bai Yiyi chuckled lightly. If that day really comes, where'd he go to find you? Outside, it was a world of ice and snow. Inside, it was a warm little home. She stood at this junction. The wind brushed her hair by her ear, carrying a faint fragrance. Her delicate profile was like a painting, soft and peaceful. Her water-like eyes gazing at him. The sound of her light laughter lingered, transforming into a gentle drizzle that fell on his barren heart. A tingling sensation overflowing from his throat. Qin Yinfeng's gaze flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. When that day comes, I will naturally appear and present this gift. He stood up and stored the mecha behind him into the mecha hangar. The massive mech body vanished in the blink of an eye. Doubao eyes widened as he clutched the starfish doll, looking around in confusion. Such a big mech, how could it just disappear? Mama. Doubao frowned and cried, It's gone. It's gone. He called for Mama, but stumbled and hugged Qin Yinfeng's leg, perhaps having lost his sense of direction. Bai Yiyi picked Doubao up and wiped away his tears. The uncle put away the mech. It's not safe to leave it outside. It hasn't disappeared. The uncle also promised to give you a mech, study hard, and when you become a mech engineer, he will give it to you. Doubao tilted his head, stopping his cries, as if digesting Bai Yi's words. After a while, he finally calmed down. Doubao hugged Qin Yinfeng's leg again and looked up, asking, Uncle won't leave, right? Silence fell once more. Qin Yinfeng glanced at Bai Yiyi, who had picked up Doubao and entered the house. This child always managed to grasp the oddest points. Even Bai Yiyi wasn't sure if it was the child's thinking that was too scattered or if he was just pretending to be silly. Don't worry, he won't be leaving for a while. Once Qin Yinfeng followed them into the house and the door closed, Bai Yiyi sat by the bed she shared with Doubao, her gaze falling on him as she calmly began talking to Qin Yinfeng about the star pirates they encountered during their outing. They were looking for someone. After finding nothing, they released the starship and didn't even ask us if we had seen the person they were looking for. Bai Yiyi recounted all the details she could remember. Oh, there was one person, another star pirate called him Katta. They are waiting. Qin Yinfeng's eyes deepened. Hold this place for 3 months. Then directly sweep the underground city in 3 months. Even if MO Geo releases news on the main star to draw the tiger away from its mountain, they may not relocate all their combat forces. As night fell, the little house in the snow lit up. Bai Yiyi was washing Doubao with warm water, while on the other side of the room, a small space was separated by a special material barrier for Qin Yinfeng to clean himself. This was an open room. There were no separate rooms, which was also the most inconvenient aspect of Qin Yinfeng living here. After a while, the sound of water stopped. Bai Yiyi, with her back to the barrier, suddenly felt a chill creeping up her back for no reason. Footsteps approached from afar. Bai Yiyi casually wiped Doubao clean and placed him on the bed. When she turned back, Wanwan had already stood in front of her. Opposite her was Qin Yinfeng. Bare from the waist up, he seemed to have a shadow cast across his face, his figure extremely alluring, bringing a kind of sinister charm to his previously upturned lips. 3 days have passed. It's time for me to settle the score. Bai Yiyi looked at that familiar face, now somewhat unfamiliar. She gazed at Wanwan, who stood protectively in front of her, his mechanical arms clearly trembling. Wanwan, keep an eye on Doubao. Bai Yiyi walked around Wanwan and stood in front of Qin Yinfeng. Qin Yinfeng looked down at her with interest. Aren't you afraid? We are already registered spouses. Qin Yinfeng slowly placed his hand on Bai Yiyi's neck, and she didn't struggle at all. The calmness on her face seemed to affirm that he wouldn't use deadly force. It also seemed as if she didn't fear death. Wanwan quickly blocked Doubao's line of sight, transforming his mechanical hand into ear muffs to cover Doubao's ears, isolating the sound. So what if we were spouses? This is your trick. Qin Yinfeng leaned closer to Bai Yiyi's face, carefully observing any slight change in her expression to expose her disguise. You can kill me. and you don't care about the consequences. Bai Yiyi, who had figured this out in the past 2 days, was surprisingly calm, to the point where she felt indifferent now. But what about the awakened you? Bai Yiyi smiled faintly. Could he accept being wanted by the Federation? Perhaps he had a way to escape punishment, but killing his spouse would become his blemish. Which woman would sincerely want to marry a man who killed his wife? Once the biological current in the body disappears, the identity chip will also fail, and the information inside has long been uploaded to the Federation database. If Bai Yiyi had any doubts before, seeing this Qin Yinfeng now, so different from the man who had seriously promised to return her gift not long ago, she understood. This person has a split personality. Remembering Wan's previous scan result of mental exhaustion, perhaps this was the after effect. A low, mocking laughter sounded beside her ear. You make a good point. Qin Yinfeng ran his fingers along her chin, and with the other arm, unexpectedly embraced her, disregarding Bai Yiyi's instinctive struggle, and carried her to the small rickety bed. Bai Yiyi found herself sitting on his lap. Her waist was firmly restrained by a powerful grip, unable to move. Illegal things cannot be done. His voice whispered wetly in her ear, like a snake spitting poison in the dark. A large, hot hand leisurely began to undress her. Then let us do something legal. We are already husband and wife, aren't we? While saying such softening words, Qin Yinfeng's face only bore mockery. But Bai Yiyi, unable to see Qin Yinfeng's face, felt a bit panicked. Though her heart raced, Bai Yiyi knew she had to stay calm. Qin Yinfeng gradually took off Bai Yiyi's outer shirt. He could feel her body trembling slightly and her cool temperature. Just when he thought she was about to break, Bai Yiyi's stiff body suddenly softened and fell against him, followed by a shy voice. If you don't mind, you can take me. However, she paused, seemingly hesitant to speak. I'm afraid I might pass my illness on to you. You won't mind? Will you? Qin Yinfeng froze, his expression instantly turning extremely ugly. Do you think you can trick me like this? He sneered. I didn't mean to deceive you. Otherwise, do you think I, a woman, could survive on this garbage star? How do you think this child came about? Bai Yiyi spoke innocently and fearfully. Didn't he care if I was sick, just that I had given birth and loosened up, so not many dead men came to find me again. Bai Yiyi was suddenly pushed to the ground, looking at Qin Yinfeng with a face full of panic. You don't want me anymore? She reached out to touch his leg. I may have loosened up, but I'm skilled. How about you let me try? Qin Yinfeng was thoroughly disgusted by her. He no longer wanted to see this woman, but he couldn't kill her. He had no choice but to choose to go offline and sleep. Chapter 21 Recognition from Professor Gu. When Qin Yinfeng opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yiyi's enlarged face. What are you doing? Bai Yiyi stepped back, tidying her messy clothes, and said angrily, How can you still ask that? Qin Yinfeng suddenly realized something, his throat moving. What did I just do to you? You hugged the owner and were all touchy and fierce. At that moment, Wan felt no danger and immediately came forward to accuse him. Hearing this, Bai Yiyi quickly crossed her arms over her chest, pretended to be shy, and acted. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Although we are legally married, we didn't agree on 3 months. It was clear that his schizophrenia would not share memories, but he needed to know that his other personality would do bad things to her. If he felt guilty and sorry for her, especially since he lost face, he would definitely find a way to suppress the other personality. It was unreasonable for the other personality to choose to sleep while he had no way to deal with it. Otherwise, her earlier threat would not have succeeded. Qin Yinfeng indeed felt embarrassed, a crack appearing on his normally calm face, and the tips of his ears quietly turned a little red. I'm sorry. Qin Yinfeng apologized helplessly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, directed at the other him. But in any case, that was still him. There wouldn't be a next time. The occurrence of the other him was random, but he could actually sense it every time the genetic breakdown happened. He could suppress it for a while, but not for too long. Next time, he would leave early, confining himself for a period long enough to last through the genetic breakdown. Really? There won't be a next time? No, that's good. Bai Yiyi let out a long sigh. You really scared me just now. Luckily, you figured it out suddenly. Don't worry. I know you're hurt, and your mind must be a bit hazy. You'll be fine once you recover. Qin Yinfeng then turned to look at Doubao, who was staying in a corner, his tone carrying a hint of worry he wasn't even aware of. Is Doubao okay? Bai Yiyi paused for a moment. He's fine. Tsinghua University, the 5th-ranked school in the galaxy. It has the most comprehensive programs and quality research resources and databases in the entire galaxy. Teacher, can you look at what this segment of Blue Star language means? Professor Gu's most proud student, Qi Lu, handed a piece of information to the teacher. Tsinghua University has 3 famous figures. One of them is Professor Gu. He once translated a section of a military book for interstellar military use, achieving very significant results, eliminating a type of intelligent and difficult-to-handle insect race, and also achieving success against space pirates. Professor Gu has reached retirement age, but continues to conduct his research work and ancient text translations. Health standards. Professor Gu slowly read it out. There were only 10 sentences in total. But when he finished reading, he looked at Qi Lu with great satisfaction. This is written in Blue Star language. It has some level. You've made progress during this time. Qi Lu should have been happy to be praised. But at that moment he pouted. This is not what I wrote. I saw it in a game. A game? Professor Gu, being older and not playing games, asked in confusion, what game uses Blue Star language? After asking, he felt a bit happier. It seemed that the kids making games also liked ancient Blue Star culture. He wondered which batch of students came up with such a good idea. He smiled kindly. You young people like to play games. How many people in the galaxy know the benefits of these ancient cultures? Although their technology is not advanced, they have brilliant minds, especially the ancient Blue Star culture. Seeing that Professor Gu had a positive attitude toward this, Qi Lu boldly flipped through the current students' focus game character images and showed them to Professor Gu. As Professor Gu looked on, he was moved to tears. So beautiful. Professor Gu's voice trembled as he looked at those stunning and diverse elements closely tied to ancient Blue Star culture, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. During the early research on ancient Blue Star studies, there were countless mocking voices. It wasn't until the results of his research had practical effects that he finally began to see some progress. He devoted his entire life to this mysterious ancient culture. Moving forward, he wasn't afraid of loneliness. He only feared not seeing the future. Qi Lu wiped Professor Gu's tears, carefully supporting him, as being older, he shouldn't let his emotions fluctuate too much. This was also the reason he hesitated to show the teacher these things until now. Do you know who made this game? After calming down, Professor Gu's gaze remained fixed on those game character images. To him, the game must have been made by students of ancient civilization studies, since only schools with ancient civilization majors would have the most detailed information on ancient Blue Star in their internal databases. Non-students couldn't possibly learn it from the StarNet. He knew how difficult it was from an outsider's perspective. I don't know, Qi Lu answered honestly. It's okay. Professor Gu patted the back of his hand and then suddenly asked, what's the name of this game? Heartbeat. Such a good game should be known by more people. After thinking, Professor Gu came up with a new idea. He logged into his Star blog account and quickly posted a recommendation. Douzi, Heartbeat is great. I really like it, and I hope the kids will like it too. Less than 10 minutes after this post went live, the Star blog, which had the most stable servers in the galaxy, unexpectedly crashed for a moment. After a long post claiming to be a student of ancient civilization studies, many netizens criticized the authenticity of the author's identity. When they saw many famous scholars and even young professors on Star blog retweeting a post praising Heartbeat, countless trolls were stunned. They were still wondering who Douzi was, and when they clicked in, seeing the certification line professor of ancient civilization studies at Tsinghua, scholar of ancient Blue Star culture, followed by their previous critical comments, they instantly felt a burning sensation on their faces. Oh my! The Star blog actually crashed for a full 21 seconds. I thought the Star blog was hacked, and my mentor and those scholars had their account stolen. But that's impossible. My mentor posted that in front of me. I almost thought my mentor had gone crazy. When I saw it was Professor Gu, I immediately misjudged it. Now I'm going to play Heartbeat. Playing Heartbeat, can I graduate smoothly? I understand. I'm going to seek some metaphysics. Even the esteemed Professor Gu plays this game. It must be so fun. I thought what was said online was all fake, but this wave of recommendations hit me. I'm definitely going to play Heartbeat. And I'll give feedback. The commonality between me and the big shots is that we play the same game. Rounding up, I'm also a big shot now, huh? And when Bai Yiyi went online, she received a special private message. Chapter 22, it's been 2 years. And she has returned in place of the original owner. The private message is from Chilu Qingwei Liao. He claims to be a student of Professor Douzi from Tsinghua University. Professor Gu really likes her work and hopes to invite her to visit Tsinghua University. The students at the college, out of admiration, have designed many characters based on the game Heartbeat and held a small exhibition on campus. They also hope that the producer of Heartbeat can come to visit, perhaps afraid of being thought of as a scammer by Bai Yiyi. This private message uses a virtual image. It clearly shows a young man with enthusiasm in front of her, as well as the classroom behind him. Bai Yiyi instinctively wants to refuse, but before doing so, she searches online for Tsinghua University and Professor Douzi, as well as the young man named Qilu introducing himself. The background of Tsinghua University and Professor Douzi shocks Bai Yiyi. This young man, Qilu, despite his youth, has already received numerous honors and is currently teaching at Tsinghua University. But what shocks Bai Yiyi the most is that after a post praising Heartbeat by Professor Gu, the popularity of Heartbeat skyrocketed. Almost every time she refreshes her feed, she can see Heartbeat. When Bai Yiyi checks Heartbeat again, she finds that it has rocketed from 11th to 3rd place overnight, potentially reaching 2nd place at any moment. The rating has also increased from 5.4 to 9.8. All these changes are due to Professor Gu's single comment. Heartbeat has truly become a hit. If I initially played Heartbeat out of appreciation, now it's out of admiration. This game not only has cultural depth, but is also genuinely fun. Playing it is worth it. I played because of the reputation of the big shots, and it exceeded my expectations. When I first entered the game, it didn't even have a score of 6, so I prepared myself for the worst, thinking even if it's bad, I could still keep it in my collection. But after a few rounds, I couldn't stop playing. This game seems simple, and the gameplay looks easy, but it's actually quite complex and requires brain power. Is there anyone who wants to team up? I can't stand being matched with noobs all the time. My whole class is playing, and no one has quit yet. I feel like my brain is sharper after playing. Don't mind the exaggerated comments. A good game is indeed a good game. And this has been recognized by Professor Gu. Is there any need to say more about whether it's fun? Bai Yiyi is filled with excitement, especially when she sees that the number of online players has surpassed 100 million, and her back-end account balance has increased by 700,000 to 800,000 star coins overnight. With such a great favor, if she refuses Professor Gu's invitation to visit, what kind of person would she be? By Doubao, it is an honor to receive Professor Gu's invitation. I also want to express my gratitude to him in person. May I know the time and place? Qilu, who received the reply, is also very excited. Since he sent the message, he has been checking every little while, afraid of missing a response. He quickly initiated a video call. When the woman appeared on the screen, Qilu was somewhat surprised. The woman looked to be around 20 years old, too young. Qilu thought she would be about his age or perhaps a little younger, but he didn't expect there to be a 10-year age difference. The conversation between them went very smoothly. Qilu could clearly sense the other person's demeanor. Her composed and respectful attitude made him feel comfortable. When he asked about her current location, her answer surprised him. Garbage Star? Qilu was not just shocked, but also bewildered, yet he didn't ask much more. Just bought the ticket and sent it to Bai Yiyi. Since he had already bought the ticket, Bai Yiyi didn't refuse anymore. However, thinking of her 1-year-old child, Doubao, she couldn't possibly leave such a small child at home. So she asked, I wonder if you mind if I bring my child when I visit? He is still small and cannot be away from me. Qilu frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. Your young one is also on Garbage Star? He asked cautiously. The environment on Garbage Star is too poor. Young children can easily get sick. Although he didn't understand why Bai Yiyi was going to Garbage Star or what she would be doing there, he couldn't fathom bringing a child to such a place. Garbage Star is heavily polluted and can harm a child's health, causing irreversible lifelong damage. This made Qilu both confused and angry. Isn't the child the future of interstellar civilization? I am planning to move, Bai Yiyi said, pursing her lips. The current revenue from Heartbeat is enough for her to buy a house and move. And she also has the budget to continue making games. That's good. Qilu breathed a sigh of relief before realizing what. You live on Garbage Star? Bai Yiyi nodded. Why? Qilu couldn't understand. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask. With star coins for making games, you could buy a cheap house on a lower-class planet, right? Could it be that students of ancient civilization have no future after graduation and are this poor? Qilu had already silently regarded Bai Yiyi as a major in ancient civilization. The three universities offering ancient civilization programs have excellent educational resources and low tuition fees, and graduates generally have a good future. Poor, but there are some personal reasons. Bai Yiyi naturally wouldn't reveal the original owner situation of running away from home, and the child without a household registration would be expelled to garbage star, which is why the original owner moved there. Now that Doubao has a household registration and identity chip, there are naturally no more concerns. All right. Chalu could tell that Bai Yiyi didn't want to say more, and he should have some understanding. After all, it's pitiful to think of a young girl living on garbage star with a child. Let me buy a ticket for your young one. What is his identity information? No need, I just bought it. Bai Yiyi had just noticed that Chalu didn't mind bringing the child along, so she had already purchased the ticket. Finally, when they hung up, Chalu moved his lips and asked, "If you urgently need star coins, I can introduce you to a job. It's better not to continue living on garbage star. You probably can't find a job related to your major on a lower-class planet. Come to my side. This is the main star, and there should be good development opportunities." Bai Yiyi originally planned to move to the TI-75 planet she visited last time, but the star coins she currently has are not enough to buy a house on the main star. In the interstellar world, there are no rental options to live locally. One must either buy a house or stay in a lodging center. The prices at the lodging center are also not cheap and are not suitable for long-term living. You don't need to rush about the housing situation. I can apply for a lodging center at the school for you. The price is reasonable, and I see that Heartbeat is doing well now. I can also help you find a job here. You could buy a house and settle down once you've saved enough star coins. Chalu can only help this much. He genuinely doesn't want graduates in ancient civilization to be so downcast. What Chalu said moved Bai Yiyi. Since there is such an opportunity, and she will eventually return to the main star, Bai Yiyi has made her decision. Then thank you. After hanging up, Bai Yiyi looked at the destination on the ticket. It's been 2 years. She has returned in place of the original owner. Chapter 23. What is her identity? Heartbeat made a comeback, drowning out the negative reviews from the trolls. The leader of the trolls sent a message to the financier, stating that this business couldn't continue. Many accounts were banned, and with the support of the platform, it was truly impossible. I don't want the star coins that are still pending. You should find someone else for this business. Find someone else? Little Spark sank into the sofa, her face dark and terrifying. Flame, beside her, was so angry that she started smashing things. After spending so many star coins, it was all for nothing. Flame completely forgot about the previous drop in Heartbeat's ratings. She could only see the current hype around Heartbeat. These trolls only knew how to boast, thinking they had great capabilities. Sister Spark, should we look for someone else? Yes, but Flame cursed but also understood the situation clearly. The ones they had approached before were already veteran troll teams, and if they had no abilities, who else could they find? We could look for hackers or others who can find out White Bean's identity. Little Spark lit a wax figure in her palm, the heat spreading through her hand, the flames reflecting in her inky eyes, like a hellfire, with countless shadows screaming and struggling in the blaze. When the wax dripped onto her leg, she finally closed her palms together, the burning sensation piercing her palms. She felt a little better inside. Flame stood still, having known Little Spark for so long. She still couldn't decipher her thoughts. How we find out his identity? Little Spark raised her palm, seeing the mess in her hand, a smirk tugging at her lips. Let's see what kind of backing he has, or if he has any dirt on him. What if she found out he had a powerful backing? Then Professor Gu could also be on her side. Flame leaned closer, confused, and asked. Little Spark looked up. Do I have deep-seated grudges against her? If he has a strong backing, we should be more cautious and make connections that won't harm us. But, is that it? Are you still a child? Little Spark raised an eyebrow, stating that the wickedness of adults lies in wearing a friendly mask while stabbing from behind. Flame seemed to understand but still followed Little Spark's advice. After some time, she found the best hacker she could locate. The result was, sorry, the identity information of the other party is encrypted. I can't crack it. Flame found it unbelievable. Aren't you the one claiming to be able to crack all security systems on the market? You can't even find an identity information. I'll refund your deposit. The other party's voice was cold. I won't take this job. After saying this, the other party vanished without a trace. This attitude infuriated Flame. But when she continued to search and found no capable person, she realized something was off. Who exactly is this white being? Even Flame started to sense something wrong. The problem was that after Bai Yiyi registered with Qin Yanfeng, the hacker could find Bai Yiyi's name on platforms W and M, but when they tried to dig deeper, they hit the highest level of security for the federal military, which not only couldn't be breached, but was also easily traceable. If they stirred up trouble, it wouldn't be something that a few star coins could resolve. Realizing the other party's identity was not simple, they naturally didn't want to take on this job. After listening to Flame's recounting, Little Spark also fell into thought. Sister Spark, you're smart. Is this white being really someone we shouldn't mess with? Flame felt a bit scared. Her anger mostly subsided. Little Spark merely shook her head with a complex expression. After Bai Yiyi spoke with Qi Lu, the first thing she did after going offline was not to mention her departure to Qin Yanfeng, but to take him to the black market. Why go to the black market? Qin Yanfeng asked lightly, standing at the door. Bai Yiyi handed him an outer coat, and he grabbed the edge and put on himself. She then handed him a black hat and a black mask. We're going to buy something, tonight. I'm treating you to a nice meal, Bai Yiyi said with a smile when she saw how obediently he wore the hat and mask. Qin Yanfeng remained silent, glancing down at his outfit for the day, then looking at her with a slightly furrowed brow. He was puzzled by Bai Yiyi's mention of delicious food. But to Bai Yiyi, it seemed like he was dissatisfied with the disguise. I know going to the black market is a bit dangerous for you, but trust me, I can help you resolve your worries this time. Bai Yiyi, dressed similarly, blinked with a cunning light in her eyes, mysterious yet radiant. For some unknown reason, Qin Yanfeng felt a bit better. What about that bean baby? Are you leaving him at home? We'll be back soon. The black market is not safe. Home is safer. The two left the house, first walking, then catching a ride to the black market. The car cabin was small, and the driver, wrapped tightly in a cloak, appeared to be an old man from the visible hands. There are many such cars, and they almost all stopped at fixed points, with identifiable markings on their bodies, requiring only 2 star coins to safely take you into the black market. The driver didn't say a word the entire journey, seeming mute, occasionally coughing. As the car passed mountain after mountain of garbage, a simple metal gate appeared. Bai Yiyi and Qin Yanfeng got out of the car and stepped into the black market. Not everyone in the black market was tightly wrapped, but many had peculiar appearances, with parts of them being quite unpleasing to the eye. Each person had a dead look in their eyes. Bai Yiyi walked over to a dirty stall set up by a young boy, who was only as tall as her waist. Behind him was something resembling a small tent, and when Bai Yiyi looked back, the boy stepped onto a stool to block her view. What do you want to buy? I have many materials from exotic beasts, and the prices are lower than elsewhere. I want to buy exotic beast meat. Meat? The boy was somewhat surprised, but without hesitation dragged a large piece of meat from a bag on the ground and placed it on the stall. Do you want this? Fresh, not over an hour old, the best texture among exotic beasts. Exotic beast meat was only eaten by those who wandered between life and death every day, and basically, no one bought it. The boy kept the meat for himself, but if someone wanted to buy, he would definitely sell it. After inspecting the exotic beast meat, Bai Yiyi haggled with the boy and bought nearly 20 pounds of meat for 5 star coins. Are you familiar with this black market? Bai Yiyi asked the boy. Familiar. The boy forced a smile, which looked strange. I've been here for many years. Are you looking to buy information? No. I want to hire you for a day to help me run errands and buy things. I'll pay you 100 star coins as a reward. And the money for the items will be calculated separately. How about it? Bai Yiyi said this while leaning closer to the boy, lowering her voice. Without hesitation, the boy agreed. After taking the list from Bai Yiyi and confirming the items carefully, he assured her, 2 hours. Just come here to pick up the goods then. Bai Yiyi paid a deposit of 100 star coins immediately. That won't take that much, the boy said, with his eyes brightening as he pocketed the coins. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? I trust you. Bai Yiyi's gaze shifted to look behind him. You can't leave. There are people you care about here. There was clearly someone in the small tent behind the boy, and even his small reactions showed his concern for the person inside. Before Bai Yiyi left the stall, she heard the boy's words after a moment of silence. My name is Asian. You can find me for business in the future. Chapter 24. You are in such a hurry to clear your relationship. Bai Yiyi and Qin Yanfeng walked away. In fact, it's not that you trust him. Qin Yanfeng said lightly, you just trust his intelligence. Running errands for 100 star coins is the same as taking 100 star coins and running away. but the results are very different. Bai Yiyi chuckled lightly. Do you think saying that makes you seem smart? If a Xian dares to place people behind his stall, it shows he is doing well in this black market. How could he run away with a foundation? What Bai Yiyi said was merely to gain favor. I'm just saying you have brains. The corners of Qin Yinfeng's mouth lifted slightly as he teased. This sounds like a compliment on the surface, but feels off when said. Thank you. I can see you have brains too. Where to next? Let me show you the auction. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment, then walked ahead toward the towering building at the end of the road. Qin Yinfeng looked into the distance. The building at the end was made of countless pieces of metal trash, towering over 100 meters high. It looked chaotic but not disordered. Light flickered through the gaps in the metal trash, like lightning amid dark clouds. Come on, Bai Yiyi called to him. Qin Yinfeng withdrew his gaze, hiding the emotions in his eyes, and caught up with her pace. At the entrance of the auction, there was a hunchbacked old man wrapped in a cloak, with a fake eye in one socket and the other eye closed. The fake eye scanned the two of them. Goods or currency? Currency, Bai Yiyi replied, handing over the entrance fee. After taking the ticket from the old man, the two walked in. Inside was a long corridor leading to a light lift. The places exchanged for goods were too crowded and mixed, while the places bought with star coins had standards. Even the lowest offered some life protection. After entering the light lift, Bai Yiyi put the ticket into the entrance slot and then explained to Qin Yinfeng. Is it possible to die with a goods ticket? Qin Yinfeng asked. Yes, Bai Yiyi said. Those coming to the auction are either there to buy things or to hunt for easy prey. The places obtained with goods tickets are the most crowded, and whatever happens at the auction is not their concern. The original owner truly suffered when she first arrived on the garbage star, even being robbed and deceived of the last bit of star coin she had. But life is indeed resilient. The garbage star is essentially a dumping ground for nearby low-level planets, with garbage trucks coming every day. She couldn't fight the alien beasts. And being pregnant, she survived by picking up trash to sell. She learned to be a bit shrewd like an elf and managed to live, even getting a broken house. Since she started live streaming, she hadn't gone out to pick up trash anymore. Streaming games is relatively better than picking up trash. At least she doesn't have to be out every day with her child, fearing for their safety. Soon, the light lift reached the destination, and the two finally arrived. The layout was somewhat like watching a sports game. Bai Yiyi pulled Qin Yinfeng to find a place to sit. Each armrest had a bidding device, and if one wanted to preview the auction item list, they could pay star coins to have a pair of AR-like glasses delivered. Do you know? Bai Yiyi's voice was very soft, like a feather. I almost became one of them down there. Qin Yinfeng's mind was suddenly stirred by her words. He looked toward the center of the auction stage where a cage held a beautiful naked female slave. The lower half of the cage was covered with fabric, so those below might not see the female slave's full appearance, while those sitting above could see it all. Their ankles were pierced with chains, clearly unable to walk. They were all dirty, with only their faces clean. Their bodies were covered in scars, and the bruises made it hard to see the original color of their skin. Among the 5 or 6 female slaves, only one had fewer injuries and was still recognizable, but she had her eyes closed, likely unconscious or drugged. Thinking of Bai Yiyi's words and her almost inaudible voice, Qin Yinfeng felt an inexplicable discomfort. Because Bai Yiyi and Doubao lived in a relatively peaceful environment, he had always overlooked the fact that she, a woman with an identity chip, managed to survive on the garbage star. Having an identity chip means she wasn't born here. The cup might also be part of her suffering. Don't think about the past anymore. Qin Yinfeng's hand moved slightly, but he still suppressed the impulse to comfort her. Now you have the ability to leave here and start a new life. I want to go to the main star. Bai Yiyi's gaze was still fixed on the auction stage as she said this. Qin Yinfeng suddenly felt that his sympathy was superfluous. This woman had quite the ambition. Since you saved me, I can help you with this. Qin Yinfeng took Bai Yiyi as someone trying to latch onto him. He didn't mind. If he could solve the trouble with star coins, that would be fine. I'll help you buy a house on the main star, and our 3-month agreement still stands. After 3 months, we'll have nothing to do with each other. I've already received my reward for saving you. You don't need to help me buy a house. Bai Yiyi turned her head, giving a gentle smile, but her eyes were very calm. I just don't know how to tell you that I want to leave here early. When? After a moment of silence, Qin Yinfeng asked. I want to leave tomorrow. Bai Yiyi replied after thinking, probably after coming back this time. Previously, when Wan scanned your health, She said you would need about half a month to recover from the medication. I think by the time I leave, your injuries should be mostly healed, and you shouldn't need me anymore. The 3-month agreement might be shortened. Are you in such a hurry to clear your relationship? Qin Yinfeng squinted slightly. Logically, shortening the agreed time wouldn't be a bad thing for him. But just a few days had passed, and his fake spouse proposed to end the relationship early, which felt strange. No, I'm just discussing with you. Follow your thoughts. Qin Yinfeng struggled with his emotions for a moment, then calmed down again. At the auction, Bai Yiyi didn't buy anything. When the time was almost up, she went out to find a Xian to collect the goods, planning to head home directly without delaying in the black market. Before leaving, Qin Yinfeng faintly sensed a prying gaze. He turned his head to glance back before getting into the car. Shortly after the car drove off, it was blocked by a group of people. After a few shouts, the leader was killed. The others fell to the ground. Let us go. Qin Yinfeng sat back in the car. The driver continued to drive. Bai Yiyi looked at Qin Yinfeng, who fell into a moment of contemplation. This man seemed to have another personality when killing, with an aura like a death god. Yet this other personality didn't seem like one to leave survivors. Bai Yiyi was able to buy so many things in the black market also because of Qin Yinfeng. At the same time, she had a hint of testing in her thoughts. Sure enough, this man, even when injured, is not to be trifled with. Tonight, I'll treat you to hot pot. On the way home after getting out of the car, Qin Yinfeng, who was carrying things, heard Bai Yiyi soothingly mention tonight's plan. What is hot pot? You'll know once you eat it. Chapter 25. 2 identical faces in the black market. One can buy exotic beast meat, but not vegetables. Bai Yiyi bought all the vegetables available online, and the prices were quite cheap. However, she couldn't find animal fat to replace butter, so she had to extract the bones from the exotic beast meat and simmer them to make bone broth as the base for the hot pot. The essential ginger, garlic, scallions, and chili were all available. She also bought bright red tomatoes, which were small but very sweet and sour. The kitchenware was custom-made in advance, as the production technology was simple and didn't cost much in star coins. Wanwan was responsible for washing all the ingredients and processing them according to Bai Yiyi's instructions. Bai Yiyi first blanched all the tomatoes, peeled them, and then cooked them into juice in a pot. Finally, she poured the prepared bone broth into the pot and added a small amount of seasoning to create a simple hot pot soup base. Then, she mixed chopped ginger, garlic, scallions, chili, and freshly squeezed Sichuan pepper oil into a dipping sauce. The dipping sauce for Doubao was prepared without chili. This was a scene that Qin Yinfeng had never seen before. Is this what you call hot pot? Qin Yinfeng sat down and directly absorbed energy from the plants and animals. The efficiency of nutrient supplementation was low and had long been an outdated lifestyle. In fact, it wasn't completely obsolete. There were still dining industries in the starry sky, with audiences, but they were more of a supplement to life rather than a necessity. Perhaps for the residents of the garbage star, it was also a survival habit. A fragrant aroma lingered at the tip of Qin Yinfeng's nose, and he found himself not rejecting it. Adapting to local customs, he began to mimic Bai Yiyi's actions with the chopsticks. His clumsy movements appeared somewhat cute in his hands. He had learned about 70 to 80% of the actions. Only the proficiency was lacking. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in the pot. But when he raised his chopsticks again, the meat had already fallen into the pot. Qin Yinfeng's expression seemed unfazed as he turned to scoop up the greens from inside, placed them in the dipping sauce, mixed them, and took a bite. By the time the greens entered his mouth, they were no longer hot. Mixed with the sour, spicy, and fresh flavors of the tomato bone broth, the numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper, and the spiciness of ginger, garlic, and chili, it created a wonderful taste experience. His dormant taste buds were awakened, and while he felt a slight discomfort, he was also amazed by this flavor he had never experienced before. At that moment, a piece of meat was brought to his face. You dropped this earlier. Go ahead and eat. Qin Yinfeng looked at Bai Yiyi's smiling eyes and, as if possessed, opened his mouth to eat the meat she offered. The stimulation of the taste buds made him feel a bit choked. After swallowing the piece of meat, Bai Yiyi handed him a glass of water. Qin Yinfeng accepted it and was once again captivated by the icy, clear, and slightly sweet and sour taste. What is this? Although it was also a liquid, Qin Yinfeng felt that none of the nutrient solutions he had ever tasted were this delicious. Seeing Qin Yinfeng's slightly flushed face from choking and the joy he tried to suppress, but couldn't hide from her, Bai Yiyi was very pleased. This is chilled lemon water. Bai Yiyi explained. I added the juice of a fruit called lemon to the water, and I also added a bit of honey. This honey has a mixed flavor, but it tastes quite good. It's no wonder it's wild honey. Although it was still snowing outside, the indoor temperature was regulated. So drinking chilled lemon water wouldn't be a shock. This chili might be a bit spicy for you. Just drink some lemon water to help. I'm just worried that we'll both end up with diarrhea later. It wasn't that the ingredients had any issues. It was just that his stomach, which had only ever consumed nutrient solutions, might not withstand the impact of solid food. Nutrient solutions would nourish the stomach and keep it healthy. Theoretically, eating these foods shouldn't be a problem, but he might experience gastrointestinal reactions like a child trying solid food for the first time. An adult stomach should be better off. Upon hearing Bai Yiyi mention diarrhea, Qin Yinfan's expression changed slightly. He had heard that consuming such foods could lead to that, and it was also quite unpleasant. Nutrient solutions were fully absorbed, so naturally, such problems didn't exist. It's fine, just eat less, Bai Yiyi said nonchalantly, looking down. If you feel uncomfortable, I won't force you. It was inappropriate to talk about diarrhea during a meal, but Bai Yiyi felt she needed to clarify. Though she didn't say much more as it would ruin the appetite. If you can eat, why can't I? Qin Yinfan glanced at her and continued to eat, gradually becoming more natural with his movements. Without formal dining etiquette, Qin Yinfan's posture while eating still had a hint of a nobleman's demeanor. He leisurely finished half of the prepared dishes. Bai Yiyi's smile grew increasingly radiant. After feeding Doubao, she began to eat herself. Doubao had only had a few bites and wanted more, gazing longingly at Bai Yiyi. You're still small. Eating too much will make you uncomfortable. When you grow up, you can eat your fill, Bai Yiyi comforted him, pinching his little nose. After the meal, Bai Yiyi took out the items she had bought from the black market. These are disguise tools, but I don't know if you'll find them useful. If you want to leave this garbage star, I can help you. I can disguise you as me, and if you wear my light brain, you can leave the garbage star using my identity. I'll just buy an anonymous ticket and slightly disguise myself. Even if they check and find out I'm indeed a woman, they won't do anything to me. From her experience on the starship last time, she had heard other passengers say that a man had been caught. It was likely that they preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let anyone go. As for women, healthy women on the garbage star were a rarity, and space pirates were not interested in them. I have everything ready. It just depends on whether you want my help. In the past, for character design purposes, Bai Yiyi had even learned art and makeup. After broadening her knowledge, she also studied special effects makeup, so she was confident in transforming Qin Yinfan into her likeness, aside from the height and body type. However, since they would be sitting on the starship, the height wouldn't be noticeable. As long as he wore thicker clothing, the body type wouldn't be apparent either. Qin Yinfan looked at her with a somewhat unusual expression. Can you really fool those space pirates with these? He flipped through the items, which were all rather ordinary. Bai Yiyi hesitated for a moment. It should be possible, if judged by the naked eye. She was absolutely confident. But this was a highly technologically advanced interstellar society, and Qin Yinfan's gaze clearly showed disbelief, even bordering on looking at a fool, which made Bai Yiyi hesitate. I want to see how you can make me look like you, Qin Yinfan said, sitting down and picking up the props and materials to suggest to her. Since it was a matter of life and death, it was understandable that he wanted to see her skills. Bai Yiyi picked up the props and materials, preparing to disguise Qin Yinfan. An hour passed. The final effect surprised even Bai Yiyi herself. She had asked Xian for some materials she wasn't sure could be bought, so she only detailed the material requirements. And the materials Xian found elevated her already proficient skills to another level. The materials for simulating human features could completely achieve the effect of being indistinguishable from reality. Qin Yinfan looked at the two identical faces in the mirror with a complex expression. The same face, only the expressions gave a different impression, achieved with just some simple materials and techniques. Even factories specialized in creating realistic human faces couldn't accomplish this. How is it? After a long silence, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but ask. Very good. It exceeded his expectations, or rather, he hadn't thought it was possible at all. Chapter 26. Going outskirts, there should be a kind of detector that could detect such camouflage. Once they notice something is off from my voice and figure, they won't hesitate to investigate. Qin Yinfeng removed his disguise and then shared his thoughts with Bai Yiyi, saying, "Your skills are impressive, but it's a pity they won't be used." "Then why did you ask me to disguise you?" Bai Yiyi asked. Qin Yinfeng smiled slightly. "I'm curious and want to see the effectiveness you mentioned." "You're not angry, are you?" "How can I not be angry? After all this effort, you had already made up your mind." Bai Yiyi felt a bit upset, realizing she had been toyed with. "I'll pay you for your work." "Okay, how much?" Seeing the half-smile on Qin Yinfeng's face, Bai Yiyi pretended to think, considering the labor costs. "My craftsmanship is unique in the galaxy. Asking for 10,000 is not unreasonable, right? Not expensive." Qin Yinfeng directly transferred 10,000 star coins to Bai Yiyi. Neither too much nor too little. Bai Yiyi's expression softened, but she then realized something was off. Her original intention was to help Qin Yinfeng escape from here, which is why she considered disguising him, but now the plan failed, and she ended up earning his star coins. "So what do you plan to do in the future?" Bai Yiyi didn't specify, but Qin Yinfeng instantly understood. "Don't worry about me. You can move whenever you want, as long as the house still allows me to stay." The implication of his words made Bai Yiyi automatically understand that he would wait until he was healed before leaving. "Stay as long as you want. This place isn't worth much star coins. Just let me know when you leave, and I'll cut off the energy fees." Before Bai Yiyi packed her things and prepared to leave, she checked the status of Heartbeat. Heartbeat had already secured second place in the Yuchuan competition, distancing itself significantly from the third place, and was not far from the first place. The first place game was called Stellar Love, set in a galactic backdrop, and was a narrative-driven management game. It told the story of a mech engineer with numerous military achievements whose consciousness, for some unknown reason, was preserved in an ancient first-generation light brain after his death. He had a good relationship with his spouse and, fearing she would be too sad, repeatedly tried to add her communication number using the first-generation light brain's ID. After countless failures and near despair, his wife finally accepted his friend's request. He did not reveal his identity to her, but became friends as a stranger. With his efforts, his wife's mood gradually improved, and she eventually suggested meeting him. How would he meet her? From here, the characters' fates took a turn, leading to different endings, some bad endings, and some happy endings. Bai Yiyi played this game. She learned all this from the introduction and comments. The producer of Stellar Love was named Spider, who had produced 6 games. Bai Yiyi glanced at the ratings. Each game had a high score, all with extraordinary and exciting story backgrounds, indicating that Spider was a very capable game producer. However, the games didn't earn much star coins and seemed to challenge the player's intellect. It seemed like making games was not for earning star coins, but rather to torment players. Even if Heartbeat didn't surpass the other game in ranking, Bai Yiyi thought it was very normal. Her game, which was designed to trick players into spending money, simply couldn't compete with the quality of content provided by the other game producers. They were not her competitors. Bai Yiyi also saw a new message from Chalu. "Chalu, I heard that the flights from your place to the main star have been frequently harassed by space pirates lately, and the Federation Army has been dispatched. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up?" After their last private message, they had exchanged contact information. Bai Yiyi replied, "No need to trouble yourself. It's not safe for your people to come over, and since the army has been dispatched, I believe the flights should be safer." "Chalu, all right, stay safe." After ending the communication, Bai Yiyi felt uneasy. With the Federation Army dispatched, something must have happened. In a distant space station, a tall man entered the survey room, showing a hint of fatigue. As soon as he arrived, someone made way for him. "Can we track their retreat route?" A weary expression appeared on Chi K's face, and his seemingly indifferent smile made those present feel uneasy. "Report." "No." After asking several questions and learning that the surveying equipment was functioning normally and that the damaged parts had been repaired promptly, he moved to the nearby rest area and closed his eyes to rest. In a place unseen by Chi K, the staff at the space station whispered to each other. Why would Lord Chi K suddenly come to this remote place and personally sweep up the recent rampant activities of space pirates in nearby routes? I see that this batch of space pirates hasn't made any major moves lately. They've robbed quite a few starships, but so poor here that they can't get much. Running around so frequently must mean something is wrong, which is why Lord Chi K came. But I still feel something is off. The people Lord Chi K brought in are still the military forces from the nearby planets. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Stop talking, just follow orders. After preparing for another encounter with the space pirates, Bai Yiyi boarded the starship and didn't dare to sleep. While Doubao slept soundly, the starship was halted midway. Bai Yiyi thought it was the space pirates, but when the cabin door opened, she saw uniformed officers. The man at the forefront wasn't in uniform, but it was clear he held a high position among this group. They merely scanned the condition of the starship before quickly leaving. Before departing, she caught a glimpse of the man in civilian clothes glancing at her. His eyes flashing with an expression she couldn't comprehend. It was just a moment. Bai Yiyi felt it was just an illusion. Remembering the cat she encountered last time, a strange feeling flashed through her heart. If it wasn't an illusion, did she and Doubao seem too out of place among these passengers? Upon arriving at the main star and disembarking, Bai Yiyi saw Qilu waiting for her. They recognized each other since they had seen each other's appearance during the video call. Qilu also brought 2 students, one male and one female. The boy was named Chen Sheng, and the girl was named Su Jinjia. The 2 students voluntarily helped Bai Yiyi carry her luggage, and Su Jinjia, excited, wanted to help Bai Yiyi hold Doubao, but was politely declined. Sister Bai, I'm so happy to see you in person. I didn't expect you to be so young, and the characters you designed are so beautiful. Could you authorize those companies that make intelligent robots to create physical versions? I really want to buy one to look at every day. Su Jinjia's lively words moved Bai Yiyi. Going out to the outskirts? Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider it. Bai Yiyi responded with a smile. That's great. Sister Bai, please consider it quickly. I can't wait. I guarantee that the character robots from Heartbeat will definitely sell well. Many of my classmates and friends love Heartbeat. If I weren't carrying things, I would jump up. She recommended collaborating with the Chu family, saying their brand had been around for a long time, and their intelligent robots could be said to be the best in the galaxy, with guaranteed quality. Chapter 27. The father of the wild child seems to have found her. Bai Yiyi only smiled lightly and glanced at her without saying a word. Su Jinjia thought it was her fault for talking too much and shyly stopped speaking. You must be tired from rushing over. Go rest at the accommodation center first. After taking the Qilu bus to Tsinghua University, Qilu handed the door card to Bai Yiyi. But unexpectedly, the next moment he saw Professor Gu standing outside the building. Many students were peering from a distance, and the 3 security robots specially assigned to Professor Gu blocked the path, making it seem like they were waiting for some important figure. Professor Gu had sparse hair, with gray strands visible among them. His face was lined with fine wrinkles, but his features were still handsome, exuding a touch of elegance when he smiled. Qilu hurriedly approached. Teacher, what brings you here? Professor Gu bypassed him directly, his eyes shining with joy. You child, just stay at my home. Why come to the accommodation center? It's so inconvenient for you to have a child here. Qilu felt a bit guilty. He hadn't mentioned to Bai Yiyi that Professor Gu wanted her to stay at his home, so he quickly said, the accommodation center at our school is quite nice, with all the facilities being very convenient. The child might cry and disturb you. Bai Yiyi didn't expose Qilu, smiling as she explained, and then picked up Doubao, quickly calling Grandpa Gu. Doubao grinned at Professor Gu. Hello, Grandpa Gu. The soft, sticky child's voice was very pleasant to hear. Professor Gu cheerfully responded, Good. Good. Professor Gu, let's go inside and chat, Bai Yiyi suggested. Are you really going to stay here? I've already prepared a room for you at my home. Professor Gu asked, unwilling to give up. He showed a worried expression. At my age, my home is so empty. If the child cries, it would add some liveliness to the house. And besides, I see that this child is very well behaved. Qilu received a hint from Professor Gu's gaze and helplessly added a word of persuasion. The accommodation center does have a lot of people coming and going, with many students in the academy. If they find out you're staying here, they might want to come over and visit, which could disturb your rest. You might not mind. But what about the child? In fact, Qilu had already informed the school teachers to tell the students not to disturb Bai Yiyi. You say you want to stay at the accommodation center, and then you say you don't want to stay at the accommodation center. Bai Yiyi swallowed her words of refusal and agreed. It's hard to refuse such kindness, so I will trouble Professor Gu. Professor Gu's face lit up with a smile. Bai Yiyi and Doubao moved into Professor Gu's home. The scene in front of the accommodation center was captured by students watching from a distance and immediately spread on the forum of Tsinghua University. The school had informed teachers not to go to the accommodation center recently, But the news about Professor Gu inviting Bai Yiyi had not leaked out. So the forum was filled with speculation about the identities of the unfamiliar woman and child in the photos. Professor Gu only had one son, and after his spouse passed away, he did not remarry. Compared to Professor Gu's achievements, his son Gu Zhizhu was relatively ordinary. His only achievement was being a pretty boy at Tsinghua University for 4 years, and after graduation, he disappeared from everyone's sight, with rumors suggesting he entered politics. However, Gu Zhizhu's grades were mediocre, so even if he did enter politics, he likely only secured a nominal position thanks to Professor Gu's connections, thus remaining low profile to this day. So when the latest rumor on the forum emerged that the woman and child in the picture had moved into Professor Gu's home, everyone concluded that the woman and child must be Gu Zhizhu's spouse and child. In the girls' dormitory at Tsinghua University, Sun Yaoyao saw the photos on the forum and examined them countless times after zooming in. Senior Gu is so handsome. It's a pity I haven't seen him in person. I've only seen his child. Her roommate poked her, dreamily saying, "My teenage heart is shattered. Hey, what do you think? If I wait a bit, his child will definitely grow up to be super handsome too. That little brother is too cute. Stop it." Sun Yaoyao pushed her roommate away and frowned. "I think this woman looks a lot like someone I know. You know her?" Her roommate asked. Calculating the time, it's quite possible it's her. But how could that be? Sun Yaoyao muttered to herself. "Who is it?" Her roommate asked again. "It's not her. I must have mistaken her," Sun Yaoyao said after a moment of silence. Her roommate was speechless. Sun Yaoyao turned and left, entering a net cabin store on campus. Shuang Shuang, I think I saw her. Upon entering the StarNet cabin, Sun Yaoyao's first action was to send a message to Chu Shuang Shuang. At the same time, she forwarded all the pictures from the forum to her. At that moment, Chu Shuang Shuang had just finished her strength training. Looking at the unsatisfactory data, she recalled the expressions of the Qin family. Our Qin family has been military descendants for generations, regarding the genes of future generations, only seeking those within the military. Miss Chu, you should choose another partner. When she returned, her father still wanted to persuade her. Chu Shuang Shuang firmly replied, "I want to go to military school." Chu's father moved his lips, choosing to support his beloved daughter. "Okay, Dad will do his best to help you." The Qin family not only has deep roots in the military, but the Qin Group also dominates half of the business world, overshadowing the Chu family. This high branch is too tempting. Chu Shuang Shuang was currently making up for the knowledge she needed to master the admissions exams for all military schools in the galaxy. Besides the theoretical courses, also included various tests. Her target school was the 11th Military Academy of the galaxy. Although it was a prestigious school at the bottom of the rankings, it was the fastest and easiest way for her to enter military school. She tested her mental strength at A, but her physique was only E. Before the next admissions exam, her physique must be improved to at least C. Otherwise, even just relying on qualifications would get her eliminated. Improving 2 levels, even a low-level leap from E to C, is extremely difficult in a short time. She only had over half a year, so she had already been in seclusion for several months. At this time, when she received Sun Yaoyao's message, Chu Shuang Shuang initially didn't want to pay attention, but she suddenly recognized a familiar figure in the images sent by the other party. "Bai Yiyi, it's her. I mistake her. You still came back." Chu Shuang Shuang's lips curled into a mocking smile as she replied to Sun Yaoyao's message. "Chu Shuang Shuang, what? Are you scared now that she's back?" "Chu Shuang Shuang, don't worry. She is only here for me. She think of you." Sun Yaoyao, but her wild child, as father seems to have found her. Chu Shuang Shuang instinctively looked at the middle-aged man holding the child in the photo and laughed. "Chu Shuang Shuang, an old man? What identity?" Sun Yaoyao, no, he is likely Douzi, Professor Gu's son, and now Bai Yiyi has already moved into Professor Gu's house. Chu Shuang Shuang, stay calm. The evidence from back then can't be found anymore. She suspect you drugged her. Even if she has doubts, you just insist you didn't know. What can she do? Chu Shuang Shuang, keep an eye on her for me. If anything happens, contact me, and I will handle it. With Chu Shuang Shuang's assurance, Sun Yaoyao felt relieved. Sun Yaoyao. Okay. Chapter 28 Professor Gu's residence is adjacent to the school, allowing him to catch the school bus easily. It is a small villa with a private courtyard, and the walls are made of special soundproof materials, creating an almost tranquil atmosphere as soon as one enters. The courtyard is adorned with patches of bamboo groves, and clear water flows down from a rockery made of real stones, forming a small pond where red and white fish swim among the green water plants, creating ripples. This gives Bai Yiyi a familiar feeling, as if she has returned to her hometown on ancient Blue Star. Looking at the kindly old professor before her, Bai Yiyi's affection for him increases. From the style of his home, it is evident that he truly loves Chinese civilization. The main architecture still reflects an interstellar style, but the bamboo pavilion in the courtyard is built to resemble the ancient times, as if it has crossed tens of thousands of years. Seeing Bai Yiyi stop and linger, Professor Gu feels a sense of comfort and also halts. It took me 3 months to recreate the scenes from ancient texts. No matter how finely and perfectly constructed the virtual scenes on StarNet are, I always feel they're like flowers in a mirror, unattainable, Professor Gu laments. I feel the same way. Bai Yiyi smiles before entering the house. Professor Gu glances back at the courtyard and then at Bai Yiyi's figure, his eyes filled with a sense of comfort and satisfaction. His previous remark was somewhat suggestive, yet Bai Yiyi's genuine response filled him with pride, enhancing his impression of her as a junior. With the help of the housekeeping robot, Bai Yiyi moves into a spacious room, furnished with a large and a small bed. With the bamboo grove visible outside the window, the room also contains a small partition, perhaps considering Bai Yiyi's role as a game producer, equipped with the latest StarNet pod, decorated in a style favored by young people today. The housekeeping robot conveyed Professor Gu's message that once she and her child are settled, they can find him in the study. After Bai Yiyi and Doubao bathe and freshen up, she takes out the game console she received from the Cub Management Bureau, which is labeled for use by cubs over 1 year old. She plugs the game console into the StarNet pod and places Doubao inside. You can play here. I'll be back shortly. Be good. Bai Yiyi kisses his forehead. Okay, Doubao nods obediently. After closing the StarNet pod, Bai Yiyi can see the user's health data on the external panel, a feature her old StarNet pod lacked, highlighting its safety performance. This was also the reason she hadn't allowed Doubao to play with the game console on the garbage star. In the study, Professor Gu asks, I heard from Xiao Lu that you need to find a job. On his desk lies a stack of paper materials and various pens. Although the interstellar era has long abandoned writing on paper, Bai Yiyi is not surprised to see this at Professor Gu's place. Thanks to Professor Gu, my game has already turned a profit, but I want to provide Doubao with a better environment. So, what about Doubao's father? Professor Gu asks, realizing he may have overstepped. However, having seen a segment of Blue Star language in the game Xiao Lu showed him, along with the exquisite and authentic characters, he has developed an appreciation for talent. If you don't mind, you could be my assistant for a while. If better opportunities arise later, you can choose to resign. Be your assistant? I value your ability. As my assistant, you only need to help me organize materials and assist in translating ancient texts. Nothing else is required. Professor Gu explains, I can offer you 50,000 a month, and depending on your abilities, it can be increased later. You can stay and eat here. My son rarely comes back, so it's just me and old man. If Qi Lu heard this, he would probably complain again. 50,000 to hire an assistant? You only make a little over 100,000 a month. That's half gone. Even if you're a poor old man, you don't need to give so much. Qi Lu knows Bai Yiyi has some skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created the game Heartbeat, but academically, she might not have much ability or she wouldn't be in this situation. Is it the literature from ancient Blue Star? Bai Yiyi asks. Yes. Thank you, Professor Gu. I'm honored to become your assistant. Bai Yiyi feels reassured and agrees. The terms proposed by Professor Gu are quite generous, and she has no reason or desire to refuse, especially since it involves engaging with the literature of ancient Blue Star and her own past. This is no longer just an economic temptation. Don't rush. I still need to test you, Professor Gu says, pulling out a stack of materials and handing them to Bai Yiyi. I'll give you 3 days. You can check the internal school network for related information and translate these. How much you could translate doesn't matter. I mainly want to assess your grasp of Blue Star language to assign future tasks. Bai Yiyi flips through the materials. It is in simplified classical Chinese. All right, we'll sign a formal contract in 3 days. I welcome you to join my work, Professor Gu smiles. Returning to her room with the materials, Bai Yiyi feels a bit dazed. She remembers she was invited by Professor Gu as a guest. On the other hand, She wants to provide Doubao with a better living environment. The job search Qi Lu mentioned seems secondary. She currently lacks sufficient funds to prepare for her next game, and can only update new characters and props for Heartbeat occasionally and hold events. The workload is much lighter than before her time travel. Doubao is still in the StarNet pod, and Bai Yiyi presses the prompt button outside the pod. After a while, the StarNet pod opens. Doubao, his face slightly flushed, reaches out to grab Bai Yiyi's arm. "Mommy, you're back. This is so fun. There are all kinds of levels. It's as fun as catching stars." Bai Yiyi picks him up and thinks little of it. "You can play for an hour each day. If you behave well, I'll give you extra time. Now it's time for you to rest. It's my turn. Is Mommy going to play this too?" Doubao asks, leaning against Bai Yiyi and tilting his head. "No, I won't play." Bai Yiyi places him on his bed. "I need to work to earn star coins to buy you clothes and food." After calming Doubao down, Bai Yiyi begins reading the materials at the desk in the partition. After quickly reviewing the entire document, she feels more confident. By checking the current understanding of ancient blue star literature on StarNet, she finally comprehends it thoroughly. This material is part of the simplified version of 3 strategies, focusing on strategy. Besides being easy to learn and study, the simplified version also condenses the essence of previous thinkers' ideas. Therefore, research in ancient civilization studies is generally based on the simplified version, which reduces the difficulty of the work for Bai Yiyi. Chapter 29. Truth or Falsehood. After Bai Yiyi followed Professor Gu's instructions and logged onto the internal network to check, she discovered that there was actually very little and incomplete material in traditional Chinese. After Bai Yiyi had left the study for a long time, Professor Gu, who was immersed in work, suddenly realized that the materials in his hand were incorrect. "I picked the wrong documents." Before Bai Yiyi arrived, Professor Gu had prepared the materials he wanted to give her and set them aside for backup. Perhaps due to his old age, he actually picked the wrong ones. The difficulty between classical and modern Chinese is far too great, but going back to retrieve them is not Professor Gu's style. Perhaps it was fate. As mentioned in the books, after the initial shock, Professor Gu sighed and immediately contacted Chilu. "The materials I gave her are too difficult. I'm a bit worried she might feel too much pressure. You find a way to help her." Before this, Chilu had been both a student and an assistant to Professor Gu. He knew that Professor Gu regarded him as a successor. Seeing the teacher's message, although Bai Yiyi didn't threaten his position, it still made Chilu feel somewhat uneasy seeing how well the teacher treated her. "Okay, I will help her, as long as she asks me." This wait lasted an entire day. Bai Yiyi did not send him any messages. Unable to resist, Chilu sent a message to Bai Yiyi, but received no reply for a long time. Bai Yiyi spent a day and a half translating the over 1,000 characters of materials that Professor Gu had given her. In addition to the overall translation, she also annotated the meanings of individual characters. After all, she was not an ancient scholar well-versed in the classics, and there were still places she was unsure about. Even after checking the internal network, she couldn't confirm everything, so she could only translate according to her understanding and add annotations. The over 1,000 characters she translated ended up expanding to about 10 times that length. She looked at the document she had organized, which was about 17,000 words. Bai Yiyi did not rush to give the document to Professor Gu, and at that moment, she noticed the messages on her light brain. "Chilu, are you getting used to it these days?" "Chilu, in 3 days, it will be the exhibition. I've had Chun Sheng and Su Jianjia keep it secret. It will definitely be a surprise for them." Bai Yiyi replied, "It's quite good. The environment here with Professor Gu is much better than my home." This was the truth and Bai Yiyi's deepest feeling. After receiving the message, Chilu pondered for a long time. He recalled that he had been to the teacher's home, but had never stayed overnight. Ignoring the slight imbalance in his heart, he wondered why Bai Yiyi never mentioned the translation issues to him. Was she embarrassed? "Chilu, by the way, I checked on your job situation. One is a tutoring institution, and the other is a translation job in our school library. The tutoring institution is very busy, and considering your actual situation, I think the translation job is more suitable." "Chilu, I just wanted to ask, can you handle the translation work?" Bai Yiyi, "Is it also a translation of ancient Blue Star text?" Chilu was delighted. "Chilu also?" Bai Yiyi told Chilu about Professor Gu asking her to be his assistant. Bai Yiyi, "Translation is too mentally taxing. I kind of regret agreeing to be Professor Gu's assistant. Chilu, it's normal to encounter problems in translation. You can ask me anything, and I can help you with solutions. It's not that Bai Yiyi looked down on Chilu. On one hand, this was her mother tongue, and the parts she couldn't translate were actually the deeper meanings and reasoning within the sentences. On the other hand, she also saw from the internal network materials that interstellar scholars still had many misunderstandings about ancient Blue Star text. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and chose a sentence from the document that she had doubts about in her translation to send to Chilu. With great kindness, one can achieve tenfold from soldiers. During wartime, soldiers will fight more fiercely with fewer numbers. Upon seeing this sentence, Chilu was completely stunned. He seriously suspected that the teacher had given him a difficult problem. If he said he didn't know, he would lose face. Chilu, wait for me to think about how to say this. Chilu quickly searched the star network, but couldn't find a translation for that sentence. Translating it word by word, he couldn't understand it either. Although he hadn't been in academia for many years, he understood that he couldn't mislead students. After struggling for a long time, he chose to compromise with his own pride. Chilu, I'm sorry, I also don't know the meaning of this sentence. Bai Yiyi completely gave up on seeking advice from Chilu. The fact that he didn't casually misinterpret the sentence to deal with her was already quite good. Bai Yiyi, it's fine. Professor Gu said that I can translate as much as I can in these 3 days. Chilu remembered that Professor Gu had also said he was worried about her pressure, so he comforted her. Chilu, don't put pressure on yourself. Even if you can't be an assistant, you can still consider the job I mentioned. The salary won't compare to what Professor Gu offers, but it's still quite good. Also, your game development is doing really well, so you don't have to worry too much about the current financial strain. Bai Yiyi, Chilu comforted her a few more times, satisfied that he had completed the task assigned by the teacher. At the same time, he felt relieved. If he couldn't solve the difficult problem, Bai Yiyi wouldn't be able to either, and she wouldn't be looked at differently by the teacher. He was still the one most valued by the teacher. This thought lasted only a day before it shattered. Professor Gu fainted. When Chilu received the news and rushed to Professor Gu's home, she had already woken up and was lying in bed with a stack of paper materials in her hands. Laughing nonstop. Haha, good, so good. The way she looked at Bai Yiyi was completely different now. Previously, it was a kind affection for a junior, but now it was tinged with respect. What she said to Bai Yiyi left Chilu in a daze. What virtue do I, Douzi? Have to let you be my assistant? I was wrong before. Why didn't you say so earlier? Professor Gu was extremely regretful, yet unable to contain her joy. Don't worry, once the translation of 3 strategies is complete, I absolutely want to take credit for your work. The Federation will definitely award you honors. And the strategies you translated will be used in the military, benefiting all interstellar people. What is going on? Chilu couldn't help but ask. Only then did Professor Gu notice Chilu. Why are you here? Shouldn't I have fainted for you to come? Hearing Professor Gu's surprised voice, it seemed she just realized he was there, as if she thought he shouldn't be there. Once he understood the whole situation, Chilu also exhibited some neurotic behavior. Holding the printed translation. How could this be? Didn't you say you couldn't translate it? Chilu couldn't believe it. He recalled the question Bai Yiyi had asked and found the explanation in the translation. The explanation was, regularly giving soldiers some benefits. During wartime, soldiers will fight with tenfold strength, overcoming larger forces with fewer numbers. There was also an explanation beside it, which was incredibly fitting in the context of the entire text. It was who was uncertain and wanted to know if you had any different insights, Bai Yiyi explained. Moreover, I am not studying ancient civilization. Rather, an old man taught me on a garbage planet. This sounded unbelievable, but in light of the over 17,000 words of translation in front of them, it didn't seem so strange anymore. Professor Gu, being Chilu's teacher, naturally understood Chilu's confusion. She said the old man had passed away. Professor Gu expressed her deep regret, saying that his knowledge came from his mind and left no written materials behind. Chilu didn't really want to believe it, but had no choice but to accept it. He looked at Bai Yiyi, who appeared sincere and was at a loss for words. I know that if I say this, others won't believe it. If the Federation finds out, they will probably investigate, but it would disturb the peace of the deceased. I discussed it with Bai Yiyi, and we agreed to say publicly that she met me on the Star Network due to her love for ancient civilization and received my guidance, helping me translate 3 strategies in recent years. Professor Gu only knows that Bai Yiyi completed the workload that took him 2 years in just 3 days. And he cannot refuse her request. Sanelli consists of 3 volumes, totaling more than 800 words. Now, with the content he has translated plus Bai Yiyi's, there are still about 2,000 words left to translate. Bai Yiyi has already agreed to help him with the translation. So why bother about authenticity? Chapter 30. Bai's old employee Chalu felt that the teacher had gone mad. He was not far from madness himself, as he was actually willing to believe Bai Yiyi's words. In fact, Bai Yiyi herself had not expected this outcome. She thought she was just completing a test. To her surprise, Professor Gu fainted after reading her document. When he woke up, they had a heart-to-heart talk. It was from Professor Gu's words that she pieced together the truth of the matter. He had accidentally given her the military strategy book he was supposed to translate and mistakenly let her complete it. Bai Yiyi was not interested in the honor that Professor Gu mentioned. She was more afraid of being taken to be researched on. As she had expected, Professor Gu had an extreme love for ancient Huaxia civilization. She was also willing to impart Huaxia culture to the people of the present world. Thus, the two reached a tacit agreement. I've reported the situation. I've told the higher-ups that this is your year's achievement. Professor Gu said solemnly, his tone deep. The Federation is tolerant towards talent. I have recommended you to become a researcher in our institute, responsible for the subsequent translation work of Sanelli. If approved, translating about 100 words each month will offer better benefits than being my assistant. I understand. The idea of hiding her skills coincided with hers. From Professor Gu's reaction, she also realized how incredible it was that she had translated over 1,000 words of Sanelli in 3 days. After discussing for a long time, Bai Yiyi finally interrupted Professor Gu's enthusiasm, suggesting they talk about surrounding matters, and entrusted him to take care of Doubao. Chalu had his own teaching and research work and couldn't accompany Bai Yiyi, so he suggested letting the 2 students from last time accompany her. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and didn't refuse. She had spent the whole day yesterday understanding the manufacturers of intelligent robots on the main star. The Chu family owned several factories, including some cooperative outsourcing factories, which had almost covered 80% of the factories that had cooperated with the Chu family. The remaining 20% were either under the names of capable niche brands or were just starting entrepreneurial companies trying to run their own factories. Su Jianjia, upon seeing Bai Yiyi again, especially after hearing that they were going to discuss surrounding matters, deliberately wore a formal outfit, the silver-gray suit washing away some of her youthful aura. Chun Sheng, who was already mature in appearance and demeanor, stood beside Su Jianjia without losing out at all. After some conversation, it turned out that Su Jianjia was Qilu's student, and Chun Sheng was sent by his own teacher to do hard work for Qilu. Having come from another school, and he happened to be completing his project at Tsinghua University, Bai Yiyi handed both of them a document. I want you 2 to help me as advisors. Bai Yiyi smiled, and I want to let you work for free. It's 200 star coins a day as compensation. Su Jianjia and Chun Sheng didn't refuse and accepted the compensation Bai Yiyi offered. The 2 read the document on the way and became somewhat confused. It contained acquisition information from several factories. Bai Yiyi took the 2 around several factory areas, acquiring 3. While those that couldn't be negotiated were either due to inappropriate prices or the factory conditions being too poor. When they came out of the last one, dozens of trucks blocked their way. In front of the new factory area, 2 sides were arguing. Customized products have no quality issues. They cannot be returned. It's you who breached the contract. The materials for this batch of products are not what we requested. If you don't return them, we will go through legal procedures. We negotiated changing the materials with your person in charge. It was agreed upon. Who did you talk to? Our person in charge says there's no such thing. Clearly, the young people from the factory side were at a disadvantage. Soon, another person walked out of the factory. We delivered the products on time, according to the contract. Due to insufficient materials, we replaced them with better ones, and your people personally inspected them upon delivery. If you want to go through legal procedures, feel free. I accept the penalty for breach of contract, but we cannot return this batch. The man speaking was calm and composed. As he turned to walk back, he glanced at the somewhat guilty-looking person in charge across the way and smiled lightly. I heard that another model of robots on the market has a 30% return rate, supposedly also due to material issues. Coincidentally, that material is what you requested in your contract. Logically, you should be thanking us for this batch. If you don't return them, we won't pay the balance. The other side shouted, "Do what you want." The man coldly swept a glance and entered the door. Xiao Zhou called the police. The young man who spoke first opened his light brain upon hearing this and reported the situation to the police on the spot. The returners couldn't withdraw and had to leave in frustration. Truck after truck drove away. However, Bai Yiyi walked into this factory. "I want to place an order." The man, who hadn't walked far, turned back upon hearing this and saw three strangers standing at the door. He squinted his eyes and recognized Bai Yiyi's face. "Come in and talk." Bai Yiyi and the others were invited into the office. The man began to introduce himself. "My name is Lin Yutian, the owner of Fubai Enterprises." Just as Bai Yiyi was about to introduce herself, she heard Lin Yutian's next sentence. "Miss Bai, you may not know me, but I know you. Not only do I know you, but over half of the people in this factory know you." These two, Lin Yutian looked at Chen Sheng and Su Jianjia beside Bai Yiyi and hesitated, unsure if some things were appropriate to hear. Bai Yiyi glanced at the two behind her. Chen Sheng pulled Su Jianjia. "We'll wait outside, not to disturb your old acquaintances." After the two left, Bai Yiyi said, "So you used to work at Bai's?" His words were already quite clear, and it was not surprising that Bai Yiyi could guess it. Lin Yutian sneered. "Bai's has long been gone. In fact, when President Bai passed away, Bai's had already become the Chu family's. The old employees were suppressed to the bottom, swallowing their blood and tears to protect their early efforts. But you have shattered their last hope." A trace of sadness flashed in Lin Yutian's eyes. How could such a wise person as President Bai have such a foolish daughter? Not only did she ruin herself, but she also handed over her life's work to a white-eyed wolf. So, Fubai Enterprises was founded by the original old employees of Bai's. "You lack funds, right?" Bai Yiyi spoke up. Lin Yutian sized up Bai Yiyi for a moment. This woman felt somewhat different from before, but it was also normal to think about it. "Fubai Enterprises has nothing to do with you, Miss Bai." Bai Yiyi sat on the sofa, half smiling. "I've seen your company's data. Continuous losses. How much longer can it last like this? If I could bring it back to life, wouldn't it have something to do with me?" Lin Yutian sneered. "If you say that, I might have to ask you to leave." Chapter 31 Presale begins. Don't rush. I'm not here empty-handed. Bai Yiyi opened the holographic device on her wrist, and two contracts appeared on the virtual panel. To revive Fubai, there are three main points. The first is funding. I will invest 1 million, which is just the first investment. If the cooperation goes well, there will be a second investment. The second is orders. This is the authorization contract for Heartbeat. The game producer will conduct a pre-sale on the Star Network after the contract is signed, with a pre-sale period limited to 3 days, and the profit will be split 70-30, with the producer receiving 70 and Fubai receiving 30. The third is technology. Bai Yiyi paused. Her expression seemed to carry a hint of sorrow, her eyes shimmering. "All the technical data of the Bai family was in a cloud account left to me by my mother, and I hold the ownership." Lin Yutian realized this instantly. The reason Chu's company can still benefit from the Bai family's legacy is simply that the original equipment still contains process data, but not the extensive technological data accumulated by the Bai family over the years. Without this data, it would be a pipe dream for Chu's company to iteratively update the product's actual functions. This is the greatest wealth that Bai's mother left to Bai Yiyi. "What you mean is," a spark of fervor ignited in Lin Yutian's eyes. "The data in the cloud account, I could never give to Fubai, who has no relation to me." Bai Yiyi's teasing returned Lin Yutian's earlier words to him. Lin Yutian instantly calmed down. Bai Yiyi's transformation was greater than he had previously thought. The old Bai Yiyi would never have said such things. "Since I said it's the third point, then it can be given." Bai Yiyi walked up to Lin Yutian and slowly spoke. "My condition is to make Fubai truly worthy of its name. I will help it grow and prosper, and it will also be my backing to help me reclaim what is mine. You want to be the boss of Fubai?" Lin Yutian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Helping her reclaim the Bai family business would make it impossible for Fubai to stand independently. So, essentially, she wants to be the boss of Fubai. Whether to sign the contract or not is up to you. Bai Yiyi remained non-committal, simply presenting the two contracts. Lin Yutian chuckled. The two contracts in front of him included one for investment and one for the authorization and cooperation of Heartbeat. The third point she mentioned was, in her view, contingent on a pleasant cooperation. Bai was barely hanging on, and the choice Bai Yiyi offered could truly be seen as an opportunity for Bai. I have no reason not to sign. Lin Yutian had already made his decision. The disdain in his gaze towards Bai Yiyi had vanished, replaced by a hint of admiration. He had filled in the nearly 2 years of her absence with his imagination of her enduring hardship. I admit, I spoke a bit loudly earlier. I hope you won't mind. Pleasant cooperation. Bai Yiyi took out the 3 acquisition contracts she signed today and sent them to Lin Yutian as well. There's one more thing. I don't have enough energy right now. These 3 companies are all newly acquired by me. You'll take over, right? The facilities are well equipped, and the factory area is relatively new. Just temporarily consider it as my partnership with Bai. Lin Yutian's expression instantly stiffened. Was she really not warning him? Her words were serious. If Bai was unqualified, would she kick it out any time? Lin Yutian signed the contract. And after sending Bai Yiyi off, he searched for Heartbeat on the Star Network according to the requirements of the second contract. He needed to create a cost budget for the robot production of all the characters in Heartbeat. Lin Yutian had been feeling overwhelmed lately and was unaware of the recent surge in popularity of Heartbeat. Upon finding the character images, he was genuinely amazed. But soon, he also realized the magnitude of the upcoming workload. Bai Yiyi would later send him the data ratio diagrams for the characters. He also needed to find suitable materials. The level of intelligence for the robots had to be classified. Perfectly restoring the characters would require repeated testing. All of this would affect the cost budget. On the way back, Su Jinjia hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Aren't we here to discuss the peripherals?" The project for the peripherals has already been handed over to them after Bai ran into acquaintances, Bai Yiyi replied. Su Jinjia exclaimed, looking as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Bai Yiyi naturally knew what Su Jinjia wanted to say, but she couldn't explain her grudges with Chu's company. The intelligent robots made by Chu's group are quite good, but the prices are very high, Bai Yiyi explained. What you care about most is the restoration of appearance. If you really want to make high-intelligence robots, would you be willing to use them? Su Jinjia thought for a moment. If she had the Weishan goddess, how could she bear to make her do any work? She immediately shook her head. Bai Yiyi's eyes sparkled mischievously. You must have seen the goods on that truck outside the factory, right? They were made pretty well, right? Moreover, their employees came from Chu's group. The boss used to work at Chu's as well, and they make products according to the standards of large factories. Upon hearing this, Su Jinjia's slight dissatisfaction vanished without a trace. Indeed, this way, I might be able to buy more characters. Once the finished products are out, I can gift you a robot of an SSR character. You like the Weishan goddess? How about her? In fact, Su Jinjia was too early to be happy. Bai Yiyi would raise the prices for characters rated SR and above to prevent devaluation in the game. But she didn't want to ruin Su Jinjia's mood. So, she said she would give her one. Really? Su Jinjia exclaimed excitedly, bumping against the car wall, suppressing the pain as she shouted, Bai Jia, you're simply the best. But soon she realized her outburst and quickly regained her composure. Actually, I could buy it myself. My little savings are quite ample. I say it's a gift, so it's a gift, Bai Yiyi smiled. Su Jinjia still pretended to be shy and thanked her. The next day was the day of the exhibition that Qi Lu mentioned, and at the same time, the pre-sale link for the peripheral character robots of Heartbeat was also launched. 3 SSR level characters, 5 SR level, 5 R level, 10 N level, and their corresponding 2-star and 3-star images were all listed for pre-sale. The pre-sale period was a total of 3 days. A single character image would only be finalized after reaching 30,000 orders. Otherwise, it would be automatically canceled within 10 days after the pre-sale ended. The total price of the finished products would be announced, allowing buyers to reconfirm. Once confirmed, orders could not be canceled, while those who did not wish to purchase could cancel, but the pre-sale payment would not be refunded. On the pre-sale interface, the 2-star and 3-star SSR characters that had not yet been unlocked by players were still displayed as shadows, but were also linked. The pre-sale price for the top-tier 3-star SSR reached a staggering 300,000 star coins. Yet even so, within less than 5 hours of the pre-sale launch, the orders had already exceeded 10,000. Can't get it in the game, can we still buy one? 300,000. It has already grabbed 12,997 orders. You guys are ruthless. I want to listen to the spirit's sister tell me stories while in her arms. To realize this dream, I'm all in. Are you really in it for the stories? The point is being in the spirit's sister's arms, right? I'm poor. Goddess sister. I'm sorry, I can only settle for a cheap version of you, but it's still not cheap for me. Please, let us gather the pre-sale orders. My fellow siblings from slums. Please. Chapter 32. The Means of the Chu Family. The Heartbeat Character Design Exhibition, held by the College of Ancient Civilizations at Tsinghua University, was spontaneously organized by upperclassmen who loved Heartbeat. They rented the exhibition hall at the school's activity center, which could accommodate over 1,000 people. The College of Ancient Civilizations had a small student body, with fewer than 500 students in total, which seemed more than enough. However, they did not expect that so many students would come to visit the exhibition, including those from other majors at the university and even students from other schools. This caused the students from the College of Ancient Civilizations to look resentfully at their upperclassmen responsible for organizing the exhibition. Everyone thought, there is hardly enough room for our own students. When Bai Yiyi heard about this, the exhibition organizer was already under pressure and had temporarily opened an online virtual exhibition hall, which alleviated much of the crowd's frustration. Even so, the activity center's exhibition hall was still overflowing with people. I'd rather not go to the venue. I'm really afraid of being overwhelmed by them. With so many people, Bai Yiyi found it hard to imagine how difficult it would be for her to enter as Baido. Qilu initially wanted to persuade her to go, but upon seeing the wildly circulated pictures from the venue, he realized it was indeed too much to ask. In the end, they opted for the virtual exhibition hall. Due to budget constraints, 3 virtual exhibition halls were opened, which ensured the exhibition's effectiveness without incurring excessive costs. After all, there was no admission fee for this exhibition. Under the idea of reluctant to part, Bai Yiyi browsed through all the design works and overheard many discussions. It would be great if there were similar clothes for sale. Even if she couldn't wear them out, she could wear them at home. Why did ancient people have such beautiful clothing? She had seen materials in class before, but it didn't feel the same. It must be a modified version. Are students majoring in ancient civilizations really this talented? Or have we been underestimating the aesthetics of ancient people all along? In fact, clothing in the interstellar era is primarily practical, tailored to fit the human form, varying by occasion, age, gender, and performance, with very few elaborate designs. Bai Yiyi also liked beautiful clothing, but after coming to the interstellar era, her choices were based on performance and price. Temperature control was a must, and comfort was generally linked to price. Perhaps due to different socializing methods, interstellar people's interactions were mostly online, with various virtual avatars, making them place more emphasis on practicality in real life. Just like this time with the character robot, if she were to sell character clothing, it might not sell well. They prefer to draw characters in the game and wear those outfits in-game. After the exhibition ended, the students of the Ancient Civilizations program learned that the producer of Heartbeat had also attended the exhibition, and they once again looked resentfully at their upperclassmen responsible for organizing it. The upperclassmen were sweating and crying internally. We didn't know either. We only knew half a minute earlier than you. Not long after the exhibition ended, Baido posted a new update. Baido, thank you to the students of the College of Ancient Civilizations at Tsinghua University for organizing a special exhibition for Heartbeat. I can see the dedication of each creator from this exhibition. To thank everyone, each creator can leave their account ID and work with Su Jinjia, and you will receive your exclusive character design, which will be sent through the game mailbox. Baido, those who are willing to grant free authorization for their works to Heartbeat can leave a note. The deadline is 10 days. I will selectively list them in the game store for only 60 star coins, available for 30 days, after which they will be discontinued. Adding new game characters in the game consumes data flow, which incurs costs. The 60 star coins for Heartbeat is equivalent to just giving it away. As soon as these 2 updates were released, Su Jinjia became incredibly busy, feeling both pain and joy as she handled the statistics while also dealing with friends questioning her about when she got involved with Baido. Bai Yiyi Wunti, let her say. So she naturally Wunti. She could only vent to her friends about how exhausting the job was. If it weren't for Baido promising her the robot of the Yueshan goddess, she Wunti have taken it on. Upon hearing this, her friends all turned distant. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The pre-sale deadline arrived. Bai Yiyi sent the pre-sale situation to Lin Yutian, and once he provided the cost estimate, they could set the price. The total amount for the group pre-sale reached over 300 billion star coins, with most of it coming from the SSR pre-sale. This was just the pre-sale amount. Is this real? The nearly 1 million orders shocked Lin Yutian. During his time with the Bai Group, and now the Qin Group, he had never encountered such a large order. Even if only 70% of the deals were finalized, it would be enough for the Fubai enterprise to rise to the forefront of the industry overnight. Bai Yiyi replied, "Of course it's real." All of Lin Yutian's last traces of prejudice against Bai Yiyi vanished, and he was enveloped in a thick filter of admiration. But then he grew worried. "But I'm afraid we can't handle such a large order. With the 3 factories you acquired, there are a total of 4 factories. The equipment is sufficient, but the raw materials, especially when the Qin Group finds out, they will surely find a way to monopolize the raw materials and raise the market price. By then, if we can't deliver the goods, this order will fall through. The producer of Heartbeat will have no choice but to choose the Qin Group. This is a common tactic used by the Qin Group to snatch large orders from small companies. They're just too big for others to contend with." Bai Yiyi sneered, "I have a way. Don't worry. Just go to the market to find materials as usual and do as I say when the time comes." After reading the long message Bai Yiyi sent, Lin Yutian felt some doubts but still followed her instructions. Qin Group building. "Have we contacted Doubao?" President Qu asked his assistant while lying in a massage chair, eyes closed. Now middle-aged, he still had no gray hair at his temples, but his face inevitably showed some fine lines. However, he still looked robust, a trait that made him a prime candidate for being courted by Mengning for millions. The assistant lowered his head and replied, "Director Zhun from the business department hasn't yet obtained the other party's contact information. He sent a private message to Doubao on the platform, but received no reply. Perhaps they don't want to cooperate with the Qin Group." However, it was learned that several other companies also hadn't received any orders regarding Heartbeat. Such a large order, few can handle it. President Qu opened his eyes and confidently asked if they had found any recent large orders for raw material procurement in the market. Checked, but nothing. The assistant frowned. "It's been several days, and we still don't know anything. The company is wasting this group of people." President Qu scolded directly. "This order must be secured by the Qin Group. Notify for a meeting. Half a month, just half a month's time. If we can't secure this order, they should pack up and make way for others." The assistant complied, and after leaving the office, he straightened his back, casting a gloomy glance at the door behind him, as if he were looking through that door at the person inside, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Chapter 33 Assessment. In front of the main control console, a pair of long and slender hands moved among hundreds of buttons, and various encrypted symbols appeared on the display screen. Mo, wearing special glasses, sat busy in a high-floating chair. When his hands stopped moving, he took off his glasses, revealing a hint of fatigue on his polite and calm face. Just as he was about to close the file channel, a new email popped up. Mo, who could understand the feeling of finally finishing a long overtime shift and being able to take a break, only to receive another work email. The usually polite Mo felt like cursing, but he couldn't. This was the military's special department, and he was a top talent cultivated by the Federation, so he had to maintain his composure. The only time he could vent was when playing games privately, where he could curse without restraint. That feeling was so refreshing. Mo opened the email expressionlessly and skimmed through the content. It was the latest military strategy material, specifically a military treatise from the ancient civilization of Huaxia on the Blue Star titled 3 Strategies. Mo felt a bit more alert. The military texts from the ancient Huaxia civilization were truly remarkable, yielding unexpectedly effective results in practical combat. Unfortunately, the translation was difficult. However, this time the attachment was surprisingly large. Upon opening it, he found it contained over 10,000 words. What surprised him even more was that he saw a familiar image and familiar information at the end of the email. Isn't this my sister-in-law? Upon realizing that this lengthy content came from Bai Yiyi, Mo's expression finally cracked. The email also invited 3 scholars to assess Bai Yiyi, with him supervising the process, scheduled for the next day at the Federation headquarters. After digesting the email's contents, Emojio no longer felt tired and immediately contacted Chike to explain the situation. Should we tell the boss about this? Unable to contain his emotions, Emojio even spun around in his floating chair. If my sister-in-law were to be caught faking during the assessment, we wouldn't be able to cover for it. The boss would definitely skin us alive if he found out. Chike's usual playful demeanor vanished. He asked in disbelief, "Does my sister-in-law understand Blue Star language?" And translated over 10,000 words of ancient military texts. How is that even possible? No matter how unbelievable it was, they couldn't afford to think about it any longer. Chike quickly told Emojio, "I'll contact the boss," and then ended the call, but he couldn't get through. Qin phone was unreachable. "No worries, I'll handle it." Emojio, now calm again, reassured the sobbing Chi Quebec. "The boss is a jerk. He forgets his brothers once he has a wife. He hasn't contacted us in days. Boo-hoo." Chike pretended to cry, not a single tear in his eyes, clearly putting on an act. But hey, a brother has to be pampered, right? Professor Gu also received a response from above and called Bai Yiyi. "I need to avoid suspicion, so I won't be involved. However, I know all three of them, and they're all decent people. I believe that with your genuine talent, you can pass the assessment." Professor Gu provided the time and place for the assessment, smiling as he said, "I'll give you a gift as a congratulatory present when the time comes." Although they were all on the main star, it wasn't a short trip from Tsinghua University to the Federation headquarters. It would take 2 days for a round trip. So Bai Yiyi had to ask Professor Gu to help look after Doubao again. As she was about to leave, Doubao grabbed her sleeve and wouldn't let go, crying with tears all over her face. "Mommy, don't leave me. You promised Doubao. I'm just going for 2 days. If you get bored, you can play with Grandpa Gu or play games. Don't you love that?" Bai Yiyi referred to the game console she had brought back from the Cub Management Bureau. Doubao genuinely enjoyed that game console and was always excited before playing, looking reluctant to part with it afterward, like a frostbitten eggplant. Okay. When Doubao heard play games, her ears perked up and she pouted, reluctantly agreeing. After Bai Yiyi left, Doubao walked to the small compartment, opened the StarNet pod, and climbed in. Professor Gu, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. Doubao blinked her big eyes at him. "Grandpa Gu, can Doubao play by herself?" she asked softly. "Of course." Professor Gu casually checked the external chip plugged into the StarNet pod and was immediately taken aback. He hesitantly asked Doubao, "Do you like this? Are you having fun?" Doubao nodded without hesitation, her dark eyes unable to hide her joy. Professor Gu swallowed hard, a strange look appearing in his smile. "You can play, but don't exceed 5 hours a day. Okay? I'll come check on you when the time is up." "Okay." When Doubao heard 5 hours, her gaze towards Grandpa Gu changed. He was too nice. So sweet. After leaving the small compartment, Professor Gu fell into deep thought for a long time, curious for the nth time about Bai Yiyi's background. Bai Yiyi boarded the vehicle to the Federation headquarters and received a message from Su Qianxia along the way. "Su Qianxia, Sister Bai, the Chu family has contacted me. I remembered your words and have refused them many times, but they offered 1 million star coins for a chance to talk to you and said that cooperation would yield the largest profits, hoping you could work with them." Bai Yiyi, "I didn't tell them any of my information, right?" Su Qianxia, "No, how could I do that? I would never betray you, Sister Bai. It's just that the Chu family. I can't just ignore them." Bai Yiyi, "It's fine, I trust you. Tell them that I'm willing to talk. But in addition to the 1 million star coins they mentioned, I want the Chu family's president to meet with me personally for the cooperation. Otherwise, no deal." Su Qianxia, "Okay." After receiving Bai Yiyi's precise response, Su Qianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The Chu family had been bothering her for a long time. She had previously had a good impression of them, but now she felt they were really annoying, having told them many times already, yet they kept pestering her. In fact, Director Zhen, who was in contact with Su Qianxia, had his own difficulties. He really couldn't reach Bai Do. He had messaged many times, but she didn't reply, and he even suspected that she had blocked him out of annoyance. Soon, after receiving the message relayed by Su Qianxia, Director Zhen reported the situation immediately. "You want me to meet with him in person?" When Chu Zong received the video call from his assistant, he was currently embracing the waist of the woman beside him, and the atmosphere was just right when he was interrupted, which made him a bit unhappy. "Yes, the assistant said. The other party insisted on meeting only with the president of the Chu family for cooperation. No one else would do. Chu Zong was pleased by this remark, a smirk appearing on his face as he stroked the woman's red lips, mocking, "A bunch of useless fools still need me to solve this. You go arrange the time and place. I want to see what this little game developer is all about." Chapter 34. To release or to test the Federation headquarters is not located in the city center, but between Yinxing and the Seosha Desert. Upon arriving, all one can see is the endless yellow sand or the sprawling city walls of Yinxing. Bai Yiyi opened her light brain and activated the verification pass given by the Federation. Soon, a blurred white light at the edge, resembling a mirage on water, appeared right in front of her. She stepped through it, and the scenery around her changed instantly. For people were already waiting in front of a door, while all other directions were shrouded in darkness. Bai Yiyi, the only woman among the four, spoke up. She sized up Bai Yiyi, and upon receiving a nod from her, turned to open the door behind her. The door's center featured a complex structure, with a seam running vertically down and then splitting to the sides. "We are responsible for your assessment. All of us are in the field of ancient civilization studies and are familiar with the culture of ancient Blue Star." The woman introduced the identities of her companions. Among the four, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The only young man was in charge of overseeing the assessment. The other 3 middle-aged individuals were scholars in the field of ancient civilization studies, surnamed Sun, Nian, and Zhao, with Zhao being the only woman. "You can call us teachers. Each of us will present you with a question, and your answers will directly determine the outcome of the assessment. Of course, we are fair and just, and we appreciate and respect talented individuals, so there will be no dishonesty." Behind the door was a bright, spacious room filled with a metallic sense of technology, with the entire room reflecting a bluish-green glow that could calm and relax one's mood. The young man walked up to a high platform, while the 3 teachers and Bai Yiyi sat opposite each other, about 10 meters apart. After Bai Yiyi took her seat, a virtual screen appeared on the table in front of her, displaying her information and prompting her to confirm. After pressing confirm, Teacher Sun spoke up. "I will present the first question." He glanced at the young man on the high platform before focusing his gaze on Bai Yiyi. "I have prepared a segment of text from Blue Star. You just need to translate it accurately. This text is not difficult. I hope you can complete it within half an hour. If you cannot, that's fine. I will judge based on your completion and accuracy." The question appeared on the virtual screen. Everyone present could see the question on their tables and could watch Bai Yiyi's answering process in real time. Bai Yiyi first read through the question posed, then looked up at Teacher Sun, whose expression resembled that of a cunning old fox. She remained calm on the surface, but internally, she was already complaining. It's simple. The meaning of the text was quite straightforward. However, this old fox had thrown several segments of Blue Star's languages at her. Simplified Chinese, Japanese, Korean, English, French, and even a language she couldn't recognize. If one were to say he was being difficult, the meanings of these segments were indeed simple. But if one were to say he wasn't being difficult, based on what Bai Yiyi had learned earlier, even ordinary students of ancient civilization studies, especially those specializing in ancient Blue Star languages, would find it extremely impressive to memorize hundreds of meanings in simplified Chinese, let alone translating them into coherent sentences. Not to mention mastering multiple languages. Even Bai Yiyi, who lived on Blue Star in her previous life, couldn't achieve that. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yiyi began to answer on the virtual screen. The difficulty of the Chinese segment was equivalent to elementary school texts, while the Japanese and English were also quite simple. She finished those in just 10 minutes. For Korean and French, she could only translate a few phrases and had to break down their meanings. As for the remaining language, she didn't recognize. She had to give up. The entire process took her less than 20 minutes. When she looked up again, she found the 3 teachers opposite her in a state of shock. Their expressions were remarkably similar. "I'm done," Bai Yiyi said. There was no response from the opposite side. The young man, standing on the high platform, couldn't actually understand the question above. But he could see Bai Yiyi's answering speed, which was incredibly fast, as if she didn't need to think. Observing the reactions of the 3 below, he felt completely relieved. He recalled the earlier meeting with these 3 individuals, listening to their discussions about Bai Yiyi, clearly aimed at exposing her facade. It seemed they had fallen into a trap. The three teachers remained fixated on the screen, and Bai Yiyi simply pressed submit. A crisp notification sound echoed through the room, startling the three and bringing them back to their senses. They exchanged glances, each wearing a complicated expression. Teacher Sun had discussed the question with the other two beforehand, and they had agreed that if Bai Yiyi could translate the simplified Chinese completely, it would be sufficient. After all, they had learned that the text they were referring to was the simplified Chinese version of 3 strategies, and the other languages were merely supplementary. They had never considered that Bai Yiyi would have time to translate the latter. Even the 3 teachers themselves couldn't translate the subsequent segments completely. Yet they were horrified to discover that Bai Yiyi had actually translated words whose meanings they still didn't know and incorporated them into coherent sentences that made sense logically. How did you know it meant this? Teacher Sun, recovering from his shock, couldn't help but ask about one of the phrases. This phrase can be applied in many contexts. I inferred it through reading other materials. Bai Yiyi held back from explaining the specific context in which the phrase could be used, as she had actually written them out. However, if she were to articulate them, they wouldn't understand the pronunciation anyway, making it even harder to explain. Teacher Sun's expression stiffened slightly, as if he was accepting her explanation. Continue, the young man on the platform said casually. Bai Yiyi looked at him and saw him smiling at her, his demeanor kind, with no hint of the detachment of a stranger, as if this wasn't their first meeting. Teacher Yin presented his question next. Answer in Blue Star language. No restrictions on the languages used, and the time limit is also half an hour. Upon seeing the question on the virtual screen, Teacher Sun and Zhao shot Teacher Yin a look. Traitor. Teacher Yin spread his hands helplessly. The other party truly had real talent, so why should he be overly difficult? He had prepared 2 sets of questions and would choose based on the situation. Teacher Yin's question consisted of 20 items, all in simplified Chinese. The quantity was large, but the questions were simple. What is your favorite color? Do you like singing? Can you name 3 types of flowers? Bai Yiyi completed these 20 questions in less than 5 minutes. Soon, it was Zhao Teacher's turn, the same woman who had initially spoken to Bai Yiyi and introduced themselves. Zhao Teacher was still smiling as she comforted Bai Yiyi before presenting her question. This question should be your forte, don't be nervous. My question is just 1 sentence. You just need to translate it with a time limit of 1 hour. A strange feeling surged within Bai Yiyi. However, once the question appeared, that strange feeling vanished instantly. Endless effort, 1 against thousands. Bai Yiyi, how coincidental. Is this a leniency or a test? Chapter 35 Meeting Chu Shuang. Congratulations on completing the assessment. Teacher, Zhao said meaningfully. I didn't expect Professor Gu to keep it so deep. If you're willing, I'd like to invite you to join my research team. On the way back, Bai Yiyi recalled Teacher Zhao's reaction after she finished the exam, especially the tenderness in her eyes when mentioning Professor Gu, which made her suspect that there might be some past relationship between them. But what did it have to do with her? Bai Yiyi naturally declined Teacher Zhao's invitation. However, she always felt a gaze lingering on her until she left the federal headquarters. When she returned to Professor Gu's small villa, he found her immediately to inquire about the assessment. Bai Yiyi briefly explained the exam questions and her answers. As long as they didn't make it difficult for you, that's good. Otherwise, I would really have to have a good talk with those 3, Professor Gu said, letting out a subtle sigh of relief and jokingly raising his eyebrows. By the way, what is your relationship with that Teacher Zhao? Bai Yiyi casually asked. Professor Gu's expression froze for a moment before he asked, What's wrong? I know her. I'm quite familiar with her and the others. Did Teacher Zhao do something? Nothing much, Bai Yiyi replied, recounting how Teacher Zhao had asked her to join a research team. She's trying to poach me. Professor Gu huffed, then changed his tone in terms of friendship. I'm actually quite good with her. If you want to go, I won't stop you. Forget it. Not to mention, I have no such intentions. But Teacher Zhao might just be joking or testing me, Bai Yiyi said, seeing that she couldn't pry any further. If you really leave, I would be sad. Professor Gu said, now we just have to wait for news from above. Yeah, you should make more good games like Heartbeat to help more people understand ancient culture. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. I can help you think of solutions. Okay, that Doubao is a good kid. Take care of him more often. Don't let him stay cooped up in the StarNet cabin all the time. I know parents hope their children can become excellent. As a father myself, I used to think about helping him succeed, but later I just wanted to see him often, to ensure he is safe and sound. And to hold my grandchild, where are his children? When Professor Gu said this, Bai Yiyi realized she had never seen his children. He is busy. Professor Gu pursed his lips, his eyes revealing loneliness. When he is not here, I feel frustrated seeing him angry. When he doesn't come back, I start to worry. Did he have a falling out with you? Bai Yiyi asked, confused. Interstellar transportation is advanced. It's not like he doesn't have time to come back. Moreover, given Professor Gu's status, he could easily find a relaxed job for his children since they aren't lacking in star coins. No, Professor Gu came back to his senses. He's a dutiful child. His work makes it inconvenient for him to contact me. He'll come back once he finishes. Bai Yiyi didn't pursue the topic further and just comforted Professor Gu. After chatting with Professor Gu, Bai Yiyi went to see Doubao, who was sleeping in his small bed. As she approached his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. Mommy, Doubao jumped into her arms, hugging her waist and rubbing his head against her. You finally came back. Are you sleepy? Bai Yiyi rubbed his soft hair and asked, looking at his still drowsy eyes. Sleepy. Then keep sleeping. When you wake up, I'll take you out to play. After soothing Doubao back to sleep, Bai Yiyi opened her light brain to check the new messages from Su Jinjia. The Chu family wanted to schedule a time and place to meet. For convenience, she suggested doing it on the StarNet, asking them to book a virtual reception room, setting the time for tomorrow noon. Bai Yiyi replied, the virtual reception rooms on the StarNet are tiered and generally charged by the hour, protecting both parties' privacy and safety. She had heard that many online relationships choose to date in virtual reception rooms to significantly reduce the risk of being deceived. Soon, Bai Yiyi received the number and appointment time for the virtual reception room booked by the Chu family. After Doubao woke up, Bai Yiyi took him out. One reason was to play with him, and the other was that Bai Yiyi wanted to look for a house. Professor Gu was fine with her living in his home, but she couldn't stay there forever. She roughly calculated that Heartbeat had already made about 8 million in profit. And after deducting the 3 factories she acquired and the 1 million she invested in Fubai, there was still 6 million left. Moreover, Heartbeat was still making profits. The most convenient aspect of house hunting in the interstellar realm is that you can view the virtual space of houses on the StarNet. Generally, after viewing online and basically confirming the purchase, you would go see it in person to check if it matches the virtual space. If, after seeing it in person, it matches the virtual space and you still don't want it, you need to pay a certain service fee. Bai Yiyi had already found a house she liked, and she just needed to see it in person to finalize it, which wouldn't take much time. However, she didn't expect to run into a familiar face. The house Bai Yiyi was interested in was located in the central urban area, near a large commercial district, several well-known schools, and some educational institutions. The house was about 120 square meters, which naturally couldn't compare to Professor Gu's home. The facilities inside were all new, and Bai Yiyi glanced around, noticing that half of them were from the Chu family brand. It had 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms, along with a small yard. There was no kitchen. In the interstellar realm, kitchens are often unnecessary, and even bathrooms are mainly used for daily washing and bathing. After viewing, Bai Yiyi signed the agreement. Just as she exited the house, the man who showed her around enthusiastically offered to take her back, but she politely declined, saying she wanted to take Doubao for a stroll nearby. However, just after parting ways, she turned around and saw a figure appear in front of her. With slightly curly long hair tied up in a high ponytail, the bangs were fluffy and just right. Her bright features were lightly made up. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her snug elastic sportswear accentuated her beautiful figure. Chu Shuangshuang had no flaws to speak of. Sister, Chu Shuangshuang smiled. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. I just happened to be training over here. I saw you from above, but wasn't sure. So I'm glad I came down. Chu Shuangshuang pointed to the building just across the street. That was a suspended floor. The transparent glass only showed a layer of misty blue from the outside, but from the inside, one could clearly see the outside scenery. While Chu Shuangshuang was resting during training, she happened to see the familiar figure on the street entering the building across. Ever since she learned that Bai Yiyi had really returned from the garbage star to the main star, and had connections with Professor Gu, despite her confidence. She still harbored a lingering worry. But didn't he matter? If she could step on the other person once, she could do it a second time. Chapter 36. Let her play with me. For a few days, long time no see, Miss Chu. Bai Yiyi smiled, her face still the same. Perhaps having had a child added a touch of mature charm. She was like a flower in full bloom, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, yet standing tall on a high branch, unbending in the wind. This Bai Yiyi was someone Chu Shuang had never seen before. She could actually still smile. Sister, are you still angry? You're so distant. Chu Shuang asked, looking down at Doubao. Is this the illegitimate child? Why did you bring him to the main star? If someone finds out, you could get expelled. Chu Shuang spoke with a worried tone, but her words were meant to provoke Bai Yiyi. Her voice was loud enough that passers-by began to look over. Bai Yiyi touched the bracelet on Doubao's wrist, showing no signs of panic, and calmly glanced at Chu Shuang. Miss Chu, I have no relationship with you anymore. Also, spreading rumors is illegal. You can say these things directly to others. I will just treat it as gathering more witnesses for when the police arrive. Chu Shuang hesitated. In the 2 years since they last met, not only had Bai Yi's mind become sharper, but her tongue had also become more biting. Seeing Bai Yiyi so composed, Chu Shuang asked in surprise, Did you find his father? Mom, what does illegitimate child mean? Doubao frowned and asked, instinctively disliking the woman in front of him, even not wanting to look at her. An illegitimate child is a bad term. Your mother's former bad stepfather brought an illegitimate child from another woman into the house, which made your grandmother very angry. And your mother cut ties with that bad stepfather, so now you only have your mother as your family. Do you understand? Chu Shuang's brows twisted, and she was starting to lose her composure. Bai Yiyi, what do you mean? Who is the illegitimate child? Bai Yiyi raised her eyes and smiled. Did I say something wrong? When Chu Shuang entered the Bai family home, she was called Yin Shuang. After Bai's mother passed away, she changed her surname to Chu. At that time, the original owner thought her stepfather doted on Chu Shuang and changed her surname because of that. You gave birth to an illegitimate child yourself, yet you come here to slander me? Chu Shuang found Bai Yiyi's smile too glaring. It felt like someone she had always looked down upon suddenly looked at her with disdain. Bai Yiyi raised her hand. I have recorded this. If you say one more word in front of me, I will call the police immediately. I wonder how many days you would be detained and whether it would affect your military school entrance exam? Chu Shuang was stunned. Her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to go up or down. Bai Yiyi chuckled and walked away. In a nearby shopping district, Doubao clung to Bai Yiyi's neck, looking a bit aggrieved. Mom, Doubao is not an illegitimate child. Of course not, Bai Yiyi smiled. If you encounter that woman again, or if someone says you are an illegitimate child, just retort back, just like I did. I'm not happy. Doubao buried his face in her neck, his voice muffled, and she even felt the dampness on her neck. Mom will take care of them for Doubao. For now, just enjoy yourself. Bai Yiyi comforted him, unknowingly having adapted to her role as a mother in front of Doubao. After raising him for so long, even without experiencing 10 months of pregnancy, she had developed a motherly bond with her child. Bai Yiyi took Doubao to play through all the child-friendly activities in the shopping district, and Doubao came out of his low mood, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. In the virtual meeting room of StarNet, Bai Yiyi pinched a chubby little rabbit and entered the room. Opposite her, Mr. Chu was using a real-life appearance, just looking a bit younger than his actual self. If Bai Yiyi didn't know his character, just looking at his appearance would easily make one feel uneasy. Mr. Chu had been waiting for a long time. He had entered the room a few minutes early, but unexpectedly, he waited for an hour. If it weren't for the temptation of this order, he would have left long ago. I got held up. Bai Yiyi used a neutral system voice, making it hard to tell her gender. Mr. Chu suppressed his impatience and smiled. It's fine. We are still within our agreed time. I'm glad you didn't stand me up. It was impossible to be glad. Anyone who waited an hour for someone who wouldn't show their true face to discuss cooperation would have their dissatisfaction piled up like a mountain. But Mr. Chu managed to suppress it. Mr. Chu had a big heart. Bai Yiyi sarcastically complimented him, but her neutral system voice made it hard to detect sarcasm. Let us discuss cooperation. There is no need for small talk. I'm sure Mr. Chu is also very busy. Taking time to discuss this with me is already a favor. Here are the concessions I can offer. What do you think? Entering the negotiation, Mr. Chu directly presented the negotiation contract his assistant had given him before. After he finished speaking, the other party remained silent. Mr. Chu could only wait patiently. He had already waited this long. Could he not wait a little longer to review the contract? Mr. Chu. Bai Yiyi smiled. This contract is very good. Then, Mr. Chu asked. But before he could finish, Bai Yiyi continued. I'm quite tempted by every clause. This must be your company's greatest sincerity, right? This statement struck a chord with Mr. Chu. This person was quite perceptive. Our brand's robots occupy 90% of the interstellar market share, and the quality is impeccable. The conditions on this contract are already our bottom line. You want to find a more suitable partner than us. Actually, you don't need to give any discounts. Just follow the usual contract you have with others. Bai Yiyi said, I only have one condition. If you agree, I will sign the contract with you. If not, then forget it. You mean? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Mr. Chu felt a bit happy, but the second half made him feel uneasy. I heard you have a stepdaughter who looks quite good. If she can come and play with me for a few days, I'll be happy, and all the profits will go to you. The system voice slowly articulated, clearly without any tone, yet it evoked an uncontrollable rage, sending a chill straight to Mr. Chu's forehead. Impossible. Mr. Chu should think carefully. This pre-sale order was nearly 1 million units, with a pre-sale amount already exceeding 30 billion. The total price was also up to you. If signed, you could make at least 100 billion, enough to buy several Chu companies. 100 billion. Even though he knew this order was significant, Mr. Chu had never imagined it could be this large. Just to have her accompany you? Mr. Chu asked, his voice trembling. To play with me for a few days, of course, it's playing. After an internal struggle, Mr. Chu finally relented. All right, let us sign the contract. Chapter 37. Wait. How do I know you won't trick me? Bai Yiyi said. How do I know that after signing the contract, you won't just throw some woman at me and have her accompany me for a few days before signing? She had long suspected that her stepfather was not a good person, someone who would take advantage of loopholes. And it was hard to guarantee he didn't have other methods to deal with her. President Chu could hardly contain himself. Compared to me, you don't even show your true face. If you want to mess with me, then let's not discuss this cooperation. It seemed that President Chu still couldn't bear to part with his daughter, so he decided to let it go. After Bai Yiyi finished speaking, Fat Bunny jumped down from her seat and walked out without a hint of hesitation. Despite being a cute figure, she made President Chu grit his teeth in frustration. Wasn't this just teasing? President Chu wanted to call her back, but hesitated. By the way, if you change your mind, you're welcome to come find me again. But you need to hurry. Otherwise, if this order goes to someone else, that would be hard to breach. As she reached the door, Fat Bunny turned back and lazily said, her big rabbit eyes, which should have been silly, were filled with shrewdness. If she hadn't said that, it would have been fine. But after saying it, President Chu would definitely be troubled when he returned. Bai Yiyi had achieved her goal. This negotiation was meant to humiliate her stepfather and his illegitimate daughter. Even if he agreed, with Chu Shuangshuang's temperament, she would definitely fall out with him. If he didn't agree, with such a large order lost because of Chu Shuangshuang, no matter how much he cared for his daughter, there would still be some resentment. After leaving the virtual meeting room, the scumbag Chu did not stop her. President Chu felt uneasy. Chu Shuangshuang could endure a few days of grievances in exchange for 1,000 billion, which was much more realistic than her becoming a daughter-in-law of the Qin family. A daughter could still be born again, but for the Chu family to earn that 1,000 billion with the current downward trend, it would take decades at least. He had raised Chu Shuangshuang for so many years. It was time for her to repay him, right? Thinking this way, the first thing President Chu did after leaving the virtual meeting room was to look for Chu Shuangshuang. He knew she was training and still sent her a video call. Chu Shuangshuang was currently undergoing reaction training. Because of Bai Yiyi, she was restless and made mistakes everywhere, getting hit by the training system countless times. When her father sent the video, she happened to get hit again and collapsed to the ground in pain. After receiving the system prompt, she was teleported out of the training field. She saw her father. Dad. Despite being exhausted, Chu Shuangshuang smiled happily. You came to see me. Aren't you busy lately? How's your training going? Faced with such a well-behaved and cute daughter, Chu's father couldn't bring himself to get straight to the point. Fortunately, a flash of determination crossed Chu Shuang's eyes. She was very dissatisfied with her training results, and the pain in her body reminded her of her setbacks with Bai Yiyi. Dad, do you know? My sister has already returned to the main star. I saw her today. She is back? Chu's father was surprised. Yes, she even brought that illegitimate child. I just expressed a little concern, and she scolded me. Her words were so harsh. She didn't care about any of this, but she still scolded you. It was her fault to begin with. I don't know when my sister will come to her senses and apologize to you. Chu's father was no longer listening to Chu Shuang's words. His entire focus was on the fact that Bai Yiyi had returned. Is she really back? Chu's father asked seriously. Where is she now? His reaction puzzled Chu Shuang, and she hesitated. I don't know. There's a big order recently, and the other party wants you to accompany them for a few days. Chu's father said slowly, this person is really funny, wanted to cooperate with us, and still wants me to accompany them? Chu Shuang laughed angrily. Does the Chu family lack this order? What a big face. But after saying this, Chu Shuang suddenly had a bad premonition. Why was her father telling her this? If this order was secured, it would profit over 1,000 billion. Chu's father's tone was somewhat subtle. The other party specified that they want my daughter to accompany them. Otherwise, they will sign with someone else. If that happens, the Chu family could very well be suppressed by other companies. The market was already changing rapidly. Many large companies might only have a golden period of 10 to 20 years, which was still a very good situation. I'm really worried that the Chu family will be ruined on my watch, which is why I wanted to discuss this matter with you, Shuang. Dad, Chu Shuang couldn't believe it. You want to sell your daughter for a few star coins? She seemed to forget that her father had harmed his wife by munging in his ambition to seize the Bai family estate, and had schemed to occupy Bai Yiyi's shares. But Chu Shuang believed she was different. She was his biological daughter, carrying his blood. She thought of Bai Yiyi again. Since the other party had such a large order, it meant they had considerable economic strength, right? Chu Shuang confidently said, I see my sister is now alone with a child. Why not help her find a home? This might be a great opportunity. Perhaps it could lead to a good match. The person they want to befriend is your daughter, and my sister is also your daughter. She, interpreting accompanying as making friends. One moment, she was accusing her father of selling his daughter, and the next she was saying the other party was a good match, helping her sister find a home. If it were the old Chu father, out of love for his daughter, he probably wouldn't have thought of these things. Now, hearing Chu Shuang's words, Chu's father was no longer blind and could see her intentions. It might not work. Chu's father shook his head. The other party is afraid I'll trick them, which is why they haven't signed a contract with me yet. So, you were supposed to sign? Realizing this, Chu Shuang felt a hint of resentment. Dad, I'm supposed to enter the Qin family's door. If you make me go deal with some stinky man and people find out, the Qin family will look down on me. The other party didn't name names. Chu's father was also very conflicted. If they don't name me, but refer to you as their daughter, then let your sister go. Chu Shuang saw the situation turning against her and decided to act spoiled. All right, let's give it a try. Okay, you ask the other party for their opinion, and I'll contact your sister right away. Bai Yiyi didn't expect that this time the news of cooperation would first come from Chu Shuang. The last news was already 4 months ago, when she had just crossed over, and the unknown message she saw on the light brain was from Chu Shuang. Sister, Dad was angry at that time and kicked you out. Don't throw a tantrum. Just leave that wild child behind and come back to apologize to Dad. You may not have blood relations, but after raising you for so many years, don't let Dad be heartbroken, okay? Unknown 4 months ago. Sister, if you have time, come home. Dad already knows you're back. He really wants to see you and regrets it a bit. He even said he wants to find you a partner so you can live well. When you come back, you can meet the other party. Unknown, just now, Bai Yiyi found it amusing. She couldn't figure out what was hidden in these words, until she received a message from Su Jinjia, which left Su Jinjia a bit confused, but she still relayed the words accurately. President Chu has a big daughter. I wonder if you're fortunate enough to meet her. Goodness. Now he remembers his daughter with whom he has severed ties. Chapter 38. The Boy's Secret. Bai Yiyi was not surprised at all to guess Chu's father's intentions. She just didn't expect that Chu Shuang held such a high position in Chu's father's heart. given his selfish and profit-driven nature. He actually couldn't bear to part with over 100 billion. Go back. I don't have time to meet unrelated people. Let President Chu keep his little thoughts to himself. Bai Yiyi messaged Su Jinjia. Upon seeing this reply, Su Jinjia thought that the Chu family wanted to win over Bai Yiyi, and after some imagination, she found it understandable and relayed Bai Yiyi's words. Bai Yiyi did not reply to Chu Shuang, but instead blocked her. There was also news from Lian Yutian. I followed your instructions and identified all the material sources, all in the documents. Lian Yutian said, but the environments on these planets are dangerous. It's impossible to negotiate with suppliers in 10 days unless we go there in person. However, it's very easy to get cheated. It's better to buy the materials at a high price from the suppliers. The fear is that people will find out about the high price monopoly. I'll find a way. Bai Yiyi said, you first make samples with the materials originally in the warehouse, calculating costs at market price. I'll handle the subsequent material issues. Okay. Lian Yutian said no more. After logging off from the Star Network, Bai Yiyi walked up to Doubao. She took a deep breath and said, Mommy might have to go on a long trip again. I'll be back in 3 days at the latest. Can you stay with Grandpa Gu? Okay? Doubao turned his head away, silent. Mommy is going back to our old home. Don't we have a new home now? After this trip, I won't go back again. Bai Yiyi spoke in circles, but Doubao seemed to understand and turned his head. Mommy, are you going to bring Wan and Uncle over? You want to see Wan? Bai Yiyi didn't plan to bring Wan, but she didn't expect Doubao to have developed feelings for it. A little bit. Doubao pinched his fingers, revealing a small gap. I actually want that uncle more. Why do you want Uncle? He's good looking. Confirmed. So you're also a face control. Doubao cautiously glanced at Bai Yiyi's expression. What didn't he tell Bai Yiyi was that Wan had told him that the uncle and mommy were partners, which meant he was his father. This father was good looking and had cool mechas, which he liked a lot. But it seemed mommy didn't acknowledge him. It seemed that once he bullied mommy, but also seemed like mommy bullied him, though he thought those weren't problems. He saw them both leave together and come back together. From afar, it was always the father carrying things. In the past, he always watched mommy go out to gather things, and she always carried them alone, panting and tired. Mommy once said that if Daddy cared for Doubao selflessly, he could call him Daddy. But at that time, he thought that Daddy should care for mommy unconditionally. Even if he didn't take care of Doubao, he would still respect him. All right, I will bring your words to them. Bai Yiyi scratched Doubao's nose and smiled. She didn't mention that she would bring them back. She promised that if she couldn't do it, she wouldn't say it, not wanting to disappoint Doubao. When Bai Yiyi stood up to leave, Doubao grabbed the corner of her clothes. Mommy, come back to find Doubao early. Bai Yiyi followed his movement, and he jumped into her arms. A small bundle, his hands couldn't wrap around her waist. The soft touch brushed against her cheek. Doubao, after giving her a peck, looked up, his eyes filled with tears, like a dumpling squeezed out of water. Okay, don't cry, or you won't look good. Bai Yiyi also kissed his cheek. After seeing Doubao stabilize his emotions, Bai Yiyi went to bid farewell to Professor Gu. The news has come down. You are exceptionally hired as a researcher in our institute. However, there are requirements. You must be admitted to Tsinghua University's Ancient Civilization Studies this year, with a minimum of 2 years to graduate. Based on your achievements in translating the 3 strategies, you will be awarded honors, and then you will also be a professor like me. Professor Gu informed Bai Yiyi of this news. As a researcher, you will have basic welfare guarantees, with a salary plus bonuses totaling about 300,000 a year. After completing the 3 strategies research project, approximately 2 million. Star coins are not important. What matters is that the Federation needs you and welcomes you to join us. The gift I mentioned earlier has arrived. Do you want to take a look? Bai Yiyi then remembered that Professor Gu had said he would give her a gift after passing the assessment. She followed Professor Gu to the next room. A pale blue nutrient pod lay quietly in the center, with a transparent icy feel, emitting a faint glow. This is the latest developed nutrient pod. It has no age restrictions and comes with a special nutrient solution. I prepared a box for you, suitable for both you and Doubao. Professor Gu said, of course. It also has an automatic body scanning function that will recommend suitable nutrient solutions for you. Thank you, I really like it. In fact, ordinary nutrient pods are quite expensive. Long-term use of nutrient pods can enhance physical fitness, but the nutrient solutions required are consumables and costly. Apart from being expensive, it has no other faults. Its effects are very slow for adults like Bai Yiyi, but can greatly benefit a toddler like Doubao, who is over a year old. Professor Gu took a long time to choose this gift, and seeing Bai Yiyi like it made him very happy. Bai Yiyi bought a ticket back to Garbage Star, and Professor Gu solemnly bid her farewell. Be careful on the road. The journey was safe. The fluffy snowflakes fell again on Garbage Star. As she stepped onto the snow again, her legs sank directly into it. The snow surface had reached her knees. The cold couldn't penetrate the fabric of her temperature-regulating clothes. However, her exposed hands and neck felt the chill of the cold wind. Xian did not recognize Bai Yiyi at first when he saw her appear before him. It wasn't until he heard her say, "Xian, I want to talk to you about another deal, one where 100 in running fees can turn into hundreds." Garbage Star was poor. A woman who knew his name and offered him 100 star coins for running errands could only be one person. The boy's eyes flickered. Last time Bai Yiyi was wrapped tightly, but this time she wore a black coat with a hood, her face uncovered, revealing a clean and beautiful face. This was almost impossible to appear on Garbage Star. "I won't do anything dangerous." Xian lowered his head and began to pack up his stall. What Bai Yiyi wanted him to do was indeed somewhat dangerous. She couldn't argue against that. But before she could speak, he refused. "Do you want to leave Garbage Star with your loved one?" Bai Yiyi squatted down in front of his stall for a long time, suddenly looking up and staring into his eyes. Xian remained unmoved. Even his eyes didn't light up. "You can't leave. You can leave for a moment, but can't hide for a lifetime." His voice was also very flat, as if he were discussing someone else's matter. But it should be able to make him become a healthy, normal person. Bai Yiyi's gaze fell on the tent behind him. Thud! A heavy object crashed down on the stall, and the boy looked up, his tone very serious. "She is a normal person." Chapter 39. You're too weak at the end of the street. A commotion could be heard. Bai Yiyi looked over and saw a nimble figure running and jumping towards her, teasing the crowd chasing behind him, leaving them in utter disarray. He moved gracefully, his figure agile, as if he were a light and swift swallow. Wherever he passed, the stalls were affected, causing people to scatter, ignoring the items on the stalls. The ground was in a mess. Xian glanced over, his expression stunned. He quickly rolled up the cloth and packed away everything from his stall into the tent behind him. Then he picked up a long umbrella, opening it like a giant wing to shield the tent. He hesitated for a moment and called out to Bai Yiyi, "Come and take cover? The black market hasn't been peaceful these days. Someone is causing trouble." It's too late. Just as Bai Yiyi was about to go in, her wrist was suddenly grabbed, and she was pulled into a broad embrace. She looked up and saw it was Qin Yinfeng. Turning her head, she realized Xian had disappeared from view, leaving only the tightly shielded umbrella. In her peripheral vision, a group of people had already closed in. However, Qin Yinfeng stopped moving. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the face in his arms, a malicious smile creeping across his lips. "Have you ever seen a fight?" No, that was not right. This was the Qin Yinfeng who had disgusted her last time. By the time Bai Yiyi realized what was happening, she had already been pushed out. Surrounded by a group of wicked individuals brandishing weapons, she knew the hope was slim, yet she still made a final struggle, using all her strength to grab the wrist of the Qin Yinfeng who had pushed her away. The captured Qin Yinfeng felt the pain in his wrist. However, her weak grip made him shake his head with a smile. "Are you going to repay kindness with malice?" Bai Yiyi shouted. "So what if I am?" He replied. Bai Yiyi grabbed both of the Qin Yinfeng's wrists, feeling like a charm or a human tool as he threw her into the crowd. "You need to save yourself," he said again. Although the biting cold wind swallowed his words, Bai Yiyi still heard him. As she got closer to the crowd, she kicked people aside. Just when her legs were about to cramp, Qin Yinfeng exerted a force, pulling her back into his embrace once more. Bai Yiyi still dared not loosen her grip. "Ah, be gentle," a light laugh echoed in her ear. Bai Yiyi looked up and could only see his profile, perfect yet cold-blooded. But not entirely cold-blooded. Qin Yinfeng had already held her and was gradually shaking off the people behind them, running out of the black market. Gradually, they lost sight of that group. He stopped in a ruin, leaning against a wall that was not buried in snow, seemingly indifferent to the dirt. Bai Yiyi immediately broke away from his embrace, feeling no resistance. Qin Yinfeng leaned against the wall, not even glancing at her. Bai Yiyi pretended to leave, but he made no move to stop her. "Are you going to watch me die without helping?" Bai Yiyi halted, realizing he didn't look injured at all. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Saving you would just put me in danger. Qin Yanfeng fell silent. Bai Yiyi could only hear a shallow breath behind her. She walked out. After taking several steps away from the ruins, she found he hadn't followed. She stopped in the snow for a long time, thinking a lot. The endless snow fell upon her, covering her like a snowman. She remembered the first time she met Qin Yanfeng. He was severely injured, yet could subdue her. But now, looking back, he seemed like nothing more than a paper tiger. She recalled the potions she had used on him, how she had gradually seen him recover day by day, and how, even while raising a pet, she had developed some affection for him. She also remembered when Doubao had given him the starfish doll, the harmonious and beautiful atmosphere between the big and small, and how he had promised to take her as a partner and promised to give Doubao a mech. Those scenes flashed through her mind. Qin Yanfeng leaned against the wall, looking at the now empty scene, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his lips. See? Just like you, being kind-hearted doesn't lead to good outcomes. He took a deep breath, a sharp pain in his lungs, making it difficult for him to speak. If he survived this, when he saw that woman again, he wouldn't show any mercy. Footsteps sounded again. Bai Yiyi returned, not seeing Qin Yanfeng at first, but then she heard his voice from behind. Are you here to see if I'm dead? She turned around to see Qin Yanfeng smiling at her, his eyes filled with frost. If I hadn't come back, then the time I saved you would have been for nothing. Bai Yiyi said. Qin Yanfeng stared at her for a long time, watching as she approached, resting one arm on her shoulder for support. I called a car. Bai Yiyi said softly. You don't look like you can walk back on your own, so don't push yourself. The weight on her shoulder suddenly increased. Bai Yiyi knew he had hurt her, or perhaps he was just trying to make things difficult for her. However, since she had come back, she naturally wouldn't give up easily. She practically carried Qin Yanfeng to a nearby path, waiting for the car she had called. Once back in her house, warm air filled the entire room. Maru, scan his physical condition. While instructing Maru, Bai Yiyi fed Qin Yanfeng a dose of ordinary medicine to at least alleviate his pain. Did you know? During the time you were gone, I thought of 1,008 ways for you to die. But later I thought it was still too easy on you. After taking the medicine, he seemed to recover somewhat and spoke this segment. Bai Yiyi gritted her teeth. You're just a white-eyed wolf. Qin Yanfeng chuckled lightly, his eyes devoid of killing intent. But I found that you, woman, have some redeeming qualities. I plan to keep you around for observation. The next moment, he changed the topic. You're too weak. He sighed in disdain. Bai Yiyi knew that compared to him, she was indeed too weak. But hearing those words was very uncomfortable. Maru's scan results came out, and Bai Yiyi directly used his account to purchase potions online. Actually, since they had become partners, she had always had the ability to withdraw funds from Qin Yanfeng's account, but she had never used it. She always remembered the agreement between them. That cubby didn't bring back. Qin Yanfeng looked around, but didn't see the familiar little figure, so he asked. I bought a house on the main star. I won't let him come back. Qin Yanfeng was taken aback, then asked meaningfully, then why did you come back? Just to see me? Does this tool of mine need your concern? Wouldn't it be better if I were dead? Bai Yiyi didn't want to respond, but seeing him in that state where everyone seemed to want to see him fail, she couldn't help but say, Doubao said he misses you. A look of astonishment appeared on Qin Yanfeng's face. After a long pause, he moved his lips. Miss me? He seemed unable to comprehend, almost mumbling to himself. Yes, he said he likes you, so I have to save you. I don't want him to be sad. Bai Yiyi. Though it wasn't entirely a lie, Qin Yanfeng smiled. Bai Yiyi looked at him, feeling that this smile was different from any he had shown before. Then I have to live well. He lowered his eyes, hiding the emotions within, while a strange feeling took root in his heart. Mo Gio and Chi K would also say they missed him, but felt different. Chapter 40. You are my spouse. I must explain. Qin Yanfeng thought for a moment, and he realized that Doubao must be thinking of another version of himself, and he suddenly felt bored. So can you tell me what you do in the black market? Bai Yiyi originally didn't want to ask, but since she needed to go to the black market, she didn't want to go there and not come back. Qin Yanfeng yawned, turned over, and went to sleep directly, completely ignoring Bai Yiyi's words. This guy is really arrogant. Bring back the normal Qin Yanfeng. At least he could communicate properly. Bai Yiyi felt angry in her heart, but she could only persuade herself not to argue with a patient. Little did she know that because of her, a Xian had gotten into trouble. A black umbrella covered the tent. Xian saw a man walking out from the crowd, who squatted down to meet his gaze. You really don't recognize that woman? The man was Ming Yuan, one of the four major overlords behind the black market, with a pair of vampire-like long fangs, eerie blue and orange eyes, and silver hair tied back. Such an odd combination on him was unexpectedly harmonious. His long, sharp nails scratched Xian's face, drawing blood that stained his fingertips and froze into ice shards. I don't recognize her, Xian said. Xian, don't forget who brought you back to life. Another person said. I know. So what is she doing with you? Ming Yuan asked. She said she wanted to make a deal with me, but I didn't agree. What kind of deal? I don't know. Don't know? Ming Yuan's lips curled into a sarcastic arc. Have you forgotten what the punishment is for lying to me? I know. Being burned with molten iron until it cools down. Most people don't survive until it cools down. Those who live until now have not. Even if they survive, they can't last a month here. Ming Yuan blinked quietly and stood up. Put him on the lie detector. I'll give you this chance. The lie detector was set up, and the people below asked again, confirming that he was not lying. Lord Ming Yuan, how should we handle this? A subordinate asked. Forget it. Spare his life. There aren't many usable people left. No need for internal strife at this moment. Take his sister away. Ming Yuan glanced at Xian on the ground with pity and ordered, when the star reverse period arrives, you two siblings can reunite in the underground city. Xian immediately knelt down, arms outstretched to block the person, shouting, don't take her away. The panic on his face shattered all calmness. However, the words spoken by the underworld could not be retracted. Their people still carried the person away from the tent. As a result of his obstruction, Xian was severely injured. The boy lay in a pool of blood, staring at the sky, snowflakes covering his eyes, and his gaze was filled with bottomless darkness. Atan, I will take you away from here. A barely audible voice escaped from his hoarse throat. He struggled to get up, stumbling away step by step. Why is there suddenly such a lockdown? Is something big happening? I heard someone provoked the four lords and took something important. I heard the black market is going to be chaotic. The Star Pirates can't do anything to us. What is there to fear? Unless the Federation. But the Federation doesn't care about our garbage star. Anyway, it's a serious matter. I just hope everything passes quickly. If the four lords get angry, we below won't have it easy. As Xian passed a corner, he suddenly heard two people from the black market talking. He glanced at the bizarre buildings of the black market, as if trying to penetrate the strange buildings and see inside the black prison. A mouthful of sweet blood surged from his throat. He bit his lower lip, suppressing his surging resentment. Yes, he owed them a life. But over the years, he should have paid it back. They should not have touched Atan, even if Atan was like that. The black prison was not a place she should stay. The treasure he had cherished for years, he couldn't bear to see her suffer. Qin Yanfeng didn't sleep for long before waking up. Bai Yiyi, just as he was about to get up, he felt the strain on his body and lowered his gaze to hide the emotions in his eyes. Bai Yiyi noticed with just a glance that he had changed, and although she knew she might not get much from him, she still cautiously asked, Can you tell me what you were doing in the black market? The black market. Those people are involved in illegal activities. Qin Yanfeng's throat felt uncomfortable, his voice slightly hoarse, but he forced himself to sound normal, making it extremely difficult to speak. This was very different from the previous person. If his throat was uncomfortable, he could speak a little lower, exhale lightly. What was wrong with being informal? Why make it hard for himself? If the black market weren't illegal, it wouldn't be called the black market, Bai Yiyi retorted, seeing Qin Yanfeng staring at her. She coughed lightly. You continue. Qin Yanfeng raised his arm and opened the holographic computer. He had repaired it over the past few days. It recorded his itinerary and videos. Unlike ordinary crimes, they were closely related to an anti-Federation star pirate organization, using black slaves for human experiments, and possibly, the victims were not just black slaves. I copied a portion of the database materials. Qin Yanfeng carefully considered his tone. He had done far more than this. Wait, don't say any more. Is this something she should know? The more one knows, the faster one dies. Bai Yiyi quickly interrupted Qin Yanfeng. Don't be afraid. I have already reported it. The Federation army should have arrived by now. A complex and puzzled look flashed in Qin Yanfeng's eyes. Sending messages to Mo Gio and Chi K was something another version of himself had done. But he was not someone who would do such things. Bai Yiyi was equally confused, but she did not voice her questions. However, she thought of another matter. If the army comes here, can't you take the opportunity to return to the main star? At this time, those star pirates definitely wouldn't dare confront the army, and they wouldn't be able to care about you. Maybe. Not good. Bai Yiyi suddenly thought of Asian. She had stayed at home to wait for a safe opportunity to go to the black market to find Asian. If the black market were gone, where would she find him? Bai Yiyi told Qin Yanfeng about Asian. Actually, it's not that I must have him. I just feel that someone who can bring a burden in such a place is more trustworthy. I need someone who has survived on the garbage star to help me. And for the time being, he was the only one I could think of. It seems you trust me quite a bit, Qin Yanfeng said meaningfully after hearing this. Trust is mutual. Aren't you the same? Bai Yiyi responded. Qin Yanfeng had already been frank with her about his activities in the black market. Although there might be some concealment, wasn't that also a form of trust? Because you are my spouse. Qin Yanfeng glanced at her. You asked me. And I must have an explanation. But now we are. Qin Yanfeng said, we are tied together now. If there is danger and I don't explain it to you, wouldn't you be scared? Bai Yiyi, who wanted to argue, was instantly silenced by these words. It seemed. There was no issue with that. Chapter 41 Master, give up treatment, just like how she was implicated by Qin Yanfeng now. Can I ask the military to help me find someone? Bai Yiyi pondered. I'm afraid not. I knew it wouldn't be possible. Since you want to find someone, then let's go. Qin Yanfeng paused. I'll accompany you. Bai Yiyi looked at Qin Yanfeng, whose face had turned pale, and shook her head. No, you're still injured. Just a small injury. Qin Yanfeng stood up and said nonchalantly, it's just a short walk with you. You go check the black market. I'll wait outside for you. If you don't come out in an hour, I can still ask the military for help. I won't take risks for you. This is the art of speaking. If it were another Qin Yanfeng, a phrase like I won't take risks for you would make her feel mocked, ridiculing her for being overly sentimental. But the way he spoke, there was a hint of concern. Clearly, it was the same face, yet the difference was so vast. Oh no. Bai Yiyi just realized she had been thinking of two different Qin Yanfengs, momentarily forgetting to respond, and quickly refused. Qin Yanfeng reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling her along with a stern profile. Let's go, don't waste time. Bai Yiyi couldn't break free and had to let him take her away. The guard around the strange building in the black market were in pairs, changing shifts every half hour. This was a state of temporary martial law. At this moment, Asian was hiding in the shadows 10 meters away, his wounds bandaged, having taken a painkiller that was extremely harmful to his body. He held a modified electric crossbow, aiming at the patrolling guards. With the pain gone, his hands were steady. Even so, he was still sweating profusely, and he could feel his body temperature was high. With a couple of quick shots, the two patrolling guards fell smoothly. Asian quickly moved in, bypassing the surveillance, and scattered a circle of fire seeds outside the strange building. A flash of fire appeared, quickly merging into a blaze. The fire alarm went off. Countless streams of water sprayed from different locations, covering the entire area. It's on fire. The strange building was instantly in chaos, with people rushing out. Asian took the opportunity to crouch and slip through the crowd, many bumping into him, but he focused on pushing through the surrounding resistance to get inside. Strangely, he encountered no guards where he expected them, leading him to a sealed room. He first covered the surveillance cameras with something and then quickly pried open the room's lock. In the pitch-black room, he could only feel around. Finally, he found the energy valve and closed all the switches. The entire strange building lost all its light. When the military arrived, they saw a sea of flames, with a crowd gathered in front of the fire. Upon seeing the military, these people scattered like birds, but were still blocked at the entrance of the black market. First, extinguish the fire. The fire was quickly put out by the military. They went in to search. Those people had all escaped, likely before the fire. Really ruthless. The familiar officer leading the team came to Chi, reporting and complaining. Did you find anything else? The prisoners in the dungeon. There were about 100, all crammed together, with 1/10 dead and the rest. All had mental issues, and their bodies had all been modified. All right, issue I want to notice. Chi had already rushed over with his men, but he didn't actually expect to catch anyone. After all, the boss had disturbed them. Those 4 cunning old foxes would definitely seize the opportunity to relocate, and it would take time for them to come over. Knowing they couldn't catch anyone this time, Chi could have chosen not to come, but he still did. He held a little hope. Maybe he could see the boss. He heard that his sister-in-law had returned to the main star. And now the people in the black market had also run away. What were the space pirates worth? Why hadn't the boss returned to the main star yet? Bai Yiyi never expected to find the person she was looking for on the way. In the snow, she saw a familiar tent. Half of it was buried in the snow. She stopped and walked over to check. There was no one inside the tent. Who? Qin Yinfeng suddenly spoke. Following his gaze, Bai Yiyi saw something under the snow. A bloodied hand reached out from the snow. Bai Yiyi picked up a long, rusty metal bar and cleared the snow, finally revealing the person underneath. The boy's face was frozen and dark red, his eyes swollen into slits. He slightly raised his head, as if peering through that slit to see Bai Yiyi. The bloodied hand's index finger moved very weakly, seemingly trying to communicate with her. Bai Yiyi recognized him and confirmed it was a Xian. She dug him out of the snow. Fortunately, his clothing had some insulation, so his limbs were still warm. After turning him over, she saw the person he had been protecting. A pair of eyes looked at them, filled with confusion and helplessness. Her hair was curly. Her skin had green scales, which upon closer inspection resembled fish scales or the skin of an amphibian. Her lips were thick and dark. Her hands were short, but her legs were long. Bai Yiyi recalled catching a glimpse of the green-scaled ankle and the noticeably small feet from the tent, which matched with the little one in front of her. The only beautiful feature of this little one was her clean eyes. At this moment, she couldn't call for a vehicle. Bai Yiyi was in a dilemma. She couldn't carry two people by herself. She couldn't possibly let the injured Qin Yinfeng carry one, right? Just as she turned her head, Bai Yiyi saw Qin Yinfeng's Qingling again. Qin Yinfeng had repaired it last time and kept it in his mech hangar. Seeing such an operation again, Bai Yiyi still found it miraculous. Come in. The space isn't big. We can squeeze in. Qin Yinfeng helped Bai Yiyi lift the person onto the mech and took them back home. Wang saw the two extra people without Bai Yiyi needing to say anything and activated the scanning function first. The scan results came out in no time. Master, the situation is a bit serious. This person's bodily functions are almost completely shut down, with severe external injuries and even more serious internal injuries. It's estimated that harmful substances were ingested, and a blood sample is needed for testing. The other appears to have undergone biological modification. Starting from the cellular level, her birth is a tragic experimental failure. Bai Yiyi looked at the detailed data analysis provided by Wang. Wang then took a Xian's blood for testing. When the test results came out, Qin Yinfeng glanced at them and said, "He might not be saved." Might not be saved? Bai Yiyi retorted. Just relying on medication won't save him. If he is sent to a hospital with good medical equipment and technology, there might be hope. Wang interjected, but would cost a lot. Master, give up treatment. Does she look like the kind of person who is obsessed with money? Chapter 42. The Past of Asian and Atan. Bai Yiyi looked at Qin Yinfeng. Qin Yinfeng remained silent. Bai Yiyi understood. First, keep him alive. Bai Yiyi said to Wan. Wan provided a list of medications, and Bai Yiyi placed an expedited order on the star network. After receiving it, she quickly administered it to Asian. He had no identity and couldn't go to the main star. Qin Yinfeng said that apart from the main star, no other planet's medical resources could save him. Without an identity, he could only buy a ticket to a nearby lower-tier planet and would also face the danger of being expelled. Bai Yiyi did not give up thinking of a solution to this matter. She even considered smuggling him, letting Qin Yinfeng pilot a mech to take him to the main star, but this was simply impossible. Not to mention whether Qin Yinfeng would agree. With his current physical condition, he couldn't operate a mech for an extended period. She also thought about seeking help from the military to take him to the main star. But how could that be possible? It might have been slightly possible for her. After all, she was now considered a researcher at Tsinghua University, but that was it. What reason did Asian have? This was a violation of the rules. Actually, I have a way, Qin Yinfeng said. What way? Qin Yinfeng calmly said. I could buy a hospital on a nearby lower-tier planet and procure medical resources from the main star in my family's name to be allocated to the hospital here. Bai Yiyi was stunned. She remembered the 700 billion in Qin Yinfeng's account. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. This principle applied in the interstellar context as well. Such a wealthy solution was something she never thought of. Let's do it. Consider it as me borrowing from you. Let's act now. Bai Yiyi nodded repeatedly but couldn't help but ask, what does your family do? You could say they do everything. Qin Yinfeng said as he contacted someone with his smart brain. When he heard Bai Yi's question, he pondered for a moment and said, "You can search for the Qin Group to find out." After he said that, Bai Yiyi recalled a bit from the original owner's memory. She seemed to have heard of the Qin Group, which was much more powerful than the Bai Group. The circle of the Qin family was one that the Bai family couldn't even enter. Bai Yiyi suddenly felt a bit fortunate that she had picked up Qin Yinfeng. In less than a day, the hospital was purchased and the medical resources were allocated. Asian and the others were sent to the hospital by Bai Yiyi. Asian, who had fallen into a coma, only regained consciousness on the third day. During these 3 days, Bai Yiyi also received news from Su Jianjia that the Chu family had agreed to her conditions. However, she had no time to deal with Chu's father now, but it also let her know about Chu's father's selfishness and shamelessness. "I'm sorry, I found a better collaborator." This sentence was enough for Chu's father to ponder. As she expected, Chu's father's first reaction upon receiving this message was regret, followed by anger at being played. Chu Shuang, who was under house arrest, put down the small knife in her hand when she received this news and sneered. How interesting to plot against one's daughter for a vague collaboration, only to end up with nothing. My poor old father has truly wasted decades of his life. Beside her, various parts were scattered around. Only one complete mechanical head remained, with all the wires properly connected, causing it to keep functioning. Chu Shuang looked down at the robot her father had arranged to monitor her and kicked its head. The head rolled on the ground for a few circles, making a gurgling sound. Asian had a very long dream. This dream began the moment he opened his eyes to see the world for the first time. He saw little Atan. Atan was wrapped in cloth, locked in an iron cage. The cage was electrified. As soon as she reached out her claws, she would be shocked, causing her to convulse, tears welling up in her eyes. He watched her grow a little each day. He also gradually learned the secrets of this world. He and Atan were supposed to be one, but due to the experiment, they became 2 individuals. Atan was an experimental group mixed with other biological genes, while he was her control group. For many years, he and she were trapped in a small world, gazing at each other from distance. Until one day, Atan went mad. Asian heard people say that Atan was a failed experiment, and he and she were about to be executed. He saw Atan, who had been locked back in a cage, had returned to normal, her eyes glistening with tears just like the first time they met. Gradually, she began to sob. Eventually, it turned into wailing, disturbing his sleep. At that time, he thought he hated Atan. If it weren't for her, how could he be locked up here? Now, he had to die along with her. Atan, perhaps infused with the genes of marine animals, when her tears broke the dam, flowed from her cage into his. Asian tasted it. It was salty and made him nauseous. He felt terribly uncomfortable, but Atan smiled. Her giggles enraged Asian, and he threw the remaining nutrient solution bottle at her, causing her to howl. Asian seemed to have found a way to take revenge on her. One by one, he threw bottles at her. Atan's howls grew more and more tragic, and in the end, she stopped struggling, just looking at him with a pair of wronged eyes. So pitiful. Asian grew tired of throwing. He turned his back and refused to look at Atan. For a long time, he could still hear Atan's breathing sounds behind him. It wasn't normal breathing. What exactly it was, Asian didn't know. He had never heard it before. Later he learned this was the sound Atan made to communicate. No one could understand it. He couldn't even mimic it. On the day of execution, Asian had already plotted his last struggle before death. He thought that, even if he couldn't escape, he would make those who killed him die along with him. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Atan went mad again. He saw her break free from her restraints and rush towards him, biting him. She ran out. There were pursuers everywhere. How could they escape? Asian hated Atan's stupidity. But unexpectedly, Atan led him into a special room. A wave of darkness descended, and in his last glimpse, he saw deep blue water. When he woke up again, he and Atan were locked in a cage. Strange people, strange places. All this left Asian confused. He had been bought by people from the black market. Atan had been abandoned. When Asian saw Atan, she was on the verge of death. When she saw him, her eyes lit up, despite struggling to breathe. She crawled towards him. For a long time, he waited for Atan to die. When he picked Atan back, he thought she wouldn't survive much longer. But unexpectedly, her life was more tenacious than he thought. Even when he was bullied, she would recklessly stand in front of him. He didn't know when it started. But Asian regarded Atan as his only family, a sister he could never abandon. Perhaps they were meant to be one. When Asian woke from the dream, he saw a strange yet bright environment again. He was in a panic. Where was Tan? Chapter 43. What can one do when not favored? An is doing well. Bai Yiyi held down the restless Asian while turning slightly to let him see and lying on the bed not far away. Even in a coma, Asian kept murmuring the name An. Even a ghost could guess who he was calling. Bai Yiyi placed the bill in front of Asian. Take a look. It wasn't easy to pull you back from the brink of death. There are permanent physical damages that can't be helped, but as long as you receive regular care, you can still live for many more years. Bai Yiyi didn't even dare to look at the zeros on the bill herself. We also had a health check for An. Don't be so nervous. It's just a simple checkup. Her constitution is much better than yours. The main issue is actually her genetic problem. Emotional agitation can lead to her becoming manic and exhibiting aggressive behavior. What we can't be sure of is how much rationality she can retain in a manic state. The hospital has come up with a treatment plan that can alleviate her symptoms, but it will take a long time. When Asian saw the numbers on the bill, he gritted his teeth and said, I can't pay this back. Help me with some work, and there will be a time to repay. Bai Yiyi took out an agreement. In fact, Asian's identity means that signing any agreement has no legal binding. The agreement can be seen as a letter of trust. Asian was taken aback. You saved both me and An. Such a favor cannot be repaid. Asian looked at Bai Yiyi seriously. I will do my best to help you accomplish what you need me to do. I will never betray you. And all I need is a place to stay for me and on number EU 7963. Go there. No one will drive you away. Qin Yanfeng spoke up. Asian showed a puzzled expression. Bai Yiyi explained, in terms of favor, he is also your benefactor. This hospital is now his. And the medical resources here were specially allocated for you. However, the bill is under my name, and I have to pay him in star coins. So you need to work hard, so I can repay him. She looked up and asked Qin Yanfeng, is the number EU 7963 your planet? Bai Yiyi still remembered he had mentioned having a planet, and planets with numbers fall under the jurisdiction of the Federation. If the planet is under a personal name, the planet owner also has certain management rights, and taxes are also the responsibility of the planet owner, but the planet owner must pay taxes to the Federation every year. Qin Yanfeng nodded. I will give you residency permits. Although it's a low-level planet, it's better than being on a garbage planet or an abandoned planet. Bai Yiyi sighed. Great. Now I owe someone a favor. Thank you. Asian was already numb, but he could also see that the man in front of him was a big shot. The chances of him being able to repay the favor seemed slim. If there's anything you need me for in the future, I can do it. Bai Yiyi explained the contents of the agreement to Asian and also gave him a document. This is your upcoming job. Once your health improves, you can set off. Bai Yiyi said, I only need results. You can negotiate the price for this batch of goods yourself, as long as you don't go below our bottom line. You can keep the difference for yourself, which means the lower the price you negotiate, the more star coins you can earn. I don't need to say this, right? If everything goes according to plan, without deviation, and everything goes smoothly, you can earn 7 to 8 million star coins from it. And that would cover 1/3 of your debt. Just a reminder, the situation on those planets is very bad. You need to be extremely careful. Besides you, I can't find anyone else suitable for this job. I hope everything goes well for you. Bai Yiyi wasn't a heartless boss. The agreement included a basic salary besides the commission. When leaving, Bai Yiyi also left him some star coins and told him to keep the ticket to the task planet safe. He could come back to her for reimbursement. Asian listened to everything, feeling a bit incredulous. A bill of over 20 million star coins felt astronomical to him, yet in Bai Yiyi's words, it seemed like an insignificant amount. After experiencing exploitation in the black market, could such a conscientious boss really exist in this world? Asian was still young but had experienced too much, and he had long stopped believing in human nature. At first, he told Bai Yiyi his name simply because he saw her being generous and there was profit to be made. Remembering the look in the eyes of the man beside Bai Yiyi as he left, Asian's gaze darkened. That man seemed to not trust him at all, only warning him, aren't you afraid he will mess things up and you will lose everything? Qin Yanfeng asked Bai Yiyi as they said goodbye outside the hospital. I am, Bai Yiyi replied, but I believe he can bring me good news. Now that you have left the garbage planet, and after these days in the hospital, your injuries are healed. When will you terminate the spousal relationship? Bai Yiyi continued to ask. Before your debt is paid off, let's keep it this way for now. Qin Yanfeng replied, glancing at her indifferently. This response left Bai Yiyi momentarily speechless. Fine, fine. After all, she wasn't losing anything. Back on the main star, Bai Yiyi moved into a new home. Mom, will I not see Maru and Uncle anymore? The little Doubao stood in front of the bedroom door, head down, asking gloomily. Uncle has his own things to do. He will come to see you once he's done, Bai Yiyi replied. Qin Yanfeng had indeed said he would come to see Doubao, but since she didn't know when, she could only say it that way. As for Maru, Bai Yiyi compromised and sent an email back, telling it to pack itself up and come over. Or else it would just wait there until its energy ran out and rusted away. In the email, she only included enough star coins to cover the shipping cost. The next day, Maru was delivered to the new home. Maru looked around in surprise at the new house, its excitement causing sparks to fly. Lien Yutian, who had been called over by Bai Yiyi, frowned. This model is too old. Everything needs to be replaced. It would be better to just get a new one. Maru's sparks instantly extinguished, and it emitted smoke. The light in its eyes dimmed. How could this be? Maru. Doubao smiled as she approached it. When Maru saw its little owner rushing over, it felt a sense of comfort and opened its arms, ready to give a hug. But it was left hanging. Lien Yuqian pulled Doubao back, saying, It's dirty, don't touch it. Maru, that really hurt the robot's feelings. Then let's replace all of it, keeping only the mainframe and storage. Bai Yiyi decided to keep Maru because of Doubao and because Maru hadn't done anything wrong in its performance. The mainframe and storage were also old, and many new functional parts couldn't be installed, and it wouldn't last for many more years. Even if Lien Yutian didn't understand, he still explained this clearly to Bai Yiyi. Bai Yiyi squatted down to look at Doubao. What do you think? Doubao looked up at Maru's outdated appearance, which didn't fit the new home at all. Repairing Maru, it can't do. We can let the newcomer do it. Doubao made a decision. The new butler robot in the corner. What can it do when it's not favored? The new butler robot named Chi-Chi came over, spinning around in front of the little owner. Chi-Chi could do many things and would take care of the little owner along with Maru. Chi-Chi showed its loyalty and stance, its delicate porcelain eyes twinkling, a bit quirky and a bit cute. As a robot produced from Fubai, it had no selfishness, including jealousy. But that didn't mean it was foolish. In the end, Lien Yutian took Maru away for refurbishment and renovation. Chapter 44. This woman is too clever. When Wanwan returned, she had already been reborn. Not every owner is willing to keep the mainframe and save the data to give the robot a new shell. Wanwan felt she had met the best owner of her life, even if her remaining lifespan was not long. Doubao hugged Wanwan's new body, which felt much better than the old one. Bai Yiyi smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. At the same time, the cost budget for Lien Yutian was also completed. Bai Yiyi took some time to set the prices. Without considering the pre-sale prices, the profit margin for SR character robots was increased by 50%, while for SSR it was doubled, and for other characters it was raised by 20%, creating a price gap. Generally, the price of robots is marked up by 200% over cost because there's always some inventory that cannot be sold. However, Bai Yiyi's situation was a pre-order, not regular sales, so there was basically no backlog, which allowed for lower profit margins. Bai Yiyi sent a copy of the pricing document to Lien Yutian. As expected, Chu's company was already acquiring raw materials, and the market price of raw materials had been raised. They had also communicated with other companies to avoid taking large orders in the near future. Lien Yutian informed Bai Yiyi of the latest situation. As the leading enterprise in intelligent butler robots, smaller companies would naturally choose to listen to Chu's company to survive, but this situation would not last long. Moreover, Bai Yiyi smiled. Not taking large orders means they could take small orders. Other companies need to survive. If they don't conduct business, how will they live? You can place orders with them in batches under different company names, buy them back, and then carry out technological and design modifications. My people will negotiate raw material orders, which will take at least 3 months to finalize. With my 3 factories plus your Fubai, the materials in the warehouse will be enough to last through these 3 months. Even if the market price of raw materials is still controlled by Chu's company after 3 months, we won't be afraid. Rather, it will be Chu's company that, having bought raw materials at high prices, harms their own interests, leading to economic collapse. However, Chu's company is large enough that this small loss won't bring them down. It will only benefit us and other companies. She was only speaking of the worst-case scenario. It was very likely that Chu's company could not sit still for 3 months. Lin Yutian was startled. The contract Bai Yiyi signed with Fu Bai was a cooperation contract, and the 3 factories were only said to be partnering with Fu Bai initially. The profit from the cooperation contract was divided as 7 for the producer and 3 for Fu Bai. At that time, when she mentioned it, Lin Yutian still did not know that the producer by Do was Bai Yiyi. He genuinely thought Bai Yiyi wanted to invest. According to the contract, 70% of the profits went to Bai Do, while the remaining 30% belonged to Fu Bai. However, the order quantity came from the 3 factories plus Fu Bai. Although he was temporarily helping to manage things, the revenue generated by her factory still belonged to her. Fu Bai was not large to begin with. The output value of the 3 factories could account for 70% of the total output value. This meant that, although it seemed like Fu Bai would make a lot from this large order, in reality, 70% of the total profit would first go to Bai Do, and then 70% of the remaining 30% would also go to Bai Yiyi. Therefore, Fu Bai could only receive less than 10% of the profit, while Bai Yiyi, as Bai Do and the owner of the 3 factories, could receive 90%. Lin Yutian had felt something was off ever since he signed the contract, but he had been busy with the market and cost budgeting until today, when he finally realized the huge pit Bai Yiyi had dug for him. This woman is too clever. No wonder she is Bai Mengming's daughter. First, she used 1 million star coins to confuse him under the guise of investment, leading him not to think further, and now, even if he realized it, he wouldn't dare to complain, because this was Fu Bai's letter of allegiance. This time, their cooperation was pleasant. She would recognize Fu Bai and share the cloud data left by Bai Mengming with Fu Bai, becoming the true boss behind Fu Bai. Lin Yutian was completely convinced. With such tactics, he believed her words and trusted that she could truly regain everything the Bai family once had. Bai Yiyi was unaware of Lin Yutian's thoughts at that moment. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. He would figure it out sooner or later. She just suddenly thought of Qin Yinfeng. She sent a message to Qin Yinfeng. You said your Qin family does everything. Do you also make robots? Is it convenient to discuss a business deal? After sending the message, Bai Yiyi casually checked the Qin family's industry. The Qin family was involved in many areas, but the main profit came from mechas. They actually sell mechas. Bai Yiyi was somewhat surprised, yet also made sense. Qin Yinfeng replied quickly, yes, but it's limited, and the profit is too small. It's a loss. If you need it, we can discuss it, and I can also help solve the inventory issue. Bai Yiyi. She had 1,000 alpacas running in her heart and didn't know where to start with her complaints. For our friendship, just clear the inventory for me. I want it all, however much you have. Bai Yiyi had just checked that the reason the Qin family's robot industry was not profitable mainly lay in the materials, as they mainly produced mechas using high-quality materials, which meant their robots also followed a high-end route. Since the materials were good, the pricing was high. Compared to the Bai family, which specialized in intelligent robot technology, selling them was naturally difficult. What Qin Yinfeng said about losses was likely true. Bai Yiyi was very eager to get this batch of goods. Good materials could be used for SSR character robots, and she could negotiate for a lower price. She definitely wouldn't be able to access the Qin family supply channels, but buying their robot inventory from Qin Yinfeng would surely be profitable. All right, I'll have someone sign a contract with you later. Qin Yinfeng replied. Thank you. The manager of the robot department at the Qin family, Manager Yi, was stunned when he received the message from the young master. He then tearfully said, Young master, I have an elderly parent and young children. If the Qin family stops making robots, can you transfer me to another position? Please don't fire me. I'm just introducing you to the order. There was a barely noticeable sigh in the voice message. The commission goes to you, and the price will be at the lowest transaction price. Did you hear that? As long as I'm not fired, that is fine. I heard. I guarantee to complete the task. Manager Yi immediately replied. When Manager Yi contacted Bai Yiyi, he was extremely respectful. Being instructed directly by his young master meant that the other party definitely had an extraordinary relationship with him. Of course, he wouldn't gossip. He just couldn't control the thoughts that kept popping up in his mind, especially when he realized that the other party was a woman, making it even harder to suppress those thoughts. Bai Yiyi's cooperation went very smoothly, and the other party had a very good attitude. No wonder they were workers from a big group company. Their attitude and professionalism made people feel very comfortable, though they were a bit overly enthusiastic. The total selling price of the completed Heartbeat character robots was also announced on the Star Network, and buyers who successfully pre-ordered could confirm their orders within a day. Once confirmed, the final payment would be required after the products were shipped. If confirmation was not made, the order would be canceled, and the pre-sale payment would not be refunded. Chapter 45. The boss is acting a bit strange. Recently a day passed, and over 90 of people confirmed their orders, with less than 10 remaining unconfirmed. This data was also made public. Can someone please not confirm their successful pre-sale and let the opportunity go to me? When is the next group buy? Either I can't snatch it, or it doesn't reach 30,000 orders to form a group. Why am I so unlucky? Crying. I just want to take a test, and I didn't even know about this matter. I didn't confirm it. Begging for another chance to confirm. Me too. Officially confirm it again, just for one day. It's totally unreasonable. Bai Yiyi noticed this situation and posted an update. Doubao, buyers who have not confirmed their orders for the surrounding robot pre-sale group can click on their orders for reconfirmation within a month. However, the shipping time will be delayed. Thank you all for your support. Su Jianjia had also collected the account IDs and character design works, and, after 3 days, she had basically completed the statistics. However, since Bai Yiyi mentioned 10 days, she waited a few more days and finally handed over the statistics to Bai Yiyi when no one else showed up. Bai Yiyi quickly filtered out suitable works and began game production. Once everything was settled, as previously promised, she gifted the designers the characters they had designed and listed all the new characters in the mall, with a 30-day purchase limit, each selling for 60 points, worth 6 star coins. There were more than 30 characters in total, with corresponding 2-star and 3-star versions. The value of the data flow exceeded 500,000 star coins. After finishing the announcement, Bai Yiyi glanced at her account, which had over 10 million star coins. It was time to create the second game. She checked the game creation competition page, which was closing at the end of the month, leaving just over a week. At this time, the first place was still Spider's Galactic Love, and second place was her Heartbeat. The popularity of the two was not much different. Heartbeat could surpass it at any time. The biggest advantage of Galactic Love was its storyline. A touching game story background would enhance player stickiness, leading to multiple replays. Bai Yiyi was inspired. Once again, she logged onto the M platform and began producing the new game. Professor Gu hoped she would continue to create games with ancient civilization cultural elements. And this time her game background was the Blue Star Huaxia during the Republican Revolution period. The story was based on parts of the original protagonist's experiences, but not limited to that. Bai Yiyi meticulously replicated the Huaxia map from her memory and gradually recreated the scenes of the Republic period. In addition to the relatively prosperous Kyoto and Magic City, there were also lands ravaged by war and the NPCs living in this world. The data flow consumed rapidly, but Bai Yiyi's progress was slow every day. For a long time, she was immersed in the M platform. Recently, MOGO discovered that their war god boss seemed a bit off since returning. Their department had many heavy tasks, but there was still time to relax. In the past, when he played games in the control room, the boss would not say anything and would not even pay him any attention. But recently, he actually started asking what games he was playing. When he showed the boss all the games he was playing, the boss zoned out and gave him a strange look before leaving. Chi learned that Qin Yanfeng had returned to the main star and rushed back. As soon as he returned, he asked about his sister-in-law and the young cubs. MOGO didn't dare to ask, did those 4 from the black market get caught? Qin Yanfeng asked in return. Chi fell silent, the remaining questions dying in his throat. No, Chi replied. There's new tracking data, and the Federal Army has gone to investigate. According to protocol, Chi had already sealed off the area near the garbage star when he received news from Qin Yanfeng. So it shouldn't have taken this long to catch someone. This was Chi's mistake. Boss, I have a relative who opened a restaurant called Delicacies, which is the only one in the galaxy. They even sent me a few discount coupons. I heard the menu has over 100 dishes. Want to try it? MOGO chimed in to ease the tension. Seeing the boss frown, Chi instinctively wanted to say that the boss would never go, as he never participated in activities outside of work. However, before he could speak, he saw the boss nod slightly. Sure. Chi was stunned. completely caught off guard. Mo Gio grinned. The owner of this restaurant is a younger sister of my relative. She was quite unruly before, but seems to have found her calling in the past few years. I heard she became interested in the niche food industry, taught herself, created over 100 dishes, and opened this restaurant. It has been doing well for a few months now, and reservations are usually full, but if I go, I'll just give her a heads up. Qin Yanfeng didn't hear a word of what Mo Gio said. He recalled that steaming hot pot and the piece of meat that was handed to his mouth, tender and flavorful. He could even remember Bai Yiyi's sparkling eyes filled with gentle smiles at that time, as if it were a long-lost dream. It felt increasingly distant. Mo Gio took the boss and Chi K to delicacies. Because he had contacted them in advance, they went straight to a private room. The decor of delicacies was also unique. There was hardly any visible smart technology. The main table was wooden, equipped only with an ordering system. Boss, how about you order something? Mo Gio glanced at the menu and asked Qin Yanfeng. Qin Yanfeng flipped through the menu casually and ordered 2 or 3 dishes. Mo Gio and Chi K also ordered their meals. In no time, their orders of steamed lamb, braised pork knuckle, braised 7-clawed beast, 3-flavor meat soup, and cold silver thread were all served on the table, exuding rich aromas and enticing colors. Chique, Wiza skeptica l'attitude, had the service robot serve him a bite of food. Upon tasting it, he immediately smiled. It's so delicious. I never knew these things could taste this good when made into dishes. Mo Gio was also surprised after trying a few dishes himself. No wonder the business was so good. He knew that when this relative's sister first opened the restaurant, she faced a lot of resistance. And when he first heard about it, he didn't think it could last. He never expected that not only did the restaurant survive, but it also had full reservations. Qin Yanfeng did not let the service robot serve him food. Instead, he picked up chopsticks and took the food himself. Chi K and Mo Gio quietly observed the boss's reaction. After Qin Yanfeng tasted it, his expression remained unchanged, and he swallowed after a while. How is it? Chi K asked eagerly. Isn't it delicious? Boss, you must have never eaten this before. Qin Yanfeng couldn't quite express his feelings at that moment. The taste was quite good, but never had the same stunning impact as the hot pot he had before. It's okay. Qin Yanfeng glanced at Chi K and then asked the service robot if they had hot pot. Hot pot? In the kitchen, Shui Yuling, who received the restaurant system's feedback, frowned. Besides her, could there be other traversers? Chapter 46. This man is taken in the elegant private room. Wisps of smoke rose from a golden hollow incense burner, only to be washed away by the air purifier in the room, leaving behind its fragrance. The 3 sat on one side of the table, with the man in the middle exuding a cool demeanor, his brows and eyes resembling peaks. And when he lowered his gaze, his long and dense eyelashes easily drew attention. Just sitting there, he was a captivating sight. As Shui Yuling entered through the door, her breath caught in her throat. Just like when Bai Yiyi first met Qin Yanfeng, a word popped in her mind. Exquisite. Shui Yuling lightly curved her lips into a slightly charming smile. She really liked this man. Ever since she crossed over, she had been searching for her male lead in this world, and she thought she had finally found him today. Shui Yuling's unabashed gaze did not escape Chi K's notice. He scanned the woman before him carefully. Is this the younger sister that Mo Gio mentioned? Mo Gio felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Shui Yuling? I'm Mo Gio from the Mo family. Your grandfather should have mentioned me to you. Shui Yuling turned her head and found a position to sit down. She poured 3 cups of tea from the teapot beside her and placed them in front of the 3 of them. She had heard her grandfather mention Mo Gio's name hundreds of times already. Shui Yuling's fingers were as white as snow, resting on the celadone cup like tender lotus roots. Quite pleasing to the eye, and her smile was just right. What is this? Mo Gio picked up the teacup and took a sip. The fresh aroma immediately filled his mouth, the sweet and bitter taste spreading from his tongue to the back of his throat, perfectly alleviating the greasiness that had just arisen. This is tea. Shui Yuling looked at Qin Yanfeng. Where did you learn about hot pot? Her bright eyes seemed very curious about the hot pot he mentioned. Qin Yanfeng was indifferent, his fingers rubbing along the rim of the cup. Someone made it for me. If you don't know how to make it, then forget it. Qin Yanfeng was only responding to Shui Yuling because of Mo Gio. Her gaze was too presumptuous and unreasonable. Even with a beautiful face, it made one feel inexplicably displeased. But Shui Yuling didn't care at all. She had spent several months completing tasks to max out her beauty points. If he was not moved, wasn't that proof she hadn't found the wrong person? Mo Gio, hearing this, exchanged a glance with Chi K, who was confused. Usually so clever. Why was he so muddled at this moment? The boss said that the hot pot was made for him. Before, the boss had been focused on work, usually spending time with them. This time he had taken a break and returned so unusually. That hot pot must have been made by his wife. The boss must be missing his wife. With the boss's personality, he probably hadn't realized this yet and couldn't bring himself to admit it. Sigh. Mo Gio took another sip of tea, concealing his lament. Chi K didn't understand Mo Gio's implication. His attention was focused on Shui Yuling, speaking with a hint of unruliness. No matter how you look at him, it's useless. He is a taken man. Qin Yinfeng almost broke his facade and cast a deep glance at Chi K, who seemed eager to stir trouble. Chi K felt a cold wind from the boss and didn't know what he had said wrong. Only Mo Gio understood that the boss was giving him face, but he didn't need that face. So, Mo Gio pulled Shui Yuling out of the private room, closing the door behind them. He said, "Since you can't make that hot pot, it's better not to stay here. If that person inside gets angry, I can't protect you." Shui Yuling didn't know where she had gone wrong, but she didn't care and pulled the door shut. "I can. Just give me some time." As for Chi K's comment about the man being taken, Shui Yuling didn't take it to heart. Mo Gio looked back at Qin Yinfeng and then nodded at Shui Yuling. "Well, then I'll trouble you." Shui Yuling turned and went back to the kitchen. The shop had all the ingredients needed. Making a pot of hot pot was not difficult for her. Moreover, she had a golden finger that could shorten the cooking time. In less than 10 minutes, Shui Yuling returned to the private room with a service robot carrying the hot pot, stove, and ingredients, but she was blocked outside by Mo Gio. "Sorry, Snow Sister. Our boss doesn't like to be disturbed." Mo Gio smiled gently, seeing through Shui Yuling's intentions. How could he let her in again? If his sister-in-law found out, it would be the boss who suffered, and he wouldn't be any better off. It was just for his own sake, mainly. It was that the boss finally had someone to take care of him, and he didn't want him to be rejected. The door closed. Shui Yuling stood outside, grinding her teeth in anger at Mo Gio. "You wait and see, Mo Gio. What are you going to do?" Chi K poked his head out from inside, then stepped out, saying to her, "It's better to keep your distance. Otherwise, it'll be awkward. By the way, Snow Boss, send a few more servings of bear meat slices. I have a good appetite and want to eat more." Shui Yuling took several steps back before responding. "It's a small business. I can't send that much. If you want to eat, you can bring it next time. We can help you process it for free." The bear meat she used was from a third-tier exotic beast. If it weren't for that man, she wouldn't be willing to use it to entertain guests. It was expensive. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. All right. Chi K saw her like this and felt a bit relieved. "Next time, Snow Boss, don't forget." "I won't forget." Shui Yuling gritted her teeth. This third-tier exotic beast was not easy to deal with, and it was generally hard to buy. Shui Yuling turned her back, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "If you want bear meat slices, go hunt for it yourself, and see if you can come back." Chi K returned to the dining table. Qin Yinfeng glanced at him indifferently. Chi K immediately raised his hand. "I didn't do anything. I was just teasing her. After all, she is Mo Gio's relative. I can't bully her too much, right?" Qin Yinfeng chuckled, picked up a slice of cooked meat, and chewed it slowly. His face was calm, but inside, he was lost in thought. It was clearly delicious, but why was he still reminiscing about that meal on the trash star? Mo Gio imitated Qin Yinfeng, using chopsticks to pick up food, but not only was his movement awkward, he struggled for a long time to pick anything up. Chi K couldn't help but laugh. "If you're so capable, you do it." Mo Gio saw his glee and said, "All right, I'll do it." Not even able to use chopsticks, what a disgrace. Chi K laughed, but the next second, there was a loud crash. Chi K accidentally knocked over the dish with his chopsticks. That is pretty impressive. This time it was Mo Gio's turn to laugh. Chi K pouted and complained to Qin Yinfeng. "Boss, how do you do it?" Qin Yinfeng shook his head, steadily picking up food with his chopsticks, nodding. "That is how you do it." Seeing Chi K's troubled expression, Qin Yinfeng lowered his brows. unconsciously recalling his first time using chopsticks. It turned out to be so amusing in her eyes. Chapter 47. The boss is shy. Don't ask on the bustling street. A woman in a pale, yellow qipao walked along, and upon seeing the nostalgic buildings and familiar signage, she felt a sense of being still in Blue Star, as if she had merely crossed the river of time. Bai Yiyi looked down at her qipao, which perfectly outlined her figure and suited the curves of an Eastern woman. However, she couldn't be sure if interstellar people would appreciate the style of the qipao. After spending half a month and exhausting all her star coins, she finally completed the narrative simulation game Heartbeat. Just as she exited the Star Network pod, Bai Yiyi felt a wave of dizziness and was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Doubao, hearing the commotion, rushed over and immediately saw Bai Yiyi collapse beside the Star Network pod. Maru, Chi, call for emergency assistance and help mommy to bed. Doubao's small face initially showed panic, but then he began to command the two robots in a somewhat orderly fashion. Maru helped Bai Yiyi to bed, while Chi, after making the call, informed Doubao, the hospital has dispatched a vehicle and it will arrive shortly. Doubao then sat at the bedside, gently touching Bai Yiyi's forehead and then his own. No fever. The hospital vehicle arrived quickly, and Doubao, who got onto the vehicle, activated his holographic wristband to contact Professor Gu. During his stay at Professor Gu's house, he had acquired the contact information. Grandpa Gu, mommy is in trouble. Hurry to this hospital. Doubao, not yet 2 years old, couldn't handle many procedures at the hospital, so he had to seek help from others. Professor Gu quickly replied, I'll be right there, Doubao, don't worry. The vehicle had already reached the hospital. Doubao sat on a chair in the corridor. Across from him was the medical room, where flickering lights shone through the window, reflecting off his slightly pale face. The ticking sound echoed in the space around him, as if time was gradually slipping away. Although Professor Gu had not yet arrived, Bai Yiyi had already been taken in for treatment, likely due to him having notified the hospital. Doubao lowered his head, helplessly scrolling through the contact list on his holographic device, which had very few contacts. Only his mother, Grandpa Gu, and Uncle Yen. He didn't know many people. He could count them on one hand. Suddenly, Doubao's gaze fixed on the screen. On his personal information page, he saw the name Qin Yanfeng. Father-son? He noticed the icon next to the name, which seemed to allow for direct communication. Nervously, Doubao tapped the icon. The holographic device quickly switched to a communication interface. Doubao. After waiting for a while, the call was finally answered, and he heard that familiar voice. Unable to hold back his tears. Uncle, mommy is sick. Doubao is so scared. She hasn't woken up. When will you be back? His crying voice was soft and unclear due to his anxiety, melting anyone's heart. The defenses Qin Yanfeng had held for half a month crumbled at Doubao's sobs. Where are you now? I'll come right over. Doubao stopped crying, unsure of what to believe. His little eyes darted around, glimmering with a hint of cunning. He didn't tell Qin Yanfeng that Bai Yiyi was already receiving treatment. We're at the hospital. Grandpa Gu is already on the way, so you don't have to worry. Doubao will take care of mommy. Mommy always says you're busy, and if you're busy, you don't have to come. It's Doubao's fault for contacting you. Woo-woo. Doubao was too anxious. Just as he arrived and heard this, Professor Gu. Doubao saw Professor Gu and immediately hung up the call. Grandpa Gu. He wiped his tears and rushed to hug Professor Gu. Mommy is inside. I don't know how she is. Originally, Professor Gu's mood was somewhat complex, but hearing this shifted his attention. He picked Doubao up, wiped the tears from his face, and walked to the medical room window, seeing the large medical machines working hard inside. Doubao, be good. Grandpa will check the diagnosis records. Inside the special department of the Federation headquarters, the serious man hung up the call and seemed to fall into a low-pressure state. When he shouted Doubao's name during the call, the nearby Chike and Mo perked up their ears. Boss, I found out which hospital it is, but someone has already handled the procedures, and the person is still in treatment. Mo operated the main console and then thoughtfully provided the result that the boss might want to know. Qin Yanfeng looked over. What's the reason? It's nothing serious, just an exhaustion of mental energy. A little rest in the recovery pod will fix it, Mo replied. Exhaustion of mental energy was common for them. It might be serious for ordinary people, but in their understanding, it was not a big deal. Do you want to go see your sister-in-law? Chike asked curiously. Qin Yinfeng looked deeply at him, seemingly indifferent. But his gaze made Chike feel a sense of crisis. Are you very free? Mo Jiu watched Cheek's troubled expression and shook his head helplessly, smiling. He turned away, appearing to continue handling work, but in reality, he sent a message to Chike. Chike received the notification sound, puzzled as he saw Mo Jiu sending him a message right before his eyes. The boss is shy. Some things are better kept in mind than spoken out loud. Don't ask. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Chike secretly responded to Mo Jiu. Got it, I understand. Seeing Cheek's quiet actions, Qin Yinfeng thought of something. He glanced over at the two, but didn't expose them, simply walking towards an exit leading to his private workspace. His private workspace was no smaller than the main control room and had a separate channel to leave the headquarters. Qin Yinfeng opened the channel switch, entered the light elevator, and disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, Chike, watching the boss head to the workspace, curiously asked Mo Jiu. It seems like the boss really doesn't plan to see his sister-in-law. Isn't it just being shy? Mo Jiu turned in his hovering chair, raising an eyebrow. If he really wanted to go, he wouldn't do it in front of you. Chike seemed to understand, but could only sigh. Now that he has a partner, I can't even speak freely. When will the boss stop being so awkward? Having completed her treatment and being moved to a hospital room, Bai Yiyi gradually regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Doubao enlarged face, which showed concern. Then she noticed the serious Professor Gu in the unfamiliar yet clear environment, and she immediately understood what had happened. Do you know that severe damage to mental energy can not only affect your brain, but can also be fatal? Professor Gu, extremely worried, spoke with a stern tone, trying to suppress his anger. If something happens to you, what will Doubao do? He is still just a cub. Bai Yiyi quickly spoke up. It's my fault. I've been so absorbed in the new game these days that I forgot to rest. I was actually paying attention. Hearing Bai Yiyi's soft voice and knowing she was sick, Professor Gu's anger dissipated significantly, and he replied softly, You can't rush when making a game. It's inherently a task that consumes a lot of mental energy. I was wrong, Bai Yiyi said, sensing Professor Gu's concern, and smiled in response. Sigh. Professor Gu sighed. He looked at Bai Yiyi's smile, perhaps because of similar experiences, feeling that she didn't take his words to heart. You're really like my son. He also never listens to advice, thinking that just because he has high mental energy, he can handle anything. Chapter 48 Family. Perhaps the old man had been lonely for too long and unintentionally regarded her as his own child. Professor Gu's mysterious son no longer piqued Bai Yiyi's interest at all. In fact, she faintly felt that Professor Gu's paternal affection was ultimately unreciprocated. She raised the corners of her eyebrows slightly and gently patted the back of Professor Gu's hand. You miss him, don't you? What parent doesn't miss their children? Professor Gu admitted frankly, using his other hand to stroke the head of Doubao beside him. You have to think about your health for Doubao too. I've already completed the new game. There won't be any major updates in the short term, so there won't be any problems. The only difficulty is that my star coins are all spent, so I'll need you to cover the medical expenses first, and I can pay you back in a few days. Heartbeat is still making a profit, plus she has her researcher salary. So Bai Yiyi doesn't need to worry about not being able to pay it back. Professor Gu certainly wouldn't mind. However, when he heard Bai Yiyi mention the new game, he felt a bit excited. Faced with Professor Gu's expectant gaze, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but guess his thoughts. I can guarantee that this game will definitely surprise you. In fact, Professor Gu didn't have much of a concept of the new game Bai Yiyi had completed in the past half-month. How much content could be created in such a short time? But hearing Bai Yiyi's words, he couldn't help but feel a deeper anticipation for this new game. What kind of game is it? Professor Gu asked. Bai Yiyi teased him but didn't mean to dampen his spirits. If I tell you now, there won't be any surprises left. However, I can reveal one thing. The game's background is based on ancient Blue Star. I just don't know if there will be an audience for it. The fine lines on Professor Gu's face deepened a bit, but his expression showed a hint of youthful vigor. Really? Professor Gu smiled. That's great. You don't need to worry too much. As long as the game is good, I can take it over. Bai Yiyi showed a look of confusion. Professor Gu then explained. What I mean is, aren't you worried that no one will play it? If that's the case, I'll cover all the costs of making this game. Besides, it It was my idea as an old fossil from the start, so I have to take responsibility. No need. Bai Yiyi shook her head. The cost of this game is too high. This is my career. How can I let you take the risk? Professor Gu didn't argue with the younger generation. Seeing Bai Yiyi's complexion gradually improving, he felt relieved, but before leaving, he reminded her, I've registered you for the entrance exam at Tsinghua University. Remember to prepare well. The time is in half a year, and it's tight. Okay. In fact, after coming out of the treatment pod, Bai Yiyi felt that her condition had recovered more than half, but she was still a bit mentally tired. I'll take a nap. After I wake up, we can go home, Bai Yiyi said to Doubao. Doubao blinked. Then I'll stay with mommy. In the sky blue hospital room, the woman on the bed breathed steadily. Her petite face unadorned with makeup, her brows naturally dark, her lips red without being painted, and her nose smooth, giving her an overall gentle and exquisite appearance. She bore no aggression. Qin Yinfeng leaned against the window, quietly watching for a while. He saw the little head resting in front of Bai Yiyi, and the scene of the big and small figures gave him a strange sense of belonging. Qin Yinfeng turned and went to the water supply room, filling the water heater. After a while, steam filled the air. He picked up a cup from the side, poured a cup of hot water, and placed it on the tray of the passing nurse robot. Please deliver this to that room. Qin Yinfeng tapped in the room number where Bai Yiyi was and turned to leave. There was no other reason. He was just feeling spontaneous. He remembered that during those days of recovery, Bai Yiyi would always place a pot of water with just the right temperature in front of him. Perhaps this was just her habit. However, Qin Yinfeng had only taken a few steps when he heard a soft call from behind. Uncle? Doubao had unknowingly walked out of the ward and happened to see the familiar figure in the corridor. Qin Yinfeng didn't turn around. His steps merely paused slightly before continuing forward. Doubao hurriedly chased after him. The sound of her shoes tapping on the floor was quite pleasant. Uncle, wait. Doubao put all her speed into it, but eventually fell to the ground, yet she didn't cry despite the pain. However, the sound of her fall made Qin Yinfeng stop. Doubao looked up and saw the man turning around and slowly walking towards her, stopping in front of him. Seeing Qin Yinfeng's face, Doubao forgot her pain and joyfully, but then sadly asked, Uncle, are you here to see mommy? Why didn't you go in to see her before leaving? You should get up first. Doubao climbed up from the ground, her foot having twisted, and a sour, numb pain spread from her ankle. She feigned strength and stood up, looking up at Qin Yinfeng. Now can you answer my question? The next moment, she was lifted by an arm. Qin Yinfeng placed Doubao on a chair in the corridor, bent down to take off her shoes, and indeed saw her swollen ankle. You didn't cry, but your eyes are full of tears. Qin Yinfeng said this without looking up, but Doubao couldn't help but shed tears. It hurts. Doubao felt someone grip her ankle, followed by sudden pain. When the pain faded, the strange feeling in her ankle also disappeared. Qin Yinfeng stood up, wiping his hands with a tissue. I came to see the patient, but the patient is sleeping now, and it seems there's nothing serious. His eyes slightly drooped. The sharpness that usually surrounded him completely gone, his expression still somewhat indifferent. So, I have to go now. Doubao widened her eyes, moved her lips wanting to say something, but didn't know how, and after a while, she lowered her head and said sulkily, Can't you just not go? Why shouldn't I go? Qin Yinfeng asked with amusement. Doubao seemed to muster up courage, raised her wrist, and pointed at the virtual screen of the holographic computer, saying, Because we are a family. Shouldn't a family live together? This time it was Qin Yinfeng who was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to explain to the little one in front of him. Family? Qin Yinfeng bent down to meet Doubao's gaze. Up close. He found her face quite pleasing. Perhaps because of this, he felt a bit reluctant. I have other family members too, but we don't live together. One day, you will also live apart from your mother. I won't. Doubao immediately retorted angrily, then felt a bit sad. Uncle, why do you have to scare me? A little kid? I thought I had misjudged you. After saying this, Doubao turned to leave, but was pulled back by Qin Yinfeng. It's impossible to live together, but I can come to see you often. How about that? Qin Yinfeng ultimately compromised. Doubao was suspicious yet couldn't hide her joy as she asked, Is what you said true? It is. Qin Yinfeng thought for a moment, then agreed. When you become a mecha engineer, I'll give you a mecha. If you really want, I can come by often to train you. When Qin Yinfeng mentioned giving him a mecha before, Doubao didn't understand, but later Bai Yiyi explained it to him. So this time he understood Qin Yinfeng's words. Okay, it's a deal. Doubao wanted to keep Qin Yinfeng until mommy woke up. But as soon as he wasn't paying attention, he could no longer see him. When Bai Yiyi woke up, she found a somewhat gloomy Doubao. Chapter 49, Isn't It Just Making Games? Just now, when Mom was sleeping, Uncle Qin came to see you and promised me that he would come to see me often in the future. On the way out of the hospital, Doubao was hanging on Bai Yiyi, and after saying that, he lowered his head, looking a bit gloomy. It's a pity he didn't manage to persuade him to stay. Bai Yiyi immediately realized that Doubao was talking about Qin Yinfeng. You asked him to come, didn't you? Bai Yiyi pinched Doubao's face, her tone slightly helpless. It was only this little guy who knew she was hospitalized and also knew about Qin Yinfeng. Doubao pouted, his face wrinkled in grievance. I didn't tell him which hospital, I just wanted to tell him that Mom is sick. All right, next time, don't disturb others. If you need anything, just find Grandpa Gu. Bai Yiyi would never blame a child, especially since this incident wasn't a big deal. Doubao mumbled. I clearly remember that Uncle Qin is family, not a stranger. Bai Yiyi was taken aback. Then she laughed. Not a stranger. He is your great benefactor. It's because of his identity that Doubao, you have a legal identity. Bai Yiyi went on to explain to Doubao that he had always been an unregistered citizen until Qin Yinfeng agreed to register as a family, which allowed Doubao to obtain a legal identity and move to the main star. When Bai Yiyi discussed registering as a spouse with Qin Yinfeng, it was always in front of Doubao, but she hadn't explicitly said it to him. Bai Yiyi would have preferred not to explain, but once she did, Doubao's eyes widened, and his expression looked like the world had collapsed. Sooner or later, Doubao would find out about this. Bai Yiyi just felt that Doubao had developed a deeper bond with Qin Yinfeng based on misunderstandings, and if she were to sever ties with Qin Yinfeng, it would cause too much harm to Doubao. Doubao fell into silence. Bai Yiyi could only give him time to digest it himself. Back home, Bai Yiyi logged onto the Star Network and saw the invitation sent to her by W platform a few days ago. It was for the offline event of the game creation competition. The address was on the main star. The deadline for this game competition had already passed, but the good news was that Heartbeat had finally surpassed Galactic Love. Bai Yiyi took a look at the game situation and roughly understood what had happened. The character design that had been temporarily listed in the mall had surprisingly made a small profit over the past half-month and added new excitement to the game. It was this little bit of excitement that allowed Heartbeat to surpass Galactic Love and take first place. The second piece of good news came from Xian. He had already secured 2 collaborations and had made a good start. Xian's progress was much faster than Bai Yiyi had anticipated. Bai Yiyi smiled slightly. If it weren't for Xian's good news, she would still be hesitating about whether to participate in this game creation competition's current event. There was no rush for raw materials. She naturally wanted to stoke the flames for that scumbag Chu. This was just right to promote her new game. Each session of the W platform's game creation competition has a half-month interval, and Bai Yiyi planned to release her new game before the offline event, just in time to participate in the next game creation competition. WGM, welcome, Miss Bai, to participate in our current event. If you're not currently on the main star, you can keep the tickets for the first 3 days of arrival at the main star and ask our staff for reimbursement. To thank game creators for attending. Each attending game creator can receive double the ranking rewards, which will be credited after the event ends. After Bai Yiyi replied to the official email, the official sent her a new message. Only then did Bai Yiyi remember the prize for the game creation competition. The first prize has a reward of 5 million star coins. She then realized that the 5 million star coins had already arrived in her account. After the offline event, another 5 million would be credited. Bai Yiyi shed a few bitter tears. The new game Heartbeat had drained her account, and in the past 2 days, Heartbeat had only returned less than 200,000 in revenue. This prize money was just enough to help her recover some losses. Soon, Heartbeat's fans discovered that Baidu had posted a new update. Baidu, the new game Heartbeat will open for internal testing reservations next week, focusing on narrative-driven development, bringing players a brand new experience, stepping into the world of ancient Blue Star in the early 20th century. You could be a graceful Qipao shop owner or a knowledgeable newspaper editor, exploring the gears of fate in this turbulent era. Baidu, I will also attend this offline event of the game creation competition. Thanks to the official for giving this opportunity. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Is a new game coming out? So soon. Heartbeat has only been out for 2 months. I thought I had a timing issue. Although I am looking forward to Baido's new work, isn't this a bit too fast? I still hope the author can create a game with a larger scale. Heartbeat's map is too small, and a game can have at most 7 players, with very poor interactivity. I hope the author can see my words. Wow, Baido is going to the event's site. Then I have to rush to grab tickets. A bit expensive, but worth it. Sister upstairs just thought of this. Several of my friends thought Baido might go to the site and bought tickets long ago. I'm not on a main star. I guess I'll just watch it online. At the same time, it also sparked a wave of negative discussions. Here comes the money grab again. What ancient era is this trying to recreate? I really don't have any hope. I played those primitive world games, and they're really boring. The environment is terrible. Playing games is just suffering. I wouldn't play it even if you killed me. I don't believe that in such a short time, they can create such detailed scenery. I seriously suspect that Baido is trying to cash in on Heartbeat's popularity again. Even the name is just one word off, and there is no attempt to disguise it. Development game? I guess it's just letting players do tasks, and then buy high-tech products in the mall, and then build forces on the map, with no suspense or meaning at all, and it's supposed to be narrative-driven? Just looking at Heartbeat's game story background shows that the producer really doesn't have this capability, right? Maybe trying to learn from Spider? This time Spider was pressing him the whole time, and Heartbeat only turned the tide at the end, but Spider's story is really touching. I cry every time I watch it. The few boxes of tissues I stocked at home are not enough. The light from the virtual screen illuminated the woman's face. She touched her lower lip, her fingers trembling slightly, just like her current mood. Ever since she suspected there was another traveler, Shui Yiling began to search the entire internet for possible candidates. In the end, she set her sights on the producer of Heartbeat, Baido. Shui Yiling registered an account, checked out Heartbeat, and played it. Her suspicions were now confirmed by 90%, and the content mentioned in Baido's new update made her 100% sure that either Baido or someone Baido knew must be her fellow townsman. Is making games this profitable in the Star Realm? Shui Yiling glanced at Heartbeat's popularity and the prices of character robots. This was much more promising than her miserable cooking. Moreover, she had heard that Heartbeat ranked first in the game creation competition, with a prize of 5 million star coins. Shui Yuling's thoughts stirred. She licked her lips, her full, rosy lips glistening with moisture, looking incredibly charming. Isn't it just making games? Chapter 50, Be a Foolish Beauty. Attached to him, the result of the attempt was that Shui Yiling crawled out of the Star Network cabin with her hair in disarray. She grabbed her hair and rubbed her scalp. The pain seemed to drill into her brain. The Star Network connection had also been forcibly cut off by the cabin. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Shui Yiling heard a voice outside. Lingling, are you there? A clear and gentle male voice rang out. Shui Yuling's expression suddenly turned cold, but she had to tidy her hair, put on a coat, and get up to open the door. When she opened the door, Song Juan was once again stunned by the woman in front of him. Shui Yiling, with skin as white as snow, wore a red spaghetti strap dress that perfectly outlined her slender and well-proportioned figure. A light and transparent white coat slipped off, revealing one of her fragrant shoulders. Her long hair, smooth as ink, fell loosely, with a few strands floating in front of her cheeks, skillfully capturing Song Juan's heart. This outfit was custom-made by Shui Yiling. To be honest, she wasn't very accustomed to interstellar life, but she was quite used to the way Song Juan looked at her. Despite his seemingly refined appearance, his eyes revealed the nature of a man. Shui Yiling looked down on him, but she had to cater to Song Juan. If it weren't for his support, how could her gourmet food studio have progressed so smoothly? How could the muddy waters of the Shui family allow her to rise from the mire without daring to touch her again? Song Juan walked in, and the faint fragrance from Shui Yiling enveloped him instantly as he leaned closer. He subconsciously supported her. What's wrong? My head hurts a bit. Shui Yiling squinted, her eyelashes fluttering, every subtle expression on her face displaying a woman's fragility. She discreetly avoided the hand Song Juan placed on her waist, grabbing his collar and purposefully pulling him closer. Song Juan's gaze deepened, one hand tucked behind him, and he casually closed the door. They fell onto the sofa, and Shui Yiling tilted her head, feeling uncomfortable as she said, "Could you get me a glass of water?" Only then did Song Juin reluctantly release her and go to get water. It wasn't his first time here, and he knew there were no robotic services. When Song Juin returned, Shui Yuling had already taken off her shoes and curled up on the sofa. He sat next to her, handing her the water without touching her. As Shui Yuling drank, her mind was quite clear. Song Juin was just a surface gentleman, good at maintaining his image. "What's wrong?" he asked. Shui Yuling tucked her hair behind her ear. With a not-so-good expression, she had a broken beauty. She gently said, "I don't know why, but I felt this way after coming out of the Star Network cabin." Song Juin was attracted by this version of Shui Yuling. He reached out to push her hand aside, tilted his head, and said, "What did you do in the Star Network cabin? Your performance seems a bit like symptoms of mental exhaustion." Shui Yuling was taken aback. Mental exhaustion? She knew that playing games used mental energy, but she hadn't thought of her headache in this context. "I just registered an account on the M platform and played games for less than an hour for fun." "How could this happen?" Shui Yuling asked, confused. "M platform?" Song Juin replied, "Being a game developer isn't just for fun. It requires good mental energy. Even if your mental energy reaches a level, you shouldn't exceed 3 hours a day, or you'll easily faint from mental exhaustion. If it happens too often, it can lead to serious after effects." 3 hours was just Song Juin's estimation based on common sense, but it wasn't too far off. Shui Yuling looked at him. "Is my mental energy so weak?" "It's only been less than an hour." Song Juin reached out and touched her head. "Let's go to the hospital now. You'll feel better." Shui Yuling was somewhat reluctant. Song Juin took Shui Yuling to the hospital and had her treated. After the treatment, Shui Yuling felt much better. She grabbed Song Juin's arm. "I want to test my mental energy." Song Juin glanced at her hand holding his arm, paused, and then smiled. "Okay." It wasn't very suitable to do a mental energy test immediately after treatment, as it could affect the results. However, Song Juin didn't mind. According to what Shui Yuling said, her mental energy should be low, so whether there was an error in the test results didn't matter much. Shui Yuling quickly received her test report, and a hint of joy appeared on her face, followed by confusion. "Brother Juin, why is it different from what you said?" Song Juin took the report from Shui Yuling's hand and was surprised to see in the mental energy results column. "How is this possible?" He looked at Shui Yuling with a complicated expression. "It could be that you expended a lot of mental energy creating numerous game scenes within that hour, and your thought speed was too fast, resulting in this outcome. Generally, game developers take time to conceive, so they wouldn't work that quickly on scenes." Shui Yuling seemed to suddenly understand. "I see. Brother Juin, you're so impressive." But she felt a bit disappointed and frustrated inside. She clenched her arms. At this pace, creating a game would take too long. Moreover, the cost wouldn't be low. "You are impressive, with mental energy at A. You're already stronger than most people," Song Juin said. "Is that so? What's the use of it?" Song Juin looked at Shui Yuling. "Not much use." His gaze scanned her from bottom to top, with a hint of aggression. "Just be a foolish beauty, attached to me." Then he changed the subject. "Do you want to make a game?" Song Juin smiled. "Star coins aren't a problem. I'll cover it for you." "Really?" Shui Yuling climbed onto Song Juin's shoulder, quickly kissed the corner of his mouth, and smiled charmingly. "That's great, Brother Juin. I love you so much." In the next moment, Song Juin pulled her into a secluded corner, enclosing her in a shadow. His gaze was a bit fiery, fixated on her lips. "That can't satisfy me." A spark gradually ignited. After a long time, Song Juin left with Shui Yuling, who had a rosy complexion. The news about the upcoming closed beta reservation for Heartbeat was released, and Yiyi, who had benefited from Heartbeat, immediately contacted Bai Yiyi. "Yiyi, Bai Yiyi, I will definitely participate in the closed beta of this new game. As a #1 fan, shouldn't there be some benefits?" Bai Yiyi replied upon seeing the message. "You become a big streamer, and you're still asking me for benefits?" She was teasing Yiyi. "Yiyi, even a big streamer has to live. Besides, what kind of big streamer am I? I'm not even close to Xiao Wohua." Yiyi indeed gained fame because of Heartbeat, but it was still not comparable to Xiao Wohua. Bai Yiyi smiled. "How about this? When your closed beta account comes out, I'll send you some free coins. The rest will depend on your own effort. This game requires even more brain power than the last one." Yiyi was not satisfied. "Yiyi coins? The universal currency of this game? Yiyi, just a little coin to brush me off? You're really not generous." Bai Yiyi replied, "Love it or leave it." Yiyi stared at these 4 words for a while before sighing in compromise. Yiyi, fine, then you have to send more. I'll promote this game for you. Deal. Chapter 51. He wants to change into new clothes to meet her. What's satisfied Bai Yiyi the most about Yiyi was that he could often summarize the bugs reported by players into videos, providing her with convenience. Let's add a contact method, so if you try to back out later, it'll be easier for me to find you. Doubao, you already have my contact information. Yiyi contacted Bai Yiyi through platform W, thinking that he didn't have her contact number. Just as he was puzzled, a message came through on his virtual communication number. It's me, I'm Doubao. He was stunned. Who is Yiyi? It's the big shot he met in Heartbeat. He had never thought that Yiyi was actually Doubao, the producer of Heartbeat, and he hadn't played with Yiyi since then. Yiyi had actually tried to invite Yiyi to play games, but the other party had said they were busy several times, and they hadn't logged into the game, so gradually they lost contact. Now that he knew that Yiyi was Doubao, many of his doubts were suddenly resolved. No wonder your understanding of the game is so deep. You've hidden it so well and never told me your identity. Yiyi, I forgot. If you hadn't brought up adding contact information, Bai Yiyi wouldn't have remembered this at all. Yiyi complained to Bai Yiyi, but his mood lightened. After all, he had played many rounds with Yiyi, and he suddenly felt closer to the producer of Heartbeat. And now I understand. When you played with me later, you were just using me. But you benefited too, right? So you used me. I considered you a friend, but you treated me like a free advertising space. If you really consider me a friend, why didn't you tell me you were Doubao? Why are you so stingy with the new game benefits? I'm in the wrong. How do you want me to make it up to you? Bai Yiyi had indeed put some thought into playing games with you, but she genuinely considered you a friend, so she asked helplessly. There was a moment of silence on Yiyi's side. I'm a bit curious. Are you a guy or a girl? Yiyi's voice was androgynous, and he suspected the other party was deliberately using a voice disguise, but it just wasn't as perfect as his. If I tell you, will you forgive me? That won't do. I know you're going to attend the offline event for Chuang, so by then, whether you're a guy or a girl, it will all be clear, right? I won't accept such an ineffective apology. Then just wait for that day. How about this? Another day I'll invite you to my house as a guest, and I'll cook for you myself. Where do you live? You can cook? I live on the main star. Come over if it's convenient. If not, then forget it. All right, when? Anitime. Then in 3 days. Okay. When you arrive at the main star, let me know, and I'll come pick you up. No need, just give me the address. Bai Yiyi gave you the address. Far away on a low-level planet, Yiyi pushed open the window, where the rundown street was full of potholes, having just rained and formed small puddles. The wind gently brushed against him. Amid the familiar stench, there seemed to be a hint of sweetness. Yiyi looked at the address on the virtual screen. To be honest, he had many friends growing up and rarely left his home. Because of his poor health, he needed to take medication regularly and couldn't save much money. This was the first time a friend had invited him over. Yiyi felt excited. He even wanted to jump down from the windowsill. He suppressed this crazy feeling. Calm down. Yiyi opened his account and began a plan. I still need to buy a new outfit to meet my friend and prepare a gift. Plus travel expenses and the medication I need to prepare during this time. The balance displayed on his account showed 3 million star coins. This was all his savings. However, he spent 30,000 star coins a month on medication. In the past, when he hadn't earned much, he bought medication by the milliliter and often couldn't afford nutritional fluids. But not buying nutritional fluids meant he could eat something else to fill his stomach. Not buying medication would really lead to death. Ever since his income skyrocketed due to Heartbeat, he started to hope he could cure his illness. He even had enough star coins to go to the hospital for a consultation, only to find out that the cost for a complete cure would be around 10 million star coins. Suddenly, life had hope. Therefore, he felt grateful towards Doubao as a friend beyond just friendship. Although he didn't know why Doubao on the main star would cook, he didn't think much of it. Soon, he bought a ticket online, selected new clothes and a gift. The clothes he was wearing were picked up, had been worn for several years, and didn't fit well. He was afraid of being disliked by his friend. After a long time without leaving home, Yiyi set off for the main star. After Bai Yiyi logged off, Doubao was looking at her with an expectant expression. At home, Bai Yiyi only had one StarNet pod and had promised Doubao that every time he behaved well in the nutritional pod, he could play in the StarNet pod for a little longer. The nutritional pod was the one Professor Gu had given her, and in just over half a month, Doubao not only gained some weight, but also grew taller. Go play, Bai Yiyi said to Doubao. Someone is coming to our house in 3 days, and you'll get to meet a new friend then. Who is it? Doubao asked curiously, running over to the StarNet pod and quickly plugging the game console into the StarNet pod. Bai Yiyi didn't answer. Doubao had already laid down in the StarNet pod, and, seeing her mother didn't respond, opened his eyes wide and said, I'm not curious at all. After saying that, he closed the pod door. Bai Yiyi smiled. She actually just wanted to see Doubao's reaction. The answer didn't matter much to him, but she wanted to see how long this little rascal could keep up the act. In the kitchen of delicacies, Shui Yuling wiped the sweat off her face and dragged her sore body to the nearby room to rest. Congratulations, host. You have gained a total of 5 skill points this time. Why is it getting less and less? Shui Yuling asked miserably. She had been in the kitchen for more than 10 hours, unlocking 3 new dishes while making nearly 30 complex dishes. She only earned 5 skill points in total. Wasn't it at least 10 points before? The 3 new dishes can only be rated as good in terms of creativity, taste, and appearance. The proficiency of the other 20-plus dishes is almost full, so after overall evaluation, you can only earn 5 skill points, dear. No matter how dissatisfied Shui Yuling was, she knew the system wouldn't negotiate with her. 5 points were 5 points. Add them all to mental strength. If it weren't for wanting to quickly improve her mental strength to play games better, she wouldn't be working so hard. Attribute points allocation has been completed. The host can check it in the personal panel. Shui Yuling glanced at her personal panel. Her beauty value was already maxed out, and her mental strength was 70 before. Now it was 75, with a maximum value of 100. Chapter 52. Imaginary rival as night fell. The desolate wilderness was filled with intense sounds. 2 mechas intertwined rapidly in battle, their destructive powers spreading across the wasteland, leaving chaos in their wake. The silver mech leaped, its blue-winged shadows flashing, creating a whirlwind that swept towards the opposing crimson-black mech, which transformed into a fierce tiger-like shadow, lunging to bite at the opponent. Is Commander Song going crazy? The Red Sparrow, watching the battle through a scanner, asked in confusion. This doesn't look like sparring. It seems like he has a grudge against the boss, going all out. If it weren't for the boss being so strong, he wouldn't be able to hold up. Mo sat not far from the Red Sparrow, glancing at the screen on the control panel, and meaningfully said, Commander Song is likely doing this for a woman. A woman? The Red Sparrow was shocked. Any woman who has been around Commander Song and has seen the boss has at least a 50 chance of betraying him. I've never seen Commander Song like this before. Mo didn't respond, lowering his head to check the new messages on his light brain. He glanced again at the screen. In the image, a meticulously dressed woman stood quietly in front of a password door, occasionally looking down at the information on her light brain. Since their last visit to exquisite dining, Shui Yuling had been coming almost every 2 days, bringing dishes she made herself. When Shui Yuling arrived, she would also message Mo to inquire. At first, Mo would warn her not to have any inappropriate thoughts, but she stubbornly denied it. Using all kinds of sweet talk, Mo really didn't want to cause trouble for the boss, so he chose to ignore it. But he didn't expect her to be so persistent. She probably didn't realize that even if she waited at the door all day, she wouldn't be able to see the boss. Due to his excessive focus on Shui Yuling, Mo discovered her relationship with Commander Song. Shui Yuling brought the lunchbox, and Commander Song happened to see her. To Mo's surprise, the two seemed very familiar. Commander Song didn't bring her inside, but took her away instead. Once, Mo could attribute it to Commander Song's extraordinary charm with women, but by the second and third times, he finally sensed something was wrong. Commander Song sternly dragged her to a small alley not far from the headquarters, a blind spot for surveillance where Mo couldn't see their actions. They stayed in the alley for a long time, long enough that Mo almost thought there was a passageway on the other side. But he clearly remembered that the alley was a dead end. When they came out, Commander Song blocked the view of the person in his arms. However, Emojio's curiosity had already built up. He widened his field of vision and caught a glimpse of Shui Yuling's fleeting face. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her eyes glimmered with moisture, looking like she hadn't suffered too much. It wasn't until Commander Song sought out the boss for a spar that Emojio deduced that Commander Song was indeed serious about Shui Yuling, possibly knowing that she came to deliver meals to the boss. He had taken the boss as an imaginary rival. The Red Sparrow was kept in the dark. Unaware of this, he thought about the women the boss had seen recently. None. The only one with any connection was when his sister-in-law was hospitalized. He didn't know if the boss had secretly visited her. Could it be the boss secretly went to see his sister-in-law? As the Red Sparrow thought of this, he suddenly blurted it out, followed by a terrifying thought in his mind. Could it be that Commander Song had taken a liking to her, hence this behavior? Emojio heard the Red Sparrow's muttering and didn't he immediately grasp his line of thought. By the time he sorted through the Red Sparrow's reasoning, the Red Sparrow had already run off. Emojio. Soon, Emojio saw the Red Sparrow's fighter jet in the footage return from the scanner. Watching as the Red Sparrow moved forward to join the fray, Emojio finally understood the Red Sparrow's thoughts and facepalmed in resignation. This guy probably thought Commander Song was coveting the boss's woman and went to help the boss beat him up. This battle ended with Commander Song's defeat. The Red Sparrow walked up to Commander Song's Crimson Flame Tiger and arrogantly declared, "Commander Song, there are so many women. Why do you have to go against our boss? Some things aren't yours, so stop thinking about them." Commander Song shot a deadly glare his way. The Red Sparrow wasn't afraid. Commander Song was seriously injured. He didn't have the ability to fight back right now. The Red Sparrow saw Commander Song's gaze slide past them and silently took the Crimson Flame Tiger away. He felt a sense of relief. It seemed Commander Song had taken his words to heart. Just as the Red Sparrow was about to find the boss to take credit, he saw the boss standing behind him, his voice icy. "Go back and organize this year's case files and input them into the system." The Red Sparrow's eyes widened. "Just me? Is there anyone else?" After giving him a look, the boss left. The Red Sparrow was utterly confused. When he returned to headquarters, the Red Sparrow vented to Emojio. Emojio showed no empathy. "Maybe it's because you interrupted their duel. Since the boss handed this matter to you, I wouldn't dare to help you. Good luck." Late at night, Bai Yiyi finally freed herself from the complicated information. The admissions exam for Tsinghua University didn't differentiate between colleges, and the exam content was something Bai Yiyi hadn't studied before. As Professor Gu said, half a year was too tight. So Bai Yiyi studied late into the night. Doubao, after all, was a child. She initially wanted to stay up with Bai Yiyi, but eventually fell asleep and was taken back to her room by Wan Wan. However, she didn't expect an uninvited guest to arrive in her room. Just as she lay down, she felt a warm presence move closer. Due to exhaustion, Bai Yiyi hadn't turned on the light. She immediately tried to roll over to turn it on, only to be pulled into someone's embrace. "Don't move. It's me." Qin Yinfeng restrained the struggling Bai Yiyi, his hoarse voice amplified in the darkness. Bai Yiyi used her strength to try to push Qin Yinfeng away, but heard a muffled groan in the process. "It's been a while. Your strength has improved." Qin Yinfeng chuckled. Bai Yiyi detected something unusual in his voice and thought of a possibility. "Are you injured again?" She stopped struggling. In the dark, the face that was close by gradually became clear, enough for her to see the unmasked weakness on his face. "It's just a minor injury. I'm a bit tired and just want to rest here for a while." Qin Yinfeng spoke lightly. She didn't know why he had come. Qin Yinfeng ran his hand over the back of Bai Yi's head, pulling her closer, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. Bai Yiyi instinctively struggled a bit. Qin Yinfeng's throat moved, and he squinted at her silhouette in the dark. "Have you forgotten how you shamelessly threw yourself at me asking for it before?" "Damn, wasn't he blatantly saying he already knew she was acting back then?" "I forgot," Bai Yiyi replied irritably. "Then I don't mind reminding you." All right. You want to rest? Then rest. I won't cause any trouble, okay?" A soft laugh echoed in her ears. "Good." Chapter 53. A visit from Yiyi. Although Qin Yinfeng was very close to her, he did not make any excessive moves. Perhaps due to the mental tension, Bai Yiyi couldn't even muster a hint of romantic feelings. After waiting for a long time, she thought he had fallen asleep. She just moved slightly, and the hand on the back of her head exerted a bit of force. All right. Bai Yiyi gave up her thoughts and simply went to sleep. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up again, she was the only one left in bed. Her gaze fell on the table in the bedroom, where a cup of steaming hot water was placed. Bai Yiyi got up and opened the door. "Maru, Chi-Chi, did you boil hot water this morning?" She asked the only two robots in the house. Maru and Chi-Chi shook their heads. "Master, we didn't have hot water." The little Doubao, who had just woken up, heard this and hurried over. "Mom, what's wrong?" Bai Yiyi looked at the obedient Doubao in front of her. It was unlikely that he had prepared the hot water, so it must have been Qin Yinfeng, who had suddenly come last night. When Maru and Chi-Chi were in standby mode, he was probably the only one who could do it quietly. "It's nothing," Bai Yiyi said to Doubao. "I was just asking." Doubao looked up, clearly not believing her dismissive words. "Does Mom want to drink hot water? I'll help Mom get some." Without waiting for Bai Yiyi to respond, he ran over to the hot water machine, ready to fill it with purified water, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, there's still hot water in here." Bai Yiyi didn't explain. This matter directly became an unsolved mystery in little Doubao's eyes. Fortunately, it was a small matter, and Doubao quickly forgot about it. However, the fact that Qin Yinfeng left her a cup of hot water left Bai Yiyi puzzled. It was obvious that the Qin Yinfeng who appeared last night couldn't have done this. So perhaps it was another version of him, which seemed more likely. Bai Yiyi recalled the past and vaguely remembered that when she woke up in the hospital, she also saw the hot water that had been delivered. At that time, Doubao said that Uncle Qin had come by. Thinking about it this way, it became suspicious. Bai Yiyi wouldn't confirm this with the other party, and thinking too much was pointless. She could only throw all her speculations aside and start preparing the ingredients for the next day's meal to entertain Yiyi. The ingredients could only be purchased from the Star Network. Bai Yiyi bought various vegetables and spent a long time looking for a store called Universal Grocery, which had links for meat products but required private messaging the store owner to order meat. When she treated Qin Yinfeng to hot pot on the garbage planet, she had asked the Xian to buy exotic beast meat, which was indeed delicious, but Bai Yiyi didn't know what kind of exotic beast it was. Reluctantly, "Is the store owner there? I want to buy exotic beast meat. Looking for tender and firm meat. Must be fresh. Do you have stock now?" There was a quick reply from the other side. "Customer service, Chow. The store owner is not here. I am customer service, Chower. The exotic beast meat you want is out of stock, but I can recommend a few types of exotic beast meat. After you place the order, you will receive it within 6 hours at the latest. If it's a large quantity, you may need to wait a bit longer." The other party quickly sent a link, which listed 7 types of exotic beast meat, along with related images and descriptions. However, the minimum order was 10 pounds for a single type of exotic beast meat. Before Bai Yiyi could ask a question, the other side sent another message. "Customer service, Chower. The exotic beasts are caught and killed by the store owner, and the net weight of a single exotic beast is mostly over 10 pounds. There aren't many customers buying meat, which is why the minimum order is set at 10 pounds. Please understand." Customer service, Chower. Our store has been selling exotic beast meat for 5 or 6 years and is the only one in the entire network. Unfortunately, there are no discounts on the price. Customer service, Chower, unless it's a long-term partnership. The last sentence was sent after a brief pause, as if it had just come to mind. Reluctantly, long-term partnership? Bai Yiyi had never thought about a long-term partnership, but the way the other party said it felt a little strange. According to the original owner's memory, the dietary culture in the Star-Sea was almost non-existent. Only the poor on garbage planets or low-level planets would directly use raw ingredients to fill their stomachs. Anyone with even a bit of star currency would buy nutritional fluids instead, mainly because the food was difficult to make well. Customer service, Chower, the store owner is back. Please wait. Customer service, Chow, you can place your order now. Bai Yiyi didn't know what was happening on the other side. After randomly selecting 2 types of exotic beast meat, each 10 pounds, she placed the order. Reluctantly, "I've placed the order." Customer service, Chower. "I see it." "Oh, is it also an order from the main star?" Reluctantly. Customer service, Chower. "It's nothing. Just that we have a customer who is also from the main star and has been taking care of our business." Customer service, Chower. "We will ship your order as soon as possible, so don't forget to give a good review later." Bai Yiyi didn't ask more questions. She silently searched for something on the Star Network. The search page quickly showed her the answer she wanted. Located on the main star, Delicacy Kitchen, with more than 100 dishes on the menu, also supports delivery inside and outside the main star. However, The delivery orders were very few. This store had opened within the last 6 months and was the only one in the entire star system. Looking at the familiar names of the dishes, Bai Yiyi quickly realized something. The owner or chef of this store might also be from Blue Star. However, she didn't have the thought of recognizing them as a fellow villager. But she was still pleased with the idea of the other party opening a restaurant. If they could make over 100 dishes, it proved that they were professional chefs, capable of promoting Blue Star's culinary culture, and she could order takeout to reminisce about her past life. That evening, Yiyi had arrived at the main star. After getting off the starship, he looked at the bustling planet in front of him, feeling both happy and a bit confused. After standing by the street for a long time, he finally lowered his head and opened his light brain to send a message to Bai Yiyi. Yiyi, I've arrived, but I have no place to stay. Can I come to your place now? He really didn't mean to. The starships from low-level planets would be delayed. But how could he know that he was so lucky, not only not being delayed, but arriving early? Yiyi sat quietly on a bench by the street, waiting for Bai Yiyi's reply. If it really didn't work out, he planned to stay here for a night and set off to find Bai Yiyi the next morning. He could afford to stay at a lodging center. He just didn't want to. The price for one night was equivalent to his living expenses for a month. Just as Yiyi was about to fall asleep, his light brain finally chimed with a notification sound. 11. Where are you? 11, of course. If you've arrived, you can go to the nearby Housing Management Center to register your information. Actually, the information registration was optional, just for safety. After all, they were merely online friends. One must be cautious. Yiyi was already very happy to see the message and didn't think about this. So he replied, Okay, I'll be there soon. Chapter 54. How could he be so shameful by the time Yiyi arrived at the address given by Bai Yiyi and registered at the Housing Management Center? A long time had already passed. If he hadn't still been able to get in touch, Bai Yiyi would have thought he was lost. Yiyi finally stood at the entrance of Bai Yiyi's home and nervously pressed the doorbell. The door opened, revealing a beautiful girl. Yiyi was taken aback. Although he didn't know whether Bai Do was male or female, he subconsciously felt that the big shot was impressive, even if she was a woman. She would be the kind with a powerful presence and mature intellect. But the girl in front of him looked even younger than him, clearly a pretty little sister. Hello, I'm Bai Yiyi. Nice to meet you, she said politely, extending her hand. My real name isn't very nice, so just call me Yiyi. Yiyi finally regained his voice, speaking shyly. Mom, is our new friend here? At that moment, Doubao poked her head out from inside the door, saw Yiyi, and flashed him a smile. Hello, big brother. Yiyi actually looked quite good, but because of his illness and long-term malnutrition, he appeared younger than his actual age, with a youthful appearance and voice. Hello, little friend. Yiyi, surprised, asked Bai Yiyi, is this your child? Yes. Bai Yiyi moved aside to let Yiyi in and then closed the door. The interior of the house was spacious and well-decorated, a stark contrast to Yiyi's small place. Yiyi didn't feel awkward. He had mentally prepared himself for this before coming. He took out the gift he had prepared and handed it to Bai Yiyi. This is a gift for our first meeting. The gift was neatly wrapped in a small box. Bai Yiyi accepted it without hesitation. Thank you. There were quite a few rooms in the house, and Bai Yiyi had already prepared a guest room for Yiyi, which included a separate bathroom to avoid any awkwardness between guests and the host. It's getting late. Let's go to our rooms to rest. We can talk more tomorrow. Okay. When he entered the guest room and lay down on the bed, his rationality and spirit finally returned. He lay back, his head sinking into the soft pillow. His youthful profile was clear, with thick eyelashes fluttering slightly, and his eyes sparkled with a clear light. But soon, that light dimmed again. The image of Bai Do was different from what he had imagined, yet it had genuinely taken root in his heart. However, the adorable Doubao was also a reminder that she already had a partner and a child. Yiyi felt an indescribable sense of loss. Exhausted from the journey and feeling physically and mentally drained, he succumbed to sleep. The dream wrapped around him like warm, flowing water. He saw Bai Do walking toward him, a gentle smile on her face. She gently embraced him. The indescribable feeling made him involuntarily sink into a state of enchantment. When he woke from the dream, Yiyi opened his blurry eyes, unable to tell where he was for a moment. After a few seconds, his face turned red and green in turns. Yiyi jumped out of bed as if electrocuted, grabbing the sheets and blanket to head to the bathroom. where he found an integrated washing machine and tossed them in. He looked at himself in the mirror, taking deep breaths for a long time. "You're really despicable," he scolded his reflection. "Even if it was just a dream, how could you do this to your friend? I look down on you." He felt very uncomfortable. His eyes were slightly red. After scolding himself for a long time, the discomfort in his heart didn't lessen by even a bit, until Chi-Chi knocked on the door. "Did you sleep well last night?" Bai Yiyi had actually gotten up early. Seeing that Yi's door hadn't opened, she didn't disturb him. But as it reached noon and she had already prepared the meal, she asked Chi-Chi to knock on the door. Seeing Yu looking unwell, Bai Yiyi asked out of concern, and Yi's gaze slightly dodged. "I slept quite well." He saw a table full of delicious dishes and was a bit surprised. "Did you make all this? Come sit and eat." Bai Yiyi pulled out a chair and sat down, with Doubao sitting beside her. "Didn't I tell you? I personally cooked for you. I'm not just brushing you off. I know you've probably never had this, but please believe me, it's really quite good." Yui sat down, picked up chopsticks, and imitated how Doubao used them to pick up food from the table. He first grabbed a piece of garlic stir-fried greens and tentatively took a bite. "It's delicious." Yui was conquered by the taste. He had never eaten anything this good, and then he tried other dishes, eating without stopping. However, out of respect for Bai Yiyi, he slowed down a bit, but even so, Bai Yiyi could see that he genuinely enjoyed the meal she had prepared. "I'm glad you like it." Bai Yiyi had prepared 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup with generous portions, and they finished every bit. After eating, Maru and Chi-Chi cleaned up and sent the dishes for machine washing. At this point, Yu was feeling much better, and he couldn't help but ask why. "Haven't I seen your partner?" Bai Yiyi was taken aback, then smiled and said, "We don't live together." Yu frowned. "Doesn't anyone take care of you and the child?" "Whether there's someone or not, Doubao and I are doing just fine." Bai Yiyi naturally couldn't tell Yu her situation. Even though they were friends, some things were still best left unsaid. However, what she said made Yui imagine that Bai Yiyi's partner was irresponsible and that she was raising the child alone, which made him feel both sympathetic and angry. "There are many fun places on the main planet. Let's go out and take a look this afternoon." Since the other party was visiting, Bai Yiyi naturally wanted to play the host while also trying to change the subject. "Okay." Yui also noticed Bai Yiyi was changing the topic. Since she didn't want to talk, he naturally wouldn't press further. Just as he was about to ask Bai Yiyi how she learned to cook so well, his stomach suddenly churned. Indescribable pain spread from his stomach to his chest, causing his vision to darken suddenly, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to vomit. Is the illness acting up? But he had been taking his medication on time. Bai Yiyi immediately supported Yui, whose face had turned pale. "What's wrong?" Seeing that something was off, she called for Maru and Chi-Chi. "Call for an ambulance." Maru took Yui from Bai Yiyi's hands, and Chi-Chi skillfully dialed the emergency number for the hospital. Yui was taken to the hospital. Bai Yiyi received the test results and looked through the window at Yui in the emergency room, feeling guilty. She had forgotten to ask him if he had any dietary restrictions. But even if she had asked, he might not have known. Yui suffered from severe systemic blood poisoning, with all his organs in a state of decline. He couldn't eat spicy food, and given the condition of his stomach, it wasn't suitable for him to eat too much. Chapter 55 finished. It seems the boss has turned green when Yui woke up. He was already in the hospital room, struggling out a nightmare. The first thing he saw was Bai Yiyi sitting by his bedside. Bai Yiyi and Doubao were on the sofa next to the bed, and Doubao had already fallen asleep against the soft sofa. "You finally woke up," Bai Yiyi said. Yui regained his composure. "I'm sorry to trouble you." "This is my fault. It's not a trouble," Bai Yiyi explained. "The food I prepared for you triggered your illness. I didn't consider everything and didn't ask about your health condition." Yui suddenly understood. "No wonder. I remember I took my medication." Even so, Yui understood that this wasn't entirely Bai Yiyi's fault. "It's my fault for not mentioning my illness to you. It wasn't intentional concealment. You weren't aware, so it's an unwarranted disaster." During the time waiting for Yui to wake up, Bai Yiyi had developed some thoughts. She tapped the screen beside the hospital bed, which displayed Yui's medical diagnosis. "I'm sorry, but I've looked at your medical records. Your illness, while serious, is treatable. The medical resources on the main star are excellent, so you might as well stay to get treated. It won't be too late to go back once you're well." Seeing Yui's hesitant expression, Bai Yiyi continued, "If it's a matter of not having enough star coins, I can lend you some." but I need you to sign an agreement. I don't want any disputes between us in the future. Bai Yiyi opened her light brain and showed Yu the agreement. The agreement stated that Bai Yiyi would lend you star coins for medical treatment without interest, requiring a minimum repayment of 10% each year, to be repaid within 10 years. If the repayment was insufficient in any year, you would need to provide unpaid promotional work for games under Bai Yiyi's name for the next year, with the tasks assigned by Bai Yiyi, all within her capabilities. And the unpaid portion from the previous year would not need to be repaid. After reading it, Yu understood the content of the agreement. In simple terms, she borrowed money for treatment and either repaid it within 10 years or worked for her for 10 years without pay. There was no interest, and it didn't matter if she repaid early. Yu signed without hesitation. I still have over 2 million in my account. It was originally saved for medical treatment. The hospital there said the treatment costs 10 million star coins. I couldn't find anyone to lend me before, but since you're willing to lend it to me, of course. I want to get treated. Nothing is more important than being alive. Yu had fought hard to survive. In terms of risk, Bai Yiyi was taking on a greater risk. After all, this was not a small amount of star coins. Yu also didn't know how long she could stay popular in the live streaming industry. There were too many uncertainties in 10 years. Without further ado, after Bai Yiyi put away the agreement, she said seriously, "This episode was caused by me, so I should take responsibility. I've already paid the fees. You can take 2 million from your savings for treatment and leave the rest for living expenses. You have to keep some for yourself. As for the specific expenses, it would depend on the hospital's diagnosis, but your previous medical history is quite detailed, so results should come quickly." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yi's eyes, adding a youthful charm to her face. "It seems I've turned misfortune into a blessing this time." "If you think that way, then fine, I'll go handle the paperwork." After saying this, Bai Yiyi walked out of the hospital room. As she turned around, Yi's gaze relaxed, shedding the calmness and adding a bit of heat. Quietly, a tinge of red crept up to the tips of his ears. He clutched his heart. Is something really wrong? He seemed to be asking his own heart, unsure. While Bai Yiyi was handling the paperwork, she unconsciously thought, could there be a fate called patient sanctuary in this world? The patients she had taken on in the past 2 months had been numerous. First, it was Qin Yanfang. Then it was a Xian and a Tan. Now it was Yui. Who would it be next? She recalled a story she had read in her past life about a person who became a chief physician because all the patients he treated survived. First, he became a mascot in surgery, and when the internal medicine department heard about it, they insisted on transferring him there. As a result, patients who were helpless under others' care miraculously improved once he took over. Such miracles occurred countless times, and he smoothly became the chief physician. The comments below that story also shared many similar real experiences. Some people said that whichever department they worked in would become busy, and patients would come one after another. There would be no patients when it wasn't their shift. Perhaps it really was related to fate. Yi's condition was brought under control, and she could carry out normal activities. The hospital also provided a treatment plan, estimating a total duration of about 6 months, with an estimated cost of 8 million star coins. For most of the time, you wouldn't need to stay in the hospital. Each day spent in the hospital would incur a daily fee. Yu initially thought that she would only stay a few days this time and couldn't stay at Bai Yi's house for the next 6 months. "Why don't you help me check if there are any suitable houses near your home? I'll buy one to live in." Yu could only ask Bai Yiyi for help. Not needing fancy home appliances, she still needed a star network pod because she couldn't stop live streaming for the next 6 months. "Okay, I'll take you to see houses and star network pods," Bai Yiyi agreed. The two spent 3 days and finally bought a small house near Bai Yi's home and found a suitable star network pod for Yu. Meanwhile, Chi at the headquarters suddenly expressed his worries to Mo Gio about his discovery. "It's over. The boss seems to have turned green." Mo Gio, feeling helpless and confused, asked, "What do you know now?" It's not that Mo Gio didn't understand Chi, but mainly because Chi's thought processes outside of work were really unreliable, especially regarding the boss. Just like last time, when Song Lingjiang had a spar with the boss. Chi completely failed to notice Mo Gio's emotions and directly threw out the evidence. In the past few days, the sister-in-law has been seen with a pretty boy, and they've even got a new home. The evidence he presented was a clipped video. Since Chi learned that Song Lingjiang had feelings for his sister-in-law, He began to pay attention to Bai Yiyi's movements. Of course, he wasn't a stalker. Monitoring the public surveillance of all districts on the main star was part of their job. It mainly focused on tracking suspects or suspicious actions. Qi would occasionally check the public surveillance near Bai Yiyi's home. After multiple checks, he didn't see Song Lingjiang's figure, but he did see another man. A pretty boy. Nonetheless, Mo Jiu recognized where the video came from at a glance and suppressed the throbbing in his temples as he finished watching the video. Just finishing it left him in a state of panic. Could what Qi said really be true? Should I tell the boss? Qi asked sadly. Are you crazy? No matter the reason, if the boss finds out you privately intercepted surveillance footage, you're done for. Qi looked miserable. He knew that too, which was why he came to ask Mo Jiu if there were any countermeasures. Intercepted surveillance privately? A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them, causing Qi to break into a cold sweat. Qi, your courage is growing. Chapter 56, she seems reluctant to part with you. Big brother boss. Don't be so heartless. I'm doing this for you. Qi was punished and sent to a lower-level planet, and he wouldn't return for a few months due to his tasks. Even so, before leaving, he still held on to a glimmer of hope and cried out a few desperate words. Qin Yanfeng had finished watching the video edited by Qi and glanced at Mo Jiu. Mo Jiu quickly expressed, I just found out too. You didn't let us pay attention to them, so I don't know anything. Just your own job. Qin Yanfeng left after saying this. Looking at the back of the boss leaving, Mo Jiu sighed helplessly. Silly bird is gone again, and this work is all left to me. He was busy every day and didn't have the leisure time, like Qi, to pay attention to the boss's personal matters. But it was strange that the boss didn't keep an eye on his wife. Shouldn't he at least take care of his own offspring? In front of the white intelligent door, a man leaned against the wall, casually pressing the doorbell with one hand. After a while, the door finally opened. The first to come out was Qi, standing behind a small child. When Doubao saw Qin Yanfeng at the door, he was especially delighted. Uncle Qin, you finally came to see me. Qin Yanfeng, still hesitating inside, steadied himself and looked down. I promised to take you for training. Of course, I would come. Doubao stepped forward to hold Qin Yanfeng's hand, but he only reached the other's knee. Even on tiptoe, he couldn't touch it. Just as he was about to give up, Qin Yanfeng's hand suddenly grabbed his. Doubao unhesitatingly held his little finger and led him inside. Come in quickly, I have good things to show you. Qin Yanfeng allowed Doubao to pull him into the house. Once inside, he looked around, and his gaze landed on a mech model standing in the center of the living room, which was about his height. Is her mom not home? She went out with Big Brother. Doubao replied without thinking, pulling Qin Yanfeng to sit in the living room, then running over to hug the mech model. Uncle Qin, look, this is the model Big Brother gave me. Qin Yanfeng's gaze swept over Doubao's excited face before finally settling on the mech model. His eyes were deep and his expression inscrutable. You call him Big Brother? Seeing Yu and Bai Yiyi interacting so harmoniously in the surveillance video, along with Qi words, he thought the man in the surveillance might be Doubao's biological father. Thinking of this possibility, an indescribable feeling surged in Qin Yanfeng's heart. Bai Yiyi was originally his contractual spouse and had been insisting on terminating their relationship. At that time, he said that once Bai Yiyi repaid her debts to him, they would end their relationship. But if the biological father of the cub returned, it wouldn't seem quite right for him to occupy this title. Rather than waiting for Bai Yiyi to bring it up, it would be better for him to take the opportunity to supervise Doubao during training. A man who could abandon her and the cub might not be reliable. In that case, if he didn't terminate their relationship, it could be considered a good deed. It's Big Brother Yu. Doubao was playing with a mech model and said, Big Brother Yu is really nice. I heard from Mom that if it weren't for his live stream, Mom's first game might not have become so popular. While on the garbage planet, Qin Yanfeng had been in Bai Yiyi's StarNet pod and saw the M platform she had downloaded. At that time, he already knew Bai Yiyi was making games. He just never knew what kind of game she was making. Qin Yanfeng had stayed alone at her house for many days, and with such an old machine, there was no personal permission. Even if there was, he could easily breach the firewall. He had countless opportunities to open the programs in her StarNet pod, but he had never had such thoughts. What is the name of the game you made? Qin Yanfeng asked. Doubao was caught off guard by the question. He thought for a long time with his head down. It's called heartbeat, right? Yes, it's called heartbeat. Qin Yinfeng and Doubao almost spoke in unison. When he asked, Qin Yinfeng had searched for the two characters U. Although the likelihood of that being the other S streamer ID was small, but the search results were obvious. Yui met Douzi. Thanks to Douzi for making me a table full of dishes. They were so delicious. I had my old illness acting up again. And Douzi even helped me to the hospital for treatment. I was so touched. Baido, you guys shouldn't be envious of me. Image. ES latest post was from 3 days ago, with countless comments below. Wow, you go and Baido met. What does Baido look like? There's no photo of her face. Bad review. ISNT the focus on the table of dishes Baido made. Oh my, can these really be eaten? The focus should be that you got sick. You guys are all fake fans. These dishes should be quite tasty. The main star opened a delicacies kitchen. I've seen and eaten these dishes before. Seriously suspecting Baido ordered takeout for you. Indeed, the location is all in the main star. Takeout is confirmed. Not to mention the main star, we haven't seen anyone from this lower level planet make these. Qin Yinfeng's gaze lingered on this post for a long time, and Doubao also leaned over to take a look. Wow, did Big Brother post this? This was his first day here, and Mom made a table full of dishes to treat him, but unfortunately, he got sick right after eating. Doubao said. Mom said Big Brother was sick and couldn't eat these. Qin Yinfeng's expression was inscrutable. He patted Doubao's head. Do you like him a lot? Well, he's okay. Doubao looked at Qin Yinfeng, blinking his eyes, saying it very reluctantly. Does your mom like him a lot? No, not at all. Doubao quickly shook his head. Qin Yinfeng smiled, his eyes revealing a different kind of brilliance. After Yui's treatment plan came down, this was his first rehabilitation. Out of responsibility, Bai Yiyi visited him. Afterwards, she went to Fubai to check on the progress of the orders. Even Yutian was showing her the recent factory production records when she received a message from Qin Yinfeng. I took Doubao to the Cub Management Bureau to let him do preschool training with other cubs. Here's the address. This message included an address. Preschool training? The original host had no related memories in her mind, so she switched screens to search. The Cub Management Bureau indeed had a preschool training program aimed at high-quality cubs who would engage in military service in the future, and the spots were limited and hard to apply for. After Bai Yiyi read this, she immediately felt relieved. It was surprising that Qin Yinfeng could secure a spot for Doubao in the Cub Management Bureau's preschool training. And since he was willing to do this, she naturally felt grateful. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry to trouble you with Doubao. She also sent a grateful emoji. After sending, she continued to look at the data. Qin Yinfeng, who received the message notification, opened it and quietly read it for a while. Then he reached out to show it to Doubao, who was resting beside him. Your mom seems to really like your big brother. She doesn't even want to come see you. Doubao looked at Uncle Qin, whose face was a bit dark and went against his conscience, immediately shaking his head. No, absolutely not. Chapter 57. Order cancellation. Bai Yiyi immersed herself in work. And in the middle of it, she received a message from Doubao. Mom, I made new friends here. Their moms all come to see them. Can you come pick me up later? Okay. Bai Yiyi replied and quickened her pace in reviewing the materials. After finishing the materials, she went with Lian Yutian to tour the factory production site. The first batch of goods had already been shipped out, and some of the raw materials that had come from external transport had also just arrived. I've solved all the problems that arose, so you can rest assured. Lian Yutian was surprised by how attentive Bai Yiyi was towards Fu Bai and the 3 factories, but he also felt it was only natural. No, you don't understand. Bai Yiyi expressed her concerns. I'm afraid that the Chu family will cause trouble. It's not enough to just produce the products and send them to the buyers. I'm worried that the Chu family will hire trolls and bribe some buyers to slander the products you made, and then my game will be affected. This was indeed Bai Yiyi's biggest worry at the moment. Therefore, she needed to ensure that there were no issues at the factory and to keep all production records intact. In her previous life, the company she worked for was small in the early stages, and she not only had to manage the game aspect, but also handle public relations. She always anticipated the worst to be prepared. Hearing this, Lian Yutian pondered for a moment. However, he didn't think it was that serious. So he reassured Bai Yiyi, negative reviews are something that can never be avoided. Buyers who receive the goods can feel the true quality of our products. So you really don't need to worry too much. Bai Yiyi smiled faintly and said nothing. Lin Yuqian thought she had taken his words to heart and didn't say anything more. But what he didn't expect was that just a week later, his words would come back to bite him. After leaving the factory, Bai Yiyi went to the address Qin Yinfeng had sent to pick up Doubao. The preschool training place was not far from the local puppy management bureau. When Bai Yiyi arrived, she immediately spotted a familiar figure standing outside the training field. She suddenly recalled their last meeting, which had surprisingly been on her own bed. Memories of that night came flooding back. Although she hadn't had any romantic thoughts at the time, she could now recall the warmth of his body. A bit hot. Or maybe it was just her own body that was cool. In any case, she was still a little annoyed. But thinking about what he had done for Doubao, she felt deflated. Thank you for considering Doubao so much. Bai Yiyi stepped forward, standing beside him and looking at the training field across from them. The training ground was enclosed, surrounded by a special wall. It was possible to see inside from the outside, but the inside was a scene of training. There were about a dozen puppies in the training field, the largest only 5 years old, all dressed in special training outfits, which were not only convenient for training, but also for safety. Just a thank you? Qin Yinfeng turned to question her, his indifferent gaze landing on her. Bai Yiyi instinctively felt that he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Then how do you want me to thank you? Should I send you a gift? Bai Yiyi asked sincerely, what do you want? Qin Yinfeng stared into her eyes and suddenly said, Doubao said you made a big meal a few days ago. Bai Yiyi nodded, yes, because I had friends coming over. Friends, huh? Yeah. Bai Yiyi realized that Qin Yinfeng might be hinting at something. Unexpectedly, she thought, you want me to cook for you as a way to thank you? Qin Yinfeng shifted his gaze back to the training field, his voice calm and steady. It's been a long time since we had hot pot. Bai Yiyi couldn't help but smile, thinking she had guessed right. She then remembered the delicacies dining room she had found last time and suggested, it's already late, and I didn't buy ingredients in advance. If you wait for me to cook, it might be very late. I heard there's a restaurant on the main star called Delicacies Dining Room. If you don't mind, I can treat you there as a way to thank you. I mind. Qin Yinfeng expressed his displeasure. It must be better than what I cook. Bai Yiyi continued to try to suggest. I've eaten there before. Qin Yinfeng lied without blinking. It's not as good as what you make. That's impossible. Bai Yiyi realized that Qin Yinfeng genuinely wanted her to cook, so she had no choice but to compromise. All right then. Bai Yiyi sighed. Let's go back first so I can prepare. Bai Yiyi took Doubao and returned home with Qin Yinfeng. To save time, Bai Yiyi decided to make hot pot again, along with a couple of simple dishes. Fortunately, Qin Yinfeng didn't express any further opinions. After dinner, he left. Doubao, however, held his bowl and shared his thoughts. Actually, I think Uncle Qin is jealous because you made food for the big brother and he didn't get to eat. Bai Yiyi hadn't thought of that and glanced at Doubao. If you hadn't said anything, there wouldn't be so much trouble. After a long day, Bai Yiyi didn't want to think too much and didn't take Doubao's words to heart. In the following days, Bai Yiyi was busy with the game and studying until she suddenly received a message from Lin Yuqian. Boss Bai, something happened. Many buyers on StarNet are demanding order cancellations. Bai Yiyi quickly logged on to StarNet and watched the discussions unfold, her expression growing increasingly grave. Her worries had come true. In the past few days, some people had received the first batch of robots, and negative reviews and slander had appeared on StarNet. As a result, many buyers, upon seeing the situation, were clamoring for order cancellations. I spent so many star coins, so much energy and time placing the order, I won't accept defective products. I won't be made a fool. Why didn't Baidu find a good factory to cooperate with? Is it worth it to earn such unscrupulous star coins? I'm really so angry. Wasting our feelings for heartbeat. Actually, if the appearance was good, I could accept it, but the photos people are posting are just too ugly. So frustrating. My wife is clearly so beautiful. How did it come out looking so ugly? It's definitely a technical issue. Cancel the order. Cancel the order. Cancel the order. Important things should be said 3 times. Really, this situation is making everyone uncomfortable. Baidu, wouldn't it be better to work with a reputable company like the Chu family? And all of this public opinion stemmed from the negative reviews and pictures posted by buyers who received their goods. Most of the feedback was negative. with a few positive reviews deemed fake or the shipping quality being mixed. At this moment, Chu Shuang watched the comments on StarNet with a smug and fierce smile. Baidu, how can I let you off after you humiliated me like this? This was all part of her and Chu Fu's scheme, and as for Chu Fu, Chu Shuang felt resentful but was not in a hurry. Chapter 58. If you send me, I will definitely go, White Bean. In the past few days, there have been many rumors and slanderous comments about the heartbeat peripheral robots on Xinguang. I completely understand everyone's feelings. To reassure everyone, I specifically discussed with the factory, and the following live broadcast accounts will stream the factory production situation 24 hours a day. Link. White Bean, Yiyi effort to ship. If you are worried about receiving inferior goods, you can follow the two mentioned above. Yiyi is helping out as a friend. Everyone can private message him with their order accounts, and he will open a live virtual space to showcase the products. You can check your goods through the live stream, and once confirmed, they will be sent out on the spot, fully transparent throughout the process. When Yiyi is not available, you can also contact effort to ship. White Bean, I hope the little angels who receive their goods can contribute reviews for our beloved peripheral robots, regardless of whether they are good or bad. Just keep it real. White Bean posted 3 updates in a row, attaching links to over a dozen live broadcast accounts. Each live stream showed different aspects of the factory production line, clearly indicating that the factory was quite large and not a small one. Yiyi's live stream was also open, where he used a virtual avatar to stand in the virtual scene of the factory shipping point, starting to showcase the finished robot products and perform tests. The account named Effort to Ship was a new one, and the scene in the live stream was consistent with Yiyi's, just from a different perspective. A cute girl with a doll-like face appeared in this account, and when she smiled, 2 obvious dimples showed. To all the big wives and little wives, please don't rush. Our products must be quality assured, and every order will be shipped in sequence. However, if the wives are willing to praise Nunu, she will help you find your orders, show you the finished products, and help you ship them out in advance. The cute girl Nunu blinked her beautiful and sparkling big eyes, moving closer to the camera as she spoke with a sweet voice that wasn't overly cloying, absolutely melting the hearts of the live stream audience. Nunu is too cute. Nunu, please send yourself over. Ah, why didn't I order earlier? What should I do? I regret it. Nunu, don't tire yourself out. My order isn't urgent. Haha, I'm going next door to let Yiyi check my order, and then coming back to watch Nunu's live stream. I'm so clever, asking for praises. Hey, if you keep this up, Nunu will be out of job. Nunu, don't mind them if you get fired. Remember to come to me. I'll take you in. The crisis lasted less than 3 days. With the continuous live broadcasts and a flood of positive reviews, the haters gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Chu father found Chu Shuang. What is going on? Didn't you say this would bring White Bean down? Now look, Fu Bai has actually become popular because of the live stream. Fu Bai's fame gradually rose, and this previously unknown small company had recently snatched quite a few orders from the Chu family. The root cause was that some people, unable to purchase the peripherals, wanted to buy the robots produced by Fu Bai. Consequently, many businesses approached Fu Bai for collaboration. Chu Shuang suppressed her anger, her face dark. The haters she had recruited even told her they wouldn't take the job. She raised the price, but it was useless. The leader of the haters told her the truth. It's not that we don't want to take it. Many of our big accounts have been permanently banned. The person you want to slander might have some incredible background, and we really don't want to provoke them. What good is it for you to get angry with me? Chu Shuang raised her head, appearing both angry and amused as she spoke to Chu father. Her eyes were deep and bright, resembling a clear spring in an ancient well, revealing a hint of disappointment. I'm your daughter, not your subordinate. The upper management of the company had already been scolded by Chu father, and now he came to find Chu Shuang, who was still riled up. Chu father was doused with cold water by her gaze. It seemed he couldn't rely on his daughter either. Feeling extremely frustrated, Chu father turned and left. In the past few days, Yiyi had gained a new batch of fans through his shipping live streams, but it was still nowhere near the rapid increase in fans that the cute girl had achieved. Sigh, I'm actually not as popular as a robot. After the live stream, Yiyi complained to Bai Yiyi, who had come to visit. That's right. Nunu is a realistic robot. Bai Yiyi had suggested the live stream idea, and had Bai work overtime to create Nunu overnight. Who doesn't he like a beautiful girl with a sweet voice? Just relying on Yiyi alone might not attract so many viewers. As long as there were enough viewers, the rumors would naturally fall apart. Everyone had seen the finished robots in the live stream, and they were shipped under everyone's watchful eyes, who would still have doubts. You have much more work than she does. How could you fall behind? Without your traffic, where would Nunu get her traffic from? Bai Yiyi comforted him, speaking the truth. Don't be fooled by Nunu's popularity. In terms of both fan count and live stream audience numbers, she was still behind Yiyi. Moreover, the majority of buyers were still seeking out Yiyi to help find their orders and check performance. Nunu functioned more like a mascot that everyone liked, while the actual work still fell to Yiyi. However, when Yiyi went offline, Nunu would be busier, but not as busy as when Yiyi was live streaming. Busu. And you don't even pay me. Yiyi joked. Don't worry, I arranged it a long time ago. Although you're helping out as a friend, I can't let you work for free. I'll calculate a commission for every order you help with and settle it at the end of the month. Bai Yiyi had thought of this when she called Yiyi, but she was afraid he would refuse, so she hadn't mentioned it. So good? Yiyi shook his head. I was just joking. I'm not joking. The commission isn't high, just accept it. Bai Yiyi smiled. When you can't pay me back, I'll come back to squeeze you dry. Yiyi looked at Bai Yiyi's smile, somewhat lost in thought. When Bai Yiyi's gaze fell on him, he turned his face away, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The offline activity for Yu Chuang is about to start. I have 2 tickets given by the official. Do you want to go? Bai Yiyi suddenly asked. In fact, after receiving the tickets, she first asked Professor Gu and Qi Lu, but neither of them wanted them. Su Jinjia said she had already bought a ticket. Bai Yiyi thought of Qin Yinfeng, but quickly dismissed the idea. How could Qin Yinfeng possibly attend? Bai Yiyi didn't need the ticket herself, so she could leave one for Doubao, but that still left an extra ticket, so she asked Yiyi. Yiyi was taken aback, then smiled. If you send me the ticket, I will definitely go. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiyi directly sent the electronic event ticket to Yiyi. Yiyi stared at his ticket folder, silently deleting the previous ticket. Yes, I received it. He looked up, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 59, I am his father Yiyi, is Bai Yiyi's friend, not the biological father of the cub as he thought. After receiving this message, Qin Yinfeng returned from Bai Yiyi's house and began to reflect on his behavior. He ultimately confirmed that it was all Cheek's fault. If it weren't for Cheek, he wouldn't have misunderstood. He wouldn't have rushed to verify it either. Thus, Cheek, who was light years away, received a new task from the boss. Solve it and come back. Staring at these 6 words, Cheek felt disoriented in the howling wind. Black rain fell against his protective shield, and he silently cried inside. What happened to the boss? Doesn't he want to see him anymore? This new task means he won't be back for half a year. Qin Yinfeng found some free time and recalled his promise to Doubao to come pick him up for training from time to time. He easily made his way to Bai Yiyi's home, but there was no one there. A mechanical voice from Chi came through the loudspeaker outside. The owner is not home today. Guests, please come back another day. Standing at the door, Qin Yinfeng opened Doubao's contact and sent a message. Where are you? Doubao quickly replied. Uncle Qin, we are here. Map location. Mom took me to an event. Qin Yinfeng glanced at the map and then saw that Doubao had sent a new message. Mom said the event organizers gave her 2 tickets. So I can go with Mom, but she's on stage and I'm in the audience. Qin Yinfeng's eyes fell on 2 tickets. Is your mom leaving you alone in the audience? After receiving this message, Doubao nervously glanced at the older boy beside him. Yiyi noticed Doubao's action and curiously leaned over. What are you doing? Doubao's light brain wristband was still a gift from Bai Yiyi received from the Cub Management Bureau, which had some anti-peeping features. So Yiyi couldn't see it even when he leaned over. I'm trying to take a picture of Mom. Doubao answered immediately. Yiyi didn't suspect anything. He had disguised himself well today and didn't reveal his identity, willingly taking on the task of looking after Doubao for Bai Yiyi. Seeing Doubao being so well behaved, he felt relieved. When Doubao noticed Yiyi's gaze shift back to the stage, he quietly replied to Qin Yinfeng. I can take care of myself. Qin Yinfeng initially thought Doubao was busy with the event and planned to come back another day. However, after seeing Doubao's latest message, he frowned and changed direction. Qin Yinfeng soon arrived near the location Doubao sent, and was stopped at the entrance of the event venue. The girl blocking his way looked at the handsome man in front of her, feeling dizzy. I really can't let you in without a ticket. Qin Yanfeng didn't insist and walked away. Watching that cold figure, the girl patted her chest. God, why didn't I muster the courage to ask for a contact number? Qin Yanfeng found a spot where there were no people and directly jumped over the wall to get in. He searched around the event venue for a while and finally spotted Doubao and the man next to him. The two were interacting very harmoniously. Qin Yanfeng stopped and watched from a distance. Many eyes turned toward him, but due to his aloof demeanor, no one dared to approach. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Could he be some streamer? Many game streamers don't show their faces. Maybe he is a game producer, and perhaps he arrived late? Could it be Spider? He came in second in the game creation competition. The officials should have invited him, but just now they said he didn't come. Should we go ask him? Qin Yanfeng cast a bland glance over, and the people who had just mustered their courage instantly lost it again. He lowered his head and sent a new message to Doubao. Did you meet any new friends at the event? Doubao replied. Oh, they all say I'm cute, but they don't play with me. Adults are so strange. Qin Yanfeng saw Doubao secretly reply to him and raise an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Looking at Doubao's response, he couldn't help but laugh. Is this little guy trying to hide something? Doubao sneezed and suddenly felt a shadow cast over him. He looked up and saw a familiar face, instantly widening his eyes. Qin Yanfeng patted Doubao's head and looked at the man beside him. You are Yiyi, right? The voice was not loud, but unfortunately, too many eyes were focused on him. As soon as he asked, countless pairs of eyes turned to Yiyi. Uncertain murmurs began. Some of Yiyi's fans even ran over. Yiyi, is it you? Before Yiyi could respond, he was surrounded by a crowd, mostly his enthusiastic fans. Qin Yanfeng, having achieved his purpose, felt no guilt. He held on to Doubao's shoulder, standing outside the crowd. Doubao looked at Yiyi, who was already exposed an identity within the crowd, with sympathy. It wouldn't help even if he rushed in to pull him out. He must be the big brother you mentioned before, right? Qin Yanfeng's expression was quite innocent, but his eyes were not so harmless. He bent down to look at Doubao. Your mom gave the other ticket to him, so you had to hide it from me. But why? Doubao pouted, feeling conflicted. What could he say? Last time, it seemed like Uncle Qin was jealous about Mom cooking for the big brother. So he didn't tell him that Mom gave the ticket to the big brother? Doubao could only lower his head and pout. I was wrong. Don't lie in the future. Qin Yanfeng said this and pulled Doubao to find a spot to sit. Doubao secretly glanced at Qin Yanfeng. However, Qin Yanfeng was looking at Bai Yiyi, who was standing in the event. Bai Yiyi occasionally glanced in Doubao's direction and naturally saw what had just happened. Her gaze met Qin Yanfeng's. The deep, calm gaze seemed to be intertwined with a storm, leaving people puzzled. The event ended. Yiyi escaped the crowd and found Doubao. Looking at Qin Yanfeng beside him, he became a bit vigilant. Who are you? Qin Yanfeng looked down at Doubao. I am his father. Legally. Yiyi's expression froze. You are the jerk who doesn't take care of her and the child? Yiyi sized up the man in front of him, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. Qin Yanfeng coldly replied, it's better not to speak about things you don't know. Doubao also spoke up for Qin Yanfeng, explaining, Big brother, Uncle Qin is a good person. He helped me get my household registration so I could settle on the main star with Mom. Yiyi suddenly understood. He felt a bit awkward, but the sense of crisis in his heart did not dissipate at all. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. When Bai Yiyi came over, Qin Yanfeng and Yiyi were silent, while Doubao held one of each of their hands. We should go back. Bai Yiyi spoke up. The four of them headed back. When they arrived, Yiyi glanced at Qin Yanfeng, then said goodbye to Bai Yiyi. I'll head back first. You all should rest well. Bye-bye. Doubao waved, bye big brother. After Yiyi left, Bai Yiyi asked Qin Yanfeng, why did you come today? I was supposed to pick up Doubao for training, but when I heard he was left alone in the audience, I came. Qin Yanfeng said. Bai Yiyi looked at Doubao. Avoided her gaze. I shouldn't have lied. Uncle Qin has already taught me a lesson. Bai Yiyi looked embarrassedly at Qin Yanfeng. I know you care about Doubao, but you should also know I wouldn't neglect him. Next time you want to pick him up for training, you can let me know in advance. Qin Yanfeng responded with a complicated expression. Chapter 60. She will wash off the dirt thrown on her bit by bit. The starry night seemed like a bizarre dream. filled with colorful lights that illuminated the view as bright as day. Bai Yiyi held Doubao hand, walking behind Qin Yanfeng. His tall figure, reflected in her eyes, was also a unique sight. It was as if the best-looking character model from a game had stepped out into reality, without a single flaw. His shoulders were broad, but not thick, and his back was straight, but not stiff. Every movement seemed meticulously designed. It seemed he sensed her gaze and turned around. Caught in the act of peeking, Bai Yiyi's heart raced, and she revealed a hint of an awkward smile. Her professional reflex kicked in. In the past, to make game characters' postures more natural, she had needed motion capture, and she had seen thousands of models, yet none had the innate conditions as good as Qin Yanfeng's. She inadvertently began to evaluate him habitually. Previously, Qin Yanfeng always looked sickly, and she felt he lacked spirit. Now, seeing him felt like a carefully nurtured plant that was thriving and blooming. "I'm leaving," Qin Yanfeng said. However, he hadn't taken a step yet when Doubao tugged at his sleeve. Looking up at him with wide eyes, Uncle Qin. Doubao hesitated, his voice soft and small. "Are you serious about what you said today?" Bai Yiyi curiously leaned in, trying to overhear. Qin Yanfeng looked even more puzzled, seemingly lost in thought. Recalling what he had said that day, Doubao, still holding his sleeve, spoke slowly. "You told the big brother today, and he asked who you are?" As he spoke, he glanced at his mother. Bai Yiyi was about to ask when she heard a light cough. "What I said was to protect you." Qin Yanfeng's eyes flickered. "I have things to do. I need to go." He pulled his sleeve back from Doubao and then left. His retreating figure had a hint of fleeing. Bai Yiyi looked at the troublemaking Doubao in confusion. "What did he say?" "Doubao luokit inosang." "He said he's my dad." Doubao thought for a moment, and then revealed Qin Yanfeng's words. Bai Yiyi was a bit surprised he said that. No wonder he left so quickly. But she quickly put herself in Qin Yanfeng's shoes and understood immediately. Doubao had told Qin Yanfeng that he was alone, and when he got there, a stranger asked who he was. It made sense for Qin Yanfeng to say that to protect Doubao. Doubao bit his lip. "I thought he really wanted to be my dad. Who wouldn't want that?" Bai Yiyi sighed. "A dad worth billions. Who hasn't fantasized about that?" Bai Yiyi's reaction left Doubao stunned. He didn't quite understand what his mother meant. But life didn't give him a chance to understand, and after Bai Yiyi sighed, she took Doubao home. Once home, Bai Yiyi first got some rest before logging onto the Star Network. Before the offline event of the game creation, her new game Heartbeat had already opened for internal testing reservations, and internal testing had started a few days ago. However, Yiyi had been busy with her factory affairs recently and hadn't started streaming Heartbeat yet. At the offline event, Bai Yiyi made an appearance, and everything went smoothly. But Baido had already made an enemy of the Chu family, who would definitely pay attention to this event and recognize her. So, Bai Yiyi was prepared to face the storm. Shocking. Baido, the producer of Heartbeat, was once the young lady of the Bai family, the predecessor of the Chu family. With such a dark past, unruly private life, the father of the unborn child is unknown, moral decay leading to estrangement from her biological father. She is actually the producer of the recently popular game Heartbeat. Heartbeat promotes cultural heritage. Baido's true identity is revealed, and the reputation of various scholars suffers. As soon as she opened the trending topics, multiple hot articles related to her popped up. Bai Yiyi didn't even need to read the comments to know what netizens would say. She only updated her status. "Baido, what I do is legal, and I never thought of hiding it." She also included a link to Heartbeat. Yiyi was the first to contact her. "Are you okay?" The virtual image stood before her, worriedly asking. Although Bai Yiyi looked fine, he was still afraid she was just pretending. "I know you're not what they say." Bai Yiyi smiled. "Of course I anticipated that this situation would happen, but I still went." The meaning behind her words was left hanging. Yiyi understood at once. Bai Yiyi was doing this intentionally. "I can't hide forever. I've been splashed with dirty water, and I must wash it off bit by bit." Bai Yiyi seemed confident, a smile playing at her lips. "You don't need to worry. I have my ways to deal with it. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yiyi still seemed a bit uneasy and asked again. "Yes, help me stream Heartbeat." Without Bai Yiyi saying it, Yiyi would have streamed Heartbeat, but he had been busy with the factory and treatments recently, so he hadn't found the time. Bai Yiyi's request made Yiyi a bit anxious. "If there's anything you need me for, make sure to tell me," he sighed. "Stop sighing. By the way, Heartbeat has two main characters, divided into male and female. You can try both. It might have a miraculous effect. The so-called miraculous effect. He automatically understood as streaming effect. All right, I'll do whatever you say. After communicating with the second person to contact her was Su Jianjia. Sister Bai, those rumor mongers are too much. Su Jianjia was almost in tears. Ever since Bai Yiyi's identity was exposed, she had been speaking up for her on the Star Network, battling against those trolls, but she couldn't keep up with their arguments. Su Jianjia firmly believed in Bai Yiyi, having spent time with her. She knew she wasn't like the rumors described. Don't be angry. I'm not angry, so why should you be? Bai Yiyi had to comfort Su Jianjia instead. Seeing Bai Yiyi so calm, Su Jianjia felt even more distressed. Sister Bai, don't worry. I've already spoken to Teacher Qi Lu. They even included Professor Gu in their slander. This matter will definitely have consequences. Bai Yiyi was taken aback. Are the trolls nowadays really that brainless? They dare to slander even esteemed scholars? She instinctively asked. Not really. Although they didn't mention Professor Gu's name, the implication was that they were putting him in the spotlight, right? Professor Gu even praised Heartbeat before. Bai Yiyi's expression darkened. Wait for me to handle this matter. Originally, Bai Yiyi wasn't anxious, but since it involved Professor Gu's reputation, she felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 61. Rumors broken. The Chu family in crisis. Bai Yiyi sought the help of the Interstellar Affairs Office. I'll provide the evidence and funds. You just need to help me win this lawsuit. The Interstellar Affairs Office was akin to a law firm of the past. The evidence she provided included her medical records, the identity certification given to Doubao by the Cub Management Bureau, and the employment documents proving she was hired as a researcher at Tsinghua University. The medical records could prove that she had only been pregnant once, contrary to the rumors of multiple pregnancies. The identity certification from the Cub Management Bureau could prove that Doubao was not an illegitimate child, contradicting the rumors. The employment documents could demonstrate her expertise in ancient civilization studies, countering the claims of hype in the rumors. The Interstellar Affairs Office's job was to collect the platform IDs of the sources of the rumors and to help her win the lawsuit when Bai Yiyi filed it. The lawsuit was conducted quietly. Unsurprisingly, it was won, with a total of 103 IDs involved, and over 60 individuals faced different penalties based on the severity of their actions. Bai Yiyi was awarded 100,000 star coins. However, the total fees paid to the Interstellar Affairs Office amounted to over $1 million. After the lawsuit, Bai Yiyi posted an update sharing the court's judgment document. Evidence did not need to be presented to the public. The judgment document clearly identified the sources of the rumors. Baidu, the 103 accounts we sued have all been banned by the platform. Justice will never be late. Judgment document. Click to view. Judgment document. I just checked those accounts mentioned in the document, and they really have been banned. With so many accounts, are there really only over 60 individuals? I'm so sorry. Baidu, I also said a lot of bad things about you earlier. You said Baidu's post was a sign of guilt, but who would have thought she would directly sue to break the rumors? So, all of it is fake, right? After Bai Yiyi posted this update, the rumors about her on the StarNet disappeared completely. But soon, attentive netizens discovered new content. The court can't be wrong. If Bai Yiyi is innocent, then why did the CEO of the Chu family sever ties with her as his daughter? Is there anyone like me who has played Heartbeat? I've been playing it for days, and I feel like the character Qin Yaoyao is based on Bai Yiyi. In Heartbeat, there are two character choices, one male named Yi Dao and one female named Qin Yaoyao. Yiyi had just played as Yi Dao, and everything about the storyline, character design, background, and logic amazed him. When he emerged from the immersive gaming livestream, he found that what he had worried about had been quickly resolved by Bai Yiyi, and he also gleaned from the netizens' chilling speculation that Qin Yaoyao's prototype was likely Bai Yiyi. Yiyi, who was already quite tired, immediately dove back into the game for a new round of live streaming. Hey, wasn't Yiyi just offline for a short while? Didn't the live stream introduction say that Yiyi wants to play as Qin Yaoyao? I heard that Qin Yaoyao's prototype is the producer herself. When I played as Yi Dao, I indeed heard that Qin Yaoyao opened a Qipao shop after being kicked out by her family for being pregnant out of wedlock. Ooh, I played as Qin Yaoyao. It was so heartbreaking. Thankfully, she stood up later, but it was really distressing at the beginning. If she is really based on Baidu herself, I can totally understand her. But if that is the case, Then the current CEO of the Chu family is a scumbag, plotting against his wife and daughter for family wealth, and even raising an illegitimate daughter. Halfway through the storyline, Yiyi came out. A surge of anger gathered in his chest. He recalled Bai Yiyi's earlier suggestion for him to livestream Heartbeat, and it was very likely that Qin Yaoyao's prototype was indeed her. No wonder. He chuckled. This stepfamily was truly the worst. If they existed in reality, he would definitely make them pay for what they did to Qin Yaoyao. He said this to his livestream audience, and the viewers began to flood the chat with comments. Right, I won't buy any product from the Chu family anymore. Do you all think Qin Yaoyao is Baidu now? Regardless of whether she is or not, since Baidu posted those as rumors, why did CEO Chu sever ties with her? Looking back, he didn't even believe his own daughter. How can we trust he is a loving father? I remember a year ago when the public opinion erupted. That CEO Chu claimed how good he was to his daughter. It's really ironic now. This segment of the live stream was turned into a video by Yiyi and shared across various accounts, sparking widespread discussion. Spreading rumors can lead to lawsuits. Waiting for the Chu family to file a lawsuit. A judgment document warning. Baidu hired the Interstellar Affairs Office, and the fees must be several times more than the star coin she was awarded. I wonder if the wealthy Chu family will do this. I think this is mostly confirmed. I remember Yiyi collaborated with Baidu, and if he dares to post it, it's likely true. In just one day, the market value of the Chu family plummeted by more than half. CEO Chu sat in his office, furious. You're all useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. His assistant, suppressing his anger, suggested, Baidu is your daughter. Why not talk to her and let her clarify? Wouldn't this solve the issue soon? Get lost. CEO Chu's anger intensified, and he threw something at the assistant. Baidu had mocked him earlier, completely disregarding him as her father, and now he was supposed to beg her? That was impossible. Just as the assistant left, Chu Shuang walked in behind him. Seeing his daughter, CEO Chu's anger eased slightly. He recalled how he had locked Chu Shuang away previously to collaborate with Baidu, and now he felt like he had been thoroughly played, losing all face. What are you here for? CEO Chu asked. Chu Shuang sat down beside him and smiled. Naturally, I'm here to offer you some advice. What advice do you have? You should publicly acknowledge your sister now that the judgment document proves her innocence. Everyone is doubting you. It would be better if you admit your mistake. Impossible. Before Chu Shuang could finish, CEO Chu interrupted her. Then you can only watch the Chu family decline day by day. Chu Shuang mocked, and you know that Fu Bai is growing stronger day by day. That Fu Bai is an old employee of the Bai family, and they are now all supporting your sister. CEO Chu's expression grew heavier, and a fierce glint appeared in his reddened eyes. Chu Shuang lowered her head and smiled. Father, why can't you understand? Once you bring her back, she will be under your control, and she also has the Bai family's cloud data. If she doesn't behave when she returns, then won't you be able to handle her? But what if she refuses to come back? CEO Chu asked, slightly intrigued. Chapter 62. 1,000 Sets of Gifts. A segment of an interview appeared on StarNet. In the video, the president of the Chu Corporation looked haggard as he stated that he had wronged his eldest daughter and was willing to make amends. Hoping she would give him the opportunity, not only did he sell a wave of sympathy, but he also promised to give her 60 of the shares. Public opinion instantly shifted. 60 of Chu's shares. President Chu really loves his daughter. He looks like he hasn't slept well. I didn't expect this matter to have a twist. President Chu admitted his mistake, hurry, and tag Baidu. As a game fan, I want to say, I hope Baidu and her father can reconcile. Bai Yiyi received numerous tags. After watching the video, she sneered. Baidu, back then, my mother left me 60 of the shares, and now it has become an act of compensation. This post clearly responded to President Chu's interview video. I thought President Chu was redeeming himself, but it turns out he's still calculating. I got in a heartthrob, and from Qin Yaoyao's perspective, I can never forgive my stepfather's family. President Chu didn't explicitly say it was compensation. Maybe he just wants to return Baidu's 60 of his shares. If he really wants to return it, then why not change Chu Corporation back to Bai Corporation? Chu's father and Chu Shuang both contacted Bai Yiyi, but she directly blacklisted them. She could see through their intentions at a glance. Su Jinjia forwarded a blog post to Bai Yiyi. Su Jinjia, This is a blog post that a group of students from our department wrote after consulting with our teacher. It has already surpassed 10 million views. And the view count is still rising. Su Jinjia, just now, research sent a message saying they want to use our blog post and evaluate it with coefficient S. Bai Yiyi glanced at the blog post. Heartthrob era of background research. The reenactment of Huaxia history on ancient blue star and the charm of traditional qipao, the eye-catching and direct title startled her. The blog post was over 60,000 words long, citing more than 1,000 ancient texts. Heartthrob had only been online for a week. Such a large workload must have been achieved through day and night efforts. Thank you all. Bai Yiyi messaged Su Jinjia, saying, to thank the students and teachers who wrote this blog post, I will give each of you a gift. Can you provide me with a specific list so I can prepare? Bai Yiyi was genuinely touched. Her first thought was to treat them all to a meal at Delicacies. But recalling the previous issues with Yiyi, she feared problems might arise, so she changed it to giving gifts, which would be more convenient. Su Jinjia called directly. Her voice sounded very excited. Do you know? I just finished talking with the chief editor of research. And the blog post we wrote will be used for a special edition and submitted for the Federal Literature Award. I need to tell teacher Qi Lu quickly. He will be overjoyed, and so will Professor Gu. Ancient civilization studies are too niche and obscure. Since its establishment, no article has ever won the Federal Literature Award. Bai Yiyi was also surprised. Bai Jia, I have to hang up now. I will update you with any news later. Before Bai Yiyi could say a word, Su Jinjia excitedly finished and hung up the call. Bai Yiyi thought that Su Jinjia would be busy for a while, and it might take some time to ask for the list of people, and she might not even be able to get it. She knew that there were fewer than 500 faculty and students in the Ancient Civilization College at Tsinghua University, so she decided to calculate based on 500. With this in mind, Bai Yiyi contacted Lian Yutian. Can our factory make these clothes? Bai Yiyi sent Lian Yutian pictures of the kipeos and suits that appeared in Heartthrob. Lian Yutian was busy and didn't have time to play Heartthrob. However, given the recent popularity of Heartthrob and knowing it was Bai Yiyi's work, he had subconsciously paid attention to the comments posted on Starnet. Among them, the Qipao shop owner, Qin Yaoyao, had her Qipao pictures go viral. Lian Yutian was also amazed. So when he saw the pictures Bai Yiyi sent, his first reaction was, are we going to make peripheral robots again? He couldn't imagine it. The order for Heartthrob's peripheral robots had only completed 1/10, and the pressure was immense. No robots. Bai Yiyi clarified that they were only making clothes. If our factory can make them, we will do it ourselves. I'm using them as gifts. The clothes for robots are different from those made for real people. The clothes for robots don't need to consider comfort, size, or technical issues like temperature sensitivity. But these issues aren't significant. Lian Yutian looked at the pictures Bai Yiyi provided and confidently said, sure. Which ones do you want to make? Out of the more than 50 pictures, kipeos made up more than half. Make them all. 500 sets each of kipeos and suits. 500 sets. Lian Yutian was taken aback. How many people does she plan to give gifts to? How long will it take to make? Bai Yiyi continued. Fubai can continue with the previous orders. How long would it take if all 3 factories under my name were used to make these clothes? Lian Yutian knew that he wouldn't get a share of the profits from the 3 factories making peripheral robots. If the 3 factories did fewer orders, Fubai could still earn a bit more. After thinking for a moment, Lian Yutian replied, the fastest would be 2 days. Each factory can produce more than 300 sets on average, which would only take a day of work. But selecting materials and finalizing the design would also take a day. Sure, deduct the cost from the accounts later. This task will be hard on you. Bai Yiyi referred to the accounts for the 3 factories under her name. She didn't mention anything about a fee for the hard work. Lian Yutian didn't think there was any problem. In his mind, Bai Yiyi was already the behind-the-scenes boss of Fubai. However, Fubai was now gaining popularity and receiving many orders, and those profits were still enjoyed by him. The current boss, he was already very content. Just a month ago, Fubai was still in the red and facing bankruptcy. Now, it had already secured a place in the industry, second only to the monopolistic Chu Corporation. Just as they finished discussing the gifts, Bai Yiyi received a message from Professor Gu and Qi Lu, inviting her to visit Professor Gu's home. Mom, I want to go to Grandpa Gu's place. Upon hearing the news, Doubao acted cute. All right, let's go together. Bai Yiyi held Doubao as they got into the car and headed to Professor Gu's house. Upon arrival, they were directly led to the study by the housekeeper robot. In the study, besides Professor Gu, Qi Lu, and Su Jinjia, there was a young man with a gentle appearance. The moment he saw her enter, his gaze fell on her, subtly scrutinizing her. His eyes were clear and strong, and his voice was low and steady, unlike one of his age. This must be Miss Bai, right? Chapter 63. If not, then not. The young man stood up, smiling gently as he nodded to her. I am Yiyi, the editor-in-chief of research. Pleased to meet you. He noticed Doubao next to Bai Yiyi, and his gaze lingered slightly. Doubao sensed his gaze and frowned slightly. My name is Bai Yiyi. She introduced herself politely, leading Doubao to stand beside Professor Gu. Doubao obediently sat next to Professor Gu, called him Grandpa Gu, and straightened her posture, observing the situation in front of her. Heartbeat is a very good work. I didn't expect Miss Bai to be so young yet possess such knowledge and talent. It truly makes me blush. Yiyi began to flatter her. Bai Yiyi took it as a polite compliment and replied, I only understand a little. Unlike editor He, who is knowledgeable and well-versed, you shouldn't joke with me. Yiyi nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Professor Gu beside him. Indeed, a proud student of Professor Gu is different, humble, and courteous. She seems to have realized your dream of promoting ancient civilization studies throughout the entire star system, Professor Gu. Professor Gu also smiled. After chatting for a while, Yiyi finally got to the point. This article can be published in the magazine, but I have a small request. What request? Qi Lu asked. However, Yiyi's gaze turned to Bai Yiyi. Everyone followed his look. Bai Yiyi felt his gaze was somewhat strange, and an uneasy premonition surged in her heart. What request are you talking about? The editorial department of research discussed and concluded that there are undesirable elements in Heartbeat that need to be revised. Yiyi coughed lightly twice. His smile unchanged but slightly altered in flavor. Cultural shock is inevitable, but if it mirrors reality and causes any contradictions or disputes, we cannot take responsibility. What do you mean needs to be revised? The others present didn't quite understand, and Bai Yiyi directly asked for them. Yiyi took a sip of water and spoke slowly. It is rumored that you base the protagonist's backstory on your own experiences. All of this needs to be revised. The expressions of everyone present, except for the unaware Doubao, changed. Su Jinjia, who had always respected and remained in the background, could no longer hold back. What needs to be revised? It's just a character's story, not real. Qi Lu added. If you said there were other plot settings in the game that needed revision, I could understand, but this backstory. I don't see any undesirable direction. The era depicted in the game is, for us, already incredible. In fact, the moral constraints of that era presented two extremes, either depravity or stirring the heart. Yiyi shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Bai Yiyi. Your experiences are indeed hard to say. Research cannot serve as a public opinion guide. Once this article is published in research, isn't it admitting your past? Bai Yiyi was both angry and amused. Is there something wrong with my past? What does it have to do with the game? She used the original character as a prototype, but what he said made it sound so unbearable. He wasn't talking about Qin Yao, but about her. He thought she had a stain, and this stain tarnished the game as well as the article written by Su Jinjia and the others. Waltz needs to be revised. Shouldn't it be her identity as a game producer that needs changing? You're not at fault, Yiyi said, but if this setting is not revised, I cannot allow it to be published in research. The room fell silent in an instant. The previously harmonious atmosphere seemed to vanish. Do you want to revise it? Professor Gu suddenly spoke. Bai Yiyi was taken aback. She looked at the man who loved ancient Huaxia civilization, who had transformed his home into what she recognized. He hoped to make the entire star system fall in love with ancient civilization, to let more people appreciate ancient civilization studies. This was also why Professor Gu cared for her. I'll revise it, Bai Yiyi said with a bitter smile. Are you very disappointed? It's not that it can't be revised, Professor Gu replied, but I just can't accept being insulted. Professor Gu asked in confusion, why would I be disappointed? He turned to Yiyi, his tone becoming somewhat grave. Did you hear that? She doesn't want to revise it. If revising is the only way to be published in research, then let it be. Being published in research is just an honor. Even if it doesn't get published, millions or even billions of people will have read this article. Many will also play heartbeat and understand the charm of the ancient blue star culture. That is enough. Professor Gu raised his neck, almost with righteous indignation. Su Jianjiao was stunned. Qi Lu laughed. Bai Yiyi found it amusing. Doubling up links, klebt hints. Cheering Professor Gu on. He Yinyan's face darkened. He asked, not publishing? Have you really thought this through? Professor Gu did not hesitate for a second. I support Yi. Her thoughts are my thoughts. He Yinyan's face grew increasingly difficult to read. At this point, he had lost face. Before coming, he had confidently assured the editorial department to prepare everything, waiting for Bai Yiyi to agree to this small request to proceed with the next steps. Then let this matter be settled. He Yanyan looked at everyone present, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Research is one of the most authoritative publications in the academic field. Almost no academic researcher does not aspire to have their papers or articles published in research. For many, it is something they pursue throughout their lives. He didn't believe, they would regret it. Since the discussion could not continue, He Yanyan had no choice but to take his leave. Although it ended unpleasantly, Professor Gu did not lose his manners and had the robotic butler escort him out. Su Jianjia felt a bit upset, as if they had been given extreme hope only to have it dashed. But she did not regret it at all. Instead, she encouraged Bai Yi, it's fine, after all. Our original intention was not to get published in research. Our article has already garnered over 1 billion views. Isn't that a great thing? Qi Lu looked at Su Jianjia. You are quite optimistic. Professor Gu walked up to Bai Yi. Professor Gu. Bai Yi apologized. I'm sorry. You don't need to say sorry. You were never in the wrong. Professor Gu even smiled. Then Bai Yi said to Su Jianjia, I prepared gifts for the teachers and students of the Ancient Civilization Institute. They will be delivered in 2 days. Su Jianjia, previously caught up in the good news, had not paid attention to this matter. She curiously asked, what is it? You'll know when the time comes. 1,000 sets of kipayos and suits were shipped as promised to the Ancient Civilization Institute at Tsinghua University. The students who rushed over upon hearing the news filled the classroom to the brim. Don't worry, everyone will get one. All the students present saw the various styles of kipayos and suits, their eyes shining. Chapter 64, Can I Compete with You? The styles of kipayos vary by age group. Among 500 kipayos, most styles are charming and vibrant, while a few are dignified and elegant. Most are in standard sizes, with only a very small number in small and large sizes. The suits are mainly divided into men's and women's styles, each having its merits. Su Jianjia stood in the large classroom primarily to help the students and teachers of the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy find satisfactory gifts and keep records. Many unfamiliar faces peeked through the classroom windows, enviously watching the scene inside. Is it still time to transfer? These clothes look so beautiful. I heard they are gifts from Doubao, the producer of Heartbeat, to all the teachers and students of the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy. If I had one, I would keep it even if I never wore it again. Don't we have any in our academy? Wah, my sister is in this academy. I'll borrow one from her later. Can you help me borrow one? Seeing that her classmates had mostly chosen their outfits and the absent teachers had also been accounted for, Su Jianjia began to pick for herself. She selected a short qipao in a soft yellow with green buttons, featuring a snow-white plush shawl that accentuated her already fair skin, making her look stunningly beautiful. As she posed in front of the mirror, she grew more satisfied with her choice. Deciding to change in the back among the pile of clothes, she emerged feeling the gathered astonished gazes from outside the window. Su Jianjia smiled, gently running her fingers through her long hair, in style that using a method she learned in the game, making her look even more radiant. The students from the other academy outside were left in a daze. Su Jianjia's lovely figure was made even more graceful by the qipao, creating a different feeling from the fitted clothes she usually wore. While fitted clothes in the starry sky could show off her figure, they didn't bring out the femininity like the qipao did. When Su Jianjia finished tidying up and came out, she was unsurprisingly surrounded. Senior sister, let me help you. Most of those who came over were girls. Looking at the boxes she had rolled out, Su Jianjia was actually not struggling at all. Someone tentatively asked, Senior sister, do you still need the remaining kipayos? Su Jianjia recalled that when the gifts arrived today, Bai Yiyi specifically mentioned that the remaining clothes were for her to take back as fan welfare. These leftover gifts, Doubao would give to fans, so you could keep an eye on her updates. Upon hearing this, someone said, with so many fans, "We probably want to get a chance, so why don't you loosen up a bit, senior sister, and let me take one, just one will be fine." That one T do. Su Jianjia raised her wrist, showing her luminous watch. All of this is recorded. After saying this, Su Jianjia pushed the cart and walked away through the crowd. Hurry up and followed by Douzi's updates. Someone suddenly spoke, seemingly waking a group of people. At the same time, they received many resentful glances, perhaps blaming him for reminding others. After receiving Su Jianjia's message, Bai Yiyi posted an update on the platform. Wow, over 500 lucky ones. I can. These are the kipeos and suits from Heartbeat. Are there new peripherals coming out? Can these really be worn? Whether they can be worn is irrelevant. They have great collection value. I want one. Draw me, draw me. I don't believe I'm this unlucky. Crying and laughing, Baidu should be the first to get the platform to launch a lottery system, right? It's practically the beginning of the lottery trend. The number of shares and comments quickly rose, soon surpassing 10,000. The calls for the platform to launch a lottery system grew louder. The official announcement finally came out. Due to the demands of many users, the platform will soon launch a lottery system. So please stay tuned. Seeing this system message, Bai Yiyi breathed a sigh of relief. Dawn had just broken. A brilliant light of pale blue appeared on the horizon. Two figures, one large and one small, had already appeared at the street corner. Doubao, with sleepy eyes wide open, was picked up by Qin Yinfen and taken to the car. Uncle Qin, sitting in the car, Doubao fastened his seatbelt, looking up at Qin Yinfen, whose profile gradually became clear in the morning light. The car driven by Qin Yinfen belonged to two shared flying cars and had an automatic navigation system. He looked at Doubao, who was obviously still half asleep, and gently responded with an Doubao, placed one hand on his, no longer as thin as when they first met, but rather plump and round like a bun, though the shape of his bones was still clearly visible, so rather than being fat, he was more robust. My mom made this for me by hand. She worked on it all day. Doubao pointed at the red jacket he was wearing, looking quite cute and unique. Bai Yiyi had chosen a special fabric for it, specifically made for Doubao's training convenience. The craftsmanship wasn't too complicated, and since Bai Yiyi wasn't too clumsy, the finished product turned out quite exquisite and attractive. Not only was it exquisite, but due to the material, it was also breathable and warm. Qin Yinfen had noticed this long ago, and, seeing Doubao showing off, could only smile helplessly. It does look good. Doubao continued to chat about trivial matters in life. Mom rested very late, and while waiting, he fell asleep. Chi would tell him stories, but they weren't as good as the stories told by his mom. He didn't like nutritional fluids and preferred the meals made by his mom. Qin Yinfen listened quietly, occasionally responding. Doubao suddenly stopped. He cautiously looked at Qin Yinfen. What's wrong? Qin Yinfen sensed something was off. Doubao pouted. Can you train with me today? I'm much stronger than others. I want to compete with you. The flying car had already stopped, and outside was their destination, the training ground set up by the Cub Management Bureau. Of course I can. A hint of a smile appeared in Qin Yinfen's eyes. He was used to training alone. Chi and Mo Jiu had long refused to train with him. Qin Yinfen also didn't want to endure Chi's howls and Mo Jiu's hundreds of schemes, so he let them go free. Doubao was excited to hear Qin Yinfen agree, but soon he became aware of the harshness of fate. Qin Yinfen didn't bully cubs, but he had an almost perverse strictness in training them. Inside the training ground, Doubao was exhausted, his muscles trembling all over. Too slow. Today was mainly about physical training. The strength of the cubs exceeded Qin Yinfen's expectations, and their speed was also top-notch among this batch of trainees. However, they still couldn't meet his demands. Chapter 65. Performing her inside the small body of Doubao lies a resolute will. He never shouted to give up from beginning to end. When Qin Yinfen called a stop, Doubao fell like a hawk. The ground of the training field instantly became soft and elastic, cushioning Doubao's body. The training robot in the field immediately came over, carried Doubao to the side resting area, and then fed him a recovery potion. This situation was quite common in the eyes of the robot. After completing all this, it looked at the lying Doubao with confusion, not understanding why he hadn't woken up yet. Qin Yinfen glanced at Doubao and said lightly, No need to train next. Only then did Doubao slowly open his eyes. When he met Qin Yinfeng's seemingly smiling gaze, he nervously looked away. I'm so tired. A kind of energy dissipated after he relaxed. After Doubao complained of tiredness, Qin Yinfeng sat down beside him. Uncle Qin, when can I be as powerful as you? Doubao thought he was already quite impressive, as the other children were no match for him. However, after his contest with Qin Yinfeng, he had exerted all his strength, while the latter seemed to be playing. He realized the gap between them was possibly as vast as that between a trash star and the main star. I started training when I was your age, and I've continued until today, Qin Yinfeng said. Doubao understood. So, there was a 20-year difference between them. His eyes brightened. So, even if I can't catch up to you now, in 20 years, I can be as strong as Uncle Qin is now. No, when I was your age, I was already much stronger than you. Qin Yinfeng directly struck down Doubao's confidence. Doubao pouted. I don't know if what you said is true or not. There are always people stronger than you in this world. If not me, then someone else. You might be quite strong among them, Qin Yinfeng said as he looked at the younglings still training in the field. Doubao immediately understood who he was referring to. Oh, he was unwilling to accept this reality. The day before yesterday, my mom and I went to Professor Gu's house and met someone who seemed very powerful. Doubao began to talk about what happened the day before yesterday. He now recalled that the strange uncle's gaze made him uncomfortable, but Doubao didn't like him. Qin Yinfeng remained silent. Why? Qin Yinfeng asked. Doubao continued. There was a big sister who seemed to have written an article about my mom's game heartthrob, but she wanted my mom to change a character named Yao Yao and even spoke ill of my mom. She said if my mom didn't change it, she wouldn't go to school. Not going to school? Qin Yinfeng was puzzled. Doubao didn't know how to explain. Anyway, it's a very powerful school that wouldn't let my mom attend. Grandpa Gu was great. He said if she didn't want to go, then she wouldn't. Qin Yinfeng smiled thoughtfully. And then, Doubao pretended to be mysterious and wiggled his fingers. Qin Yinfeng leaned slightly closer. In the end, Grandpa had the butler kick her out. Doubao lowered his voice, and his impression was that they had an unpleasant quarrel, naturally assuming that it was Grandpa Gu who had the robot butler drive her away. Do you know what his name is? After listening, Qin Yinfeng asked politely. Doubao supported his head with his hand, trying hard to recall. He Lian. His memory was still quite good, even though he Lian only mentioned his name once when introducing himself. Later, his mom and Grandpa Gu referred to each other as editor he. Training was exhausting, and while the recovery potion could relieve fatigue, it couldn't alleviate drowsiness. Doubao fell asleep. Qin Yinfeng sat beside him, and Doubao's head rested on his leg. He stroked Doubao's soft hair, his gaze dimming. He Lian. Qin Yinfeng chewed on the name, and then activated his holographic computer to contact Emojio. Look into this for me. Bai Yiyi didn't expect that when she returned from outside, she would be blocked at her doorstep by Chu Fu and Chu Shuangshuang. When Chu Fu saw Bai Yiyi for the first time, he was somewhat surprised. However, it was Chu Shuangshuang who stepped forward first. Sister, you should go home, Chu Shuangshuang said. Dad misunderstood you before, but now the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Dad has publicly apologized and promised to return your shares. Why won't you forgive him? Chu Shuangshuang reached out to touch Bai Yiyi, but she dodged. She looked at the two of them. But his gaze towards her was mixed with sharpness and hatred. Chu Shuangshuang appeared sincere, and her words sounded like a plea. But there was no one around. So who were they putting on a show for? You should know very well how my mother died, right? Bai Yiyi looked at Chu Fu. Her voice flat and expression calm. Chu Fu was shaken internally. He looked at Bai Yiyi in disbelief. Does she already know? Your biological mother died of illness. Chu Fu forced a calm expression, revealing a hint of sorrow. I've always felt bad about your mother's death. I know you resent me for remarrying and resent Chu Shuangshuang, but you can't pin baseless speculations on me. Felt bad? Bai Yiyi said, so bad that you changed to buy a family name to Chu? Don't blame Dad. Chu Shuangshuang quickly supported Chu Fu. What do you want from me to forgive you? Chu Fu said excitedly. Do you want me to kneel down? He didn't mention Bai Yiyi's counter-question. No need, Bai Yiyi said. Change the Chu family name back to Bai, return what I rightfully own, and bring my mother back to life. Can you do that? Chu Fu swallowed hard, his eyes struggling for a long time. He exchanged a glance with Chu Shuangshuang. Then he closed his eyes and suddenly knelt down. Bai Yiyi was taken aback and stepped back. Chu Fu knelt on the ground, a hint of humiliation flashing across his haggard face, but it quickly disappeared. "What are you doing?" Bai Yiyi asked. "What am I doing? Can't you see?" Chu Fu's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. "As your father, I'm kneeling before you." Bai Yi's expression was complicated. "You should get up. If you truly feel guilty, there's no need to kneel. If you really want to make amends, donate all the wealth my mother left you. Then I might look at you differently." "Impossible." "Que fous-le-dis-tu-de? Smiling strangely. The Bai family no longer exists. Now, there's only the Chu family. You brought this upon yourself, so don't regret it." Bai Yiyi watched Chu Fu, who seemed to be going crazy with his erratic behavior, suddenly realizing something. "You arranged for someone to act in the dark just now, didn't you?" Chu Fu was quite surprised. He glanced at his eldest daughter, who seemed like a stranger, and then didn't hide it. "You manipulate public opinion, and I can certainly make public opinion my weapon. If you regret it now, we can still negotiate. There are cameras here." Bai Yiyi glanced at the transparent cover at the entrance, which was supposed to contain a camera but was now a mass of fluff. She suddenly understood. "The surveillance has been destroyed, sister." Chu Shuang crossed her arms and smiled. Chapter 66, Are You Pitiful or Foolish? Bai Yiyi stood there, showing no signs of panic. "If it's ruined, then it's ruined," she said nonchalantly, causing Chu Shuang's smile to freeze. Bai Yiyi tilted her head slightly, saying calmly, "I don't have time to play along with you. If you think you can threaten me with this, you're gravely mistaken. Chu's current state is not my doing." She walked past the two of them, kicked aside the broken trash on the ground, and let out a soft laugh. "I really find it amusing. Clearly, you've made a mistake, yet you want to solve it by making even more mistakes. I don't know whether to say you're pitiful or foolish." "Bai Yiyi." Chu's father interrupted her angrily. Bai Yiyi didn't even give him a glance, as if she couldn't see the two of them, and calmly entered the door, shutting it behind her. Chu's father stared at the trash fragments Bai Yiyi had kicked aside, his chest heaving. "Why could you be so calm?" Chu Shuang then patted Chu's father's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. "She's just pretending to be calm. If her words provoke you, won't that just play in her hands?" Actually, Chu Shuang was also uncertain. She was merely judging based on common sense. But the glance Bai Yiyi had thrown her way had truly captivated her. Chu Shuang knew that Bai Yiyi had changed, but she simply couldn't accept such a transformation, an uncontrollable variable. This was her own choice. Chu's father clenched his teeth, making a grinding sound. A small robot ran out from outside, wobbling its way in front of the two. It had 4 small wheels for feet and was equipped with a miniature flying device on its back. A slit opened on its back, revealing a chip protruding from within. Its eyes resembled 2 pale green glass beads, with energy threads swirling inside, resembling lightning clouds. These eyes were similar to those of the surveillance system at Bai Yiyi's home. If damaged, they would generate a fiber substance in a very short time, enveloping the internal structure. Chu Shuang took the chip and inserted it into her wrist computer. After glancing at the recorded video, she looked triumphantly at Chu's father. "With this, do you still need to worry about her?" The two quickly left. Inside, Bai Yiyi sat on the sofa, enjoying the intelligent massage function, feeling some of her fatigue dissipate. Chi turned around, holding the broken surveillance camera that had just been disassembled outside. The data inside had not captured the face of the destroyer. Chi extracted a small piece of the chip from the fibrous material and placed it in front of her for analysis. After a blink, the conclusion was given. One also came over, dragging a long wire that extended outside the door. It bent down in front of Bai Yiyi, with a virtual screen suspended in the air above its back. Bai Yiyi shifted her gaze to the virtual screen, listening to the familiar conversation. A smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she praised, "Wan, you did very well." On Xinguang, due to a video, the term Baido was once again trending, but this time it was all derogatory. The man sitting in the suspended chair leaned back against the chair's back, rubbing his temples with his hand. His slender fingers obscured his face below, and only his breathing could reveal his exhaustion. Mo passed by and saw this scene. Remembering what he had just seen, he couldn't help but speak up, "Boss. The textbook matter is not our concern. Are you doing this for your sister-in-law?" Mojo had seen a new document uploaded by the boss on the internal network, but hadn't even mentioned it to him, so he took a look. It was a proposal to include an article in a specialized textbook, which did not belong to their department's work. This was related to education. And while the boss had the qualification to upload proposals, even though he held multiple positions, this was still outside his work scope. No. Qin Yinfeng recalled Bai Yiyi's face and then pushed her out of his mind. His indifferent expression showed no emotion, but Mo Jio still caught the fleeting ripple. Just stubborn. Mo Jio thought. He didn't know what had happened between the boss and his sister-in-law, but with the boss's temperament. Mo Jio turned his face away and shook his head gently. It was a miracle for the boss to be single now. So, what did editor he of research study do to offend you? Mo Jio walked to the nearby control panel, busying himself while casually asking, his tone relaxed. Mo Jio understood how to challenge Qin Yinfeng's bottom line. After receiving a silent answer, he paused slightly, not continuing to ask. After a long while, Mo Jio finally heard the boss's voice. Unworthy of the position, Mo Jio looked over at the sound, only to see the boss's cold gaze, his thin lips, which had just spit out icy words, now tightly pressed together. I see. Montague replied. This response was as good as no response. But one thing was certain, editor he had offended someone. Perhaps he shouldn't be called editor he anymore. Mo Jio lowered his head, letting out a slight sigh. He thought that Yanni was quite a talent in the He family, and if he were to be dismissed, he wouldn't dare to hold a grudge against the boss. That would be truly unfortunate. In Professor Gu's courtyard, the flowers in the pond bloomed. The trembling petals unfolded, blossoming on the clear, shimmering water surface. Below the water, red shadows seemed to swim. Professor Gu sat on a large stone, admiring the pond he had nurtured for several years until it finally bloomed. When Qi Lu arrived, he saw Professor Gu smiling and paused his hurried steps, unsure whether to approach. Professor Gu turned around. Why aren't you coming over? Come take a look. Qi Lu's footsteps were too loud, startling the fish in the water, causing ripples to spread out. How could Professor Gu not notice? A few flower buds on the pond, contrasting with the green leaves, were quite eye-catching. Qi Lu had never seen them before and was instantly drawn in. So beautiful, Qi Lu exclaimed. This praise seemed to spark Professor Gu's enthusiasm. He began to talk about the origins of the flowers and the beautiful phrases that depicted them in ancient Huaxia. Qi Lu watched Professor Gu, who was full of enthusiasm, and did not interrupt. He absent-mindedly echoed his sentiments. Soon, Professor Gu finally finished and noticed Qi Lu's unusual demeanor. What's wrong with you? You look dispirited. Qi Lu then revealed the news he had brought. Teacher, I have 2 pieces of news to tell you. He first spoke of Bai Yiyi's situation. She was blackened again. Professor Gu didn't pay much attention. Bai Yiyi had been slandered too frequently, and in the end, it was always a false alarm. He was used to it. This time is different. Qi Lu pulled out the video, circulating online for him to see, explaining that everyone was saying she was too cold-blooded and that Chu's father, her father, had endured the humiliation of kneeling to maintain Chu's reputation and seek her forgiveness. Professor Gu's expression froze, his brows furrowing and his eyes darkening like ink. Please don't be angry. I believe she must have her reasons. Qi Lu thought Professor Gu was also angry with Bai Yiyi and was about to defend her when he heard Professor Gu's next words. She should kneel. What? Qi Lu almost thought he had misheard. To abandon those 2 well-behaved children on garbage, start to fend for themselves while swallowing all the inheritance. Making him kneel was already a favor to him. Professor Gu thought of how Bai Yiyi and Doubao had lived in such a place as Garbage Star, and his heart ached, filling his chest little by little. Chapter 67. The boss is in a good mood today. Professor Gu had never been to Garbage Star, but he had seen the footage circulating online. That kind of environment was simply unbearable for the human body. If one survived for long, the body would be polluted, leading either to resistance or mutation. The people on Garbage Star were mixed, engaging in black market deals. Professor Gu couldn't understand how Bai Yiyi had managed to survive back then, but he knew it must have been incredibly difficult, a tough journey to come through. No matter how heartless one could be, one shouldn't sever ties and swallow up the inheritance left to her by her mother. You don't need to worry about this. The child has her own opinions, and I believe she can handle it. Professor Gu changed the subject, leaving things open-ended. We can act when she can't handle it anymore, but we can't disrupt her affairs. What is the other piece of news? He asked again. Editor-in-chief, he has been dismissed. Qi Lu shouted even louder than before, almost in shock. Professor Gu was taken aback by this news. Dismissed? He showed a puzzled expression. What happened? Qilu shook his head. I don't know either. I just found out about this and ran to tell you. You see, with editor-in-chief, he dismissed. Does that mean there's a chance that the last article could go into research? Professor Gu shot him a glance. Don't think about it. He said last time that this was the result of a discussion in the editorial department. Moreover, we have already clearly rejected it. The possibility is slim. How hard is it to get into research? Professor Gu had a significant say in this. Anyway, he had never been in, and the friends he knew had been rejected hundreds of times. The last time was just a stroke of luck. Since Professor Gu said so, Qilu had to suppress his thoughts. Just wait, time will reveal everything. Professor Gu finally said to Qilu. Qilu had no further thoughts. What he didn't expect was that the time Professor Gu mentioned would come very soon. On M platform, Baido's response video went viral. Baido, it's useful to have more cameras at the door. ISNT it? I'm using them now, right? Video. This video restored the complete sequence of events. The words of General Chu and Chu Shuang were clearly and completely recorded. The Bai family was long gone. Now only the Chu family remained. It's your own doing if you drink the penalty instead of the toast. Don't regret it. You manipulate public opinion, and of course, I can make public opinion my sharp weapon. If you regret it now, we can still negotiate. The surveillance footage has been destroyed, sister. With this, do you still need to worry about her? It was clear that the root cause of all this was the design and traps set by General Chu and Chu Shuang. Another twist. I've gotten used to it. I can't control my mouth. The Chu family is disgusting. I suddenly feel so sorry for Baido. This drama is hard to watch. Does it have to be so scheming? Am I wrong? I want to use anything from the Chu family anymore. And I also discovered that the product updates from the Chu family in the past 2 years have had no significant changes, just constant small bugs. I used to think I was being sensitive. I feel the same, Sai. Got it. Which model of surveillance camera did Baido use? I'll buy a few more. I never thought I could suffer online violence at home. Bai Yiyi couldn't help but laugh at those asking about the surveillance cameras. Wan covered her face beside her. The camera that recorded this video was actually an old device of Wan's. She was sentimental and had kept them all to use them again. So she installed the camera at the door. Perhaps it was too old, or too inconspicuous, or maybe Wan hid it too well. Anyway, it was overlooked by Chu father and the others. When Bai Yiyi asked about the whereabouts of other devices, Wan then dug out her old devices from various corners of the house. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. Chi watched beside her, slightly surprised, casting an admiring glance at Wan. Chi knew a little about the situation, but she didn't expect Wan to be so foresight. Because of this incident, Chi made sure to let Wan charge the energy interface first before she used it herself. Meanwhile, another event also hit the trending searches. A blog post written by a teacher and students from the Ancient Civilization Studies Department of Tsinghua University, titled Research on the Background of Heartbeat, the reenactment of ancient blue star Huaxia history and the charm of traditional Qipao, was renamed The History of Ancient Huaxia Republic and the Charm of Qipao and included in the textbook for the Ancient Civilization Studies major. Since this article studied Heartbeat was also included in the experiential courses, becoming a game officially recognized and promoted by the Federal Ministry of Education. Bai Yiyi received blessings from many sides. Su Jinjia, Sister Bai, did you see? Our article was included in the textbook, and Heartbeat is popular too. Wow, I'm so happy. Congratulations, Sister Bai. Qilu, amazing. I never thought things would develop to this point. You've given everyone a surprise, and I want to thank you on behalf of the school, the department, and all the teachers and students. But you should persuade Professor Gu. He is showing off to everyone he meets now. Professor Gu, child, Heartbeat is great. And Heartbeat is also great. You did so well. I prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Remember to sign for it. If you have time, let Doubao come to play at Grandpa's place anytime. You're always welcome. The flowers in my pond are blooming. Lian Yutian, boss, you're amazing. Congratulations. I knew Heartbeat would become popular. It seems you're first again in this creative competition. What good luck. I have to be friends with you. I wish you to keep making great games and keep winning first place. What surprised Bai Yiyi the most was Qin Yanfeng. He also sent her a message. Qin Yanfeng, are you happy? Bai Yiyi was overwhelmed by the good news. and Qin Yinfeng's message brought her back to her senses, grounding her. Bai Yiyi, happy. Qin Yinfeng saw the two words in the reply, scanning them back and forth several times. Then, the corners of his mouth gently curved into a small arc. While reporting to the boss, Missouri Gio caught a glimpse of the boss's expression. The boss had been stern-faced for the past couple of days, but now he seemed to be in a better mood. Mo Gio instinctively thought of something. After finishing the report and leaving, Mo Gio sent a message to Chi Quebec. Mo Gio, silly K. The boss is in a good mood today. After a while, he received a reply. Chi K, believe you? Last time you said he was in a good mood. Old Z thought maybe he could reduce his sentence. So he said a couple of words and ended up increasing the sentence for me. Get lost. I will never believe you, you blackbird. Chi K was having a tough time outside and had become much more irritable. Mo Gio didn't explain. Mo Gio, all right then. Tikwe, Zhao. Chapter 68, Why He Didn't Have New Clothes by E was lost in thought as she looked at Qin Yinfeng's message. After a long time without a response, she hesitated and asked, does the textbook issue have anything to do with you? She thought about it and felt it was impossible. Not to mention how Qin Yinfeng could know about this blog post. Just the fact that he could interfere with textbook compilation was something that ordinary people couldn't get involved with. But what if Qin Yinfeng wasn't an ordinary person? Without receiving a reply, Bai Yiyi continued to focus on her work. First, she completed the lottery for reposting comments through the platform's newly launched simple lottery system. Baidu, congratulations to the following 516 lucky winners for receiving rewards. Please enter the link to fill in your shipping address and make a wish in the remark section. All prizes will be personally packaged and sent by me. So please be patient. The lottery system automatically tagged the over 500 winning accounts and sent them private messages. Next, Bai Yiyi made an update announcement for Heartbeat and posted a dynamic update. Baidu, Heartbeat has added a VIP level in this update, with levels ranging from 1 to 10. Accounts that reach the corresponding level will receive corresponding rewards. V10 players can receive a new SSR character, Snow Demon Charming City, for free. Meanwhile, all limited purchase characters in the store have been removed for the month. Thank you all for your support of this game. For specific update details, please check in-game. Players who had already updated began to leave comments. I was still wondering what VIP level is. Turns out it's for recharging. I should have bought a few more limited purchase characters. I'm just a little short of reaching V10. Envious of the big spenders above, but it's okay. A few draws or buying some items can make it work. They released VIP levels right after the limited purchase. The producer is too sneaky, right? I've saved up a lot of extra fragments, almost 1,000 in, over 300 R, and more than 60 SR. Can I exchange these for the Snow Demon? I really love this Ice Lowly. Bai Yiyi also noticed that some players had accumulated too many character fragments in their warehouses, mainly because the characters she was currently releasing were too few. After pondering, she decided to respond. Baidu, regarding the excess character fragments accumulated in players' warehouses, please pay attention to future events or new releases. She planned to offer limited exchanges in future events, allowing players to use fragments to exchange for lottery chances or new items. New releases would refer to new characters. However, it was impossible to exchange lower-level fragments for higher-level ones, such as exchanging 1,000 in-level fragments for 1 SR or 100 SR for 1 SSR. Mo Gio had just finished his work and logged into his account, discovering the system's tags and private messages. Did I win? Mo Gio clicked the link, which immediately redirected him to the shipping address submission page. He had just casually reposted, and he really won. Mo Gio filled in his basic information such as gender, height, and weight and submitted it. After about 10 hours, he finally received his prize. It was a set of dark brown-black suit and a white shirt. After putting it on, he stood in front of the mirror. The long suit jacket draped over him, giving him a somewhat dashing feeling. The white shirt was smooth to the touch, with the top 2 buttons undone, the collar loose, exposing his collarbone. The suit pants were high-waisted, accentuating his long legs. He leaned closer to the mirror, tidied his hair, and looked at himself, feeling as if he had never known himself before. Mo Gio smiled at his reflection, then furrowed his brows again. Finally, he amused himself. He took a photo in front of the mirror and sent it to the faraway Chi Quebec's sister-in-law sent this. Does it look good? This mention of sister-in-law was vague. Buchiku understood. Chike, sitting in the desolate marshes, looked disheveled. The darkness lit up with a new message on his holographic screen. He stared at the photo Emo sent for a long time. Then he looked at his own reflection in the water, grumbling as he began to reply. How long have I been gone? And you're already getting vain. It's been a while, right? Fine, wait for me to get back. Chike ruffled his hair, realizing that Emo indeed looked quite good in the outfit. Don't I look as good as you? Not your turn. Not my turn. Chike couldn't believe it. Sister-in-law sent it. And only sent it to you? I don't get any? In fact, Chike didn't care much about Bai Yiyi's gift. But since Blackbird had one, he didn't. This was unacceptable. The boss didn't have one either. After sending this message, Emo suddenly began to ponder. If he really wore this outfit, what would he say if the boss saw him? At that moment, he saw Chike's reply. You're done for. Not done for yet. Emo smiled, glancing regretfully at his outfit. At worst, I just won wear in front of the boss. Emo changed back into his usual clothes and headed to headquarters. However, just as he walked into the studio, he bumped into the boss, Qin Yinfeng, who casually glanced at him. This made Emo have a bad premonition. With new clothes, why didn't you wear them out? Qin Yinfeng asked casually. Emo's heart paused for a moment as he thought about how to respond. I was afraid it would interfere with work. Emo tentatively asked. How did you know? In fact, he already had some faint guesses in his heart. Qin Yinfeng teased. Someone complained to me, saying you disturbed his work, claiming he couldn't focus. It was indeed that silly sparrow who backstabbed him. So, what happened next? Emo asked, filled with righteous indignation. Qin Yinfeng turned his head to handle the data in the control panel. So, don't disturb him in the future. If he wants to talk, he can come to me. Emo felt relieved and then explained to Qin Yinfeng. Actually, that outfit was from the lottery. Sister-in-law doesn't even know me. I was just teasing Quebec. The air fell silent for a moment. Emo sensed something was off when he looked at the boss. The other party happened to turn around. So, that outfit was sent by her? Qin Yinfeng's tone was unreadable, his eyes deep as ink. Yes. Emo gritted his teeth, realizing that this was self-inflicted trouble. He never expected that the silly sparrow had been clever this time, or perhaps it was an accident. And didn't he tell the boss about this? Yet he had foolishly revealed it himself. Qin Yinfeng slightly lowered his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Word out next time. What's there to hide about a set of clothes? Hearing the boss say this, Mojo watched as Qin Yinfeng finish his work here and then left. He stood there for a while, processing everything. Mojo sat in his rocking chair, looking at the chat with Chike that contained the message you're done for, and ground his teeth slightly. Back in his workspace, Qin Yinfeng saw the question Bai Yiyi had sent. Does the textbook issue have anything to do with you? He fell into deep thought for a long time before moving his fingers. Yes. Chapter 69. You're really not at a loss. Bai Yiyi had just emerged from her study state. The entrance exam for Tsinghua University mainly tested 3 subjects: star language, calculation, and basic science. During this period, Bai Yiyi had been focusing on star language and calculation, which are roughly equivalent to language and mathematics, but they differ significantly from the language and mathematics of ancient Blue Star. Star language encompasses various interstellar languages, and thanks to the memories left by the original owner, Bai Yiyi found it relatively easy to learn. Moreover, there were many commonalities between interstellar culture and ancient Blue Star, possibly related to the Federation's education system. On the other hand, calculation was quite profound. Interstellar people relied heavily on machine calculations, especially powerful light brains. Coupled with the technological gap, the original owner was not skilled in this area, so Bai Yiyi found it somewhat challenging. The remaining book, Basic Science, occupied a large memory space in the light brain, and Bai Yiyi had not started it yet. If she wanted to be admitted to Tsinghua University within 6 months, she could only give it her all. Seeing Qin Yinfeng's reply, Bai Yiyi continued to ask, how do you know about this article? Qin Yinfeng directly initiated a video call. The virtual screen that had not yet been retracted appeared alongside the video communication. Bai Yiyi paid it no mind. Are you studying? She heard him ask, and meeting his gaze, she nodded slightly. Yes, I need to prepare for the entrance exam for Tsinghua University. Bai Yiyi expressed her concerns. I have been out of school for a long time, and I still don't understand many things, so if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Qin Yanfeng said. As for the article, I heard Doubao mention it, and later I checked the blog post. I thought it was well written, so I sent a letter to the Ministry of Education. I see. Bai Yiyi felt that he made it sound too easy, but she didn't question him. As for what she didn't understand, there were indeed quite a few things. Even if Bai Yiyi wanted to ask a teacher, she felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Qin Yanfeng. You made a small mistake in your understanding of star beasts. Qin Yanfeng's gaze fell on her annotations behind her. After pointing out Bai Yiyi's errors in a few words, his brow relaxed. With your current level, getting into Tsinghua University is a bit difficult. Qin Yanfeng paused, looking at Bai Yiyi's drooping head, and added, maybe it's easier to change your goal. I only want to get into Tsinghua University. Do you trust me? A hint of confusion appeared in Bai Yiyi's light-colored eyes. If it's to get in, with me as your teacher, I can help you pass this entrance exam within 6 months. Bai Yiyi hesitated. Qin Yanfeng felt a bit disappointed and chuckled. The entrance exam for Tsinghua University was a piece of cake for him. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother helping. How much tutoring fee do I need to pay you? Bai Yiyi's voice rang in his ears, and Qin Yanfeng came back to his senses. He looked at Bai Yiyi intently. Were you just thinking about this? I already owe you a lot. Bai Yiyi sighed. You said I could settle my debts before we end our relationship. I'm just afraid of accumulating more debts and delaying you, not having considered payment. Qin Yanfeng's thoughts shifted upon hearing this. Bai Yiyi then saw Qin Yanfeng open his mouth thoughtfully. That's true. I can't charge you too much. Qin Yanfeng's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. On this main planet, one-on-one ordinary tutoring costs at least 500 star coins per hour. A good teacher like me would charge several thousand at least. If I take a little loss, how about I just charge you 500? Bai Yiyi didn't quite understand how a billionaire like him knew so much about tutoring rates. However, it sounded reasonable. That's great. Bai Yiyi smiled. Let's sign a contract then. Signing a contract is quite reasonable. Qin Yanfeng watched Bai Yiyi draft the contract, waiting for a while before she sent it to him. He quickly glanced through it and then paused. Among the many clauses in the contract, one stated, Party B must ensure that Party A successfully passes the Tsinghua University entrance exam in 6 months. Otherwise, all tutoring fees will be fully refunded. You're really not a loss, Qin Yanfeng said with a deep gaze, his tone implying something. Bai Yiyi understood he had seen that clause and innocently responded. You said it yourself. You can help me pass the exam. That's why I let you tutor me. Qin Yanfeng signed the contract. Bai Yiyi was a bit stunned at this scene, but quickly returned to normal. Mr. Qin, when do we start? Don't call me teacher. Okay, Brother Qin. Qin Yanfeng frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Bai Yiyi. The pronunciation that resembled brother was somewhat nauseating to him. You should still call me teacher. Bai Yiyi laughed, no longer teasing. All right. Qin Yanfeng spent an hour assessing Bai Yiyi's current level through written tests and questions. Today, there was only this hour available. Bai Yiyi was not surprised to learn that Qin Yanfeng had other matters to attend to. However, before hanging up the call, Qin Yanfeng said 2 sentences. The first, I will come directly to your house for tutoring in the future. This may Bai Yiyi tease if you come to my house. Will that be a different price? Qin Yanfeng didn't respond to this. The second, I saw the clothes you sent out earlier. Bai Yiyi instinctively replied. That was for work. I have been studying seriously when I have free time. No, Qin Yanfeng said, they look very good. Bai Yiyi hadn't yet processed this when the call was disconnected. She only remembered those eyes, as dark as the night, sparkling with ambiguous starlight. Bai Yiyi glanced at the corner. There was only a large empty box there. She had worked hard for a long time to send out all the prizes. Some that were not suitable for the recipients. She could only attach a note of apology. In any case, she had nothing left. A complete set of clothes had been sent out. Bai Yiyi sat in her seat for a while, then picked up paper and pen to draw a picture on the draft. Soon, a uniquely designed suit sprang to life on the paper, with approximate measurements noted. After several revisions, Bai Yiyi was satisfied and entered it into the light brain. She made the final adjustments to the image automatically generated by the light brain based on the design before she stopped. One of the benefits of the light brain is that even her vague-sized data can be automatically generated into the most perfect and reasonable specific values. Since Qin Yanfeng said it looked good, regardless of whether he meant it or not, Bai Yiyi decided to send him a set as a thank you for returning her textbooks. Bai Yiyi looked at the drawing and then contacted Lien Yutian. Help me make another suit. She sent over the simulated image of the suit she had just designed. Chapter 70. Having one's own material supply channel. After Lien Yutian opened the image sent by Bai Yiyi, a black and white ink wash style suit was worn by the system character model, exuding a cold and proud temperament that made it hard for him to look away. The details of the suit were numerous, from the shape of the suit collar to the subtle patterns on the cuffs and the design of the shirt buttons. Every aspect revealed the designer's meticulousness. This left Lien Yutian amazed and curious about who this was made for. Generally, ordinary people couldn't pull off such an outfit, nor would Bai Yiyi put so much effort into it. Who was it meant for? Lien Yutian tentatively sent a question, and after sending it, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers, the calluses on his fingertips having smoothed out, a symbol of his hard work during this period. Bai Yiyi had mentioned that if this collaboration with the surrounding robots went well, she would fulfill her promises. Thus, Lien Yutian was very attentive, inspecting the internal parts of every robot product before delivery inspection as soon as they were finished. Large parts inevitably caused wear on his hands. Although special thin gloves could provide some protection, the frequency of work still resulted in calluses. Compared to other employees in the factory, he was doing relatively well, applying hand cream every night to avoid his hands turning yellow, black, or even peeling like others. If it was for a friend, the material had to be of high quality. When could it be made? Bai Yiyi replied, if you're in a hurry, it can be done tonight. Lien Yutian then remembered he had something to tell Bai Yiyi. By the way, the Chu family seems to be facing a collapse lately. The market for materials has loosened, and our factory is no longer short on materials. Perhaps due to the fallout from the Chu family president maliciously framing his daughter in the fake video incident. They were now unable to control the material market. This meant that even if ASEAN couldn't secure further cooperation, the factory's raw materials would not run out. The market price is stabilized? Basically stable. Bai Yiyi asked Lien Yutian for the data on the market raw material prices and made a decision. This is not far from the price we negotiated with our contacts. We should not restock heavily from this market for now, but stick to the previous plan for receiving goods. Understood. Lien Yutian grasped the implication in Bai Yiyi's words. They needed their own material suppliers. The Chu family also had dedicated material supply channels, but typically worked with bulk goods in the market. Let's give our people a little more time. Bai Yiyi sent this heartfelt message. She didn't want Lien Yutian to restock heavily from the main star market, as it was also a strategy for ASEAN to negotiate cooperation on lower-tier planets. Without giving ASEAN an opportunity, they wouldn't be able to settle the accounts. Bai Yiyi was still in debt to Qin Yanfei. Her account only had the earnings from Heartbeat and the small salary of researchers. Heartfelt was still at a loss. The factory was still managed by Lien Yutian, and her profits hadn't been collected yet, all of which had been invested back in. Once the surrounding robots were fully delivered, she might be able to recoup some of it. Additionally, the Bai family mall needed to be established. I'll trouble you to run around and see if there are suitable places or directly acquire a mall that's up for sale. We must seize this opportunity to capture the market. The Chu family situation was not optimistic, but if they were only damaged in reputation, many customers would still choose the Chu family's products. After all, besides the lack of progress over the past 2 years, the quality of Chu family robots was genuinely commendable. If Bai Yiyi didn't take advantage of this timing, it would give other competitors a chance to develop. When Lien Yutian saw Bai Yiyi's message, joy filled his heart. Was this going to accept Fu Bai? Once the Bai family mall was established, their robots would lack core technology and wouldn't be able to compete with the Chu families. Lien Yutian paused. How should he bring it up next? When do you expect all the surrounding robots to be delivered? Bai Yiyi asked first. In 2 months. Are you willing to hand Fu Bai over to me? Of course. All right. Then in 2 months, Fu Bai will officially be under my name. I will hand over the cloud data to the company's AI core, and only senior technical staff within the company will have access to it for study. Can you agree to that? Absolutely. This Bai family mall must be established within these 2 months. If you have a solid plan or measures, you need to inform me. If I find it acceptable, you can proceed. Once the mall is built, I will also go to see it. No problem. After communicating with Lien Yutian, Bai Yiyi rubbed her throbbing head. A gentle knock came at the door, and a crack opened. Doubao, peeking through the door, saw this scene. "Mom, you should rest now." He then ran in and climbed onto a nearby chair until he was at eye level with Bai Yiyi. "Okay," Bai Yiyi replied with a smile. Doubao glanced at the virtual screen, filled with dense text. Having often played games in the StarNet cabin, he had already recognized some characters and was now staring intently at the words, mimicking Bai Yiyi's earlier gesture of rubbing his head after a long while. Bai Yiyi placed her hand on his head and asked, "Can you understand it? Have you learned to rub your head?" Doubao shook his head. "That's all right. In a couple of years, you can go to school," Bai Yiyi continued. "Uncle Qin said I have to go to military school to become a mecha master." Looking into Doubao's clear eyes, Bai Yiyi realized she had indeed overlooked some issues. Doubao's schooling was not a concern, but she had a plan for his future, including his education. So, Bai Yiyi swiped the virtual screen and began searching. If Doubao wanted to attend military school, he first needed to be tested for qualifications. He would need to study cultural courses for 12 years to meet the educational requirements. Of course, a genius wouldn't need 12 years. Next, he would have to pass the military school's entrance examination. The entrance examination for military schools includes theoretical courses and various assessments, and the qualifications must also be met. Different military schools have different requirements, and the content of the entrance examination is set by the military school itself. Generally, students entering military schools undergo 1 to 3 years of training before the entrance exam. Students who start training from a young age can usually meet the requirements. So this 1 to 3 years can be skipped. There is also an exception for special talents. However, there is very little information about special talents on the StarNet. It is only known that such talents do not need to take the entrance examination and can choose any military school they wish to attend. Once enrolled, they study directly under a mentor and are not assigned to any class. It is said that the evaluation criteria for special talents are much stricter than for other military school students. If they fail the evaluation and cannot obtain their graduation certificate, they must continue to study with their mentor until they pass the evaluation, with no opportunity for withdrawal or leave of absence. Tomorrow, how about I take you to test your qualifications? Although Doubao was currently a preschool trainee in the Cub Management Bureau, which is aimed at high-quality cubs destined for military service, it was said that applications would also consider qualifications. However, she hadn't gone through those processes and didn't know how Doubao's qualifications were. Just in case Qin Yanfeng had opened a back door, she needed to have some understanding herself. Doubao blinked and agreed, "Okay." Chapter 71, Qualification Test. Strong aftermath. Bai Yiyi made an online appointment for a qualification test at the hospital. It costs 200 star coins per person and half price for 2 people. Initially, she only planned to register for Doubao, but seeing the situation, she added herself as well. After the successful appointment, a page of precautions appeared on the virtual screen. Bai Yiyi read through it carefully. Everything seemed fine, but it noted that one must be mentally alert on the day of the test. She glanced at the time and then pulled Doubao to sleep. The hospital was the same place where she had been hospitalized before, and now it was where Doubao was hospitalized. This time, Bai Yiyi was already familiar with the layout. Entering from the hospital lobby, she could find the department she needed to go to on the guidance screen next to the light elevator, which would automatically select the floor. After reaching the designated floor, a nurse robot would come to lead her there. Bai Yiyi and Doubao each entered a testing room. The room was about the size of a regular classroom, empty, with a brown sofa against one wall. On the sofa was a glowing helmet with earmuffs, while the other 3 walls were covered with screens. A blue-clad robot about 5 meters tall walked out from a small door beside the sofa, beginning the test. The first item was a physical fitness test. The tester was asked to wear the helmet and follow the instructions. The blue robot picked up the helmet from the sofa, replaced the inner shell with mechanical hands, and handed it to Bai Yiyi. As she put on the helmet, it felt as if she had entered a virtual world. The scene before her suddenly changed to a lush jungle. Please run out of the forest within 10 minutes, and do not trigger any dangerous events. The day-night cycle is 1 minute, it instructed. In other words, she needed to run out of the forest in 10 cycles of day and night. After the dangerous events, Bai Yiyi quickly understood. It was either being chased by wild beasts or facing treacherous terrain, and there were even toxic mists. Within 3 minutes, Bai Yiyi was drenched in sweat. Being attentive, She memorized her running route, and within a few breaths, she seemed to find pattern. Soon, she saw no wild beasts, no cliffs, and no mist. Bai Yiyi began to feel more relaxed, her steps becoming lighter. By holding her breath and following the established route, she could avoid dangerous events. By the time 7 day-night cycles had passed, Bai Yiyi had already seen the edge of the jungle, where a winding road led straight into the plains. Congratulations, tester. You have passed the first round of the physical fitness test. The next is the second round. Please find the lost treasure within 10 minutes. Pay attention to your physical condition. The day-night cycle is 1 minute. Bai Yiyi took a deep breath. This was a virtual scene, and even her running speed had been accelerated, allowing her to cover such a long distance in a short time. However, trekking for such a short time, while facing triggered dangerous events, was indeed overwhelming. But if she could find the pattern, running out in 10 cycles of day and night wouldn't be difficult. So the blue robot's words were definitely not meaningless. With this thought, Bai Yiyi stepped into the plains. The physical fitness test consisted of 5 rounds, and Bai Yiyi passed all of them, now soaked in sweat. Please lie on the sofa to recover your energy. The mental strength test will take place in 10 minutes. The blue robot removed her helmet. Bai Yiyi felt a bit dazed. Lying on the soft sofa, she began to worry about Doubao next door. These 5 rounds of tests were neither too difficult nor too easy. Is everyone's physical fitness test the same? Bai Yiyi asked the blue robot. In response to the tester, it is not completely the same, but the difficulty is comparable, the blue robot replied in a formal tone. Is the difficulty of the test for young ones different from that for adults? Bai Yiyi asked directly. In response to the tester, the difference is significant. To keep the young ones more focused and not respond passively, the tests are more entertaining. For energetic and easily distracted young ones, they are just playing a game. The blue robot explained. After hearing this, Bai Yiyi relaxed. 10 minutes are up. Please put on the helmet. We will conduct the mental strength test. Bai Yiyi complied and put on the helmet. However, this time, after wearing it, she still saw the real room, only that the walls were glowing. Please avoid the collapsing ground. You have 3 chances for mistakes. After 3 mistakes, a 4th mistake will end this round of testing. Please use your mental strength to avoid danger. Other methods will result in inaccuracies in the results. Use mental strength to avoid danger. Feeling Bai Yiyi's confusion, the blue robot continued. By mobilizing mental strength, you can achieve spatial leaps, move objects from a distance, and even create fictional objects. Bai Yiyi felt a sense of emptiness under her feet, quickly focusing her gaze on the ground that had not yet changed. Remembering the feeling from the previous game, she hadn't even taken a step before she reached her desired spot. The so-called ground collapse, after observing for a moment, seemed to involve multiple areas collapsing, forming depressions similar to stones dropping into water, causing the surrounding ground to twist. This collapse was also dynamic. It could calm down the next second. When a few areas collapsed, Bai Yiyi still had places to land. However, as the ground was filled with swirling depressions, the frequency of her teleportation increased, making it very strenuous for her. After an unknown amount of time, when Bai Yiyi made her 4th mistake, the test finally ended. Congratulations, tester. You have completed the first round of the mental strength test. Next, we will proceed to the second round. Having vaguely grasped some insights, Bai Yiyi began the second round of testing. The mental strength test only had 2 rounds. When the blue robot came to take off her helmet, Bai Yiyi felt even more dazed and lay down on the sofa. She stared at the ceiling, feeling like it was spinning. How could this test be more exhausting than playing a game? The blue robot pushed out a small cart from a small door, which was lined with a row of medicine bottles. These are the medications prepared by the hospital for testers, which can alleviate post-test fatigue and quickly restore your state. When you feel recovered enough, you can leave this room to collect your test report. Do I have to drink all of these? Bai Yiyi asked, looking at the more than 10 bottles of medication. Take them according to your needs. You can drink a maximum of 8. The excess is to prevent accidental spills. The robot replied. How could I spill medication? Bai Yiyi thought, reaching for a bottle, only to realize her hand was trembling badly. After calming down, she touched the bottle, nearly knocking it over. Gripping the bottle tightly, Bai Yiyi finally managed to get the medication into her mouth. It had a strangely sweet taste, and she looked at the empty bottle in her hand, lost in thought. Was this test really that exhausting? Chapter 72. The woman causing a scene in front of the Chu store after drinking a few bottles. Bai Yiyi finally regained her composure. As she walked out of the testing room, she immediately spotted Doubao sitting on a chair in the hallway. Doubao was wearing a red jacket. Her short hair was black and smooth, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, sparkled with light when she saw Bai Yiyi. "Mom, you finally came out," Doubao exclaimed, rushing into Bai Yiyi's arms. Noticing that Doubao seemed to be in good spirits, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but ask, "How was it in there? Did you feel uncomfortable at all?" "I didn't feel uncomfortable. The thing we drank after the test was a bit unappetizing, though." "Did you feel unwell, Mom?" Bai Yiyi took Doubao to get the report and said, "I'm glad you didn't feel uncomfortable. Can you tell me what you did in there?" After copying the report, Bai Yiyi found a chair and let Doubao chatter away. Indeed, as the blue robot had said, the tests the young ones underwent were much more engaging. When Mom took me for a checkup at a place called the Young Management Bureau, it was quite similar to this time, Doubao continued. "Actually, the game console and the preschool training you gave me have different mechanics, but they feel quite similar. They should also be training for physical condition and mental strength." After this period of learning, Doubao had understood a lot, but she hadn't mentioned it to Bai Yiyi. Her words surprised Bai Yiyi. But what shocked her even more was the test report. She first looked at Doubao's report, and in the results section, it showed mental strength, physical condition. Even Bai Yiyi, who wasn't a native, understood how great such qualifications were. Chu Shuang had an A in mental strength, and all stores under the Chu family offered discounts. Eager to boast about it across the galaxy. "I didn't expect you to be such a potential stock." Bai Yiyi patted Doubao's head. Then she thought of something. "Are you saying that the game console I gave you can actually train physical condition and mental strength?" If the checkup had such items, I could somewhat understand. But I didn't expect that the game console sent by the Young Management Bureau was actually a training machine. The manual never clearly mentioned this. Doubao nodded. "I've already cleared over 300 levels. Then why didn't you mention it before?" Doubao lowered her eyes and said dejectedly, "I did mention it, but it seemed like you didn't hear me, so I didn't bring it up again. But Grandpa Gu knows about it. He even encouraged me." Bai Yiyi suddenly recalled when she first arrived at the main star and was still living at Professor Gu's house, letting him take care of Doubao. After returning from an assessment at the Federation headquarters, Professor Gu had once said something that now seemed to have a different meaning. "Doubao is a good child. You should pay more attention to him and not let him stay in the StarNet cabin all the time. I know parents want their children to excel. I'm also a father and used to think about making him successful. But later, I just wanted to see him often, to know he is safe, and to be able to hold my grandchild." Bai Yiyi felt a mix of emotions. She pressed Doubao's shoulder and said, "It's Mom who overlooked you. You can tell me anything in the future. If I don't hear you, just use Wanwan's loudspeaker to shout in my ear." Doubao laughed at this. Bai Yiyi then pulled out her own report. She immediately looked at the results section and was stunned. Mental strength, this physical condition. The big shot turned out to be her. Thinking quickly, Bai Yiyi realized that such excellent qualifications for Doubao must have come from her. With her son's qualifications being so good, as his mother, hers must also be extraordinary. As for Doubao's biological father, Bai Yiyi had completely forgotten about him. She even felt that Doubao's A in physical condition must have been dragged down by that man. After composing herself, Bai Yiyi placed the health report into her holographic computer's folder and then took Doubao home. With the good results of the qualification test, Bai Yiyi, in a good mood on the way back from the hospital, took Doubao into a nearby mall. The mall had 7 floors, and they could reach the corresponding floor via a light elevator. The elevator was spacious enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people. The walls were transparent, allowing a view of the cityscape outside. Bai Yiyi took Doubao to the 3rd floor, intending to buy her some clothes and toys. As they exited the light elevator, they accidentally bumped into someone. "I am sorry." The person who bumped into them was a young woman who didn't even turn around to look at Bai Yiyi and Doubao. She just hurriedly walked in one direction after saying that. Following the young woman was a tall robot, walking slower than its petite owner. The robot glanced back at Bai Yiyi and Doubao, said nothing, and turned back to follow the young woman. Bai Yiyi was only slightly bumped and was fine. So she looked down to check on Doubao. "Did you get bumped?" Doubao shook her head and instead grabbed her hand. "Mom, does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." then there's no need to dwell on it. Doubao looked in the direction the young woman had gone and suddenly said, "It seems like she's arguing with someone." Bai Yiyi looked over. The young woman was standing in front of a large store, arguing with a salesperson. The store had the Chu family's logo and was quite deserted outside. Bai Yiyi, pulling Doubao along, could also hear the content of the argument. "I must return this today. Why won't you let me return it?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. The butler robot model W77E3 that you purchased was sold a year ago, and without any quality issues, it does not meet the return conditions. I don't want to use your stuff. Even the CEO is a fraud expert. How can I trust your products? What is the big deal about a year? I used to buy a family robot for 3 years without needing repairs once. Now your robot breaks down every 3 months? This is the one that couldn't be repaired and was supposed to be replaced 6 months ago. Why can't I return it now?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. Our repairs are all provided free of charge, and replacements are for good ones. It's not damaged now, so it really cannot be returned. By your reasoning, damage means you can compensate, right?" The young woman was arrogant, glaring coldly at the robot behind her, commanding, "Fish, tear off your own arm and throw it in her face." As soon as she said that, the robot named Fish immediately reached out its right hand without hesitation, tore off its left arm, revealing the complex wiring inside, and then directly threw it in front of the salesperson. Even with training, the salesperson's expression changed at this moment. "Mom." The salesperson's voice was clearly suppressing her emotions, looking earnestly at the young woman. "According to regulations, we cannot process your return. If you continue to cause a scene, don't blame us for calling the police. Go ahead and report. Your Chu family is notorious now. If this isn't resolved today, I will spread your actions all over the StarNet. Let us see if you can keep your job." Chapter 73. Digging at the Chu family's corner, Doubao was drawn in by the commotion and noticed the Chu family's sign on the store. "The bad guys are getting their comeuppance," he said confidently. Doubao stopped in his tracks, while Bai Yiyi watched the excitement from a distance. Previously, when they visited the Chu family store on a lower-tier planet, the business was quite good, with many customers coming and going. However, at this store, located on the main planet in a bustling shopping area, there wasn't a single customer in front except for a young woman who was returning goods. The crisis the Chu family faced this time was even more severe than Bai Yiyi had thought. As for the young woman's behavior, it was indeed a bit unreasonable. Bai Yiyi didn't care about the grievances between them and the Chu family. She just wanted to watch the show. Another employee walked out of the store, clearly a higher rank than the salesperson. The person approached the young woman with a smile and apologized, agreeing to process her return. "Mom, since our product did not meet your expectations, we will of course take responsibility and are willing to give you a refund. However, the damage to the robot's arm was caused by you. Therefore, when you return it, we cannot refund the original price. How about this? We will refund you 50%, and the other 50% will be considered depreciation and damage fees." The young woman was about to say more when the person continued. "If you insist on a full refund, you might as well call the police. There are cameras here, and the damage to the robot was recorded. We would have the justification for calling the police, and you might not only miss out on your refund, but also end up with a charge of extortion. If you are willing to speak out about it, we won't stop you." What great eloquence! The young woman's anger immediately dissipated, and she reluctantly agreed. "Fine, 50% it is. All right, you can settle up at the front desk," the person said, and the young woman walked into the store. As she stepped aside, Bai Yiyi caught a glimpse of the person's face. He was young, with a sharp and handsome face, a pair of smiling fox-like eyes, and a smile that was just right, neither distant nor unpleasant. It seemed he sensed her gaze and looked over from a distance. A glimmer flashed in his fox-like eyes, and he slightly parted his lips as if wanting to say something. The next second, he turned around and entered the store. Why did she feel like that was intentional? This person successfully piqued Bai Yiyi's interest. The main reason was still his ability to handle customers. After taking a deep look at the store entrance, Bai Yiyi turned to Doubao and said, "Doubao, do you see the Walnut City across the street?" "Yeah, today. You can play as you like. Mommy will handle the bill." "Okay." Doubao nodded vigorously. The Walnut City, located directly opposite them, was colorful, with the 3 characters on the sign shining brightly. Inside were various entertainment facilities, suitable for both children and adults. The prices were not low. Doubao had never been to any Walnut City before, but from the outside, It looked very appealing, full of curiosity about what was inside. Doubao immediately agreed to Bai Yiyi's suggestion without hesitation. "Mommy, you can call me if you need anything." Doubao raised his wrist with a light brain and said mischievously, "Okay, have fun." Bai Yiyi raised her hand to high-five him. After sending Doubao into the city and preloading 1,000 star coins for him, Bai Yiyi then walked into a nearby store. This shop sold nutrient solutions and also provided seating for customers to rest and chat. Bai Yiyi found a seat by the window, and immediately a small robot approached her. "Beautiful lady, please allow Xiao Ran to serve you. You can select the nutrient solutions you need for my head, and we offer home delivery service. You can also leave our contact information. If you have any needs, you can contact us online or make a reservation. Could you help me send a message?" Bai Yiyi smiled. The robot named Xiao Ran paused for a few seconds before responding. "If you require other services, they come at a higher cost, such as the message delivery service you mentioned." Its tone was livelier than before. Bai Yiyi quickly understood that there was a real person controlling Xiao Ran behind the scenes. "Cost is not an issue. I just need you to deliver a dozen nutrient solutions." Bai Yiyi placed an order for a dozen nutrient solutions, which came to 480 star coins. Xiao Ran quickly brought out the order and stood in front of Bai Yiyi. At that moment, Bai Yiyi had prepared a note using the shop's sticky note function, which she placed among the nutrient solutions before settling the bill. The total payment was 600 star coins. "Thank you for your patronage, and I wish you a pleasant life," Xiao Ran said before taking the goods out the door towards the Chu family store. Although Bai Yiyi did not know the person's name, she remembered his appearance, especially those distinctive fox-like eyes. Xiao Ran could depict a general image of the person in the database based on her description. While there might be some face similarities, the likelihood was low. Thus, after entering the store, Xiao Ran quickly locked onto the target person through the analysis of the mechanical eyes and approached him, presenting the goods. "Dear sir, hello. This is a gift ordered for you by a beautiful lady. Please sign for it." Ling Xiao, seeing the nutrient solutions in Xiao Ran's hands, was puzzled by what was said. A beautiful lady? He recognized this robot as belonging to the store across the street, and somehow he recalled the woman who had been watching the commotion outside the store earlier. That woman had an aggressive yet non-threatening beauty, with an extraordinary aura that was carefree and indifferent. The small child next to her was wearing a red outfit, looking adorably odd. Ling Xiao quickly concluded that these two were definitely not his customers and did not want to waste time engaging with them. Xiao Ran handed the nutrient solutions to him and left. The nearby salesperson smiled and asked, "Manager Ling, who is the lady sending you gifts? How come I've never heard you mention her?" Ling Xiao had good relationships with his colleagues. Although he was strict at work, he actually took good care of his subordinates. Ling Xiao raised his fox-like eyes and smiled. "Have you ever seen anyone send nutrient solutions as a gift?" Actually, it wasn't unheard of. It was just that sending nutrient solutions lacked sincerity. Ling Xiao walked to the door, looking toward the store across the street and a familiar figure by the window. He looked down at the dozen nutrient solutions and keenly picked out a note from inside. Considering switching jobs? Bai Yiyi sat in the store, watching through the window as Ling Xiao picked up the note. She preferred to be straightforward. If the other party was unwilling, she would not force it. Although they had only met once, her years of experience in the workplace made her quickly see what kind of approach would impress someone like Ling Xiao. Chapter 74. "You are really boring." Confirming that the other party had seen the note she left, Bai Yiyi lowered her head, opened her light brain, and began to study. Unknowingly, she entered a state of complete immersion. It wasn't until the alarm set on her light brain rang that Bai Yiyi began to organize her notes and summarize her findings, before finally looking toward the shop across from her. Employees at Chu's store generally have a punctual closing time, leaving one person on duty. At this moment, the entrance was still quiet and deserted, with white lights illuminating the window display. At the appointed time, an employee came out carrying a bag, and the fox-eyed man reappeared in Bai Yiyi's line of sight. After chatting and laughing with the person next to him, he glanced over at her. Perhaps surprised that she was still there, the fox-eyed man raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest flashing in his brilliant eyes, before turning away and heading towards the light escalator, clearly about to leave. Bai Yiyi felt neither regret nor disappointment. Instead, she stood up and went next door to pick up Doubao. When she saw Doubao, he was inside a small mecha, and the large screen displayed the control room, with the perilous alien environment outside, where the silhouettes of the insect race could be seen from time to time. However, this mecha wasn't a real one, just a close imitation. The control room was also a simulator, unlike the mecha combat platforms on the Star Network. This was purely for fun. Bai Yiyi had never seen the insect race. The ones appearing on a large screen were quite large, with fierce mandibles. Their attack speed wasn't fast, and their overall appearance wasn't frightening. At least judging by Doubau's expression inside the cockpit. He looked excited but not afraid. After a while, Doubao cleared the current level, and Bai Yiyi opened the game mecha. Upon seeing her, Doubao immediately reached out his hand. "Mom, are you done?" Bai Yiyi pulled Doubao out, and, hearing his question, pinched his cheek. "You must have forgotten about me while playing, right?" No. Doubao shook his head like a rattle drum, and then leaned in to kiss her cheek. "How could I forget about Ma? How's the mecha?" "It's very simple. Mom, you don't know how amazing I am. But operating a real mecha isn't like this, you know." "Then what is it like?" "I don't know either." Bai Yiyi said, "There are mecha combat platforms on the Star Network, and the simulation there is quite high. If you like, I can accompany you." Doubao's round eyes widened. "Really? Of course it's true, but we'll need to buy another Star Network pod. We only had one at home before." Bai Yiyi was mainly worried that with another Star Network pod, while she was engaged in games for a long time, Doubao, being little and lacking self-control, might get into trouble with the other pod. Another reason was that Star Network pods weren't cheap. Although they could afford it, it would be a significant expense and a burden for their already not wealthy family. Now she was willing to buy one, partly because Doubao had great potential, and partly because she noticed his interest in mechas. If a child has any interests or hobbies that are beneficial for his development, Bai Yiyi naturally supports it. At worst, she would keep an eye on him. Of course, Bai Yiyi also had curiosity about mechas deep down. Who wouldn't feel curious and fresh about everything here after transitioning from a low-tech civilization to such a high-tech world? Especially when life was assured. Even if it wasn't a leap from low-tech to high-tech, just switching to a world of cultivation. Who wouldn't be interested in flying on a sword? Bai Yiyi and Doubao chose a Star Network pod in the mall and placed an order for home delivery. Wait, spending over 200,000 star coins in this store allows you to draw a lottery. As they were about to leave, the staff immediately stopped Bai Yiyi. "Lottery?" "Yes. The top prize is a flying car worth 500,000 star coins." "I didn't have this event when I bought before," Bai Yiyi asked. The staff smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. Ma'am, this lottery rule was only recently established. Many stores have lottery activities now. It's quite popular." Bai Yiyi realized. Could it be that she had sparked a lottery craze? The lottery was conducted on an in-store lottery machine, where customers needed to choose one from 3 virtual lottery boxes. Then turn the handle, and the prize would be drawn, with staff assisting in redeeming the prize. Bai Yiyi handed the lottery opportunity to Doubao. "What you draw depends on your luck. Go for it." Bai Yiyi encouraged him beside Doubao. Doubao took a deep breath before placing his hand on it. After choosing a treasure chest, he turned the handle a few times. Soon, the lottery result appeared on the screen. A Star Network helmet. Star Network helmets generally cost around 50,000 to 60,000 star coins. Although Doubao didn't win the grand prize, it was still quite lucky. "You're so lucky. Congratulations, you've won a Star Network helmet. Would you like it delivered along with your ordered Star Network pod?" The staff brought out a box and opened it to show them the finished Star Network helmet. The box had a brand name that wasn't particularly famous, but the finished product looked good. "All right, delivered to my home," Bai Yiyi said after looking at it. Perhaps feeling a sense of accomplishment from winning, Doubao's gaze lingered on the box of the Star Network helmet for a long time before he reluctantly moved his eyes away. Bai Yiyi walked out of the mall with Doubao. Not far from the exit, a familiar figure appeared at the corner. With a glance, Bai Yiyi saw those fox-like eyes. He stood under the streetlight as a hovering car sped past him, blowing his short hair. "Beautiful lady?" Ling Xiao, holding a bunch of nutrient liquids, looked at her with great interest. It had been at least half an hour since his work shift had ended, and he was clearly waiting for her. "I thought you had already gone home," Bai Yiyi teased as she walked over. "So, are you here to return the gift?" Ling Xiao, seeing that there was not a hint of embarrassment on Bai Yiyi's face, tossed the nutrient liquids onto the ground, instead of returning the gift. Why don't you think that I've considered jumping ship? Ling Xiao sat on a bench by the street, his long legs casually crossed. He raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Bai Yiyi. So have you thought it through? Bai Yiyi asked while standing in place. If you want someone to jump ship, shouldn't you first offer conditions? You asked me if I've thought it through without saying anything, Ling Xiao countered. Because I don't think you want to jump ship. Bai Yiyi replied. If you really had thoughts about it, you would have come over directly when I was at the shop across the street. Now, she paused. It seemed she had already guessed Ling Xiao's thoughts. You're just curious for a moment, and you're curious about me, right? There was a surge of emotions in Ling Xiao's fox-like eyes as he smirked. You really are. Quite boring. Saying something boring. Yet his tone was full of interest. Chapter 75. The acid bubbles emerge. In fact, after receiving the note, Ling Xiao started paying attention to Bai Yiyi. However, she seemed to be waiting for him, but was actually not focused at all, absorbed in playing with her light brain. With such a lack of sincerity, he felt that if he agreed, it would be too cheap for him. Although he was just the general manager of a store under the Chu family, the store's performance relied almost entirely on him. For a part-time job, he was doing quite well. As for changing jobs, contrary to Bai Yiyi's thoughts, he really had no intention of doing so. If the Chu family really collapsed, this part-time job would just be over. He wouldn't feel sorry about it. He only thought that his pocket money would shrink. I don't really mean anything by it, Bai Yiyi said. After changing jobs, you will enjoy 80 of the profits from all the stores you manage. If you are willing, come. If not, I can find someone else just as well. I don't have much ambition. Halfway through her sentence, Ling Xiao suddenly realized, all the stores? 80? How many stores do you have? Currently, I don't have a single one, Bai Yiyi said calmly. Ling Xiao immediately felt like he had been played, but before he could say anything, he heard Bai Yiyi's next words. A mall is expected to be completed within 2 months, about the size of the mall behind us, she said. As for how many stores, it depends on your capability. These stores will mainly operate robots, which is also your original line of work. My name is Bai Yiyi. If you've thought it over, you can contact me at any time. Bai Yiyi handed Ling Xiao another note with her contact information. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and slowly uttered his name. A flying car stopped beside him. He put away the note Bai Yiyi had given him, walked up to the open door of the flying car, and waved to Bai Yiyi. I'll take the beautiful lady's contact information, but let's forget about the job change. His voice had an indescribable tenderness, yet failed to stir any feelings in her. Bai Yiyi responded, pulling Doubao and turning to leave without giving Ling Xiao another glance. Ling Xiao stood by the car, watching the two figures outside shrink away, feeling a sense of being ignored. He touched the corner of his eye, wondering when he had lost his charm. Bai Yiyi understood in her heart that, based on Ling Xiao's demeanor and actions, the likelihood of him agreeing was too low. Even after she offered generous treatment, he remained unmoved, which only proved he wasn't a good candidate. Someone who doesn't seek profit cannot become a good operator, even if he has the ability. As for Ling Xiao's feeling of being overlooked, it was merely that Bai Yiyi happened to be lost in thought while remembering to take Doubao home. Home wasn't far, so they didn't need to take the flying car. Shortly after the two returned home, the doorbell rang. Chi went to open the door. Bai Yiyi thought it was the delivery from the mall and didn't get up, but when the door opened and there was no sound for a while, she went out to check. She then saw two people standing at the door, speechless. Qin Yanfeng was a walking clothes rack, slightly taller than Yiyi, with a cold aura surrounding him, standing there like an iceberg. When Yiyi saw Bai Yiyi come out, he called to her familiarly, "You haven't been to the factory these past 2 days. I came to see you in Doubao." Doubao, hearing the voice, ran out from inside, saw the two at the door, and exclaimed, "Big brother, Uncle Qin, you're here. Are you here to see Doubao?" He ran up to grab their hands, pulling them inside. After seeing Qin Yanfeng last time, Yiyi gradually came to understand. Qin Yanfeng had become Bai Yiyi's partner to help her and her child, and they didn't live together, so there was naturally no emotional connection, especially since Doubao still called him Uncle Qin. Understanding all of this, countless little seeds began to grow in Yiyi's heart, sprouting and thriving into a lush meadow over time. However, this time he unexpectedly encountered Qin Yanfeng at the door. Qin Yanfeng's external conditions were too good, combined with that noble aura. Yiyi felt he couldn't compete, but he didn't want to admit defeat, which is why he spoke up first. The two sat in the living room, but there was a distance between them. Bai Yiyi sat in the middle, and since Yiyi spoke first, she asked him, "You've worked hard at the factory. Have you been to the hospital these past 2 days? How's your health now?" Qin Yanfeng's gaze fell lightly on Yiyi, a subtle pressure making Yiyi tense up. He straightened his back, enjoying Bai Yiyi's concern. "Actually, I don't need to worry too much about the live broadcast of the factory, and I'm not completely overworking myself. It's just this body." At the end of his sentence, Yiyi hesitated. He wanted to reassure Bai Yiyi, especially in front of Qin Yanfeng, but he also wanted to gain more of her concern by portraying a pitiful image. Caught in a conflict, Yiyi sighed. "Actually, the treatment situation is pretty good now. I haven't had any more episodes, so you don't need to worry." "That's good." Qin Yanfeng lightly coughed. Bai Yiyi looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm not feeling well." Qin Yanfeng shifted his gaze away from Yiyi and earnestly told Bai Yiyi, "Ah, were you hurt again?" Bai Yiyi, without suspicion, approached Qin Yanfeng, used to checking if he had any injuries. But she couldn't find anything wrong. Internal injury." Qin Yanfeng thought for a moment and covered his stomach, affirmatively stating, "Wan." Bai Yiyi just called out. Sensing Bai Yiyi's intention, Qin Yanfeng pulled her back, his cold eyes softening slightly. "No need. I've already taken medicine." Yiyi was left dumbfounded. Bai Yiyi squinted her eyes suspiciously at Qin Yanfeng. She suspected he was playing a trick on her. However, he remained unmoved, his expression normal, showing no signs of guilt. Bai Yiyi conceded defeat. She owed him too much, both financially and in terms of favors, and she was nearing the point of being unable to repay him. Otherwise, how could he be so unreasonable? Yiyi, on the other hand, sensed a massive amount of disdain, especially from a glance Qin Yanfeng shot his way. That look of contempt drove him crazy. After mentally preparing himself, Yiyi continued to converse with Bai Yiyi, but after just a couple of sentences, the doorbell rang again. This time, the goods really arrived. However, it wasn't just the StarNet cabin and StarNet helmet he had bought today. There was also a suit sent over from Fubai. Bai Yiyi unwrapped the suit packaging. Yiyi leaned over and, upon seeing the suit, exclaimed in surprise. It was really good-looking, and the quality seemed great. But soon, he frowned. "This is a men's suit." Bai Yiyi quickly resolved his confusion. After checking it and finding no issues, she folded it neatly and placed it in a box before walking past Yiyi and putting it into Qin Yanfeng's arms. Seeing the scene, Yiyi felt a pang of jealousy rise in his heart, and his expression fell in an instant. Qin Yanfeng also noticed the suit Bai Yiyi had unwrapped, but he didn't expect that in the next moment, she would place it in his arms. "It's for you." Chapter 76. Embarrassed to the point of digging out a 5-room, 1-hall, Qin Yanfeng's fingers moved slightly, touching the packaging box, his emotions flickering in his eyes. The coldness around him dissipated significantly. "Then I'll accept it," he said. Yiyi, watching from the side, felt envious. "Why didn't I get one?" he asked, hurt. Yes, he was genuinely hurt. He gazed at Bai Yiyi, sadness flooding through him. He thought, at least they were friends? According to Lin Yutian, Bai Yiyi had prepared 1,000 sets of clothing to give away. Yiyi also shared Bai Yiyi's lottery post, but in the game, despite over 500 winning spots, not a single one was his. Lin Yutian comforted him, saying maybe Bai Yiyi had prepared something just for him. He had been looking forward to it. "Haven't you played enough in the game yet?" Bai Yiyi chuckled, but she quickly composed herself, as Yiyi's expression didn't seem like a joke. This was indeed something she hadn't thought through. Professor Gu, Qi Lu, and Su Jianzhao were all students and teachers of the Ancient Civilization Studies Department, so they had gifts. She really hadn't thought to leave a set for Yiyi. "This is my fault. How about this? I'll make it up to you later," Bai Yiyi asked with a smile. "I'm not that eager." Yiyi glanced at the box in Qin Yanfeng's arms, sulking. Doubao, watching Chi and Wan move the newly bought StarNet cabin into the room, caught the attention of Qin Yanfeng and Yiyi. "Did you buy another StarNet cabin for Doubao?" Yiyi asked, but the answer was obvious. Just look at Doubao's excited little face. It was clear that this StarNet cabin was bought for him. Doubao nodded at Yiyi's words. "Big brother, you are really smart." Yiyi touched his nose. "Appropriate entertainment is beneficial for the growth of young ones," Qin Yanfeng spoke, "but you still need to prepare for exams. With such a weak foundation, it's better not to be so lax." He spoke with his head down, his gaze seemingly resting on the box on his knees. When he looked up at Bai Yiyi again, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and his tone was light, sounding like a reminder. Exams? Yiyi was confused. Bai Yiyi mentioned that she had registered for the enrollment exam at Tsinghua University 6 months later, and during her free time, she had been studying. Today, she took Doubao out to play, allowing him to play while she studied. Tsinghua University was a prestigious school, and even though Bai Yiyi had become wealthy through gaming, it was understandable that she wanted to take the entrance exam. Yiyi, unaware of the details. Understood. You will definitely pass. You have so much faith in me. Bai Yiyi was surprised. Of course. With the game's heartbeat and excitement you created, such a smart brain will definitely pass. Qin Yanfeng observed this scene from the side, lightly shaking his head. Feeling good from you, ES words. Bai Yiyi noticed Qin Yanfeng watching like he was enjoying a show, which calmed her down a bit. With your good words, I will definitely pass. Let's go for it. Out of consideration not to disturb Bai Yiyi's exam preparation, Yiyi didn't stay long before thinking of leaving. But he glanced at the man beside him who showed no intention of leaving, gently furrowing his brow. If he didn't leave, how could he feel at ease to go? Qin Yanfeng caught Yiyi's gaze and smiled faintly. I'm staying tonight to tutor someone. You don't need to look at me like that. Yiyi was taken aback and turned to Bai Yiyi for confirmation. He is tutoring you? There was nothing to deny. Bai Yiyi nodded directly, glancing at Qin Yanfeng. He is my contracted teacher now. If he tutored me and I couldn't get into Tsinghua University, he would take a single star coin. Yiyi's dim eyes slightly brightened, like clouds suddenly dispersing in the night to reveal shining stars. Teacher, Yiyi asked, seemingly puzzled. Isn't it inconvenient for a teacher to come tutor so late? Not at all. A cold voice came from behind him. Yiyi turned to smile apologetically. I'm just thinking of right? It's easy to get sleepy at night, which isn't good for your teaching. Am I right? Qin Yanfeng scoffed, seeing through Yiyi's poor acting. His nervous, yet daring demeanor amused Qin Yanfeng. When I tutored her the other night, she was full of energy and didn't seem sleepy at all. Qin Yanfeng said lightly, his words harshly wounding Yiyi. When I come to tutor depends on when I'm free. If you have the ability, then you can tutor her, and I won't say a word. Yiyi fell silent for a moment. Of course, he didn't have that ability. He had been to school for a few years and wasn't illiterate. But tutoring Bai Yiyi to get into Tsinghua University was nothing short of a fantasy. Don't joke around, Bai Yiyi said. It's getting late. You should go home and rest early. It's good for your health. Next time I'll come to see you. Yiyi nodded. All right, I'll head back now. After sending Yiyi off, Bai Yiyi took a deep breath and walked up to Qin Yanfeng, her eyes bright. Qin Yanfeng. Teacher Qin, he is my friend. Can you be a bit more respectful? It was he who started it. Qin Yanfeng looked down at her, seemingly explaining. Bai Yiyi felt deflated and pouted. Can't you just ease up a bit? Why should I? Qin Yanfeng asked, puzzled. Bai Yiyi was left speechless. I understand now. Qin Yanfeng said lightly. Let us start tutoring. This reaction made Bai Yiyi feel a bit embarrassed. She grabbed Qin Yanfeng's arm. Qin Yanfeng turned to look at her, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation, not even confusion. If you felt offended just now, I apologize on his behalf. Bai Yiyi thought Qin Yanfeng was a bit too sensitive, but she wanted to explain that her suggestion to ease up wasn't in reference to him. I wasn't offended. You don't need to apologize. Qin Yanfeng directly cut off Bai Yiyi's explanation. He looked down at the hand Bai Yiyi was holding onto his arm. Bai Yiyi quickly let go. Qin Yanfeng then continued walking towards the study. I'm not here to waste time, my good student. But soon his steps halted. It turned out Doubao had hugged his leg. Uncle Qin, Mommy wants to tell you that she cares about your feelings. Bai Yiyi. Doubao continued. She must have heard you say you're going to tutor her at night and got shy. He tugged at Qin Yanfeng's waist. Acting cute. Don't treat Mommy like that. Feeling Qin Yanfeng's gaze upon her, Bai Yiyi just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Qin Yanfeng chuckled. He touched Doubao's face. You speak so convincingly, but you didn't consider your mommy's feelings. This successfully eased Bai Yiyi's embarrassment. Bai Yiyi still felt uncomfortable and defended herself. The child is just talking nonsense. I know, Qin Yanfeng said with a smile, sounding more like he was teasing her. This made Bai Yiyi feel even worse. No, you don't know. Chapter 77. I won't reject you. Bai Yiyi always thought that Doubao was just a bit clever. And now she was only thinking about what had gone wrong. The two of them entered the study, where the door was open. Bai Yiyi brought up the study materials on the virtual screen, while Doubao peeked in from the door. Qin Yanfang first reviewed the notes she had taken over the past 2 days before starting the tutoring session. Bai Yiyi also got into the tutoring mode, forgetting about what had just happened. Doubao didn't understand much of what Uncle Qin and her mom were discussing, but she quietly observed the scene before her without interrupting. She even stopped Chi-Chi and Wan-Wan, who had sneaked over at the door. On the other side, Yi, back home, began searching for study materials on the Star Network. However, he found that he could only start learning from the simplest content, feeling a moment of disappointment, but quickly gathered himself. He took out his plan. 1. Get well 2. Live stream to earn star coins. 3. Find time to study. Yi wrote down the third item and marked it with an emphasis symbol. Bai Yiyi didn't know that because of her, Yi was inspired to think about studying. Even more so, she was unaware that because of her, someone was working hard day and night, managing to raise his A-grade mental strength to a significant level in just a month. Shui Yuling was undergoing her second mental strength test. Seeing that her mental strength rating had changed to S-grade in the report, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. God knows how she had gotten through this month. Congratulations, host, for achieving your wish. Well done. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult to earn skill points. In Shui Yuling's personal section, her current mental strength value had risen to 90 points. Mental strength rating, excellent. When she reached the full value of 100 points, she would receive an outstanding rating, just like her beauty value. Shui Yuling couldn't wait to enter the M platform to create a game of her own. Perhaps due to her high mental strength, the game development became easier, but it also brought her many challenges. Shui Yuling had played games before her crossover, but she wasn't addicted to them. She usually played with friends and had some understanding of games, but that wasn't enough to support her in creating a custom game. Due to previous mental exhaustion, Shui Yuling was very moderate while making the game. Once she noticed mental fatigue, she would log off to rest and would save the content she had built before logging off. The cost of data flow was paid with the card Song Juan had given her, which contained a large sum of star coins. Therefore, Shui Yuling wasn't worried about the cost issue. This card was anonymous, and spinning wouldn't notify Song Juan. Just as she saw that the game was over halfway completed, Shui Yuling saved again, but when she tried to make a payment, it prompted that her balance was insufficient. Had she used it all up? Shui Yuling recalled that when Song Juan gave her the card, he had said she could spend it freely. She was just making a game, and yet she had run out before it was finished. What kind of freely spend was that? Men's words were indeed not trustworthy. Thinking this, Shui Yuling switched to her own account for payment, deducting 80,000 star coins. She felt a bit pained. However, looking at the results of her hard work, that bit of pain quickly dissipated. Soon, her account balance was depleted. The game only had a small part of the project left. Shui Yuling gritted her teeth and sought out Song Juan. Just after returning from a mission and having soaked in the healing pod, Song Juan received a message from Shui Yuling. He replied, and soon received a response from her. I'll come over right away. Song Juan lowered his head and revealed a faint smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Shui Yuling arrived quickly, still dressed beautifully, and walked elegantly into Song Juan's area. The entrance had an iris scanner, and Song Juan had already lifted the restrictions for her, so she passed through without any issues. Upon stepping into the yard, she saw Song Juan with his upper body bare. The gentle-looking Song Juan had a strong physique, and the unadorned clothing in the starry world could not conceal the beauty beneath. This was not the first time Shui Yuling had seen him like this, but this time she noticed new scars on his shoulders, chest, and back. The healing pod could treat severe injuries, but these wounds still needed time to heal. She reached out to touch the edges of the wounds and gently asked, "Does it hurt?" Each scar was quite serious. After treatment, only large blood-red wounds remained, covered with a thin layer of skin. Song Juan held her hand. "It doesn't hurt." Shui Yuling withdrew her hand and sat down beside him, observing the arrangement of the yard. It had a small garden with tables and chairs, and a swing entwined with tender green vines, just as she had once described to him. "Did you specially modify all of this?" Shui Yuling's heart stirred. "I just wanted to see what kind of home you like." He replied nonchalantly, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Shui Yuling, reluctant to look away. Now that you've seen it, it's nothing special, Shui Yuling said. I find it quite special. You haven't been here for a long time, Song Juan said, and only then did Shui Yuling remember the purpose of her visit today. She softened her expression and pretended to be half calm and half flustered. You said you were seriously injured. I thought you. Thought I what? Nothing. Shui Yuling showed a hint of shyness, her eyes reproaching him. Why did you scare me? For no reason. Every move she made pleased Song Juan, and he couldn't help but reach out to wrap his arm around her shoulder, admitting it was my fault. I won't scare you next time. Please don't hold it against me. After some playful banter, Shui Yuling finally brought up her concern. The card you gave me last time seems to be unusable. Unusable? What does it say? Insufficient balance. Song Juan was amused by her, looking at the beloved woman before him. He said indulgently, if you're short on star coins, just tell me directly. Of course. He continued, since we are married, the assets in my account are at your disposal. Why make it so complicated? You might as well think it over carefully. This disguised proposal made Shui Yuling, who had been keeping Song Juan hanging and knew his family wouldn't accept her, feel a bit flustered. However, she quickly concealed her panic. But your family doesn't like me. Shui Yuling lowered her head, showing a look of sadness. I want to wait until I am worthy of you before we could be together openly. Can you wait until that day for me? Song Juan fell silent for a moment. His gaze towards Shui Yuling was complicated and difficult to endure. After a long while, he exhaled a sigh of frustration and smiled bitterly. You know I won't reject you. Shui Yuling looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Song Juan raised his hand to block her gaze in midair. All right. But you also have to promise me not to show affection to other men in the future. Shui Yuling hesitated for a moment. He blocked her line of sight, so he didn't see the change in her expression. I've already explained, it was a misunderstanding. I promise you. Her voice was a bit aggrieved. Chapter 78. Remote and newbie friendly. I'm here to cover you with the economic support from Song Juan. Shui Yuling's game meditation on mountains and seas quietly went live on the W platform and participated in the Yuchuan competition. Halfway through the closed beta reservation period, the number of participants was still in the double digits. Shui Yuling watched anxiously, and at that moment, she received a private message from Little Spark's assistant. Perhaps having learned from Baido's experience, Little Spark usually had Little Flame contact the producers before reservations, and in this private message, Little Flame was much more polite. Shui Yuling had seen the conflict between Little Spark and Baido while researching Baido, and instinctively had a poor impression of Little Spark. So she coldly rejected Little Flame. Upon seeing the cold rejection, Little Flame only sneered internally, thinking another fool, and did not say much more. However, Little Flame's private message inspired Shui Yuling. She could find other streamers to promote the game. Currently, the most famous in the Huahua live game section was Little Spark, followed by Yi, but neither of them would work. Yi was close with Baido and was almost recognized in the game section. Other live platforms also lacked the traffic that Huahua had. After some thought, Shui Yuling contacted several streamers with decent follower counts on Huahua, offering them compensation to encourage their fans to reserve meditation on mountains and seas and do live streams for several days. Coincidentally, these streamers knew each other and were in the same group. The prices Shui Yuling offered varied. Some were unhappy about it. After discussing in the group, several of them threw high prices at Shui Yuling. If you don't accept this price, I can use these star coins to find Little Spark, which will be much more useful than you. Shui Yuling looked at the scheming streamers demanding high prices and felt a bit angry. Someone said, then go find Little Spark. Someone else said, Little Spark isn't someone you can afford easily, and she wouldn't stream a small game for several days like I would. Another said, does Little Spark have any less black material? If you want to go, then go. She'll say both good and bad things. But do you think those fans prefer to hear the good or the bad? In comparison, Little Flame really seemed like a little angel with fair prices. Fine. Just as this sentence was said, those who heard it began to feel smug and were ready to take advantage, only to see the next sentence. I'll go find Little Spark. Several streamers started to panic. Hey, why won't you listen? The price can be negotiated. I was just joking. All messages fell on deaf ears. Shui Yuling approached Little Flame. What you said earlier, still valid. Little Flame, seeing Shui Yuling's message, sneered contemptuously. Valid. During this time, Bai Yiyi was working and studying while also finding time to register an account on the mecha combat platform with Doubao. The mecha combat platform mainly has three major sections: the so-called Shuehua area, the competition area, and the professional area. The Shuehua area generally consists of mecha enthusiasts with low mental strength, and it has the most users. They don't have much skill, they just love to play. The competition area consists of some mecha masters with certain abilities who earn points through competition, rated from level 1 to 9. Level 1 is the lowest, and level 9 is the highest. Generally, reaching level 9 means you can reliably obtain a mecha master certificate. The top of the Shuehua area and the bottom of the competition area are often severely beaten. The professional area, as the name suggests, is where those who have obtained mecha master certificates gather, divided into different pools based on junior, intermediate, and advanced mecha master certificates. Also a gathering place for students from various military academies. As newcomers unfamiliar with mecha operations, Bai Yiyi and Doubao chose the Shuehua area. Please set your ID and appearance. A gentle virtual girl stood in front of Bai Yiyi. She was the new NPC of the mecha combat platform, mainly guiding newcomers to understand the platform, but would not teach how to use the mechas. Bai Yiyi chose an ID called Doubao, learning mecha. Then she began to shape her virtual character. The mecha combat platform has a vast number of users, and it also pays great attention to personal privacy. Anyone can choose to create a virtual character and enter the platform for combat. Bai Yiyi created an image of a mature woman with an ordinary face and average figure, short hair, and tall stature. Doubao, learning mecha. You have successfully completed the basic setup and received one name change card. Wishing you happy combat. Hearing this name come from a new NPC's mouth made Bai Yiyi feel strange. Not a nice name. Bai Yiyi instantly felt the urge to change her name. She opened the system warehouse, clicked on the name change card she had just received, and made the change. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yiyi chose the name Xiao Bai, but the system displayed that it was a duplicate. Bai Yiyi changed it several times and finally succeeded in naming herself Bailu Weiswang. Entering the Shuehua area, Bai Yiyi began to contact her son. Doubao sent a message. I'm at the entrance of 111, waving my claws. The Shuehua area is divided into nearly 1,000 spaces, each capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Each space has a number. Following Doubao's instructions, Bai Yiyi found the entrance of 111 and immediately saw a young boy, about the height of her character's chest, not too short. The boy was waving his arms, looking comical, with an ID above his head. Xiao Bai. Bai Yiyi walked over and tentatively said, Doubao. The boy was taken aback for a moment, then happily shouted, Mom. His voice was tender and soft, just like Doubao's voice. Bai Yiyi looked at the ID above his head, and then at his entire virtual image, feeling a surge of emotions. The system's mecha warehouse initially provided 3 classic mechas: a defensive type, a long-range offensive type, and a close-range offensive type. If she wanted to change to another mecha, she would need to purchase and download it from the system mall. A single mecha's database is quite large, and the warehouse has limited capacity, which may lead to situations where new mechas cannot be added. However, such situations are rare. Even if they are virtual mechas, they still represent a considerable expense. Unless you upload a mecha database yourself, which doesn't require spending star coins, but obtaining a mecha database is not easy. It requires either finding someone to design it or buying it from somewhere else. Soon, Bai Yiyi chose the defensive type mecha named Poncher, which is heavy like a mountain. With large wings on both sides that can open as shields and a low chassis for easy crouching. Doubao was in a dilemma. Mom, which mecha should I choose? Let us go with Lingy first. Long range should be newbie friendly, and I'll cover you. Bai Yiyi had never used a mecha, purely judging based on common sense. Since she was playing with Doubao, she could only choose a defensive type mecha to protect Doubao, ensuring that Doubao would have a good mecha experience. After all, being young and immature, if he faced continuous setbacks, it might leave a psychological shadow. Okay, Doubao choose. Bai Yiyi selected the duo team option, entered the nearest space, 111, and proceeded with random matching. Chapter 79, You Don't Understand, Match Successful. Bai Yiyi sat inside the mech, and a vast plain appeared before her eyes. At the end of her vision was a white mist. The matching battles in the water goods area were all on flat terrain, while the competitive and professional areas had various terrains. Opposite them appeared two offensive mechs, one close and one far, named Ling and Min, both initial models from the system's mech warehouse. The control panel could be manually operated, but on this online platform, it was nearly ornamental. Just as Bai Yiyi was about to control her mental power to move the mech, the close-range mech rushed up to her and began attacking mindlessly. The chaotic attack knocked Bai Yiyi's mech down. Fortunately, she had chosen the rock skin, which was thick and tough enough to withstand the initial onslaught. "Don't hit my mom." A soft voice from the team, Doubao, sounded angrily. The pressure on Bai Yiyi suddenly decreased, and she immediately began trying to maneuver the mech. Doubao's series of cannonball attacks densely struck the opposing close-range mech, and the distant ranged mech, seeing this, immediately turned its firepower towards Doubao. In the midst of catching her breath, Bai Yiyi made repeated attempts and gradually gained control of the rock, enabling her to counterattack. Defensive mechs weren't just for defense. They simply lacked offensive power, but their weight was hard to overcome. Seizing the moment when the nearby close-range mech was dodging, Bai Yiyi leaped directly towards the opposing close-range mech without hesitation, slamming it down with a loud crash as the opponent panicked. The close-range mech was naturally fearless in close combat and immediately counterattacked. Bai Yiyi opened her long mech wings first, trapping the opponent. "Doubao, try to deal with Ling Yi over there, one-on-one," Bai Yiyi shouted. "Okay, I'll do my best." Doubao shifted his target to the identical mech opposite him. From the previous activity, he had gained some experience, and with his recent training in mental power, he could control it steadily. The mechs provided by the system were essentially beginner mechs that even a novice could handle. The operational difficulty of these mechs was not high, and for those with high mental power, it was even effortless. Doubao dodged the opponent's attacks and occasionally fired cannonballs at the opponent's weak points. Gradually, the opposing player realized that he was no match for Doubao. However, Doubao was already in a great rhythm, relentlessly pursuing his opponent. And within just a few rounds, the opponent's mech was already destroyed. It was a fragile mech. How much could it withstand his attacks? One opponent had already crumbled. Bai Yiyi also saw Doubao's battle situation. From her perspective, it was almost a one-sided suppression by Doubao. Apart from a bit of excitement when Doubao dodged attacks, the outcome was predictable. The remaining close-range mech, which Bai Yiyi had been holding back, also fell in the one-on-two situation. The initial mech experience for the mother and son ended in victory. "Doubao, you're amazing," Bai Yiyi praised without reservation. Doubao felt delighted and cheerfully asked, "Can we do it again?" "Mom, I'll protect you." Bai Yiyi didn't dampen Doubao's enthusiasm and immediately agreed to the next match. The skill levels of users in the water goods area varied. In the next few matches, they won easily but also faced some heavy losses. After 6 matches with 3 victories, Bai Yiyi finally interrupted Doubao. "That's enough for today. It's been almost 3 hours. You need to rest." Bai Yiyi wasn't fatigued mentally, but she worried that Doubao was still young and might not be able to handle it. Doubao looked at Bai Yiyi with a pitiful expression. Bai Yiyi returned the look sympathetically. "Mom's tired. Next time, I'll take you to play again, okay?" Doubao paused, then obediently patted Bai Yiyi. "All right then. Mom needs to rest well. Doubao won't play anymore." After logging off, Bai Yiyi went to Doubao's StarNet cabin and carried him out. "Mom, do you have any books about mechs?" After today's 6 matches, Doubao had noticed that others had superior skills in operating mechs, and he felt he was missing something. Bai Yiyi collected some beginner courses related to mechs and sent them to Doubao's light brain. "You should read these first, and then I'll help you find more learning materials later." Bai Yiyi also had the idea of studying mech-related content. Like most people in the water goods area, her operation of mechs was simple and crude. She was purely relying on thick defense to play, sometimes even going off track, clearly intending to perform a specific maneuver but losing control. Many issues arose during the operation, all weighing on her mind. Therefore, Bai Yiyi prioritized the collected course materials after her own study schedule. After completing her daily study tasks, she spent her remaining time delving into mech knowledge. After visiting a couple of times, Qin Phone finally noticed something unusual. Bai Yiyi's draft was mixed with some other content, and when he read that part, Bai Yi finally reacted. Recently, Doubao has been learning about mechs, and I've also learned some to answer some of his questions, Bai Yi explained to Qin Yanfeng. After all, he knew that Doubao would pursue a career as a mech engineer in the future. But here, Qin Yanfeng pointed at the details of the mech structure diagram she had drawn, pausing for a moment, then meaningfully said, "They're all wrong." "What's wrong?" Bai Yi's face flushed a little, immediately asking again. "Even early mechs don't have straight-line heat dissipation boxes. They're more arc-shaped and fan-like. When attacked from the side, it can absorb a lot of damage. And this part, if your mental power slips a bit, this area will scatter completely. So it shouldn't be positioned higher, but should be a bit lower. Only by understanding these can you accurately predict your opponent's attack angle while dodging damage." Qin Yanfeng carefully explained the 2 points he had just pointed out, and Bai Yi instantly understood. So that's how it is. The materials she found hadn't mentioned these at all. The thoughtful expression on Bai Yi's face caught Qin Yanfeng's attention, and he suddenly said, "Your interest in mechs seems to greatly exceed your enthusiasm for star language and calculations." "That's different." Bai Yi felt it was natural, saying that studying those was only for entrance exams, and once she got in, they would be entirely useless. But studying mechs could enhance the mother-son bond with Doubao and allow her to participate in his growth. Which was more important was obvious, right? Then why bother applying to Tsinghua University? Bai Yi met Qin Yanfeng's gaze and froze on the spot. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and patted Qin Yanfeng's shoulder, saying with a mysterious expression, "You don't understand. The only thing between me and the professor is a Tsinghua University." Chapter 80. Who do you think will win? Ambitions are quite grand, Qin Yanfeng commented. Bai Yi lowered her head, recording the content Qin Yanfeng talked about tonight in her notes, and lightly smiled at his words. Isn't that good? People should have ambitions. What is your ambition? This question left Qin Yanfeng momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, he replied with a hint of regret. There are too many, and each one is harder than being a professor. Calling them ambitions is more like delusion. Say it out loud. Maybe I can help you think of a way. However, after saying this, Bai Yi remembered Qin Yanfeng's background and felt somewhat arrogant. With so much wealth, not being able to achieve those ambitions. That must be extremely difficult. Qin Yanfeng shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Yi didn't bring it up again and seized the opportunity to ask Qin Yanfeng for a crash course in mecha basics. Qin Yanfeng shared openly. So, as long as my mental strength is sufficient, I can actually achieve a triple jump in mecha using the levitation technique. And the opponent's attack range can't reach such a high position unless there's a high platform, allowing me to dodge and seamlessly connect attacks, catching the opponent off guard. Exactly. Bai Yi's intelligence surprised Qin Yanfeng. As a novice in mecha, she could actually infer so much from his brief words. She truly had a talent for mecha. If Bai Yi knew Qin Yanfeng's thoughts at that moment, she would have dismissed them. Cultural barriers exist in terms of language and calculation, but not in battle strategies. Every person of Huaxia descent inherently possesses some combat talent. Picking up a twig or stick. One instinctively knows how to feint even without any experience. In her previous life, there were Huaxia people playing foreign games, and when their team was outnumbered, it was a Huaxia person who stepped up at a critical moment, directing the foreigners through voice commands to win against the odds with strategy. With a teacher, Bai Yi made rapid progress. Not to mention the operation of mechas. At least her theoretical knowledge had solidified a lot. However, she didn't have the idea of inviting Doubao to crash the class. In the following days, Bai Yi took Doubao to the Star Network combat platform's gray market for practice. Gradually, they figured out quite a few tricks, establishing a tacit understanding between the two of them, winning almost 9 out of 10 matches. They could also gauge their opponents' levels, of course, based on their own standards. Do you want to go check out the competition area? Bai Yi suddenly asked Doubao one day. Doubao's eyes lit up, of course. I've heard the competition area is amazing. Even the best in the gray market can't touch their tails, but we might get crushed, right? Although he said they would lose, Doubao's eagerness was nearly impossible to hide, and the corners of his mouth began to curl up. Bai Yi directly burst his bubble. You won't meet the age requirement to enter the competition area. I'm just taking you to watch their matches, to broaden your horizons. The competition matches could be observed, and some required tickets. However, Whether or not tickets were needed didn't serve as a judgment of the competitors' levels. Doubao felt a bit disappointed, but was still excited. They entered the observation area and chose the hottest arena that didn't require tickets. The hottest meant the highest current number of spectators. The two stood on the observation platform, watching the situation in the arena from a bird's-eye view. The ground was hilly, with dozens of miles of hills, vegetation, and streams, without particularly steep terrain or large flat plains. A red and a silver mecha were engaged in a fierce battle. This was also the first pair of mechas Bai Yiyi and Doubao saw after entering the mecha combat platform that did not belong to the system's warehouse. The fiery red color almost instantly captured the audience's attention. It was equipped with the most common streamline missiles, and its six-eyed wings would unfold during close combat, exposing the sharp blades that could shred the opponent's mecha shell. Any shell with slightly inferior materials could be torn to shreds by the rapidly spinning blades. It should belong to the assassin-type mecha, possessing brief acceleration and a small body, allowing it to approach the opponent unexpectedly. However, it also had conditions for long-range attacks. But each long-range attack required the body to lean back to build up power. Without this posture, its lightweight body could easily tip over. Bai Yiyi noticed its weaknesses, and naturally, the opponent would see them too. Since these weaknesses were evident, they might be unresolvable. Do you want to place a bet on who will win? More than 100 people had already placed bets, with a total amount reaching 20,000 star coins. Someone in the nearby channel said, and a betting prompt appeared in front of Bai Yiyi. 100 people, 20,000 star coins, averaging 200 star coins per person. It wasn't a large bet. Doubao, who do you think will win? Bai Yiyi asked Doubao beside her. Doubao pointed his finger at the silver mecha. I think it's that one. Surprised to receive a definite answer, Bai Yiyi raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Doubao looked up, because Uncle Qin's mecha is also silver. What kind of reason is that? Although they are both silver, the mechas look completely different. The silver mecha was tall, with a base resembling tank-like rolling tracks, and the haphazardly shaped square wings raised its height. Its arsenal was ample, with fierce firepower, various ranged weapons taking turns to attack, dazzling the spectators. If it weren't for the agility of the fiery red mecha, it would never escape its firepower range. Even so, the fiery red mecha was still hit by the opponent, though not critically. So, just because they are both silver, you think it will win? Bai Yiyi asked. You aren't just a fan of silver, are you? It's fierce. Doubao pointed at the silver mecha, then playfully bared his teeth at Bai Yiyi, looking cute and adorable. All right, I believe you. After saying this, Bai Yiyi chose the owner of the silver mecha in the betting pool, with a betting amount of 50 star coins. The minimum betting amount was 50 star coins. However, the odds surprised Bai Yiyi. They were actually 1 to 30. This meant if the silver mecha won, she could get 1,000 star coins. Bai Yiyi didn't tell Doubao about the betting, but Doubao saw the chat in the nearby channel. Because the nearby channel was quite noisy when voice chat was on, there was a voice-to-text version of the nearby channel. 3 years without opening. Does Yago ever lose? Yaji's fan. 100 win rate. He just doesn't care to become a mecha engineer. Otherwise, he could dominate a large number of people in the career change area. Bet who loses. The firepower on the opposite side is pretty strong. This is my first time betting on the Yaga you all mentioned. I hope to break the curse. Yaji's fan, don't worry about betting. It's definitely fine. Yagu is just playing with the opponent. Otherwise, there's no fun in watching. Passerby, the odds on the opposite side are so high. I think it's necessary to place a bet. 3 years without opening. Do as you like. I've thought about this countless times, and Yagu has never made me rich. Doubao puffed out his cheeks and couldn't help but say, Little Silver will win. This comment was directly converted to text and appeared in the nearby channel. Little Silver will win. Chapter 81. Master, I can pay the apprenticeship fee. Is Xiaoyin the one over there who is coming to get hit? Xiao Bai, Xiaoyin, looks like they are together. Don't easily set up a flag, okay? Yage will teach your friends how to be a person. I have a bad feeling about this. At this point, the battle situation on the field suddenly took a new turn. In the vision, the red mech disappeared. Only the massive silver mech remained in place, raising a thick shield on the left side. It seems the outcome is about to be revealed. That shield looks like a joke. Yagewol's Smokewing Blade has extremely strong destructive power, and almost no mech in the competition area can withstand it. Yiyi has had enough fun and is about to unleash a big move. Just wait and see. A huge cracking sound was heard, and dust rose several feet high. However, the anticipated piercing sound of the winged blade piercing armor did not occur, perhaps drowned out by the sounds of various weapon attacks. A dying struggle. The dust is too thick. I can't see anything. The commotion in the arena stopped after a few breaths. The dust gradually settled. The silver mech revealed its body, its surface surprisingly undamaged. How is this possible? Bai Yiyi realized the situation in the arena. The age everyone was looking forward to was in a large pit not far from the left side of the silver mech. The surface of the mech was severely damaged, with 6 side wings intact, but the part maintaining the mech's balance was destroyed beyond recognition. The system sent a notification. VS wins. The betting result is out. Would you like to check? Mama won. Doubao said happily. Bai Yiyi smiled at the 1,000 5-star coins waiting to be extracted in the betting pool and analyzed the battle situation. The silver mech had just been using smoke bombs to confuse the opponent, seemingly conducting a concentrated fire bombardment, but in fact it had set traps around, and its weaponry was indeed abundant. The red mech, lurking around, would inevitably observe the environment. But to fall into the trap so easily was either underestimating the opponent or a deliberate misdirection from the opposite side, confusing them. Bai Yiyi was inexperienced and didn't pay enough attention earlier, so she wasn't clear on how coming to get hit accomplished that. Nearby channels were bustling with activity. Crying and hugging, I lost another 1,000 star coins. What a coincidence, I won over 1,000. Before playing the betting pool, I was a millionaire, played for a year, and now I'm a broke loser. The betting pool ruins everything. Can someone make me win? You're so unfortunate. Add me as a friend. Can you take me with you before your next bet? Take you with me? Will that make you bankrupt? Forgive me. I just want to bet against you. Then I'll definitely win. Go away. How could Yiyi lose? He indeed underestimated the opponent this time. No, it was Xiaoyin who secretly set traps and made the opponent misjudge, resulting in them stepping into their own trap. Xiaoyin also raised a shield, which could have served as a warning, but the opponent was too arrogant, thinking Xiaoyin was defending against them, when in fact it was just protecting against the damage from the trap after they fell into it. As soon as Doubao said this, the nearby channel fell silent for a moment. After a long time, a message appeared. I have to admit, that's indeed the case. You figured it out? Why didn't you say it earlier? Crying in a storm. I said it. Xiaoyin would win. Doubao actually heard Bai Yiyi's words, combined with her understanding, and then shared these in the nearby channel. Big Boss Master, can you take me with you? Get as far away as you can. Xiaobai Master, please accept my bow. I am determined to be your apprentice today. I can pay the apprenticeship fee. Is 100,000 enough for a month? If that's not enough, you name a price? I might not have much, but I have plenty of star coins. You scammer, didn't you just say you were broke? Well, I am broke, but who makes my family give me 1 million pocket money every month? Wait for me to ask my mom. So you're a mama's boy. Little friend, how old are you? Doubao was still just a little Bai and couldn't possibly be the other person's master. However, the offer was too high. Doubao hesitated a bit, not out of greed, but because he didn't know how to deal with it, which is why he asked for his mom's opinion. He was joking. Just play with him casually, and if it's serious, you can just refuse his star coins, Bai Yiyi said. She didn't interfere with Doubao's social interactions. Even though he was not yet 2 years old, encountering bad people on StarNet would indeed be terrible. But Doubao was currently on StarNet accompanied by her. Everything was under her watchful eye, and with Doubao's cleverness, knowing to seek her advice, Bai Yiyi wasn't too worried. I understand. Doubao nodded. I'm almost 2 years old. Do you really want to be my apprentice? I've never taken a disciple before. Saw this and thought that Xiaobai Master was saying this because someone just called him a mama's boy and referred to him as a little friend. So he answered Xiaobai without hesitation. Of course. Doubao found the disciple's reply among the many mocking remarks in the nearby channel. And just as he was about to send a friend request, he saw as friend request and directly clicked to accept. Then saw Xiaobai Master's account information. ID Xiaobai region. Water goods area, number of battles, 66 recent record. Hidden. Instantly fell into deep thought. After adding as a friend, Doubao noticed that the other party had been inactive for a long time and sent message. Hello, disciple. was preparing mentally, thinking that perhaps the big boss was using a small account. Although generally, big bosses come from the professional area and then create small accounts in the competition area, almost no one opens small accounts in the water goods area. But there are all kinds of wonders in the world. The master could see things that others couldn't in the previous match and was very certain that coming to get hit would win, so their skill level must be not low. Thinking this way, convinced himself. Hello, master. Chapter 82. His ATM Doubao lowered her head to reply to the message. Bai Yiyi knew he was chatting with someone, but the match was over, and it was time for them to leave. So she called Bai Yiyi to go, and Doubao had to give up communicating with her disciple, briefly explaining to her disciple instead. Watching Doubao reply to the message, Bai Yiyi reminded her, a little gambling is fine, but big gambling is not. You can advise him a bit. Doubao recalled what her disciple had said and agreed with her. The arena would close 10 minutes after the match ended, and anyone who didn't come out by then would be automatically kicked out. When Hanyu appeared, Yagumi Mei immediately rushed over. Yagu, are you not in good shape today? Yagumi Mei was actually Hanyu's adopted sister, whom he met online and had seen in real life. Yagumi Mei, also known as Nian Fengying, came from a low-level planet and had a poor family background, but she was beautiful with a slim waist, long legs, flowing hair, and almost flawless skin, even if it wasn't very fair. So when Hanyu saw Nian Fengying for the first time offline, he recognized her as his adopted sister. No, the 100-win rate was broken, and Hanyu was not in a good mood, but he still replied to Nian Fengying with the truth. Nian Fengying had always admired him, and he had always known that. This time, he lost face in front of her, and Hanyu didn't plan to lie. Not in good shape was an excuse for the weak. Did you really underestimate your opponent? Nian Fengying asked again. Hanyu stood there, silent for a long time. From the virtual image, Hanyu didn't look much different from his real appearance, but at that moment, his face showed an indescribable sense of defeat. Nian Fengying muttered, could it be that someone really guessed it right? What did they guess right? Hanyu asked. Nian Fengying then recounted the comment from the nearby channel to Hanyu, and after finishing, Hanyu nodded slightly. What you said about that Xiao Bai is very accurate. He seems to be working with your opponent. Nian Fengying continued. They probably took you as a pig to be slaughtered, using your high odds to win gambling funds. Hearing this, Hanyu frowned. Nian Fengying sensed the low pressure around him and immediately said, they're using you. We can't just let it go. This feeling is hard to swallow. Hanyu felt uncomfortable inside, but his indifferent nature made him not want to fuss over it. However, hearing Nian Fengying's words, he asked, what do you want me to do? He couldn't bring himself to seek revenge. Having known Hanyu for so long, Nian Fengying understood him and knew his temperament. Let's challenge them head-on and win back her dignity. Hanyu might not agree to other things, but he wouldn't refuse this. Hanyu was somewhat unwilling to accept his loss, and Nian Fengying's words struck a chord with him. Nian Fengying pushed Xiao Bai's account over. They hadn't added each other as friends, so he couldn't see the other person's information. But the account page had a challenge feature. Hanyu clicked on the challenge. Sorry, you cannot challenge this opponent, the system prompted. I can't challenge this Xiao Bai, Hanyu said. The reason for not being able to challenge was mostly due to being in different regions. The remaining reasons could be that the opponent's rank was too different or the account was banned. Hanyu was currently level 9. Accounts below level 4 couldn't challenge, so it wasn't surprising. Then challenge come get slapped. Nian Fengying suggested, just to test it. After all, someone in the nearby channel called Xiao by a big shot, and they hadn't refuted it. Thinking of this, Nian Fengying felt a bit disdainful. Someone below level 4 couldn't be considered a big shot. She hadn't considered the possibility that the other party might not be in the same region as them. Logging out, Hanyu said, I think he's just afraid you'll come to settle accounts with him. Nian Fengying didn't mind. Since they lost, the defeated side could challenge the winner again. And within 3 matches, the winner couldn't refuse. Now that he was logged out, it didn't matter. The last time he was online, the system would prompt the other party about the challenge. When a challenge was in place, matching for a match wasn't possible. The come get slapped they mentioned was currently holding the gambling funds they had just won. They bet 200 star coins with odds of 1 to 30, winning 6,000 star coins. Ling Xiao looked at the extra 6,000 star coins in his account, a smile forming on his lips, and then he opened Star Wars, pouring all the money in. Star Wars had recently released many skins, and he finally pulled them all. His already not rich account had little left. So he went onto the Star Network combat platform and happened to notice a certain ATM Hanyu in the competition zone. Without thinking, he logged into a small account and sought to challenge him. In the water goods area, competition area, and professional area, he could open one account each. Unfortunately, he had accounts in all three areas. The competition area was just for him to fish and withdraw money. However, to avoid triggering the platform's rules, he only placed small bets at a time, so as not to trigger the platform seal mechanism. An ATM like Hanyu could at least withdraw money twice. He had encountered too many like this. If they lost and were unwilling, they would come back to challenge him again. The next time he was short on funds, Ling Xiao would log back on and accept the challenge, completely ignoring any turmoil he might cause. The news of Han Yi losing spread like wildfire in the competition area. While some dug into the identity of Get Slapped, they only found out that this person frequently challenged the leaderboard's level 9 big shots, and even won, making it so that hardly anyone above level 9 dared to accept challenges. Those who stayed in the competition area knew this, but every day many newcomers appeared in the competition area. Plus, since Get Slapped had not shown up for a long time, many people in the competition area didn't know him. Hanyu was considered a newly promoted level 9 big shot. Perhaps he hadn't heard of Get Slapped, which was why he stumbled. After Bai Yiyi and Doubao came out, they didn't leave the competition area immediately. Through the public channel, they learned about all this. Mom, do you think this person can beat the ones on the leaderboard? Why doesn't he have a ranking? Doubao asked. Doubao wasn't clear about the leaderboard rules, so she didn't understand. Bai Yiyi, however, was very clear. Winning a match would earn points, and ranking from level 1 to 9 was essentially a point system. The people on the leaderboard participated in many matches and earned a lot of points, so if that person didn't play much, their points would naturally be less than others. Doubao thought for a moment. Then, Mom, if he can beat everyone on the leaderboard and rarely logs in, could it be that he's actually from the professional area, coming here to play on a small account? Doubao had no idea she had already guessed the truth. Bai Yi also considered this possibility. Maybe. I want to grow up quickly, Doubao continued. Just then, her disciple's message interrupted what Doubao was about to say. She glanced at the private message and then looked at her mom, saying, Mom, this disciple seems serious. He asked for my account and said he wants to pay me a master fee. Chapter 83. Completion of the Bai family mall, just don't give it to him. Doubao showed a difficult expression and continued, I already gave it. He revealed the transfer information, indicating that the other party had transferred 100,000 with a note. Master, if you accept it, you can't go back on it. I thought he wouldn't really transfer it. Doubao rested his head on his hand, feeling a bit troubled. The security level of interstellar personal accounts is high. With just an account name, you can't do much. At most, you can add friends and transfer money. But this silly disciple did all of it. The disciple's account ID is what losses, which perfectly matches his combat platform ID. Whoever opposes loses. Doubao transferred the 100,000 back to the disciple. Little Doe, no need to pay a master fee. Soon, the other party transferred it back. What losses? It must be accepted. Master, if you don't accept it, I won't feel at ease. Bai Yi watched the two of them transfer money back and forth, and Doubao's little face frowned, showing a rather serious look for someone his age. 100,000 can buy a lot of things. Doubao complained, this makes me feel like a little scammer. Accepting it is fine, Bai Yi said. As a master, you also need to prepare a gift for the other party. If he doesn't accept it, you can openly refuse the master fee. Doubao suddenly understood. He asked the disciple for an address, saying he wanted to send him a gift. Just as Doubao was about to send it, thinking if he didn't give it, the disciple wouldn't accept the master fee, he saw the silly disciple send an address. What losses? I can't wait. What are you going to send me, master? Doubao. Forget it. Bai Yi also saw the address from Doubao. It was located in a high-end residential area on the main star. The land was extremely expensive. She felt somewhat relieved. As for whether the other party would regret it, Doubao turned around and took the silly disciple into another arena. Bai Yi naturally followed. After watching 3 consecutive matches, Doubao won 3 times. And this silly disciple was already in awe. Clearly, anyone else could achieve the same results. But this silly disciple seemed to have a filter for his master and believed everything Doubao said. Bai Bai Yiyi couldn't help but chuckle from the side. Accounts from different regions can't team up to enter the arena, so the two were chatting in the nearby channel. Doubao always communicated with the disciple using Bai Yiyi's words plus his own understanding, so there shouldn't be any major mistakes. At least no one in the nearby channel pointed it out. After logging off, Doubao was filled with motivation. Mom, I want to be a good example for my disciple. Starting today, I need to study hard so I can teach my disciple well. Perhaps the silly disciple's positive attitude stimulated Doubao, giving him a sense of responsibility as a teacher. Bai Yiyi patted his head, good. But now I need to go rest. You have training tomorrow. Currently, Qin phone comes every 3 days, taking Doubao for training during the day and tutoring Bai Yiyi at night. But whether for training or studying, both are tasks they need to do every day. This state continued until Lin Yuqian and Xian brought her news one after another. Lin Yuqian, the mall has been set up according to your suggestions. Boss, when will you come to review it? If you come this week, we can open next week. Lin Yuqian had been following Bai Yiyi's requirements, showing her the plans before proceeding, continuing only after receiving her approval. However, after the last general plan was set, Bai Yiyi hadn't received any new updates about the mall for a long time. Bai Yiyi, okay, I'll go take a look this weekend. Another message from Xian. Xian, the situation here is quite special. I've nearly finished negotiating the cooperation, but there's one problem. Xian, they want to meet you. Image, Xian, the signal here is poor, so I can't do video calls. I'll explain the situation in writing. Xian sent a long message. Bai Yiyi waited for a while before he finished explaining the situation. In short, Xian was currently on a low-level planet, quite remote, where suppliers came every 3 months to transport goods. The area was controlled by 3 forces, with materials primarily consisting of minerals. However, most of the workers mining the minerals were not Federation residents, but slaves. Due to the harsh environment, the original inhabitants had migrated to other habitable planets. Among the 3 forces, 2 were buying slaves for mining work, Blackwater and flowing gold. Only one force, Green Mountain, comprised the local original inhabitants, but they were living very difficult lives. When Xian arrived, the planet was in turmoil, with Green Mountain inciting the slaves under Blackwater and flowing gold to rebel, resulting in several battles. Green Mountain lost, and their territory shrank to 1/3 of its original size. Even the material supplier they had long cooperated with terminated their partnership. In the image Xian sent, there were at least 40 to 50 people standing together, with Xian in the center. Except for Xian, all the faces were weathered and dark, surrounded by a heavy atmosphere. Bai Yiyi, why do they want to meet me? Xian, I actually don't know either, but it's very dangerous for you to come now. Collaborating with Green Mountain at this time carries risks. However, Blackwater and flowing gold look down on them, so they haven't intervened. But if you go, Blackwater and flowing gold will definitely get the news, and it's uncertain whether they will suddenly act against you. Bai Yiyi, let's forget about this cooperation. Xian had given quotes from Blackwater and flowing gold, which weren't worth it. Bai Yiyi, we can find other channels for the materials needed here, so there's no rush. If I have news, I will naturally inform you. Xian took a while to reply. Xian, okay. The Bai Family Mall is located in the central area of Bai Yiyi's district, with very convenient transportation. It was originally a mall, and since the location was good, Lin Yuqian didn't acquire it cheaply. Fortunately, the surrounding robot orders had all been issued, with Fu Bai making a profit of 200 billion, while Bai Yiyi earned nearly 2,000 billion. The acquisition of the mall cost over 50 billion. There are a total of 8 floors, with about 10 to 16 shops on each floor. After purchasing it, they spent about 2 billion on renovations. The entire mall is planned such that the 1st to 4th floors are shops for Bai Family Enterprise products, while the 5th to 8th floors are by Douzi Amusement Park. Bai Yiyi and Lin Yuqian entered the light elevator, looking at the different styles of the floors. The 1st to 4th floors have different styles, but the overall feeling is still similar to most interstellar malls. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they suddenly entered a new world. The lighting was darker than the previous 4 floors, and the light elevator faced a long corridor, with scenes from Heartbeat on both sides of the corridor. Each scene formed a picture with different characters, and each picture depicted a different scenario. As Bai Yiyi stepped out of the light elevator, each step transformed her experience. Chapter 84, Bai's mall sparks heated discussion. Lien Yutian followed by Yi to the end of the corridor, where they arrive at the core area of the shops. 10 shops formed a circle, with the prize pool summoning a ray from Heartbeat in the center. This place was also set up as a prize pool. Customers who came here could draw lots for prizes, including peripheral robots, game characters, game items, and more. Drawing lots required points, which could only be earned by spending here. According to Bai Yiyi's idea, these 10 shops were designed to be a network capsule center. 2 were ordinary network capsule centers, while 5 were exclusive to Heartbeat. They could accommodate nearly 300 people. The remaining 3 were leisure areas, 1 for friends to meet and chat in a soundproof environment. 1 was a small supermarket selling various daily necessities, and 1 was a lodging center divided into 20 rooms, each capable of housing up to 2 people. If a family of no more than 4 arrived, this rule could be bent. Lien Yutian was worried about the pricing for internet access at the network capsule, which was too low. It might take years to recoup the costs, and by then, they would have to replace everything. Products like the Star Network capsule had rapid iterations, with technology changing significantly every few years. Eventually, everything would need to be replaced. The Star Network capsule was not cheap, especially since everything was top tier. Even with bulk purchases, it still represented a substantial expense. Bai Yiyi set the internet prices, which were relatively cheaper compared to other network capsule centers with similar configurations. Therefore, to Lien Yutian, it felt like a losing business. Not to mention the points for the prize draw. If someone won a peripheral robot, wouldn't that mean others got to enjoy free internet access? The establishment of this mall relied on the support of Heartbeat players. And since they had earned so many star coins from them, a little loss didn't matter. It was normal for Lien Yutian to think in terms of profits and business. However, Bai Yiyi was not concerned about this loss. She needed to build the reputation of Bai's mall. With such a place, Heartbeat players would surely come. As long as there was foot traffic, some would inevitably flow to floors 1 through 4. While it could be seen as taking advantage, Bai Yiyi's original intention was also to give back to her players. After Bai Yiyi shared her thoughts with Lien Yutian, he couldn't help but admire her. The two continued to the 6th floor. This floor was dedicated to Heartbeat, featuring a large cinema, mainly showing interstellar movies. Additionally, there was a rental service for Republic of China clothing and a space similar to that in Heartbeat for dressing up and taking photos. Customers could voluntarily choose to display their favorite images on the cinema's outer wall. Besides these, the shops also sold interstellar clothing, with Lien Yutian tasked with finding the supply channels. The 7th and 8th floors were not yet open, as they had no planning. After browsing, Bai Yiyi was generally satisfied. It was then that Lien Yutian brought up what Bai Yiyi had mentioned before. Once Bai's mall was completed, Bai would officially transfer the ownership to her and submit the cloud data to the company's AI core, allowing senior technical staff within the company to review and learn from it. It was currently the weekend, so they could apply for a self-service transfer at the relevant departments. But it would take until a workday for approval. Once the transfer of cloud data was completed, he would go to the company to upload it. Bai Yiyi stated that the mall would open first, with some shops on floors 1 to 4 showcasing their products, primarily to promote the 5th and 6th floors. Currently, the products for smart robots were only produced by Bai's own technology. It would likely take several months to utilize the technology from the cloud data provided by Bai Yiyi. The AI production line could directly analyze the production process, but the technical staff would need some time to learn. Of course, since they already held senior titles, learning shouldn't be too difficult. After finishing the conversation with Lien Yutian, Bai Yiyi returned home and posted an update on the platform using her account Bai's mall is about to open. Floors 5 to 6 are themed areas for Heartbeat and Heartfelt. Interested players can come and take a look. Image, address link. Bai Yiyi hadn't used her Baidu account to post an update in a long time. This post quickly garnered numerous comments. Wow, the missing producer has actually appeared. Quickly catch her. Baidu, can you increase the odd for the prize pool? I can't sleep as a non-lucky player. Woo-woo, themed area? What is that? Did you not see it's a mall? It must be selling things. I'm guessing it's selling peripheral robots and cheap house suits. Selling these? Peripheral robots are fine, but can't I wear cheap house suits in the game? I can change into 10 sets in a minute. My account can't hold up. I bought a peripheral robot last time, and I'm broke now. Crying. Just go take a look. Browsing doesn't cost star coins. How can you browse a mall without spending? I used to think that way too. Once you go in, you can't resist. News about Bai's Mall quickly became a hot topic online among the vast number of game fans. Will the offline-themed areas of heartbeat and heartfelt sell? Sentiment or intelligence? Bai's Mall is back, and the Chu family is in crisis. What secrets are behind it? Bai's Mall opening, team of 5, priority for 2 heart players. Compared to the comments below by Douzi's post, opinions on Xingbo were mixed. So they tasted success selling peripheral robots. Luckily, I don't play games, so I don't fall into the pit. Bai Douzi seems to be the young lady of the former Bai family. She opening Bai's Mall is just to squeeze out the Chu family, right? Does the Chu family even need to be squeezed? Their reputation is already in ruins. No matter how good the products are, I won't repurchase. I'm also a player. Although I really like heartfelt, Bai Douzi is selling peripheral robots and opening a mall. Isn't she just trying to fleece us? I want to go. I hardly spend in games anyway. I've never heard of a themed area. I'm very curious, but also conflicted. Is there no online virtual space? I'm too lazy to go. Su Qianqian saw the news about Bai's Mall and immediately contacted Bai Yiyi. Su Qianqian, Sister Bai, can you reveal some details about the themed area? I can't wait. Bai Yiyi, it's only 2 days away. You'll know when you go then. Su Qianqian tried to coax Bai Yiyi for a while, but didn't get any useful information, so she had to give up. Just as she exited the chat page, she received a call from her mother. Qianqian, are you free? A younger sister is coming to play with you for a few days. Can you arrange it? I saw your school's lodging center. Can you still house her? Su Qianqian felt a bit of a headache. The school's lodging center requires a 3-day advance application. And it's the weekend now. I want to be able to apply until at least Wednesday. And it's not that easy to get approved. But she already bought her ticket and will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 85. This group of people has gone mad. Su Xian telling her to refund the ticket. I'll help her apply first. I don't know if it will be approved. Soon, a girl's voice came from the other side. If I refund it, I won't make it to the event. Can't Sister Jinjia think of another way for me? Doesn't she have a friend there who can help? The girl's voice was pleasant, but it made Su Jinjia's temples throb. Mom, which sister is this? Oh, she's the daughter of a friend of mine, named Su Lingling. You played together when you were little, but it's been over a decade, so you must have forgotten. Su Jinjia's mother had a bit of a soft-hearted nature. She had many friends, but only a few were sincere. If someone came to her asking for help, she wouldn't refuse. Even if Su Jinjia asked her mother to refuse Su Lingling's request, her mother would feel embarrassed and be even more determined to help. I still remember Sister Jinjia. Has Sister Jinjia really forgotten me? Su Lingling's voice echoed again. Su Jinjia heard her mother explaining to the other party. She really couldn't hold back any longer. If you really want to come tomorrow, I can't help you with this. Su Jinjia said, Mom, I'll listen to you about what I can manage, but I'm your daughter. Don't let outside people make things difficult for me. Did your friend save your life in a past life, or something? This was a necessary warning. Su's mother was left speechless. If she didn't want to help, she shouldn't have made excuses. Su Lingling became angry upon hearing this. Mom, I'm hanging up. Su Jinjia didn't want to hear Su Lingling's voice anymore, so she told her mother and hung up the call. At the Bai's Mall, preparations for the grand opening were ongoing throughout the weekend, including all night. The mall was set to open on Monday, and crowds gathered outside as expected. Bai Yiyi stood in a room on the 5th floor, watching the crowd in front of the entrance through the surveillance cameras. The Bai's Mall did not offer an online virtual space experience for the grand opening. So inside, there were not only gamers, but also some internet celebrities who came with holographic cameras. As the opening time approached, Bai Yiyi's real-time virtual image appeared on the red carpet at the entrance of the Bai's Mall. At the same time, the words grand opening and dazzling images appeared on the facade of the mall building. Today marks the opening of Bai's Mall. On behalf of Bai's, I thank everyone for coming. The 1st to 4th floors are dedicated to intelligent robots, while the 5th to 6th floors feature the theme's heartbeat and excitement. The 7th to 8th floors will be open later. I believe everyone has come for the 2 themed areas. All guests today will receive a small gift, and the first 3 days of opening will feature special promotions. 30 off on the first day, 20 off on the second day, and 10 off on the third. I hope everyone enjoys their time here. After saying this, Bai Yiyi's virtual image dissipated like a bubble. The mall's automatic doors opened at the same time. Su Jinjia stood in the crowd and entered the mall with a flow of people. Her two roommates immediately saw the spacious lobby and the shops scattered around, only some of which had their doors open. Dear wives and concubines, please don't rush. There are a total of 4 light elevators here. Each can hold 50 people at a time. It takes only half a minute to reach the 5th and 6th floors. A sweet voice appeared in the noisy environment, causing even greater commotion. Oh my God, I see the real Nunu wife. Nunu wife, are you here at work today? Nunu, you're so cute. Can I take you home? Nunu, will you come up with us? Nunu, who appeared in front of a light elevator, attracted most of the attention. Even those who had never watched Nunu's live stream stood on tiptoe to look at her. No way. Nunu stood next to the light elevator, with a transparent wall blocking the enthusiastic fans. Nunu wanted to go up with the wives too, but today her task was to stay here and maintain order. I don't want to go up. I want to stay here with Nunu wife. How can my Nunu be locked here? I want to complain to the boss. Come out. Let's go up together. Nunu wife, take a day off from the boss, and let's play together. I'll pay for your expenses. I can too. Some people stayed in front of Nunu, while others, not forgetting the purpose of today, reluctantly walked into the light elevator and went up to the 5th and 6th floors. Su Jinjia also knew Nunu. Her appearance was indeed impressive and looked just like in the live stream. Since all the surrounding robots had been deployed, Nunu hadn't live streamed again. This made many people leave comments in the live stream and game comment sections, asking for their Nunu wife to return. Today's appearance alleviated many people's longing pain. Nunu is so cute, Su Jinjia's roommate said, but it couldn't stop their footsteps toward the 5th and 6th floors. They entered the light elevator, and Su Jinjia noticed that at least 5 or 6 people in the same elevator were carrying holographic cameras. There were even 2 who seemed quite famous, and people crowded around them, excitedly chatting and taking pictures together. Upon reaching the 5th floor, everyone's attention was drawn to the corridor ahead. The people at the front gasped in astonishment. Some stopped in their tracks, while others even stepped back. What is this scene? I've never seen anything like it. Wow, is this Ling Lanzi's classroom? She's so beautiful. Wow, this place is so luxurious. What are those carvings on the walls? They're so exquisite. Ah, it's Princess Longlina's palace. Red dandelions. I know who it is. It must be the 9-tailed fox spirit. Oh my God, the people in that pool are warm. Is the spirit bathing in a mist? I'm going to nosebleed. Su Jinjia hadn't even stepped into the corridor when the group in front of her seemed to be entranced. It was simply terrifying. Her 2 roommates, confused, walked around Su Jinjia and headed towards the corridor, turning back to call her. Why are you just standing here? But before Su Jinjia could say anything, her 2 roommates suddenly gasped as well, reacting just like everyone else. Su Jinjia swallowed hard. Great, now 2 more have gone mad. It wasn't until the light elevator's prompt sound rang that Su Jinjia cautiously stepped into the corridor. The moment she did, the scene before her changed dramatically. Brilliant sunlight poured in from the window, illuminating a girl on the windowsill. The girl had flowing black hair, and her delicate figure seemed to radiate light. As if sensing her footsteps, the girl's exquisite face turned toward her, revealing a gentle smile. Su Jinjia unconsciously walked toward her, and with this step, the scene before her suddenly changed again. What came into view was a magnificent hall, with a floor that shone like a mirror. Everywhere were countless strange and beautiful carvings, along with architectural styles never seen before. At the end of her line of sight was a familiar figure, whose powerful aura drew attention. Princess Longlina. Su Jinjia couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 86 Unfortunate News. Su Jinjia finally understood why these people were like this. Every step felt like entering an unprecedented new world. Just this corridor alone could be walked back and forth 10 times. Finally, Su Jinjia and her roommates walked out of the corridor, but she was still lost in thought for a long time. Virtual imagery wasn't uncommon, but to make every scene eye-catching was definitely very difficult. Su Jinjia visited every shop on this floor and found that most of them were online capsule centers. She and her roommates chose one and played for an hour. The experience was fantastic. The Star Network capsule was definitely high-end, and it only cost 30 star coins per hour. After they finished their hour, her roommate couldn't help but exclaim. The price of 30 star coins per hour was after a 30 discount, But even at the original price, it was extremely cheap. It was like the owner was doing charity. So they extended for another 2 hours before finally leaving the capsule center. I have 9 points, which means I need to spend 10 star coins to earn 1 point. Her roommate looked at the central lottery pool and sighed. It takes 1,000 points to draw, which means I need to spend 10,000 points just to draw once. At least the consumption here is cheap and the lottery is basically free. There's no need to sigh. Another roommate comforted her. As soon as she finished speaking, a lively cheer erupted from a distance. There was a crowd gathered around the lottery pool. Someone actually drew a little yellow duck, which wasn't too bad, huh? I only have 1 coupon. Did I say anything? I saw about 5 or 6 people drew, and the best they got was a pair of shoes. Su Jinjia said to her roommate next to her, see, even if you save up to 1,000 points, you might not draw anything good. So there's no need to take it to heart. I want a little robot. Just as Su Jinjia finished speaking, a loud voice broke through. The winner was a girl, her face beaming with happiness. After she finished speaking, she pulled her friend towards the light elevator, saying, "We're going to claim the prize right now. It's on the 1st floor." Su Jinjia's roommate looked at her. Su Jinjia was about to say something, but her roommate spoke first. "I didn't say I wanted to draw now. Even if I did, I might not have the same luck as others. I was just expressing my feelings." Oh. Su Jinjia and her roommate continued to browse the shops on this floor when suddenly her roommate stopped her. "Look, there's actually a lodging center here." Su Jinjia followed her roommate's gaze and saw a shop in a quiet corner with a sign flashing lodging center. She suddenly recalled her communication with Su's mother yesterday. "Shall we go take a look?" Su Jinjia asked her roommates. "Let's go take a look." As they approached the lodging center, a butler robot came over to greet them. "Welcome to the Bai's lodging center. How can I assist you?" Su Jinjia and her roommates were welcomed inside by the butler robot. The lobby of the lodging center was bright, and the butler robot walked beside them, unhurriedly following. He pointed inside. "There are 20 rooms here, with all necessary living facilities. The prices are on my screen. You can check and order by yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." Su Jinjia glanced at the screen. The 20 rooms were numbered, and the prices were consistent. It only cost 200 star coins per day. A monthly rate was 5,000 star coins. Compared to other paid lodging centers, the price was incredibly reasonable. Is it really possible for people to stay here at such a low price? Su Jinjia's roommate asked. The butler robot randomly displayed an image. This is the layout of the rooms. Each room is like this. If there are any discrepancies, you can file a complaint, and we will provide a full refund. The room layout in the image indeed looked quite nice. Su Jinjia was slightly tempted. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jinjia booked a room, number JS01. Her 2 roommates were curious. Although the price here is cheaper than other places, 200 star coins is still quite a bit. Are you just doing this for one night's sleep? The conditions of the room weren't so good that they felt compelled to stay the night, especially since it was only about a 20-minute return to school. "I'm booking this for someone else. She arrives this afternoon and might not have a place to stay. Even if she does, I can still cancel it," Su Jinjia explained. Her roommates didn't say much more, seemingly accepting Su Jinjia's reasoning. They then went to the 6th floor. The 6th floor also brought them surprises as they saw many shops renting kipayos and immediately became enamored. Although Su Jinjia already owned a qipao, one set could never satisfy a girl's desire for beauty. Moreover, the rental prices were very cheap, and photography wasn't expensive either. The group happily tried on multiple kipayos for photos. Finally, seeing they still had some time, they watched a movie before returning satisfied. Su Jinjia thought about Su Lingling, who was arriving today, so she let her 2 roommates go back first. Just as she was about to contact Su's mother, an unfamiliar communication came in. As soon as Su Jinjia answered, she heard a surprised voice behind her. "Sister Jinjia, it's really you?" Su Jinjia turned around to see a girl smiling at her. However, the smile was somewhat exaggerated, which made her feel uneasy. "I called you." Su Lingling hung up the communication, glanced at the Bai's mall not far away, and said, "I heard it's very lively here today, and it seems to be true. My friend told me there's a lodging center here. Do you know about it, Sister Jinjia?" Without thinking, Su Jinjia replied, "It's on the 5th floor inside." So you knew too, yet you told me there was no way?" Su Lingling said sharply. Su Jinjia frowned. "I only just found out. It just opened today, and there was no news before. Su Lingling coldly responded with an O, her gaze sliding off Su Jianjia as if she had seen something dirty, showing obvious disdain. Su Jianjia continued, "After I found out, I even helped you book a room." "No need, that would trouble you. My friend has already booked it for me." Su Lingling sneered, "You said you wouldn't help me. So how could I dare to accept your favor?" Su Jianjia became furious and coldly replied, "So whether I help or not, it's never good for me. Don't get carried away. I only agreed to help because of my mother. If you don't want to be grateful, that's fine. I don't care." After saying that, Su Jianjia turned and left. Of course, she didn't forget to cancel the booked room online immediately. Seeing Su Jianjia's trembling back, Su Lingling seemed to feel a bit pleased, and then she headed towards the Bai's mall. However, upon arrival, she received some unfortunate news. "I'm sorry, all the rooms for tonight have been fully booked. There are no extra rooms available," the butler robot at the Bai's lodging center responded. "But isn't today the opening day? How could there be no rooms? There can't be that many people needing accommodation. I'm sorry, dear guest. If you need, you can book for tomorrow. There are still rooms available." Although there weren't that many guests needing accommodation, too many people came today, including some influencers wanting to experience the rooms, so all 20 rooms were quickly booked. The room Su Jianjia canceled was also reserved within a short time. Chapter 87. Sister Bai. "Help me out." Su Lingling walked out of the Bai family lodging center with a serious expression. First, she contacted the person who had informed her of this news and sent them a message. "I have arrived, but there are no rooms available at the lodging center." After a long wait, the other party finally replied, "Oh, I just saw your message. No rooms. That's really unfortunate. Maybe you should ask someone else for help." After repeated inquiries from Su Lingling, the other party stated that they truly had no way to help, as they lived at school and outsiders were not allowed in the dormitory. As night fell, Su Lingling stood in a corner, watching the people coming and going in the mall. Unable to resist, she contacted Su Jianjia again. "Sister Jianjia, I just realized there are no rooms available here. Is a room you booked for me still available?" However, as soon as she sent the message, it showed, "You have been blocked by the other party." Frustrated, Su Lingling almost slammed her head against the wall. She then turned to call Su's mother. "Aunt Su, it's Lingling. I've arrived at the main star and even saw Sister Jianjia today, but it seems she doesn't welcome me. Now, she has blocked me on her communication line. I still have no place to stay. What should I do?" Su Lingling talked with Su's mother for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Jianjia was lying on her dormitory bed, preparing to play a bit before sleeping, when she received a call from Su's mother. The purpose of the call made Su Jianjia furious. It was to question her about why she had blocked Su Lingling. "Mom, I was supposed to book a room for Su Lingling today, but she told me she didn't need it. Do you think I should still pay attention to someone like that? But she is the daughter of my friend, after all. She's young and doesn't understand. Can't you be a bit more tolerant as an older sister?" "How much more tolerant can I be?" Su Jianjia was really troubled. It's her who asks for help, and also her who refuses it. Am I in debt to her or something? Su's mother seemed to realize that her daughter was feeling wronged, and her tone softened. "But she has no place to stay right now. Think of another way. Just this once, and then you don't have to care about her anymore." Su Jianjia replied, "I can't help her with this. If she shames me, it also embarrasses you. You still want to help her? Mom, can you please not be so muddle-headed?" In the end, Su's mother couldn't persuade Su Jianjia and had to hang up. Su Jianjia looked at the call log, feeling indignant. She lingered for a long time before finally pulling up Bai Yiyi's contact number. "Sister Bai, are you asleep?" Bai Yiyi was still studying at that moment. After a while, when it was time for a break, she noticed Su Jianjia's message and replied, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Finally receiving a response from Bai Yiyi, Su Jianjia couldn't help but call her. The other side picked up immediately. "Sister Bai, I'm feeling really upset. Can you help me with something?" Su Jianjia's voice was choked with emotion, clearly out of control. Bai Yiyi had always seen Su Jianjia as a sunny and happy person, and had never seen her so upset. She softened her voice and said, "What is making you feel upset? Take your time and tell me. I will definitely help you if I can." Hearing Bai Yiyi's gentle tone, Su Jianjia's mood eased a bit, and she slowly recounted the events of the past 2 days. After listening, Bai Yiyi patiently asked, "So what you're asking for help with is to find a place for that Su Lingling to stay?" Bai Yiyi's emotions were quite complex. Su Jianjia's actions were not wrong, but if what she needed help with was this, it would be disappointing. Helping others is not wrong, but it was clear that others did not appreciate your kindness. Su Jianjia quickly shook her head, her voice growing more resolute. No, no, no. ISNT, they're a lodging center on the 5th floor of Bai's Mall. I wanted to refuse Su Lingling. Why do I want to do that? Bai Yi became slightly interested. I think she doesn't deserve to stay there, Su Jianjia said. That should be the place with the lowest prices in the entire main star. For someone like her, who looks down on worthless things, how could she cherish the rooms and services of the lodging center? Sister Bai, I know you faced accommodation issues when you and Doubao first arrived at the main star. If it weren't for staying at Professor Gu's house, you would have ended up at the lodging center as well. You want to provide convenience to everyone in the same situation. But I hope that such people are those who know to be grateful, not someone who tramples on the goodwill of others. Su Jianjia's words carried her genuine feelings, which Bai Yi could sense. Bai Yi chuckled softly, you're right. So, Su Jianjia continued. Bai Yi responded, I can help you with that. Thank you, Sister Bai. Su Jianjia immediately broke into a smile. After hanging up the call, Su Jianjia resolved the worry and felt drowsy as she relaxed, quickly drifting off to sleep. On the other side, Bai Yi checked the business situation of Bai's Mall for the day. The first day's revenue had already exceeded 300,000 star coins. However, compared to the investment, it was almost negligible. She saw that all 20 rooms in the lodging center had been booked for the day, and the renewal rate for the next day reached 50%, with a high number of bookings, leaving only 2 rooms available for tomorrow. Among the guests booking for the next day, there was no lady with the surname Su. Only then did Bai Yi connect to the lodging center's robotic manager program and input the command. For the next week, no rooms were to be booked for any guest named Su Lingling. Since Bai Yi had promised Su Jianjia, she would naturally follow through. The night was already very deep. Su Lingling had not received a response from Su's mother for a long time. When she called again, the other side directly showed, you have been blocked by the other party. Her expression, already not good, quickly darkened. The Su family really has no good people. Su Lingling did not give up. Her pride did not allow her to sleep on the street. She could only contact the nearest lodging center online. 2,000 star coins for one night. Compared to Bai's Mall's lodging center, which charged only 200, this one was directly 10 times that. Why don't you go rob a bank? Su Lingling was furious. In reality, she did not know how much a night at the main star's lodging center cost. She just knew staying at a lodging center wasn't cheap, which was why she sought help from Su Jianjia. But from a friend, she learned that Bai's Mall's lodging center charged 200 star coins a night. So she assumed that was the normal price on the main star. Although 200 star coins weren't cheap, she could still afford it. Plus, Su Jianjia had clearly humiliated her earlier, so she used this as an excuse to refuse Su Jianjia, intending to return the humiliation. Other lodging centers were too far away, and the nearby ones required advance applications. Upon hearing that the lodging center she contacted quoted a sky-high price of 2,000 star coins, Su Lingling couldn't help but yell. The other party, not indulging her, directly said, then go stay at Bai's lodging center. Su Lingling was furious and hung up. She then contacted several others, receiving similar pricing. Opening her account, she saw it barely had 4 digits. This time, she had almost emptied her savings to participate in an event for her favorite movie star. And the account only had enough for one night's stay, but the event would last several days. Thinking of this, Su Lingling quickly contacted her friends, hoping to borrow some star coins from them. But it was already late at night, and only 2 replied. One said they had no star coins, and the other gave her 100 star coins. To Su Lingling, that 100 star coins felt like charity, so she resolutely refused to accept it and blocked the other party. Chapter 88. The two were stunned. Su Lingling had slept all night and returned to the Bai's Mall accommodation center in the early morning, only to be told that there were no rooms available. No rooms? She had gotten up early. How could there be no rooms? There are no rooms available for the next week, the butler robot replied thoughtfully. Su Lingling found it ridiculous. It had been less than 10 hours since she left, and there were no rooms for a week. She regretted not booking a room for the next few days when she first arrived. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time. After Su Lingling left, the butler robot returned to the counter and received an online inquiry. Excuse me, are there any rooms available? A lady with the surname Li asked. Yes. Please leave your personal information and check-in time. and I will assist you. It responded with the same politeness it had shown Su Lingling. The second day after Bai's mall opened, Bai Yiyi woke up early despite having gone to bed late the night before. She looked through the window at the hovering vehicles and the bustling city before her, finally feeling a sense of belonging. Bai Yiyi opened her light brain and searched for information about Bai's mall. As expected, Bai's mall was trending. The main reason was the many influencer streamers who had gone to the site the day before and released a lot of videos, sparking heated discussions. Whether they had gone or not, many were drawn by novelty. The reviews were mixed. The most praised aspect was the low prices, making it suitable for a visit. The criticisms mainly pointed out that currently, only 5 or 6 floors of Bai's mall were worth visiting, and it still felt like it was mainly for consumer players. A hot discussion about a new game, Meditation Mountain and Sea, also caught Bai Yiyi's attention. Meditation Mountain and Sea is so interesting. You can build houses, cook, and even raise pets to fight. Unlocking recipes allows you to cook by yourself, and the taste is amazing. Is there anyone to help with the recipes? Foodies really can't refuse. Every time I go to the delicacies room, I spend so many star coins, it hurts my pocket. I believe in Little Spark. Little Spark also said this game is good. Looking at the comments, a sense of familiarity surged in Bai Yiyi's heart. She immediately searched for Meditation Mountain and Sea, which had recently undergone internal testing. During the internal test, Little Spark had done a live stream and gave the game a good review. Although many areas still needed improvement, Bai Shui, the producer, had done quite well for a newcomer. Through Little Spark's video, Bai Yiyi did see that some game scenes were quite rough. However, considering Little Spark's track record and the limited content shown in the video, Bai Yiyi searched for the game on the W platform, finished reading the introduction and the beast images shared in the comments, and confirmed her suspicions. Fish body, bird wings, Lu fish. Horse body, bird wings, human face, snake tail, shoe lake. Fish body, snake head, 6 legs, eyes like horse ears, Ran. And 9-tailed foxes, celestial dogs, flood dragons. All for the classic of mountains and seas. As for the records in the classic of mountains and seas, she had only heard of its name in the interstellar context, but the original text was no longer available. However, there had been some records in ancient Chinese texts that introduced some mythical beasts, but none were as detailed as in the game. Just as Bai Yiyi was about to click to see this fellow villager's work, her light brain suddenly received a message. It was a notification that her application for the transfer of ownership of Fu Bai had been approved. She was now the rightful boss of Fu Bai. Even Lien Yutian immediately sent her message. Lien Yutian boss. Lien Yutian. The transfer is complete. Did you receive the message? When are you coming over? Bai Yiyi remembered her agreement with Lien Yutian, closed the page for Meditation Mountain and Sea, and replied, I'll be there shortly. At that moment, Doubao was in the room, chewing on some knowledge that was a bit obscure for him, and upon hearing movement, he hurried over. Mom, are you going out? Bai Yiyi had already changed her shoes. Seeing Doubao, who usually would have gone to training by this time, she asked, Why didn't you go to training today? Doubao knew that his mom had been working hard lately, staying up late every night, so he usually wouldn't disturb her in the morning. Today is a holiday. Doubao walked over and put on his shoes. Mom, I want to go out with you. Doubao had learned a lot during this time. As a young man, he had to protect his mom. Moreover, after this period of training, he felt much stronger. Although he couldn't compare to Uncle Qin, he could still drive away ordinary bad guys. If he encountered those 2 who plotted against his mom last time, he could step up immediately. The first time, he had also been deceived by them, who knew their apology was just an act. Therefore, Bai Yiyi took Doubao out. The 2 boarded the hover train heading to the suburban factory. After getting off the hover train, there was still a distance to walk. Since this area was all factory zones, there weren't many people around, but there were quite a few vehicles transporting goods. Fu Bai also had trucks, but at this time they were all heading out. Bai Yiyi and Doubao saw that there were quite a few vehicles, so they chose a relatively narrow path. Just before entering the path, Doubao suddenly stopped and looked back. Bai Yiyi also felt something and turned back, pulling Doubao and asking what's wrong. Doubao had felt a gaze on them, but when he turned around, he saw nothing and suspected it was just his imagination, so he shook his head. It's nothing. Mom. Bai Yiyi smiled lightly. We'll be there soon. She seemed unaware and continued to walk down the path with Doubao. This was not her first time taking this path. It only took 5 or 6 minutes to reach Fu Bai's factory. However, just a short while after they started walking, she suddenly pulled Doubao to run. Halfway down the path, two tall, burly men jumped down from the wall ahead without saying a word and immediately lunged to grab them. Bai Yiyi quickly dodged, while Doubao turned and kicked the man, trying to grab him. The kick landed squarely on the man's face. The burly man spat, and a bruise appeared at the corner of his mouth. The little guy had some strength. Bai Yiyi was struggling to dodge, but fortunately, Doubao came to help her, tripping the man who was grabbing her and fiercely interrupting the assault of the two burly men, landing heavy punches on their faces and bodies. The two burly men were stunned by the sudden aggression, hesitating to advance further. Doubao, despite his small stature, resolutely stood in front of Bai Yiyi, clearly not even reaching her waist, yet exuding a powerful aura. "Who sent you?" Bai Yiyi looked coldly at the two men. Although there was some fear in their eyes, it was shallow. Hearing this question even sparked a hint of mockery. The taller burly man cracked his knuckles. "We were careless just now. You little brat should just stay put, or else. I want to care about your lives." The other one wiped the blood from his nose, staring at Bai Yiyi and Doubao as if looking at a treasure. Bai Yiyi slightly lowered her brows, appearing soft and harmless. "You don't need to worry about our lives, but I'm curious. You followed us all the way and chose to act here. Thinking, this way it's foolproof?" The two men opposite widened their eyes slightly. Chapter 89. The future is promising. The police car from the police department flashed bright red lights, hovering above them. Several individuals in dark police uniforms jumped down, guns aimed at two burly men. One of them approached the two and activated a device on his wrist, firing specialized handcuffs that locked onto their wrists. "Please come with us to the police station," said a law enforcement officer after scanning the safety test. The team leader walked up to Bai Yiyi, turned on the recording device, and asked routine questions. After understanding the situation, he raised his hand, signaling the other security personnel to wrap up, and the two burly men were taken into the police car. The suspects were not armed with dangerous weapons. "If we can't extract any information, we can only charge them with public disturbance. Do you have any additional evidence to provide?" The team leader asked Bai Yiyi as he was about to leave. In the interstellar system, if the case is minor, the complainant is not required to visit the police station unless there is a reversal in the situation. Bai Yiyi shook her head. Before getting off the hover train, Bai Yiyi had already noticed these two suspicious individuals. She was unsure at which station they boarded. The two men rarely focused on her, and when she looked over, they quickly averted their gaze. Throughout the journey, Bai Yiyi mostly looked out the window or at Doubao. Bai Yiyi noticed the two men when someone inside the train played a video, which happened to be a wanted notice. She glanced over at that person and saw a man not far from him turn his head away, even shifting his body slightly. Out of curiosity, Bai Yiyi looked at them a couple more times, but through the reflection of the train window, she caught the intense gaze of another man. The misty blue window made those reflected eyes particularly frightening. Bai Yiyi thought it was an illusion. After observing for a while, a sense of vigilance arose within her. This vigilance peaked just before she got off at her stop. When the train arrived at the station, Bai Yiyi stood up and heard a sound behind her as someone was bumped into. She glanced back and saw the two burly men hurriedly getting up and accidentally bumping into someone nearby. Bai Yiyi called the police. Before entering the alley, she even wondered if everything was just a misunderstanding. But the fish ultimately took the bait. After calling the police, the holographic computer automatically started recording, serving as strong evidence of the two men's crimes. It must be said that although many planets in the interstellar system have unsafe living conditions on the main planet, the sense of security is greatly enhanced. No one is allowed to carry dangerous items on public transport, and after a report is made, the nearby police station will dispatch personnel immediately. Even in remote suburbs, they can arrive in under 5 minutes. You can check the follow-up of this case on the holographic computer later. If there's nothing else, Ms. Bai, I suppose we can only see you next time, of course. I hope it won't be necessary. The team leader said, a faint smile on his handsome face, complimenting his sacred police uniform, making him a heartthrob for girls. In the past, Bai Yiyi might have felt a bit of a flutter in her heart. Perhaps because she had seen someone like Qin Yanfeng, a perfect man. She now felt nothing at all. Realizing this, Bai Yiyi thought she was doomed. This wouldn't be good for her future dating prospects. "Mom, When did you call the police? Doubao asked, confused, as they headed back to the factory. Just before leaving the lane, Bai Yiyi looked down and told Doubao that she was very impressive for being able to fight off those two bad guys. But next time you encounter such a situation, you should call the police immediately. This will ensure your safety and save your time, allowing the bad guys to receive the punishment they deserve. Okay, Doubao nodded, then shyly lowered her head, hesitating. Actually, I'm not that impressive. I just want to protect Mom. Doubao spoke from her heart. The two men were stunned by her, but she didn't know if she could protect herself and her mom if it continued. In Bai Yiyi's eyes, how could a child not yet 2 years old compete with two adult men, even if those men were unarmed and this child had a physique that surpassed most? This world should, probably, maybe, not be that fantastical, right? Upon arriving at Fubai, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but twitch her lips at the scene before her. The factory area was adorned with colorful lights, and over a dozen smart robots stood in the open space, performing a dance for Bai Yiyi and Doubao. Meanwhile, Lien Yuqian stood in front of the crowd, bowing to Bai Yiyi after the dance ended. "Welcome, President Bai. Welcome, young Master Bai." Lien Yuqian came forward, but Bai Yiyi interrupted him. "What is going on here?" Bai Yiyi could tell that Lien Yuqian had more to say, and his eyes lacked the shrewdness and maturity she had seen when she first met him. "I'm just letting everyone know that Fubai is now Bai's. And you're the big boss of Bai's, right? That makes you President Bai." Lien Yuqian explained. "Most of our employees come from your mother's Bai's, and they have deep feelings for Bai's, which is why we have Fubai. Now they all know that you are not the kind of person the rumors suggest. Since you took over the contracts for the surrounding robots, Fubai has been improving day by day. They have earned more star coins from this big order than they did in the past year, and they are very grateful to you. Actually, all of this today wasn't something I specifically requested. It was entirely their idea. They suggested having these robots perform to welcome you in Doubao." Lien Yuqian finished speaking, and behind him, groups of employees cast warm gazes, with many excitedly moving their lips, but remembering their previous discussions, they held back. There were several hundred people here. If everyone spoke at once, it would be deafening. So, they agreed that unless Bai Yiyi asked, Lien Yuqian would be their representative speaker. Everything he said represented their voices. Although they remained silent, Bai Yiyi could see the expressions on their faces. The intense respect and gratitude felt like a warm fire, igniting her spirit. "Wherever you are, Bai's will be." Bai Yiyi took a deep breath, feeling the weight on her shoulders. Bai's would surely grow stronger day by day, allowing each of you to realize your value and receive the rewards you deserve. Her eyes sparkled with determination. This was not just a promise. With such a passionate group of employees who love Bai's, she believed that the future was indeed promising. Chapter 90 Uncle Qin is impressive. Bai Yiyi was supporting Bai. And now, the Bai family's factory area had passed a pleasant afternoon. The cloud data had been uploaded to the AI mainframe, and the permission system was set to the highest level. This system was quite valuable, prepared in advance by Yutian, highlighting his importance on this cloud data. It deserved to be taken seriously as it contained the lifelong efforts of the original owner's mother, Bai Mengning, and market-leading technology. I hope you can focus and deliver a satisfactory report in the coming months. Bai Yiyi was worried that the current group of researchers in the company was too eager for quick success. She needed them not only to thoroughly understand the existing technology in the cloud data, but also to focus on future research capabilities. The crisis facing the Chu family would eventually erupt, whether now or later. Just looking at the evaluations of Chu family products on Xinguang over the past 2 years, it was clear they had made no progress during this time. How long can they survive on their old capital? The Bai family needed its own market competitiveness, which required them to settle down and develop steadily. After Bai Yiyi finished communicating with some of Bai's key members and was about to leave, Lien Yuqian heard that Bai Yiyi had an accident on the way and specially sent someone to the station. He inadvertently mentioned Xian. "Brother Xian contacts me every weekend, but I didn't receive his message last weekend, and I haven't been able to reach him these days. Could something have happened?" Bai Yiyi was stunned, recalling her last conversation with Xian, and an ominous feeling surged in her heart. Seeing Lien Yutian's worried expression, she smiled faintly. Perhaps something held him up. "I will find out. I hope nothing is wrong," Lien Yutian said. The maglev train arrived, and Bai Yiyi and Doubao boarded the train. Lian Yutian slowly walked back after watching the train disappear into the distance. At the police station in the suburban area of Minghan, a security guard knocked on Captain Ye's office. Captain Yi, the physical examination results are out. The security guard respectfully reported to his captain. There are no dangerous setups implanted in his body, and his mental state is normal. The young man standing in front of the smart desk was flipping through the documents and nodded in acknowledgement. His relatively gentle demeanor added a touch of maturity that did not belong to his age. After reading the documents sent by the security guard, Captain Yi spoke. Since no major harm or impact was caused, this matter is not serious. You can go and take the statement from the client they mentioned, and proceed with the punishment according to the situation. The two apprehended individuals insisted during interrogation that they were not causing trouble, but in the video, they showed aggressive tendencies right from the start, which couldn't be washed away. Their main jobs were at a physical training institution, and they had no prior criminal record. According to their claims, they were commissioned by a customer to take the complainant home, and there might have been some misunderstanding. Understood. The security guard responded and exited the office. The office fell silent. Captain Yi casually flipped through the documents and was about to close them when he suddenly saw the information in the complainant column. Bai Yi's spouse, Qin Yanfeng. Looking further down, Bai Yi's father, Qin Yanfeng. Bai Yi was Doubau's name. Doubao was just a nickname. Captain Yi's expression changed slightly upon seeing Qin Yanfeng's name. Then he self-deprecatingly thought, it's just the same name. How could it be that person? Every time he returned home, his old man would always talk about the eldest grandson of the Qin family. Luckily, he was a man. Otherwise, with how much his old man liked that family, he might even have to rush to become their daughter-in-law. At the nearby station, Doubao followed Bai Yi off the train, finally relaxing her small face and letting out a sigh. Bai Yi noticed Doubao's vigilance all the way and comfortingly patted her head. Thank you, Doubao, for protecting Mommy all the way. It wasn't hard. Doubao shook her head. Bai Yi pulled Doubao across the street. Doubao looked back at their home nearby and couldn't help but ask, Mommy, where are we going? Bai Yi pointed to the flashing advertisement overhead and explained while walking. There's a training center there. Mommy wants to get a membership to train here in the future. This way, when we encounter danger next time, I can help Doubao. Doubao lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit down. If only Doubao were strong enough, Mommy wouldn't feel insecure. Doubao's voice was soft, fading into the air, mixed with a faint sigh. Don't you want to see Mommy become strong too? Bai Yi countered. Doubao looked up, seemed to think for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Mommy, go for it. He always felt Mommy was very strong. During their days in the garbage star, she had created a world for him. Now, she still wanted to become stronger to continue providing him with protection. If he stopped Mommy from becoming stronger now, wouldn't that disappoint her? Soon, they took the light elevator and arrived at the Tianyu training base. A small robot at the front desk greeted them and offered assistance. Through the little robot, they learned that the center was divided into personal training courses and self-service courses. Personal training allowed for one-on-one real-life coaching, while self-service courses used system evaluations to create training plans tailored to customers' needs. What are you doing here? A heavy object fell to the ground with a loud noise, followed by a familiar voice. Bai Yi turned around to see a flustered Chu Shuangshuang. Chu Shuangshuang seemed to have just finished training. Her sweat had probably dried, and her hair was only slightly damp, wearing a dark training outfit that outlined her graceful figure. Her eyes looked as if she had seen a dinosaur from the Jurassic period, filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. Bai Yi touched her face, wondering if she looked that scary. Doubao also recognized the woman in front of them. After a glance, he tugged on his mother's hand and pointed to the icon on the screen. Mommy, I think this self-service course is suitable for you. Instead of looking for a personal trainer, why not find Uncle Qin? He's really impressive. Following Doubao's direction, Bai Yi pressed the self-service course icon, and the screen quickly switched to the next step, conducting physical fitness test. Chu Shuangshuang, who had been ignored, first frowned and then reluctantly prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. However, she keenly caught the phrase Uncle Qin. Chu Shuangshuang paused in her steps. Perhaps she was too sensitive and she immediately thought of the Qin family. Although she knew Bai Yi could not possibly have any connections with the Qin family, her curiosity inflated infinitely, and the strong sense of unease prompted Chu Shuangshuang to change direction and walk toward Bai Yiyi. What are you doing here, train? Chu Shuangshuang approached and bit her lip to ask. Chapter 91. Your disciple still has this brain. Why haven't you left yet? Bai Yiyi turned around and asked in surprise. What are you doing here? Qin Group smiled slightly. I came to do what you're doing. Bai Yiyi continued, but she didn't look at Chu Shuangshuang again, pulling Doubao towards the physical fitness test room. Such an attitude infuriated Chu Shuangshuang. She followed closely, lowering her voice. Bai Yiyi, you can't possibly be jealous of me, right? Bai Yiyi suddenly stopped in her tracks. Chu Shuangshuang thought she had hit the mark, but saw Bai Yiyi turn her head and chuckle lightly. Jealous of you? Is that so? Chu Shuangshuang said, jealous that I have talent, jealous that I can apply to a military academy, jealous that I will become a daughter-in-law of the Qin family in the future. Bai Yiyi was not patient enough to listen to Chu Shuangshuang's nonsense. But when she heard the phrase daughter-in-law of the Qin family, she couldn't help but glance back at Chu Shuangshuang, whose head looked like it was filled with glue. Chu Shuangshuang was also furious, and when she realized what she had said, her face turned pale. Bai Yiyi sighed and took a step towards Chu Shuangshuang. 1. What does your talent have to do with me? Furthermore, when you say you have talent, are you referring to your physical condition? This is a physical training institution. You've been training for a few months, right? Otherwise, why don't you compete with me later so I can truly be jealous? 2. Applying to a military academy? Bai Yiyi scoffed. Being a mech soldier is quite an honor. You'll be able to protect the family and the satellite. If you have such aspirations, I will only admire you, not be jealous. 3. This is the most ridiculous thing. Bai Yiyi squinted, carefully observing que Shuangshuang's réaction. The Qin family. Is it the Qin family? I think it is. If becoming the daughter-in-law of a certain family can provoke jealousy, then this family must be extraordinary. So it turns out the Qin family Chu Shuangshuang mentioned is indeed the Qin Yinfeng's family. Remembering the wealth in Qin Yinfeng's account, Bai Yiyi felt a bit envious. Chu Shuangshuang started off a bit flustered but later calmed down. If you're not jealous, why are you here? Why are you arguing with me so much? Chu Shuangshuang said triumphantly, as if she had stepped on Bai Yiyi's tail. You're not wrong. There's no need to argue with a fool. Bai Yiyi pulled Doubao into the physical fitness test room. Once inside, the room was spacious. Bai Yiyi needed to go through different physical fitness tests to measure her stamina, endurance, strength, speed, and reaction time. Doubao waited in the waiting area. Just outside, Chu Shuangshuang was about to step in when someone called out to her. Hello, Miss Chu. May I have a moment of your time? I'm a security officer from Minghan District, and there are some matters I need to discuss with you. I have things to do. If you do not cooperate, it will be considered obstructing official duties. I believe Ms. Chu wouldn't want that result. Let's talk outside. The voice was not loud, but Doubao heard it. He walked to the door, which was not closed, and saw Chu Shuangshuang walking away with someone. That person's clothes. He had just seen them today. Doubao pondered. Considering Doubao was still waiting outside, Bai Yiyi quickened her testing pace. Not wasting a moment, when she finally emerged, exhausted and holding the test results, Doubao handed her a warm towel and cool water. The warm towel and cool water were provided by the facility. The physical fitness test also required star coins, but not much, just 5 star coins. At the same time, Bai Yiyi saw a new message on her light brain. Mom, just now a security officer came looking for her. Doubao heard Chu Shuangshuang's name and couldn't keep calling someone a bad person. He was a person of quality. I see. Having read the police bureau's message, Bai Yiyi already understood the situation and told Doubao without hesitation. Do you remember the 2 bad people we encountered today? It was Chu Shuangshuang who called them to do that. After being surprised, Doubao felt it was reasonable. Besides the Chu family, who else could be my mom's enemy? Doubao thought of Chu Shuangshuang's appearance and felt a bit itchy. But the preschool training teacher told them that gentlemen should not hit women. While he was still pondering how to give the other party a lesson, a gentle touch came from above his head. All right, stop daydreaming. Mom will pay the fee, and then we'll go. Bai Yiyi gently rubbed Doubao's head and went to the front desk screen. The earlier tests had already entered the system, and a training plan would be generated within half a minute. The duration could also be selected. The system provided 3 options: 72 hours, trial, 1,000 star coins. 3 months, recommended, 3,000 star coins. 1 year, VIP, 10,000 star coins. The system recommended the 3-month option. Choosing a 1-year term could allow free VIP status, unlocking more premium services. For instance, VIPs could receive a free nutritional solution daily, unlimited use of the bathroom, a dedicated lounge, and free trials of newly released courses. Mom, let's choose 3 months. Doubao looked at the training plan and offered his opinion. The 3-month training plan is just right. You can see if it's worth it, the sunk cost is low, and you won't be tied down by VIP status. Once you think you have privileges here, you'll want to keep training without caring about the results. Our home is close, and these VIP services are a good choice for those far from home. But they don't hold much value for us. Bai Yiyi thought the same way, but she didn't expect Doubao to have become much smarter during this time. These thoughts must have been taught to him by someone. How did you come up with this? After purchasing the 3-month plan, Bai Yiyi asked Doubao. Doubao replied contentedly, "My disciple's family is in business, and he told me a lot of things. I thought of this," for what he said. Bai Yiyi recalled the gambling disciple Doubao had met on the Star Network combat platform. He has this brain? I thought he just had a family background. Does he still pay you a master fee? He does. What's wrong? I think you should give him some tuition. I bought him gifts. He liked them a lot. After Bai Yiyi paid the fee and received the chip, she took Doubao home. During the short walk, Doubao told Bai Yiyi about the gifts he had given his disciple, surprising even Bai Yiyi. "You're quite generous. It was Wanwan who advised me." As soon as they opened the door, Wanwan heard the little master talking about it with the owner and immediately became alert. "I was wrong, master," Wanwan shouted immediately. Chi watched in astonishment. Chapter 92. Infrastructure game. After learning what the master and the little master had discussed, Wanwan felt as if the new heat sink she had installed was malfunctioning, as the internal temperature was rising steadily. Chi patted his shoulder to offer comfort. Bai Yiyi only glanced at Wanwan and didn't say anything. After sending Doubao back to her room, she sat in the study and began to contact Xian. Lian Yutian said he was missing. Actually, if it were just 1 or 2 days, it would be normal, considering that the low-level planets Xian went to were relatively remote, relying entirely on material transport for external trade, with limited local development. It's common for signals to fail. If it weren't for the content of Xian's last contact with her, Bai Yiyi wouldn't be too anxious. This communication number is temporarily unreachable. A prompt popped up on the light brain. Bai Yiyi contacted the nearest police station to the coordinates Xian had provided last time to report the situation. Although she already knew it wouldn't be of much use, her face darkened after hanging up the communication. The other party told her that she couldn't report across planets. To report, she had to find the police station near her. Could the security personnel really travel a long distance to the main planet's police station? Bai Yiyi searched for offices near the coordinates on the Star Network, but found nothing. Finally, she managed to contact an office on the main planet called Starry Office. They had an online platform, and after clicking in, she found many categories, so she contacted them online. Number 1, hello, Starry Office handles various services. You only need to leave your concerns, and we will send our excellent staff to help you, while also protecting the privacy of our clients. The other party sent a link. Bai Yiyi did not click the link, but instead asked, "Do you accept business from other planets?" For example, this. Coordinates. Number 1. Our staff is distributed across multiple planets, so you need not worry about this. Once you fill out the content in the link, if we can't take it, we will be honest with you. Number 1. The content of the link is encrypted, and only employees who can take your task will see it. If they are willing to take it, they will contact you proactively. Bai Yiyi clicked on the link and filled in the task coordinates, task content, and task reward. There was a reminder at the task reward section. The minimum reward is 100 star coins, and the higher the reward filled in, the greater the likelihood of the task being accepted. Upon seeing this, Bai Yiyi seriously suspected that there was a hidden website behind the Starry Office, which would be hard for those who didn't know to discover. Whether this speculation was correct or not was not important to Bai Yiyi. Bai Yiyi chose the planet where Xian was located as the task coordinates, with the task content being to obtain information about Xian's current situation, priced at 500 star coins. After she filled it out, a taskbar with a 2-star rating appeared on the redirected page. There was a small icon under the taskbar. You can check here for task progress. Soon, the task showed that someone had taken it. The icon lit up. When Bai Yiyi clicked on the icon, she saw a message. "I've taken the task. You will get a reply at the latest the day after tomorrow. Please do not cancel it during this time." Can this still be cancelled? Bai Yiyi replied, okay. Actually, she could understand that if she contacted Xian again before the day after tomorrow, this task would be useless to her. But canceling it would waste the other person's time. However, 500 star coins were quite a lot. She decided to consider it a purchase for peace of mind. Bai Yiyi planned to wait for news from the person who took the task. Aside from that, there were no other options. She then logged onto the W platform and checked the status of Heartbeat and Excitement. Heartbeat was now yielding stable profits, with an average daily income of about 80,000. If there were activities, it could rise 5 to 6 times. Excitement, on the other hand, was still at a loss because Su Jianjia and the others' blog post was included in the curriculum. Excitement was also incorporated into the experience course, recognized and promoted by the official education department of the Federation. This also meant that Bai Yiyi couldn't implement more pay-to-win settings and activities. Fortunately, Excitement didn't generate much revenue, but its traffic was not low, currently ranking 5th in the new game creation competition. When Bai Yiyi looked at the rankings for the game creation competition, she thought of the game meditation in the mountains and seas. She searched for it and found that it was ranked outside the top 20. According to the setting of meditation in the mountains and seas, which combined elements of construction, planting, pet raising, cooking, and combat, this game would definitely not just be a small hit. Although the game creation competition featured strong game producers, most of the levels were still relatively low. And since Xiaohua had previously conducted evaluations for them, being ranked over 20 was a bit low. Bai Yiyi clicked in and first looked at the comment section. To her surprise, she saw comments related to herself. This mountain and sea just copied Heartbeat. How dare this nine-tailed fox say it has nothing to do with Heartbeat? How dare they copy and not admit it? If your modeling were even a little better, I wouldn't say anything, but it's really ugly. I simply can't accept that my goddess looks like this. Same nine-tailed fox, why is the gap so big? Below these comments, there were numerous replies, and fans of Mountain and Sea and Heartbeat began a quarrel. Bai Yiyi hadn't seen these comments earlier, and they had popped up in just half a day's time. Meditation in the mountains and seas had already entered public testing. After reading the comments for a while, Bai Yiyi entered the game to take a look. Once inside, she could first customize her character and then choose a spawning location. The game only had one continent, surrounded by the ocean. After selecting an ID, players could spawn at any location on the continent, and then they would appear at the spawn point. Bai Yiyi chose a place near the water, not far from the nearby woods. Now, please read the survival manual. In front of Bai Yiyi, the text of the survival manual appeared. She quickly skimmed through it and understood the situation on the continent. There were 4 tribes on this continent, and players needed to go to the tribe each day to receive daily tasks. Players could either establish their own families or join others' families. Now, let's start building your own house. You need to place the infrastructure core on the ground, and you can start building your house there. Bai Yiyi saw that a construction core had appeared in her backpack. She looked around the environment and chose a relatively flat place to place it. After placing it down, she saw the build function. After selecting build, options for flooring, walls, and other building materials appeared. The area of the house on the ground slightly glowed. A wooden foundation or floor required 10 wood, while a stone foundation or floor required 10 stone. The system initially provided only 100 wood and 100 stone. Bai Yiyi used up the wood and stone and laid down 20 foundations. Her home was only level 1, so the current area was only 55 in size. Bai Yiyi sat on the foundation, looking at the nearby woods and listening to the guiding NPC say, you can go to the woods to chop down trees or gather ores from the ground to use in building your house. Chapter 93. Are you a girl? A game style that is really nostalgic. This game must be related to fellow villager. Bai Yiyi walked into the woods with a small axe given by the system. It was a pine forest, and the trees looked a bit rough and unappealing. After chopping down a pine tree, she obtained 30 wood and 1 pine resin, unlocking the pine tree encyclopedia entry. Her gathering skill increased slightly, but it was still only level 1. According to Bai Yiyi's thoughts, the higher the level, the more wood and resources would drop from chopping down a tree. There are also plants, stones, and iron ore in the forest that could be gathered, but Bai Yiyi focused her attention on the animals she found. The first was a fly buzzing around about the size of a mouse, but she didn't have any bow and arrow type weapons, so she couldn't catch it to observe. Bai Yiyi walked out of the forest and saw a plain at the bottom of a slope where horses were grazing, which made her feel a bit speechless. Honestly, they looked quite ugly. Looking further down, she spotted a black-furred animal that she couldn't identify, and upon checking the name above its head, she realized it was actually a wolf. Looking further away, she finally saw a slightly more attractive elk. The elk came in two colors, silver white and yellow. Its antlers intertwined in a beautiful net-like shape, which was somewhat appealing. Bai Yiyi approached, and the system prompted her that she could capture animals as pets, giving her a blank animal trap that could be used to catch animals between levels 0 to 30. She glanced at her level 1 and the elk's level 16, giving up on the idea of capturing it. Bai Yiyi observed the elk. It looked acceptable from a distance, but up close, its facial features were misaligned. Remembering the nine-tailed fox mentioned in the comments, she wanted to take a look. Although players shared game screenshots outside the game, seeing it in-game felt different. However, the guiding NPC was unhelpful in responding to her request. Realizing she couldn't get the answer she wanted from the guiding NPC, she turned her gaze to the Great Wilderness channel. There were many players chatting on the Great Wilderness channel, and Bai Yiyi looked at her grayed out chat box, knowing she hadn't unlocked the chat function yet. The guiding NPC was useful at this moment. You can speak on the Great Wilderness after reaching level 5. Oh, she wasn't surprised at all. Leveling up to 5 wasn't difficult, and Bai Yiyi, too lazy to do quests, directly purchased some currency to buy a newcomer package. The newcomer package included 5 seafood feast dishes and a supplement for 5,000 spirit energy. Bai Yiyi ate all 5, instantly leveling up to 7. The taste was okay. It had a seafood flavor and was very fresh. Bai Yiyi opened the Great Wilderness channel and sent a message. Does anyone know where to find a nine-tailed fox? However, this message sank like a stone in the sea, with only a few replies. Moon has a heart, newbie. Find me for trades. I want to know too. Big shot passing by. Look at the map and find it yourself. Those marked with divine bee symbols might be it. Gentle breeze. It's likely on the mountain. I'm not sure either. There are people guarding it. Bai Yiyi only saw 4 replies to her message. She sent friend requests to those 4 people. After a while, only Find Me for Trades accepted her request. Bai Yiyi pulled Find Me for Trades in her team. Find Me for Trades. The team could actually use voice chat, but Find Me for Trades didn't T-turn on the mic and instead sent a question mark in the team chat. Little white, help me find a nine-tailed fox. I 1T let you do it for free. I'll give you star coins. Find Me for Trades. How much? Little white. 20? Find Me for Trades. Deal. But I must clarify. I'll only help you find it, not catch it. If someone else steals it, you still owe me star coins. 20 star coins were just Bai Yiyi's test. And Find Me for Trades agreed so readily that Bai Yiyi felt she might have offered too much. But thinking about it, the game Meditation of Mountains and Seas had just come out, and there weren't too many players, so low prices were normal. Little white. Find Me for Trades, but you can ask others to help you catch it. I happen to know a few big shots. Should I help you contact them? Little white. Can you ask if it's possible? Also, do I need to add star coins? Find Me for Trades. Haha. No need to add. I'll ask for you. Bai Yiyi sat on a stone by the water, took out the fishing rod given by the guiding NPC, and waited for Find Me for Trades' message. Soon, Find Me for Trades had news. Find Me for Trades. They said if you join a family, they can help you catch it, but you need to open the seal. Little white. Seal? Find Me for Trades. The nine-tailed fox is a divine beast, and you need to open the seal to fight it. You can buy the seal in the mall. It's not expensive. Bai Yiyi understood and bought the seal in the mall. Little white. I've bought the seal. Please invite me to the family. Find Me for Trades. Just click on me and find my family to apply for membership. I'll pull the big shots in. Little white. Okay. Following Find Me for Trades' instructions, Bai Yiyi joined the family, Other Shore Ghostly Bright. She then noticed the voices of 3 people entering the team. Umbrella, Sister You, and Waiting for the Wind to Bloom. Is this the newbie you mentioned? A clear male voice asked. YISNT speaking. This was a delicate female voice. Slightly high-pitched, but not overly so, at least not disgusting. Little White, can you turn on the mic? This was another younger-sounding male voice. Some newbies can't be taken in. They immediately want this and that. Really shameless, said another unfamiliar male voice. Bai Yiyi realized that all 4 of her teammates, including Find Me for Trades, had turned on their team mic. Little white, little. I don't like to talk on the mic. Bai Yiyi actually didn't mind talking on the mic. However, on StarNet, whether playing games or otherwise, there were very few who didn't use the mic. Typing was too slow for communication. Are you a boy or a girl? The male voice that said newbies couldn't be taken asked. If you're a girl, I'll help you open the seal. But you have to use the mic, otherwise I'll treat you as a boy. That person continued. Don't mind him. He just can't resist when he sees a girl, the delicate female voice teased. Little white, little. I'm a boy. Let us split up and look for the nine-tailed fox, the clear male voice said. Little white, sit on my ear, mouse, the younger-sounding male voice said. Suddenly, a light appeared beside Bai Yiyi. Find Me for Trades teleported next to her and summoned a cute, big-eared animal, with the words, ear mouse, above its head. Chapter 94. The point-shaking hand in Meditation Mountain and Sea. Pets can carry one person besides their owner, and they can also carry attendants. The difference between an attendant and a pet is that a pet can enhance the owner's attributes, while an attendant, usually humanoid, helps the owner up when knocked down by monsters. Ear mice have large ears and can fly by flapping them. Bai Yiyi sat on the ear mouse, and when it took off, she felt as if she were glued to its body, not needing to stabilize herself or worry about being thrown off. The back of the ear mouse wasn't flat either. While flying, she swayed back and forth, making her head a little dizzy. There's a sky pillar nearby. Let me take you to unlock it. You'll be able to teleport to this sky pillar in the future, Mai Zaiwa enthusiastically said. Okay. The entire team had been searching for the nine-tailed fox for a long time. Mai Zaiwa talked more with Bai Yiyi, while the sister Yuer had a good relationship with Waiting for the Wind to Bloom, and the clear-voiced Umbrella was not very talkative but had decent strength. Whenever the other team members found other exotic beasts to fight, they would call Umbrella over for help. We found it. I have a nine-tailed fox here, but someone else is attacking it. They're not from our family. Umbrella reported with good news. Mai Zaiwa, steal it. Xiaobai, stand a little farther away. Your capture device can't catch the nine-tailed fox. I'll help you catch it. Just shake it when the egg comes out. Bai Yiyi followed Mai Zaiwa and used the team teleportation to get there. As soon as she arrived, she was hit by the nine-tailed fox's attack wave, immediately losing a large portion of her health. She quickly ran a bit farther away. That's when she saw a few teammates going to attack the nine-tailed fox. After losing a third of its health, the nine-tailed fox quickly had only a thin layer of health left, and the words "can capture" appeared. Mai Zaiwa immediately took out the capture device and began to capture it. The other teammates started attacking the people still fighting the nine-tailed fox. Red shadows appearing on them. Those few were clearly no match for Umbrella. After a set of dual-wield skills from Umbrella, they all fell to the ground. Capture successful. Egg. Would you like to shake the point? Yes. No. Bai Yiyi hurriedly shook the point. Xiaobai. You shook out 15 points from Egg. Mai Zaiwa refused to shake the point. Umbrella refused to shake the point. Sister Yuer shook out 51 points. Waiting for the Wind to Bloom shook out 33 points. Sister Yuer obtained Egg. How did you all shake so much? Mai Zai vo asket in confusion. Why not shake? Waiting for the Wind to Bloom retorted. Sister Yuer exclaimed in surprise, saying softly, I also want a nine-tailed fox egg. I shook it out quickly. Waiting for the Wind to Bloom continued. If you shook it, you shook it. Everyone dealt damage. It's not like he alone wants the nine-tailed fox. Sister Yuer doesn't have one yet, and besides, this one wasn't even opened by him, since it was stolen from someone else, and they had already opened it, as long as the output exceeded that of the other party. The nine-tailed fox would belong to the side with the higher output. That's why, after the can capture appeared, the teammates attacked the people on the opposite side. Because those people knew the nine-tailed fox didn't belong to them, they thought about killing it so they couldn't capture it. Bai Yiyi didn't expect her luck to be so bad, only shaking out 15 points. Hearing, Waiting for the Wind to Bloom, say this. Bai Yiyi didn't know what to say. After all, she hadn't done anything at all. Although they said they were helping her fight the nine-tailed fox. They also mentioned she should open the seal. However, Mai Zaiwa was about to say something, but Bai Yiyi sent a text message. Xiaobai. It's okay. I can look for the next nine-tailed fox. But we've been playing for so long today, I'm going to log off now. Let us look for it another day. Thank you all. Xiao Bai, I'm logging off first. After sending those messages, Bai Yiyi exited the team. As soon as she logged out, she received an invitation to join the team from Mai Zaiwa. Shortly after, Mai Zaiwa sent a message. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Xiao Bai. I didn't really want a nine-tailed fox. I just looked at it. It's quite ugly. I don't regret not shaking it. And it's fine if they shook it. It's not like I opened the seal. I didn't deal any damage at all. Receiving the message. Mai Zaiwa didn't know what to say. If Xiao Bai was telling the truth, he felt a bit better. If she was just comforting him, he thought Xiao Bai was a nice person. In the future, he could help her catch a nine-tailed fox and give her the egg. Mai Zaiwa, I'm glad you're not angry. I'll keep an eye out for the nine-tailed fox and 1T charge you any star coins. Xiao Bai. Thank you. After Bai Yiyi left the team, Mai Zaiwa followed suit, leaving only 3 people in the team. Sister Yura, that newbie is angry. Waiting for the wind to bloom. What does it matter? Newbies nowadays just want to take advantage. They want the egg without doing anything, as if they're their parents. Sister Yura, I don't think he is that kind of person. Umbrella. Didn't you sell a nine-tailed fox egg yesterday? Umbrella's clear voice interrupted the conversation between the two. The team fell silent for a moment. Sister Yura, that was just a grass-grown one, green and not pretty. I don't like it. Generally, the nine-tailed fox you capture looks like the egg that hatches out. Waiting for the wind to bloom. Umbrella, what do you mean? Do you think Sister Yura intentionally stole his egg? Umbrella exited the team, leaving only Waiting for the Wind to Bloom and Sister Yura in one team. Hearing the sister's aggrieved voice, Waiting for the Wind to Bloom kept comforting her, and in the end, he managed to cheer her up. The two of them then went to fight monsters, level up, and complete quests. Bai Yiyi didn't know what happened after she left the team, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She had seen too much of the right and wrong in the game. As for the nine-tailed fox she wanted to see, she had seen it. How to put it? Even though it was made with the M platform's production technology, it had a kind of low-quality 3D feeling. The creator didn't seem to be from this industry. Bai Yiyi had also looked at various game settings in Mountain and Sea, and when scrutinizing values, some areas were quite unreasonable. But it was clear that the creator had worked hard to present the game content. The game mechanics were still good, likely because this fellow townsman had played similar games before crossing over, so the playability was still quite high. Bai Yiyi didn't rush to log off. She was gathering cabbage and dew, and conveniently completed the main quest. The stove at home lacked materials and couldn't be used, but she could use 20 wood to make a basic campsite where she could cook. After setting up the campsite, Bai Yiyi put in the cabbage and dew to cook. After making 2 dishes of dark cuisine, she finally succeeded in making big stew, simultaneously completing the unlocking of the big stew illustration. Bai Yiyi took out the big stew from her backpack, and in front of her appeared a bowl of clear water cabbage soup. Chapter 95. Additional recipes and cooking function. Bai Yiyi tasted the flavor of the clear water cabbage soup, which retained the sweetness of the cabbage without adding salt. Yet she could still taste a hint of saltiness. After finishing the braised dish, her satiety increased from 30 to 60 due to the consumption of ingredients, and she felt some of her fatigue dissipate. Following the system prompt, Bai Yiyi searched for more ingredients and unlocked several new dishes. Most of the flavors of these dishes were familiar to her, stemming from her memories of Blue Star. Looking at the system interface, a thought surged in her mind. When Bai Yiyi logged off, it was already late at night. However, she still pulled out her study materials and completed the learning task set for the day before going to rest. The next day, Doubao woke up early, waiting for Uncle Qin to pick him up. Standing at the door, he looked back at his mother's tightly closed bedroom door. Why hasn't Mom woken up yet today? Usually, Bai Yiyi would have already gotten up by this time and would be waiting for Uncle Qin to take him away. Before he knew it, he recalled what happened yesterday, and Doubao gently furrowed his brows. Perhaps it was because those 2 bad guys scared Mom yesterday. She probably didn't sleep well last night, which is why she hasn't woken up this morning. When he saw Qin Yinfeng's figure, Doubao obediently followed behind Uncle Qin and went to the preschool training venue with him. If you have something to say, just say it. Along the way, Qin Yinfeng noticed Doubao stealing glances at him several times, and he furrowed his brows and spoke. Doubao was struggling internally. Speaking up would make him seem chatty. But he wanted Uncle Qin to know that Mom was scared yesterday. If he could comfort her, that would be great. Qin Yinfeng's words directly gave Doubao the opportunity. He recounted everything that happened yesterday. Inadvertently, he said a bit too much, mentioning that Mom also signed up for training courses. And Doubao stole another glance at Uncle Qin's reaction. Doubao was very fond of Qin Yinfeng, and a sense of closeness and trust blossomed from the depths of his heart. In the past, he couldn't detect these two feelings. However, as he interacted with more people during this time, he easily noticed the differences between Uncle Qin and others, especially after witnessing Uncle Qin's skills. Doubao regarded him as an idol, a goal he wanted to surpass. Qin Yinfeng quietly listened to Doubao, and his obsidian-like eyes revealed traces of frost. His faint smile was somewhat cool as he reached out to unbuckle Doubao's seatbelt. They had arrived. Qin Yinfeng led Doubao out of the car, and Doubao could not detect any emotion in his voice. Your mom did the right thing. You're still young, and she needs to have more self-protection skills since you can't protect her well enough. However, Qin Yinfeng paused, and just as Doubao was about to explode, he said, "You did very well yesterday, little man." Doubao was taken aback and quietly flushed. It was Doubao who had just said that as a man, he should protect his mother, but being praised by Qin Yinfeng made him a bit shy. "I will do better in the future," Doubao quickly responded. Qin Yinfeng's hand, which he had lowered, moved slightly, ultimately suppressing the urge to ruffle the little man's hair. He looked at Doubao with a hint of indulgence in his tone. "I believe in you." After dropping Doubao off at the training site, Qin Yinfeng walked to a corner against the wall. From this vantage point, half of the training field was obscured, but he could easily observe the situation inside. He lowered his head and opened his light brain, which displayed a virtual screen for privacy. The screen was filled with rapidly moving characters. Qin Yinfeng's fingers flew across the screen, and finally, the flow stopped, revealing the information he wanted to check. After quickly scanning the content, he closed the virtual screen, and in the moment of closure, words like Mingan Police Bureau Antianu Training Base faintly appeared. Qin Yinfeng rested his hand on the armrest beside him, his fingers tapping lightly. His gaze lowered with an inscrutable expression, as if he was pondering something. But soon, he looked back at the training field. Inside, Doubao was training very diligently. Nearby, other children who saw this wanted to sneak a break, but had to grit their teeth to keep up with Doubao's training pace. The preschool training teacher, seeing this scene, revealed a look of satisfaction, and his gaze towards Doubao was filled with warmth. With such a talented and hardworking role model, he could rest easy. He had taught many batches of children, but had rarely seen such a good seedling. One could say, it was the best student he had encountered. Bai Yiyi had stayed up late last night, so she adjusted her alarm clock to wake up later to recover her state. "Chi-Chi, have you downloaded the AI simulation learning plugin I asked you to?" After waking up, Bai Yiyi instructed Chi-Chi to download the AI simulation learning plugin. Such plugins have free resources on the Star Network, as well as paid options. But if there are no high requirements, the free resources are sufficient. While Chi-Chi was downloading the plugin, Bai Yiyi was purchasing ingredients. Wanwan watched from the side, its mechanical head shaking nonstop. Fortunately, the parts on its neck were all made of high-quality materials selected by Lin Yutian and crafted very precisely. Otherwise, with the way it shook its head, the parts would wear out very quickly, likely costing a lot of lubricant. It wasn't a problem with the program, but rather because the previous body had a slight issue with its neck, requiring such movements to relieve the burden. Although it had changed to a new body, it had still developed this habit. Its main chip was too old, and Lin Yutian didn't dare to change it casually. So this head-shaking habit remained unaltered. "It's downloaded." Chi-Chi walked in front of Bai Yiyi and answered obediently. "Then let's activate the AI autonomous learning function. You learn to cook as I do, and save the generated programs in the new internal disk." The ingredients Bai Yiyi ordered were also ready. After saying this, she let Chi-Chi follow her to learn how to cook. They prepared ordinary home-cooked dishes, and the ingredients were not hard to find. Bai Yiyi made salt egg greens, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, braised pork, and sour soup fish, with Chi-Chi replicating each step. Wanwan watched for a while and slowly moved closer. "Master, I think I can help too." "No, your main chip runs slowly and is prone to crashing." Bai Yiyi rejected Wanwan's eagerness. Wanwan shrank into a corner, watching the favored Chi-Chi busily moving around, and a very quiet mechanical voice escaped from its mouth. It's all an excuse. This low-level simulation learning won't cause me to crash. After several repetitions, Chi-Chi saved the preparation data for 17 dishes in the new internal disk and then packaged the data and sent it to Bai Yiyi's light brain. Bai Yiyi forwarded this data file to Lian Yutian. Bai Yiyi, the first batch of housekeeper robots produced by the Bai family comes with additional recipes and cooking functions. Chapter 96. You want 5-star coins too? Lian Yutian. Where did you get this? Bai Yiyi. I made it myself. Bai Yiyi was inspired by Meditation Mountain and Sea, where the dishes in the game restored real flavors, attracting a portion of people's interest. This indicated that there was a market for recipe and cooking features. Although the market was small, customers wouldn't mind having more features, especially those that others didn't offer. The programming data was simulated and learned by Chi-Chi from Bai Yiyi, and her cooking skills were close to Bai Yiyi's. Regardless of how good Bai Yiyi's cooking was, at least the taste was decent. Lian Yutian knew Bai Yiyi had a business mind, but he didn't hold high hopes for the recipe and cooking features. He just went along with it. Lian Yutian, all right, we will test this feature before it's launched. Will you come and check it out then? Bai Yiyi, no need, just keep an eye on it. Lian Yutian, okay. Once back on the W platform, Bai Yiyi noticed that many people had tagged her. Meditation Mountain and Sea plagiarized Heartbeat Nine-Tailed Fox setting. Baido. Meditation Mountain and Sea borrowed cold weapons like bows and sickles from Heartbeat. Baido. The game Meditation Mountain and Sea is so rough and still tries to ride on the coattails of Heartbeat. It's simply intolerable. Baido. Baido. I'm just a bystander. Bai Shui is quite a talented producer, and Baido is my favorite producer. Hope this matter can be resolved peacefully. Bai Shui Baido. Bai Yiyi saw a response from Bai Shui, the producer of Meditation Mountain and Sea. Bai Shui. Meditation Mountain and Sea has not borrowed any elements from Heartbeat. The two games are completely different. Please do not conflate them. However, the fans of Heartbeat did not buy this statement. Bai Yiyi understood the situation of this fellow townsman, who created Meditation Mountain and Sea to showcase the legend and charm of Shanhai Jing to the people of the stars. And she quite supported it, though she believed the other party's skill still needed improvement. Soon, Bai Yiyi also edited a post and clicked send. Baido. The Nine-Tailed Fox and various cold weapon settings are derived from the ancient Huaxia civilization of Blue Star, not my original creation. This statement clarified the rumors of Meditation Mountain and Sea plagiarizing Heartbeat. Bai Yiyi looked at the post she just sent and remembered how Star Wars became popular during Heartbeat's internal testing and updated just before Heartbeat's public testing to add a lottery card pool. Adding a lottery card pool was fine, but the timing of the card and the platform's customer service response was really a bit disgusting. The platform's customer service response still lay in her backend, and Bai Yiyi hadn't deleted it. Star Wars currently had no original elements from Heartbeat, and after the update, with just the lottery mechanism, it was difficult to determine if there was any plagiarism. Bai Yiyi looked at this statement, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart. Heartbeat was the first game on the W platform to feature nine-tailed fox elements. And during the controversies surrounding Meditation Mountain and Sea, there would likely be reports initiated. But until she sent out the clarification, the platform system had taken no action. So how did they respond to the reporters? Although Bai Yiyi was curious, she didn't try to report it herself. Baido's response improved Meditation Mountain and Sea situation, and within a day, it climbed into the top 20 of the game creation rankings. Shui Yuling first noticed that Meditation Mountain and Sea's ranking had suddenly risen. It had remained nearly unchanged for a while. She was initially pleased, but then noticed Baido's clarifying post, and her smile instantly froze. It was this Baido again. Feeling disheartened, Shui Yuling closed the page. If her Meditation Mountain and Sea had been released first, it would have been Heartbeat under scrutiny. This fellow townsman had a bit of conscience. Knowing to help her clarify, the soft light illuminated the entire study room. Under Qin Yinfeng's guidance, Bai Yiyi successfully completed her study tasks for the day. She rubbed her temples to relieve the fatigue of the day. You have basically mastered the key points of star languaging calculations, but basic physics is a bit difficult, so you need to put in more effort. Knowing that, Bai Yiyi only wanted to pass the entrance exam. Most of her studies focused on previous exam points. Bai Yiyi had already gone through them once. The rest depended on repeated familiarity. She had just started basic physics, and Qin Yinfeng sent her a document. When Bai Yiyi opened it, she found it was internal information from Tsinghua University, which could also be obtained by students of Tsinghua University. Since Qin Yinfeng wouldn't provide it, Bai Yiyi could ask Su Jianjia for help. I'm going to be away for a while, so you can go through this first. If you don't understand anything, ask someone or save it for when I come back. Wasn't that just saying not to disturb him while he was out? Bai Yiyi expressed understanding. All right, everyone has their own lives. They're just contractual spouses. Bai Yiyi didn't ask Qin Yinfeng what he was going to do. When do you think he'll be back? At least half a month, at most 3 months. Qin Yinfeng paused, his gaze landing on Bai Yiyi's face. So, you'll have to rely on yourself to work hard during this time. 3 months. That was almost time for the exam. Indeed, she couldn't count on him. Bai Yiyi tacitly understood Qin Yinfeng's meaning. The tutoring during this time also allowed Bai Yiyi to keep up with Qin Yinfeng's thinking. This man had also allowed her to see through him to some extent. Serious, responsible, and dedicated. He's a really good tutor. Your eyes show satisfaction. Since you value my teaching ability so much, why not give me a little tutoring fee? After being looked at with admiration by Bai Yiyi for a while, Qin Yinfeng slightly raised his eyes, his few teasing words carrying a different flavor in his mouth. I'm broke. At most, I can give you some 5-star coins. No more than that. Bai Yiyi withdrew her gaze and responded lightly while tidying up her notes. That works. The cool voice made Bai Yiyi look back at him, raising an eyebrow. You want 5-star coins too? It was time to leave. Qin Yinfeng stood up and casually dropped a line. Just enough for the fare. You're really thrifty. Usually Bai Yiyi would see Qin Yinfeng to the door, but this time she walked a bit further. The tall figure moved ahead of her, and Bai Yiyi followed in his footsteps, almost bumping into his back after just a few steps. Go back. Bai Yiyi heard him turn his head and say. The colorful lights of the city shone on him, and his half-shadowed profile obscured his expression, but she could still discern the aura of a handsome man. Safe travels. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and offered a forward blessing. He lightly nodded and walked toward the nearby platform. Bai Yiyi watched the man's retreating figure, gently furrowing her brows. Although Qin Yinfeng didn't say it, she always felt that he would likely come back with injuries this time. Recently, Bai Yiyi had learned a lot about mechas because of Doubao and recalled Qin Yinfeng's Qingling. Based on the details she remembered, Qingling was definitely a custom mech with top-notch configuration and design. There was nothing like it on the market, no matter how she thought about it. Qin Yinfeng wouldn't be a simple rich second generation. Chapter 97. Tampering with training intensity early in the morning, Bai Yiyi received a strange payment notification in her account. Your account has received a mental compensation payment. 2,000 star coins. Please check. Upon seeing that the payment was from the Minghan District Police Department, Bai Yiyi remembered that she seemed to have received a text message from the police department yesterday. She pulled up the message and understood. Chu Xuanshuang had received a disciplinary action for inciting others to commit violence. This minor sanction was merely a form of ideological education and would remain in the archive system. However, Chu Xuanshuang paid a fine of 3,000 star coins to eliminate this sanction. According to the regulations, 2/3 of the fine would be compensated to the victim, provided the victim had no objections. Bai Yiyi had been busy yesterday and hadn't looked closely at the message. A lack of response within 24 hours equated to consent. Thus, Bai Yiyi's account received a compensation payment today. After getting ready, Bai Yiyi went to the Tianyu training base across from her home to start her first training session. As she put her belongings in the storage room and came out, she bumped into Chu Xuanshuang, who had just changed into her training outfit. Chu Xuanshuang's expression darkened when she saw Bai Yiyi. What a coincidence! Bai Yiyi, who had just received compensation from Chu Xuanshuang, felt cheerful and greeted her with a friendly wave. Chu Xuanshuang felt a chill run down her spine. Something was off, and there must be a trick involved. She shot a resentful glance at Bai Yiyi and walked away in silence. However, her limping gait truly damaged her reputation as a young lady of the Chu family. Bai Yiyi didn't mind and turned to enter the training room, inputting the commands and password to get in. Just as she entered, a figure turned back. Chu Xuanshuang appeared outside the training room. Looking up at the code and entrance screen, "De Guxiong Clanche Feast," and seeing the training difficulty on the screen stirred up waves of unease in her heart. The training difficulty generally corresponds to the qualification level. Chu Xuanshuang had an E-level physique and for the past few months, she had been training at A-level difficulty. Recently, she had switched to D-level, attempting to break through to D-level physique. Bai Yiyi's training level was D, which only indicated that her physique was at least D. Forcing oneself to train at a difficulty level above 1's qualification was likely to cause gene collapse diseases. Chu Shuang felt a surge of thought and, after glancing around, turned to leave. In the Chanyu training base, the public area outside the training room was filled with surveillance cameras, and blind spots were rare. The services were all provided by custom robots, specifically selected from the Chu brand. "May I help you with anything?" The small robot lifted its round head and asked the customer who had called it with concern. "I lost my ring. Can you help me find it?" "Okay, where do you think you lost it?" The small robot continued to ask. "I don't know. It was lost somewhere in your training base." "All right, I will ask my colleagues to keep an eye out for it. I will do my best to help you find it," the small robot said. "What if you can't find it?" Chu Shuang asked calmly, knowing that the ring was made up. The small robot would never be able to find it in such a large area with such a small object. Rather than searching blindly, it would be better to check the surveillance footage to see where she lost it. The small robot's logic turned around, recognizing the request as reasonable, and said, "Okay, I will help you check the surveillance footage. Can I help you check the surveillance?" The small robot hesitated. "I can take you over to ask." The staff in the surveillance room were real people, and Chu Shuang had to check the footage in person. The small robot had no authority, so it took her to the surveillance room. Knocking on the door of the surveillance room, an old man peeked out. "What's the matter?" "This lady lost a ring and wants to check the surveillance to see where it fell." The small robot explained the situation. The old man looked at Chu Shuang, and she noticed that he had 2 prosthetic eyes. Installing prosthetic eyes and limbs was not uncommon in the interstellar world. Moreover, given his age, it was indeed normal to replace them with functional ones. The prosthetic eyes did not reveal the old man's true emotions. He opened the door wider and walked in, saying, "You have 1 hour. If you can't find it, you can leave a lost item message at the front desk, and we will notify you if we have any news." Chu Shuang remained silent and followed him inside. The small robot turned and left. The surveillance room had a wall-sized screen, and there was a chair in the center with a soft cushion on it. The old man moved a stool over and placed it next to the chair. "Sit." The room was a bit dark, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Chu Shuang sat on the stool, while the old man took the chair, handing her a small controller filled with buttons. "Take your time. There are over 100 cameras here, not too many. You can rewind or try to remember when the ring went missing." The old man's voice was somewhat hollow, but his words carried a kind tone. Chu Shuang finally settled down. She didn't dare to directly pursue her goal. Instead, she started playing the surveillance footage with the controller. As she watched, her mind began to devise a plan. After a while, the old man's steady breathing could be heard. Chu Shuang turned her head to look, finding the scene somewhat eerie. The old man appeared to be asleep, completely still, his chest rising and falling, while his prosthetic eyes remained open, a faint light glimmering in his dark pupils. Chu Shuang slowed her breathing, waved her hand in front of the old man's eyes, and received no response. Then she stood up and walked in front of him, blocking his view of the surveillance feed. Only then did she boldly focus on the surveillance outside Bai Yiyi's training room, clearly seeing Bai Yiyi's operation on the entrance screen for the playback, although the screen was mirrored, making it impossible to see the contents. Chu Shuang had trained here long enough to simulate the entire process from Bai Yiyi's movements and deduce her password. Next, she turned off the surveillance outside the training room. Having learned from past mistakes, Chu Shuang confirmed several times that there were no omissions before switching to the footage from another camera. She placed the controller next to the old man's hand, and just as she was about to leave, she heard the old man's voice. "Did you find out where your ring fell?" Chu Shuang was startled, her heart nearly stopping. She pressed down her throat and said, "I found it, thank you." "No need to thank me." As Chu Shuang nervously approached the door, the old man spoke again. "Please close the door behind you." Chu Shuang shut the door, collected herself, and walked to a spot not far from Bai Yiyi's training room. She called over a nearby, small robot. "My ring fell into the gap of the vent outside the P201 lounge. Please help me find it." The vent led outside, and if the small robot couldn't find it, It could only be assumed that it had fallen out of the building through the vent. Of course, all of this was fabricated by Chu Shuangshuang. The small robot did not refuse her request, and after it left, Chu Shuangshuang quickly went to Bai Yiyi's training room door, input the password, and changed the training difficulty. Watching the D change to C, Chu Shuangshuang's expression darkened. Transitioning from D to C, Bai Yiyi, who was unfamiliar with the training intensity, might not notice anything amiss, attributing it to her own weakness, and would never know the potential risks posed to her body. This was Chu Shuangshuang's scheme. As long as Bai Yiyi didn't notice once, she could take the opportunity to secretly change her training difficulty every time. After completing all of this, Chu Shuangshuang quickly left the scene. Chapter 98. Chu Shuangshuang undergoing inspection again the moment the training difficulty changed. Bai Yiyi received a system notification. After this round of training, you will automatically be switched to C-level difficulty. Chu Shuangshuang probably didn't expect that changing the training difficulty midway would notify the trainee. The training plan set by the system is based on the results of the physical fitness test, which generally corresponds to the tester's physical qualifications. Thus, Chu Shuangshuang had some misunderstanding that the training difficulty was linked to one's qualifications. Although Bai Yiyi had an S-level physique, she had not undergone any training before. Therefore, the system's proposed plan raised her training difficulty from D-level upward. After hearing the notification, Bai Yiyi remained focused on dodging the balls that constantly flew back and forth in the space. The various color balls had different visibility in the dim light, especially the darker colored balls, which could only be seen clearly within a few meters when they were coming at her. When she encountered a fast-moving ball, she couldn't dodge in time and got hit, making the surrounding space feel compressed, increasing the pressure and putting further strain on her body, affecting her mobility. The pressure from these mistakes accumulated over time. The training lasted for an hour, and it wouldn't stop even if she couldn't take it anymore. The training intensity was tailored to her situation, and in reality, there wasn't a situation where she truly couldn't endure it. It was mostly psychological pressure. After being hit by the balls a few times, the prolonged pressure made her trembling legs struggle to keep moving, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. The balls moved chaotically, but their speeds had a certain pattern. Bai Yiyi gradually discovered that although she couldn't predict the appearance of the balls, as long as her reaction speed was fast enough, she could sense the impending danger. Finally, the hour ended. You have a 20-minute break, or you can choose to continue to the next round of training directly. Can you kindly suggest that you rest well before continuing? Why was the training difficulty changed? Bai Yiyi took a sip of water and asked. This item was not included in the training plan. It was adjusted by you. Bai Yiyi almost spat out the water, her expression unclear. I adjusted it myself? So, she could adjust her training difficulty while training? Is this training center really reliable? The system seemed to have doubts as well. The adjustment record was made 17 minutes ago, modified after password verification. Sorry, Mong. My system seems to have malfunctioned. The intelligent system immediately apologized upon realizing the logical contradiction. With such a mistake, shouldn't they compensate me somehow? Bai Yiyi calmly stood and placed a stretch, her tone casual, as if she were chatting. How about I send you an energy drink? Not great. I spent so many star coins, but received a mismatched service experience. If I hadn't noticed your error earlier and had been switched to C-level difficulty, leading to danger, compensation aside, do you think I would still be willing to continue training here? Sorry, ma'am. I have reported this issue, and Tianyu will provide you with an explanation. Please be patient for a moment. How long will it take? The system fell silent. Bai Yiyi slowly walked to the rest area. As soon as she sat on the sofa, a window popped up on the wall, and a drink was handed to her. She took a sip, and her tired limbs felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, a subtle warmth flowing through her blood to her entire body. Tianyu didn't make her wait long. Soon the system voice rang out again. Dear Ms. Bai, we are upgrading you to VIP status for free. Before your next payment, you can enjoy VIP quality service. There was a small issue today at Tianyu. Some monitoring systems were not operational. Fortunately, our security system was working normally. According to our monitoring, someone intentionally changed your training difficulty. This matter has been forwarded to the police department for investigation, and we ask for your patience while awaiting the results. Someone intentionally changed it? As Bai Yiyi finished the last drop of the energy drink, her mind became clearer. She didn't ask who it was. Instead, she stood up and walked toward the training area. Continuing to the next round of training, the training difficulty remained unchanged, with an extra half-hour added. The training difficulty has been adjusted to D. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Bai Yiyi could still feel that D-level training difficulty was not yet her limit, but her body had not fully adapted to the training. The training ground darkened again. She felt movement beneath her feet and stood still, carefully observing the surrounding changes. The training area was divided into several squares, each only large enough for one person to stand on, rising and interweaving. Bai Yiyi was lifted to a height of several meters, looking down at the space below, which had turned pitch black, resembling an endless abyss. Training begins. Countless steel wires appeared above the squares, moving horizontally at different speeds. Bai Yiyi immediately understood the content of this training. In the previous round, she had to dodge moving balls. In this round, she needed to avoid the sweeping steel wires high above. Not only did she have to pay attention to the height and speed of the wires, but she also had to ensure she didn't fall through the gaps beneath her feet. The designers of this training were quite clever. After some complaints, Bai Yiyi immediately entered the training state. Meanwhile, in another training room, Chu Shuang's training suddenly stopped, and the system sounded an alarm. After being tormented by D-level training difficulty, Chu Shuang's first reaction was, "Has the time finally come?" The subsequent system voice pulled her into despair. "Miss. You were suspected of tampering with another person's training information and need to undergo an investigation by the local police department. Your training has been suspended. You can wait in the rest area for the arrival of security personnel." Chu Shuang's eyes widened, and it took her a while to react. A painful sound escaped her throat as she gasped for breath, walking in a daze to the rest area. She looked toward the training room's door, her brows furrowing, her gaze lost, as if she had fallen into her own mental world. Perhaps she couldn't comprehend how such a meticulous action could be discovered in such a short time. The security personnel sent by the local police department arrived at the Tianyu training base, first communicating with Chu Shuang, then verifying with Tianyu's staff, and finally waiting for Bai Yiyi to finish her training. After Bai Yiyi completed her training, she immediately went to the VIP bathroom for a free shower and changed into clean clothes. Then she was led to a lounge by a small robot from Tianyu. Bai Yiyi glanced around the lounge at the people present, her gaze briefly passing over Chu Shuang, and her gentle eyes landed on two young and competent security personnel. "Hello. Thank you for your patience." Chapter 99. Who is the father of the child? Two security guards explained the situation to Bai Yiyi. As soon as Bai Yiyi reported that the change in training difficulty was not initiated by her, the security system of Tianyu began to investigate the source of the malfunction and potential risks. The training system found no faults, and the monitoring area was not fully covered. They immediately transferred the investigation to Tianyu's personnel, who quickly traced it back to Chu Shuang, who had been to the monitoring room. The fingerprints left on the operation screen outside Bai Yiyi's training room also matched those of Chu Shuang. After conversing with the suspect, Chu Shuang, the professional security guards swiftly determined her culpability. The complainant was Tianyu, as Ms. Chu had damaged the interests of the Tianyu training base and was willing to compensate. One of the security guards calmly stated, "As a victim of attempted deliberate harm, you have the right to know about this matter and can choose to pursue it. If you choose to pursue it, it will leave a record on Ms. Chu, so we hope you can communicate peacefully and resolve this matter." Another security guard added. Bai Yiyi met Chu Shuang's resentful and sorrowful gaze and smiled lightly. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "I have something to say, but can you not pursue it?" Chu Shuang bit her lip, her tone completely disbelieving that Bai Yiyi would have the kindness not to pursue it. The grudges between them were not just this time, but had been building for a long time. If it were her, she would only dig the hole deeper. "Not pursuing it is not impossible," Bai Yiyi gently replied. Chu Shuang's expression momentarily froze, but did not change much. Earlier, Bai Yiyi had deceived Chu's father into cooperating. So now Chu Shuang dared not easily trust her words. If a record was left, Bai Yiyi's tone carried a hint of regret. But her eyes were as cold as deep ice. "Then how can you take the military academy exam? You were just momentarily confused. After all, we are sisters." so we should consider some old feelings. The two security guards exchanged glances, finding her words too understanding, and when they looked back at Chu Shuangshuang, there was a hint of disappointment. They were somewhat aware of the backgrounds of both parties. They also knew that Bai Yiyi had once been the daughter of the Bai family, not only uneducated, but also eccentric, with a chaotic private life. Pregnant with an unknown fatherless child and intending to terminate the pregnancy. Various unsavory comments seemed like a business card, firmly attached to Bai Yiyi. However, recently, these rumors have been overturned by the judgment documents Bai Yiyi posted. During their brief interaction, the two security guards could also sense her cultivation and quality, which were completely inconsistent with the previous rumors. Chu Shuangshuang did not notice the gazes of others, or rather, since earlier, she had subconsciously blocked out the gazes of others. Bai Yi's words hit Chu Shuangshuang right in her vital spot. The Chu family was continuously declining, and the future development would only become increasingly difficult. Chu Shuangshuang no longer held any expectations for her father. She only wanted to get into the military academy, strive to climb up to the Qin family, and escape her current situation. Seeing the wavering in Chu Shuangshuang's eyes, Bai Yiyi realized that her words had taken effect. Can I talk to my sister? No. Can I talk to Bai Jie alone for a moment? Chu Shuangshuang suppressed her underlying anxiety and said to Bai Yiyi. This was also said for the benefit of the others present. Bai Yiyi nodded lightly, and the two security guards and Tianyu staff exited the room, leaving the two alone. If you have anything to say, you could directly open the door or call us. We will be waiting outside. But it's best not to take too long. Our time is also precious, one security guard reminded. Okay, thank you. Bai Yiyi replied politely. The two security guards felt a deeper fondness for her. Bai Yiyi sincerely respected the law enforcement officers, perhaps due to her previous poor reputation. People's expectations of her were too low, resulting in a multiplied effect of goodwill. In a lounge, only Bai Yiyi and Chu Shuangshuang remained. I'm sorry. Chu Shuangshuang slightly lowered her head, hiding her already uncontrolled emotions, her fingertips digging into her palms, but she felt no pain. The I'm sorry that she forced out made Bai Yiyi raise her eyebrows slightly. She could tell that the other party was genuinely regretful. Is that all? Chu Shuangshuang sniffled, her eyes red as she looked up. As long as you let this matter go, I can agree to any condition. She was not so naive as to truly believe that Bai Yiyi would consider their sisterly bond. Perhaps the old Bai Yiyi would have, but after this period, Chu Shuangshuang realized that Bai Yiyi had completely transformed. Apart from her appearance, there was no resemblance to the previous her. She resembled the deceased woman more, but, after all, she was her daughter, so it was not strange to look alike. Bai Yiyi sat there, pondering for a moment. Any condition? Bai Yiyi gently countered, which sounded like a glimmer of hope in Chu Shuangshuang's ears. As long as I can do it. Immédiately replied. You need to tell me the truth about my mother's death and what you did regarding my pregnancy. Bai Yiyi closed her eyes. The original owner's memories were already somewhat blurry, and even when she thought about it, her brain felt like it was resisting, causing a faint pain. Chu Shuangshuang was momentarily stunned, her face turning pale. If the truth of these matters were to come out, could she still let her go? I only want to hear the truth. If you tell the truth, I won't pursue this matter this time. Bai Yiyi could naturally guess Chu Shuangshuang's thoughts, and she slowly said, Don't think about lying. Since I asked, I naturally know some things and who is behind them. What if you go back on your word? Chu Shuangshuang asked warily, not daring to trust easily. Bai Yiyi sneered. Do you think that with the grudges between us, a record could settle everything? How about this? I will ask some questions, and you answer. Once you finish answering, I won't pursue it this time. Bai Yiyi saw Chu Shuangshuang's doubts and realized that continuing to be at an impasse was meaningless. My mother was killed by Chu Ruanfan. Does that have anything to do with you and your mother? Bai Yiyi's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Chu Shuangshuang hesitated for a moment before speaking. This was my mother's idea. I had nothing to do with it. Bai Yiyi slightly curled her lips, feeling relieved. Who drugged me that night? Bai Yiyi continued to ask. Chu Shuangshuang looked at Bai Yiyi, her eyes filled with inexplicable emotions. It was Sun Yaoyao. And you? Have no connection to it? Chu Shuangshuang subtly stepped back, saying cautiously, There's a bit. I was aware of it. This answer was very conservative and cautious. The The so-called bit definitely referred to more than just being informed. Do you know who the father of the child is? Chu Shuang suddenly looked up. Her expression towards Bai Yiyi was strange and complex. You don't know? Chapter 100. Clues about Doubao as biological father. The judgment document has been issued, and you tell me you don't know who the child's father is? This matter sounds a bit unbelievable. But upon further reflection, Chu Shuang felt that she had been misled by Bai Yiyi. It was reasonable for her not to know. I don't know. Chu Shuang met Bai Yiyi's gaze for a moment before helplessly tugging at the corners of her mouth to respond. Bai Yiyi stood up and walked toward the door. Chu Shuang panicked, thinking that she didn't believe her, and hurriedly added, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know. There were many prominent figures that day. Perhaps your child is one of them. Yes, when I came to find you that day, I saw someone who seemed to be from the Song family, named Song. Yuvan. Song Juwen. Bai Yiyi paused in her steps. Who is he? Bai Yiyi rummaged through the original owner's memories, but found no mention of someone named Song Juwen. He is a military leader and the one who ended the Zerg War in the Laria Galaxy. He's an impressive figure. Chu Shuang lightly bit her lip and slowly said to Bai Yiyi. What she said wasn't a lie. She just didn't think the other party would be that wild man. If Bai Yiyi had the courage to verify with him, the outcome wouldn't be good for her. After all, he was a big shot in the military. And defamation and insult were serious crimes. Oh, Bai Yiyi's reaction was flat. She didn't even raise her eyelids, which surprised Chu Shuang. Do you have anything else to say? Bai Yiyi asked next. Chu Shuang felt uneasy. She desperately wanted to find some different traces on Bai Yiyi's face, but could only withdraw her gaze in frustration. No, nothing more. Only then did Bai Yiyi open the door. The two security personnel outside were still there, and after they exchanged glances with Bai Yiyi, they came in. I won't pursue this matter. Let's go through the proper procedures. Upon hearing this, Chu Shuang's dim eyes instantly lit up with a hint of hope. Going through the proper procedures meant there would be records and fines. Although the fine was considerable, it was better than having a criminal record. So Chu Shuang gritted her teeth and took out her small stash of money. After the two security personnel left, Bai Yiyi also packed her things and prepared to go home. Just as Chu Shuang came out of the break room, she happened to see Bai Yiyi's departing figure, filling her heart with deep confusion. Once home, as soon as Bai Yiyi entered, Doubao ran over, raising her arms to take the things from Bai Yiyi's hands, but was intercepted by Qi nearby. Mom, was your first day of training today? Are you tired? After sitting on the sofa, Doubao leaned over to ask. Not bad. It was probably the first day. The training load wasn't too heavy, and she had rested enough in the Tianyu, so she wasn't too tired. Mom, you should soak in the nutrient pod. After I finished training before, soaking in the nutrient pod really helped a lot. Doubao tugged at Bai Yiyi's arm. Looking up obediently, I just poured in the nutrient solution that Grandpa Gu sent. If you don't soak, it'll be a waste. Okay, I will. Bai Yiyi smiled. Since Professor Gu sent that nutrient pod, Bai Yiyi had never used it, mainly because she was either busy or felt it was unnecessary. Those specially formulated nutrient solutions were expensive, and using them on herself felt like a waste. Bai Yiyi lay down in the ice blue nutrient pod, watching the pod door close before she closed her eyes. The inside of the nutrient pod wasn't dark. It even felt like being in bright seawater, with fresh and smooth breathing that didn't feel oppressive. She entered a relaxed and natural state. Perhaps the nutrient solution was taking effect, as Bai Yiyi gradually felt a gentle force nurturing her blood vessels and flesh, slowly replenishing the dry and exhausted veins with energy. The mental perception wasn't very strong, but it alleviated her mental fatigue. Unknowingly, Bai Yiyi had relaxed her entire body and fallen into a deep sleep. In a hazy state, she seemed to return to that night in the original owner's memories. The scene before her flickered, unclear and indistinct. The air was filled with the other party's scent, and she felt completely drained. The other party seemed like an uncontrollable beast, engulfing her in endless pain. Bai Yiyi struggled to wake up, but the moment she opened her eyes, she found herself in a sea of ice blue. She breathed lightly, her expression showing a hint of confusion. Despite the chaos of that state, why did it feel so real? It was as if she had personally experienced it. She could even feel the tremors of his body and the explosive power beneath that physique, along with the slightly salty taste that had dripped on her lips. Bai Yiyi recalled again, suddenly dazed. It seemed she had seen the other party wearing a dark combat uniform, which looked very familiar. The nutrient pod's timer went off, and the pod door opened. Bai Yiyi emerged from the nutrient pod, meeting Doubao concerned gaze. "Mom, how do you feel? Is it much better than before?" "Much better." Bai Yiyi chatted a bit with Doubao before using the excuse of needing rest to return to her room. The moment she got back, Bai Yiyi searched online for combat uniforms. The hazy vision made it difficult for her to discern the details of that uniform, but it was indeed very familiar. As long as she could find an image of a similar combat uniform, perhaps she could remember more. Bai Yiyi spent a lot of time and finally found a suspicious image from a star blog. Upon seeing the combat uniform in the picture clearly, Bai Yiyi's mind gradually became clearer. She finally understood why that combat uniform looked familiar. This star blog praised the achievements of the Federation military soldiers. And as Bai Yiyi followed the information in the blog, she discovered that this type of combat uniform was exclusive to the military, with variations depending on the rank. The dark color could only be worn by those of very high rank. Yes, when I came to find you that day, I saw someone who seemed to be from the Song family, named Song Juwen. He is a military leader and the one who ended the Zerg War in the Laria Galaxy. He's an impressive figure. Bai Yiyi rubbed her head, Chu Shuang's words echoing in her mind. In fact, Bai Yiyi wasn't very concerned about who Doubao's father was, which was also why she hadn't pursued the matter further. Even if she found out, what difference would it make? She had no intention of letting Doubao recognize her father. But now, she truly found clues about Doubao's biological father, which made her extremely anxious. The higher the other party's status, the more it meant that when Doubao's background was discovered, she wouldn't be able to compete for custody of the child. Therefore, Doubao's background had to be kept tightly under wraps. Having made a decision, Bai Yiyi calmed her emotions and deleted all her search records. Chapter 101. Saving Ashian that night, Bai Yiyi completed her study tasks and logged onto the Starry Sky agency before bed, checking her posted task board, which still showed no signs of activity. 2 days had passed, and according to the person who took the task, she would receive a response by tomorrow at the latest. The lack of news indicated that Ashian's situation was not good. That night, Bai Yiyi did not sleep soundly. Upon waking, she received a notification from the Starry Sky Agency. Your task has recent developments. Please check the Starry Sky Agency. When Bai Yiyi checked the task board again, the icon below was bouncing, prompting her to click on it. The other party sent a long message. Essentially, Ashian had been captured, and he was being held in an underground trading city run by an organization. The reason for his capture was that he had interfered with market trades. But the real reason was likely his close ties with Qin Shan, which entangled him in some conflicts with the forces of He Shui and Lu Jin. Ashian's situation was dire, and he was about to be transferred to some mysterious research facility, with specific details unknown. After reading all the content, Bai Yiyi sent a message back. Can he be saved? The other party replied almost immediately. First, confirm the task completion. It's very difficult to rescue him. Bai Yiyi confirmed the task, and the task board showed that the task was completed with the payment already sent to the other party. Very difficult means it can be saved. Name your price. Bai Yiyi quietly replied, her mind racing with countless thoughts. I can't save him. You should post a high bounty. There are many powerful people here who might take it. High bounty? Bai Yiyi's heart stirred. How do I post a high bounty? After sending this message, the other party took a while to respond. If you're on a third-party platform, you cannot post a high bounty. Sorry. But that's all I can say. It was clear that the other party saw through Bai Yiyi's probing. Bai Yiyi sighed. I think you mean something like an online platform similar to the dark web, where various tasks or bounties can be posted, including some transactions that skirt the edges of federal law, right? If I can't get in, can you help me post the bounty? Perhaps Bai Yiyi hit the nail on the head, as the other party fell silent for a moment before saying, send me the bounty content and amount, and I can post it on your behalf, but I will need to take a fee. It really is possible. How much do you mean by a high bounty? Over 10 million. Bai Yiyi hesitated. I suggest 20 million. The other party seemed not to consider Bai Yiyi's feelings and proposed their own suggestion. Have you thought about it? The average person can't come up with 20 million. Bai Yiyi replied with a headache. You're not an average person. Bai Yiyi decided not to waste more words with the other party, but when they asked her to add their contact information and send the bounty details and amount, she hesitated. 20 million is not a small amount. How do I know you want to cheat me? If you don't trust me, then forget it. Let me think about it. When you're ready, you can contact me directly. Bai Yiyi added the other party's contact information and stared at the contact list. Slightly lost in thought, she saw the name Qin Yinfeng and recalled the scene from when she first met him. With complex emotions, Bai Yiyi still opened the chat box and sent him a message. Xian is in trouble. Bai Yiyi forwarded the long message she received from the person who took her task and explained the existence of the dark web. Do you have a way to rescue him? When Qin Yinfeng received the message, he had just arrived at his destination after handling military affairs and was taking a moment to rest when he saw Bai Yiyi's message. From the information provided, the underground trading city or the mysterious research facility mentioned did not involve any illegal activities punishable by federal law. The federal army could investigate, but on the surface, nothing could be found, and evidence was elusive. Xian had no registered identity and was not protected by federal rights. Even if reported, the police department had the right not to take action. As Bai Yiyi said, she could only seek help from those who take bounties, and it would be hard to recover any lost star coins if she was cheated. Qin Yinfeng nodded slightly. His fingers danced across the virtual screen of his light brain, appearing quite relaxed. In reality, this was just his way of conserving energy. He had been tense all along, and even if his physical condition was strong, it could become overwhelming. Why did you think to find me? How could she think to find him? Bai Yiyi rarely asked for his help, especially knowing he was busy. The first time I saw you, you were wearing a combat uniform. I now know it belongs exclusively to the military and your status is not low. To save Xian, I would just be a delivery person. How could I forget to have you, such a strong ally, when looking for help? Xian's debt is only a third paid off, and there is still over 10 million star coins left. If he really doesn't get saved, I will have to cover this debt. Last time you also mentioned that once this debt is paid off, our spousal relationship can be dissolved. Thinking about it, it would actually be a good thing for you. What Qin Yinfeng said was to pay off what he owed, but in that context, it's understandable to interpret it as paying off Xian's debt. If it comes down to paying off what he owes Qin Yinfeng, money debts are easier to repay, while emotional debts are not. Whether it's Doubao or preschool training or the textbook issue from the blog post Heartbeat, they all fall under emotional debts. Qin Yinfeng read Bai Yiyi's message, his gaze flickering slightly. While he opened another page, he replied to Bai Yiyi, "What if I also need 20 million? Bai Yiyi immediately understood Qin Yinfeng's meaning and smiled lightly. "I'll give it. I didn't come to you just to save this amount of star coins. I'm just worried the other party is a scammer. Anyway, as long as the person is saved, this debt is still owed by Xian." After burning a metaphorical cigarette for Xian in her heart, Bai Yiyi received Qin Yinfeng's reply. "You're quite generous. As for the star coins, forget it. I will have someone investigate, and it shouldn't be difficult to rescue him." "Thank you." "Great. Now I owe another favor." However, with the military big shots promise, Bai Yiyi felt relieved. This was much more reliable than a bounty. What Bai Yiyi didn't know was that her request for help had actually aided Chike. While carrying out a difficult mission, Chike received a new message from his boss and felt emotional upon reading its content. "I, Chike, have finally reached the end of my suffering." After lurking in the Zur cave for many days, Chike not only stank but also lost a lot of weight. He struggled to lift his numb body and quickly left the danger zone in his mech. After finding the supplies he had buried earlier, he began to carefully plan his next move. Qin Yinfeng canceled all of Chike's current tasks, and the new coordinates were on a lower-level planet, which was much better than the environment he was in. Plus, there were federal troops available for dispatch. Although Chike felt a sense of mission, long-term hard combat was very draining, and he also wanted to relax a bit. Chapter 102. The Dream of the Bai's Maiden Voyage. First generation a few days later. Xian finally made contact. He proactively reached out to Bai Yiyi. "I'm sorry, something came up earlier." From Xian, Bai Yiyi learned about the experiences of the past few days. She originally thought that he was just caught up in the conflict between the Qingshan, Heishui, and Lu Jin factions. But she didn't expect that the planet was actually the birthplace of both Xian and An. On the day Xian had his incident, An escaped from the hospital and went missing. Until Xian was rescued by the people led by Chike, he was very worried about An. As long as he didn't have contact with An for even a day, An would become restless and now it had been many days without communication, which was truly worrying. After returning, Xian received news of An's disappearance. Fortunately, he found An at a shelter. He didn't expect that there were several shelters on that planet. The shelter was run by the Qin family, likely established by Brother Qin. Both Xian and An resided on the EU 7963 planet under the name of Qin Yin Feng, and Xian was grateful to Qin Yin Feng, referring to him as Brother Qin. He heard that An had gone mad once, causing a tsunami. She had gone to the transition point, her body swelling and expanding, her soft hands and feet clinging to the starship as if she wanted to leave with it to find Xian. Fortunately, the local police acted quickly to subdue An and sent her to the shelter. The staff at the shelter were a group of mechanical beings. They injected An with a sedative and comforted her with words, and cried for several days while staying there. Her sea blue tears nearly flooded the shelter. After Xian contacted An, she finally regained her composure, waiting for Xian to find her. When Xian found An, Chike had already taken people to dismantle the research facility that had once given birth to both Xian and An, and had thoroughly investigated the involved factions, uprooting them completely. The local Qin Shan, Heishui, and Lu Jin factions were reshuffled, forming a delicate balance. Bai Yiyi said, as long as they remain divided, there's no need to talk about cooperation. Xian wanted to persuade her, but didn't want An to worry about him, so he dropped the thought. Now, there are only two sources of material supplies to explore. Since there are no rare materials inside, I believe similar issues shouldn't arise again, as Xian said. Rare materials often come with competition for interests, leading to situations similar to the Qin Shan, Heishui, and Lu Jin factions, making it troublesome to seek cooperation with any of them. The orders from surrounding robots had long been completed, and the reason Xian continued to negotiate material supply trade cooperation was that Bai Yiyi wanted to have her own suppliers. No hurry, Bai Yiyi said. You should rest for a while first, and wait until your body has recovered a bit before going. All right, Xian agreed. He was eager to repay his debts. Also for An's future. An had been undergoing treatment, and this time she was stimulated and went mad again. If this continued, no matter how much he earned, it wouldn't be enough to handle it. From the accounts sent by Yution, Bai Yiyi had already seen that Xian had paid off a small portion of his debts, most of which came from the orders of surrounding robots. Xian received a commission from the raw material supplies negotiated, but currently, Bai's orders were not many, so the profits were not particularly high, though they were better than some material suppliers who were doing well. With Xian's matters settled, Bai Yiyi sent a message to Qin Yin Feng to express her gratitude, and then focused on her studies, occasionally checking on her game situation. Currently, the only way for her to make money was still through Heartbeat, while Excitement had high costs, with almost no pay-to-win mechanics, and was still in a state of loss. Bai Yiyi estimated that Excitement would take several years to break even at its current speed. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Yution brought good news to Bai Yiyi. Bai's smart robot had been successfully debugged and was ready for launch. Named the dream of the Bai's maiden voyage, first generation, leading the technological level of all smart robots on the market, targeting the mid to high-end market, while the low-end market would leverage high-cost performance as an advantage. The account by Doubao had exceeded 50 million fans. After some thought, Bai Yiyi registered a dedicated account on Starblog, using her real name as the ID, while promoting her Starblog account through Doubao. Doubao, I've registered a Starblog account. Here is the link. The Starblog account is a work account representing Bai's. Any feedback on Bai's smart robots can be commented on my Starblog. The Doubao account represented the identity of a game producer, and if she kept posting unrelated content, it would be seen as marketing and could lead to a warning from the platform. So, Bai Yiyi planned to delete this post after receiving a platform warning. Posts from Doubao generally consisted of game updates, and there have been very few posts in recent months, but once a post was made, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. Doubao has a Starblog account now. Hurry up and follow. Doubao said the Starblog account is a work account. I wonder if it will promote the game. I only know that posting on Platform W has many restrictions. Doubao is simply my idol. After being pressured by public opinion so much, she went to live on a garbage star, not only survived but also created too hard, and now has a new venture. What a comeback in life. Will Doubao Starblog account update daily life? When will the next game be launched? Baidu, please give us a hint. We can't wait. Same here. Same here. Bai Yiyi noticed many people were calling for the next game. Many game producers remain popular by continuously outputting new works to solidify their player base. If it weren't for her upcoming exams at Tsinghua University, Bai Yiyi would probably also be brainstorming and creating a new game by now. She briefly replied to the comments, stating that her next game would be released after her exams, but she did not mention her exam plans, instead providing a timeline after the exams. The timing was just around a small holiday, so it was reasonable. However, the comments were still filled with cries of despair. In less than half a day, Bai Yiyi's star blog account had surpassed 10 million fans. Bai Yiyi, thank you all for your love for me and my works. The Dream of the Bai's Maiden Voyage, first generation, will be available for sale in Bai's Mall in the next few days, with a 10% discount on the entire store, along with a recipe and cooking feature. She also shared the new product launch post from Bai's official blog. Fans under Bai Yiyi's star blog all sent out a series of question marks. Baidu explained in the post that she represented Bai's and that sharing Bai's official blog was not a problem, but the mention of the recipe and cooking feature, which had never been heard of before, made people send question marks before diving into the shared star blog to explore. Chapter 103. Cooperation among fellow villagers. Leading the technology of the Chu family? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Just when my family needs to change to a new housekeeper robot, I want to support Baidu because of her. After flipping for a while, I finally saw the accompanying recipe and cooking functions, which seem to be an external chip that can also be purchased separately, compatible with most smart robots on the market. But buying it separately isn't cheap either. It made me want to try Bai's batch of smart robots. The GN1.0 version only costs 120,000, and with its configuration, it can easily outperform other smart robots in the same price range. As long as it's not a DIY machine. It's simply the king of cost performance. Bai's family hasn't set up after-sales service yet. If something goes wrong, I can only send it back to the original manufacturer for repairs. What are you afraid of? Didn't it say above? Free repairs within 3 years and free shipping. How confident must they be in their quality to make such a promise? On the official blog, the introduction of the recipe and cooking function only took up a small space, hidden in a corner. Those who flipped and read the blog carefully, and soon it sparked heated discussions. Meditation Mountain and C had gained a bit of popularity after Baidu's clarification last time. But as the ranking remained steady at the 19th place, it started to cool down. Shui Yuling tried various methods, such as organizing game activities or interactive lottery draws under her posts, but the results were minimal. The input and output were disproportionate. When making games, she never considered the costs. Coupled with her lack of expertise in this area, it led to high production costs but low quality. One could only say that the mechanisms borrowed from past life games retained a batch of players for her. However, as a newcomer in game production, achieving a stable position in the top 20 of the game creation competition was already a very good result. Unfortunately, with Baidu as a fellow villager for comparison, Shui Yuling couldn't figure out why her Mountain and C couldn't compete with Baidu's Heartbeat and Heartbeat. Even if Heartbeat was understandable, she couldn't fathom how it had the luck to be included in the teaching experience course, gaining a steady influx of players without Baidu having to deliberately draw traffic. Little did Shui Yuling know that Bai Yiyi's Heartbeat was currently also at a loss. She only saw the results. As for Heartbeat, could it be that it truly gained the advantage of being a pioneer? However, that day, when Shui Yuling logged into Platform W again, refreshing the game creation rankings, she was surprised to see the long-stagnant ranking actually moved up by 1 position, with Meditation Mountain and C now at 18th place. But when she saw the comments section, she felt disappointed again. A wave of returning players and a few new players were all due to Bai's marketing activities. Buying the smart robot with accompanying recipes and cooking functions or being able to purchase directly. Bai's new product set impressive sales records on the first day. Most customers who bought the smart robots would buy good ingredients to experience the accompanying features, then discuss it on Xinguang. The discussions were wide-ranging, and Meditation Mountain and C was brought up. I feel like the dishes for Mountain and C are still delicious, and there are many varieties. It would be great if Bai's recipe system added more dishes. The dishes in Mountain and C are probably all simulated. How could they taste that good in reality? No, you could try the Delicacies restaurant on the main star. It's the only restaurant in the entire star system, with multiple branches, but it's too expensive. I feel it can rival Mountain and Sea's dishes. Haha. I was recommended by a friend to play Mountain and Sea. Personally, I feel that although Mountain and Sea's taste is good, the dishes made by my robot are more satisfying. After all, a game is a game. It feels the same whether I eat or not. When I eat at home, I can savor it for a long time. Shui Yuling searched for news about Bai's family, but she couldn't feel happy at all. However, she quickly perked up and posted a new update. Bai Shui, Baido. Thank you, Sister Baido, for bringing traffic to Mountain and Sea. I never expected so many people to pay attention to Mountain and Sea's recipes. Haha. I also bought Bai's smart robot, and the food it makes is delicious. Like from the time she created her account to now, Shui Yuling had posted hundreds of updates in just a few months, and no game producer was more active than her. Yet, this new update surpassed her previous highest views in just half a day. At the same time, the popularity of Meditation Mountain and Sea was also slowly rising. Shui Yuling busily replied to the comments below to maintain this hard-won traffic, but after a long time, her heart was filled with lament. Last time, thanks to Baidu, Mountain and Sea entered the top 20 of the game creation competition. This time, again relying on Baidu, Mountain and Sea moved forward another step. She actually had to rely on clinging to someone else's traffic to achieve results. As a fellow villager, isn't this unfair? Shui Yuling tagged Baidu, and Bai Yiyi naturally saw the update from Shui Yuling. Although she didn't know how much sincerity was in the other person's words, Bai Yiyi was still very happy to reply, as the other had praised their robot. Baidu, thank you, sister, for your support of Bai's family. Sending love. By Shui, once this post was made, the topic of the two whites quickly rose to the top. Originally, Heartbeat had fallen to 7th place in the game creation rankings. But due to this surge in popularity, it rose to 6th place, still with a gap to 5th place. Meanwhile, Mountain and Sea climbed several places due to this wave of heat, now reaching 15th place. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and sent a private message to Bai Shui. Baidu, sister, do you need to cooperate? I played your Mountain and Sea, and since I can make the cooking function so well, your culinary skills must be great too. If possible, I would like to invite you to participate in the development of the recipe and cooking function program chip. If you refuse, that's okay. Or, I can upgrade the autonomous learning function of my smart robot, and you can live stream cooking, allowing fan smart robots to learn. What do you think? Bai Yiyi had considered this thoroughly. Either option would yield mutually beneficial results, even if the other party didn't agree. She wouldn't lose anything since the culinary function was still niche in the star system. Of course, if Bai Shui's cooking skills were good enough, perhaps it could become popular among the masses. When Shui Yuling received Bai Yiyi's private message, she was momentarily stunned. It was as if she had always regarded the other as a hypothetical rival after realizing they were fellow villagers and assumed the other had the same mindset. For such a friendly private message, Shui Yuling couldn't see any traps. Live stream cooking? Shui Yuling had thought about it, but she preferred to open her own restaurant. After all, she couldn't feel the taste through a live stream. Relying solely on visuals, she couldn't attract fans through live streaming. Moreover, even if fans were willing to follow along to learn, the probability of failure was high. She had never considered that a smart robot could have an autonomous learning function, greatly reducing the chances of failure. Just as Shui Yuling was about to refuse, her gaze fell on the page of Meditation Mountain and Sea. The ranking she had worked hard on had risen several places in just one day. She immediately changed her mind. Bai Shui, your idea is great. Can I choose to live stream cooking? But I'm afraid not many people will watch. Baidu, no worries. I'm here to help you draw traffic. Bai Shui, thank you. Sending love. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the fellow villager matter and immediately began to discuss the direction and details of their cooperation. Chapter 104, Everyone has so much confidence in her. Shui Yuling is a professional in culinary arts, having dabbled in almost all major cuisines. Even though the ingredients in the interstellar world differ from those on Blue Star, a great chef won't be stumped by such minor issues, especially since she has a system. Even if she live streams one dish a day, she can keep it fresh without repeating any. She carries with her the culinary culture of 5,000 years of Huaxia. Attracting viewers is not a problem for Bai Yiyi now, especially since Bai's intelligent robots have just sold over 10 million units. Even if only 1/10 of the customers are interested in upgrading their robots for free self-learning culinary skills, that amounts to over 1 million people. People have an inherent instinct to avoid losing out. With the upgrades, they might occasionally visit Shui Yulink's live stream to let their robots learn cooking, and they can also try new flavors. How could they miss out on such a bargain? Under Bai Yiyi's promotion and Bai's marketing, Shui Yulink's first live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. Shui Yuling did not show her face, but her beauty was off the charts. Originally, the audience came to let their robots learn to cook, but many fell in love with the beautiful hands and graceful figure appearing in the virtual image, flooding the chat with comments. In the interstellar world, especially on the main planet, people typically undergo gene matching or optimization in a gene bank before having offspring, ensuring they give birth to children with the best genes, which is why many are quite beautiful. It mainly comes down to her stunning looks, combined with the mystery of not showing her face and the calm, peaceful atmosphere of cooking, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Bai Yiyi watched a few of the live streams and sent some gifts, but did not continue following them. The reason was, the entrance exams for Tsinghua University were approaching. The 3-month training package at the Tianyu training base was nearing its end. The entrance exams for Tsinghua University had examination rooms on various high-level planets, with the main planet's examination room located at Tsinghua University. Bai Yiyi felt confident about the subjects Xingyu and Chuzhuan, and she was familiar with the examination points for Jichu Shue, but this subject has a wide scope, and each year about 20 of the exam questions cover uncertain points. With little time left for her studies, and having seen less of the less common topics, it meant she was unlikely to score well on those 20 of questions. Bai Yiyi estimated that, if she didn't make any mistakes, she could still score a few points above the historical minimum passing score for Tsinghua University, and if she exceeded by more than 10 points, admission to the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy would be secure. But if she only exceeded by a few points, it would be precarious. The day before Bai Yiyi's exam, friends who knew sent their blessings. Su Jinjia, Qi Lu, Lian Yutian, Yu Yi, and Professor Gu all messaged her, wishing her good luck. Bai Yiyi scrolled through the messages, her gaze landing on the silent Qin Yan phone. They had hardly been in touch over the past few months. The other party had said they would return in half a month at the least, or 3 months at most. It had been over 3 months now, with no news at all. Hopefully, nothing bad had happened. The 3 subjects would be completed in 1 day, and the results would be released within a week, with the admission list announced shortly after. After the exams, there would be a month-long break before school started again. Bai Yiyi entered the examination room, which was closed off, with each person lying in a star network pod for the exam. Each star network pod had its own monitoring function, making cheating nearly impossible. Bai Yiyi answered Xingyu and Chuzhuan with ease, completing them ahead of time. For Jichu Shue, aside from the 20 uncertain questions, there were a few slightly difficult ones. But she finished before the end of the exam, guessing what she could. As Bai Yiyi exited the examination room, she saw Qi Lu and Su Jinjia waiting outside. "Sister Bai, you finally finished the exam," Su Jinjia exclaimed joyfully, pulling Bai Yiyi over. "Professor Gu is waiting for us at home to celebrate your completion." Qi Lu smiled lightly. "Let's go. Doubao is already at the teacher's house. I want to pick her up today, so you don't need to worry." On the way to Professor Gu's house, Su Jinjia still asked Bai Yiyi, "Sister Bai, how did you do on the exam today?" "Not bad, I guess." Bai Yiyi had only about 70% confidence, so she couldn't speak too confidently. "If you get accepted, won't I be your senior?" "No way. I still have to call you Sister Bai. This hierarchy cannot be messed up." Su Jinjia, surrounded by top students, automatically assumed Bai Yiyi was being modest. In her eyes, Sister Bai was even more impressive than a top student. With such high achievements in ancient civilization studies, if the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy didn't admit her, it would be a huge loss. That would be a crime against the Federation. "You are definitely Bai Yiyi's #1 fan." Qi Lu, hearing Su Jinjia's praises for Bai Yiyi all the way, felt a bit sour. After all, he was still Su Jinjia's teacher and had never seen her so adoring before. "I guess I'll have to settle for second place." Bai Yiyi couldn't help but laugh. Su Jinjia was still lost in her own world, not catching Qi Lu's sour tone, and just laughed, "Teacher, stop teasing me." When they arrived at Professor Gu's house, as soon as they entered the living room, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. A table full of dishes was laid out in the center, with a new butler robot in the kitchen washing dishes, while Professor Gu and Doubao were playing in the living room. Upon seeing Bai Yiyi, Doubao immediately ran over Mom. Grandpa Gu had Xiao.She make a whole table of dishes, and she has been busy for half the day. Xiao.She was one of Bai's intelligent robots. Bai Yiyi glanced at the dishes on the table, clearly indicating that Xiao.She had watched Shue's live stream. This meal was the best she had enjoyed since coming to the interstellar world, making Bai Yiyi momentarily think she was still on Blue Star. Su Jinjia and Qi Lu were praising the meal non-stop, not noticing Bai Yiyi's unusual demeanor. Professor Gu mostly listened to the conversations, but his chopsticks never stopped moving. Teacher, you should eat a little less. Your stomach isn't good. Eating so much might upset it, Qi Lu said, looking at Professor Gu. Su Jinjia picked up on Qi Lu's hint and quickly chimed in. Yes, Professor Gu, you're older now. How can you handle this much pain? This should be left to us young people. There's an old saying on ancient Blue Star. Do not speak while eating. Professor Gu shot a glance at them, and in front of everyone, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, then let out a comfortable sigh. Su Jinjia looked at Qi Lu in confusion. Teacher, what does this mean? It means you shouldn't talk while eating. Oh, after the meal, Bai Yiyi and Professor Gu went to the study. You worked hard for this exam, Professor Gu said kindly. I've already spoken to the academy. Your tuition will be waived, and the academy won't disclose any of your identity or information. You will study alongside other freshmen, but I hope you can complete all your credits and graduate within 2 years. But my results haven't come out yet. Professor Gu then realized, you can't possibly have failed the entrance exam, can you? Bai Yiyi felt her heart tremble. Why does everyone have so much confidence in her? Chapter 105. The little architect from the night sky, filled with countless stars, the orange-red glow slowly poured down, eventually transforming into a deep blue clear sky. The little people under the mountains were busy, spending a day and a night building a small courtyard by the shimmering lake. On the small island in the lake, a large tree grew with its twisted roots, and the vibrant flowers became a view that could be seen upon looking up from the courtyard. The little person named Little White jumped down from the roof, gazing at the freshly painted blue tiles and white walls, showing a nostalgic and satisfied expression. Rely on me for business, rode over on an ear mouse, and was immediately amazed by the completed courtyard in front of him. Rely on me for business. This is too beautiful. Little White, help me build a house too. I'll provide the materials. I can give you whatever you want. Rely on me for business flew around the courtyard, dismounted, and wandered through the house, taking pictures frantically, filling the team channel with messages. Rely on me for business. I thought those structures were randomly made. I didn't know they were built like this. I've never seen anyone build like this before. Rely on me for business. I've never seen a more beautiful home than this, and it only used simple materials. Rely on me for business. Hadn't seen Little White online for a long time, and for a while. He thought this newbie had quit the game. However, he didn't delete Little White from his friends list because he remembered the promise he made to Little White, thinking that one day he might come back to play. A couple of days ago, he finally saw Little White's name light up again. At the same time, a feeling of worry arose. He had sold the 9-tailed fox egg due to insufficient warehouse space last time. But it seemed Little White hadn't remembered this as he greeted the other party, who came to ask him about materials. Little White, do you have any extra wood or core materials? Other materials are fine too. I'm buying in bulk. Wood can be obtained by cutting down trees, and core materials can be obtained by cutting down bamboo. These all require gathering skills. However, Bai Yi's gathering skill level was very low. She had only leveled it up while collecting food materials before. On the other hand, Rely on Me for Business had a high gathering level. Bai Yiyi could only obtain 4 or 5 woods from cutting down a tree, while Rely on Me for Business could get around 45 woods from the same tree. The efficiency difference was tenfold. As for other materials, Bai Yi's level wasn't high enough. Even if she went to gather, she could only obtain basic resources and couldn't get those materials because they hadn't been unlocked yet. There were also players in the game who didn't grind these life skills. They chose to buy materials instead. Of course, players would also list materials in the auction house, but it required in-game currency and the prices were extremely unprofitable. Usually, They would find material merchants to buy with real-world currency. The name, Rely on Me for Business, clearly indicated he was a material merchant. Rely on me for business. Wood and core materials? I have plenty. I've been burning them directly when my warehouse is full. So you don't need to buy them. I'll give them to you. Wood and core materials are basic resources that high-level life players are not lacking, and they even have a surplus. Thus, Bai Yiyi's home that took a day and a night to build was all made from materials provided by Rely on Me for Business. In return, Bai Yiyi traded some of her better materials from her warehouse to Rely on Me for Business. The materials given by both sides didn't hold much value in Rely on Me for Business. His eyes, so he graciously accepted the materials from Bai Yiyi, just in time to clear out his warehouse for more materials. He noticed that little white's level was still very low, and her warehouse and carrying capacity must be quite limited, unable to hold much stuff. Seeing how much Rely on Me for Business liked her home, Bai Yiyi, despite having spent a day and a night building it, still had the energy, so she agreed. Little, sure. Where do you want to build? Do you want to build together with me? I'll tear down one side of the wall, so we can have a big courtyard. Rely on me for business. Great. But you've been building for a day and a night, so you should rest first. Once you're well rested, we can build again. After Rely on Me for Business gave the materials to Little White last night, he only watched for a while before leaving. When he came back today, Little White was still building. Although he really wanted a home like that, he was worried that Little White's body wouldn't hold up. Little White, okay. I'll log on again at night. You can prepare the materials first or think about what kind of home you want. Bai Yiyi didn't decline. In fact, she spent a lot of time researching the building structures under the construction function, even though she didn't know if it was copied from a game she played before. She had to admit that a lot of thought had gone into it. Although the details weren't perfect, the necessary structures like different railings, walls, windows, beams, ridges, and decorations were all present. After Little White logged off, Rely on Me for Business directly opened the family channel and posted the pictures he had just taken. Rely on Me for Business. Isn't it beautiful? As soon as he posted, the family channel exploded. Wow, the home posted in the great wilderness is yours. Do you know? You're famous. It can't be your home, right? I just teleported to your house, and your house still looks like that ghostly appearance. Current coordinates, I've already arrived. It's Little White's home. What are you bragging about? A lot of people came. This Little White is too impressive. Could it be the producer herself? It's a small account. I don't believe it without some tricks. Bai Yiyi was still unaware that after she logged off, her home was directly filled with people, and her friend requests shot up to 99. With so many people, some even started to blow up the house. The explosions raised some people's dissatisfaction. How could you blow up such a beautiful home? This triggered another wave of chaos. Before logging off from W platform, Bai Yiyi posted a dynamic image of her home using White Bean's account. White Bean, take a look at my home. How is it? Image by Shui. After posting this dynamic image, Bai Yiyi logged off and went to sleep. After the exams, the training in Tianyu also came to an end, and Bai Yiyi hadn't renewed it, preparing to relax for a while. Bai Shui's livestream in these days had brought sustained and stable sales to the new generation of Bai's products. Bai Yiyi then remembered the game meditation in the mountains and sees that she had played for a long time, so she logged on to play for a while. She didn't have any thoughts about increasing combat power. As a game producer, she knew how to keep players and extract money from their pockets, understanding their psychology very well. Once the thought of increasing combat power arose, it might become endless. However, out of nostalgia, she still experienced the joy of live players. As for starting a new game, she was still in the process of brainstorming, and the topic hadn't been decided yet. Chapter 106. Harvesting Sisterhood. Shui Yuling only streams for 3 hours each day, preparing about 1 to 3 dishes each time. So far, she hasn't made any complicated or time-consuming dishes, but she has experienced the high earnings from streaming, which are several times higher than the daily revenue of her shops. It's worth noting that the prices of dishes in her restaurants are expensive, and the daily customer flow is relatively stable, allowing her to live like a little wealthy woman. However, these reasons are not what keep her streaming. Instead, after some time of streaming, her ranking in the Meditation Mountain and Sea game has stabilized at 12th place, just a little behind the 11th place. With a bit of time left before this game competition ends, she might seize the opportunity to climb into the top 10. After finishing her stream that day, Shui Yuling saw Baido's mention on platform W. Confused, she clicked to view the video, and a stunning home scene appeared before her eyes. She is very fond of the mountain and sea game and immediately recognized that this was a scene from within the game. Gazing at the familiar little courtyard, Shui Yuling became entranced until she felt a cold sensation on her face, realizing she was in tears. At that moment, she suddenly felt affection for this fellow villager. It was an uncontrollable feeling that surged in her heart when encountering a fellow villager in a foreign land, especially in a world she could never return to. The suppressed emotions within her erupted in an instant. Shui Yuling quickly replied, "So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. I give you full marks, not afraid you'll get proud." After sending her reply, she saw the comments below. "Ah, so Baido also plays mountain and sea. It seems I've stumbled upon something exciting. This home is so beautiful. Can I move in? I'm so mad. I just found out this home belongs to Baido, and someone blew it up earlier. A lot of people started fighting. If I had known, I would have gone too. Boo-hoo, Baido. Please come online and take a look. Part of your home has been damaged. I feel so sad." Shui Yuling read many comments and learned that Baido had logged off after building her home. Many people went to admire the beautiful home, but there were actually people destroying it. Her anger surged immediately. How dare they blow up her sister's home? They all need to be banned. Shui Yuling quickly logged onto Platform M to check the data. The functionality of Platform M is excellent. By checking the time when Baido posted her update, she quickly found the data around that time, including the coordinates of Baido's home and the IDs of those who caused damage. She proceeded to ban them. Those who caused minor damage were banned for a month, while those who caused significant damage were permanently banned. After banning them, Shui Yuling issued an announcement and then posted an update. By Shui, the accounts that have been banned are all those who blew up my sister's home. I want to hold back the injustice, even if the game goes down. I have to vent this anger for my sister. In fact, for game developers, such actions and statements have seriously affected the development of a game. No player likes to play a game dominated by the preferences of the planners. As expected, the comments below this update were mixed. I was wrongly banned. Boo-hoo. I can't play mountain and sea for a month. You can ban those who blew things up, but why ban me, who was just trying to help? I accidentally hit a building while fighting with them. I'm also banned for a month. Can't the producer check clearly? It's so unfair. I can't believe it. ISNT the function to blow things up, just for people to blow things up? These people didn't even know it was Baido's home before they blew it up. It's so frustrating. Oh my, I'm scared to play mountain and sea now. Afraid I'll get banned one day. All the star coins I charge will go to waste. I've noticed that most of the people on the battle power ranking really have a problem. They blow things up and fight at the drop of a hat. Good riddance. A bunch of uncivilized people. Supporting by Shui and Baido, they did nothing wrong. The house they worked so hard to build was just destroyed. In fact, helping Baido restore her home data would be sufficient. I think the ban can be lifted, but it really feels satisfying. Meditation Mountain and Sea does not restrict a person to only one account. Those who are banned can create another account to play. However, being banned is definitely frustrating. So there is a high chance they might abandon the game or create another account to cause damage. Considering all this, Shui Yuling directly enabled protection for Baido's home. As for the damaged home, it can be repaired using a one-click repair function, restoring it to its original state with just a bit of materials. After doing all this, Shui Yuling sent a private message to Baido, explaining what she had done. When Bai Yiyi logged in and saw Bai Shui's private message, it was filled with hints of wanting compliments, making her feel for the first time that the other party was just a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. And she couldn't help but want to smooth her tousled hair. Baido, you're so great. I built my home for a whole day and night, and these people actually vandalized it. Luckily, I have you, Bai Shui, to stand up for me. Bai Yiyi sent over a cute emoji. But she also didn't forget to remind Bai Shui not to act so impulsively next time. Baido, but doing this could provoke public anger. Don't be so rash next time. As game developers, we need to learn to solve problems calmly, for example. Secretly altering their data to create some difficulties for them. That's much better than directly punishing them. Bai Yiyi slyly offered this advice to Bai Shui. This way, They could punish the group of people without affecting the normal development of the game. By Shui, alter data? You mean? Shui Yuling momentarily couldn't wrap her head around it, but then she thought of changing the drop rates of high-level materials and random rolls. Such covert actions would go unnoticed and allow players to struggle in pain. Spending so much time and effort without getting good items would either make them quit in agony or force them to spend star coins to buy. This is much more harmful to them than banning accounts. Bai Shui, no problem. Let us do it your way next time. Although what Bai Shui did was not appropriate. The fact that she helped herself vent her anger still pleased Bai Yiyi. After all, she spent a whole day and night building that house. Giving these careless people a lesson also saved Bai Yiyi from having to take action herself. Baido, you should create a blueprint function for the game, turning the home model into a blueprint item that can be sold in the mall. As long as the materials are prepared, players can choose the blueprint for one-click construction. What do you think? Whether to implement it or not doesn't really matter. I just thought of it and wanted to suggest it. Shui Yuling was slightly surprised. She created the mountain and sea game based on a game from her previous life, but made many modifications. The blueprint function did exist in the original game. She just hadn't implemented it. The fact that Baido mentioned blueprint made Shui Yuling suspect that Baido had played that game before. However, she suppressed this thought and did not bring it up, instead replying to Baido. Chapter 107. Co-building the home when Bai Yiyi logged into the game. There were still quite a few people around her home. Upon seeing Xiao appear, the nearby chat channel instantly heated up. Bai Yiyi first used the one-click home repair function, then privately messaged the online player, Mai Zhao. Xiao, come co-build. Bai Yiyi remembered her promise to Mai Zhao to help him build a home next to hers. As long as the co-building function was used, she could assist others in building houses. Mai Zhao. Xiao Bai, I've opened a team here. Can we let them learn how to build? We can pay tuition. Mai Zhao already knew that Xiao Bai was Baido. After an initial awkwardness, he felt that Xiao Bai was still the same Xiao Bai he knew. Moreover, within the family, he had the best relationship with Xiao Bai. And with so many people waiting for him to help build homes, he thought of letting others in the family learn as well, so that they could build their own homes later. But building a home takes a lot of time, so he wanted to have the family members learn a bit. Xiao Bai, sure. The tuition will be 1 Millennium Beast Soul per person. Just trade them to me after I join the team. Mai Zhao was taken aback. He had meant to pay with star coins, but Xiao Bai asked for Millennium Beast Souls instead. Millennium Beast Souls are essential materials for high-level crafting, which Bai Yiyi currently couldn't use yet. The team was filled with family members who were strong, and farming Millennium Beast Souls wouldn't be hard. However, such materials are never too many, especially for lower-level players, making them quite precious, and trading them was common. Mai Zhao discussed with the team members, and they all agreed. So, he pulled Xiao Bai into the team. Xiao Bai still didn't use her mic. She glanced at the people in the team and sent a message saying, "Give me the team leader first." The leader immediately transferred leadership to Xiao Bai. The next second, the system announced, Yuer Jie has left the team. Dengfeng Xiaohua has left the team. The team was originally filled with 16 members, and now it was down to 14. How did Yuer and Xiaohua leave? I don't know. I'll go ask. They were kicked. Why did the leader kick them? The voice chat in the team was quite noisy, but Bai Yiyi's keen ears caught the conversation. Before she could speak, she heard Mai Zhao explaining. Yueta shook Xiao Bai's egg last time, and Xiaohua helped her. Xiao Bai didn't hold it against them last time, but I felt they were being unfair. So I had Xiao Bai kick them. In the game, maliciously shaking points and taking others' things is a very bad behavior that can get players reported. So hearing Mai Zhao explain it this way was a bit strange, but everyone tacitly chose not to comment. Just then, someone in the voice chat said, "Perfect. I could bring my friends in." The 2 spots were quickly filled. After the 15 teammates teleported to the leader's side, they traded 1 Millennium Beast Soul each to the leader. Only then did they start co-building the home. Since it was a teaching session, Bai Yiyi had no time to type and could only use her mic. I am Xiao Bai, and next, I will teach you about these structures and how to build them. Architectural aesthetics and creativity can't be taught. Bai Yiyi could only teach them how to use those structures to create unique buildings like domed houses, pavilions, and attics. This was far better than just typing instructions. Some even recorded the session. The number of players watching around increased. About 5 hours later, Bai Yiyi finally completed Mai Zhao's home. The two homes were adjacent, forming a large courtyard, and the area where they met became a yard, allowing both homes' guardians to be activated simultaneously in the center of the yard. Home guardians are daily tasks, and helping others guard their homes can also earn rewards. Shanghai is an open world where players can build homes anywhere on the continent. Bai and Mai Zhao's homes inspired others. Wow, with this feeling, the home feels much larger. So it can be like this. It doesn't mean we can't build our homes together, and it would look like a city then. Are there any partners joining in? I'm going to practice building houses now. I learned so much just now. After Bai Yiyi finished building Mai Zhao's house, she exited the team. She walked up to Mai Zhao and requested a trade. Mai Zhao was still excitedly looking at his home when he received the trade request and casually chose to accept. Immediately, he saw the other party placing 14 Millennium B souls in the trade box. Mai Zhao was puzzled and quickly chose to cancel. During the trading process, there are confirmation and cancellation functions. Materials placed in the trade box require both parties to confirm to complete the trade. If one party cancels, the trade can be canceled. 14 Millennium B souls were the tuition fees given by teammates earlier. Bai Yiyi didn't take them from Mai Zhao at that moment, and he hadn't paid attention to it at the time, originally planning to pay the other party with star coins later. But unexpectedly, Bai actually traded all 14 Millennium B souls to him. Before Mai Zhao could even ask, the other party sent a trade request again. Mai Zhao canceled again. After going back and forth twice, Mai Zhao saw Bai's message. Bai, just accept it. I can't use these things. I see that many people in Huang are often posting to collect materials. So these Millennium B souls should be good materials, right? Bai. I kicked those two people just now, and you spoke up for me. So consider this a thank you. The blame for kicking the players was taken on himself by the other party, and Bai Yiyi accepted this. She could also generously admit that kicking was her idea, but the other party mentioned it first. It wasn't a big deal, so Bai Yiyi didn't explain further, so as not to put Mai Zhao in a difficult position. She didn't hold a grudge against those two for being kicked. She just didn't want to spend several hours in the same team with them. In the end, Mai Zhao accepted the Millennium B souls. Bai. I might not log into the game often. You can move out whenever you want, no need to worry about me. After saying this to Mai Zhao, Bai Yiyi logged off. In the following days, the Star Network saw a surge of topics about meditation Shanghai. It turned out that a group of players from Shanghai had jointly built a city with their homes, and many players rushed to imitate them. Due to this wave of player actions, Meditation Shanghai unexpectedly broke into the top 10 before the current game creation competition ended. Shui Yuling had been following her game closely. From the release of Baidu's teaching videos to the players building their own cities and uploading the footage to the Star Network, creating quite a buzz. She blinked her slightly sore eyes, looking at Meditation Shanghai really climbing to 10th place, feeling as if a child had grown up and achieved something remarkable. After a long time, when Shui Yuling looked at Heartbeat, ranked 6th, she no longer felt any jealousy in her heart. Chapter 108. It's worth you calling me teacher. A torrential rainstorm descended upon multiple districts of the main planet. The destructive winds could only rage above. Thanks to the weather warning devices installed in the districts, the cascading rain continuously washed every building in the area, creating a clamorous sound. The transparent cover of the suspended train activated, emitting a light that stretched several meters in the foggy weather, while other means of transportation had almost come to a halt. Standing by the window, Bai Yiyi looked up at the sky, dark as ink, where flashes of lightning flickered between the clouds, with several streaks of lightning extending out occasionally. However, she couldn't hear the slightest sound of thunder, as if it was drowned out by the sound of rain. If Bai Yiyi closed the last layer of the window, perhaps she wouldn't even hear the sound of rain. Mom, if I close it, it'll be too quiet. The window had 3 layers. The first 2 layers could block most of the noise, while the third layer would bring complete silence. Bai Yiyi had closed it before, but Doubao said it was too quiet. After watching for a while, Bai Yiyi left the window and walked towards the bed. As she turned around, the window flickered briefly, looking like a flash of lightning. After Bai Yi lay down, the lights in the bedroom turned off, plunging it into darkness. With only a faint light coming from the windowsill where the curtains were not drawn, the continuous sound of rain was growing louder. A slight noise came from the windowsill, and then a shadow entered from there. The dripping sound drowned in the rain. It was a figure. In the darkness, Bai Yi suddenly opened her eyes, sensing movement at the bedside. The instinctive reaction from months of training was triggered immediately, and she lunged towards the source of the noise, only to find it surprisingly easy. In a breath, she had pinned the figure to the ground, producing a muffled thud. The figure let out a light laugh. A familiar voice. When did you become so skilled? Not as skilled as you sneaking into my room at midnight, Bai Yi retorted without thinking. A moment later, the bedroom lights turned on. The unexpected guest entered the bathroom, while Bai Yi left the room and called Qi to bring over some clean clothes. Upon returning to the bedroom, Bai Yi noticed the watermarks on the floor slowly disappearing under the indoor drying system, though they still left some dark stains. She wiped it with a tissue, and the dark stain came off, revealing a blood-red color that was dark to the point of being nearly black. The clean clothes were delivered to the bathroom, and Bai Yi sat in a chair in the room, watching the figure emerge, locking eyes with those somewhat dangerous-looking pupils. It was only then that she realized he had transformed into another version of himself. She couldn't help but start to ponder whether she had used too much strength when she pinned him down earlier, or if her tone had been too harsh. Bai Yi dared not offend this unpredictable character. Qin Yanfeng was wearing clothes that didn't fit very well, but that slight ill fit was immediately subconsciously overlooked. Attention naturally fell on the person himself. His very presence brought a sense of pressure, which felt even heavier now. Fortunately, Bai Yi was not meeting him for the first time, so she could still sit calmly in her place. Have you been practicing your skills recently? Qin Yanfeng sat in a nearby chair, leaning back against the chair's backrest. His handsome face had a paler hue, and she could faintly sense the fatigue he was hiding. Bai Yi's mind raced. Encountering danger, one must be able to protect oneself. Qin Yanfeng scoffed, a playful glint in his eyes revealing a hint of sarcasm, but quickly faded. The main planet isn't that dangerous. You can't be talking about protecting yourself from me, can you? His tone carried a hint of confusion, but he didn't seem to care about the answer. He stood up and asked, do you have another room for me to sleep in? Why would I protect myself from you? Bai Yi's eyes widened. Teacher Qin, you've been tutoring me for so long. Why would I need to protect myself from you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yanfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tutoring? Have my good intentions overflowed to this extent? Bai Yi escorted Qin Yanfeng out of the room, found him a guest room, and even had Qi tidy it up. After coming out of the guest room, Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lying back down in her bedroom, she began to sort through the seemingly split personalities of Qin Yanfeng. Sometimes they could sense what was happening to each other, and sometimes they couldn't. They could even choose to fall asleep independently, but it seemed their transformations were always accompanied by injury. Was it the injury leading to the personality shift, or the personality shift leading to the injury? Bai Yi leaned towards the former. She lay awake for a long time before finally falling asleep. Perhaps it was karma for inciting Bai Shui to do bad things, but upon waking up early in the morning, Qin Yanfeng said he wanted to take her somewhere. Bai Yi immediately became alert. However, when they left, her adorable son seemed to misunderstand her hints and instead enthusiastically sent her into the clutches of danger. Mom, have fun with Uncle Qin. Doubao can take care of himself. Bye-bye. Doubao smiled as he pushed Bai Yi out the door, even waving his little hand at Qin Yanfeng. Qi, watching this scene from behind, was unsure whether to look at the ignorant little master or the hopeless master. In contrast, Wanwan snuggled up to the little master, waving along, even lowering herself to match his height. They didn't take any transportation on the way. Bai Yi struggled to keep pace with Qin Yanfeng, and towards the end, she was almost being dragged along by him. The road was still wet, but there were no puddles. Bai Yi raised her slightly dizzy head and looked up at the still overcast sky, which was a dirty misty blue, much like her current mood. Upon reaching their destination, Bai Yi looked at the spacious area before her and the obviously expensive facilities, almost losing her balance. This place. Can I even come here? It looks unaffordable. After 3 months of training in Tianyu, Bai Yi vaguely recognized that some of the facilities here were for training. This venue was vast, with buildings hidden behind high walls. It wasn't in the city center, but on the outskirts. However, in the main planet, even the outskirts weren't cheap. Surprisingly, when Bai Yiyi entered, she didn't see a single living soul. Qin Yanfeng merely waved in front of the gate, and it slowly opened. Bai Yiyi estimated that this place used facial recognition. This is my secret base. Qin Yanfeng indeed seemed to have returned to his territory, moving like a free bird as he effortlessly leaped onto the roof of a car that had come up behind him. The car was tall enough for 2 people, with a smooth shell and windows on both sides. A door opened from the roof, and Qin Yanfeng sat inside the cabin, flashing Bai Yiyi an enigmatic smile. The car drove off in front of her, and seeing this, Bai Yiyi immediately tried to jump on, but it was too late. She landed on the ground, watching the car disappear into the distance. A message popped up in her holographic device. Qin Yanfeng, I've sent you the map. When you reach the destination, I'll teach you combat, so it's worth you calling me teacher. Along with this message was indeed an electronic map, and when Bai Yiyi opened it, she saw her current location. Chapter 109. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. The ghost wants to learn martial arts from you. Bai Yiyi clenched her fists, nearly infuriated. After calming down, she studied the map for a while. The large door behind her seemed to be the only exit. Bai Yiyi turned and headed for the door. The metallic door, made of an unknown material, was tightly sealed, resembling a complete wall. Bai Yiyi felt around for a while, and suddenly heard a click sound. A rectangular area on the wall, about the size of a palm, rippled like water before showing a semi-transparent screen. Insufficient permissions, please do not touch. A pair of eyes appeared on the screen, drawn with simple lines but full of spirit. How can I get out? Bai Yiyi asked. Your permissions are insufficient. Bai Yiyi stared into the eyes on the screen for a moment, then looked around. She rummaged through a nearby weapon box, finding destructive weapons such as laser guns, plasma launchers, and ion beam emitters, but either they had no energy or lacked ammunition. None were usable. There were also many weapons she didn't recognize at all. Reaching the bottom of the box, she finally found a heavyweight weapon, over half a meter long. When she picked it up, she estimated it weighed about 20 to 30 pounds, perhaps even more. After 3 months of training, Bai Yiyi had noticed a significant increase in her strength. What once felt like over 100 pounds now only felt like 20 or 30. Such an improvement was something Bai Yiyi had never thought possible in her original understanding. The only explanation was her S-type physique. Bai Yiyi hoisted the heavyweight weapon onto her shoulder and asked the small screen again, "Will you open the door?" The semi-transparent screen rippled again, and the pair of eyes squinted into a greater than and less than symbol. The voice sounded a bit garbled as it uttered 4 words. Insufficient permissions. Bai Yiyi stepped back a few paces while carrying the weapon, took a running start, and leaped quickly towards the door, bringing the weapon down directly onto the screen. Crash! The massive impact sent Bai Yiyi flying backward. The force of the rebound propelled her quite a distance, and after a moment of panic, she quickly released her grip, adjusted her posture, and landed, bending her back to reduce the inertia of the fall. Even after landing, she couldn't stabilize herself and slid back a bit before finally regaining her balance. Bai Yiyi stepped forward to take a look. The screen she had just hit showed no signs of damage. She glanced at the weapon that had been thrown away. It had crashed into the gray ground, creating a shattered pit. Bai Yiyi lowered her head slightly, not surprised by the outcome at all. However, the idea of a violent breakthrough had been dashed. She had exerted all her strength when hitting the door and had used her body as momentum. The weapon's material should have been decent, and yet it left no trace on the door, demonstrating its sturdiness. Bai Yiyi continued to rummage through the weapon box. There were at least a dozen weapon boxes here, none of which were locked. Bai Yiyi had seen similar weapons while studying mecha content. The attack methods of mechas were essentially amplifications of these weapons. The basic physics course had also mentioned the principles and manufacturing techniques of these weapons, though it mostly covered basic knowledge. Among these weapons, there were parts that could adhere to metal, but unfortunately, Bai Yiyi couldn't disassemble them. With insulating materials, the adhesive function would only work when activated. In a normal state, it couldn't support Bai Yiyi's weight. If she could disassemble it, she could strap the adhesive metal parts to her hands, legs, or directly onto the door, and perhaps she could climb out. There were many machines here. If they could be stacked together, Bai Yi looked up at the height of the door and felt a bit uncertain. Moreover, there was a high surrounding wall outside this door. Bai Yi sighed, glanced at the map, and headed toward the garage location on the map. The garage wasn't too far. The car that Qin Yinfeng had used also came from the garage. Soon, she passed through the descending passage and arrived at the underground garage. The garage was quite large, but there were only 5 vehicles, all the same type that Qin Yinfeng had just used. Bai Yi chose the closest one and tried to jump onto the roof like Qin Yinfeng. After several attempts, she finally succeeded, reaching for the hatch on the roof. As soon as she touched the handle, the hatch opened automatically. So, its sensor activated. Bai Yi jumped inside. The cabin could fit 3 people, and the control panel looked quite simple. She attempted to start the vehicle, and the display lit up. There was actually energy. Would you like to activate autopilot? Bai Yi selected autopilot and set the destination. Then a prompt popped up. Current energy remaining, 12, insufficient to reach the destination. Would you like to continue? There might not be any place to recharge along the way, and it was uncertain where the vehicle would stop. Bai Yi knew it wouldn't be that simple. She then checked the remaining 4 vehicles. The energy levels were 1, 4, 7, and 0. 1, respectively. 12 was actually the highest among them. Where can I recharge? Bai Yi returned to the first vehicle and asked the display. This garage surely can't lack a place to recharge? And what kind of secret base is this, with not a single fully charged vehicle? She completely forgot her earlier exclamation just moments ago when she first arrived here. The display remained silent for a while. Just as Bai Yi thought this vehicle lacked an intelligent system, the display suddenly changed, showing a location. 3 red characters marked it, energy point. Bai Yi glanced at the distance. This is even farther than her intended destination. How is that scientific at all? Bai Yi got out of the vehicle and searched around, but couldn't find a rope. The smooth car body had no gaps to wedge anything into. Otherwise, she could have tied the 2 vehicles with 4 and 7 energy to the back of the first one and switched vehicles once the first one ran out of energy. With no other options, Bai Yi finally decided to drive the remaining vehicle with 12 energy toward the destination on the map. However, after driving a few hundred meters, the vehicle suddenly jolted and an urgent mechanical voice sounded. Warning, the current ground is sandified, unable to proceed. Autopilot function stopped. Please evacuate the cabin immediately. Watch out for danger. Bai Yi immediately exited the cabin, standing on the vehicle's roof. She saw ahead that the ground looked like a flowing, boiling river of sand, enveloped in a thick cloud of sand fog, obscuring her view of the surroundings. Coming from the door, there was an expansive area covered by transparent dome, filled with machines and weapon boxes. Exiting this area, there were several paths, one of which led to the garage. Only one path led to the destination. The others were dead ends. Qin Yinfeng had taken the same path. Bai Yi couldn't believe it had been the same situation when he passed. Bai Yi could feel a wave of heat hitting her. The temperature of the flowing sandy ground was likely quite high, and the vehicle was gradually sinking. How was she supposed to get past this? Above, a small detector floated in the air, transmitting images of everything to the main brain. Having already reached the destination, Qin Yinfeng saw Bai Yi in the footage. With so many machines at the entrance, all equipped with energy blocks that could be loaded into weapons. How could Bai Yi have come out without taking a single weapon? The smile on Qin Yinfeng's face froze, a hint of doubt appearing in his dark eyes. Due to Bai Yi's actions and words last night, he had whimsically thought to teach her some martial arts. After bringing her to the secret base, a malicious curiosity arose, leading him to the idea of having her find him at the destination. But after waiting for so long, this was all he got? Qin Yinfeng slightly squinted his eyes. Would he end up lifting a rock and smashing his own foot? Chapter 110. Surfing in the sand stream, Bai Yi simply sat on the roof of the car and sent a message to Qin Yinfeng. Bai Yi, it's really terrible. Teacher Qin, I got stuck on the first challenge. You might as well give up on teaching me. Boo-hoo. Upon receiving the message, Qin Yinfeng looked at Bai Yi in the video. She had her legs crossed, with the top leg gently swaying, appearing relaxed and carefree, showing no signs of anxiety at all. The clothing Bai Yi was wearing had a temperature control function, so the heat waves from the sand didn't affect her much. The car had stopped sinking, resembling a rocking car that couldn't sing. The light brain was still functioning normally, allowing her to contact the outside world. So Bai Yi was not panicking. Qin Yinfeng, you can stay on the roof until it rains. I can wait. Bai Yi's swaying toes came to a halt. Qin Yinfeng's words confirmed that he had been watching her and would continue to wait for her. The sky remained overcast, as if it would rain at any moment. After glancing at the sky, Bai Yi pouted and re-entered the car cabin. Upon entering again, the temperature inside the cabin was so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. Bai Yi grabbed a helmet from inside the car and immediately jumped out. She put on the helmet and lowered the transparent visor. The helmet had a breathing port with a filter, so there was no need to worry about inhaling sand and dust. Then she jumped onto the flat ground behind her and headed back to the entrance without looking back. Qin Yinfeng merely raised an eyebrow, not surprised by Bai Yi's actions. When Bai Yi came out again, she was driving another car. He watched as she drove the car into the sand again. However, this time the car only got its front end into the sand and struggled to move forward. With Bai Yi's persistent efforts, the second car pushed the first one a short distance forward, also entering the sand. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth cars. The fifth car, perhaps lacking energy, only got halfway in before stopping. Watching Bai Yi's series of seemingly foolish actions from the finish line, Qin Yinfeng turned his face away, his expression somewhat unpleasant. The combined length of the 5 cars was close to 10 meters, while the entire sand area was over 100 meters long. This distance was hardly useful. If Bai Yi wasn't being foolish, then she was intentionally retaliating against him. Yet, he had no reason to explode. She had already said she wanted to give up. It was you who encouraged her to continue. Now that she was a loss, what else could she do? Bai Yi took out a large dirty board, which she had pried off from the weapon box. The material was quite flexible. She placed the board on the roof of the car, stepped on it, and bent both ends upward, one side curving up while the other curved down. The board still had a handle, which was one of the reasons why Bai Yi chose it. As Qin Yinfeng shifted his gaze back, he slightly focused, falling into confusion. This confusion was soon shattered. Bai Yi grabbed the handle and pushed the board over her helmet, running rapidly on the roof of the car. The hot wind howled, blowing her hair wildly. She looked like a burning flame. Even before reaching the front of the car, her body was already starting to lift off the roof. As she reached the front of the car, just about to leave the roof, Bai Yi leaped into the air, gliding over the sand. Using the wind above the sand, she glided for at least 20 to 30 meters before gradually beginning to descend. Just as she was about to fall into the sand, Bai Yi flipped over, throwing the board onto the sand stream first. And in the next moment, she landed on the board, sliding continuously with the force and the flow of the sand. This movement was so large that it took Bai Yi a while to regain her balance. At this moment, she felt more like she was galloping between waves made of sand. The movement of the sand stream wasn't as violent as ocean waves, giving Bai Yi time to adjust. This time, she directly reached the edge of the sand, and when her feet touched the hard ground, her body still had a swaying sensation. Only then did her tense muscles relax. Bai Yi took off her helmet, a few strands of hair damp with sweat sticking to her flushed cheeks, creating unique beauty. This scene brought a slight shock to Qin Yinfeng. Many students who had just entered the military academy could neither think of such a method nor accomplish it. They relied more on external objects, and only after undergoing the harsh training of the military academy would they learn to utilize the environment and limited conditions to complete tasks. Qin Yinfeng, did you see the walls on both sides of the sand? Bai Yi, resting, received a message from Qin Yinfeng and immediately looked at the wall on the side of the sand. She had actually looked before. The sand area was very wide, with walls on both sides, making it impossible to pass close to the walls, and it was easy to be blown down by the wind. This time, after Qin Yinfeng mentioned it, she looked more closely. But still, she couldn't figure it out. Bai Yi, what is wrong with the walls? Qin Yinfeng, the wind blows out from the wall, and the upper half of the wall has water tanks. Once you choose to use any of the powerful weapons at the entrance to break the water tank, water will flow down from the wall, and the wind will stop. Bai Yi, and then I have to wade through the muddy water? That's worse than what I just did. Qin Yinfeng, the sand is only half a meter high. Once the sand settles, you'll be able to see the mechanisms on the sides. Bai Yi, first of all, those weapons have no energy and no ammunition. Secondly, how could I possibly know that there are these mechanisms in this sand? Qin Yinfeng, energy blocks in the machine at the entrance, mechanisms. Anyone who sees the water tank should basically realize that the key issue is there. Only you. Only you are clueless? Bai Yiyi, oh, you have a brain. Bai Yiyi reflexively shot back, then immediately realized and retracted the statement. Thank goodness. There was an option to retract. Qin Yinfeng, you're right. I wish you good luck in the next challenge. After reading this, Bai Yiyi closed her light brain and looked up at the sky again. It still looked like it was going to rain. After resting briefly, Bai Yiyi continued forward. After walking a short distance, she felt the ground beneath her feet was similar to a sliding elevator. However, this elevator was one-way controllable. As she walked forward, the ground moved backward. Bai Yiyi accelerated and ran. However, the speed at which the ground retreated also increased. After running for a while, she had barely moved less than a meter. She simply stopped. After pausing for a moment, Bai Yiyi tried to walk a few steps again. She then discovered that the size of her steps did not affect the distance the ground moved. Whether her steps were large or small, the ground moved a certain distance. In other words, the distance moved was determined by the force applied. Bai Yiyi had a thought. She directly turned around and walked back. Each step was extremely small, clearly moving backward, yet her whole body was continuously moving forward. Qin Yinfeng, watching this scene from the virtual screen, gently curled his lips. Chapter 111. Combat training. Originally making good progress, the ground in front of her suddenly opened up, and a 1-meter-high beast burst out, resembling a spotted hyena, baring its fangs and heading straight for Bai Yiyi. No way. She suppressed the urge to turn and run, her small steps quickening. As the beast ran forward, it was also hindered by the ground, but its strides were large, allowing it to continue moving forward, albeit slowly. With immense psychological pressure, Bai Yiyi watched as the beast drew closer. It wasn't until she genuinely took a step forward that she immediately turned and fled. After running a few paces, she saw a row of iron railings suddenly rise up behind her, which the hyena-like beast could not pass through due to its size. Along the way, Bai Yiyi fought her way through, finally reaching the vicinity of her destination. In front of her stood a large building. She found a light elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor, the top floor, as indicated on the map. Are you saying that I was just warming up all this way? When she found Qin Yinfeng, Bai Yiyi couldn't hold back any longer, and she heard his explanation. The physical exertion along the way was all a warm-up for the upcoming combat training. Damn it! Qin Yinfeng had already changed into combat attire and stood tall in the practice area. In stark contrast was Bai Yiyi, who had just arrived, looking disheveled. Just as she was about to sit on the steps of the practice area, someone lifted her up. Meeting Qin Yinfeng's gaze, she couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids. Can I take a break? Sure. An unexpected answer. Qin Yinfeng sat down beside her, and she instinctively shifted a bit away. You can go up and watch the system practice. Qin Yinfeng's eyes flickered, indicating the practice area on the steps, not delaying your break. Bai Yiyi was half convinced, but still walked up a few steps, reached the practice area, and slumped against the railing to sit down. Just as she settled, the surroundings suddenly lit up. First, a layer of bright light appeared around the large practice area and the edges without railings. And then she saw virtual silhouettes materializing in the practice area. Beginner combat practice initiated. This practice lasts about 3 minutes. Please select speed. 0, 5x, 1, 0x, 1, 5x. 3 options appear before Bai Yiyi. She glanced at Qin Yinfeng on the steps. He had already stood up and was slowly walking down the steps toward the nearby bench. Bai Yiyi withdrew her gaze and chose 1, 0x speed. Practice started. Countdown 3 minutes. The silhouette in the center of the practice area began to move. It was a set of combat combos strung together by some basic movements. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Beginner combat evaluation starting. Please confirm you have mastered the previous combat techniques before proceeding. Bai Yiyi had just begun to feel something, so she didn't rush to confirm. Instead, she practiced a few more times before choosing to confirm. After clicking confirm, the virtual silhouette that had been standing in the center of the practice area suddenly became active and lunged at her. Bai Yiyi instinctively dodged, but her opponent immediately followed up, relentlessly entangling her in combat. The previous practice felt fake. She was merely relying on instinct to evade and attempt counterattacks. Less than half a minute passed when the silhouette's movements abruptly stopped and vanished before her eyes. Beginner combat evaluation failed. With this message, a segment of virtual footage appeared in the center of the practice area. Evaluation summary. The combat combo is merely for practice, allowing the body to form memory. You need to apply combat techniques flexibly and understand each basic movement. Please take note of the review. After watching the virtual footage, Bai Yiyi suddenly understood. This footage was a review of her recent encounter with the virtual silhouette, complete with analysis and countermeasures. Let's do it again. After watching for a while, she felt the urge to try once more. At that moment, Qin Yinfeng, sitting outside the area, watched Bai Yiyi repeatedly restart her practice with a hint of boredom. His hands lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, and his thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. In previous years, thanks to another version of himself, he would occasionally see new military academy students training, and he couldn't understand why anyone would waste time watching those weaklings train. Even now, it felt pointless. Yet he faintly sensed a tinge of satisfaction. Perhaps it was the sight of someone struggling, or perhaps witnessing her gradual growth gave him a sense of achievement. Bai Yiyi lost track of time during her practice. It wasn't until beginner combat evaluation successful appeared that she sat down exhausted in the practice area, refusing the next item. The lights in the practice area dimmed. Several lights lit up from outside the area, illuminating her surroundings as bright as day. Qin Yinfeng pushed a small cart past Bai Yiyi, handing her a bottle of medicinal drink. It could restore stamina and energy as well as quench thirst. After finishing the drink, she looked at Qin Yinfeng, who still wore a smile, though not as unpleasant as before. "I thought you meant to teach me in person," Bai Yiyi mumbled. "You don't need me to teach you right now." Qin Yinfeng's gaze deepened slightly, his smile unchanged, but it gave off a hint of chill. "I never hold back when I strike." "Thank you," Bai Yiyi suddenly said, "Teacher Qin." The chill dissipated. She saw his brows curve slightly. "You're welcome." The day's conclusion was that Qin Yinfeng granted Bai Yiyi partial access to the base. She could come to train at any time. Besides combat training, there were many other areas worth exploring. The map's content was not exhaustive, but it was accurate. The warnings on it were real. She best not offend them. Coming to the base, there would be no obstacles from the entrance to the combat training area, and there were vehicles available on that side. As long as she had enough energy points, she could use them freely, but it was best not to damage them again. Otherwise, she would have to pay for it. All of this was conveyed to her by Qin Yinfeng. As Bai Yiyi left, she noticed it was pouring rain outside. Just as she was considering whether to spend the night at the base, Qin Yinfeng looked over and said meaningfully, "You can't stay overnight at the base. But if you want to try, I won't refuse." No, Bai Yiyi felt it wasn't a good idea. She put on her raincoat and prepared to head back. On the outskirts of the city, it was a long walk to catch a ride. However, the light brain could contact someone for a pickup. But due to the heavy rain, very few people were willing to come, and even the transportation options were limited to the floating trains still in operation. Chapter 112, Progress Together. Wait a minute. Qin Yinfeng tossed something over. Bai Yiyi took it and found it was a piece of light blue crystal stone with a foggy surface, cool to the touch and delicate. The crystal was irregularly polyhedral, and when she touched the sharpest point, the whole crystal suddenly lit up for a brief moment. The light not very obvious due to the fog layer. Bai Yiyi almost thought she saw it wrong. "This is," she asked. "It's a piece of black technology that can block external signals and magnetic fields. You can turn it on during your journey back and turn it off when you get to the base, especially in the training ground." Bai Yiyi understood and realized that the sharpest point she touched was the switch for this shield. On the way back, Bai Yiyi finally appreciated the benefits of the raincoat she was wearing. It was not only waterproof, but also softened the feeling of rain hitting her. If it weren't for the obstructed view, it would be almost indistinguishable from walking on a sunny day. Fortunately, the light brain could navigate, allowing Bai Yiyi to reach the floating train station to get home. It was already very late when she arrived. After getting off the train, Bai Yiyi looked towards her home and saw the light spilling from the window. On rainy days, the house usually closed its 2 layers of protection, making it impossible to see the light from the outside. As soon as she opened the door, Bai Yiyi saw Doubao, who was dozing on the sofa. Seeing her return, he perked up a bit. "Mom, you're back." Chi brought Bai Yiyi her shoes, and after she changed, she handed the raincoat to Wanwan. Sitting on the sofa with Doubao, he curled up slightly, his face showing some nervousness. "Mom, you want to be angry with me, right? Why do you ask that?" Doubao thought of his mother's silence since she entered and felt a bit guilty about his actions in the morning. "You don't look too good." Doubao lowered his head slightly, his tone gradually becoming somber. The weather was bad today. I shouldn't have let you go out. I was really worried when you weren't back so late. It's so late. Uncle Qin let you come back in the rain alone. Doubao suddenly felt that Uncle Qin wasn't so great after all. Bai Yiyi rubbed Doubao's head and comforted him. Aren't I back now? Mom is just tired and wants to rest. You should also get to bed early. Having someone at home who cares about you, even if it's a little child. Bai Yiyi couldn't bear any thoughts of blaming a 2- or 3-year-old, especially since Doubao had always been smart and obedient. But she really wanted to rest. Let's go rest in the room. Bai Yiyi got up and called for Doubao. He noticed her fatigue and obediently went back to the room. Mom, good night. Good night. During the week waiting for the admissions results from Tsinghua University, Bai Yiyi initially planned to take a break, but she had to incorporate combat training into her daily routine. Qin Yinfeng didn't charge her star coins, and she could receive systematic training, so why not? Originally, her training in Tianyu had expired, and she intended to renew it later, but now it was unnecessary. The secret base was too far away. So Bai Yiyi went to the mall to look at private flying cars. This flying car is our latest product and also our bestseller. The minimum price is 300,000 and the high configuration is just over 10 million. Usually, a 300,000 model can meet daily needs. But if you pursue performance and energy efficiency, you need the high configuration. If you need it, we can make a reservation for you. The minimum configuration can be picked up on-site, while the high configuration requires a reservation. But 10 million is too expensive. You could buy a second-hand, low-priced mech for that. Bai Yiyi took Doubao to test the on-site flying car. After considering everything, she finally decided on a 4-seater flying car priced at over 400,000, which had plenty of space inside and could easily accommodate a few more people. And the trunk space was also considerable. The store would provide free driving lessons until customers obtained their driver's licenses. Bai Yiyi filled in her information, and though adding Doubao would be fine, he was still too young, and she wasn't comfortable with him driving a flying car, especially since he couldn't get a license yet. At worst, she could teach him when he grew up. Bai Yiyi obtained her driver's license in 3 days, and during those 3 days, she didn't forget to go to the base for 3 hours of training. After getting her license, the training time extended from 3 to 5 hours, with the remaining time spent accompanying Doubao on the mech combat platform on the StarNet. This time, Doubao's level on the mech had clearly surpassed hers. In the previous months, Bai Yiyi had been busy preparing for the admissions exam while also managing her games and company, so she had rarely spent time with Doubao. Now she realized that Doubao could basically do whatever he wanted in the low-tier area, and he was even dissatisfied with the matches there. Mom, I want to register an account in the competitive area, Doubao told Bai Yiyi. He mentioned that his recent progress was largely due to his master often taking him to watch competitive matches in the competitive area, which were much more exciting than those without tickets. The minimum entry age was 10. Bai Yiyi regrettably told him, "You can't register." Doubao actually knew this, but hearing his mother say it, he felt very wronged. But there are no age restrictions in the professional area. Doubao pouted, his nose twitching. Then you need to get a mech engineer certificate. Doubao couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Let's practice together. Bai Yiyi sighed and hugged Doubao, saying, "Our Doubao is very impressive. I need to learn from you, and then we can progress together. When you turn 10 or get your mech engineer certificate, we can register for the competitive area or the professional area." Doubao, current learning paths were limited to the preschool training at the Cub Management Center and the mech combat platform on the StarNet. He could only enter school after turning 3, but there were no mech-related courses in elementary or middle school, only in university. The preschool training at the Cub Management Bureau aimed to nurture future military talents from high-quality cubs, gradually teaching mech-related content. However, preschool training would naturally end after Doubao started school, and if the results were satisfactory, he could enter the next training program. From what Bai Yiyi learned on the StarNet, it would generally be divided according to talent into command classes, mech classes, and reconnaissance classes. These classes would also have beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, with some students being eliminated almost every year. Once in the advanced class, passing the military academy exam would be no problem. But Doubao's eyes turned red as he cautiously glanced at Bai Yiyi, who had been comforting him for a long time. "Mom, you're really bad at this." Bai Yiyi felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if she had been shot. "You wait. Bai Yiyi almost squeezed the words out between her teeth. Wait until I defeat you. Doubao chuckled, hugging his mother's neck, his voice soft and sweet. Okay, I love Mom. Chapter 113, Who is the Underachiever? As the admission results were announced, Bai Yiyi received an acceptance letter from the College of Ancient Civilizations at Tsinghua University. As soon as she opened the email, a dazzling special effect appeared, showcasing the acceptance letter personally written by Professor Gu. Although it was written online on Xinguang, it still inherited the unique style of the writer. The results had just been released, and she received the acceptance letter at the same time. Normally, it should have taken another couple of days. Bai Yiyi sent a message to Professor Gu. Bai Yiyi, thank you, Professor Gu. I've received the acceptance letter, but the surprise came too quickly. Professor Gu quickly replied. Professor Gu, haha, this is not fast at all. If it weren't for the requirements above, you wouldn't even have to wait for the exam. You would have been specially recruited directly. Is there anything wrong with sending the acceptance letter a couple of days early since you passed the cutoff? Of course, there was a bit of a problem. The cutoff released now was the minimum score for Tsinghua University, but each college had its own admission line. Although the College of Ancient Civilizations was relatively niche, its score line was considered average among all colleges. Bai Yiyi's exam result was only 7 points higher than the minimum score line, and if the students applying to the College of Ancient Civilizations were particularly competitive this year, it might be a bit precarious. Bai Yiyi shared these thoughts with Professor Gu. Professor Gu, there are indeed many more students applying to the College of Ancient Civilizations this year than in previous years, and the cutoff will be higher than in previous years, but all of this is because of you. Bai Yiyi, because of me. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. Professor Gu, your heartbeat and excitement have drawn more attention to this subject and made people fall in love with the culture of ancient Blue Star, which is why so many people are applying to the College of Ancient Civilizations this time. Bai Yiyi was speechless. After chatting with Professor Gu, she specifically searched for news about applying to the College of Ancient Civilizations at Tsinghua University online, especially on Xinghua, where the heat was relatively high. There are so many applicants this year. Can any seniors tell me if my score is enough to get in? Screenshot. I think I'm safe. Will Baidu send another Qipao when I get into the College of Ancient Civilizations? I'm really envious of the seniors. Same question. I heard Baidu sent gifts to the entire college before. Sob. I didn't win the last lottery I shared. If I'm accepted, will I have a chance during these 4 years? I really love the culture of ancient Blue Star. It feels so rich and particularly attractive to me. I want to learn more about this culture, but unfortunately, there is too little information online. I hope I can be accepted this time. Why are there so many applicants this year? Why doesn't the College of Ancient Civilizations expand its enrollment? With so few spots, I'm really going to cry. It's already considered an expansion. There were even fewer in previous years. The College of Ancient Civilizations had quite a few transfer students in the past, so the enrollment quota has been decreasing year by year. If it decreases any further, it might not exist one day. After browsing for a while, a trending topic suddenly popped up on Xinghua. Miss Chu's military exam results are stunning. Bai Yiyi clicked in and saw that the first post was a screenshot of Chu Shuang's results shared on her Xinghua account. Chu Shuang, I underperformed. Image in the screenshot, she scored well in several theoretical subjects, but her practical test only showed a general pass. She underperformed and still scored this well. So it turns out Shuangjie not only has high talent, but is also a straight-A student. I'll become a fan. Poor Shuang. Having such a father has affected her reputation. Yeah, high talent and hard work. How are we ordinary people supposed to live? What Shuang said about underperforming might refer to the practical test. That difficulty is indeed high, capable of filtering out 70% of the candidates. Many people are not qualified, and those who are excellent are 1 in a million. Don't be discouraged. Has Goddess Shuangjie decided which military school to apply to? Hee. Bai Yiyi scrolled through the comments and realized how the trending topic came about. Previously, all stores under the Chu family had held discount activities because Chu Shuang scored an A on her mental ability test, and, at that time, the Chu family was not as down and out as now. So many people knew that Miss Chu was going to military school. Now that the results were out, Chu Shuang was showing off, and with a little manipulation, it wasn't hard to trend. Although she didn't know how many comments were from paid posters. she could still see some traces of them, clearly trying to steer the narrative and portray Chu Shuangshuang as a high-talent, unfortunate academic goddess. After reading through, Bai Yi didn't pay much attention to it. However, 2 days later, when she logged onto Xinghua again, she found numerous comments tagging her. Bai Yi clicked to look and learned that Chu Shuangshuang had shared her acceptance letter and had successfully been admitted to the 11th military school. Although it was a renowned school, it was still not easy to get into. Chu Shuangshuang did not hide her joy and directly posted a short essay detailing her arduous journey over the past 6 months and her feelings about finally realizing her dream. If viewed solely from this short essay, it was a very inspiring and deeply moving story. Bai Yi had to admit that Chu Shuangshuang was indeed very hardworking. But now Xinguang was full of comments comparing Bai Yi and Chu Shuangshuang. Bai Yi traced it back and found that the original instigators were all paid posters, all stepping on her to elevate Chu Shuangshuang, which made it hard not to suspect Chu Shuangshuang's involvement. Moreover, the other side was clever, not deliberately fabricating or distorting the facts, making it hard to catch them at a weak point. Bai Yi used to be a poor student. Her classmates who knew her actually expressed doubts about her gaming skills. How could she possibly know so much about ancient Blue Star culture? The content about this subject on Xinguang is already scarce, and much of the information only exists within the intranet of schools that offer ancient civilization studies. She has cleaned up her image now, but no matter how I look at it, something feels off. Am I the only one who feels that there might be something fishy between her and the major streamer Yiyi? Originally, Yiyi wasn't on the main star, but it seems she has been living on the main star because of her, even helping her live stream to ship goods to surrounding robots. Shuangjie is my role model, high talent, a straight A student, and keeps herself clean. That Bai Do is the complete opposite, living a messy private life and dropping out of school. I really don't understand why you all like her so much. Gaming? Just know how to indulge in games. These comments didn't have much impact, but since her fans were arguing with the other side and tagging her, she couldn't just ignore it. Therefore, Bai Yi posted on Xinghua, sharing her acceptance letter. Bai Yi, thank you for the concern for my fans who tagged me. Actually, regarding acceptance letters, quite unfortunately, I also have one. Acceptance letter. As soon as this post was made, it went viral in less than an hour. OMG, why does my acceptance letter look like this? It's actually an acceptance letter personally written by Professor Gu. This is way too beautiful. Professor Gu does write a portion of the acceptance letters, but his personal energy is limited and he only writes for outstanding students. In fact, I've never seen one before. It turns out that acceptance letters written by Professor Gu are much more exquisite than those of us ordinary students. Xinghua University, I'm in awe. This is way harder to get into than the 11th military school. That is a top 5 university in the entire star system. Who says Bai Do is an underachiever? Do you know how high the scores for the College of Ancient Civilizations at Xinghua University are this year? I'm the real underachiever, only able to score a fraction, looking up to the sky and crying. What a slap in the face. We originally wanted to keep a low profile, sigh. I don't know if those haters are in pain. Anyway, I'm quite happy. Keep on cursing. Chapter 114. The third game. How could this happen? Looking at the reversal of public opinion, Chu Shuangshuang couldn't believe it. How could Bai Yi possibly get accepted into Xinghua University? In the months leading up to the exam, she clearly saw that Bai Yi was also training in the Tianyu. And in such a tight schedule, she managed to achieve good results. Bai Yi's grades had never been outstanding before. This time, Chu Shuangshuang had finally gotten into her ideal school through her own efforts, wanting to suppress Bai Yi a bit. She thought this time it wouldn't backfire, but unexpectedly. The new message notification from her light brain snapped Chu Shuangshuang back to reality. She opened it to see a message from Sun Yaoyao. Sun Yaoyao, Shuangshuang. Bai Yi got into Xinghua University. I'm a bit panicked. Sun Yaoyao. This is unbelievable. Do you think she got in because of Professor Gu? That man can't really be Gu Zhizhu, right? Chu Shuangshuang. It's not Gu Zhizhu. Chu Shuangshuang remembered that Bai Yi had asked her a question before, and it was clear that Bai Yi didn't know who the father of her child was. It's possible that she got into Xinghua University because of Professor Gu. But why is Professor Gu treating her so well? Sun Yaoyao's words made Chu Shuangshuang realize something. She had been saying, how could Bai Yi get into Xinghua University? But with Professor Gu's reputation in the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy, it wasn't impossible for him to make an exception to admit her. She had heard Sun Yaoyao mention before that Bai Yiyi moved into Professor Gu's house. Could it be that she gained favor during that time? And then after that, Bai Yiyi gave gifts to everyone in the academy, perhaps trying to win people's hearts. Sun Yaoyao, what if she investigates the past and finds out about me? Chu Shuangshuang's eyes flickered. Chu Shuangshuang, are you still afraid of her? You know what kind of person she is, even if you admit it. She can't do anything to you. Sun Yaoyao, but I feel like she's different from before. Chu Shuangshuang, you've been at Tsinghua University for so long. Haven't you gained any skills? Sun Yaoyao, Chu Shuangshuang, if you're so scared, you might as well go find her and tell her that you were the one who harmed her. Apologize to her. With her personality, she might even forgive you. After sending this message, Chu Shuangshuang closed the chat window, not intending to continue the conversation. A normal person would have two possible reactions to her remarks. One would be to really follow her suggestion and apologize to Bai Yiyi. The other would be to take the bait and create some trouble for Bai Yiyi. Based on Chu Shuangshuang's understanding of Sun Yaoyao, she should fall into the latter category because she had never seen the current Bai Yiyi. Although the current Bai Yiyi felt unfamiliar to her, she subconsciously thought that Bai Yiyi was still as easy to bully as before. Chu Shuangshuang had previously sold out Sun Yaoyao, and while she couldn't be 100% sure that Bai Yiyi would go after Sun Yaoyao, if Sun Yaoyao was waving her hands in front of her, it would be a different story. With a month left before school started, Bai Yiyi trained every day at the secret base. The remaining time, apart from occasionally practicing with Doubao on the Star Network's mecha combat platform, was spent building her third game. During the development of this third game, Bai Yiyi also brushed up on her knowledge of interstellar weapons. The unified viewpoint she summarized was that while they had strong lethality, their range was a shortcoming, with a maximum range of less than 200 meters. The short range was mainly due to energy consumption and uncontrollability in the air. This was just an analysis of handheld weapons. The weapon systems on mechas largely compensated for this flaw, not only having a longer range, but also lethality that could exceed handheld weapons by more than 100 times. Even in games, this rule couldn't be ignored. Bai Yiyi planned to create a battle royale shooting game, utilizing existing weapons and armor data from the interstellar world, which couldn't be applied to her game concept. Using those old firearms from Blue Star would be seen as lacking technological content in the eyes of interstellar people, much like how Blue Star people viewed ancient cold weapons. She wondered if it would be a bad fit. After careful consideration, Bai Yiyi decided to combine both aspects. The weapon library for this game was divided into 3 categories: cold weapons, hot weapons, and star weapons. The armor was not designed according to the interstellar standards. Otherwise, the damage dealt by cold weapons would be too low, rendering them useless. And it would be better to delete them to save some data flow. Star weapons were selected from existing weapons that had lower damage but decent range, with a gap not too wide compared to hot weapons. The remaining focus was on weapon data, with the most important aspects being damage and range. Hot weapons included rate of fire and recoil, while star weapons focused on energy consumption and spread. Bai Yiyi created nearly 20 types of weapons in total: 5 cold weapons, 9 hot weapons, and 5 star weapons. Just as she finished the weapons, the short holiday ended. When she calculated the expenses, she found that it had only cost a few tens of thousands of star coins. Based on Bai Yiyi's previous estimates while making Heartbeat, the data flow for the map would be much less than that for Heartbeat. She intentionally controlled the cost for her game, estimating that one map would likely cost a maximum of 500,000 data flows. By this calculation, the cost of this game will be much lower than Heartbeat. Even if it didn't become popular, with Heartbeat as a loss in the past, it wouldn't hurt too much. Bright sunlight shone on the gates of Tsinghua University, with new students arriving everywhere, laughter filling the campus. At the entrance, a large flat area was crowded with welcome tents from different colleges, lined along both sides of the road. The usually quiet welcome tent of the Ancient Civilization Studies Academy was now surrounded by people. Do you think we will see Bai Dou today? She should come for the opening day, right? Don't you know Senior Sue? Did you ask her for any news? No need to ask. Senior Sue said in the group that she didn't know. Senior Sue is so familiar with her, and she didn't come here today. Don't you think that's odd? At this moment, in a cool corner, Bai Yiyi, wearing a mask, glanced at the bustling welcome tent and took her enrollment materials from Su Jinjia. The freshmen are so enthusiastic. Su Jinjia wiped the sweat off her forehead. After several years, she had never seen their college's welcome tent so lively. However, you can escape today, but you definitely won't be able to escape in the future. Bai Yiyi inserted the chip from her enrollment materials into her light brain and then raised her head to say, "I'll go over now. It might delay other people's enrollment. We can talk about future matters later. I'm heading to the dormitory first. All right, message me if you have any questions." Su Jinjia, who held multiple positions in the academy, was also very busy. She really wanted to escort Bai Yiyi to her dormitory, but there were too many people in the school who knew her, which would instead cause trouble for Bai Yiyi. Okay, after Bai Yiyi nodded, she added later, "Could you tell them to disperse? Just say I've completed my enrollment procedures and gone to the dormitory, so they don't need to wait." Su Jinjia helplessly replied, "They won't believe that. Some of them will." After saying this, Bai Yiyi boarded the school bus and waved goodbye to Su Jinjia. Chapter 1: 15 Good Habits are cultivated from a young age. The dormitory area of Tsinghua University covers a vast area, with each student having their own independent living space, scattered throughout the air and connected by transparent corridors. The floors of these corridors are sliding staircases that allow students to reach their dormitories just by standing on them. Under the sunlight, the transparent corridors reflect dazzling colors, making the entire architecture appear magnificent. Occasionally, flying cars shuttle through the air, leaving trails like white clouds. Students are not allowed to drive flying cars in the dormitory area. These cars are mechanical guardians within the campus, ensuring safety. Bai Yiyi's light brain has already been equipped with a college chip, allowing her to directly check her information, including her dormitory number. E907. The students living in Area E are all from the Ancient Civilization Studies College, and 907 is Bai Yiyi's dormitory number. She found the corresponding staircase entrance, stood on the steps, and passed by many dormitory doors, encountering numerous people, most of whom were busy and did not notice her. A few spoke to her, but Bai Yiyi disguised herself well, or rather, she wasn't well known enough for anyone to recognize her. Most inquiries were about her class, dormitory number, and hobbies. The sliding staircases moved quickly, and these conversations soon came to an end. As she ascended, Bai Yiyi could see the scenery below through the transparent corridor, even overlooking half of the school. Soon, she reached her dormitory. The windows of the dormitory were not transparent from the outside. Bai Yiyi walked to the door, scanned her light brain, and entered her information. From then on, she could directly enter by scanning her face. "Your iris information has been recorded. Welcome to E907. A mechanical voice sounded, and the door opened with a click. A spacious and bright interior space unfolded before Bai Yiyi. The dormitory had 2 levels. The first level was designated for study, with a sofa for resting, storage tables, and a reserved area for the Star Network pod. The second level was for resting, with a bed and a bathroom. The room was simply decorated and empty, but the basic facilities were complete. As Bai Yiyi entered, the temperature control system had already begun to operate. "Bai Yiyi, you have a new internal email. Would you like to check it?" On the table sat a metallic cat, which seemed immobile, and the mechanical voice came from it. "Yes," Bai Yiyi said directly. A virtual screen immediately appeared on the table, and Bai Yiyi sat on the sofa, looking at the content on the screen. The page displayed the personal center of the student assistant. Opening the new email revealed a welcome message from the college for each new student and information about the opening ceremony. The ceremony would take place the next day, and they would receive their uniforms tonight with a request for every student to wear them to the ceremony, suggesting it was not mandatory. However, since the school stated so, most students would likely comply. Bai Yiyi took out her enrollment materials and spent some time understanding the school rules before starting to arrange her dormitory. Many daily necessities could be purchased online, while the Star Network pod could only be temporarily moved from home. The school mandated on-campus living, and official information was mostly communicated through the student assistant. Additionally, the Star Network pod could log into the internal network via the dormitory's connection, and a light brain could access the forum of Tsinghua University through the school's network. The forum was not established by the school, but was created by seniors long ago, with several rounds of administrators taking over. For Bai Yiyi, the only drawback was that she couldn't bring her pet Doubao into the dormitory. Fortunately, the school allowed a high degree of freedom and students could leave the campus at any time when not in class, except for special approvals or holidays. Students could not be outside for more than 12 hours. If they did, teachers would come to inquire about the situation, which was also a safety consideration for the students. At the Student Logistics Center of Tsinghua University, many second-year students were checking the newly cleaned and disinfected uniforms and placing them into delivery carts. This was also a work-study position. They only needed to check if the new uniforms were complete and undamaged. The cart for Area E was already half full, and a second-year boy was responsible for the inspection. While checking, he looked up and saw a sweet-looking girl walking toward him. Having never had much luck with girls, he didn't think much of it and lowered his head to continue checking, until a bottle of water was suddenly handed to him, accompanied by a fragrance belonging to a girl. "Drink some water. Take a break," Sun Yaoyao said, noticing the boy's slight panic, feeling a bit more confident, her smile becoming even more radiant. "My name is Sun Yaoyao. I was wondering if we could be friends?" Li Ming forced himself to stay calm, but his slightly flushed ears betrayed him. "I can only rest after I finish my work." Sun Yaoyao pressed the water into his palm, gently saying, "You go take a break. I'll help you." Li Ming had no choice but to insist he wasn't tired, feeling a sweet sensation in his heart. Sun Yaoyao was quite attractive and so proactive. As someone who had never been in a relationship, he found it hard to resist. "If you say another word, I'll be angry." Sun Yaoyao pretended to be mad. Li Ming instantly surrendered. "Then if you're tired, just tell me." He wasn't tired at all. This work was easy, but he didn't want to upset Sun Yaoyao and had to go along with her. Sun Yaoyao watched as Li Ming, persuaded by her, walked to a nearby bench to rest, and then she began her work. She only knew that Bai Yiyi was from the Ancient Civilization Studies College, and that her dormitory should be an area where all the new student uniforms would be labeled with the names of the newcomers. The probability of sharing a name existed, but was likely small. For the uniforms already on the card, Sun Yaoyao had no choice but to start with those yet to be checked. Her luck was quite good. She actually found Bai Yiyi's uniform. Sun Yaoyao glanced around and met Li Ming's gaze, which quickly darted away, clearly shy. Turning back, Sun Yaoyao chuckled and sprayed the prepared solution on the uniform until the entire set was covered. Then she stopped. These solutions were not poisons, but rather caused itching and rashes on the skin. At the same time, she noted Bai Yiyi's dormitory number, E907, quickly recording it on her light brain, then calmly placed the uniform onto the cart. After checking a few more items, Sun Yaoyao called out to Li Ming, "There's still so much left. Let us do it together." To Li Ming, this felt like Sun Yaoyao wanted to spend time with him. And since this was originally his job, he came over without hesitation. In the evening, the delivery carts for the uniforms drove automatically, climbing the corridor steps, delivering uniforms to each dormitory one by one. Two mechanical arms placed the packaged uniforms into the delivery box at the entrance, which could directly send them to the dormitory, even without the students needing to come out to collect them. Ding! Hearing the sound, Bai Yi saw that another set of uniforms had appeared on the delivery table. She opened it and immediately tossed it into the integrated washing machine that had just arrived and was set up, adding detergent for washing. Having lived on Blue Star, she was accustomed to washing new clothes before wearing them, even though the official email mentioned that the uniforms were clean. Chapter 116. A good scapegoat, Bai Yi only learned a few hours before the opening ceremony that she would be speaking on stage as the representative of the new students. The communication was personally made by Dean Ning of the College of Ancient Civilizations, filled with respect in his words. Bai Yi is not only a freshman, but also a researcher in the college. Yet in Dean Ning's eyes, she is not a junior. Paving the way for this future young professor and showing goodwill is his wisest choice. Moreover, among the freshmen, no one is more suitable than Bai Yi to be the representative. Bai Yi couldn't decline and had to agree. However, she didn't anticipate that speaking as the representative would mean addressing not only the College of Ancient Civilizations, but also the faculty and freshmen from the entire Tsinghua University. In the ceremony venue, which housed tens of thousands of people, everyone had a virtual screen in front of them, allowing even those far away to observe the details on stage by zooming in. Additionally, the audience could zoom in on the freshmen below, making it easy for everyone to see clearly. Of course, not everyone was so bored as to zoom in on other freshmen. "Which one is Bai Yi? I can't find her." I've checked all the nameplates and still can't find Bai Yiyi. The system didn't show any absences either. Among the freshmen in the College of Ancient Civilizations, many were fans of Bai Yiyi, so they flipped through their college's new student section, which had only about 100 people, yet they couldn't find her. It wasn't until Dean Ning announced Bai Yiyi's name as the representative on stage that everyone realized and quickly zoomed in on the scene at the podium. At that moment, Sun Yaoyao was also watching the opening ceremony live from her dormitory. As long as she connected to the school's intranet, she could watch, but she could only see what was happening on the podium. To her surprise, Bai Yiyi was quite popular when she took the stage. The applause from the audience increased several times. Sun Yaoyao's roommate, seeing this, remarked with some emotion. She completely failed to notice that Sun Yaoyao's expression was not quite normal. Sun Yaoyao scrutinized Bai Yiyi on stage, inch by inch, and noticed that there were no traces of rashes on her skin. Did she just make herself lonely yesterday? That couldn't be, Sun Yaoyao murmured softly. The rashes formed by the medication wouldn't disappear in a short time. If severe, they could even lead to hematomas, which generally couldn't be detected and would only be diagnosed as an allergy. Sun Yaoyao had no idea that Bai Yiyi had washed her school uniform the moment she received it. New students typically receive cleaned and disinfected uniforms, and the next day they are expected to wear them, so they choose to try them on and then properly store them for the next day. The only thing Sun Yaoyao could think of was that her trick had been seen through by Bai Yiyi. What impossible? Her roommate, not fully understanding, curiously asked. After calming her emotions, Sun Yaoyao said with a complex mood, I mean, she's really impressive. Yeah, we're still studying, and our finances are tight. She not only became wealthy through gaming, but also opened a mall. Now she's financially free and doesn't have to worry, coming to school just to enhance her degree. Sun Yaoyao's roommate, who usually didn't play games and whose family wasn't well off, wouldn't have chosen to share a dorm room with others otherwise. Hearing her roommate's words made Sun Yaoyao feel a bit uncomfortable. She wasn't referring to that kind of impressive, when Bai Yiyi was still the daughter of the Bai family. She was quite wealthy, but besides that, Sun Yaoyao didn't think she was inferior to her in any way. Suddenly, a message popped up on her brain computer. Li Ming, I got 2 tickets for the last flower. Do you want to come watch with me? Her roommate with sharp eyes saw it and couldn't help but tease. I didn't mean to see that. So you two have something going on? Sun Yaoyao quickly denied. We're just friends. Oh. Her roommate elongated the O and smiled meaningfully before walking away. The Last Flower is a recently released romance film, and no matter how Sun Yaoyao explained, she couldn't clarify. After helping Li Ming with something yesterday, Sun Yaoyao made an excuse to leave, and Li Ming seized the opportunity to add her contact information. Sun Yaoyao didn't think much at the time and agreed. Little did she know that the seemingly innocent Li Ming would invite her the very next day, and her roommate had seen it. Sun Yaoyao's face darkened slightly, just as she was about to refuse. She glanced at the still-open ceremony footage and hesitated before changing her mind. Sun Yaoyao, all right, it's a good way to relax. Li Ming, are you feeling down? Sun Yaoyao, it's nothing. Li Ming, ooh. You big blockhead. Sun Yaoyao couldn't help but mutter under her breath. This Li Ming was not only dense, but also a typical straight guy. Wouldn't someone with slightly higher emotional intelligence realize that there was something off about her words? But the next moment, Sun Yaoyao received another message from him. Li Ming, I'll be at your dorm soon. If you're feeling unhappy, you can tell me in person. It might make you feel better. Just after cursing, Sun Yaoyao was a bit stunned, remembering how shy Li Ming had been yesterday. He didn't seem like someone who could say such things. Perhaps someone was giving him pointers from behind? Sun Yaoyao found it a bit amusing, but decided to play along. Sun Yaoyao, thank you. Receiving the message, Li Ming looked at the words thank you, rolled on his bed happily, and couldn't wait to share his joy with friends. Pingu, she said thank you to me. Should I go to her dorm now? He messaged his friend. Why aren't you hurrying up? Okay, thanks, Pingu, I'm on my way. Before long, Li Ming arrived at the bottom of Sun Yaoyao's dormitory. After sending her a message, it wasn't long before he welcomed his crush. The two strolled side by side on campus. Sun Yaoyao didn't want too many people to see them, so they walked toward the quieter place. Li Ming didn't think much of it. Heading to a less crowded area was perfect for giving them privacy. His entire focus was on Sun Yaoyao, leaving no room for other thoughts. Sun Yaoyao hesitated for a while before finally getting to the point. So Bai Yi was that kind of person. Li Ming listened to Sun Yaoyao share her troubles and heard her say that she used to be classmates with Bai Yi, who often bullied her, and their relationship was quite poor. Now that Bai Yi had also entered Tsinghua University, she was very afraid of encountering her again. Hearing Sun Yaoyao's fearful voice, Li Ming's protective instincts surged. Don't worry, with me around, you won't be bullied again. What can you do? Sun Yaoyao's worried expression didn't fade. She sighed. We never had much of a relationship anyway. If she comes after me, so be it. It's only 2 years. I'll be fine after graduation. Li Ming frowned at her words, especially we never had much of a relationship. Actually, I also hope to reconcile with her, but I'm afraid of her. Can you help me with this? Sun Yaoyao hesitated. What do you need help with? As long as I can help, I promise you. Li Ming immediately said, you can definitely help. Sun Yaoyao shared her plan with Li Ming. After parting ways with him, she stood in a dark corner and smirked. What a good scapegoat. Chapter 117. The Hongmen Banquet after the opening ceremony of the school year. Before she could leave the venue, Bai Yi was surrounded by enthusiastic freshmen, chatting, taking photos together, and exchanging contact information. Bai Yi had anticipated this moment and didn't want to dampen their spirits. When the time was about right, she mentioned that she needed to return to her dormitory. I'll go back to the dormitory too. It's on the way, someone said. Me too. We can walk together. Which dorm do you live in? Yeah. We can go to class together since we're in the same class. It wasn't until they reached the dormitory that Bai Yi finally had her own space. She didn't feel too bothered by the enthusiastic classmates. Instead, she was struck by their vitality, which reminded her of the rising sun in the interstellar skies. Seemingly far away from the obscure darkness. Just after arriving at the dormitory, Bai Yi received a message from Chilu, who sent her a document. Chilu, you should first submit a course adjustment application. This document contains the course schedule for the 2nd and 3rd years. Choose courses that do not conflict with your schedule this semester. When you reach your 2nd year, you can select the remaining courses. If there are any conflicts, I can help you register for self-study, and you just need to take the exams with me. Chilu, this way you might be quite busy, but I believe you can handle it with your abilities. Chilu, for electives, just choose the ancient blue star culture, which you're good at. Let me know if you have any questions. Bai Yi reviewed the document Chilu sent and completed her course adjustment application. The first-year courses were few, and more than half of her week was free. Due to the humane consideration of Tsinghua University, there were generally no evening classes. Bai Yi decided to schedule her training time at the secret base for the evenings, filling her free time with classes as much as possible before applying to Chilu. Bai Yi, can you check if there are any issues with my application? After a while, Chilu replied. Chilu, do you want to choose self-study for all these? Bai Yi had selected all the 2nd and 3rd year courses for self-study. As a faculty member, Chilu generally did not support self-study for students. He understood that all the students admitted to their college were talented, but there was always a portion of them who lacked self-discipline. In Bai Yi's case, he could accept it, but he was purely worried. Self-study meant no regular grades, so she would need to put in more effort for the final exams. Bai Yi, yes. Is there a problem? Her efficiency in class was not high, and she felt it was a bit of a waste of time. Although half of the content was unfamiliar to her, based on what she heard from Su Jianjia, the material was relatively superficial and mostly memorization. Having gone through the rigorous education of Huaxia, Bai Yi believed self-study would not be an issue. Out of goodwill, Chilu still explained the pros and cons to Bai Yi. She did not change her mind, and Chilu submitted the application after confirming there were no issues. Not long after, Bai Yi noticed that her student assistant had updated the course information. Bai Yi looked towards the delivery station and only saw a piece of thin paper. It read, if you want to know about the child's father or what happened that night, wait at E1301 at 12 midnight. Bai Yi picked up the thin paper, and the white background turned transparent in the blink of an eye, the black letters flowing like ink, instantly transforming into smoke. The thin paper turned into water, flowing down Bai Yi's palm, with droplets forming at her fingertips, falling to the ground. It felt cool and refreshing. What she just saw felt like an illusion. 1301. Bai Yi repeated the number. She remembered looking at the dormitory distribution before finding her own dorm, and 1301 was located at the highest point of Zone E. Zone E was not fully occupied, so the appointment at 1301 indicated that the dormitory was unoccupied, and perhaps the neighboring dorms were also empty, where patrols would not reach. Bai Yiyi went to the bathroom to wash her hands several times before leaving the dormitory. She first returned home, where her son, Doubao, had just come back from preschool training. Upon seeing his mother, he rubbed his eyes before believing it was really her. "I thought you wouldn't come back to see Doubao for a while since you even moved the Star Network pod," Doubao pouted and complained. "It's only been these 2 years that I've stayed at school. I haven't forgotten about coming back. Don't forget, Mommy has a flying car and can come see you anytime, right?" Bai Yiyi reassured Doubao. Doubao was about to turn 3, but his intelligence was already equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child on Blue Star, or even higher. Bai Yiyi had previously thought that interstellar children were precocious, influenced by Doubao's growing environment. However, she no longer thought that way. This child was simply smart. Therefore, Bai Yiyi was more concerned about him going astray. After all, she needed to go to the secret base for training every day. And returning home before training was not a difficult task. "Then Mommy must come back more often to see me." Doubao blinked his eyes and said firmly, "No problem." The night sky was filled with scattered stars. After returning from the base training, Bai Yiyi parked her flying car in the nearest garage to the dormitory and glanced at the time on her light brain. There were still a few minutes before midnight. After returning to her dormitory from the garage, Bai Yiyi took a quick shower. In fact, she had already washed up at the secret base before coming back, so she just changed her clothes. Walking over to the sofa on the first floor, Bai Yiyi called out to her assistant. The metallic cat on the table responded, and the virtual screen unfolded instantly. "Set the automatic alarm for 1 o'clock in the morning." "Okay, it has been set." Only then did Bai Yiyi push open the dormitory door and walk up the long staircase in the corridor. The corridor was lit at night, with each section of light in different colors. If viewed from the ground, it looked like a vibrant sky city, magnificent beyond compare. 1301, the time had reached midnight. A figure standing in front of the dormitory paced back and forth, letting out a long breath. "She didn't come," he said, directing his words toward the corner. There was no response from the corner. Just as he was about to walk toward it, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. A faint light illuminated the space in front of him. "What are you looking for?" Bai Yiyi's face appeared before him, startling Li Ming, who instinctively took a step back. Using the light from the light brain, Bai Yiyi saw the dormitory number behind him, 1301. The boy in front of her was quite unfamiliar. As Bai Yiyi approached, she realized that the unoccupied dormitory above and the corridor were dark, so she switched on her light brain for illumination. "I thought you weren't coming," Li Ming said cautiously, recognizing Bai Yiyi's face from the freshman ceremony earlier that day. "I was the one who invited you out, but the person who wanted to see you is not." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his neck. Chapter 118. Repeating old tricks. The incident happened too quickly. Li Ming watched as a figure dashed out from the corner, with Bai Yiyi chasing after it. He wanted to step forward but found himself weak all over. The nearby corridor stairs were not operational. He stumbled after them, and upon reaching a section of the stairs, he saw Bai Yiyi returning while dragging someone along. "Yao Yao." Li Ming moved his throat, feeling dry and parched. Bai Yiyi let out a soft chuckle. Son Yao Yao was thrown to the ground, looking at Bai Yiyi with fear. "How did you find out?" Using the same trick a second time won't work. Bai Yiyi leisurely tightened the line around Sun Yao Yao, glancing thoughtfully at her and Li Ming not far away. She wasn't sure if the boy in front of her had participated back then. After all, he didn't exist in the original owner's memories. "What do you want to do?" Sun Yao Yao shouted in panic as she was pulled up by Bai Yiyi, her heart increasingly uneasy. Passing by Li Ming, Sun Yao Yao immediately called out for help. "Help me." But she also noticed that Li Ming seemed a bit dazed, suddenly realizing something. "Just now, I didn't fall for it, but it seems he's a bit unfortunate." Bai Yiyi articulated what Sun Yao Yao was thinking at that moment. Sun Yao Yao struggled violently upon hearing this, but the lines around her only tightened further. When they reached room 1301, Bai Yiyi finally stopped, having searched Sun Yao Yao and found a launcher and several small vials of drugs. Bai Yiyi had been paying attention to her surroundings when she arrived, and thanks to months of training, she was able to avoid Sun Yao Yao's covert attack. Although Sun Yao Yao's movements in the corner were light, they couldn't escape Bai Yiyi's keen hearing. As for the line around Sun Yao Yao, during the last time at the secret base, Bai Yiyi had planned to tie several cars together, but had no rope. Instead, she had bought a special long rope made from fine threads, which she had tied into her hair. When needed, she could pull it off and stretch it to become very long. "What is this?" Bai Yiyi asked Sun Yaoyao while holding up the launcher and the vials. Sun Yaoyao feigned calmness. "It's none of your business." "Let me go." Bai Yiyi smiled, placed the vials into the launcher, toyed with it, and aimed it at Sun Yaoyao. "Seems like a good thing. Want to give it a try?" "Are you really Bai Yiyi?" Sun Yaoyao trembled, her face pale. In the dim light, that familiar face now appeared entirely foreign to her, and the smile on the other person's face seemed devilish. Bai Yiyi did not answer, slowly pushing the launcher switch. Sun Yaoyao watched her finger move and immediately spoke up. I'll tell you, it's a stimulant." Bai Yiyi looked at the boy approaching them with confusion. His condition was unclear, but one could tell from his staggering steps and heavy breathing. "This doesn't look like the stimulant you mentioned. It's illegal. That kind." Sun Yaoyao's gaze flickered slightly. "It strongly stimulates the central nervous system, affecting the whole body, causing certain reactions." Bai Yiyi's gaze deepened, lowering her voice, which undoubtedly sounded like a thunderclap in Sun Yaoyao's ears. "So, it's the same old trick again, but it seems it's not just that, right?" Under Bai Yiyi's constant pressure, Sun Yaoyao recalled what Chu Shuangshuang had said to her earlier. "If you're this scared, you might as well go to her directly and tell her you were the one who harmed her. Apologize to her. With her personality, she might forgive you." A glimmer of hope emerged in her eyes. She recounted everything she knew. That day was simply a celebration of the insectoid war, attended by the upper echelons of the main planet, while some prominent middle and lower classes saw this as an opportunity for their children to marry into the upper class. Sun Yaoyao's family didn't have the qualifications to enter. It was Chu Shuangshuang who helped her, with the condition that she would harm Bai Yiyi. At that time, Sun Yaoyao injected Bai Yiyi with the drug using the launcher, which would be hard to trace later. But with so many people around, in the blink of an eye, Sun Yaoyao lost sight of Bai Yiyi. Therefore, she didn't know what happened afterward. "Is it the same as what you used today?" Bai Yiyi asked. Sun Yaoyao nodded slowly. "What were your plans for today?" Bai Yiyi continued to ask. Sun Yaoyao hesitated. "Don't want to say." Sun Yaoyao immediately shook her head. Sun Yaoyao bit her lip and continued. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson." Bai Yiyi stared at her, her eyes clearly conveying the message of "Do you think I believe you?" Sun Yaoyao lowered her head, murmuring in despair. Why are you so lucky? I should have thought of it earlier. You came back from the trash star. You can survive in such a place. You are no longer the old you." "Yes, I admit, I wanted to kill you today, to push you out of the window when you were dazed. No one would know. I would handle all the traces. I didn't even bring my light brain today." Sun Yaoyao's voice was mixed with sobs. Unclear, but Bai Yiyi understood her plan, sneering as she wrapped another loop of rope around her and tied a tight knot, placing the recorder she had just activated on the knot. What are you doing?" Sun Yaoyao panicked as she watched Bai Yiyi open the window in front of her, recalling what she had just said, the fear of death immediately engulfing her mind. "You're crazy. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you're done for too." Sun Yaoyao struggled again, shouting loudly. Li Ming, who had paused when Sun Yaoyao mentioned her harmful intentions, suddenly moved, seemingly with a remnant of consciousness, wanting to protect Sun Yaoyao, but it was too late. Bai Yiyi pushed Sun Yaoyao down. However, Bai Yiyi stood at the window, stepping on the rope that was running away, then tied the other end of the rope to the railing, before turning back to face the extremely unwell Li Ming. Li Ming lunged towards Bai Yiyi, but she easily dodged him. Looking at the boy in front of her, she didn't think he was innocent, but if things continued like this, it could lead to problems. She had no other ropes left, so she walked to the corridor side, found the corridor light switch, and turned it on before leaving. Before leaving, Bai Yiyi looked back and saw Li Ming leaning against the railing, his head drooping, seemingly watching Sun Yaoyao, while his hand seemed to be unconsciously tugging at the rope tied to Sun Yaoyao. When Bai Yiyi returned to the functioning stairs, she finally turned off the shield generator she had on. The shield generator was the high-tech device given by Qin Yanfeng, and Bai Yiyi unexpectedly found it to be very useful. Once activated, it could shield most monitoring or magnetic field control devices. Chapter 1:19 Meeting on Sunday. Canceling the automatic alarm. Okay, it has been canceled. When Bai Yiyi returned to the dormitory, it had been less than half an hour, and before going to bed, She didn't forget to call her student assistant to cancel the previous automatic alarm setting. The soundproofing in the dormitory was good, and she couldn't hear any noise from outside. That night, Bai Yiyi had a good rest, and after waking up, a security guard came to her door. A security guard from Zhaoyang district showed his credentials and then inquired about Bai Yiyi's situation from last night. Bai Yiyi answered truthfully and learned from the security guard about the follow-up to last night's events. The light at 1301 had caught the attention of the mechanical guards on campus, who went to investigate and found Li Ming and son Yao Yao. Li Ming was sent to the hospital immediately. After the mechanical guards rescued son Yao Yao, they found a recorder left by Bai Yiyi in the knot that bound her and properly secured it. Meanwhile, they notified the deans of their respective departments. The two deans, upon hearing the unusual content from the recorder, immediately reported to the police. Son Yao Yao, who had been tight-lipped about what happened, was interrogated at the Zhaoyang District Police Station and revealed the entire situation. The security guard who came to find Bai Yiyi was there to confirm the authenticity of the situation with her, one of the parties involved. After sending off the security guard, Bai Yiyi also received greetings from Professor Gu, Dean Ning, and Chilu, and replied to each one. Bai Yiyi didn't specifically follow up on the aftermath of the incident. However, less than a day later, she was blocked by the boy from that night at the bottom of the dormitory stairs. Bai Yiyi. Li Ming stood in front of Bai Yiyi, his voice somewhat weak. Can I ask you to help Yao Yao plead for her? After all, you used to treat her so well. She was just confused for a moment. How did I treat her before? Bai Yiyi retorted with a hint of mockery. She wouldn't have told you that I bullied her before, would she? You still believe her this much? Li Ming was taken aback. Perhaps the after-effects were too great, and he pondered for a long time. You heard at the time, she wanted to kill me directly. You think. Bai Yiyi shook her head, her tone profound. Did she just want to push me down? Son Yao Yao had said she didn't bring her light brain. If she pushed both of them down, no one would know about it. Once the biological current of the human body disappears, the identity chip will also fail, and the information before their death will be uploaded to the Federation database. As long as son Yao Yao concealed it well, this would only be defined as Li Ming plotting against Bai Yiyi, and the two would perish together. Li Ming seemed still not to have reacted, struggling to say, help her, she has been expelled by the school, her life is over. When she did that, her life was already over. Bai Yiyi was unmoved and gracefully bypassed Li Ming. Li Ming couldn't stop Bai Yiyi at all. Instead, the onlookers cast strange glances at him. Bai Yiyi stood on the stairs, slowly moving away, and also heard some news from the bystanders. It turned out that son Yao Yao had been expelled and also faced legal penalties. As for Li Ming, as an accomplice who was used, he only received psychological education from the police station, and the school gave him a minor punishment. However, this incident had become too public. While Li Ming's punishment wasn't reported school-wide, it was equivalent to almost the entire school knowing about it. If Bai Yiyi went on the forum, she would find that in the past 2 days, the forum of Tsinghua University had been fervently discussing this matter. A few days after this incident, when Bai Yiyi logged onto the W platform again, she received a private message from her hometown friend. Bai Shui, will you attend the offline event this time? The offline event was, of course, the upcoming creative competition. Bai Yiyi had previously received an official email invitation and checked the date. She had class that day and couldn't go. The producers attending this time would still have double ranking rewards. First place, 5 million. Second place, 3 million. Third place, 1 million. Fourth place, 500,000. Fifth place, 300,000. Sixth place, 100,000. Since Heartbeat ranked 6th this time, not going would mean losing 100,000, but she didn't lack star coins now and didn't need to take a day off for this. Bai Do, something came up, can't go. Bai Shui, I thought you would go, then I won go either. Bai Do, why? Bai Shui, I want to meet you. When are you free? Let us set a time. Bai Do, okay. It was impossible not to be curious about the identity of this hometown friend. However, life was too busy, and their interactions were shallow. So Bai Yiyi didn't have a time. Since the other party wanted to meet, Bai Yiyi wouldn't refuse to get to know this friend. After setting a time and place, Bai Yiyi even felt a hint of excitement. The time was set for this Sunday, and the place was at Jinshu restaurant, where Bai Shui said she would treat her to dinner. Bai Yiyi thought of her little Doubao at home and asked, Do you mind if I bring my Doubao along for a meal? Bai Shui. I love that. Do you have any food restrictions? Bai Do. Anything is fine. I haven't found anything to avoid. Since being taken to the secret base by Qin Yinfeng, Bai Yi hadn't seen him in person for a long time. When she got home today, she saw a big and a small sitting on the sofa in the living room, with wide eyes staring at each other. Doubao had a slightly serious expression, while Qin Yinfeng seemed oblivious, casually playing with a laser gun model in his hand. The model was bought by Bai Yiyi. On one hand, she wanted to see what the toy model could do, and on the other, she could let Doubao play with it. The child was still so small. She couldn't possibly give him a real one. Long time no see. As soon as Qin Yinfeng spoke, Bai Yiyi recognized that he was the more normal one now. Long time no see. Bai Yiyi relaxed. I've already been admitted to Tsinghua University, and I haven't settled your tutoring fee yet. Since you're here today, why don't we settle it? Sure. Qin Yinfeng reached out and ruffled Doubao's head, who reluctantly tried to dodge but couldn't get away. Seeing this, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but smile. If Doubao really wanted to dodge, he wouldn't still be sitting on the sofa. She didn't know what he was throwing a tantrum about. Bai Yiyi roughly calculated the tutoring fee, which was about 50,000, so she simply rounded it up to 60,000. The extra can be considered your bonus. Bai Yiyi transferred the star coins to Qin Yinfeng. In fact, no matter how it was calculated, she had profited. After all, she didn't pay any fees for training at the base. If she signed up for tutoring classes outside, it would cost about that much in a month, although that meant full-day classes. I'll be free for the next period, and I'll take Doubao to training like before, so you don't have to worry too much at school. Qin Yinfeng's expression remained normal. However, Doubao, hearing this, showed a slight change in expression and looked up at Qin Yinfeng with his little eyes. Uncle Qin, Mommy will come back to see me every day. Doubao said, she will also play with me on the Star Network Mecha Combat platform. If you have time, can you teach me? Sure. Really? Really? That's great. Qin Yinfeng didn't know why Doubao was being distant with him this time, but he didn't think much of it, assuming it was because he hadn't come back for a long time. Doubao returned to his usual self and started chatting with Qin Yinfeng. When it came to this Sunday, Bai Yiyi finally interrupted them. I'm taking him to dinner with friends this Sunday. No time. Chapter 120. In such a hurry to dissolve the marital relationship and drift away, Bai Yiyi met Qin Yinfeng's calm and tranquil gaze. Like a mountain spring still bearing ice shards in spring, cool and refreshing. She shook her head, no. Mom, who is it then? Doubao asked, puzzled. You'll know that day. Under Qin Yinfeng's gaze, for some reason, Bai Yiyi didn't say it out loud. Even if she did, Doubao wouldn't recognize them. Is it going to Jinxiu restaurant? Qin Yinfeng asked casually. There's only this restaurant on the main star, although several branches have opened recently. The new Bai family robots have cooking functions and recipes, so they can make delicacies at home. Bai Yiyi's reluctance to say more was obvious, and Qin Yinfeng didn't press further. Qin Yinfeng didn't stay long, and when he left, Bai Yiyi was preparing to go to the training base. Upon hearing Bai Yiyi's intention, Qin Yinfeng directly got on her flying car. Bai Yiyi cast him a puzzled look. Let us see your progress during this time. Qin Yinfeng calmly sat in the passenger seat, his long fingers already buckling the seatbelt. All right, the secret base, combat training ground. Multiple virtual figures rushed towards the petite figure in the center, occupying all the positions she could evade. The deep blue training suit had extremely high elasticity. Every leap and kick pushed this elasticity to its limits, dazzling the onlookers while also instilling fear. The man sitting on the bench outside calmly watched the situation, his tall and slender figure casting a long shadow under the light, until the training ended. Congratulations, you have completed the beginner combat training. Would you like to start intermediate combat practice? After panting slightly, Bai Yiyi chose no and exited the practice area. How was it? After taking a sip of water, Bai Yiyi asked Qin Yinfeng, how long did you train? From initially 3 hours a day to 5 hours later, I've accumulated almost over 100 hours. Bai Yiyi answered honestly. Qin Yinfeng slightly pursed his lips, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Spending so much time on beginner combat, don't you find it tedious? Not really. Actually, I could have started intermediate combat training a long time ago, but I feel like I haven't spent enough time on it. I want to be able to handle the highest difficulty training with ease before starting intermediate combat practice. What Bai Yiyi just experienced was the highest difficulty challenge of beginner combat, It took her over an hour during her first challenge, but after dozens of attempts, she could now finish in about 10 minutes. However, her body still felt tired, and her lungs were a bit burning. You haven't started intermediate combat practice, but you've already entered that stage. Intermediate combat teaches you not just techniques, but combat insights. Your ability to disrupt their combat rhythm is enough to prove that. Qin Yinfeng said. Bai Yiyi was slightly taken aback, her flickering gaze brightening. Are you praising me? Aren't you worthy of praise? Qin Yinfeng chuckled. I'm afraid you'll praise me and then hit me down. Bai Yiyi sat beside him, her breathing gradually smoothing out, but hearing him say this made her genuinely happy. Although her initial intention was to strengthen herself for self-protection, the acknowledgement of her efforts by others brought her a sense of achievement, giving new meaning to her persistence over the past month. Qin Yinfeng watched Bai Yiyi as she expressed her inner thoughts. The confidence and radiance on her familiar face unconsciously attracted him. Thank you. In the end, Bai Yiyi suddenly spoke. Although I saved you at the beginning, I also took advantage of you. You've helped me so much for so long, and I feel like I can never repay you. You went out for a few months and even helped me save ASEAN. I suddenly feel very sorry for you. Bai Yiyi expressed the words she had kept in her heart. She realized she might have been a bit selfish, binding the other person with their marital relationship. Although he had said that once she repaid her debts, they would dissolve their relationship, she could have repaid him first with the money earned from surrounding orders. But she never brought it up. Taking advantage of today, she planned to let both of them off the hook. Otherwise, even if I calculate how much I still owe you, I have a lot of star coins now and can pay you back. Let's find a time to dissolve the relationship. You don't have to take care of me all the time, even if I can't use the base anymore. That's fine. Bai Yiyi nervously spoke these words. I'm not helping you because of the marital relationship. After a moment of silence, Qin Yinfeng spoke. Bai Yiyi looked at him, slightly lost in thought. You saved me. That's a kindness. After that, we can be considered friends. Qin Yinfeng nodded. Sighed with a smile. You don't have to rush to repay me. As for the marital relationship, if you're eager to dissolve it, then let's dissolve it. Bai Yiyi couldn't quite understand his words, if you're eager to dissolve it. Bai Yiyi wanted to say something, but she didn't feel anything was wrong. I'm not in a hurry to dissolve it. Qin Yinfeng exclaimed in confusion. Aren't you urging me to dissolve it? I just don't want to drag you along anymore. I wasn't urging. Then why did you suddenly say that to me? All right, I won't say anything. Just let me know when you have time to dissolve the relationship. Bai Yiyi spoke irritably, but she heard a light laugh. Okay. After that night, Bai Yiyi didn't hear from Qin Yinfeng about dissolving their marital relationship. Although she was a bit puzzled, she couldn't figure it out and put it aside. On Saturday, in the Bai Shui live broadcast room, although the number of viewers was not as high as at the beginning, it still hovered around 100,000. As the lid was lifted, a wave of heat rushed out. A pair of hands poured the stewed lotus root and pork rib soup from the pot and finally sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. Bai Shui's husband sent a spaceship 1. Bai Shui's husband sent a spaceship 2. Bai Shui's husband sent a spaceship 3. Bai Shui's husband sent a spaceship 99. Shui Yuling saw the flood of gifts on the screen. She knew Bai Shui's husband referred to Song Juan, who had always been her top supporter. She had asked him not to send gifts, but the result was that he doubled down, leaving the second place far behind. Shui Yuling decided not to mention it anymore. Taking a day off tomorrow, I won't be live streaming. Shui Yuling took a leave of absence in the live broadcast room and updated a notice on her account. The comments in the live broadcast room were all asking. Shui Yuling saw it before ending the stream and added a bit more. Stop guessing. Everything is fine. I've made plans with friends tomorrow, so I'll take a day off. Chapter 121. Love Brain. After the live broadcast, Shui Yuling received a message from Song Juan. She glanced down and directly made a voice call. You're back? Shui Yuling poured the freshly made lotus root and pork rib soup into a thermal container. Her tone light and teasing. Tomorrow you're meeting a regular friend, a girl. Why are you getting jealous? I haven't heard you mention her before. Wenya's voice was slightly hoarse, as if recovering from an illness. Are you sick? Shui Yuling, holding the packed soup, prepared to head out. Not sick, just that the environment at the place I went to was poor and I had to wear a respirator, so my throat was soaked in medication spray for too long. Song Juan's voice softened a bit. That's good to hear. Shui Yuling slowed her pace, and even she didn't notice that she sighed in relief after hearing Song Juan's explanation. When she saw Song Juin in person again, he visibly looked much thinner. His handsome facial contours sharper and more defined, his complexion slightly pale, and there was a faint bluish-gray under his eyes. Yet his expression remained elegant and gentle. Shui Yuling served a bowl of rib soup from the thermal container dam. The light in Song Juin's eyes was faint, as if he spoke weakly. "I want you to feed me." He wasn't particularly outstanding in appearance. Yet in this moment, Shui Yuling found it hard to refuse. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. He opened his mouth to take it in, his wet lips charming and captivating, momentarily distracting her. In the next moment, everything turned upside down. Shui Yuling was pushed down onto the sofa, her breath quickening. Song Juin looked at the person in front of him, who had been on his mind for so long, and she seemed even more radiant after not seeing her for so many days. He restrained himself, not daring to frighten her immediately. "Is this okay?" Shui Yuling bit her lip, seemingly humiliated. "Is this how your affection is expressed?" Song Juin gave a self-deprecating smile, but slightly released her grip. "I can hardly wait anymore." Last time Shui Yuling said she would wait until she was worthy of him, he had agreed. But afterward, he regretted agreeing so hastily. "Tell me your plans," Song Juin said, pulling Shui Yuling up and tidying a strand of her hair. Shui Yuling's gaze flickered as she recounted her game and what happened during the live broadcast. Although she had mentioned it before, she hadn't gone into detail. "So, tomorrow you're going to meet this Bai Yiyi?" After listening, Song Juin asked. "Yeah." Shui Yuling didn't mention that Bai Yiyi was her hometown girl and certainly couldn't tell him. "Take me along tomorrow. I don't feel safe letting you meet someone you've never seen before." "What's there to be unsafe about?" Shui Yuling turned to see the bowl on the coffee table, surprised that he had carefully taken it from her and placed it down. Song Juin lightly coughed, his tone very firm. "If she minds, then don't meet her." "Why should I?" Shui Yuling frowned, but the next moment, she was soothed by him. She leaned slightly into his embrace, a faint sorrow clouding her brow. "I also have the freedom to make friends. If you mind, then don't bother with me." Song Juin, half angry and half amused, hugged her tightly. "Is she really that important?" "That's different." Shui Yuling squinted like a lazy white cat. Having indulged in Song Juin for so long, she understood he would always go along with her wishes, so she wasn't overly worried about him turning against her. "Then tomorrow I'll go to your shop. If you don't let me meet, I'll just stay in the next room. You can call me anytime." Song Juin took a step back. "Isn't that too much of a compromise for you, Commander Song?" Shui Yuling straightened up, gazing up at his face, her slender fingers tracing his brows and eyes as she giggled. "If I can't compromise for you, then I guess I'll have to compromise a bit myself," Song Juin replied. Shui Yuling laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Then you'd better pamper me a lot. Maybe I'll agree." Song Juin's throat tightened, and when he spoke again, his voice was even more hoarse. "Okay." The two whispered for a long time. Finally, Shui Yuling relented. "All right. I know you're worried about me. Just come tomorrow, but some things girls say, you don't need to listen to." Song Juin sealed her lips with his, mumbling indistinctly, "I'll listen to you." In the prime of life, how could one withstand the repeated teasing from the one they love, especially when she showed no resistance? The room was filled with spring-like warmth, like the melting snow of March, as fish swirled their tails in a pool of fallen flowers. At the heavily guarded Federation headquarters, Mo Gio organized the documents just issued and sent them to a few key people. After a while, receiving a reply, Mo Gio frowned and poked the nearby Chi Quebec. "I heard you came back with Commander Song." "Chi Kiaskiv, Basiv. Just happened to run into each other. What's wrong? How is he hurt?" "You care about him more than you care about me." Chi K recalled the last time he saw Commander Song. He really didn't look well. It could be said that if he could walk, how serious could his injury be? "Poor me, I've been back for a few days. And you haven't even asked how I'm doing." "What's wrong? Did he get into a fight with the boss again?" "If you're seriously injured, how can you still accompany me for overtime these past few days?" Mo Gio replied with a chuckle, but his face remained serious. "Commander Song has taken sick leave for tomorrow. This needs to be reported to the boss. Tomorrow's meeting is too important. Commander Song's absence is not acceptable. Due to confidentiality, even if online, he must come to the headquarters. The boss has stabilized recently. You should go find him," Chi K said thoughtfully. Mo Gio shook his head with a slight smile and got up to find the boss. Upon hearing Mo Gio's report, Qin Yanfeng directly contacted Song Juan. How's your injury? It's okay. Why aren't you coming to the meeting? I'm having dinner with my dear. Listening to Commander Song's light laughter, Mo felt his mood seemed quite good. He cautiously observed the boss's expression. If Commander Song was absent from such an important meeting for this reason, the boss would likely be angry. However, Commander Song had indeed not been on good terms with the boss for the past 6 months. It seemed he was a bit love-struck. Mo also remembered his cousin's sister who ran a restaurant. She was indeed very beautiful, so it was no wonder Commander Song was smitten. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll personally come to get you, Qin Yanfeng said flatly, his eyes icy. Then I'll wait for you. Song Juan. As a commander, don't you know the importance of distinguishing between public and private matters? Or have you gotten old and want to retire? I certainly know which is more important, Qin Yanfeng. This time, I don't want to compete with you. Just let me spend a good day with the one I love. I've read the documents, and I have no objections. If you all come up with something else, I'm fine with it. Mo felt his heart leap to his throat, involuntarily lowering his head. Okay. Hearing this unexpected answer, Mo looked at his boss in surprise, seeing no signs of anger on his face, but rather a contemplative expression. Where are you having dinner? Qin Yanfeng continued to ask. At Delicacy's food court. For some reason, Mo detected a hint of pride in Song Juan's voice. Suddenly recalling how Commander Song previously viewed the boss as a rival, he understood, realizing that he still remembered it until now. In the next moment, Mo felt a chill. He looked at his boss with some confusion. Hey, Chapter 122, there are so many people in the world with the same name. Sunday, at the Delicacy's restaurant, at the same time and place. Qin Yanfeng recalled how Bai Yiyi suddenly mentioned the idea of dissolving their marital relationship, and his brows furrowed slightly. Feeling inexplicably irritated, Mo nervously stepped out, and when he returned to his workstation, Chi came over. What happened? Chi asked. Nothing. Mo replied. Song Lingjiang wants to date, and the boss agreed. Song Lingjiang wants to date? The boss agreed? Chi looked shocked. When did this happen? Chi recalled that 6 months ago, Song Lingjiang had fought with the boss, apparently over his sister-in-law. Now that he thought about it, perhaps Song Lingjiang's actions stemmed from a deep love for the boss. Unable to accept that the boss had a spouse, the logic suddenly made sense. Having worked with Mo for so long, Chi had never seen such a rich expression on his face. Rich enough that one couldn't tell what thoughts were running through his mind. It's not what you think. Mo shook his head. No matter what Chi had thought, with his brain, you probably wouldn't be right. However, it was better not to say much about Song Lingjiang's personal matters. I didn't think of anything. Don't talk nonsense. Chi reflexively replied. Mo noticed that Chi seemed to know some earth-shattering secret and suddenly questioned his own confidentiality. But in the end, he said nothing. At the Delicacy's restaurant on the main star, business was at its best on weekends, but it was closed this Sunday. Bai Yiyi, carrying prepared gifts, arrived at the place she had agreed to meet by Shui. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful woman in a bright red dress, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but exclaim that even in this starry world filled with beauties, Bai Shui was a standout. I am Shui Yuling, the owner and chef of the Delicacy's restaurant. In the private room, in addition to a table full of delicious dishes, there was also a gentle and elegant man. This is my boyfriend, Song Juan. Shui Yuling paused when introducing, worried that Song Juan would tease her if she mentioned their relationship. But she still stated his identity. This little one must be your child. What's his name? Shui Yuling eagerly asked, looking at the adorable little boy beside Bai Yiyi. She completely failed to notice that Bai Yiyi's expression momentarily stiffened upon hearing Song Juan. His name is Bai Yu. Bai Yiyi tugged at Doubao, quickly greet the auntie. Hello, auntie. Hello, uncle. Doubao obediently greeted, his curious eyes sizing up the two in front of him. The auntie was very pretty, but he still thought his mom looked better. As for the uncle, he seemed gentle but was hard to approach. He sensed there was something extraordinary about him. The few of them sat down at the table. Bai Yiyi and Shui Yuling chatted happily about games and life. Bai Yiyi subtly observed Song Juan, noting that Shui Yuling had no intention of mentioning her boyfriend, so she didn't pry. There are so many people in the world with the same name. What are the odds of running into? Moreover, the person that Chu Shuangshuang mentioned was a military leader a remarkable figure. After they had nearly finished eating, Shui Yuling suggested a private chat with Bai Yiyi. How about we talk another day? Bai Yiyi refused, tightening her grip on Doubau's hand. She had intended to have a private conversation with Shui Yuling before coming, but now with Songjuan present, she was uneasy about leaving him alone with Doubao. Why not? Shui Yuling asked, slightly disappointed and confused. She thought the other party wanted to acknowledge their hometown connection. Could it be just her own overthinking? I'm very happy to meet you today, but Bai Yiyi looked at Songjuan, teasingly said, how can I let you leave your boyfriend sitting aside? What's the big deal? Shui Yuling said with a wry smile. He and I agreed. Today we want to share some secrets. You don't need to worry. What secrets must be shared only when your boyfriend is around? Bai Yiyi said, if you want to tell me a secret, we can talk later. Bai Yiyi's insistence made Shui Yuling give up her idea. Not long after, Bai Yiyi's light brain chimed with a message notification. She opened it to find a message from Qin Yanfeng. Qin Yanfeng, have you finished eating? Although she had encountered Qin Yanfeng at home a few times in the past few days, she was still surprised that he sent a message at this time. However, this was indeed an opportunity. My partner sent me a message, Bai Yiyi said as an excuse to say goodbye. I might need to leave early. When mentioning Qin Yanfeng, Bai Yiyi suddenly didn't know how to refer to him in front of Shui Yuling. Calling him spouse felt too strange, while husband was absolutely out of the question. My partner was the only phrase she could somewhat manage to say. After all, Shui Yuling would definitely understand. Shui Yuling was very surprised. She had heard rumors about Bai Yiyi and that her child's father was unknown. She had never heard of Bai Yiyi's partner and had thought that person didn't exist. It's okay, we can gather again next time, Shui Yuling said. Then took out a bag of candies and dried fruit for Doubao. These candies are a gift for little Bai Yiyi. I made them myself, with various flavors. And there's dried fruit. If you like them, just let me know. Doubao caught the bag and sweetly thanked her. Thank you, Annie. The food you made is really delicious, and you're really nice. Who doesn't like to be praised, especially in that soft and sweet child's voice? Shui Yuling felt sweetness in her heart and looked at Doubao more kindly. You have such a sweet tongue. If you want to eat what the Annie makes in the future, just come here anytime. It will be free for you for life. Thank you, Auntie. Doubao, hearing Shui Yuling's promise, rolled his eyes and cleverly said, in the future, Doubao will come to see you often. You can't go back on your word. I definitely won't. Shui Yuling pinched his little face. Doubao initially wanted to dodge, but thought better of it and held still. Bai Yiyi left the delicacies restaurant with Doubao. Once they sat in the car on the way back, Doubao opened the bag of candies, unwrapped the first piece, and then held it out to Bai Yiyi. The first piece of candy is for Mom. Doubao stretched out his little paw, feeding the candy into Bai Yiyi's mouth, then unwrapped the next piece and popped it into his own mouth. Is it good? Bai Yiyi tasted the sweetness. It was orange-flavored, sweet, but not cloying. Yet she still asked Doubao, sweet. It's delicious. Doubao tilted his head. Does Mom think it's not good? It's not bad. It's quite sweet, Bai Yiyi replied. Doubao smiled. When continuing to eat the dried fruit, Doubao also gave Bai Yiyi the first piece before taking one for himself. Bai Yiyi ate the dried fruit while replying to Qin Yanfeng's message. Chapter 123 Fair Competitive Shooting Game. Bai Yiyi, I'm on my way back. Qin Yanfeng, so early? Bai Yiyi glanced at the time. It was indeed a bit early. Bai Yiyi, it's not very convenient. I'm not that familiar. Last time you said you had eaten at Jinshu Shijian and said it wasn't as good as my cooking. You really flatter me. I think the taste is quite good, but the chef is of a high standard and also very pretty. In the conference hall of the Federation's General Bureau, several colleagues present expressed their thoughts and solutions on the agenda, their gazes skipping over the absent position of a certain leader and subtly looking towards Minister Qin of the Special Department. This young official from a Qin family rarely appears in public, but many confidential military activities of the Federation need to be handled by him personally. Unless at a major meeting, he generally won't be seen. Even among those present at this meeting, some had never seen his face. The first impression is one of an iceberg-like coldness, with a sharp edge ready to strike. Even without speaking, it's impossible to overlook him. The atmosphere on planet EI 2136 is filled with deadly toxins, and it's too late to adjust the budget. The number of transport ships needs to be at least doubled, and the military funding is too low. The ships that can be deployed are over 10 years old, and although they have been upgraded in the past 3 years, they can't withstand attacks from space pirates. Speaking was Minister Shun from the Health and Defense Department, who had been in office for several years. He noticed Qin Yinfeng in the corner with his peripheral vision. The latter's gaze was slightly lowered, seemingly listening, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. Minister Shin immediately trembled in his voice, swallowed hard after speaking, and pondered whether he had said something wrong. It wasn't he, just Minister Shun who noticed his change. After he stopped, everyone fell silent for a moment in tacit understanding. However, the person they were watching did not express his opinion, so they continued to discuss. For some reason, those present suddenly felt that the temperature around them didn't seem so low anymore. Qin Yinfeng had merely been distracted from the meeting to look at Bai Yiyi's message. When he saw not very familiar, the trace of unusual feeling in his heart completely disappeared. The latter half of her message suddenly reminded him of their previous encounters. Qin Yinfeng, that's true. If you were familiar, you would have cooked for yourself. Bai Yiyi, my cooking skills. Let us not embarrass myself. In the midst of replying to messages, Bai Yiyi and Doubao had already arrived home. Bai Yiyi took a fresh-keeping box and put a bag of candy and dried fruit in it, then instructed Chi and Wan that Doubao could only have a maximum of 10 candies a day, while he could eat more dried fruit. She advised that these should be divided into at least 3 servings. Doubao pouted, listening beside her. I'm not that greedy. You've eaten quite a bit on the way, little glutton. Eating too much of this can cause cavities, and then your teeth will hurt. Bai Yiyi smiled. She knew that Doubao was not like other children, possessing strong self-control, as evidenced by his persistence in attending preschool training. However, she kept Chi and Wan around to take good care of Doubao, so if he forgot that he shouldn't eat too many candies, they could remind him. Her time with Doubao was indeed limited. After that, Qin Yinfeng didn't send any more messages. While eating with Shui Yuling, Bai Yiyi had exchanged contact information with her. They also confirmed that they were both hometowners. Perhaps Bai Yiyi's attitude led to a misunderstanding for Shui Yuling. Later, when Shui Yuling messaged Bai Yiyi, she didn't mention the past again, but instead asked about the game. Actually, what difference would it make if she did bring it up? However, this didn't prevent the two from directly acknowledging their identities in their communication. Meditation on mountains and seas had entered the top 10 of the game creation competition. But Shui Yuling knew that her understanding and ability in this area were still too shallow. She was uncertain whether to continue making the next game or stop here. Bai Yiyi, meditation on mountains and seas still has a lot of potential to be explored. If you're willing, I can help you polish it to perfection. In the process, you should learn a lot, and then you can decide whether to make the next game. Bai Yiyi believed that Shui Yuling was not just a fleeting passion for creating meditation on mountains and seas. But she had no idea that Shui Yuling's initial intention was to compete with her. Shui Yuling, that's great. I can't let you help me for nothing. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Bai Yiyi, however, this may take a long time because I have very little time to spare. Games are constantly updated over time. A game that remains unchanged for too long will lose players. What Bai Yiyi could do was teach Shui Yuling operational and planning skills. The deficiencies in the game were secondary. There was much more to learn. Earlier, when Shui Yuling asked Bai Yiyi about her next game, Bai Yiyi had told her that her next game was in production and, coupled with her current schooling, she explained that time was insufficient, which Shui Yuling understood very well. Shui Yuling, it's okay, it's too fast. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. Besides, I have quite a few things to do as well. It's mutual. Bai Yiyi's daily schedule was packed, and time passed quickly. During this period, she also helped Doubao celebrate his 3rd birthday. She spent nearly 2 months finally completing the map and other settings for the new game. Currently, only one section of the map was done, but its area and complexity were significant. She would need to wait until the game launched to adjust based on player reactions for the other maps. After self-testing the game, Bai Yiyi uploaded it to the W platform and immediately posted an update. Bai Do, for the past few months, you all have been urging me for a new game. I thought long and hard to ensure I don't disappoint you. My head was about to go bald, but I finally completed the new game. Once it passes review, you can make reservations. Bai Do, the fair competitive shooting game Extreme Battlefield will open for internal testing reservations the day after tomorrow, with only 10,000 spots available. Each internal tester will receive 10 10,000 bullet coins for free, which can be used for lotteries and shopping in the game mall. The public test will not delete accounts, and you can continue using your existing accounts to prevent people from reserving multiple accounts to cheat benefits. These 10,000 accounts cannot be bought or sold after the public test, and any unused bullet coins will be reset less than an hour after the update was posted. The topic by Douzi's new game Extreme Battlefield immediately trended. After waiting so long, I finally get to see Bai Douzi's new game. This round of the game creation competition is already halfway through. I thought there wouldn't be a new game. 10,000 bullet coins. So generous. I feel like this is another game that requires spending money to play. Fair competitive shooting game? Is there really fairness in games nowadays? You can tell from a name that it will require spending on mech equipment. I might as well play Star Wars. I hope Bai Douzi can make the map more visually appealing and make the Zerg more realistic. I can give it a try. It feels like Star Wars has raised the bar for this type of game. It seems Bai Douzi is serious this time, planning to compete on strength. Chapter 124. Virtual Mech on the Battlefield. The aftermath of artillery bombardment was evident everywhere, with large patches of black and gray debris being swept away by the gusts of wind, disappearing at a visible speed. The two mechas were locked in combat, unable to distinguish themselves from one another, with one mecha relentlessly pummeling the other. Below, the flight wings never ceased their movements, emitting a buzzing sound. It wasn't until the upper mecha completely thrust its mechanical arm into the opponent's engine compartment that a prompt sounded in their ears. Mecha has exceeded 90 damage. Process terminated. Bai Yiyi watched as the combat status switched to victory, and immediately afterwards, she heard Doubao muffled voice. "Mom, you won." The Jin men with close combat advantages approached the long-range mecha Yi. If it were the previous Bai Yiyi facing Doubao, who was not only a genius but had also been guided by Qin Yanfang for the past 2 months, she would have still lost. Through continuous adaptation and learning with the mecha, Bai Yiyi had seamlessly applied the fighting techniques she learned to Jin men. However, Doubao's maneuvering of Ling Yi was also agile and varied, making close combat the biggest challenge. This was the first time in 2 months that Bai Yiyi had defeated Doubao. During their battle, both of their attentions were focused on each other, especially since they were in the open field, where the weaknesses of their mechas were well known. In terms of strategy, it had little effect. To win, they primarily relied on their coordination with the mecha and combat skills. Perhaps this was the purpose of the water goods area, allowing mecha enthusiasts to enter through the correct channels. The initial mecha's limit was low. That was why I could catch up to you, Bai Yiyi said lightly, and it was the truth. I will find a way to help you buy a virtual mecha. I've analyzed the mechas in them all. Although the cost-performance ratio is high, they are all developed in different directions based on the 3 initial mechas. For you, it's better to familiarize yourself with a mature, comprehensive mecha that suits you rather than getting to know them one by one. Now, Bai Yiyi was no longer a novice on the mecha. Finding such a comprehensive mecha would offer the best value for Doubao's future learning. As for later, it would be about finding the type she was best at to specialize in. This was also the learning process of most mecha engineers. Although Doubao was very young, his talent in this aspect had already shown. After a bit of thought, he understood Bai Yiyi's words, and his mood, slightly frustrated from losing, immediately lifted. Listening to Doubao chattering about his desires, Bai Yiyi silently noted them all down. Am I asking for too much? After a moment, Doubao suddenly asked, Mom, you haven't said much. No, I'm listening. Since it's for you, and you'll be with it for a long time in the future, this thing is expensive. So what's wrong with having more requirements? At most, it'll just be a bit harder to handle. But now that Bai Yiyi had star coins in her account, she felt that she could afford the data for a virtual mecha. It wouldn't be a problem to buy one for herself as well. However, Bai Yiyi still preferred to register an account in the competitive area, where the virtual mechas available for purchase in the mall would be sufficient for her needs. This highlighted how well the mecha combat platform had performed in this regard. The water goods area was filled with mecha novices, so the quality of the virtual mechas available in the mall wouldn't be particularly high. On one hand, this protected the users. On the other hand, in this area, one wouldn't encounter situations where the quality of the mecha crushed others' abilities. Hearing her mother say this, Doubao felt reassured and boldly continued to express his requests. Is that all? I just want to get these. It's okay. You said everything very thoroughly. Finally hearing the end, Bai Yiyi consolidated all the requests and glanced at the time. Wait, you need to go to the W platform next, register an account, and book a spot for Mom's new game beta test. Okay. Bai Yiyi had never restricted Doubao from playing games. In her view, Doubao was only 3 years old, which was the age to play. Therefore, when she received the game console from the Cub Management Bureau, she let Doubao play with it, just limiting the time a bit. Although later she found out that the game console was not what she thought it was. As for the W platform, due to real name registration and many games restricting player ages, she didn't have to worry too much even if Doubao played games on it. It was unclear whether Doubao was too eager to learn or just too well-behaved, but he hadn't even downloaded W on his StarNet cabin. After the two exited the Mecha Combat platform, Doubao followed his mother's instructions to download the W platform, while Bai Yiyi began searching for ways to buy a virtual mecha. Bai Yiyi first searched online, looking through all the available options she could find, but most were common resources and she didn't see anything satisfactory. She then remembered the Starry Sky agency and sought them out again. The one who received her again was number 1. Bai Yiyi briefly mentioned her needs. Number 1, you have customization needs for a virtual mecha, and the Starry Sky agency can solve that. But I do not recommend you issue such task. Number 1, on one hand, the Federation has many restrictions on such transactions. If any issues arise, you will have to bear all consequences. Number 1, on the other hand, if someone is tempted by your high reward but doesn't provide what you need, you will still have to pay because the virtual data you receive is useless to retract and can easily lead to disputes. We have encountered similar situations before. Isn't there any way to solve my problem? Number 1, there is. I suggest you go to Mecha Design. This platform gathers many mecha designers. Thank you. No. 1. You're welcome. Bai Yiyi didn't expect, number 1, to be so sincere. Not only did it recommend a platform, but it also directly clicked on the link it sent for Mecha Design, allowing her to jump to the Mecha Design platform. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yiyi arrived at the virtual space of the Mecha Design platform, where a panel appeared before her. After carefully reviewing it, she realized that Mecha Design was primarily a communication platform for mecha designers, and secondly, a trading platform. Users could find their favorite mecha designers or designs by searching for keywords. For those who were unfamiliar with the field and simply wanted to buy mecha designs or mechas, they could find them through categories. Mecha designers were divided into certified and non-certified. Certified mecha designers were classified by levels, from 1 star to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. Mecha designs were classified according to the level of the mechas, divided into D, C, BA, S, SS, and SSS levels. In reality, there were no works under the double S and triple S classifications. There were some in the S category, but only about 100. The mecha's rating was generally determined by the user's mental power limit. Doubao mental power was rated S, and Bai Yiyi planned to buy him an S-level mecha. If that didn't work, an A-level would suffice. Chapter 125. Absurd data. Bai Yiyi first went to the S area under the mecha classification. At this point, she realized that what she could see were actually the public works of mecha designers, where mecha data bars would be uploaded to the platform, and people on the platform could see some surface data. If one were a mecha engineer, they could choose to experience the mecha. Experiencing it required payment, with the minimum fee for S-level mechas being 1,000 star coins per minute. But what can one really experience in just 1 minute? At least 10 minutes are needed to determine the performance of the mecha. Therefore, each experience would cost over 10,000 star coins. Bai Yiyi couldn't help but click her tongue. She watched several works in a row, and most of the experience fees were 3,000 star coins per minute, with each work having over 100 experiences. This is merely for people to experience. A single work can earn several million star coins, let alone selling it. However, from the publicly available data and virtual models, Bai Yiyi could still tell that these were on a completely different level compared to the virtual mechas she had previously seen on the Mecha Combat platform's mall. This included the personal style and unique designs of the mecha designers. In the end, Bai Yiyi selected over 30 works from more than 100 that she was relatively satisfied with for the experience. After payment, the space before her folded and transformed into a large arena with various terrains, with the mecha she chose parked in the center. Bai Yiyi had only used the initial mecha from the mecha combat platform before, and although she had seen Qin Yinfeng's actually sitting at the control station and immersing her spirit in it was still a shocking experience. Her field of vision expanded at least 3 times. She operated the mecha to perform a series of basic operations. The movements became more fluid and integrated, as if the mecha had become her limbs. And the last bit of barrier in man-machine operation seemed to disappear completely. This was a comprehensive mecha focused on offense. But it also meant that other data besides attack power was at a medium level. Bai Yiyi tried switching between several attack weapons, and the arena provided feedback on the attack results. By activating the arena crisis function, various situations or attacks would appear within the arena to assess the mecha's evasion and defense capabilities. Bai Yiyi continuously switched between multiple works for the experience, each having its advantages, and she could also understand some of the designer's habits and characteristics. However, she always felt that something was missing, until she clicked on the last work for the experience. This work had the lowest experience price set directly at the base price. The reason she was interested in it was because of its unique shape and exceptionally perfect data. Mecha name: Foaming Front Wing Attack Speed, 7. 1 Rear Wing Attack Speed, 7. 5 Particle Photon Bullet Attack Power, 3000 Nano Precision Attack Power, 900. Special Abilities: 1. Invisibility, Duration 3. 2 seconds. Defense drops by 3 while invisible. Energy consumption increases by 150, value to be confirmed. 2. Detachable Submecha, equipped with a small radiation bomb launcher, can project from 30 meters away, with an ammunition capacity of 6T. 3. Night Vision Diving, visibility range of 10 meters in deep sea below 1,000 meters, capable of capturing dynamic objects within 20 meters. This mecha had 4 enormous wings, and when opened, it looked like a large dragonfly. The attack speed units of the front and rear wings were standardized, generally above 6. 5 is considered excellent, indicating that it could not only serve as a weapon, but also assist in flight. There were 6 types of attack weapons, with the attack power of particle photons and nano precision exceeding the data of other mechas she had seen before. Each special ability could stand out as a significant feature of the mecha, but this one had actually listed 9. Moreover, some of the data seemed too exaggerated. From the few comments and 0 experiences in the comments section, one could see how absurd it was, which was also why Bai Yiyi had saved this mecha for last. It looked too fake. There were 6 comments in the comment section. 5-star mecha designers can't brag like you. Is this a tax on IQ? Can this even pass the review? Is the review for S-level mechas that lacks? The account homepage shows that you are still a student, and you haven't even taken the star level exam. How funny. I asked privately. I offered 100,000 to buy it, and the person told me to get lost. Clearly, you could just steal it, yet it still lets you experience it, which is already quite generous. In any case, she had already spent about 1,000,000 star coins, so she didn't mind this 1 or 2,000. Moreover, this mecha did look really interesting. Bai Yiyi entered the experience and saw the virtual mecha before her, with 4 elongated wings exuding a jade-like quality, shimmering with light. In the image, it looked like dragonfly wings, but here it resembled the wings of a fairy, becoming even more dreamlike under the influence of magic. The massive body was a light silver blue, with the 2 largest cannon openings resembling a pair of bright eyes. Multiple weapons were hidden throughout the body, with an overall low-key design. The more than 30 mechas she had seen earlier had very plain appearances, designed to be aesthetically pleasing while fitting the design. But Bai Yiyi had to admit that this mecha's appearance was far superior to the others. Bai Yiyi entered the cockpit and began testing various functions and data. First was the psychic control, which was no different from other mechas. What surprised her was that the final system feedback data was almost identical to the data it publicly announced. Although she couldn't test all 9 special abilities, those she could test were basically present. Bai Yiyi stayed in the experience for a full 20 minutes before exiting. Once she came out, she contacted the mecha designer. The designer's ID was, "Poor guy doesn't deserve to design," and the homepage introduction indeed certified him as a student, indicating he was a student majoring in mecha design. Visitor, hello, I would like to ask you to help me with a custom mecha design. Price is not an issue. If you are willing, please add my contact information. Bai Yiyi left her contact information. At this moment, in the 9th Military Academy, Yi Jingyu, a junior in the mecha design department, had just come out of the research room. He took a nutrient solution from his bag and drank it, feeling his hunger disappear and his body regain energy. After leaving the research building, several students from his same department looked at Yi Jingyu's thin figure below and began to discuss. Senior Yi is so hardworking. He has been in there for 3 days. Coming from the abandoned star, if he doesn't work hard, how can he survive? I heard the old man who adopted him got into trouble. It's better to stay away from him. Why? He has a criminal record. He definitely won't be able to join the military in the future. Moreover, those from the abandoned star, while they may seem harmless on the surface, are surely dark and malicious inside. Who knows? They might even have bad ideas about you. I heard that seniors of the same level have received invitations from the military. But he, if not for being first in his grade, probably wouldn't even be allowed to enter the research room. This research room costs 300 star coins a day, but it's just working on other people's projects. Chapter 126. Custom Virtual Mech After Returning to the Dormitory. Yi Jingyu first opened his account and glanced at the balance of over 10,000. Then he logged into an official website, entered the address ID and name, and directly transferred 5,000 over. Just as he was about to log off, the communication icon started to jump wildly. Yi Jingyu hesitated for a moment, but still clicked it open. On the virtual screen of the light brain appeared an aged face with deep wrinkles. The eyes murky, but with a hint of brightness. At first glance, the face looked a bit fierce, but when it saw Yi Jingyu, the expression softened considerably. Don't send me so many star coins. I'm doing fine here. Cough, cough. I have a bit of a cold, but it's nothing serious. Old man, I have plenty of star coins. Yi Jingyu listened to the other party's coughing and frowned lightly, his tone growing serious right now. I'm the only one who cares if you live or die. Just don't die too quickly, otherwise my star coins will be wasted. I wasn't good to you before. Why do you still care about me? I owe you. Yi Jingyu's gaze darkened slightly. Without you, I would have died long ago. Ha, cough, cough. I guess I didn't raise you for nothing. The old man's coughing was intense, but it was also clear that he was somewhat excited. Use these star coins to waive your daily labor punishment and buy some medicine. Don't just be half alive. Yi Jingyu said leisurely, I'm hanging up now. Your communication isn't cheap. So be frugal. After hanging up, a faint cloud of worry settled between Yi Jingyu's brows as he checked the balance of the dormitory's energy fee. The academy provides a subsidy each semester, but it isn't much. Looking at the balance, Yi Jingyu estimated it would last until the end of the month. But there weren't many days left. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still chose not to recharge. He walked over to the Star Network pod, plugged in the energy interface, and entered the Star Network pod, logging on to Mecha Design. There were only 3 new messages. 2 were system messages, and 1 was from a guest user. One system message indicated someone chose to experience his virtual mech, and the other was the account deposit information. Seeing the 20,000 star coins in the deposit information, Yi Jingyu felt slightly surprised, but it was also within reason. He was very confident in his mech work, Fengyin, but unfortunately, it had gone unnoticed for over a month, even after he lowered the experience price to the minimum. Uploading virtual mech data to Mecha Design costs star coins, and generally, the higher the mech's level, the cheaper it is. At that time, Yi Jingyu only had 10,000 star coins, which was just enough to upload this S-level mech. However, the experience income does not incur any commission from the Mecha Design platform. Yi Jingyu also looked at the message from the guest user and added them using the contact information provided. This experience income likely came from this person. He really needed the income now. Currently, this person was the only one who approached him, leaving no room for doubt about its authenticity. Indeed, the comments under Fengyin indicated that those who had private messaged were just making noise. However, if someone truly offered 100,000 to buy Fengyin, Yi Jingyu would also tell them to get lost. Fengyin had poured too much of his effort into it, and he would never sell it cheaply, even to someone suitable and worthy. When Bai Yiyi received the friend request, she was looking at the internal test reservation for Extreme Battlefield. Who would have thought that within just half an hour, the 10,000 spots would be fully reserved? Now the Star Network was truly a mix of joy and sorrow. What kind of devils are you? I planned to reserve as soon as class ended, but before class started, I saw the reservations hadn't begun. And by the time class was over, they were all gone? Crying. Haha, I got a reservation. I watched the reservation number change every second and almost thought the W platform had a bug. Fortunately, there were 10,000 spots. If it were 1,000, I probably wouldn't have gotten one. Hurry up and launch the public test. Please, I really want to play Baido's new game. Unlike you all, who are just after the benefits. Anyway, I didn't get a reservation. It's just garbage and not worth my time. People with poor skills have no interest in competitive shooting games, but to support Baido, I reserved it too. Reserving doesn't cost star coins. You should have realized that 10,000 spots were not enough. I even think some people just came to join the fun. Yuki had come to find Bai Yiyi when she posted earlier. Doubao had also reserved a spot thanks to Bai Yiyi's reminder. So they both managed to secure reservations. Bai Yiyi didn't need to mention it. Upon seeing the note in the friend request, Bai Yiyi immediately accepted it. Oldie, what requirements do you have for the custom mech design? The other party got straight to the point, and Bai Yiyi quite liked their straightforward personality, so she directly sent over the compiled requirements. Along with that, she also sent a few clips of the matches she recorded with Doubao on the mech battle platform. Since it was a comprehensive mech and a personal custom design, Bai Yiyi thought these match clips might help the other party, which included the 3 initial mechs used by Doubao. Bai Yiyi, I hope all these requirements can be met. You can also add your own ideas. This mech is for the Xiao Bai in the match clips. Can you do it? Yi Jingyu looked at Bai Yiyi's message, first opened the match clips, and felt a bit disappointed upon seeing them. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the mech battle platform on the Star Network. The venue seemed to be a black market area, and the mechs used by both sides were very old classic models, with simple functions. Even newly minted mech designers wouldn't choose to use these 3 mechs anymore. Oldie, let me take a look first. You can tell me your budget for the price. Out of politeness, while Yi Jingyu watched the clips, he still intended to ask about the price first. Bai Yiyi had looked into the price of S-level virtual mechs beforehand, and had seen that the most expensive ones were around 20 million. Custom mechs would be even more expensive. Bai Yiyi, 30 million. I can give a 5 million deposit up front. Yi Jingyu was taken aback. At this price, the other party could easily hire a 5-star mech designer, although he felt that his skill level was absolutely comparable to a 5-star designer. His identity on mecha design was still that of a student and did not have certification as a mech designer. The other party offering such a price might be due to having experienced Feng and recognizing his abilities, or perhaps they were a big spender, someone foolish with plenty of star coins. However, Yi Jingyu never believed in his luck. More likely, this was a trap. Old Yi, can we go through contract? Bai Yiyi, of course. You can check the content I sent. I'm currently finding someone to draft the contract. After you finish reading it, let me know if you can take it. Old Yi, sure, no problem. For such a large financial transaction, if the other party didn't mention it, Bai Yiyi would also bring up the requirement for a contract. Bai Yiyi immediately contacted Bai S legal staff to draft a contract for her. Once she received the contract, she carefully reviewed it. It was impressive how thorough and detailed it was written in such a short time, and she complimented the legal team. By the time Bai Yiyi sent the contract to Yi Jingyu, over an hour had already passed. Chapter 1, 2017 live stream during this hour or so. Yi Jingyu gradually shifted from initial disappointment and doubt. Although the footage used old mechs, it was evident that both sides had potential and solid basic skills. After analyzing the replay data, he was surprised to discover that the competition was not merely a contest of mech operation. The tactical strategies were discernible from the traceable combat details. However, since it was a solo operation, the strategic aspects were not very obvious. The error tolerance rate in various attack data was as high as 80, while the miss rate was as low as 1, meaning that once an attack was initiated, it was guaranteed to hit. Such a miss rate would not be surprising if it were just inexperienced players battling. But clearly, both sides were skilled, just not abundantly so. Yi Jingyu had previously analyzed the students from his school's mech department, and achieving such error tolerance and miss rates was quite rare. Looking back at the requirements for customized mechs, Yi Jingyu's gaze fell on his rank, and he was somewhat taken aback. His school, the 9th Military Academy, was one of the top-ranked schools, and in the mech department, students with S-level mental strength were few and far between. Using an S-rank mech at a higher level was not impossible, but strictly speaking, it would be classified as a pseudo-S-rank mech. With questions in mind, Yi Jingyu messaged Bai Yiyi. Old Yi, I've basically finished watching, but I have some questions. Oldie, can you tell me the mental strength level and age of Bai? Bai Yiyi, mental strength level S, 3 years old. Yi Jingyu's doubts were mostly resolved, and he felt shocked, not because of the S-level mental strength, but because he was only 3 years old. How could his mech operation be so impressive? No wonder. No wonder the footage was from the low-quality area of the mech combat platform. First, the mech operations on the platform relied on mental strength, with no physical restrictions. Second, due to his age, he couldn't register in the competitive area. Yi Jingyu already had a general idea in his mind. Oldie, you are my first client. I'll accept the 30 million. If you're not satisfied, you can propose modifications until you are happy, but afterwards, no returns. Bai Yiyi, if there are no problems, let's sign a contract, and I'll transfer the deposit to you. Soon, the contract was filled out and signed. Bai Yiyi glanced at the information on the contract and learned the other party's name, Yi Jingyu. Bai Yiyi mumbled to herself that the name sounded pretty nice. She transferred 5 million star coins to him. Oldie, the mech side design can be made into finished products. If you need that, you can come to me later. Bai Yiyi was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Yi Jingyu explained the next second. Oldie, not all virtual mechs can be made into finished products. Many high-level materials are monopolized and hard to obtain. Bai Yiyi, so the materials you use for the mech you design are all available for purchase? Oldie, there are substitute materials. Bai Yiyi, understood. The agreed delivery time for their project was 3 months. There was no rush. With 5 million in his account, Yi Jingyu looked at the string of numbers, feeling a sense of unreality. After that feeling faded, he contacted Ming Su, who was at the same level as him, to inform him that he would not be continuing with his next project. Ming Su couldn't retain him and couldn't help but chuckle. You think 300 a day is too little? Sure, the top student in the grade is working for me. You must feel quite unsatisfied, right? Yi Jingyu was used to the disdainful looks and words of others. Aside from being somewhat surprised by Ming Su's attitude after the mask was torn off, he didn't even furrow his brow. After all, the other party had given him the chance to work in the mech research room, and 300 star coins a day was not low for a student. Yi Jingyu explained a bit. I took a project, and I want to have time for the next few months. You can still take on projects like this? I know your situation. Don't tell me you're taking some shady route. If you end up in trouble, you'll be stuck with your old man. Truly a mixed bag. Hard to change your nature. Watch your mouth. Yi Jingyu's expression turned cold. I'm just speaking the truth. Yi Jingyu, you still have time to regret. Don't come asking me later. Don't worry, I want to ask you. The communication was cut off. Using the mech research room required spending star coins, but the price was very cheap. With Bai Yiyi's order, Yi Jingyu wouldn't be short on star coins for a while, and could also have funds to do more designs. When the closed beta of Extreme Battlefield started, many dedicated fans eagerly clicked on his homepage, waiting for the live stream. However, today's stream was delayed. It's been a minute. Why is it still black? Isn't Extreme Battlefield streaming today? I didn't make a reservation, just waiting for Brother Yu to stream. If it doesn't start soon, I'll go to the next room. You're late today. There must be a penalty. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. He was going to play games with Bai Yiyi. As soon as the closed beta began, He contacted Bai Yiyi, added her as a game friend. Big Bai and Little Bai. Big Bai was Bai Yiyi, and Little Bai was Doubao. After inviting them to team up, he finally started the live stream. Yui, as usual, livened up the atmosphere in the live stream room, inevitably being asked about his 2 teammates. Big Bai and Little Bai. Could be Bai Do, but why are there 2 people? Brother Yu. Want to introduce them? Just as Yu was about to keep them in suspense, Bai Yi's voice rang out. Hello everyone, I am Bai Do. Little Bai is my son. Today, I'm playing with Brother Yu to promote Extreme Battlefield, and I hope everyone will like it. Bai Yiyi didn't watch Yu's live stream, but she could hear him speaking and guessed that the live stream room was asking about her and Doubao as identities, so she straightforwardly revealed it. Wow, it really is Bai Do. Bai Do, can we be friends later? Same here, I definitely want to be bad at games. No need to promote. Isn't there anyone in Brother Yu's live stream who doesn't know Extreme Battlefield? Wow, Bai Do is live streaming games with her son. I have to share this with my sisters. I remember Bai Do's child is still very young. This game doesn't have an age limit? I'm completely shocked. Can Little Bai talk? I really want to hear the sound of the little one. Star Eyes. The news of Baidu appearing in UES livestream quickly became a hot topic under Extreme Battlefield as viewers shared it. A large influx of traffic surged into the livestream room. UES account had a bonus of 10,000 bullet coins, which could be used for giveaways and shopping in the game mall. However, since he was teamed up with Bai Yiyi, he completely forgot about this beta account benefit and directly entered the team matching. Chapter 128 Unexpected Operations on the Birth Island. There is a small amusement park. By the time people matched in, the number had already reached 40. Swings, bungee jumps, roller coasters. There were people everywhere. There are 3 modes for the matches: casual matchmaking, classic matchmaking, and ranked matchmaking. We are currently playing classic matchmaking. Casual matchmaking is not yet open. And ranked matchmaking is divided into tiers from low to high: tenacious bronze, unyielding silver, steadfast gold, exquisite platinum, unmatched diamond, and battlefield king. Each match has 100 players, with options for solo, duo, squad, and team matchmaking. Squads consist of 4 players, and teams consist of 5 players. After 5 minutes of the match, a poison circle appears. The area inside the circle is safe, while the area outside is toxic. Players in the toxic area will continuously lose health, and the poison circle will refresh at intervals, becoming smaller each time, with the rate of health loss in the toxic area increasing. Everyone except teammates is an enemy, and defeating all enemies means victory. Although there are system prompts for the first match, Bai Yiyi patiently explained the rules. Although I didn't quite understand, Baidu's voice is really nice. So, we have to wait until the number in the upper left corner reaches 100 for the game to officially start. I have my eye on the amusement park behind. ISNT it for kids. I finally understand why Baidu wanted to play games with his son, but Bai doesn't seem interested in the amusement park. No way. There are too many people. Bai wouldn't be able to get a spot. It's clearly Brother US territory, but it has turned into Sister Bai's live streaming room. Sister Bai explained it very clearly, and the system also provided prompts. How can there still be people who don't understand? As the match filled up, everyone boarded the plane, led by Doubao, who took the whole team parachuting, eventually landing in a certain housing area on the map to start looting for supplies. It was only when the poison circle appeared that the viewers in the live stream finally understood Bai Yiyi's words. The various weapons and equipment brought a sense of novelty to the viewers. The enemies encountered were not strong at all. They were mostly eliminated by Doubao and Bai as soon as they appeared. Finally, they successfully won the match. After playing several rounds, the novelty for the viewers began to wear off, and they even felt a bit bored. Brother UISNT doing well. Losing kills and damage to Sister Bai is one thing, but how can he even lose to a 3-year-old? He was busy picking up equipment for Bai Yiyi when he saw this comment and cheerfully replied, "I was letting them have it. With these noobs, I don't even need to make a move." After saying this, he ran in front of Doubao and threw out the level 3 armor and 8x scope he had just picked up. "Here, I just found some good stuff. Do you want it?" Bai immediately ran over to pick it up, and the words "thank you" appeared above his head. Doubao had not turned on his microphone, but it did not diminish his presence. When Doubao picked up the items, you didn't mind. However, the viewers in the live stream caught on. This feels oddly like a family of 3. Brother you used to be a total troll in games, but today he seems like a different person. Yeah, he even gave away the gear he just got. Oh my, I heard there was something between you, and Baidu, but I didn't believe it. How can this be? I also think is really pampering, but putting myself in his shoes. If I were playing games with Baidu, I'd probably do the same. It might not even be that kind of feeling, right? Anyway, Brother you is acting strange. Same feeling one. As the number of matches increased, the players became more familiar with the game content, pace, and mechanics after playing multiple rounds. The opponents they encountered were getting stronger. They had been dropping in the big city, perhaps due to their earlier smooth runs. This time after jumping down, Yui was caught off guard and was killed by an opponent who landed in the same house. Ward used the SACR rifle to kill. Yui is a big handsome guy, 11M. After the kill notification popped up on the left side of the screen, Bai Yiyi saw that Yui's health bar was already gone. Doubao avenged me. Yui called out in the team chat while spectating Bai Yiyi. The live stream camera shifted to Doubao, who was spectating, and only then did the viewers in the live chat notice the difference between the two. The enemy rushing up the building didn't even get a chance to see what Dubai looked like before turning into a box. The enemy crouching on the second floor across the street barely showed their head before being taken down by a sniper. Are we playing the same game? The vibe has changed. The sister is so cool. Oh my, so this is how you play this game. I've been thinking this game promotes competitive shooting. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it before. Bai Yiyi cautiously crouched in the corner, watching the kill notifications popping up on the left side. The player who killed you, board, kept appearing. It seemed to be a tricky opponent. She was in a small urban area, with 3 or 4 squads landing nearby, and after the calm, there was an eerie silence. The circle was about to refresh soon, and Bai Yiyi didn't know if board had left. To enter the circle at this point, she needed a vehicle. The car she could see was still there, but there was also another vehicle spawn point around the corner of the street. Although she didn't hear any car sounds, that wasn't enough to determine if the opponent was still there. Bai Yiyi jumped down from the window, preparing to get into the car while carefully observing her surroundings. Just as she was about to reach the car, gunfire suddenly erupted. She couldn't dodge in time, and her health bar dropped significantly. Bai Yiyi hurriedly hid behind the car. Her health had already fallen to half, and she quickly bandaged herself to recover. She had only 1 medkit left, and if she used it, given the distance to the safe zone, she wouldn't be able to get in. With a loud bang, the car in front of her exploded. Fortunately, she was a few steps away and didn't take damage. Bai Yiyi glanced at the 2 nearest houses. One was a 2-story building, and the other was a bungalow. She threw out a smoke grenade, feigned movement towards the 2-story building, and then dashed into the bungalow amidst the smoke. After a while, Bai Yiyi heard the sound of a car. She initially thought the enemy was about to leave. The poison circle had arrived, and it hurt a lot. But unexpectedly, the car suddenly grew larger, and then a person jumped out from outside. Bai Yiyi had just finished using her last medkit, and since this person wasn't planning to enter the circle, she decided to go all in against him. The opponent was quick, and when Bai Yiyi jumped out from the other window, she was left with only a sliver of health. Before she could even heal, she was directly killed by the poison. At the moment she was poisoned to death, the sound of an explosion echoed in the room. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. You used a fragmentation grenade to kill board 3M. Wow, the skill of placing a grenade under your feet is amazing. Dying this way isn't a loss. I learned something. I suddenly feel happy despite being a noob. I never expected there could be such a move. The opponent must have been stunned too. Just after exiting the game match, Qin Phone looked at the page showing recent players, non-friends, and saw that Doubao was currently in matchmaking. He checked the box for fill teammates when matching and entered matchmaking again. Chapter 129. The unconscionable woman, the 3 members of the team, Yiyi, had always chosen a match with a teammate to play a squad. Coincidentally, when Yiyi entered the game and scanned the team list, he immediately spotted board from the last match. Remembering that he had lost his first blood to this guy, Yiyi couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Hey, number 4, you were impressive last match, single-handedly slaughtering the city. Do you remember who I am?" "Of course I remember you," board's voice rang out, causing Bai Yiyi to shudder slightly. "Slaughtering the city, did that happen? Didn't I end up dying at Big White's hands?" Little White suddenly dashed over to board, and when he got close, a text appeared above his head. "Uncle Qin, is that you?" Board patted Little White's head. The character models in the game were all customized and looked nothing like the real people. Just from the voice, he could instantly recognize him. Doubao was much better than his unconscionable mother. In Yiyi's view, the two were blocked. Bai Yiyi didn't see the message from Little White, but she did see their interaction. "I'm out too, so it's even," Bai Yiyi replied. "It's just a game." The countdown for the game began. Yiyi seemed cursed, once again landing in a box. When he died, he seemed to hear a man's light chuckle, a laugh so shallow that Yiyi didn't think he was imagining it. Just as he was about to curse, he suddenly remembered Bai Yiyi was still in the team, and he immediately swallowed his words, pitifully complaining to Bai Yiyi, "Big White. He laughed at me. I didn't hear it." Bai Yiyi paused and jokingly retorted, "Why don't you laugh back?" Then another kill message popped up. Yiyi heard board say, "I avenge you." The cool voice, somewhere between youthful and mature, carried a hint of detached banter. The moment he heard it, Yiyi knew it was over. "Wow, I can get on board with this brother." I just shipped a family of 3 and couldn't help but ship a new CP. What a good day. Drooling. I want to see Brother Board. You should spectate him right now. What should we do, you brother? I really want to support Brother Board. He helped you take revenge. What more do you want? Did he laugh at you? With so many people in the live chat. May I ask if you all heard that? I certainly didn't. Ahem, maybe I laughed from behind the stream and you brother heard it. Sorry for the embarrassment. Yiyi spectating jumped between several teammates before finally settling on Board. Gradually, the audience also noticed something was off. Board had no unnecessary actions throughout. Every time he killed someone, he didn't even loot the bodies. When he encountered enemies, he was always effortless, with foes barely appearing before they ended up in a box. The weapon in his hand was the rifle he picked up at the beginning, and it seemed like he had used it 1,000 times before, so skilled was he. With only about 100 bullets, he had killed 7 or 8 people before running low. Only then did he replenish with another 100 bullets. Yiyi couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you carry more bullets? You don't pick up meds either." "No need, it's enough," Board calmly replied. In fact, when he first landed, he picked up 2 med kits and 2 drinks, and until now, he had only used 1 drink. Bai Yiyi's lingering doubts settled gradually, and after hearing their conversation, she glanced at her own backpack, half of which was filled with meds, having picked up 6 grenades that took up a quarter of her weight limit, leaving her with only 100 rounds of bullets. She paused for a moment and threw 2 medkits to Doubao. Doubao waved his hand, indicating he didn't need them. In the next moment, the medkits vanished from sight. "Thank you." Board picked up the medkits and even thanked her. Yiyi was left dumbfounded. Didn't he just say he didn't need them? Bai Yiyi cleared her throat, wiping non-existent sweat. "No need to thank me." "Yiyi, aren't you picking them up?" Board, "No need." "Big White, medkits." Board, "Really fragrant." "Little White, what just happened? Who wouldn't want Bai Yiyi's medkits?" "Haha, if it were me, I'd find it really fragrant." Brother Board surely knows that Big White is Bai Yiyi, right? Looks like the truth is out in extreme battlefield. There are many weapons I haven't seen, and Brother Board's self-taught speed is probably a friend of Bai Yiyi, invited to help promote the new game. Could it be that coincidental? Just met in the last match, and now matched directly into this one. In this match, they unexpectedly won the chicken dinner. Returning to the team page, Yiyi saw a new message from Little White. "Time's up, I can't play anymore." Accompanying it was a crying emoji. Bai Yiyi explained, Extreme Battlefield is limited to players aged 3 and above. But minors can only play for a maximum of 3 hours each day. If 3 hours are up while still in a match, they will wait until the match ends, but cannot enter the next match. Yiyi and the audience in his live stream understood. This age limit is so low, but it's the first time I've seen a time limit like this. I've only seen accounts being banned, never seen such a setting. 3 hours a day seems long, but thinking about it, a match takes 20 to 30 minutes or even longer, so you can't play many matches in 3 hours. It feels just about right. Before going offline, couldn't Little White open his mic? I really want to hear his voice. Is not being able to open the mic also a game setting? Yiyi conveyed the audience's desire to hear Little White's mic and their questions to Bai Yiyi. Not letting Little White open his mic was my idea, not a game setting. If you really want to hear, let him say goodbye to you. Bai Yiyi said, "Little White, say goodbye to Uncle and Aunt." Doubao didn't care about opening the mic. Aside from not being able to communicate freely with his mom, he didn't feel much else. He sighed, reluctantly opened the mic, and in a soft, mature tone said, "Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for your support." Then he quickly closed the mic. The audience in the live stream was first melted by Little White's deliberately mature and soft voice, then saw him quickly close the mic, which made it seem like a shy cub. It was as if everyone understood something. I heard Little White was born and raised on a trash star. Maybe that's why Bai Yiyi wants to protect him better. Little White's fighting style is both fierce and adorable. He doesn't need our sympathy. I hope Little White can grow up healthily like a normal cub. The past days have been too hard. Little White, goodbye. Bai Yiyi still didn't know what the audience in the live stream had misunderstood, and as Doubao was about to log off, she felt it was about time too. After saying her goodbyes, she exited the team. After leaving the team, she remembered Board from earlier. Opening recent players, non-friends, the other party status showed they were online. After a moment of thought, Bai Yiyi sent a friend request to the other party. Chapter 130. Sano likes a long post. Board invites you to join the team. Bai Yiyi joins the team and tentatively speaks. Qin Teacher Qin? Qin Yinfeng responds. It's impressive that you still recognize me. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Qin Yinfeng falls into a brief silence. This isn't a coincidence. Last time, General Song and Bai Yiyi had a simultaneous appointment at the same place. General Song said he was having dinner with his beloved. A few days ago, Bai Yiyi mentioned to him about dissolving their partnership. This left him feeling inexplicably irritated. This matter turned out to be just a coincidence, yet made Qin Yinfeng realize that his emotions seemed to be influenced by her. Over the past 2 months, Qin Yinfeng has been gradually analyzing what his feelings for Bai Yiyi really are. The so-called most powerful search engine in the galaxy, Qin tells him that this is possessiveness towards a partner, also known as jealousy. So, does that mean he likes her? You also schedule my game. How you feel about it? Bai Yiyi's question interrupted Qin Yinfeng's thoughts. Very creative. Qin Yinfeng gave a brief evaluation. You've put a lot of effort into the weapons aspect. Ancient weapons like this have long been eliminated in the galaxy, and few people know what kind of damage they can inflict. Compared to other games that purely rely on weapon gear and spend time and energy on upgrades, here, every game starts anew, and all equipment is scavenged. Whether you can win depends on your own strength. This probably reflects the fair competition you want. Each word resonated with Bai Yiyi, and that steady voice struck her heart. Bai Yiyi initially wanted to know if this game would be unsuitable for the interstellar people, hoping to gain some opinions from him. But unexpectedly, Qin Yinfeng directly hit upon her inner thoughts and the positioning of this game. You know me quite well. Bai Yiyi couldn't help but exclaim. Every game of yours is labeled Cultural Renaissance. That's not hard to guess. Cultural Renaissance. Bai Yiyi felt a pang of loss. Those things engraved deep in the soul had become unknown secrets. She had never thought about Cultural Renaissance. Perhaps it was merely a longing for her homeland from the depths of her heart. Qin Yinfeng also keenly sensed Bai Yiyi's sudden emotional shift and remained silent for a moment before speaking. No matter what you want to do, at least you've done it and worked hard for it, proving the existence of certain things to some people. Bai Yiyi smiled. I don't want to prove anything. I just want to earn some retirement money from games. Bai Yiyi quickly discarded those negative emotions, her tone becoming relaxed. However, if her game could let more people understand her homeland civilization, that would make her feel happier and prouder than earning star coins. Are you still playing? She asked. Let us play another time. Qin Yinfeng replied. Okay, I'm logging off too, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bai Yiyi exited the team and logged off. Left in the team, Qin Yinfeng looked at the empty group and recalled Bai Yiyi's words about earning retirement money, suddenly realizing that in her plans, there was no mention of a partner, and she didn't intend to rely on Doubao in the future. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. But where did this loneliness come from? As expected, after the internal test of Extreme Battlefield, it was criticized again. Every game of hers faced criticism after its internal test release, and Bai Yiyi even suspected this was a necessary process for game developers. However, looking at the games released at the same time, it seemed that Extreme Battlefield faced the harshest criticism. It could also be that Extreme Battlefield was too special. Someone on StarNet posted a long article evaluating Extreme Battlefield, and there were hardly any good words. But the brilliance lay in the fact that the writer captured some real feelings of players, and the overwhelming negative reviews gained a sense of recognition. He forwarded that long article to Bai Yiyi and expressed his concerns. It's okay, let them discuss it for now. It just adds heat to Extreme Battlefield, Bai Yiyi replied. It's quite hot. Sano even liked this long post. This was what truly worried you, Yi. He sighed. You've drawn a lot of attention this time. Even Sano agrees with this long post, which means it's certified that Extreme Battlefield is garbage. Of course, I don't think that. I think this game is really great. Bai Yiyi, who hadn't clicked on the link yet, was momentarily stunned. Sano, who in the interstellar gaming circle doesn't know Sano. He is the founder of Star Wars. Star Wars has long occupied the top 3 in the W game popularity list and has never fallen from grace. Almost everyone who plays games has likely played Star Wars. This isn't a guess. It's based on W's annual data statistics on frequently played games on the platform. Star Wars was also the first game Bai Yiyi encountered after arriving in the interstellar era. However, previously, when Star Wars became popular during the internal test of Heartbeat and updated before the public test to add a lottery card pool, Bai Yiyi lost some goodwill for Star Wars. Bai Yiyi just alike. Bai Yiyi, isn't that a good thing? I think Extreme Battlefield is a fair competition game, and many people also see it as a competitive battle game. Bai Yiyi, competing in the same field as Star Wars and receiving their attention. Doesn't T that show the potential of Extreme Battlefield? He was a bit stunned when he saw Bai Yiyi's messages. What kind of thought process is this? But after thinking it over, he understood Bai Yiyi's meaning. What she meant was that Extreme Battlefield is so excellent that Sano thinks it might threaten Star Wars' position in competitive games. Isn't that a bit too confident? Bai Yiyi's words weren't out of overconfidence. She just wanted to reassure you that she wouldn't feel troubled by it. Clicking on a link sent by Bai Yiyi carefully read through the long post from beginning to end. The long post actually contained a lot of nonsense. While the nonsense was nonsense, it was quite stirring. One had to admit that the person who wrote the long post was a master at understanding psychology. But in terms of content, he mainly raised the following points. First, the game setting is nonsensical. Second, the weapons are laughable. Third, the sense of realism is very poor. These points indeed resonated with many people. So much land, with so many urban areas, filled with weapons and armor and houses, and so many people died along the way. I want to know what the background of this game is about. What kind of weapons are these? Besides those 5-star weapons, the others are useless. When hitting someone, the recoil makes it impossible to hit them. While it's fun to shoot face to face, I really don't feel like any skill level is needed. Damage doesn't hurt at all, and there's no bleeding. When you die, you just turn into a box. While it's quite creative, it feels a bit insulting to my intelligence. I'm an adult, yet still playing a child's game. Chapter 131 Teaching Video. Bai Yiyi looked around and realized that the main issues were the realistic experience of the weapons and the shooting skills. Everything else was not a big problem. They questioned the damage and range of the guns, and, at the same time, the game system simulated recoil and bullet drop. Players wouldn't raise or lower their guns properly, which naturally led to missing shots. Bai Yiyi brought up the data on the 9 types of firearms in Extreme Battlefield, and then approached Yiyi. Bai Yiyi, I want to make these 9 guns. Can you help? Yiyi replied a bit later. He had rented a machine workshop for his project. The 3 months Bai Yiyi gave him was quite ample. So he didn't have to stay inside day and night, but he only came out when he was hungry or needed to sleep. After seeing Bai Yiyi's message and reviewing the data she provided, he felt puzzled. Yiyi, how do you want me to help? Bai Yiyi, based on this data, create structural manufacturing diagrams. In this regard, Bai Yiyi was not as professional as Yiyi. Although she had researched a lot of information and used weapons from a mysterious base as a reference to create these weapons in the game, her structural rigor was lacking. The M-platform system would simulate corresponding data based on her needs. What she needed from Yiyi was to turn these guns into something that could be used in reality. The basic data was set based on her research, and then the M-platform system simulated more data, which was largely consistent with reality. Yiyi, no problem. Bai Yiyi, I need you to supervise the finished product. How soon can I get them? Yiyi looked over the data Bai Yiyi sent. These weapons were quite primitive, and the information was detailed. He could finish it in 2 to 3 hours. Yiyi, 5 hours. These simple guns can be manufactured on my side. 5 hours is even an overestimation. In terms of manufacturing, our mecha design and manufacturing majors are actually from the same department. He had also taken manufacturing courses in his first year. For the simple basic weapons Bai Yiyi provided, no special materials were needed, and he could complete alone. Bai Yiyi, that's great. How much do you need as compensation? Yiyi, consider it free help. Since you're my biggest client, I can help with this small task. Bai Yiyi, thank you. There was no custom of politeness among the interstellar people. Bai Yiyi straightforwardly accepted and sincerely expressed her gratitude. After agreeing with Yiyi that he could send the items to her once completed, Bai Yiyi turned to find Lian Yutian. Lian Yutian received Bai Yiyi's message, which asked him to find a spacious area and make some strange arrangements. He immediately agreed and then asked for the reason. Bai Yiyi, you'll know when the time comes. Lian Yutian found a suitable location as per Bai Yiyi's request and prepared the items she needed. Yiyi worked quickly, packaging the 9 guns along with accessories into a box and sending it over. The weather was pleasant these days, and several targets were set up in the spacious area. A low platform with a canopy was built at the edge of the area. Bai Yiyi stood inside the canopy, with the 9 guns on a table beside her, along with several boxes of ammunition. Among the 9 guns, there were 5 rifles, 2 submachine guns, and 2 sniper rifles. Considering various factors, Bai Yiyi did not set up shotguns. Bai Yiyi spent a day testing the guns in the field and found some feelings. Lien Yutian watched for a while and was reluctant to leave. Whenever he saw Bai Yiyi hit the bullseye from 500 meters away, he couldn't help but blink quickly, as if the bullet had hit him instead. At first, Bai Yiyi also missed some shots. It was mainly due to her excitement. Although she had tried in the game, it was her first time handling a real gun. Moreover, it was evident that Yi Jingyu had put a lot of effort into the materials. Can I get a try? Lien Yutian felt a bit eager. He had also reserved a spot for his boss's game. Not only him, but many employees at Bai's also had reservations for the internal test. Lien Yutian had played a few matches in the internal test, but always died upon encountering people, so he hadn't experienced the fun of the game. Go ahead. I can help you watch, Bai Yiyi replied. She had tested enough and found the feel of each gun. Hearing that Lien Yutian wanted to try, she also wanted to see what issues someone like him, who had not undergone military training, would encounter using these weapons. The shooting range was cleared of people, and there were only the 2 of them now. Unless intentionally, there would be no risk of accidental injury. Lien Yutian took a rifle and aimed directly at the target 500 meters away. He fired several shots, but only one grazed the edge of the target. Shouldn't you start from closer? Bai Yiyi noticed that Lien Yutian, perhaps learning from her, did not align the scope. You have a 4-time scope. Why not use it? With the scope, wouldn't it be easy to hit? Lien Yutian was a bit confused. Why don't you try using the scope and see if you can hit? Lien Yutian followed Bai Yiyi's suggestion and watched as his bullets missed the target, feeling utterly incredulous. How is this possible? His voice caught in his throat. Unable to understand how he had aimed at the bullseye with the scope on, and yet missed, especially since the target was not small. He shifted his doubtful gaze to the scope. Bai Yiyi understood his thoughts at a glance. The scope is fine. You overlook the physical properties. Try shooting from the closest target to the farthest one in sequence. Before Bai Yiyi could explain further, Lien Yutian, upon hearing her words, tried it out as she suggested. The closest target was 10 meters away, and the farthest was 700 meters. Lien Yutian aimed and shot. He hit the bullseye at 10 meters. But as he gradually moved farther away, his shots began to drift downwards. By the time he reached 300 meters, the bullets were basically missing the target. And at 500 meters, he performed even worse than before, where at least he had grazed the target in his previous attempts. However, Lien Yutian had begun to feel the difference. Although the degree of deviation varied, the general direction was downward. As long as he aimed slightly higher, it would improve. Bai Yiyi watched from the side, and the results were much better than she had anticipated. Lien Yutian did have some talent in this area. Rest the gun slightly on your shoulder. This gun has quite a bit of recoil. This way, you'll save some effort and also hit the target better. Bai Yiyi adjusted Lien Yutian's stance, and his subsequent performance improved significantly. Finally, when they stopped to rest, Lien Yutian seemed to understand Bai Yiyi's intention. There were many negative comments about Extreme Battlefield on the Interstellar network, and she was doing this to refresh the perception of those who questioned the game's existence. Stay with me tonight and help me record some teaching videos, Bai Yiyi said. Lien Yutian thought of his experiences today and immediately replied excitedly, sure. Chapter 132 Guest Invitation, Star Entertainment Games, is a hugely popular entertainment program on Star Network and can be considered a miracle in an industry that is generally struggling. Each episode attracts over 100 million viewers. Every episode invites famous guests, and the production team is skilled at tapping into hot topics and launching creative entertainment projects, which is why Star Entertainment Games receives so much attention. Director, do you have any questions about this episode's guest list? The person in charge of this episode respectfully submitted the review materials to the chief director and asked, this episode of Star Entertainment Games is set to focus on a game theme, with the concept proposed by the director. As for the guests, they're selected by the team members and will only be discussed after the director reviews them. Swap Bai Do with Xiao Xie's side and exchange Shi Lu Chu. After reviewing, the director made a quick swap of guests. The person in charge, who received the reply, hesitated to speak. Due to the lack of competition, to ensure that Star Entertainment Games continues to improve and develop steadily, the program had created a subsidiary segment a few years ago, dividing the team into 2 parts. with the director as the main and child.She as the secondary. The subsidiary segment's traffic has not been good, relying heavily on the main segment for revenue. So almost every episode's theme aligns with the main segment. The director does not mind this, but all decision-making authority lies with him. Baidu's recent popularity is not low. Why get a child.She? The person in charge ultimately could not hold back their curiosity. What could the reason be? The director glanced at the information page about child.Chu next to him, as well as the recently concluded dialogue box. Child.Chu is quite capable. They somehow got wind of their latest program theme and proactively reached out to recommend themselves. The information provided was indeed impressive, with a dozen games under their belt, 2 of which even made it onto the W platform's hot list, although their rankings were not high. The fact that they had not fallen off for so many years proved their strength. Moreover, they are quite generous. Isn't child.She always complaining that I'm not being fair? The director thought, since Baidu is currently popular, let it go to him and see what he has to say this time. The director was indifferent when mentioning Baidu. Baidu is a newcomer who has only been around for half a year. Aside from the first game, which had decent results, the second one only succeeded due to the benefits of civilization, and the data still showed a loss. The third game flopped spectacularly, indicating it was doomed to fail. In his view, the person was not cut out for making games. Being innovative is good, but the risks are too high and there's little potential, far inferior to child.Chu. Moreover, their group has also invited Sano, and the recent heat surrounding Sano was precisely due to his criticism of Baidu's new game. If they were in the same group, with no gaps or highlights between the two, it would be awkward. If there were gaps, they would worry about Sano being unhappy. But if Baidu went to child.She's side, it would become a major topic. If child.She mentions Baidu's new game, Sano's likes would definitely come up, which would just serve to drive traffic to the main segment. Seeing the director say this, the person in charge didn't say anything more. child.She quickly received the planning proposal and guest list for this episode. He was already aware of the planning proposal and found no significant changes. The guest list required his team to reach out to the guests for negotiations, so as soon as he received the materials, child.She called a meeting with his team. Surprisingly, there's Baidu. Someone exclaimed in the meeting after seeing the list, "I really like her. If Baidu agrees to come on the show, I could meet her." "Yujia, control yourself. We're in a meeting." Some colleagues reminded her, covering their mouths. Yujia, who was usually knowledgeable and straightforward, immediately smiled and replied, "Aren't I just happy for Brother Xie? If Baidu comes, our group's traffic will be secured this time." Although this statement carried some sincerity, it left some feeling puzzled. "Brother Xie, what do you think the director means by this? Baidu's popularity is so high. Why did she end up in our group? This doesn't seem like the director's style." child.She recalled what the person said when he received the list, that the director was doing this to take care of him. But looking at the list from both groups, he didn't feel he had gained any advantage. No matter what the director thinks, we just need to do our own work well. After the meeting, Yujia, who took on the task of inviting guests, immediately contacted Baidu. Meanwhile, Bai Yiyi had just finished reviewing the tutorial videos sent by Lin Yutian, uploaded them to Star Network, including the W platform and Star blog. After confirming they were error-free, she also posted a public test update announcement on the W platform. Baidu, in response to feedback from internal testers, "I've been actively solving problems these past few days. I found that many people do not know how to use the weapons in extreme battlefield, especially the hot weapons. So I specifically created a tutorial video. There are a total of 18 videos, with a total duration of 5 hours. Due to platform upload restrictions, the videos will be subject to quality compression, but you can watch the uncompressed videos on my Star blog. Link, video collection, Baidu, Extreme Battlefield Public Test is about to go live. The public test update will open a shooting range for everyone to practice. This post can be shared and commented on to participate in a lottery. The lottery will end this Sunday, and 30 lucky fans will be selected to participate in an all-day offline hot weapon tutorial, with round-trip travel expenses reimbursed, and food and accommodation provided on the day of the tutorial. The tutorial process will be publicly broadcast live on Star Network, and there can be no forfeiting or transferring of qualifications. Violators will be disqualified, and the right to interpret this belongs to me. After finishing these tasks, Bai Yiyi checked her messages and saw the guest invitation from someone claiming to be from Star Entertainment Games. The other party seemed worried she wouldn't see it, as there were private messages on both W platform and Star blog, and they were even commenting frantically under a latest post. Once the tutorial video was released, along with the excitement of the shared comments for the lottery, several topics quickly trended on Star blog. Extreme Battlefield official ultra-detailed tutorial video. Extreme Battlefield all-day teaching event lottery expenses fully covered. Star Entertainment Games next episode, guest suspected to invite Baidu to promote new game tutorial video. Real damage and range of hot weapons. Yu Jie watched as the popularity of Extreme Battlefield skyrocketed. The previous long article's impact completely vanished, and the remaining negative comments were now no pain, no itch. More onlookers on Star Network were focused on the 30 offline hot weapon all-day teaching lottery. I used to think everything in the game was fake. Is this video real? It's really not synthesized? I've never seen such an amazing game producer. This marksmanship is incredible. Baidu appeared. Who was the one who didn't T-show their face? So this gun's damage is so high, it exceeds the data in the game. I thought the damage and range were exaggerated. I've been using the Star weapons in this game, and except for the range being a hard flaw, the damage is higher than hot weapons. I always thought those were useless. Just me getting all hyped up, only to turn around and get eliminated in a few rounds? Boo-hoo. Chapter 133. Director Xie's compromised. Bai Yiyi politely declined the invitation from Star Entertainment Amusement in a private message. Although others had approached her for collaboration before, this was the first time she received a program invitation. Bai Yiyi also searched for past episodes of Star Entertainment Amusement, which were quite good, but unfortunately, her schedule did not allow it. Sister Yu felt quite disappointed after receiving Baidu's polite refusal. Director Xie, Baidu said she can't find the time. I have tried my best. Sister Yu expressed her sincerity both in private messages and comments, especially after being turned down, still trying to persuade her. But she feared that too much persuasion would annoy Baidu. She really did her best, but couldn't change Baidu's decision. Director Xie's expression darkened. Not because he was blaming Sister Yu. Just moments ago, he had gone to the office area of Director Yin, where someone had been chatting in a sarcastic manner. Oh, Extreme Battlefield is going to be a huge hit. It's being discussed everywhere. Director Xie really needs to thank Director Yin this time. Baidu was originally part of our group, but Director Yin specifically switched her over. But so what if she was switched over? If they couldn't get this guest, wouldn't that be a joke? Now the whole internet knew that Star Entertainment Amusement wanted Baidu as the next guest, but no one knew how the situation would unfold. Director Xie was feeling lucky this time. If they couldn't seize this opportunity, the sub-program would surely be doomed. The program's budget was determined based on revenue proportions, and Director Xie and his team already had a limited budget. If they couldn't produce results, revenue would continue to drop, leading to an even smaller budget, trapping them in a vicious cycle. The establishment of the sub-program was initially intended to encourage progress through competition. If this goal couldn't be achieved, the sub-program would indeed be cancelled, and Director Xie had heard some similar rumors. After pondering for a moment, Director Xie said, "You should reach out to Baidu again and ask when she is available. We can adjust our program schedule for her." If it were before, Director Xie would never have made such a decision. But in the past couple of days, the unfavorable situation for Extreme Battlefield had completely turned around, and it was expected that it would become popular for a while after the public test. Sister Yu's eyes widened. Is that possible? Their sub-program had always followed the theme of the main program, with timings slightly later than the main program, trying to stagger the schedule to leverage the main program's traffic for better results. Haven't you noticed that our recent episode data has been declining? It's not because we're doing poorly. Director Yan's side is seeing a similar downward trend. Director Xie frowned and told Sister Yu, "Tell me, if on Director Yan's side, Sano said he had a scheduling conflict, would Director Yin change the timing for him?" Probably, yes. This episode is themed around games. If Sano is absent, it would be better not to make the episode at all. At this point, Sister Yu suddenly realized. The decision of whether Baidu would join this episode determined their survival. I will contact Baidu immediately. Sister Yu's fighting spirit was reignited. Bai Yiyi thought that after she declined, the matter with Star Entertainment Amusement would be over. Shortly after, she received a message from Shui Yuling. Shui Yuling, Did you accept the invitation from Star Entertainment Amusement? Shui Yuling, I received an invitation too and am hesitating whether to go. If you go, I will definitely go. Bai Yiyi, I didn't have time that day, so I declined. Bai Yiyi, I watched past episodes and many interaction modes don't cater well to the guests. The script format is a bit heavy. You should think carefully, this compensation isn't worth it. Out of mutual understanding among fellow villagers. Bai Yiyi candidly shared her thoughts with her. Most episodes take about a week to shoot, with a few being shot in a day or a month. Sister Yu told Bai Yiyi that this episode would be filmed in one day, with compensation around 100,000 star coins. Bai Yiyi didn't know how much other guests would get, but theoretically speaking, Shui Yuling should be similar or even less. Shui Yuling. Then I want to go. After Bai Yiyi mentioned this, Shui Yuling made her decision. Upon receiving another private message from Sister Yu, Bai Yiyi saw her asking about her free time and stating that the program could adjust accordingly, which made her feel somewhat puzzled. Bai Do, so if other guests have scheduling conflicts, will you adjust for them too? Although Bai Yiyi knew she had some popularity now, there were still many seniors in front of her. They couldn't have only invited her. So Sister Yu saying they could adjust the filming schedule based on her free time sounded deceptive to her. Seeing Bai Do's reply, Sister Yu felt hope. Reluctantly, Sister Yu briefly explained the internal situation of Star Entertainment Amusement to Bai Do. Bai Do, so how much budget does your group have this time? Sister Yu hesitated a bit, but still replied. Xiaoyu, over 700,000. Bai Yi's mood instantly became complicated. She had been thinking that such a large production team could only offer 100,000 for a day's work. But she didn't expect Star Entertainment Amusement had split into two groups, with a budget of over 700,000, and giving her 100,000 was already a significant expense. Bai Do, can you send me a link to your group's past episodes? Xiaoyu, sure Bai Do. Xiaoyu, link, feel free to ask me any questions. Bai Yiyi spent some time watching the episodes at triple speed and couldn't quite understand why they had to split into two columns when the content of each episode was consistent. However, it was clear that the atmosphere in the sub-program videos was better and the effort from the production team was evident. After thinking for a moment, she still sent a message back. This weekend, they would hold a lottery, and next weekend, there would be an all-day teaching live stream. So her free time would not come until half a month later, which was the weekend after next. This was more than a week later than the time Sister Yu had sent her. Xiaoyu, no problem. We would be honored if you are willing to come. Bai Do, is Bai Shui also one of the guests you want to invite this time? Sister Yu was a fan of Bai Do, and of course, knew that Bai Do and Bai Shui had a good relationship. Bai Shui was also one of her responsibilities for invitations. Xiaoyu, yes. Bai Yiyi remembered that Shui Yuling had asked her about this before. She had previously told someone she declined. But now deciding to participate without saying a word felt a bit awkward, so she also sent a message to Shui Yuling. She clarified the matter regarding Star Entertainment Amusement reaching out to her and the internal situation of Star Entertainment Amusement. Shui Yuling, I have already declined. I won't go to this program. But why did you suddenly decide to go? Bai Yiyi, I suppose I feel a bit sad. Bai Yiyi, one is fooling others to please the public, and the other is entertaining others to amuse the public. I could have ignored it, but became a glimmer of hope for others, making it seem unreasonable to refuse. Shui Yuling, all right, pretend I didn't ask. At this moment, Shui Yuling only felt that Bai Yiyi was showing off, but it did not affect their friendship. Bai Yiyi signed a contract with Sister Yu, but kept it private for now. By this Sunday, the results of the lottery reposted and commented on by Bai Do were also announced. Chapter 134. Conditions at her discretion with such a large base. The probability of winning for 30 people is extremely low. The participating Yujia never expected to find herself on the winner's list and boldly sent a private message to Bai Do to express her joy. Xiaoyu, I won. I can see you next weekend. Hug flowers, thinking back to how this guy had left hundreds, possibly even thousands, of comments on her posts to invite her to participate in the program. Bai Yiyi felt it was only natural for someone to win. Bai Do, congratulations. You're really lucky. Still immersed in her joy, Yujia saw that her colleagues, who learned of her win from the winner's list, were also excitedly chatting with her. The small office area quickly buzzed with the news. During a routine meeting at Xingyu Entertainment, Director.She expressed his outrage over the changes in the program schedule due to the adjustments made by the deputy column. Others also voiced their disagreement in succession. Fine. From now on, I won't be involved in your group's matters anymore. You can seek your own development. Director.She, we all know you want to do well with the deputy column, and you've always supported us, but you can't just act recklessly. Yes, you have the authority to adjust the schedule, but have you thought about the consequences? I see that there are already indications from above about canceling the deputy column. If this episode doesn't generate good revenue, what will your group do? A week later, it will all be too late. In the end, Director.She couldn't help but slap the table and said sternly to everyone, "All right, the adjustment of the schedule has been approved from above. The deputy column is still under my control. I know you're all doing this for my sake, but if the deputy column really fails, it won't fall on your shoulders. Whatever the outcome, I will bear the responsibility." Having had an unpleasant meeting, although he achieved his goal, Director.She's mood was exceptionally heavy. Upon hearing about Yiyi winning, he quickly called her over. "This is a great opportunity. Next weekend, Bai Yiyi will be teaching all day, and we should ask if our program team can go live on-site to promote the next week's program." Yiyi immediately realized, Bai Yiyi coming to participate in our program was something I begged for. Wouldn't this make it seem like we're taking advantage of her popularity? Are we that inferior at Xingyu Entertainment? Director.She suppressed his inner frustration and patiently explained to Yiyi that their live broadcast was meant to promote the game. They had a large audience base and good equipment, and if this deal went through, it would benefit both parties. If they don't agree, we can make appropriate concessions. And if it really doesn't work out, then so be it. By the end, Director.She's tone inevitably became grave. All right. After speaking with Director.She, Yiyi had no choice but to muster the courage to approach Bai Yiyi again. "Bai Yiyi, you want to join a live broadcast?" "Bai Yiyi, I see that you usually do recorded broadcasts, and this is my event. Having you live seems a bit overshadowing." "Bai Yiyi, I'm here to discuss this with you. What conditions can you offer? If they're reasonable, we will definitely agree." Bai Yiyi found it somewhat amusing. Although the other party's attitude was quite sincere, they were indeed going a bit overboard. Previously, she had inquired about the budget for this episode, which was over 700,000. While she wasn't sure if the other party was lying, she calculated that the cost of organizing this event would definitely not be less than that amount. This weekend, according to the original plan, was the scheduled time for their episode, and it had been postponed by a week due to Bai Yiyi's reasons. In other words, if their program team just came to Bai Yiyi's event to live broadcast, it would be equivalent to freeloading on an episode. "Bai Yiyi, you want me to set the conditions? I hope your live broadcast is based on the promotional purpose you mentioned, treated as a public service broadcast, with no revenue generation. Is that okay?" "Bai Yiyi, sure. Bai Yiyi, I hope you can bring your best equipment." "Bai Yiyi, no problem." Yiyi contacted Bai Yiyi in front of Director.She, and with every statement Bai Yiyi made, Director.She nodded in agreement, and Yiyi readily accepted. "Bai Yiyi, Director.She asked me to thank you on his behalf. He's right here beside me." "Bai Yiyi, hello, Director.She. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration." "Bai Yiyi, MHM, crazy head pad in the following week, the winning accounts gradually filled in their basic information. Bai Yiyi arranged for the 30 winners to stay at the Bai family's small lodging center. The lodging center had only 20 rooms, meaning they would have to share rooms. After obtaining the basic information and based on gender and age, Bai Yiyi arranged the rooms for 30 people, with 2 per room, totaling 15 rooms. For the 2 days of the weekend event, the lodging center would be closed to other guests, keeping 5 rooms available for special circumstances. With the help of Lin Yuqian, the venue and dining areas were all prepared. On Saturday, all the winners arrived at the Bai family's small lodging center, and Bai Yiyi felt relieved after receiving feedback from the lodging center system. On the day of the event, the winners changed into sportswear, placed their personal items in the storage area, and then entered the venue. The intelligent robots produced by the Bai family were responsible for maintaining order and providing service. According to the rules, winners were not allowed to carry any personal items and could not live broadcast. There were 3 live broadcast channels for this event. Yiyi's live room. Standing on a small platform, Yiyi greeted the audience in the live room. "I'm already on site, and this place is the one from the previous teaching video. It's my first time here too." Effortlessly learning live room, dressed in a pink suit. The cute girl Nunu held up a toy rifle model and winked at the live room, Today, Nunu will accompany everyone for a full day of teaching. Another day of hard work. Let us go. What surprised everyone was that the third channel was the live broadcast of the Xingyu Entertainment Deputy Column. The live broadcast image was incredibly clear, and the field of vision was exceptionally broad, almost capturing the entire teaching scene. Hello, everyone. Bai Yiyi will be our special guest in the next episode, and she generously invited us to participate in this full-day teaching activity. The program host was a small yellow robot resembling a chick, petite, and with a crisp, pleasant voice. In all three live broadcast channels, the online viewer count was visible. From highest to lowest, they were effortlessly learning, Xingyu Entertainment, and Yiyi. Perhaps Nunu's cute appearance today attracted a lot of attention, resulting in particularly high popularity. However, gradually, some viewers realized that under the Xingyu Entertainment camera, they could also see Nunu and Yiyi, with even better visuals, which led to the online numbers for the program continuously rising. In contrast, Yiyi was the most pitiful, as those remaining in her live room were all loyal fans who, out of pity for Yiyi's solitary broadcast, stayed to give her face. Chapter 135. Live broadcast hits big. The low shooting platform was extended to accommodate 30 students shooting simultaneously. Each gun was handed to the students only after being handled by Bai Yiyi, and the students could choose to exchange firearms for training. Bai Yiyi is amazing with every gun. I thought the teaching videos were edited. How could she hit the bullseye every time so quickly? Me too. I thought Bai Yiyi spent a lot of time preparing the videos and only cut out the best parts. As someone with poor hand-eye coordination, I wish Bai Yiyi could teach me personally. Controlling the gun is really difficult. Did you notice that handsome guy in a mask? His hands are so steady. Wow. I'm drooling. His eyes are so beautiful. I saw him too. The best in the whole venue. Even though he's wearing the same training outfit. I feel like his set is more expensive than the others. I'm so envious. I wish I could be the gun in his hands. The skill levels of the 30 students varied greatly. However, one person's progress was exceptionally rapid. Bai Yiyi looked at the nearly perfect bullseye, then met the gaze of a pair of dark green eyes. The latter's gaze was deep, with a hint of unruliness, and his posture with the gun was quite casual. As if only in the moment he fired could one see the seriousness on his profile. He looked familiar, but she couldn't remember when she had seen him. Although she couldn't see his full face, just the half of it that was visible, along with his posture, made him the most beautiful sight in the entire venue. There was no reason she could forget such a handsome guy if she had met him before. Although Bai Yiyi had obtained the basic information of the students, they could choose not to provide their real names and identities, participating in the activity with a winning ID. So Bai Yiyi didn't know this person's identity. Bai Yiyi walked around correcting the students' postures, and when she reached this person, she saw him put down the gun in his hand, his voice softening as it fell into Bai Yiyi's ears. This stationary target is really boring. Bai Yiyi smiled. I have prepared moving targets as well. Since you have this request, I will fulfill it in advance. The Xingyu Fun platform recorded all the sounds from the venue, allowing the audience to hear the sounds around the perspective. Many viewers were watching them and heard their conversation, becoming excited. The teaching video released by Bai Yiyi did not feature moving targets. It was originally meant to be the grand finale of the second half of the all-day teaching. But since someone mentioned it, they decided to release it early. The original stationary targets remained unchanged, but targets were continuously thrown from the ground into the air, varying in height, position, speed, and size. Each time a target was hit, the score on the right side of the shooting range would increase. The target was divided into 9 rings. Hitting the bullseye would score 10 points. Within the first ring, 9 points, decreasing sequentially to 1 point for the 9th ring, and missing would score 0. Bai Yiyi explained this to all the students. Originally, she wanted to wait until most of you were proficient before holding a competition in the second half, with the highest scorer winning a generous prize, including a game gift pack and a 300,000 yuan voucher from the Bai's Mall. The competition would still take place in the second half, and you could also practice with the moving targets in advance. As her words fell, some people looked at the masked man and immediately felt hopeless. Others became fervent, practicing shooting more diligently. The masked man glanced thoughtfully at Bai Yiyi, but said nothing further. The introduction of moving targets indeed attracted a wave of attention. Bai Yiyi also demonstrated and explained. The The key to moving targets was merely predicting the landing point, which tested eyesight, speed, and experience. The audience from Yiyi and Nunu's live broadcast gradually shifted to the Xingyu Fun subcolumn, as the superior viewing experience of a live broadcast took precedence. The clarity on Xingyu Fun is amazing, and the playback speed adjustment doesn't reduce the quality. Good equipment makes a difference. You can even see the details. The masked guy's hands are so white, slender, and long. I'm in love. I specifically slowed down the replay for a minute. And Baidu actually didn't miss a shot. One target was thrown so fast that it was practically invisible, and she still hit the 5 ring. That's incredible. I really want to practice at the in-game shooting range, but I don't want to leave the live broadcast. Wah. If Bai Yiyi saw the comments praising her in the program's bullet screen, she would likely feel a bit shy. She could clearly see the rapidly moving targets. Thanks to her S-level mental strength. Even if she didn't deliberately use her mental strength, she still enjoyed the benefits of having a high level. If she were still on Blue Star, no matter how much training she did, she thought she wouldn't achieve the results she has now. The popularity of the subcolumn continued to rise, and the happiest was naturally director.She and the members of the group. Despite the fact that Sister Yu in the show missed the target 8 out of 10 times, which made the group members laugh, it couldn't compare to the joy brought by the show's popularity. 370 million viewers, and still rising. Someone in the group reported to director.She, cheering. Another person quickly switched to the main column's current situation, trembling with excitement. The main column currently has only over 90 million viewers, not even close to the average number from previous episodes. Since director.She took over the subcolumn, he had never welcomed 370 million viewers online. Although this time it couldn't be profitable, it was enough to make his heart race. Not to mention that the number of viewers for the main column at the same time was less than 2/5 of theirs, something he had never imagined. The main column invited Sano and some capable game producers, but the online viewership had never broken 100 million. This had deviated far from director.She's expectations. Director.She discovered the doubts in the program's bullet screen, with many people mentioning the subcolumn. Just then, a member in the group spoke in panic. The subcolumn's online viewer count hit 380 million. Is my light brain broken? Following that, several members exclaimed in surprise. I see it too. The subcolumn is broadcasting Baidu's all-day teaching activity. The heat is truly high. The whole internet is discussing Baidu's activity. I almost thought I clicked the wrong place. This is really our Xingyu Fun program. Since the last meeting, director.She had stopped receiving work from director.She's side. Although he heard some rumors that Baidu had agreed to director.She's invitation, he never expected that Baidu's activity would actually allow director.She to broadcast live. And on the same day as their main column, all members noticed the terrifyingly dark expression on director.She's face, and their voices gradually quieted down, especially the person who initially submitted the list to director.She, who even shivered. He glanced at director.She, trying hard to minimize his presence. Baidu was initially in their group, and it was director.She himself who changed the personnel. If director.She was unhappy, he would definitely bear the blame, and would be scolded mercilessly. Chapter 136. Live broadcast interruption. The all-day teaching activities had entered a vigorous phase. 30 students took turns performing 3 minutes of moving target shooting, each shooting 3 times, with the final score being the average of the 3 attempts, followed by rankings. If there were ties in the final scores, the ranking would be determined by the number of hits in the number column. Bai Yiyi also participated in the shooting, but did not take part in the rankings. Those who scored higher than her could receive a small gift. In each round of shooting, Bai Yiyi was the first to go. To avoid putting too much pressure on the others, she intentionally took it easy. By the 3rd round, just as Bai Yiyi put down her gun, she heard some commotion behind her. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to grow darker in front of her. Turning around, Bai Yiyi saw that all the live broadcast lights set up in the venue had been turned off. Lian Yuqian, from a corner of a low platform, waved at her from a distance, indicating that something had gone wrong. The students behind her also noticed the dimmed lights and began to peek around. Lian Yuqian walked over and whispered a few words in Bai Yiyi's ear. One of the live broadcasts had been interrupted, but it was not a big deal. After explaining to everyone, Bai Yiyi went down to switch students on stage, assuring everyone that the teaching competition was proceeding normally and they should continue. To help the students focus on shooting, There was a transparent soundproof wall behind the shooting station. Yi and Nunu were live broadcasting outside the soundproof wall, able to take a walk around and see the whole situation. Students who had not yet gone on stage were also resting outside the soundproof wall. Just a moment ago, Yi and Nunu were friendly chatting with them to liven up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Upon hearing Bai Yiyi's explanation, they immediately went to verify with Yi and Nunu. Yi projected the live broadcast room, and a large virtual screen appeared in front of them, with countless bullet comments flashing by. Oh, why did Xingyu Entertainment suddenly disconnect? Why can't I see it over there all of a sudden? I almost thought my internet was down. The biggest joke this year, the live broadcast of Xingyu Entertainment's subcolumn actually crashed. Thank goodness Uji's live broadcast is still on. I was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Oh no, I took the wrong turn. I want to go watch Nunu's wife. Why can't I suddenly see Xingyu Entertainment? I just came back from the main column, and the main column is fine. Oh my god, the contrast is so huge. Can this Wawa live broadcast be optimized? In this shot, the masked guy looks even more handsome. Too bad we can't zoom in. The masked guy didn't touch the nutritional liquid or the prepared meals at noon. Nunu couldn't get him to take off his mask. Do you have a way? Xingyu Entertainment subcolumn live broadcast interrupted. This term quickly climbed to trending topics. At the time of the interruption, the number of online viewers in the subcolumn had reached 560 million and had maintained that number for over half an hour, only to suddenly go dark at such a peak moment. Director Xie's mood was like a roller coaster, and the entire team fell from joy into panic, quickly checking where the problem lay. After a quick inspection, everything seemed fine. No issues were found on site, unless the main server had a problem. Team members reported in. How could this be possible? Director Xie widened his eyes, his thoughts in a tangle. The main server was the least likely to malfunction. Everything was normal on the main column side. I'll ask Director Yin over there. Xingyu Entertainment main column and subcolumn share one main server, and every episode is tested beforehand, never having had any issues. Director Xie called Director Yin, initially not expecting much hope, but heard chilling words. The main server was overloaded today and had to prioritize our program's broadcast. Xiao Xie. This is the company's policy. Director Yan's cold voice ended the communication abruptly, giving Director Xie no chance to respond. This is too much. How could Director Yan do this? Overloaded? Are they treating us like fools? I think they're doing this on purpose because our show has become popular. What benefit could this have for them? Team members expressed their indignation, and after not hearing Director Xie's response for a while, they turned to see him sitting in a chair, hands on his head resting on the table, his eyes red and glistening with tears. At this moment, the communication rang again. Without looking, Director Xie, as soon as the light brain connected, immediately cursed. Yan Jinjin. You bastard. Silence. Is this Director Xie from Xingyu Entertainment? A clear female voice rang out, and Director Xie was momentarily stunned before swallowing hard. His mind cooled down. He had instinctively thought it was Director Yin calling and, unable to control his emotions, had cursed the wrong person. I'm sorry. I was out of line earlier. I wasn't cursing at you. Director Xie quickly apologized, looking at the unfamiliar communication number on the light brain, puzzled. I am Director Xie. Who are you? It's nothing. I'm Bai Yiyi. After coming down from the stage, Bai Yiyi followed Lin Yutian to find the staff of Xingyu Entertainment on site, helped them check the equipment, confirmed everything was fine, and then asked for Director Xie's contact number to get the situation. Upon knowing Bai Yiyi's intentions, Director Xie explained that their main server's overload caused the broadcast interruption. It seems that you have a deep grudge against that director, Yin you mentioned. I wonder if it will affect next week's program? Bai Yiyi asked. Director Xie was about to respond, but hesitated slightly. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, like a volcano about to erupt, restless and unpredictable. I will report today's incident to the upper management of the company. I won't let next week's program have any issues. Director Xie, I know today's incident is not your fault. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment and said earnestly, but this incident has indeed affected my event. I can choose not to pursue it. How about I ask you for a personal favor? If this was someone else, Director Xie would feel that the other party was taking advantage of the situation. Although their program's live broadcast had an accident, Bai Yiyi's event's live broadcast had not been interrupted. They had invested manpower and resources, earning not a single star coin, and yet added heat to the event. However, thinking of the peak viewership of 560 million for their subcolumn, director Xie felt everything was like a dream, and he also realized that Bai Yiyi had indeed suffered a huge loss. All right, I accept. Director Xie sighed deeply. If there's anything you want me to help with, just let me know. Bai Yiyi chuckled lightly. Director Xie, you are so eager to agree. You might end up a loss. Let it be a loss. I couldn't seize such a great opportunity today. I deserve it. Director Xie sighed, the gloom in his heart dissipating a little. Bai Yiyi chatted with Director Xie for a while. By the time they hung up, Director Xie's mood had settled down considerably. Chapter 137. A different embrace. Bai Yiyi received the final results of the mobile target competition and directly projected them for everyone to see. According to the competition rules, those who scored higher than Bai Yiyi would also receive a small gift. The top 8 participants were asked to come to the backstage to collect their prizes. The shooting range would remain open until 8 p.m., and everyone could choose to continue practicing or go to the Bai's lodging center to rest. The live stream of Yiyi and Nunu was also coming to an end. Bai Yiyi went to the backstage and distributed the prepared small gifts to the top 8 participants. As for the first place, Bai Yiyi looked at the owner of the dark green eyes in the crowd. He did not rush over, but waited until the other 7 had collected their rewards before walking up to her. Congratulations. You have won our game gift pack and a voucher worth 300,000. As soon as Bai Yiyi finished speaking, the man in front of her reached out, pulling her into his embrace unexpectedly, a faint fragrance filling her nostrils. Her hand landed on his slightly trembling chest, and then she heard his voice near her ear. I don't want any of this. How about a hug instead? Bai Yiyi slightly turned her gaze to meet his eyes, which were mixed with a hint of joy. The dark green pupils sparkled, reflecting her face, clear and direct. Under the close-up impact of his beauty, a hint of astonishment flashed in Bai Yiyi's eyes. Okay. The word slipped out from between her teeth, and she directly deepened the embrace, feeling the strength of the muscles beneath his body. Since they were already hugging, what else could she do? In just a couple of breaths, he released her. The sensation of being held was so pleasant that Bai Yiyi felt a bit reluctant to end the hug. The man, keenly sensing her emotional shift, gently moved his excited fingertips, his gaze toward her growing deeper. It seemed just like when they were kids, not far away. This embrace was captured in Nunu's live stream, creating waves of excitement. I'm heartbroken. My rival is by Douzi. I want a hug too. Lemon Essence is on a rise. I ship this. The mask guy took first place, just a hug by Douzi openly. I think this scene is the warmest of the day. I really want to see the face under the mask. I would die without regrets. I've saved it. I'm going to post it on my star blog. After the embrace, he really left the backstage without collecting any prize. Not even a small gift. Bai Yiyi thought back and felt like she had overlooked something. The day's teaching activities concluded successfully. More than half of the 30 people stayed until the shooting range closed, spending the night at the lodging center. Boss, when we were checking the firearms, we found one missing. After clearing the place, Tian found Bai Yiyi speaking with some concern. He searched inside and out several times and couldn't find it. I don't know if someone who participated in the event took it. It's okay, Bai Yiyi reassured. It's not a big deal. I'll explain this to others. If it was really taken, it's too late now. The entrance and exit are monitored by smart robots. If someone did sneak it out, it would still be their oversight. It's just a rifle, not too dangerous. To be safe, Bai Yiyi sent out a notice. Bai Douzi's account posted 2 updates that night. One was to celebrate the successful conclusion of the day's activities and thank everyone for their support. The other mentioned that after the event, they discovered a rifle was missing, and if any participants found a lost firearm, they could return it to the Bai's lodging center. Since there were classes the next day, Bai Yiyi returned to her dorm that night, washed up, and went to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side of the main star, a fierce and brutal turmoil was happening under the night sky. The next day, during the break, Bai Yiyi was informed that a security officer from Zhaoyang district was looking for her. She went to an empty classroom, where she saw a familiar face waiting. It was the same officer who had recently come to ask her about Sun Yaoyao's case. The officer took out a long box, and Bai Yiyi immediately had a bad feeling. When the box was opened, her premonition was confirmed. Last night, there was a disturbance at the southwestern port of the Bai district, suspected to be an infiltration by star pirates. This gun was found at the scene, Ms. Bai. You should be familiar with it. The officer had only received partial information. This gun had gone through the evidence database before reaching him, hoping to obtain more information from Bai Yiyi. Yes, this is the gun we lost during yesterday's event. Bai Yiyi answered the officer's questions in detail. When asked about suspicious individuals, Bai Yiyi paused for a moment before shaking her head. After failing to gather more information from her, the officer bid her farewell. If you find more clues later, please contact our police chief. Okay. After the officer left, Bai Yiyi breathed a sigh of relief, unconsciously thinking of that mysterious first place. In fact, since he left the backstage, she hadn't seen him again. It could only mean he had left quite early. If one were to suspect him, could it be said that he was suspicious just because he didn't show his face, was strong, and very mysterious? Looking back at his performance yesterday, Bai Yiyi truly didn't notice any suspicious behavior from him. On StarNet, the aftermath of Bai Daodu's day-long teaching event still lingered, with discussions mostly centered around a video circulating of the mysterious handsome guy who took first place hugging Bai Daodu. Qin Yinfeng, who had just returned from completing a mission, scrolled through the comments online, and the sight of the embracing figures felt particularly jarring. The intel spider brought this time will be very helpful for our upcoming actions. After Mo Gio decrypted the documents, he turned around to see his boss staring at the virtual screen, looking frosty, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his voice unconsciously lowered. Who let this spider return to the main star under the pretext of the boss's wife's event and hug the boss's wife in front of the whole network? Mo Gio had sensed that the boss wouldn't be in a good mood when he learned about this. However, logically speaking, Spider should not know about Bai Yiyi's relationship with the boss. Since he caused us trouble on the way out, I suspect Spider has ulterior motives this time. Chi K fanned the flames beside him, genuinely disliking Spider, yet admiring and envying him at the same time. About the port incident, tell the people below. No need to investigate anymore. Qin Yinfeng suddenly spoke up. Got it. Mo Gio immediately responded. After Qin Yinfeng left, Chi K poked Mo Gio's arm. Have you found out if Spider has any connection with our sister-in-law? After multiple lessons learned, Chi K had become smart. As long as he didn't mention Bai Yiyi in front of the boss, there wouldn't be any trouble. But he was genuinely curious. Mo Gio glanced at Chi K. I don't know. Chi K shot him a skeptical look. Mo Gio had no choice but to say, Spider's information clearance level is the same as the boss's. I don't have the authority to investigate. Let us just assume I believe you. Chapter 138, Dissolution of the Program Director.She has received feedback from the upper management of the company. During this week's meeting of Star Entertainment Fund, there was a more tense atmosphere. However, with the peak popularity data of 560 million, Director.She straightened his back, wanting to fight for justice. Unfortunately, Director Yan's foundation in Star Entertainment Fund is too deep to be shaken. Director.She had little ground to stand on. After the meeting, Sister Yu peeked in at Director.She, who was alone in the office lamenting, while colleagues gathered around, signaling her to go and test the waters. I know you're out there. Come in, Director.She said, rubbing his brow towards the group members outside the door. Sister Yu was the first to enter, and soon everyone was in the office. The outcome of this meeting was that if our next episode could maintain the previous week's popularity, we would no longer be subject to Director Yan's team standing on equal footing with the main program, with equal rights and voice. Director.She sighed, realizing that he had seriously offended Director Yan this time, but he had no regrets. The popularity from last week? Sister Yu asked in surprise. Was it the day of the all-day event on the weekend? Director.She nodded. How can that be possible? It was already unprecedented for that many people to watch that day. The team members couldn't contain their excitement and exclaimed. That day had a peak viewership of 560 million. What if our program doesn't have that many viewers this time? Someone asked tremulously. Director.She sighed again, tightening everyone's hearts. What else can we do? We'll just have to obediently follow Director Yan's arrangements from now on. At worst, we could just dissolve. His tone sounded somewhat open-minded, but only he knew in his heart that he was reluctant to see the program group he had invested so much energy in face dissolution. Although his child might not be successful, the feelings he had put into it were genuine. The office fell silent after Director.She's words. Dissolve. They had actually been mentally prepared for this, but when the day really came, Each person's heart felt like it had been twisted, painful, and unbearable. In the end, it was Sister Yu who broke the silence. Why is everyone looking so tearful? We haven't dissolved yet. Sister Yu's tone softened as she managed to smile. What if this episode turns out to be a hit? Before last weekend, we never thought our program would achieve such high online viewership. Everyone knew Sister Yu was just trying to comfort them, and they all raised their necks in agreement. We'll do our best for this episode. Director.She, I'll optimize the program plan right away. I'll improve the materials and ensure logistics are in place. I'll apply for backup servers, just in case. Director.She looked at the members who were rallying their spirits and felt a sense of relief. Soon after, upper management issued a document, and Director.She forwarded it to Sister Yu, who shared it in the work group. Everyone took a look. It was similar to what Director.She had said, but the situation was far more severe than they had anticipated. The requirements for the episode's performance were laid out with specific indicators. Each indicator was benchmarked against previous episodes of the main program, and their subprogram had never met the data requirements except for last weekend. Among them, the revenue section was clearly compared to the earnings from the main program's game-themed episode the previous weekend. This brought significant pressure to everyone. After completing a full day of teaching activities, Bai Yiyi arrived at the scene of Extreme Battlefield, which was exceptionally popular. Seizing the momentum, she launched several activities. With a large influx of players, StarNet finally showed an overwhelming number of positive reviews, nearly erasing previous negative comments. Among them, the topic Sano cannot compete with Baido emerged. On a distant high-level planet, Sano was on vacation, casually scattering bird feed and asking his assistant about the comments on StarNet. Sano, who rose to fame at a young age, has created over 30 games, and although a small portion was completed by his team members, the game Star Wars, entirely created by him, has become an unshakable leader in the gaming industry. He still looks youthful, with a bit of stubble on his chin, a fairly handsome face, and a robust physique. He wore a shawl over his upper body and casual shorts on his lower body. Such clothing was custom-made, appearing unremarkable, but the fabric was special. They say your popularity can't compare to Baido's. The peak viewership of the program you participated in is far less than Baido's all-day teaching activity. His short-statured, lowly assistant placed the bird feed bag in Sano's hand and calmly mentioned this matter to her boss. She only reached Sano's shoulder. With black hair and black eyes, glowing even under the bright sun, Sano chuckled lightly. What do you think? The black-haired lowly looked up, her black eyes revealing a glimmer of insight. She's impressive, but if you take it seriously, she can't compete with you. She paused. In terms of cunning and shamelessness, her tone was calm, yet it made Sano burst into laughter. Yini, you understand me too well. I don't mind letting her grow step by step. After all, it's all to earn some star coins. I can absorb her nutrients to strengthen myself. Why should I suppress her? However, if Star Wars is surpassed, Sano gently placed his hand on the black-haired lowly's shoulder and said softly that it only means, I'm incompetent, so that's impossible. Nonsense literature, the black-haired lowly retorted. On Saturday, during the recording of the program, Bai Yiyi was inevitably surrounded by the other invited guests when she arrived on set. Baido, I'm so happy to meet you. Ever since I knew I would be on the program with you, I've been looking forward to this recording day. You look even more beautiful than on screen. I really like your game this time. 2 men and 1 woman surrounded her, and after their self-introductions, they enthusiastically chatted with her. On the other side, 2 guests did not come over. Bai Yiyi looked over, and one had a calm demeanor, while the other appeared dull and timid, both showing no hostility. However, the female guests surrounding her, while expressing her admiration, couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. The 2 male guests were fine. One looked genuinely emotional, while the other seemed more polite, but it was evident he felt a bit envious of her. The recording of the program followed the planning scheme previously sent by the production team, which involved self-introductions, sharing life stories, and then engaging in some interactive games related to their game works. All the guests had received the invitation list beforehand and reviewed each other's materials, familiarizing themselves with the games. In contrast, this week was Bai Yiyi's new game public beta, and she had been too busy to thoroughly review the materials of these guests. As a result, her overall performance was not very good. Amidst answering many questions half-heartedly, Bai Yiyi keenly noticed the concealed contempt in the expressions of the 3 guests who had initially greeted her warmly. Chapter 139, he is quite experienced fortunately. The recording of the program ended smoothly. Bai, let's exchange contact information. As she was leaving, a female guest called out to Bai Yiyi. The producer Tao Dong, who had shown great enthusiasm from the very beginning. During the recording, she had stuck to Bai Yiyi like a sticky plaster, pretending to have a close relationship with her. Bai Yiyi saw through the hypocrisy beneath her face and replied, "Sorry, I don't add strangers." After saying that, Bai Yiyi left. Tao Dong stood there, her face turning red with anger. The remaining guests who hadn't left saw this scene and dispersed. One of the guests curled her lips in a mocking smile. If at first everyone didn't really understand each guest's temperament, after a day of recording, they had all seen each other's performances. Tao Dong had been trying hard to get close to Bai Do, clearly trying to ride on Bai Yiyi's popularity. A game producer should focus on their game to earn the public's love. Tao Dong's behavior was shameful. On Sunday morning, the program was aired as scheduled. When Bai Yiyi woke up from her sleep, she remembered the message that Xiaoyu had sent her after she returned yesterday, asking her to help promote the show during its broadcast. She glanced at the time and posted an update. Bai Do, I was fortunate to participate in the program Star Entertainment Playground, and I really like the people in the production team. Please do me a favor and check it out. Link, she directly commented below her post. It was my first time participating in a program, and I wasn't in great shape. I've been so busy these days that I didn't have time to look at the guest information. This is my fault. The update posted from Bai Yiyi's Baidu account was quite effective. After it was posted, the number of online viewers surged rapidly, and she watched for a while before turning it off. Extreme Battlefield had many things that required her attention, and she also needed to play with Doubao and go to training in the evening. Bai Yiyi was actually quite adapted to this busy lifestyle. Being so busy every day felt fulfilling, especially when she saw her efforts bearing fruit. It wasn't until the evening, when she was about to rest, that Bai Yiyi checked her new messages on Guangnao. Xiaoyu from the production team sent her a message expressing gratitude. Bai Yiyi searched online for the situation after the program aired. There was a lot of discussion on StarNet, and she habitually saw mixed reviews about her. Although she had been criticized many times, every time she saw it, there would still be a ripple in her heart. No one could be completely indifferent, right? Although this episode didn't have as many viewers as last week's, it was much better than usual. Bai Yiyi politely replied to Xiaoyu. Bai Yiyi, no need to thank me. As a program guest, it's only right to promote the show. The program today is quite popular. Isn't that beneficial to me as well? This episode was a great success, with peak popularity nearing 100 million. This achievement was something, sister, you wouldn't have dared to imagine before. After the program aired, the deputy production team members gathered together to celebrate the success of the program, but they also lamented the future of the deputy program. Sister Yu, seeing Bai Yiyi's message, felt a surge of emotions. Xiaoyu, we really benefited from your presence, and we are truly grateful to you. Sister Yu's gratitude was heartfelt. It was thanks to Bai Do that they saw the program's popularity before the deputy team disbanded. No matter where they went from here, at least they wouldn't feel regret. Sister Yu did not reveal the situation facing the deputy program, so Bai Yiyi didn't think too much about it. The documents issued by the upper management of the company regarding the performance requirements for this episode were basically all unsatisfactory. From the moment they saw this document, not only Director.She, but also the team members understood that if the upper management still wanted the deputy program to exist, they wouldn't issue such harsh requirements. It was clear they wanted to disband their production team. So when the final result came out, everyone appeared very calm. Director.She deleted the transfer documents and submitted his resignation letter. He was somewhat disappointed with this place and did not intend to stay. Sister Yu and others also received transfer documents. Some chose new positions, while others resigned along with Director.She. Sister Yu also chose to resign. After a while, Bai Yiyi heard from Yu that the Star Entertainment Playground Deputy program had been canceled, and the episode she participated in turned out to be the last one. I heard it from the fans. I usually don't pay attention to these things. Your episode was quite popular. I don't know why Star Entertainment Playground made such a decision. Bai Yiyi recalled her previous conversation with Xiaoyu and felt puzzled. After searching for relevant information on StarNet, she couldn't find an answer. After some thought, Bai Yiyi contacted Xiaoyu and arranged to meet her at the leisure area on the 5th floor of the Bai Family Shopping Mall. Xiaoyu did not refuse. When Bai Yiyi arrived, Sister Yu was already waiting in the room. Upon seeing Bai Yiyi, she wore a warm smile, but her face looked quite haggard. I didn't expect you to come to me because of our program's disbandment, Sister Yu said with embarrassment. In fact, Bai Yiyi not only wanted to understand the situation of the program's disbandment during the full day teaching earlier. She had seen the superiority of the program's live broadcast equipment and had other thoughts. Bai Yiyi chatted with Sister Yu, first learning why the production team disbanded, and then understood Sister Yu's current situation. Sister Yu had resigned for more than half a month and was still adjusting to a new job, but things weren't going well. Bai Yiyi asked about the whereabouts of other colleagues from the production team. Sister Yu's online group hadn't disbanded yet, but gradually there were fewer people chatting. Basically, Sister Yu only contacted her close colleagues privately. Director.She seems a bit down. He's been staying at home since then. Most of the other colleagues who resigned have found jobs, but the pay is not as good as before. Although our production team had been financially struggling, the salaries from the company weren't low. Sister Yu sighed. Are you not planning to work in entertainment programs anymore? Bai Yiyi asked. Sister Yu shook her head. This industry is too hard to get into. I actually miss our production team quite a lot, but everyone is exhausted. I actually want to do an entertainment program. I was thinking if you guys were willing. Bai Yiyi mentioned her thoughts, but before she could finish, Sister Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. You want to do an entertainment program? Sister Yu's mood fluctuated. Thinking of the currently gloomy Director.She, she perked up. You could ask our Director.She. He is quite experienced, but the program's performance wasn't great, right? Bai Yiyi interjected. Sister Yu smirked. Their production team had disbanded. That seemed unconvincing. Chapter 140. The unevenness of the world. So you still say that if we are willing. Sister Yu's confidence gradually diminished. Of course, as long as you all are willing, I am willing to provide you with superior material conditions. Just listen to what I have to say first, then decide. Bai Yiyi shared her plans with Sister Yu. With just a few words, Sister Yu had already constructed a highly feasible outline in her mind. Competitive events? Sister Yu's eyes lit up. What Bai Yiyi mentioned reminded her of similar military academy event live broadcasts. However, such broadcasts mostly involve collaborations between military academies and live streaming platforms, with the most common being freshman and graduation competitions, in addition to countless military academy leagues of various sizes. Regarding the income from live streaming, Sister Yu wasn't very clear, only knowing that participating players could receive tips from the live stream. Theoretically, it is feasible. Sister Yu was amazed by Bai Yiyi's idea, but also felt worried. Although Extreme Battlefield is currently quite popular, creating a competitive event program related to it undoubtedly seems like a bleak future. I hope you can think this through. The funds required for this are no less than developing a game, and entertainment programs that become popular do not earn as much as making games, Sister Yu said candidly. Deep down, Sister Yu was indeed moved, but she didn't want Bai Yiyi to gamble on an unprofitable result. Her words were still quite conservative. Earn? In this industry now, not losing is already good. It has to be Star Entertainment, which has a deep foundation, and being the sole leader can still yield good profits. I can approach you because I have already considered it well. Bai Yiyi had her own considerations. She had thought through what little you mentioned, and this matter still needed to rely on you and Director.She. Once you have made a decision, contact me directly. Bai Yiyi's words reassured Sister Yu. That day, after finishing the conversation with Bai Yiyi, Sister Yu contacted Director.She and former colleagues to inquire about their willingness and arrange a time and place. Director.She agreed without hesitation. More than half of the former colleagues also chose to follow Director.She again. Among the colleagues still at Star Entertainment, Sister Yu only reached out to a few reliable and close acquaintances, and without exception, they all politely declined her. Sister Yu was not surprised and understood very well. Starting a new entertainment program from scratch carries too much risk. Once these people choose to resign, it would not be easy for them to return to Star Entertainment later. Bai Yiyi met with them at the agreed time and place to discuss the future development of the program and sign contracts. The first investment for the program was $5 billion, used for purchasing equipment and venues, as well as handling related procedures. The second investment was also $5 billion, as the program's working capital. Fortunately, the surrounding robots had previously earned nearly $200 billion, which allowed Bai Yiyi to be so generous. Within a month, under the Bai company's name, the Fox competition program quietly went online on Star Network. At the same time, Bai Yiyi posted a dynamic update. Baidu. Since Extreme Battlefield went online, it has received countless players' love. To promote the spirit of competition, we are forming a competitive event. Outstanding players who are interested can click on the link to form teams on their own. There will be a competitive event every Sunday, and there will be corresponding prizes according to the rankings, with a maximum of 100,000. The top 3 teams with the highest points each year will receive official exclusive certification and enjoy game discounts and benefits. Link, Baidu. The competitive event will start on the weekend of the first week of next month. Once teams are confirmed, they cannot be changed within a month. The entire event can be watched on Fox Competition, and the ranking prizes will be credited within a month. The first 10,000 teams will receive prizes. Bai Yiyi gave players more than half a month to choose their teammates for team formation, but once this dynamic was posted, over 100 teams had already been confirmed within a day. There is hope. The first 10,000 teams all have prizes, and there are only a little over 100 teams now. I don't believe I can't take advantage of this. Winning a prize doesn't matter. Mainly, I want my handsome brother to lead me. Haha. Looking for reliable teammates. You can add me as a friend to check my battle records. I'm really strong. What is Fox Competition? A live streaming platform? As the older brother, how come I haven't heard of it? Fox Competition is a program just launched by the Bai company. Make sure to follow it first. Bai Yiyi was not afraid of these people joining in the fun. What she feared was that too few people would participate. The prizes for teams beyond 100 are very low, but players who are going to play games anyway wouldn't mind participating in a competition during their free time. This is also why Bai Yiyi scheduled the competitive event for the weekend. The popularity of Extreme Battlefield continued to rise, and the newly launched shooting competitive game Super Strong Battlefield, which had just released a press release the day before, claimed that it was no worse than Extreme Battlefield. The producer of Super Strong Battlefield, Fireplace, watched as Baidu's Extreme Battlefield popularity soared again and excitedly said to his partner beside him, "See, her game can be popular too. We're not doing badly either. We can definitely be even more successful than her." However, the partner frowned tightly. "Why do you have that expression?" "Our internal testing reservations are all full, which shows that last night's press release was effective. I decided to invest another batch of star coins." Fireplace began to fantasize about a bright future, thinking that with the hard work Baidu put in, we could achieve multiple returns with just a small investment. And what's the need for competitive events? It clearly requires a lot of star coins. The partner sighed. "You should check our game's latest data first. Players are really into competitive events right now. Today our game players can't even find matches. They've all run off." What Baidu did might seem foolish, but she had locked her players in tightly. Would they still play other shooting games? The partner, who was usually wiser than Fireplace, was stunned upon hearing this and suddenly appeared completely confused. But like this, could she break even? Another partner couldn't help but ask. The first partner sighed again. "I guess she probably wants Extreme Battlefield to become a timeless game like Star Wars, and she will update the game content year by year. But I really can't think of what kind of innovation such a seemingly low-end game can have. What is its ceiling?" After this was said, everyone present suddenly understood the difference between them and Baidu. "It's okay. We should still be able to make a profit." Fireplace said comfortingly. "Breaking even would be good. But fortunately, we didn't invest much this time." The wise partner shook his head. Chapter 141. The fall of the Chu family in the first competitive event of Fox Competition. There were over 13,000 participating teams, most of which treated it as a fun activity. In the end, a few strong teams emerged from the competition. Although the peak viewership did not reach 100 million, it was still a good start. Fox Competition is really making a big splash. Ordinary servers can't support this. I feel it too. This is so much better than watching a live stream. I strongly suggest that Fanhua Live does it this way too. Is Big Brother by doing charity? Don't you just get small coins for participating? Although our team was eliminated early, I feel like winning a prize is still easy. I'm liking Big Brother by more and more. He is always looking out for the fans. As the first episode gained popularity, director Sierra received many invitations from advertisers until he came across news from the Chu family, and his previously relaxed expression turned serious. He had heard about the connection between the Chu family and his boss, and he was surprised that they could reach out to him. Director Sierra initially wanted to delete the message, But then he saw that the other party was offering a large sum of money for him to betray his own. 200 million. All you need to do is sabotage the next episode, and the price is negotiable. The contact's ID was EX, and it was clear that while they identified themselves as part of the Chu family, they did not want to reveal their identity. Director Xie scoffed. He did not rush to reply, but instead informed Bai Yiyi about the situation. Upon seeing the screenshot that Director Xie sent, Bai Yiyi realized she hadn't kept up with the Chu family's recent developments for a long time. The last time she paid attention was when she received a work document from Lin Yutian and noticed the market share, which made her aware that the Chu family's business was not looking good at all. To be precise, after Bai's mall started operations, the Chu family's economy began to deteriorate sharply. There was almost no space for the Chu family to survive on the main star. They were entirely reliant on their branches and stores on other planets. The Bai family's business had yet to penetrate lower-tier planets. And even on higher-tier planets where they had business partnerships, they did not have their own. Bai Yiyi was not in a hurry to expand, aside from being too busy. She preferred to stabilize her footing step by step and secure the market on the main star first. By bringing this matter to her, Director Xie was also showing loyalty. You should accept it, Bai Yiyi said indifferently. If the Chu family wants to give you star coins, just take them. As for how to handle it, Bai Yiyi discussed strategies with Director Xie. Since the Chu family wanted to sabotage her show, she felt no need to be polite. Director Xie understood her intention from Bai Yiyi's words. She wanted him to pretend to agree, and whether the plan would succeed was another matter entirely. This was not a glorious matter, so they could just wait for them to act in desperation. Bai Yiyi thought for a moment. She suspected that this was the idea of that old scoundrel, her stepfather, but he probably didn't have any smart people under him. Even if there were smart people, the Chu family could no longer retain talent. Even if the talent still remained, they were likely already looking for a new opportunity. With the boss's instructions, Director Xie immediately complied. Mr. Chu, Director Xie has replied, but he wants 600 million, with 100 million as a deposit to be transferred first. Sitting in his office chair, Mr. Chu's expression suddenly turned grim upon hearing his assistant's words. He really dares to ask for such a high price. 100 million is enough for him to earn a lifetime. Give it to him, as long as it causes that little brat to suffer. I'll pay this price. Understood, monsieur. Good. I'll handle it right away, the assistant said and stepped out, but the moment he turned, the smile on his lips deepened, with greed and malice more apparent in his eyes. He returned to his desk and swiftly operated on his terminal, transferring 100 million star coins without needing approval. After being Mr. Chu's assistant for so many years, he had to endure Mr. Chu's temper while handling company affairs. And his growing ambition gnawed at the Chu family's resources like a parasite. The next second, 50 million was transferred to Director Xie's account. X. The deposit has been transferred. Please check. After completing this, the assistant leisurely leaned back, his gaze subtly falling on Mr. Chu's office. As Bai Yiyi suspected, there were indeed smart people within the Chu family. He was one of them. Director Xie was asking for a lion's share, which made it believable that he was genuinely willing to betray. However, in the end, they settled on 300 million, with 50 million as a deposit. The greedy assistant would not let this opportunity slip away. When Director Xie saw the 50 million in his account, it was equivalent to his entire lifetime salary at Star Entertainment. Yet Bai Yiyi had said that this amount of star coins from the Chu family was for him to keep. That felt satisfying. By the time the next episode was broadcast, after playing dumb for a while, Director Xie directly deleted AX. Mr. Chu, who had been tricked, flew into a rage, only to receive a resignation letter from his assistant. Unable to find anyone, Mr. Chu replaced the assistant with a new one. However, he learned from the new assistant that nearly 2 billion in black accounts had been siphoned from the company. This matter directly caused him to be hospitalized due to anger. After learning about the aftermath of the events, Bai Yiyi contacted Lin Yutian, planning to add fuel to the fire for her scoundrel stepfather. The Chu family was doomed. After reviewing Bai Yiyi's plan, Lin Yutian couldn't help but sigh. The previous Chu family could be considered a withered camel, but after Mr. Chu fell seriously ill, there was a major shake-up in the upper management, and coupled with the pressure from the Bai family, the Chu family was on the brink of bankruptcy within just a month. Bai Yiyi even received insulting messages from Chu Shuang, which she promptly blocked. Time passed quickly, and Bai Yiyi received a virtual mech design from Yi. Old Yi, I'll first upload it to the mech creation platform. Let him try it out. And if there are any issues, let me know, and I'll modify it. Do you mind? Bai Yiyi knew he was asking if she minded uploading it to the mech creation platform. This was a customized virtual mech, and although the data displayed after uploading would be minimal, it was a public platform, and if someone wanted to trace the source in the future, they could still find it here. Bai Yiyi, no problem. Bai Yiyi didn't have much of an opinion. It was just that other than mech creation, there were no alternatives. She first tried the mech herself, and then let Doubao try it. Mom, I really like it. Perhaps it was the first custom mech that belonged to her. Doubao was utterly enamored with this virtual mech, her voice filled with excitement. This mech could switch between two forms, like a black and white transformation. The overall design was relatively low-key, with unique features hidden beneath its seemingly ordinary appearance. It was dazzling when white and invisible when black. After confirming with Doubao that there were no changes needed, Bai Yiyi promptly paid the final amount. As for making a physical version, Bai Yiyi had no plans for that for the time being. There was no need. Chapter 142. Unknown Civilization. Let's give it a name. Light and Night Twin. Doubao uploaded the virtual mecha to her database, and while waiting, her eyes sparkled as she decided on a name for her beloved mecha. Bai Yiyi accompanied Doubao on the mecha combat platform for a few rounds. Doubao achieved a crushing victory. It wasn't just the difference in mechas. Bai Yiyi could clearly feel that Doubao's strength had grown significantly during this time. It had been almost half a year since Qin Yinfeng had been training Doubao. Bai Yiyi sighed, feeling a bit embarrassed for not being able to compete with someone who had a personal tutor. However, losing to her own son was still a little uncomfortable. She had always wanted to play in the competitive area, but had never found the time. Now that Extreme Battlefield was online, and she wouldn't be too busy in the short term, Bai Yiyi decided to register an account in the competitive area. After trying several ID names that all showed as duplicates, she casually said, Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia. Name successfully created. Bai Yiyi was slightly taken aback when she saw her ID, but soon smiled again. Although it was a bit long, she was quite satisfied with it. The account interface in the competitive area was much richer than that in the junk area. The initial mechas in the mecha database included 12 types, covering almost all mecha types. Bai Yiyi picked a few mechas she liked from the store and purchased them for download. She could have chosen to upload Light and Night Twin to the database, but that was a gift for Doubao, so she decided to let it belong to him alone. Bai Yiyi matched for a few rounds and did not feel overwhelmingly outmatched. Her record was roughly 7 wins to 3 losses. The reason for the losses was that she was not yet familiar enough with the mechas she was using. During the matches, Doubao would also pull his disciple to watch Bai Yiyi's competitive games. Doubao would let his disciple help Bai Yiyi win. Although Bai Yiyi's current rating was low and the upper limit of what she could win in competitive matches was quite low, her high win rate made her very happy. Whoever you pressure will lose. After winning several rounds in succession, she was delighted, even if the wins weren't many. Bai, you add her as a friend. And if you see her playing competitive matches in the future, you just help her win. Don't worry about anything else. During this time, the friendship between them as master and disciple had deepened significantly. Even if the master said Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia was his mother, whoever you pressure will lose chose to believe it without hesitation. Whoever you pressure will lose. No problem. Master, I remember. Bai, if you see anyone bullying her, write it down for me. When I come to the competitive area later, I'll take revenge for her. Whoever you pressure will lose glanced at the violent output on one side in the arena, feeling a bit anxious. Who would dare to bully her? They were terrifyingly strong. Whoever you pressure will lose. Master, when do you think you'll come to the competitive area? Doubao paused for a moment, and his little face in reality scrunched up, showing a maturity that didn't match his age. Bai, of course I'll wait until I'm 10 years old. Whoever you pressure will lose. In fact, whoever you pressure will lose never really saw his master as a true 3-year-old child. Starry younglings are precocious, but Doubao was more wise than usual. Whoever you pressure will lose had often been told at home that he had a small psychological age and wouldn't grow up. So in his feelings, Bai only felt a little younger than him, not sensing a significant age difference. Bai Yiyi spent a month rising from level 1 to level 3. and the final exams were approaching. She canceled her daily training and work, dedicating herself entirely to review. On the first day after the exams, Bai Yiyi received an invitation from Professor Gu to visit. Doubao had grown quickly in the past 6 months, now reaching Bai Yiyi's waist. His facial features had not changed much, but he appeared much more confident and poised than when he first visited Professor Gu's home. Not only had he gained some weight, but his complexion was also fairer and more radiant than before, resembling a porcelain doll. Perhaps due to the preschool training at the Younglings Management Bureau, learning about mechas on the Mecha Combat platform, and being cared for by Yiyi at Bai Yiyi's request, who often took him to play extreme battlefield. He seemed to have lost some of the typical childishness and gained a bit of sharpness. Even before going out, Bai Yiyi was momentarily taken aback. Then she shook her head. This child had probably spent too much time with Qin Yinfeng. They even looked a bit alike. Professor Gu was very fond of Doubao and, considering that Doubao was of school age, asked Bai Yiyi about her plans. The schools on the main star are all good. Just choose one close to home, Professor Gu suggested. Bai Yiyi had already discussed this with Doubao before, trying to ask where Doubao wanted to go to school. However, Doubao's response made her give up the idea. Doubao had not yet undergone assessment for his preschool training at the Younglings Management Bureau, and if he wanted to go to a regular school now, the preschool training would end. The preschool training at the Younglings Management Bureau was aimed at cultivating future military talents from among quality younglings. And if the assessment results were satisfactory, they could enter the next training program at the Younglings Management Bureau. Therefore, Bai Yiyi was waiting for Doubao's assessment results to come out. When Professor Gu asked about schooling, Bai Yiyi picked out the key points and explained everything. Professor Gu had been unaware of this matter, but he suddenly understood when he recalled Doubao's game console incident. He had also heard about the preschool training at the Younglings Management Bureau. The application conditions were strict and had high requirements for the younglings' qualifications. In that case, there was no need to rush. Professor Gu looked at Doubao with love in his eyes, in his heart. He had long treated Doubao as his own grandson, feeling proud, yet somewhat distressed about the hardships Doubao would face in training. The assessment would probably take a few more months and wouldn't be a one-time rejection. There would be opportunities for reassessment afterward. However, there was a limit. If he failed the third assessment, there would be no further training. Nevertheless, the Younglings Management Bureau would still subsidize a portion of the educational expenses for younglings up to university, and if they ultimately applied to a military academy. There would also be a points reduction policy. Doubao gently touched Professor Gu's face and earnestly reassured him. Doubao isn't tired. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm just worried about you, which is why I didn't tell you. His little adult demeanor was still somewhat cute. Professor Gu felt a warmth in his heart and suddenly found his own little brat quite annoying. Actually, there's one more thing I want to call you here for. Professor Gu remembered the important matter and spoke slowly. Qi Lu, who was also in the study, took over for Professor Gu and continued the conversation. Recently, there had been abnormal movements in the Ming-Fa star system, located 3 light years away, causing several planets to explode, and the impact had spread beyond the Ming-Fa star system. The dispatch survey team discovered a sea blue planet, seemingly showing signs of life. There were many ruins on it, indicating it might be some ancient civilization. I think I can go alone, but the teacher wants you to accompany me. Qi Lu sighed helplessly. Chapter 143. Investigation of Ruined Civilization. There are a total of 8 teams going to the ruins. Each team can determine their own schedule. Professor Gu considered that Bai Yiyi only had the next holiday suitable for her. So he set the time for after the long holiday, following the end of the next semester. This semester, Bai Yiyi only had a little over a month of vacation, while the next long holiday lasts for 3 months. Professor Gu hadn't mentioned it to her before, considering she was busy. As soon as the final exams ended, he called her over to seek her opinion. Is there any video material? When Bai Yiyi heard about the blue planet, she felt a stir in her heart. She didn't initially want to agree, but somehow she asked. Yes. Qi Lu sent a copy of the video material to Bai Yiyi and simultaneously projected it using a light brain. This planet had apparently been polluted before, taking at least 1,000 years to begin restoring its ecology. The land area is very small, with almost 2/3 being ocean. The variety of vegetation is rich, far exceeding many advanced planets, but the organisms are too fragile and easily damaged. After testing, the planet is suitable for human habitation. And after investigating the ruined civilization, the Federation will likely classify it as a Class C or higher advanced planet for auction. In the video, the ecosystem has just begun to recover and lush greenery can be seen on the land. The so-called ruins resemble city ruins, barely revealing their former glory under the erosion of time, with most having turned into piles of rubble. Aside from the vegetation, traces of animals are rarely seen. But surveys show that many small animals live on the planet, while the discovery of medium to large animals is quite rare, though not non-existent. The first time Bai Yiyi saw the blue planet in the video, she momentarily thought of the past blue star. When mountains and rivers appeared before her, she could still maintain her composure. However, the moment the city ruins came into view, Bai Yiyi's body could no longer help but tremble. Perhaps this planet resembled the former blue star too closely, making her feel melancholic. Qilu had originally been introducing the situation of this planet to Bai Yiyi, but as he spoke, he noticed that the woman before him, whom he admired for her knowledge of ancient civilizations, had an expression that was quite different. Her calm eyes were fixed on the world in the video, seemingly trapped in another time and space he didn't know. Her body had clearly stiffened, and the sorrow in her eyes left him perplexed. It was as if she empathized with the lost civilization on the planet. Qilu's voice became softer. After a while, no one spoke. Qilu looked at Professor Gu, who gently shook his head and gazed at Bai Yiyi with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Mom. Doubao stepped forward and hugged Bai Yiyi, bringing her back to her senses. Bai Yiyi slightly lowered her eyes and received the document Qilu sent via the light brain. I can go for the ruins civilization investigation. Bai Yiyi thought about going, feeling that there were answers waiting for her to find there. Who else will be going? Me and a few teachers from the academy. Qilu tilted his head to look at Professor Gu. Okay, what we need to do then? Just record the discoveries. As long as we can find things that other teams can't, our mission will be considered complete. The 8 teams go at different times. Based on the schedule, which number are we? The 7th team, I guess. We're going to be the second to last. So what is left to discover? The other team should have found everything by now. Bai Yiyi's mood calmed down. They were likely just going through the motions without expecting any new discoveries, right? On the contrary, another matter Qilu mentioned piqued Bai Yiyi's interest. You said after the ruins civilization investigation, there will be an auction for this planet? Bai Yiyi felt puzzled, but also thought it was quite normal. The Federation relied on selling planets for profit, which was understandable. This planet has a very good ecological environment and is very suitable for habitation and development, so it naturally has commercial value. Qilu said, there should be many people wanting to buy it. Why? Oh, I'm just curious about what kind of price such a planet would auction for. Professor Gu glanced at Bai Yiyi and smiled. Very expensive. If you want to buy it, I can help you think of a way. Bai Yiyi was taken aback. She did have a slight thought about it. However, buying a planet isn't just about spending star coins at the time of purchase. The subsequent development and construction would be like a bottomless pit, but the returns would definitely be very high. It's just that ordinary people might not be able to sustain the initial capital consumption. Let us talk about it then. Bai Yiyi shrugged. Her current life was quite good, and her financial situation was sufficient for her and Doubao to live. There was no need to complicate things for herself. She was already busy enough as it was. Qilu also said that many people would want to buy it, but there was only one planet. And her interest in this planet hadn't reached the point where she would spend a large sum to buy it. During the more than a month of vacation, Bai Yiyi finally found time to compete on the mecha battle platform. At first, she might have simply wanted to reduce the gap with Doubao, but as she played, she unexpectedly found joy in it. Previously, Bai Yiyi had reached level 3 in the competition area, but her progress slowed down significantly afterward. By the end of the vacation, she had just touched the tail end of level 4. Winning a few more matches would accumulate enough points to be rated at level 4. Bai Yiyi also clearly felt her practical combat experience becoming richer. The people in the low-quality area were truly inexperienced. Before, she only felt pressure when battling Doubao. But once she entered the competition area, different people had different combat habits and styles, allowing her to grow rapidly through repeated matches. Level 4 is also a watershed in the competition area. After reaching level 4, Bai Yiyi could compete with level 9 experts. This reminded her of the first time she brought Doubao to watch a competition and saw the match between Cold Crow and Get Hit. Cold Crow is still on the leaderboard, with a striking win rate of 99. It is said that afterward, Cold Crow and Get Hit fought again, and Cold Crow lost again. After learning about this, Bai Yiyi recalled their previous match, although she didn't clearly remember the details. So, even though her understanding of mechas was deeper now, she couldn't judge how much strength Get Hit had retained at that time. After the new semester began, Bai Yiyi's visits to the mecha battle platform decreased significantly. She even couldn't remember when she reached level 4. Extreme Battlefield had already launched its second map, and the entertainment mode had only released 2 for now. Meanwhile, Fox Competition, which developed alongside it, was gradually getting on track. Although it was still far from breaking even, the popularity continued to rise, and various collaboration invitations came one after another. Chapter 144. Inside information. Bai Yiyi had completed all the combat drills at the secret base, but she had already fallen in love with the exhilarating feeling of battle. The time she spent training at the secret base had significantly decreased, and to thank Qin Yinfeng, Bai Yiyi specifically sent a message asking when he would be free to come over for dinner. Since Bai Yiyi returned home every day, she occasionally ran into Qin Yinfeng when he was dropping off Doubao. Qin Yinfeng was merely Doubao's nominal father. He fulfilled his duties in teaching her, sometimes leading Bai Yiyi to have the illusion of a family of 3. However, she had no time to contemplate when this illusion would end. Your combat instincts are too cautious, elongating the battle lines. On the mecha combat platform, after a match ended, Qin Yinfeng, with the ID 1000, walked up to Bai Yiyi. His steady and restrained voice resembled a small bronze bell, resonating slightly and refreshing the ears. You should have struck earlier in that match. The enemy would have feared you just the same. Your repeated tests of dodging to the side were unnecessary. In the face of absolute strength, decisive action can disrupt the opponent's entire strategy, which is also called taking them by surprise. Reflecting on the guidance battles, Bai Yiyi faintly understood something. She reached out and touched the exterior of her mecha. The realism it could achieve was very high. She could even feel the coarse texture of the char battle scars and the heat emanating from them. If the battle lines are drawn too long, even if you ultimately win, the losses will multiply. But that's not the point. Let us have another round. Bai Yiyi's eyes brightened as she requested another match with Qin Yinfeng. As a qualified teaching tool, Qin Yinfeng allowed Bai Yiyi to quickly adjust her combat strategy. After several attempts, she had further insights, feeling increasingly comfortable. You're progressing quickly. Your aptitude should be quite good. Achieving mecha intra-level standards in just a few months makes you quite suitable for military school. At your current level, you could try for a mecha engineer certification. A mecha engineer certification? Bai Yiyi, just emerging from a combat state, was taken aback. She had never thought of that. I'll give it a try, she said. Then I can hang out in the professional area. Due to fatigue, her voice was soft yet carried a hint of excitement. Qin Yinfeng's invisible smile curved slightly. He seemed to see his younger self with that pure love for mechas. The difference was that this was a path he had to walk. Doubao's enthusiasm for mechas was not less than Bai Yiyi's, but in front of Bai Yiyi, he could faintly sense a different stirring in his heart. During this time, he continually analyzed his inner thoughts, but upon seeing her, he seemed to find the answer. However, he gradually discovered that she seemed to have no special feelings for him. Remembering Bai Yiyi's repeated mentions of dissolving their partnership, Qin Yinfeng's heart sank. Have you thought about what theme you want your next game to be? Not yet. Bai Yiyi actually had some ideas for her next game, but the current fan base of Extreme Battlefield was not solid enough. She planned to focus on doing Extreme Battlefield well first, and then develop more gameplay based on that foundation. Otherwise, in the long run, this game won't last long, and the program she just created would suffer losses because of it. Although she couldn't expect all her games to become Ivy League hits, she would do her best to make them the best. Bai Yiyi shared her thoughts with Qin Yinfeng. This wasn't the first time she mentioned it. She had previously discussed it with Yi. Yi also supported my ideas, Bai Yiyi said. After all, he live streams this game every day and has heard quite a few comments from his viewers. He has helped me analyze a lot. After she said this, she didn't hear a response for a while. Are you still listening? I am. Qin Yinfeng's voice paused, I have insider information. Recently, the success rate of partner matching in the interstellar gene matching database has been continuously decreasing. The Federation plans to support dating games, and documents will likely come down soon. If you have plans for your next game, you might consider this. Bai Yiyi processed this information. The Federation would soon support dating games, and documents would be forthcoming. Information from Qin Yinfeng must be true. Thank you. I'll think about it. Saying she would consider it, Bai Yiyi had already made up her mind. When opportunities arise, those who don't seize them are fools. Thank you. Is that too polite? Qin Yinfeng's tone was slightly off, causing Bai Yiyi's heart to skip a beat. My fault. Bai Yiyi laughed. Teacher Qin, being magnanimous, shouldn't he hold a grudge, right? In my heart, besides Doubao, you're the most important. Besides Doubao, you're the most important. The slowly germinating heart welcomed a warm ray of sunlight, and greenery grew wildly. Qin Yinfeng suppressed his emotions, nearly unable to contain another side of himself. Even though he knew, Bai Yiyi's words held little truth. All right, I'm not blaming you. Not detecting any displeasure in his words, Bai Yiyi finally relaxed. After learning the insider information from Qin Yinfeng, Bai Yiyi began to pay attention to the latest news from the Partner Registration Center, while also thinking about what kind of dating game to create. Dating games are generally story-driven. This was precisely Bai Yiyi's weaker area, but in the interstellar realm, it was too much of a problem. M-platform games can purchase high-intelligence NPCs with star coins, as long as the settings are done well. The story can be led by the players, offering high freedom. Therefore, dating games have relatively low barriers to entry, but achieving outstanding results is quite difficult. Bai Yiyi had previously looked at the top 5 games on the W leaderboard, 3 of which were competitive games typified by Star Wars, while the other 2 were dating games. This indicated that dating games had a considerable audience. Bai Yiyi's mind flashed with myths from Huaxia, various love stories between humans, ghosts, gods, and demons. If she wanted to borrow from them, it would be simple. But how to blend them together to form her own characteristics, or rather, the setting of the game's worldview, posed a challenge for Bai Yiyi. Only when the news about supporting dating games that Qin Yinfeng mentioned came out did Bai Yiyi begin to have some preliminary ideas in her mind. On Starblock, the policy analysis post about improving gene database matching rates and strongly supporting dating games was wildly shared by various official accounts. During a break at work, Mo.Ju suddenly heard the special attention reminder sound from Starblog and curiously opened it. His special attention on Starblog only included the boss and the silly sparrow. These two hadn't posted a single update in hundreds of years, so Mo.Ju was already used to it. When he saw the special attention reminder, he thought it was strange and instinctively glanced at the silly sparrow not far away. However, after opening it, he silently turned his gaze toward the boss's exclusive office area. The silly sparrow quietly approached. The two of them watched as the boss, whose account was certified as Deputy Director of the Young Management Bureau, reposted the latest policy analysis blog post and added 3 words. It's possible. Mo.Ju. Chike. Damn, keeping secrets from us. Chapter 145, he will name it. You asked me what to do. The boss has a part-time job at the Cub Management Bureau, but it's not just as an acting deputy director. What Chike mentioned about concealment refers to the new policy, and one can easily see how much support it provides for dating games, especially since game developers who have never made dating games can receive substantial funding. And the hottest dating game on the W platform can even win hundreds of millions in prizes. How could the Federation be so generous? Without the boss's involvement, neither Mo.Ju nor Chike would believe it. Moreover, this policy clearly favors someone. The boss really dotes on his sister-in-law. The single dog, Chi, K analyzed, but is it interesting for the couple to shuffle money back and forth? Or is this what others call romance? Bai Yiyi's games have all been a hit. Chike couldn't help but acknowledge her strength. Achieving the title of the hottest dating game of the year on W is not impossible. Is it possible that the sister-in-law never intended to rely on the boss's wealth, and the boss is indirectly giving money to his wife? After Mo.Ju mentioned this possibility, he felt something was off. Makes sense. Once they figured this out, they stopped mentioning it and threw themselves back into work. Before Mo.Ju closed Starblog, he couldn't help but zone out for a moment. Is a boss's intention really like this? Bai Yiyi dissected every detail of the policy, further solidifying her thoughts, and began working on game development. High-intelligence NPCs are too expensive, so Bai Yiyi only plans to use them for the main characters, while other characters will be freely generated by the system after being set up. Players can choose the world they are born into and the main character, or they can choose randomly. The game mode is divided into two types. One is a set plot, and the other is a high-freedom exploration plot. The set plot also allows teaming with the object of affection, choosing the same world, and experiencing the love story naturally along with the plot. Furthermore, different main characters in the same world have their own plot settings, allowing for multiple experiences. The high-freedom exploration plot can also form teams, match directly, or even choose to block memories, fully immersing in the world, which also has fixed plots that require triggers to activate. Just setting up the basic game settings took Bai Yiyi a lot of time and energy. The cost expenditures seemed negligible, especially with the policy's funding subsidies. So the pressure wasn't great. Bai Yiyi restructured her schedule, dedicating 3 fixed hours each day to game development, allowing for early completion but no delays. Even so, every time she stepped out of the Star Network pod on time, Bai Yiyi felt physically and mentally exhausted, needing to lie in bed for an hour to recover. This state lasted for about a month, and only then did Bai Yiyi feel somewhat accustomed to it, partly because the overall framework of the game had been completed, saving a lot of energy for the subsequent detailing. After more than half a semester, Bai Yiyi's new game finally reached its conclusion. When it came to naming, she faced difficulties again. Bai Yiyi browsed the W platform and saw that since the new policy was announced, countless dating games with various names had emerged, leaving her dazzled. I met a rich woman while working on the main star. Can you call me baby, sister? Love battles to eliminate the insect race. My robot husband has the strongest motor. Adopting a female slave on Garbage Star. My sister's nutritional paste became sentient. Bai Yiyi felt overwhelmed. She wasn't sure if she should follow such naming trends. In the end, she sent a message to Yi, asking for his advice on naming. Just as she sent the message, Bai Yiyi suddenly thought of Qin Yanfeng, who provided her with insider information. She paused her fingers, pondering while pulling up Qin Yanfeng's contact. Just as she was about to send a message, she suddenly saw a notification on the chat page. You have added Yi to the group chat. You have added Qin Yanfeng to the group chat. Damn. Bai Yiyi looked at the group, showing 3 people, and fell into a dilemma. She had accidentally turned the communications of the two into a group chat. She was just about to dissolve the group chat while they weren't paying attention when a message popped up in the group. Qin Yanfeng. I'm the best at naming. Huh, what group? Bai Yiyi sighed. Bai Yiyi, I accidentally created a group. Ignore it. I will dissolve it right away. Qin Yanfeng. What did he say about naming? Qin Yanfeng. Explain before dissolving. Qin Yanfeng squinted at the name and message from Yi on the virtual screen, his expression slightly shifting. The pressure around him also lowered. Bai Yiyi was busy, and Qin Yanfeng was usually busy too. When he took time to bring Doubao, he often heard her mention that mom was very busy lately. Qin Yanfeng hadn't seen Bai Yiyi for some time and wasn't very clear about her current situation. Naming? For whom? Yi's previous gaze at Bai Yiyi had been strange. Thinking of a certain possibility, Qin Yanfeng felt inexplicably irritable. Bai Yiyi, I just made a new game, and I don't know what to name it, so I wanted to ask you. Qin Yanfeng, you guys? Qin Yanfeng was still not in a good mood and lightly deleted the "you would think to ask me" from the chat box and read the message. Qin Yanfeng, if he's so good at naming, why are you asking me? It's fine, the more people, the more ideas, but Yi, you're asking the right person. Bai Yiyi couldn't detect any emotions in Qin Yanfeng's words. After thinking for a moment, she still explained, Bai Yiyi, you told me to make a dating game back then, and now that I've made it, I just wanted to let you know and see if you could help me think of a name. If you can't come up with one, then forget it. Brother Qin can't name it, I'll do it. Qin Yanfeng, I can. Qin Yanfeng, tell me about your game. Since Qin Yanfeng had said so, Bai Yiyi decided not to dissolve the group chat and started discussing her new game's basic settings and content in the group. However, Yi, looking at the group chat, felt a bit lonely and averted his gaze. He pouted and sighed in disappointment. His heart felt sour. He could sense the difference in Bai Yiyi's feelings towards Qin Yanfeng. Even though he knew the two were pair because of Doubao, he had a vague feeling that their relationship was very close. Recognizing this, a heavy stone pressed down in Yiyi's heart. He had played games with Doubao and had learned from her that Qin Yinfeng had been taking Doubao to preschool training and even teaching him about mechas. When he had met Qin Yinfeng before, Yiyi could sense that this man had some feelings for Bai Yiyi, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Chapter 146. First love. After Bai Yiyi finished speaking, the group chat fell silent for a moment. She quietly waited for a while. And just when she couldn't help but break the silence, several messages popped up in the group chat one after another. Yiyi, the setting is amazing. I haven't played many dating games, but I've never heard of such a rich story background. Yiyi, dating strategy? Yiyi, in another world? I am in love again. Yiyi, soul bond? Yiyi, what do you think? Which one do you like? Yiyi mentioned several names in succession. They all sounded quite plausible, but Bai Yiyi was a bit uncertain. Perhaps she hadn't heard the most suitable answer yet. Qin Yinfeng, first love. Qin Yinfeng, too flashy. Yiyi, dude, do you even understand? Is that what you call flashy? Go check out W platform. There are countless bizarre names. Qin Yinfeng, she has so many fans, she doesn't need to attract attention. Bai Yiyi, actually, I think being flashy doesn't necessarily mean attracting attention. The name first love is too hasty. Bai Yiyi doesn't like it. She suddenly regretted asking Qin Yinfeng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to rack her brains thinking about how to politely refuse Qin Daolao's suggestion. Just after sending a message, Bai Yiyi received a new message outside the group chat from Qin Yinfeng's private chat page. Qin Yinfeng, if you use first love, I'll help you promote it. Bai Yiyi, how will you help me promote it? Qin Yinfeng, the Qin family has a publicity department. I can just mention it in one sentence, and you'll be number one on the annual hot list. Bai Yiyi, okay. Qin Yinfeng, what do you mean? Bai Yiyi, actually, being number one on the annual hot list isn't that important to me. Mainly, I think the name First Love is great. I really like it. So I plan to use this name, and you will help me promote it, right? Qin Yinfeng, yeah. Bai Yiyi switched back to the group chat and replied with a hint of regret. Bai Yiyi, but I think you have a point. Let us call the game First Love. After sending this message, without waiting for Yiyi to respond, she immediately disbanded the group chat. Then she opened Yiyi's contact and apologized shyly. I'm really sorry for wasting your time. Aw, I didn't want this either. Boo-hoo. Bai Yiyi explained several times in a row. When Yiyi saw Bai Yiyi's last message in the group chat, the next moment he was prompted that the group chat was disbanded. When he saw Bai Yiyi's private message, he could only smile helplessly. No need to apologize. It's nothing. I'm just sorry I couldn't help you. A sour feeling filled Yiyi's heart, and his eyes in front of the virtual screen were shrouded in a faint gray. He had thought of so many names for her, but it couldn't compete with one person's words. Bai Yiyi, don't think like that. Besides, you've always helped me a lot. You will always be a good friend in my eyes. A friend? The murmuring voice spilled from the boy's mouth, dissipating in the dim room, trailing a hint of melancholy, wrapping him in a sense of exhaustion and sorrow like dried water. Yiyi pinched his palm, the pain bringing him back to reality. Yiyi, okay. As before, after choosing a name and submitting it for review, Bai Yiyi still used Baidu's account to post a dynamic announcement about the launch of First Love. This time the review was much quicker, passing in less than an hour after the post was made. There were 10,000 spots for the closed beta. As Bai Yiyi had anticipated, more than half of the spots were filled on the same day. Baidu's new game must be reserved. Otherwise, you won't be able to get into the closed beta. It's actually a dating game. There have been so many new dating games lately, and this name is quite fresh and unique. I love playing dating games the most. I've already pulled my husband to play together. Aw, who wants to date? I want to shoot. The introduction seems interesting. I wonder how it plays. I'm almost tired of dating games. I'm picky now. I'll try it first. If I say it's fun, then it's really fun. I'm really tired of dating games lately. I'm not planning to play anymore. Baidu, why didn't you release it sooner? No, I still have to reserve it. In the end, all 10,000 spots were filled. On the day of the closed beta launch, Yiyi sent Bai Yiyi several pictures. Yiyi, look, image. Bai Yiyi opened the images to see that they were screenshots of the new game promotion page, filled with the latest closed beta reservations. And the game names in the screenshots were prominently Second Love, Third Love, Fourth Love, Fifth love. 108 love. Can they really follow the trend like this? Bai Yiyi wanted to remain calm, but found it laughable. They're all riding on your popularity. Sighs dramatically. Bai Yiyi, it's okay. They can ride their own wave. Doesn't this just prove that my first love has popularity? I'm just worried they affect your performance. This counts as malicious behavior. The system's recommendations are very fair and usually recommend similar games. If your first love is tied together with so many trash games, then other similar games might not even see yours. It's like putting a limit on your first love. And you can't report them before the closed beta reservation ends. It will greatly affect your public beta data. You have to take this seriously. Bai Yiyi understood. Bai Yiyi, it's fine. She calmly forwarded the images you sent to Qin phone. Bai Yiyi, sigh. Bai Yiyi, otherwise, can you help me promote it later? I'll report these first. Bai Yiyi could easily post for a whole day, explaining the situation to her fans. This way, she could ensure that some people wouldn't go for those trend-following games. But she couldn't stop the haters from causing trouble. Bai Yiyi could even imagine what kinds of accusations the haters would throw at her. She didn't care, but she didn't want to give those malicious trend followers a chance. After a while, Bai Yiyi received a reply from Qin phone. Qin phone, don't worry. Just leave this to them. They must refer to the Qin family's publicity department. Bai Yiyi felt relieved, sacrificing an unpleasant name in exchange for greater benefits. Before long, Bai Yiyi experienced the power of the Qin family's publicity department. Many well-known star bloggers across the internet began to recommend the game First Love. When this wave of enthusiasm peaked, the trending topics Cub Management Bureau likes First Love and Spouse Registration Center shares First Love player pairing lists both made it to the hot search. Chapter 147. The clown cannot be Sister Faye. First Love is trending. The young assistant, In, who had lifted her head from the virtual screen, spoke to her producer with disdain about the latest news regarding First Love. Where her gaze fell upon Meng Ru Fei, admiration overflowed in her eyes. She had been following Meng Ru Fei for 2 years since her graduation. Whatever Meng Ru Fei asked her to do, she never found any problem with it. Even when using underhanded methods to suppress similar works, she only thought that others were not good enough and couldn't withstand a little test. Especially when Meng Ru Fei shared her past struggles upon entering the industry. In felt even more convinced that truly good works can stand up no matter what. If the results are not good, then the work itself is to blame. Doubao now has a considerable reputation, which is normal. Meng Ru Fei listened to Yin's words, biting her lip with a hint of unwillingness in her tone. I never expected that doing this would prevent First Love from rising. I just want to secure my first place. Meng Ru Fei had been in the W platform for almost 9 years, with her representative work The Elite crawls at my feet having dominated the charts for years. Currently, the hottest dating game Military Love also came from her, ranking in the top 5 of W's hot list. The new support policy released by the Federation was too tempting. How could Meng Ru Fei, who had already made achievements in dating games, miss this opportunity? From the moment she heard the news, she considered the annual hot list first prize bonus as already hers. She had few competitors. However, upon learning that Doubao had released First Love, Meng Ru Fei still felt a sense of crisis. Doubao had only been in the industry for a year, and every game she released became a hit. Even Sano had stumbled a bit because of her. Due to the Star Entertainment game show, Sano was said to be less popular than Doubao. The competitive games Star Wars and Extreme Battlefield were repeatedly compared, and now Extreme Battlefield was improving rapidly, showing signs of surpassing Star Wars. Meng Ru Fei noticed this and discussed it with her assistant. The conclusion was that Doubao was too willing to spend star coins and was very good at enticing players to spend money. Meng Ru Fei was inspired by this. Therefore, she was also very afraid of such talented players when she realized that Doubao was entering her field. Meng Ru Fei felt a bit uneasy. Using low-cost and small tactics to suppress competitors' works was what Meng Ru Fei was best at and most skilled in. She had experienced this herself when she was weaker. The game with the strange name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Love was arranged by her assistant In to find someone to create. Just having a strange name wouldn't get blocked in a review. If there were few games with the same name, even a successful report could become a problem. Cub's Management Bureau likes First Love Spouse Registration Center shares First Love Player Pairing list looking at the two hottest trending keywords, Meng Meng Ru Fei's heart sank. Especially with the rapid rise in popularity of First Love after its public test, her works had never seen such a peak moment. This Baidu is truly something else. Meng Meng Ru Fei felt like she was bleeding internally but had no way out. I'm not feeling good, and she shouldn't expect to feel good either. According to what I taught you before, find some trouble for her. I want to make her so busy that she can't handle it, and let her know that this first prize bonus is not easy to obtain. Okay, Yiyi replied indignantly. In her eyes, this first prize belonged to Meng Meng Ru Fei. In the past, she thought Baidu really had talent. But after seeing the enthusiasm for First Love, she realized it was all marketing. No wonder every time Baidu released a new game, there was such a huge topic volume. After all, it was still her limited experience and naivety. Yiyi arranged according to Meng Meng Ru Fei's instructions. In less than 3 days, Yiyi's W account showed violation of regulations, account banned for 30 days. Yiyi was confused. She hadn't done anything that could be called a violation. She merely used her account to boost Meng Meng Ru Fei's game data. She hurried to find customer service. The customer service sent her a link. When she clicked on it, she found out it was a negative review she had posted under First Love. You have been reported for malicious rating, damaging the game's comment section atmosphere. Yiyi bit her teeth and swallowed her anger. She admitted it was her fault for not being cautious enough, and she had used her own account to post negative reviews. In fact, she had also used many accounts to post reviews, and after she clicked on them, they were basically all banned. However, Starblog, sorry, you have been banned from speaking 72 hours due to reported inappropriate comments. Game bar, permanently banned. We suggest you create a new account. You can speak after reaching level 5. D Station, detected unusual login activity. Please check before logging in again. If you have any issues, please contact us. Bloom Live, backend data cleared. We have detected your aversion to the game area, and we're closing your game area live broadcast. Please forgive us. Yiyi was completely blown up. Sister Fei, who did I offend? Yiyi was in despair and immediately went to Meng Meng Ru Fei to cry. What greeted her was a rebuke. Stop making trouble. Meng Meng Ru Fei looked at the warning message from the W backend, her heart in chaos. And her face showed an unprecedented anger. Yiyi was scared and shivered. Look at what you've done. Forget it. Don't target First Love anymore. If I had known the result was predetermined, why would I play the clown? Meng Meng Ru Fei threw down the things beside her, her anger uncontrollable. The warning message from the back end told her not to play tricks and to compete fairly. It actually came from the official. This Baidu has such a big backing. Meng Meng Ru Fei felt like a clown, utterly humiliated. She also hated Baidu deeply. The GM of the W platform was a team that had received reports of bad competition in the dating games sector from the Qin family. The Qin family held a 30% stake in W and had always had deep business exchanges with the W platform. After receiving the news, WGM immediately conducted an investigation and data analysis. If it weren't for Meng Meng Ru Fei going too far, she wouldn't have received such a warning message. Bai Yiyi was unaware of all this. She only focused on making First Love, always believing in doing everything to the best of her ability, regardless of the outcome. She would have no regrets. Bai Yiyi still put forth all her strength despite the promise given by Qin Yanfeng. Otherwise, she would feel sorry for her players. When she finally took a look at First Love's performance, it was already on fire, with First Love no longer needing her efforts. Bai Yiyi shifted her focus to her new favorite, the mecha combat platform. Recently, a formidable figure had emerged in the competitive area of the Star Network mecha combat platform, rising from level 4 to level 9 in just 3 months. With increasingly impressive results, even defeating high win rate experts like Cold Crow. The ID descendant of the dragon from Huaxiao was making waves in the competitive area in a short time. Not only was his strength impressive, but many level 9 experts were also willing to fight against him. Chapter 148. Encountering again to take a beating while immersed in mecha combat. Bai Yiyi could clearly feel her improvement in strength. It seemed that after Qin Yanfeng's guidance, she had gained insight, and the once elusive sensations had become tangible. At the same time, she had also met many level 9 experts in the competition zone. Learning from each other had become a daily routine. Bai Yiyi was also eager to exchange experiences with them through practical combat. Your operation when the base track flipped is really amazing. I thought you would roll over my right wing, but you directly used the other side as a pivot and jumped over me from above. I was stunned. After finishing a match with someone whose ID was Rampaging Mecha Girl, Bai Yiyi excitedly messaged her. While playing against the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia, Rampaging Mecha Girl often found herself overwhelmed, but couldn't help but feel pleased when the other party praised her operations afterward. Rampaging Mecha Girl, it's okay. I used to have poor balance when I first played Mecha, so I'm used to this kind of operation. Rampaging Mecha Girl. Dragon. Sister Long, can you teach me that 3-hit combo? How do you precisely control the launch angle of each shell? I can't dodge it at all. I've seen someone do it before, but as long as I can predict it, I 1T get hit. Although Rampaging Mecha Girl has a fierce name, she is actually just a little girl who loves mechas and is not yet an adult. She plans to apply to a military academy in the future. Her combat style is more in line with her name. When asking Bai Yiyi questions, Rampaging Mecha Girl was quite nervous. She had only recently reached level 9 and had heard from senior level 9 players that the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia had strong mental prowess and was definitely from the professional zone, encouraging her to learn from her. Bai Yiyi was still unaware that the level 9 mecha pilots she had faced in the competition zone had already come to a mutual understanding. Now that they were level 9, they were all very experienced, and from their matches, they could sense that the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia had exceptionally high mental attributes. Many operations that they couldn't perform at all seemed as simple as drinking water in her hands. However, this alone wasn't enough to earn their admiration and favor. The key was her humility. She always praised their spectacular performances in matches and humbly sought advice. This was akin to having their small details kindly acknowledged by someone else, satisfying their vanity. Who wouldn't like that? The descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. Sure, let us have another match. I'll point out the key points for you. Just pay attention to my operations. However, this might require a lot of practice. It took me several days to learn it too. Rampaging Mecha Girl. Okay, thank you, Sister Long. Rampaging Mecha Girl didn't think too much about it. She was just very happy to hear that Sister Long was willing to teach her and immediately dove into the match. But when she really started to understand, Rampaging Mecha Girl began to doubt her life choices. You can find a point of support or a reference line to find the symmetrical angle. The speed of continuous fire should ideally be controlled between 0.3 to 0.7 seconds. If you can't estimate the time, you just have to find the feeling. Bai Yiyi earnestly taught based on her accumulated experience. Although Rampaging Mecha Girl found Bai Yiyi's instructions a bit difficult, she still tried her best to attempt it. As for the 0.3 to 0.7 seconds, she figured she would just calculate it as 0.5 seconds, which was easier for her. Of course, Bai Yiyi wasn't intentionally raising the difficulty for her. She just wanted her to have a baseline. In Bai Yiyi's view, precisely controlling 0.5 seconds was indeed harder than controlling between 0.3 to 0.7 seconds. After several rounds, Bai Yiyi had shared everything she could, and after Rampaging Mecha Girl had no new questions, she finally said, "If you have any issues later, you can find me. I'm going to find someone else to battle. I've already made an appointment." Rampaging Mecha Girl nodded, feeling half sorrowful and half joyful as she replied, I will work hard. Knowing is one thing. Learning is another." Rampaging Mecha Girl spent a full half-month diligently studying before she mastered the 3-hit combo technique she learned from Bai Yiyi. Reflecting on Sister Long's words that she had taken several days to learn, Rampaging Mecha Girl was nearly in tears. The level 9 seniors were indeed right. It couldn't be truer. But when she shared this feeling with her seniors, they also covered their mouths, choking back tears and said, "You can do it. Who isn't like that?" Rampaging Mecha Girl. Just when Bai Yiyi felt it was about time and registered for the Mecha Pilot Certification exam, she received a special challenge invitation when she logged onto the Mecha Combat platform again. Seeing the challenger's name, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. She had a deep impression of this person. Come over to take a beating? Bai Yiyi checked his status. His last online presence was 2 months ago, back when she was still leveling up. Now, she had long reached level 9, but from the other party's perspective, She should be a relatively high win rate, newly promoted level 9, which was why he chose to challenge her. The person was online. Bai Yiyi first messaged Doubao, come watch my match, and bring your disciple along for a bet. Before long, she received a reply from Doubao. I'll be right there. Only then did Bai Yiyi click to agree and entered the competitive match. Both sides select combat mechas. Please choose the mecha carefully. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Bai Yiyi remembered the only time she had watched come over to take a beating, he used a silver mecha. After some thought, she chose a small light-winged energy cannon mecha. Compared to other attack types, the energy cannon wasn't as flashy, but the damage was a bit lower. After confirming the mecha, the two mechas appeared on a high cliff over a sea area. The mecha Bai Yiyi chose was very small, and as soon as she entered the battle map, she saw the huge silver mecha not far away. The size difference looked as ridiculous as a giant elephant next to a small hamster. At this moment, people were already entering the competition to watch. The first thing they saw was this scene. Clearly missing you, it's Dragon. Is she letting the other side win? Although mecha battles don't depend on size, this. Riding a small flying car, come over to take a beating seems a bit familiar. I can't remember who it is. This map actually puts come over to take a beating at a disadvantage. It's by the sea, and if the operation isn't good, they fall straight down. Sister Dragon can still fly, but the other side can't. Betting. I've placed my bet. This round is definitely on Dragon. Clearly missing you. I'm betting on Dragon too. Not interesting. No way. That mecha come over to take a beating looks very durable. The mecha Dragon chose has 2 low damage. Come over to take a beating can wear the other side down. Chapter 149. What card to flip? Doubao brought his apprentice. Whoever presses loses in. Without a second thought, whoever presses loses, placed a bet of 10,000 star coins on the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. When he saw the name of the opponent, he frowned in confusion. Whoever presses loses. That name sounds a bit familiar. Little White. Do you remember when we first met? Little White. You lost because you didn't bet on it. Little White. I remember Xiaoyin. As Doubao entered and saw the mech opposite, he immediately recalled the first time he saw it. Back then, he really liked this mech, but now, looking at it again, he was much more critical and quickly identified several flaws that could be exploited. His light and night dual birth was still perfect. With his master's reminder, whoever presses loses, quickly recalled. Whoever presses loses, whoever presses loses. This round 1T flip, right? Little White. Flip your sister's car, just wait and see. In less than 20 minutes. Xiaoyin will definitely lose. Whoever presses loses glanced at the odds of about 1 to 200, and his heart calmed slightly. He seemed to remember that in the previous match between Cold Crow and Get Hit, the odds were only about 1 to several dozen. His master was indeed impressive. Generally, the greater the disparity in odds, the more certain the victory. In the arena, the silver mech's concentrated barrage of firepower targeted the small light-wing mech. With almost no gaps between the attacks, the fire formed countless dazzling colors, engulfing the agile, small-wing mech. The audience couldn't help but sweat for the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. The mech chosen by Long excelled in agility, but was mediocre in both offense and defense. If it was hit by the silver mech's firepower more than 3 times, it would essentially be done for. The silver mech only needed to stay in place and output, and with the attack power of Longda's mech, even if it found a silver mech's weak point, it would require immense effort to break through. However, Bai Yiyi on the battlefield was not under much pressure at this moment. Although each dodge seemed perilous, she was gradually closing an Get Hit. She successfully approached the silver mech, but due to the difference in their sizes and the seemingly endless ammunition from the opponent, her movements became increasingly difficult. Bai Yiyi pinpointed a weak point and continuously maneuvered around the fire to attack it. The opponent did not take her attacks seriously. Even if they were damaging, the overall impact on the mech was not significant. Yet, the operations of the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia still brought a sense of crisis to Get Hit. From the small light-wing mech to now, he hadn't managed to hurt the opponent even a bit, and on several occasions, he could predict her predictions. Yet he still made mistakes. This made Get Hit feel that he had probably encountered a tough opponent this time. After 10 minutes, Bai Yiyi finally broke through the weak point. The weak spot exposed part of the mechanical structure, and she carefully skimmed over it, hooking the scraping hook on the underside of the mech. By the time Get Hit realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The small light-wing mech was firmly attached to him, right in the attack blind spot. He had a rich arsenal of weapons that could hit the opponent, but it would also severely injure himself. If this was just the opponent's way of drawing his firepower, and when he truly intended to self-harm, she quickly disengaged, the situation would spiral out of control. Even so, Get Hit decided to give it a try. At worst, he would hold back a bit and strike hard once the opponent disengaged. The barrage in the arena finally stopped. The observer saw a fiery aurora blade emerge from the silver mech side, close to the small light-wing mech. A loud roar sounded as the aurora blade sped toward the small light-wing mech. Whoever presses loses was so scared he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The small light-wing mech, hooked onto the silver mech, could extend a line up to 100 meters. When the aurora blade came in, the small light-wing mech quickly disengaged. The aurora blade grazed the hook line, but failed to cut it. Come on. The hook line capable of supporting a mech is the strongest part of the entire mech. Although the data for the virtual mech is simulated, as long as there exists a material of the same strength in reality, that setting must exist. Get Hit tried various attack methods, but still couldn't handle Bai Yiyi. Instead, in the repeated attempts, the silver mech lost its coordination, swaying unsteadily, and to everyone's bewilderment, it actually toppled toward the cliff and lost balance, falling into the sea. Clearly miss you, long to one. Dada. I said it just as I thought. Riding a little flying car passing by. Wow, I just remembered. This Get Hit is a big shot. Always challenging level 9 big shots, never lost once. No wonder it looks familiar. Clearly miss you. A big shot? It's not like we didn't crush him down. Whoever presses loses was still in a daze, looking at the betting results of the recent win, feeling a bit disoriented. Whoever presses loses. Master, I remember Get Hit wasn't very strong. Was he really not acting in this match? Little White. He often walks by the river and gets his shoes wet. Little White. Winning is what matters. Not to mention, whoever presses loses, being confused. Even Get Hit was momentarily stunned when he realized the balanced performance of his mech had been compromised. Then he finally understood how brilliantly the descendant of the dragon from Huaxia had positioned himself. From the very start, the opponent never intended to win through attack, but aimed to push him off the cliff. It must be said that the opponent was also quite lucky to match with this map. Even Get Hit didn't expect that Bai Yiyi had envisioned countless possibilities before the match began. The competition maps were random. Regardless of the map, she had already formulated a strategy in her mind, waiting to adapt as the match progressed. Exiting the match, Get Hit saw the betting results and realized the 200 star coins he had bet were gone. What a rare occurrence. Such high odds. Truly encountered a tough opponent. Ling Xiao looked at the odds of over 1 to 200 and sighed lightly. What else could be done? He turned to look for a new money-making opportunity. But before he found a new target, he received a friend request and a private message from his previous opponent. The descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. The descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. Want to play another round? Ling Xiao ground his teeth, feeling inexplicably that the other party's words were a provocation. Chapter 150. Did you take the exam? Come over for a beating? No. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time. Although not much could be discerned from the last match, he had a feeling that this descendant of the dragon from Huaxia was definitely not to be underestimated. Just by looking at the betting odds, it was clear that the opponent might also be here to fish for easy wins. Descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. I just started learning about mechas, and there are many things I don't understand. I'd like to ask you for some advice. Ling Xiao. If the opponent had said something like, "Are you scared?" Ling Xiao would have ignored them. He had a good mindset. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against his chest, accepting the friend's request from the other party. Come over for a beating. I don't know either. I'm just starting out. Since you said that, I'll play with you today. Bai Yiyi. Soon, the two began a new competitive match. Come over for a beating was still using that silver mecha. Bai Yiyi also did not change her choice. Seeing the identical, small, light-winged mecha and desert map from the last match, Ling Xiao smirked inwardly. He had to redeem himself in this round. Doubao then pulled her disciple to watch the match, betting on whoever loses without hesitation placed a bet on Bai Yiyi. The same bet of 10,000 star coins. In fact, even if he won, it wouldn't be much. If he lost, even if it was just one round, betting on whoever loses would suffer a heavy loss. Doubao felt warm inside seeing betting on whoever loses as actions. Little White, don't worry, my mom won't lose. Little White, even if she loses, I'll cover your losses. When she first started getting along with her disciple, Doubao accepted the apprenticeship fee from her disciple and returned a gift of similar value. As they got more familiar, Doubao explained the situation to her disciple and firmly rejected any apprenticeship fee. Bai Yiyi usually gave Doubao some pocket money, but not much. However, Doubao saved it up and even used her intelligence to earn a bit more. Her little treasury had over 100,000 now. So, even if Bai Yiyi lost a few more rounds, she could still cover her disciple's losses. Of course, she didn't think her mom would lose. Betting on whoever loses. Wow. Master, are you still counting this against me? Betting on whoever loses. Am I someone who lacks this little star coin? Betting on whoever loses. Besides, you let me bet on her winning before, and I made quite a bit from that. Betting on whoever loses. Betting is all about winning and losing anyway. Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia vs. come over for a beating. Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia wins. At the end of the match, Ling Xiao went from disbelief to feeling like his heart was dead. Come over for a beating. Impressive. Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia. You're impressive too, but the mecha you're using has strong attacks, but its weaknesses are very obvious. If I had switched to another mecha, I probably wouldn't have been so lucky. Hearing this from Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia, Ling Xiao was once again tempted. Coming back to his senses, he had already agreed to the next match. He then painfully realized that the other party seemed to understand his psychology too well, holding him firmly in place. Even though Ling Xiao knew that the opponent just wanted him to continue playing with her, he still couldn't refuse. After all, the chance to win was right in front of him. He could only focus on the betting pool, betting on himself each round, with 200 star coins every time. Losing wouldn't be too much of a loss. But clearly, the odds were getting higher and higher. Any win he achieved would be a great profit. However, after playing, Ling Xiao ended up playing several rounds against Bai Yiyi. Almost every round, he was just a hair's breadth away from winning. Bai Yiyi found it increasingly difficult to keep up. She could feel that Ling Xiao was putting forth his true strength, and she was also gaining more experience from the matches. However, compared to Qin Yinfeng, Ling Xiao was just too inexperienced. It was mainly thanks to Qin Yinfeng's guidance that Bai Yiyi had the confidence to win. Come over for a beating. I'm not playing anymore. After another match, Bai Yiyi was just about to say something when the other party quickly sent a message. Bai Yiyi raised her eyebrows. That's fine, after so many rounds. She was tired too. Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia. Thank you for today. I'm about to take the Mecha Engineer certification exam, and I feel your strength is very strong. You must have already passed it, right? Staring at the message just sent by the other party, Ling Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Someone who had passed the Mecha Engineer certification a long time ago, had actually lost repeatedly to a novice? Come over for a beating. No, I haven't taken it. Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia, sorry. Come over for a beating. It's okay. Ling Xiao felt unhappy. What are you pretending for? Descendant of the Dragon from Huaxia. Let us exchange contact information. Come over for a beating. Sure. After Ling Xiao sent his contact number, he suddenly froze. What kind of madness did I get myself into today? He agreed to everything she said. Ling Xiao realized this only after the fact. After adding each other as friends, Ling Xiao looked at the more than 1,000 star coins missing from his account and sighed as he glanced at the time before logging off. His previous part-time job had fallen through. He needed to find a new one. Come over for a beating said she hadn't taken a Mecha Engineer certification, and Bai Yiyi didn't think much of it. She was just a little surprised. Adding the other party's contact information, she directly noted her as Xiao Xiao. Bai Yiyi noted him as he. In her perception, using a reduplicated name meant either that it was really their name or that they were still young. If you have time in the future, you can find me for a match. Xiao Xiao. Okay, I wish you success on your exam. Thank for the good wishes. If I pass, I'll invite you to celebrate later. Xiao Xiao. Oh, we'll talk about it then. The Mecha Engineer certification exam was scheduled before Bai Yiyi's final exams. Until just before the exam, come over for a beating didn't log on again. Bai Yiyi focused entirely on her practice and even sought out Yi Jingyu, who helped her book the Mecha training room at his school and arrange for students from the Mecha department to help Bai Yiyi practice. In real combat, mechas are mainly divided into manual control mechas, neural sensor mechas, and spiritual remote sensing mechas. Manual control mechas have been phased out, but there are still some amateur enthusiasts with poor qualifications who favor and use them. The Mecha Engineer certification mainly uses neural sensor mechas and spiritual remote sensing mechas. The former has high physical requirements for mecha engineers. Once physically impaired, one is basically finished. The latter relies heavily on mental strength. If the mental strength is inadequate, one is also finished. You can choose either one or take both exams, and the type is usually noted on the Mecha Engineer certification. In the Mecha training room, Lin, a student from the Mecha department, enthusiastically spoke to Bai Yiyi, whom he had just met. Bai Yiyi had mainly relied on her mental strength on the Star Network Mecha Combat platform before, so this time she directly chose to practice with the spiritual, remote sensing mecha. Chapter 151. Is it scary? The realistic simulation effect of the Star Network Mecha Combat platform is so good that Bai Yiyi went from adapting to being familiar with it in just a few days. Though her error rate did increase slightly, Lin, a student from the Mecha department, gradually fell silent and quietly contacted Yi Jingyu. Wow, if my mentor finds out about this, she'll definitely take her in regardless of the rules. My position is in jeopardy. Yi Jingyu was at a loss for words. Is it really that scary? His memory was still stuck on the game data Bai Yiyi had sent him when she asked him to design a virtual mecha for her. He hadn't even considered Bai Yiyi's monstrous rate of progress over this short year. From stumbling at the start to being smooth and powerful in just 2 days. Wasn't that terrifying? Lin almost couldn't help but roar. Yi Jingyu rubbed his ears. She practiced on the Star Network before. It's not surprising. Online and offline are still different. I've seen that kind before. They only practiced online and took almost half a year to adapt offline. From my observation, her mental strength and physical fitness are at least A level. Oh, what a ghost. With such good qualifications, it's a shame. Lin sighed. Many people get stuck on qualifications when applying to military academies, and none have the innate talent for mecha that Bai Yiyi has. It's infuriating. Bai Yiyi was unaware of the private exchange between Lin and Yi Jingyu, and Lin had never shown any different emotions in front of her, so she devoted herself to practicing hard to pass the Mecha Engineer certification in one go. Candidates can choose their examination location a week before the exam. Bai Yiyi chose the 9th Military Academy, where Yi Jingyu was, naturally opting for a familiar environment. The examination location at the 9th Military Academy was highly sought after, and as soon as Bai Yiyi successfully chose it, the spots were filled. When verifying candidate information at the entrance, a long line formed on site. Hey, my bag. Bai Yiyi turned to look at a tall, slender girl bending down to pick up her fallen backpack, which was bulging, not knowing what it contained. However, before she could pick it up, she reached out and grabbed a boy's collar angrily, asking, "You bumped into me and didn't even say sorry? You want to leave just like that? What are you moving forward for? Go queue at the back." The boy, Xiaxinshi, sneered. "I haven't even blamed you for blocking my way with that huge bag. Why should I apologize?" After saying that, he lifted his foot to leave. The next second, he bizarrely stopped, looking darkly at the girl who grabbed him. "This guy is so strong. You're here to take the Junior Mecha Engineer exam, right?" Xiaxinshi scoffed. "Do you know that intermediate candidates can enter the examination room first? If they pass, they can stay to assist in assessing you. If you let go now, I might consider giving you a break later." Minjia was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, not loosening her grip at all. "I'm not unreasonable. I just want an apology." "Don't even think about it. Then you're not leaving. Then you won't be taking the exam today." After arguing for a while, Xiaxinshi felt the many gazes of onlookers and couldn't hold back any longer. He directly pulled Minjia's hand away with such force that she fell to the ground. Xiaxinshi didn't even glance back and walked straight ahead. Falling was just a minor bump, but Minjia's mood plummeted to the lowest point. She clenched her hand holding the bag tightly, and then saw a fair hand extend toward her. "Are you okay?" Bai Yiyi, just a few steps away, noticed that no one around was offering help, and, after slightly furrowing her brows, still reached out to her. Mifine. Minjia didn't touch her hand and struggled to get up by herself. Bai Yiyi had to retract her hand, perhaps due to a hint of kindness from Bai Yiyi. Minjia leaned closer to Bai Yiyi, even adjusting her backpack on her shoulder seemingly afraid of blocking Bai Yiyi. Are you taking the junior exam today? Minjia asked. Bai Yiyi nodded. Me too. Are you a student at the 9th Military Academy? Minjia's voice carried a hint of caution. Bai Yiyi shook her head. I'm not a military academy student. I'm not either. Actually, I wanted to apply to the military academy, but I couldn't pass the cultural courses. My master said I should take the mecha engineer certification. If I pass, I can participate in the military academy's online courses. It doesn't matter, even if I don't get into the military academy. Minjia was a bit nervous. Perhaps meeting someone else who wasn't a military academy student made her a little excited. Bai Yiyi smiled. Then I wish you success today. Thank you. I hope we both pass. Minjia pouted again. That person just now was really annoying. Actually, I don't necessarily need to hear an apology. I just find his attitude infuriating. I heard what he said too. What will you do if he targets you later? If he makes me fail, I'll look for an opportunity to beat him up. After Minjia said that, she realized she had misspoken and observed Bai Yiyi's expression. You don't think I'm bad, do you? Not bad. Bai Yiyi chuckled. If it comes to that, I'll help you. You're really nice. My name is Minjia. From now on, you're my good friend. Minjia said happily. I am Bai Yiyi. Nice to be friends with you. Minjia's emotions were written all over her face, and Bai Yiyi was quite willing to be friends with someone like her. It was easy to get along. Soon, they reached the front of the line. After Bai Yiyi scanned her information, she discovered that the exam venue was extremely spacious, with many candidates already standing at the edges, watching the ongoing exam. There were codes similar to QR codes posted on the venue's fence. Scanning with a light brain allowed candidates to access a specific website. This website was only open during the exam period and not only provided details about the exam content, but also allowed candidates to download their exam videos for keepsakes or to review the reasons for failure. Bai Yiyi first glanced at the ongoing exam on the field, then scanned the code. The exam was divided into 3 parts. The first part involved selecting 3 types of mechas provided by the exam venue and operating them according to the exam requirements, usually basic operations, which could be passed as long as there were no major issues. The second part was a random draw for a candidate to battle against. Winning meant passing. With 3 chances, losing all 3 was considered failing. The third part involved an assessment by the examiner, with methods varying, but due to the large number of candidates. The examiner might assign those who passed the exam to assist in the assessment. Common assessment methods also include battles, and lucky candidates might get a few questions and pass the assessment. However, it is said that luck was not the only factor. The candidate's strength was already confirmed through the first 2 parts, which was why the third part was more lenient. Chapter 152. A bit anew Bai Yiyi breezed through the first 2 rounds. Standing among the crowd, she watched Minjia complete her first 2 exams. In the first round, Minjia skillfully and methodically executed all the basic moves, clearly not a self-taught fighter. Thinking of the master Minjia mentioned, Bai Yiyi suddenly felt a hint of curiosity. The second round of combat was also easy for her, although it was a bit violent. During the match, Minjia skillfully maneuvered her mech to dodge attacks, performing a series of rapid spins and flips that looked somewhat familiar to Bai Yiyi. Just as Minjia finished her second exam, Bai Yiyi's third exam began, and without a chance to exchange a word, she stepped into the examination arena. It's you. You're with that nasty woman. I saw you. Bai Yiyi faced the examiner, just in time to meet the mocking gaze of Xiaxinshi, who whispered, Not going to waste time with you. Let's have a match. If you can beat me, I'll let you pass. If you can't. The slight curve of his lips made the rest of his words unnecessary. Is this even allowed? Bai Yiyi asked the exam assistant beside the arena. The examiner can choose any method to assess the candidates, and candidates are encouraged to relax. If it's a combat assessment, the examiner will reduce the intensity and won't deliberately make it difficult. The mechanical voice sounded in the arena. Bai Yiyi pouted. Fine. She glanced at Xiaxinshi and his bright blue mech, then turned to select a powerful attacking mech. The moment she turned her back, Bai Yiyi smiled helplessly. She didn't believe the opponent would actually reduce the intensity. Since that's the case, she might as well not be polite. Xiaxinshi didn't care what mech Bai Yiyi chose. As a mid-level mech master, he figured he could handle a rookie who hadn't even passed the mech master certification. Once both parties were seated in their mechs, the exam officially began. Xiaxinshi glanced at the time. As a temporary examiner, he needed to follow the exam rules. which required the match to last at least 3 minutes. So he wasn't in a hurry, casually launching a few attacks at Bai Yiyi, all of which she easily dodged. Bai Yiyi felt a bit puzzled when she sensed that the opponent didn't seem to have a strong fighting intent. Could it be that she was overthinking it? After dodging the attacks, Bai Yiyi didn't hold back either. A few bursts of light projectiles grazed the edges of the bright blue mech, leaving shallow marks on the cockpit wings and head, with the paint chipped and curling. Xiaxinshi narrowed his eyes, a hint of interest flashing in them. Not bad. It wasn't too boring. He hadn't been unable to dodge. He just hadn't expected her to have such high skills and was a bit late in his response. However, Bai Yiyi's ability to restrict his movement surprised him. After exchanging 4 or 5 moves, Bai Yiyi was already proficient with her mech. Yet the opponent still hadn't made any overwhelming moves. Remembering the opponent's earlier words, she remained vigilant. Time ticked by, and as they crossed the 3-minute mark, Xiaxinshi finally put away his lazy teasing, quickly and seriously flashing behind Bai Yiyi, pressing down with his heavy blade without hesitation. Missed. A 2-finger-deep crater formed on the ground, the bottom charred and emitting a faint black mist. Xiaxinshi's pupils constricted as he sensed danger from the side and immediately dodged, using the momentum to feint and attack again. If the first surprise attack was just an accident, the following combat made Xiaxinshi increasingly alarmed. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing Xiaxinshi's escalating aggression, Bai Yiyi excitedly licked her lips. Now this was a real fight. Perhaps having just witnessed Minjia's violent combat had influenced her. In this battle, she fought with great gusto, ultimately overwhelming the bright blue mech. Xiaxinshi gritted his teeth in frustration but refused to press the end exam button until the prompt indicating heavy damage to the bright blue mech sounded. At the same time, Bai Yiyi heard the urgent mechanical voice of the exam assistant. Exam over. Exam over. Exam over. Please both parties cease combat and exit the arena. Bai Yiyi finally came to her senses. The two of them exited their mechs. Xiaxinshi looked at Bai Yiyi with a mix of wariness and hatred in his eyes. He held his head, feeling a slight tremor in his mental energy. After all, he was a B-level mentalist, and someone with lower mental energy couldn't affect him. So, this person in front of him could only be an A-level mentalist. Xiaxinshi thought to himself. He never considered that Bai Yiyi's mental energy could be S-level. If it were, how could he have never heard her name? Congratulations, you passed the 3rd exam. As he walked past Bai Yiyi, Xiaxinshi spoke sarcastically. Thanks for going easy on me. I didn't expect it to be so easy and enjoyable. Bai Yiyi smiled slightly. She was speaking the truth, but combined with her smile, it only made Xiaxinshi think she was mocking him. He stopped responding, shooting Bai Yiyi a resentful glare as he left the arena. Once outside, Bai Yiyi was immediately greeted with a warm and enthusiastic hug. Oh, good sister, you were amazing. I saw it. You pinned him down and hammered him. He had no power to resist at all. You're incredible. Minjia's voice was a bit deafening. Bai Yiyi was almost out of breath from the hug, lightly trying to push her away, but unable to, so she could only wrap her arms around Minjia's back and pat her shoulder. I can't breathe. Bai Yiyi laughed. Actually, I didn't expect that either. That guy was just like that. Yes, Bai Yiyi still didn't have a clear understanding of her own strength, but she could actually fight against someone who had passed the mid-level mech master exam, and do so with ease, even overwhelming the opponent to win. This made her unable to resist the urge to directly apply for the mid-level mech master certification. She had learned before that this certification was very useful, offering many benefits from the Federation, and buying a mech could even be discounted by up to 30. Of course, that 30 discount was only available if she passed the Elite Mech Master certification. There were only about 100 Elite Mech Masters alive in the entire Federation. Don't think that 100 is a lot, as over 1 million people take the Elite Mech Master exam every year. Minjia let go of Bai Yiyi upon hearing her words, and after a brief exchange, she stepped on her 3rd exam. Bai Yiyi could have left immediately, but she waited for Minjia to finish her exam. Chapter 153 Fate. After finishing her exam, Minjia left the examination hall with her companion and exchanged contact information. Today, my biggest gain is meeting you. Minjia did not encounter Xiaxinshi in her 3rd exam and passed it easily. After chatting with Bai Yiyi along the way, Minjia happily expressed her joy at getting to know Bai Yiyi. She knew Bai Yiyi and was aware that she was the game developer by Doubao. It wasn't just because she was a gaming enthusiast. Rather, Bai Yiyi's reputation was quite notable, having risen from past controversies to becoming a somewhat famous game developer in just a year, during which she also established her own store. A truly inspirational life. Currently, there were even stories being compiled online about Bai Yiyi's hard life on Garbage Star. When Minjia mentioned it, Bai Yiyi could only shake her head. She hadn't seen those stories, but the reality was far more tragic than the tales told. After parting ways with Minjia, Bai Yiyi returned to school. Her junior mech engineer certification would be updated in her light brain information within 24 hours. With it, she could legally own her own combat mech. Thinking of this, Bai Yiyi contacted Yi Jingyu again. Upon learning that Bai Yiyi wanted to customize a mech, Yi Jingyu happily accepted the business. Yi, however, this is different from a virtual mech. You need to consider the materials. I usually list a few alternative materials for you. Some materials you might need to buy from the auction house, and the prices will definitely be high, but, after all, it will accompany you for a long time. Bai Yiyi, the auction house, huh? I saw the black market auction house when I was on Garbage Star. And from the original owner's memories, she, as the young lady of the Bai family, had also participated in interstellar compliant and legal auctions. Yi, there are various auction houses on the main star, and some districts where you can find good materials. You can go and explore. If there's anything you're unsure about, feel free to ask me. If you come across rare materials, you can buy them, but you need to bring someone knowledgeable. Yi, if I have time, I can go with you, but not recently. Someone knowledgeable? The first person that came to Bai Yiyi's mind was Qin Yinfeng. Bai Yiyi, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time with the customized mech. Just let me know what materials you need, and I'll find a way to buy them. Bai Yiyi hadn't thought she would get the customized mech in the short term. As Yi Jingyu said, this mech would accompany her for a long time, so there was no need to rush. Yi, no problem. Bai Yiyi then contacted Qin Yinfeng. Bai Yiyi, I passed my exam and am now a junior mech engineer. Qin Yinfeng replied almost instantly. Qin Yinfeng, I know. Bai Yiyi, how do you know everything? Qin Yinfeng, you mentioned before that you were taking the mech engineer certification. With your abilities, I wouldn't be surprised at all that you passed. Qin Yinfeng, you wouldn't contact me without a reason. So what is up? Bai Yiyi coughed a couple of times, unsure whether to call him exceptionally intelligent or just very familiar with her. Bai Yiyi, I'm now a mech engineer. I just contacted a friend to design a customized mech. Your mechs are top-notch in the industry. Can I place an order directly through you? Qin Yinfeng, anything else? Bai Yiyi, I'm going on a business trip during this holiday to a far and uninhabited planet, so I want to buy a mech to bring with me for safety. In fact, Bai Yiyi's sense of security had improved significantly compared to before. After all, the training she had undergone over the past year was not in vain. If she encountered those two big men again in the factory's alley, she felt she could handle them easily. Qin Yinfeng, go to this store tomorrow. I'll have them recommend you and give you a discount. Location, Qin Yinfeng. As for the customized mech, come back to me with the design drawings when you have them. As for the cost, even though we are now spouses, you should know the actual situation. It will be whatever the price is. Bai Yiyi, of course. Bai Yiyi didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. On the contrary, if Qin Yinfeng said he would do it for free, that would have genuinely made her feel uneasy. Getting a discounted price was already very satisfying for her. The price of a mech was not low. The profit was also quite considerable. Selling one mech could bring in profits that she would need to sell about 10 smart robots to match. However, this business wasn't something just anyone could do. Bai Yiyi's success with the Bai family was thanks to the foundation laid by the original owner's mother. If she were to venture into the mech business, even without a giant like the Qin family, she could easily go bankrupt. The painful experiences of many rich second-generation kids on Blue Star proved this point. If a rich second-generation kid does nothing but eat, drink, and play, the money at home might be enough for them to live a lavish life. But once they start a business, many end up bankrupt. After thanking Qin Yinfeng, Bai Yiyi received a message from Minjia. Minjia's family was not on the main star. She was currently staying at a friend's house. As soon as she arrived at her friend's house and chatted for a while, she contacted Bai Yiyi. Minjia, I can finally register for the mech combat platform's professional area. I'm so excited. Minjia, by the way, you must have played on the mech combat platform too, right? Minjia, you're so amazing. Maybe I know you. Bai Yiyi, yes, my D in the competitive area is descendant of the dragon from Huaxia. Bai Yiyi felt there was no need to hide it from Minjia and straightforwardly told her ID. Minjia. Mingyo. E. Minjia. I'm rampaging mech girl, dragon sister. Bai Yiyi was stunned. After a moment of recollection, she remembered that she had played against rampaging mech girl before, and she had even taught her a 3-hit combo. Bai Yiyi had battled with level 9 mech engineers in the competitive area, but it felt quite fateful to encounter Minjia in real life. Bai Yiyi, I'm going to buy a mech tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Minjia, sure. Bai Yiyi sent Minjia the time and location. Bai Yiyi, see you tomorrow. Minjia, home. The next day, Bai Yiyi met up with Minjia as promised and went to the Qin family store. Perhaps Qin Yinfeng had given them a heads up. The staff warmly welcomed the two and mentioned they could offer them a 20% discount. The store selling mechs was quite large, with the front hall displaying virtual images of mechs. Once a decision was made, the staff would retrieve the physical mech from the warehouse and showcase them in the spacious area at the back of the store for customers to test drive. Chapter 154. Who isn't unique? This store has over 100 types of mechas rated A and above, and about 10 types rated S, all of which are popular mass market models. Bai Yiyi immediately set her sights on a white mecha that looked like a soft, fluffy cloud. The handling during the test drive was also quite good, and the price was around 200 million, with an 8% discount, saving her several million. Bai Yiyi quickly made the payment. For purchases over 100 million, we will gift you a mecha space storage unit worth 50 million. You can choose the external form of the storage unit. The staff member smiled and said. Bai Yiyi tapped on the display screen, and various forms appeared before her eyes. There were crystal-clear chain hearts, minimalist silver ring bracelets, small and exquisite ear studs, and azure tinkling bracelets. The original owner's memories also included impressions of mecha space storage units, but they were mostly small spherical shapes that could be placed in a light brain, in pockets, or hung around a neck with a string. The only variations were in the colors and sizes of the small spheres. Seeing Bai Yiyi's confusion, the staff member explained, this is the most popular style right now. It all started when a customer came to our Qin store to buy a mecha space storage unit and specified the style. Since then, more and more customers have expressed similar needs, supposedly because of a game that exploded in popularity on the Star Network. Unable to hold back, Bai Yiyi asked, what game? It seems to be called First Love. Yes, it should be First Love. Minjia's mouth slightly opened in an oval shape as she looked at Bai Yiyi, her eyes full of smiles. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Yiyi linked arms with her. I know that game. It's a dating game. Bai Yiyi said, turning to ask Minjia, have you picked out a mecha? Minjia shook her head. I don't have that many star coins in my account. The mechas here are a bit expensive. Not just a bit expensive. Minjia was internally crying. She couldn't even afford the cheapest one in the store. Before coming here, she had never expected that it would be so expensive on the main star. Back home, even though mechas were hard to buy, she could still afford a new one. Her star coins were all earned from working for her master. I can lend you some. If you buy today, you can get an 8% discount. There might not be such an opportunity next time, Bai Yiyi said with a hint of regret, knowing that Minjia might be unwilling to borrow. Minjia was tempted. The 8% discount was really significant. Even with a junior mecha master certificate, she could only get 9% discount, and the extra discount was actually a federal subsidy. But I'm afraid I can't pay you back. Maybe it's better to forget it. Minjia's rationality held her back. You're already a mecha master. Won't you have a bright future ahead? But I can't get into a military academy. At most, I'll just be a security guard in a small place with this certificate. That's too much of a waste of talent. Bai Yiyi frowned slightly. I remember you said your academic performance wasn't good. So starting today, find a teacher to help you catch up on your studies. I'll supervise you. There's still a few months left for you to participate in the next military academy entrance exam. No. Minjia shook her head vigorously. You don't know how bad my academic performance is. There's no way I can improve in just a few months. Bai Yiyi understood Minjia's concerns. Previously, she had over half a year to prepare for the Tsinghua University entrance exam, while Minjia had less than half a year. However, the requirements for theory scores at military academies were lower than for other types of schools. Bai Yiyi felt that if they tried, even if they couldn't get into the top ones, they could still aim for a decent military academy. Pulling Minjia to a corner, Bai Yiyi earnestly encouraged her. Just give it a try. You said you can't get in, but can it get any worse? Actually, I've never given up on the idea of entering a military academy, but I just feel too uncertain and can't concentrate on studying. Minji sighed as she expressed her thoughts. I believe in you. This time, I will study hard, just like you said, and get my all. Minji lifted her head, clenched her fist, and boosted her morale. Yes, give it your all. Bai Yiyi smiled in response. In the end, Minji decided not to borrow star coins from Bai Yiyi to buy the mecha, and explained her reasons. I don't need such an expensive mecha right now, and my financial situation doesn't allow it. I'm not like you. You're already financially free. I'll buy a suitable mecha myself later, and for now, I'll focus on studying. Minji was quite insightful. Not everyone was willing to accept advanced consumption. Bai Yiyi stopped insisting. After the information about the junior mecha master was updated on her light brain, Bai Yiyi officially shared the good news with her friends in her contact list and invited them to a dinner at Delicacies. The friends who received the invitation congratulated Bai Yiyi one after another. The friend she added earlier, come over and get hit, also replied to her message. Xiao, congratulations. The Delicacies restaurant is pretty close to me. I'll definitely come. Except for Qin Yinfeng, everyone else promised to come that day. When Bai Yiyi asked why, Qin Yinfeng replied that he would be busy. The gathering was scheduled for the weekend, which should be when most people were free. However, Bai Yiyi didn't mind and planned to arrange another time for him later. After all, he had helped her save several million this time. Shui Yuling, who had no idea that Bai Yiyi was studying mecha, was shocked to hear that she had passed the mecha master certification. Shui Yuling, how can you be so amazing? Shui Yuling, no problem. I'll take care of the dinner. Is there anything you want to eat? Just let me know so I can prepare the ingredients in advance. It would be impossible to say she wasn't a bit jealous. After replying, Shui Yuling couldn't help but complain about her system. Even though they both had crossed over, she didn't know what kind of golden finger she had received, but it seemed much more useful than yours. This system is unique in the entire star system. The host might want to consider their own reasons. Shui Yuling was amused by the system's response, her radiant face showing a charming vitality. Unique? I'm also unique in the entire star system. Am I being too arrogant? Shui Yuling had heard the system mention other systems before, but it always insisted that it was the light of the system. The light of the system is just this? Based on previous interactions between the host and her, she shows no signs of system presence. So everything she has is based on her own abilities. If the host also wants to learn mecha, it's not impossible. Your physique and mental strength are both above 75, so your qualifications are not bad. Forget it. Shui Yuling calmed down a bit. She didn't want to learn mecha. It sounded too exhausting. After receiving Shui Yuling's message, Bai Yiyi also reported her desired dishes to her. Bai Yiyi, thank you for your trouble. Chapter 155. Not afraid of two-star beasts, is it you? After arriving at Delicacy dining room, Ling Xiao immediately recognized the mother and son pair at the center of the private room, who were clearly the hosts of the banquet. His memory was quite good, and he instantly recalled this woman who had poached him from his job at the Chu family. Bai Yiyi squinted her eyes and then smiled warmly as she called out to him. Xiao, you're here. You were the last one we were waiting for. She then introduced Ling Xiao to the others, only mentioning that they had met on the mecha combat platform, without bringing up their previous encounters. Everyone ate and drank to their fill. Ling Xiao, who was already skilled in socializing, learned a bit about the identities of those present during the meal. What surprised him the most was the old Professor Gu from the Ancient Civilization College at Tsinghua University, who seemed to have a very good relationship with Bai Yiyi. Bai Yiyi expressed her respect for Professor Gu in her words and actions, and Professor Gu looked at the mother and son with great affection. However, recalling the cultural elements from Bai Yiyi's game, Ling Xiao quickly felt at ease. Regardless of what others thought, Bai Yiyi was having a delightful meal, with all the important people she knew from the interstellar world present. Oh, except for a certain busy person. It was probably better that he didn't come. After the meal, Bai Yiyi bid farewell to everyone one by one, and then she went to settle the bill with Shui Yuling. I'll charge you a cost. Running a business isn't easy, Shui Yuling said with a beautiful smile, like a blooming rose. She lowered her head and flipped through the restaurant's billing system, showing it to Bai Yiyi. The meal cost around 20,000. The main reason is that the prices of ingredients have gone up. Shui Yuling sighed lightly. Your family's smart robots are selling too well, leading to a surge in the demand for ingredients in the interstellar market. The prices have skyrocketed to several times what they used to be, and some rare ingredients have even increased tenfold. Shui Yuling used to have a supply channel for ingredients. But with the market prices rising so much, suppliers wouldn't offer her the old prices anymore. It's fine, I understand, Bai Yiyi said as she took Doubao back home. After returning, she checked her holographic messages and saw one from Ling Xiao that he had sent after leaving. Xiao, what a coincidence. Xiao, do you still mean what you said before? Ling Xiao had actually lost Bai Yiyi's contact information long ago and hadn't paid much attention to it since. After leaving the Chu family, he considered going to the Bai family for a new part-time job, as their salary and benefits were quite good, although the commission wasn't as high as at the Chu family. However, they weren't short on people. Ling Xiao had no choice but to seek other opportunities. What did you say before? Xiao, forget it. I thought you were talented, and it would be a pity for you to stay at the Chu family. Bruce, the Bai family hadn't started yet, so I offered you those conditions. But now, the Bai family's business is already on the right track. So, if you want to come, I can't offer you those conditions anymore. Xiao, I'm not that eager to come. Really? I was thinking of having you manage the Bai family's region. You could take 30% of the profits from that area. Xiao, region? The Bai family has established a foothold on the main star and urgently needs to develop outward, with each planet representing a region for developing Bai family malls. As a manager, you only need to plan the regional development and marketing strategies while ensuring profitability, as long as you don't violate company rules. Xiao, I don't want to leave the main star. Let us forget it. As long as you do your job well, you can set your own working hours. Setting your own hours. Ling Xiao felt a bit tempted. Xiao, isn't 30% a bit low? It's not low, if you're unwilling. There are plenty of others who would be. Xiao, fine, I'll agree. Bai Yiyi handed this matter over to Lin Yuqian to handle. Turning back, she saw Ling Xiao's last message. Xiao, you seem to have a lot of secrets, woman. Bai Yiyi thought about Ling Xiao as fox-like eyes and shook her head with a helpless smile. In the following days, Bai Yiyi entered the exam review week and spent almost all her time studying. During this period, she received good news from Doubao. Mom, I passed the assessment. Doubao excitedly called via video communication. This made Bai Yiyi's spirit lift. Calculating the time, Doubao's preschool training assessment should have just ended recently. And it was only today that Doubao told her the results. Clearly, he didn't want to disturb her or make her worry. This made Bai Yiyi feel a bit heartbroken for Doubao. I'm sorry. Mom has been too busy lately and forgot about your assessment, Bai Yiyi replied apologetically. Then she remembered that after the final exams, she would have to leave the main star again, which made her feel a bit of a headache. It's okay, Mom. Just study hard. Although Bai Yiyi hadn't returned home recently, they had been communicating via video. So Doubao knew that Bai Yiyi had been busy studying for her exams. Out of concern and guilt for Doubao, Bai Yiyi took her time on the video call and asked about the assessment results. I signed up for the Mecha class, and the class assignments are out. There are 10 classmates including me, and I know half of them. Is that few? Doubao, you're amazing. It's just the beginner class. Doubao said with a smile, but I scored the highest in the assessment. First place? That's great. Do you want a reward? Bai Yiyi asked with a smile. I want you to accompany me after your exams. Doubao frowned slightly. Can you take me with you on the archaeological survey of the ruins that Grandpa Gu mentioned last time? Last time, when Professor Gu and the others talked about the archaeological survey of the ruins, they didn't avoid Doubao, and she hadn't expected him to remember it quietly. But the archaeological survey might be dangerous. I don't want you to go, Bai Yiyi said earnestly. Although Doubao was still young, Bai Yiyi never considered deceiving or glossing over things with him. After all, this child was too smart. I'm very capable, Doubao pouted. I came first in the practical assessment. Even if I face 2-star beasts, I'm not afraid. Bai Yiyi, 2-star beasts. Beasts are categorized by star levels, from 1 star to 9 star, and from 1 tier to 9 tiers, with strength increasing accordingly. Generally, 2-star refers to 1 star 2 tier, and anything above 1 star will include the tier. Although Bai Yiyi knew that Doubao's preschool training was tough and rigorous, she never thought they would have to fight against beasts. You fought against 2-star beasts, really? Bai Yiyi asked, puzzled. Really? There are also beast arenas on the main star, and they are quite large. Doubao hadn't mentioned this before, fearing it would worry Bai Yiyi. Now, in order to go on the archaeological survey with her mother, Doubao was eager to prove his strength. Chapter 156, Sneaking Along No Way. Bai Yiyi ultimately refused Doubao's request firmly. After all, Doubao was just a few years old. She wasn't so carefree yet. Although this journey had military protection and should be quite safe, there was no guarantee that accidents wouldn't happen. Bai Yiyi saw the sadness spreading in Doubao's eyes after being turned down and felt the helplessness that came with being a mother. She knew that no matter how much she said, it couldn't compare to being there with her. I understand, Doubao smiled and said. I wish you success in your upcoming exams. The soft and tender voice made Bai Yiyi feel a bit heartbroken. Under the clear sky, several starships were docked at the vast star station, and busy working robots were orderly transporting supplies, scanning them at the entry point. And a loud ding would sound upon a successful scan. The working robots were focused on their task, and didn't he notice that one of the supply boxes passed through without making a ding sound, smoothly entering the cabin. Standing with a group of 5, Bai Yiyi bid farewell to Professor Gu. I hope everything goes smoothly this time, and you all come back soon. I'll be waiting for you here. After finishing, Professor Gu glanced around, a bit puzzled. Why didn't I see Doubao today? I was thinking he would come to see you off, and I could take him back with me to help look after you. After the final exams, Bai Yiyi stayed home for 2 days. Doubao bid her farewell at the door, and Bai Yiyi knew he was feeling a bit down, so she didn't dwell on him coming to the star station to see her off. When I came out, Doubao was reluctant to leave. If he really came here and ended up crying, I wouldn't be able to bear it, Bai Yiyi replied with a smile, though she knew Doubao was too proud to cry in front of others. Teacher, don't worry, I'll take care of everything on this trip, and I'll bring them back as soon as possible, Qi said beside her. Before long, all 6 of them boarded the starship. A long time ago, Bai Yiyi had received the list of the team from Qi, so she was not unfamiliar with the others. Besides herself and Qi, there were 2 men and 2 women, all teachers from the Ancient Civilization Academy, with decent qualifications. Bai Yiyi had also interacted with these teachers in her courses, except for one, Teacher Zhao, whom she was not familiar with. This starship was only for transporting them to their destination. Apart from the 6 of them, all the others were members of the Federation Army responsible for escorting them. The first thing they did upon boarding the starship was to find their respective rooms and settle their personal belongings. The personal items were sent to the star station by mail and then loaded onto the starship, automatically delivered to their rooms. Bai Yiyi only brought a medium-sized suitcase containing clothes, nutritional liquids, water, and some survival supplies. She also prepared a convenient backpack to carry these items into the ruins. A group message popped up on her light brain. Sitting on the sofa in her room, Bai Yiyi clicked to check it out. The 6 of them formed a group named Hail in Civilization Ruins Starwa Team. Zhao Qinyan, it will take about 15 hours to reach our destination. During this time, make sure to rest well and conserve your energy. I hope we can start working as soon as we arrive. Lin Jia, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I know Teacher Zhao is a workaholic. Okay, we'll follow your lead. Qi, no worries. I've already gathered information from other exploration teams, and I've sent the map information to your light brains. If you can't sleep, you can take a look. The content is incomplete, and I had to work hard to get this information. Ba Tong. Qi is very reliable. Like Bai Yiyi, silently sent a message. Bai Yiyi. Okay. After sending her reply, there were no more messages in the group. While she was browsing through the map information sent by Qi, she received a friend request from Zhao Qinyan. Without thinking much, Bai Yiyi clicked to accept. According to the map information, there were over 1,000 relatively intact and explorative city ruins on the planet's continent. They had at most 3 months. This meant that if they were to explore all the city ruins on the map, they would need to investigate at least one site every day. Time was far from sufficient. Qi had marked about 400 sites on the map information as those with the least known details, which should maximize the chances of obtaining information that other teams had not discovered. After a rough glance, Bai Yiyi closed the data and lay down on her bed to rest, quickly falling asleep. Ding ding, the continuous doorbell rang, interrupting Bai Yiyi's sleep. She couldn't help but turn over in bed and open the door. As soon as she opened it, a small figure rushed in and hugged her leg. Mom. Bai Yi looked down to see Doubao mischievous, smiling face, which startled her. After closing the door, her heart was in turmoil, constantly churning. When did you come up? How did you get here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Bai Yi never expected Doubao would sneak along. Although they were on a regular starship, it wasn't easy to sneak someone on board. Doubao opened his palm to reveal a light blue crystal. I used Mom's treasure to come here. With this, I could hide in the box and wouldn't be scanned. Bai Yi felt the icy coolness in her palm. She recognized this item. It was the shield device Qin Yinfeng had given her. She took it with her every time she went to the secret base. And since she stopped going to the base, she had locked it away at home, never expecting Doubao would take it out. You're being too reckless. Bai Yi was very angry, but seeing Doubao's particularly obedient appearance softened her heart again. You already know how to deceive me? And how did you know the purpose of this thing? I'm sorry, Mom. Please don't be angry. Doubao leaned against Bai Yi's face and said in a spoiled tone, I just couldn't bear to let you go to that starry ruin, so I did this. As for the purpose of that thing, you told me before. Have you forgotten? Doubao was telling the truth. Bai Yi had indeed mentioned how useful the shield device was while at home, and Doubao had quietly remembered it. When Bai Yi stopped using it, he coaxed Wanwan and Chi-Chi to get the shield device out and figured out how it worked. However, he had told Bai Yi any of this. Unable to resist Doubao's cuteness, Bai Yi's anger subsided a bit, but she still needed to educate him. Do you admit your mistake? Do you know what you did wrong? I shouldn't have deceived Mom, and I shouldn't have sneaked along. Doubao looked up, his dark eyes shining brightly, his tone very firm, but I don't regret doing this. Chapter 157 Arrival at Ocean Blue. So you don't want me to come because you're worried about danger, but I'm equally concerned about your safety. You are the most important person to me in this world. Have you ever thought about how I would feel being left at home? Doubao, acting like a little adult, grasped Bai Yi's shoulders and said with a heavy tone. Bai Yi was somewhat swayed by this, though she didn't show it on her face. She pursed her lips and said softly, Doubao, I'm your mother. No matter what, you shouldn't lie to me. I'll have someone take you back in a bit. Hearing that she would send him back, Doubao widened his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes flickering. But we're almost there. Are you really going to send me back? Isn't that just causing trouble? Doubao leaned forward, his chubby little face pressing against Bai Yi's. I know I've made a mistake. Mom, please don't send me back, okay? I'll stay, but I have a few conditions. I agree to all of them. Doubao immediately responded, as if afraid she would change her mind. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. I haven't said anything yet. Mom won't harm me. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Doubao hugged her neck, his tone lightening. According to what they understood, on Ocean Blue Star, the Federation Army had set up more than a dozen monitoring points, with troops assigned to these points to prevent any accidents. Bai Yi and her group would stay at these monitoring points. So Bai Yi's first requirement was, wait for me at the monitoring point and don't leave. Doubao blinked, no problème. The second requirement was, if I encounter danger, you must listen to the people at the monitoring point and not cause them any trouble. Doubao frowned slightly. I won't be foolish. The third requirement was, if anything happens at the monitoring point, you must report to me immediately and follow the main group to evacuate. You don't need to wait for me or look for me. Doubao raised his head, his eyes seemingly deep in thought. I can ensure my own safety, but I can't not look for you. Didn't you say you'd agree to everything? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Okay, I agree. Doubao lowered his head slightly, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. After setting these 3 rules, Bai Yi finally let Doubao go tidy up. The room had a bathroom, and Doubao obediently walked in. Facing the mirror, he didn't rush to take off his clothes, but opened his light brain to send a message to someone. I promised not to look for help, but having Uncle Qin look for me doesn't count as breaking the promise. If Bai Yi hadn't mentioned that something might happen at the monitoring point, Doubao wouldn't have thought about contacting Qin Yanfang. But her words rang alarm bells in little Doubao's mind. What if the troops stationed at the monitoring points aren't reliable? The starship was still in transit, and sending a message at this time would likely have delays with civilian light brains. After sending the message, Doubao turned off the light brain, took off his clothes, and casually tossed them into the fully automatic cleaning and drying machine. By the time he finished showering, his clothes were already cleaned and dried. Doubao hadn't prepared extra clothes for this trip, but fortunately, The bathroom was stocked with comfortable sleepwear in various sizes. He picked a small size to wear, and due to the material, it fit snugly without being restrictive, though it was still a bit big. After getting dressed, Doubao looked at himself in the mirror again. His cheeks were slightly flushed with some moisture, and although he hadn't fully opened up, the excellent features and sharp gaze had lost some of their childishness. When Doubao came out of the bathroom, Bai Yiyi saw that he had rolled up the sleeves and pant legs and tightened the belt to the narrowest setting, unable to suppress a smile. "You came out without bringing a couple of clothes for yourself?" Bai Yiyi said. "I'll ask the supply station on the way back if they have anything that fits you, or if they can bring something for you." Once they arrived at Ocean Blue Star, they definitely wouldn't be able to buy things or receive deliveries. Fortunately, there was a supply station where they could purchase necessities with star coins. It wasn't a big problem. Doubao showed no embarrassment and boldly lay down on Bai Yiyi's lap, his eyes squinting with a smile. "Thank you, Mom." While Doubao was showering, Bai Yiyi had already mentioned Doubao's situation to Qi Lu and the others. She didn't care what the others thought, since her precious son was on the starship. She would take good care of his daily needs. After all, he was her little treasure. After Bai Yiyi and Doubao had a short nap, they suddenly heard a gentle prompt from the starship. "The starship has arrived at the destination's airspace and is entering the atmosphere. Please prepare for landing. The starship is expected to land successfully in half an hour." "Mom, this planet is really beautiful," Doubao exclaimed as he walked to the window to look outside. After seeing the stunning planet before him, he couldn't help but marvel. Previously, when Professor Gu mentioned this planet to Bai Yiyi for the first time, Doubao had also watched the footage of Ocean Blue Star. Although the virtual screen was already quite beautiful, seeing it in reality was even more shocking. "Yes, it's beautiful." Bai Yiyi sat on the edge of the bed, looking towards the window, catching only a glimpse of the small scenery, her eyes revealing an unusual expression. It clearly wasn't her hometown, yet Bai Yiyi felt a sense of homesickness. Her heart raced uncontrollably, the frequency so fast that she had to press her hand against it. Before long, the starship passed through the atmosphere, through the clouds, getting closer to the ground. Bai Yiyi stood by the window and saw the shadow of the monitoring point on the ground. This monitoring point was located in a vast plain. The buildings were simple but covered a large area. Holding Doubao's hand, Bai Yiyi and the others disembarked from the starship, where a military team was already waiting to greet them. After Qi Lu and the person in charge discussed matters, they were guided to their accommodations. Each person had an independent room. The rooms were not large, but fully equipped. Considering that Bai Yiyi had brought Doubao, Qi Lu kindly asked if they needed to change to a bigger room or a larger bed. Doubao shook his head and answered first. "It's fine for my mom and me to share a room. This bed can fit both of us." Bai Yiyi patted Doubao's head and also indicated to Qi Lu that it wasn't necessary. Only then did Qi Lu leave. There were about 3 or 4 city ruins near this monitoring point that they could investigate, meaning they would only stay for a few days before heading to the next monitoring point. Bai Yiyi wasn't picky about the living conditions compared to the abandoned star. The environment here was much better. After resting for only half a day, the Ocean Blue Civilization ruins Starhua Qin Group had news. "Zhao Qianyan, in the evening, we will go to this location. This ruin is not large, and other teams have been there before, so the information is limited. We can spend a few hours exploring it. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Raise your hand if you have any objections." "Yuya, no objections. I'm ready." "Qi Lu, work assignment. I've already prepared specific divisions of labor. We'll split up to collect information, aiming for efficiency." "Ba Tong, Teacher Lin and classmate Bai, can you operate alone? If you need help, just say so in the group." "Lin Jia, I can manage." "Bai Yiyi, I can too." Chapter 158 Message from the survivors. The orange glow spilled into the dense forest, and a road wide enough for 3 people extended from the distance into the overgrown ruins. The grass and trees cleared from both sides of the road had already turned yellow, some even rotting. After entering the urban ruins, the group split up to search. Bai Yiyi, wearing lightweight protective gear, opened the temporary communicator plug-in on her light brain. The screen was black, with multiple red lines dividing into grids, each grid about 100 meters wide. A cluster of green dots dispersed, moving in different directions. The star network's signal here was poor. This temporary communicator could display the distance between them, but if they moved beyond a certain range, they would disappear. If the communicator no longer showed other green dots, they should hurry back. Before the group set off, Zhao Qinyan solemnly reminded everyone of this. In addition to positioning, the temporary communicator could also transmit text or voice messages, but it would not work beyond range. Bai Yiyi navigated through the ruins, her destination a cluster of buildings to the south. She had seen the footage from the previous exploration team, although it was severely decayed and covered in thick moss. Upon closer inspection, she suspected this area was once a factory. Even with a map, it took her nearly 2 hours to walk there. Along the way, she crossed a river, looking down from the bridge to see crystal-clear water, though the riverbed seemed covered with thick garbage, a grayish mass, and not a single fish in sight. On what appeared to be a road, Bai Yiyi saw car-like outlines, but they were covered in a thick layer of stone paste, looking like strange boulders. Bai Yiyi recorded the scenes along the way, and when she reached her destination, she suddenly felt a chill behind her and turned around. It was already dark. The ruins under the night sky were eerily silent, with faint sounds resembling the wind. This seems to be a small town, Bai Yiyi murmured to herself. She felt as if she had traversed half a city to arrive at the edge of a small town. The town didn't seem very large. If she were in a car from Blue Star, it would probably take just 10 to 20 minutes to traverse. However, the roads here were severely damaged, making driving difficult. In front of her was a cluster of buildings featuring a large metal gate, which had a crack open, revealing footprints left by previous explorers. As Bai Yiyi prepared to step inside, she suddenly remembered something. She opened her backpack, walked to the side of the door, found a suitable spot, and began scraping off the moss on top. The recording ball that had been resting on her shoulder emitted a faint glow, hovering steadily above her head, illuminating the area where she was working. After removing most of the moss, she uncovered an uneven metal plate beneath. Bai Yiyi placed her hand on it, feeling the shape of the metal through her gloves, and after a while, she withdrew her hand thoughtfully, her eyes glimmering in the darkness. After lingering for a few seconds, she dragged her weary legs into the gate. She was exploring here because the buildings were relatively well-preserved and the previous exploration team had discovered an important clue within. Without much hesitation, Bai Yiyi followed the route from the footage into a large factory shed. The door had been broken open for many years, and there were even human bones nearby, cleared by the previous exploration team. Once inside, even with a filtered breathing mask, Bai Yiyi could smell a peculiar stench. Though faint, it was strange enough. The recording ball's light grew stronger, illuminating the path ahead. Bai Yiyi approached slowly until she reached a wall, where the severely corroded surface was lit up, revealing the images she had seen in the footage. November 3rd, 2795, survivor from Qinglong Base. I grabbed the Nirvana core, but lost the most important person. Perhaps everything should come to an end. Bai Yiyi took a long time to decipher these few brief sentences. Aside from the severe corrosion of the wall itself, the characters were also different from Chinese characters. Perhaps due to the origin of Chinese characters, she could still guess what they were. This discovery had already crossed her mind in the footage. But perhaps due to confidentiality from other exploration teams or the scarcity of collected textual information, Bai Yiyi could not discern any useful information. Until she suddenly realized, prompted by the metal letters she had touched at the gate, that this planet might indeed have some connection to Blue Star. Just as Bai Yiyi was about to leave, the recording ball's light swept across the wall, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly stopped. She crouched down, scraped with her shovel, and in the light, saw a line of crooked small letters. I swallowed it, sinking into the ground. If you want to take it, come down and accompany me. Next to the small letters was a circle with a seam along the edge, but the gap was rusted shut. It looked like a button that could be pressed. Bai Yiyi tapped it with the shovel head and then struck it hard, but it remained unmoved. Ugh! Bai Yiyi released the shovel, her palm stinging, and stood up, reaching for a chain hanging down nearby to test its sturdiness. She then leaped and kicked at the button. After swaying a few times in the air, when she kicked the button again, she heard a sound akin to an old machine starting up, and in the next moment, a cloud of dust fell from above. The chain also swayed precariously, and she quickly jumped down, only to find an underground entrance had opened below. In her panic, Bai Yiyi landed and half-squatted to steady herself. She stepped down, and the entrance behind her began to close. She was already too late to run back, so she grabbed her shovel and wedged it into the entrance, leaving half of it outside to keep the entrance ajar. Teachers, I'm having a situation here. Bai Yiyi immediately sent this voice message through the temporary communicator. However, in the next instant, the light brain emitted a crackling sound. The temporary communicator's screen flickered, and in the blink of an eye, it only displayed her green dot. The light from the recording ball accompanied Bai Yiyi in the darkness. She looked up at the recording ball hovering above her, and with a wave of her hand, it descended to her shoulder. Bai Yiyi stroked the smooth surface of the ball. Now you're the only one with me. The light brain completely lost signal. Even the temporary communicator failed. Bai Yiyi stood in place for a long time before she moved her somewhat weak legs and stepped inside. The passage ahead was dusty and empty. With each step, her footsteps echoed softly. Although her protective suit had a temperature control function, she still felt sweat forming on her back after a short while. Chapter 159 Biological Samples. After entering the underground passage, Bai Yiyi felt that the strange smell lingering at the tip of her nose dissipated. Not long after, she stepped into a hidden chamber. Thanks to the light from the recording ball, the appearance of the hidden chamber startled Bai Yiyi. The bottles and jars on the shelves, along with the complex instruments on the table, clearly indicated that this was a laboratory which had accumulated a significant amount of dust over time. As she walked to the center of the hidden chamber and saw the scene before her, Bai Yiyi's pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but take a step back. A cylindrical glass container, large enough for 7 or 8 people to embrace, extended from the top of the hidden chamber to the floor. Inside the container was a translucent dark green liquid, and faintly, one could make out a humanoid shape within. Perhaps due to the oppressive atmosphere of the dark and enclosed space, Bai Yiyi pressed a hand to her chest, her heartbeat echoing in her ears, making it hard to breathe. Time passed slowly. After calming her emotions, Bai Yiyi inspected the entire hidden chamber but found no other visible exits. Finally, she lingered in the center of the chamber, squatting down to look at the object inside the glass container. The recording ball shone down from above, and she realized that the reason she couldn't see clearly inside was because a layer of dust also coated the outside of the container. If this hidden chamber had been sealed from the beginning, there wouldn't be so much dust. This could only mean that the hidden chamber had been abandoned long ago, and the entrance had been exposed for a long time. Bai Yiyi glanced at the time on her watch. Nearly 2 hours had passed since she entered the underground entrance. If the teachers received her message and rushed over, they should be arriving soon. However, she had not heard any noise from outside. As time went on, Bai Yiyi couldn't help but think more. The person who claimed to be a survivor of the Qinglong base said he had obtained a nirvana core, then added, "I swallowed it and sank into the ground. If you want it, come down and accompany me." It perhaps referred to the nirvana core. Bai Yiyi hadn't discovered any corpses or suspicious areas in the passage or the hidden chamber. She couldn't help but fix her burning gaze on the object inside the glass container. This so-called nirvana core was likely inside. But judging by the message left by that person, if she wanted to take it, she would probably meet her demise here. Bai Yiyi straightened up. Her legs were already numb. Slowly, she walked back toward the passage. When she reached the entrance, she directed the light from the recording ball toward the crack, which left the passage almost devoid of light. Fortunately, she could focus on the light leaking from the gap, treating it as her current hope. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yiyi finally heard a message from outside. "Right here, there's light. Let's go check it out." It was Qilu's voice. The sound of multiple footsteps followed closely, indicating that several teachers had arrived. "I'm standing guard outside. If anything happens, I will assist." This was teacher Lin Jia's voice, sounding a bit distant and not very clear. Upon hearing the footsteps approaching, Bai Yiyi shouted, "Teachers, I'm here." Qilu quickly found the glowing entrance, and through crack, he vaguely saw the person below. Bai Yiyi, "Wait, we'll find a way to get you out immediately." "Okay." The group attempted to pry open the entrance with tools, but to no avail. Bai Yiyi recounted how she had entered, and after hearing her explanation, Qilu found the button she mentioned. Perhaps due to Bai Yiyi's earlier actions, the button had loosened, and it opened the entrance with little effort. Fearing the entrance would close again, teachers Yu Yea and Ba Tong placed heavy objects to hold down the button. Zhao Qianyin was the first to jump into the entrance, grabbing Bai Yiyi with concern. "Are you okay?" After looking around, she saw that Bai Yiyi was just covered in dust, and there were no signs of damage to her protective suit. Upon hearing Bai Yiyi say she was fine, Zhao Qianyin felt a bit relieved. When she learned about the situation in the hidden chamber, Zhao Qinyan became excited. Are you saying there might be an intact corpse inside? Zhao Qinyan said. If we can obtain such biological material, we may make significant discoveries. This trip will be worth it. Chalu, hearing this, was more concerned about Bai Yiyi's mental state. Were you scared? Being locked inside for so long, you should go back and rest. Don't think too much. Bai Yiyi shook her head and voiced her underlying worries. The owner of the corpse left a message, warning that if they wanted to move it, they needed to be careful as there might be dangers. Yiyi, standing behind, cleared his throat. His tall figure nearly blocked the entire entrance. Earlier, when he moved heavy objects to hold down the button, he had also noticed the text information that had been cleared from the wall. At this moment, he looked at her with slight suspicion. You can understand the text on it? Yiyi had heard of Bai Yiyi's story, but only as a tale. His course did not cover ancient Huaxia civilization, and Bai Yiyi's performance and grades in class were quite mediocre. Although he didn't mind her joining this expedition for Professor Ji's sake, he couldn't help but question when Bai Yiyi mentioned the words left on the wall. In his view, the text on the wall had not been seen in any materials. Otherwise, it would have been deciphered by other expedition teams long ago. As for resembling other scripts, Yiyi had seen many and didn't find it strange. It should have evolved from the ancient Blue Star language. I can roughly understand it. Although several teachers' recording balls illuminated the area, Yiyi's expression could not be clearly seen through the protective suit. Bai Yiyi only vaguely sensed that his tone was a bit odd, but didn't take it to heart, explaining it lightly. We'll talk about any discoveries later. The most important thing now is to take that biological sample below. This is the most significant gain of this trip. After Zhao Qinyan spoke, she was the first to enter the passage, heading toward the hidden chamber. Since Bai Yiyi had previously explored the hidden chamber and found nothing wrong, Zhao Qinyan felt quite at ease walking in. The emotions of the others varied, but they still followed her inside. When everyone arrived in front of the glass container Bai Yiyi mentioned, they all momentarily slowed their breathing. We need to find a way to drain the liquid inside. I wonder if our protective suits can withstand it. After observing for a while, Zhao Qinyan made a simple judgment and decision. We can't rush this. Let's discuss it after we go back, and come back tomorrow when it's light. The others expressed their agreement. Before coming here, we had already contacted the monitoring point. They should be arriving soon. Let's go, Chalu said. Everyone began to retreat from the hidden chamber, with Bai Yiyi following among them. She should have felt safer than before. But the moment she stepped out of the hidden chamber, she suddenly felt a chill down her back, as if a strange gaze was watching her from behind. She turned her head slightly, and out of the corner of her eye, she glanced toward the glass container. The dark green liquid seemed to shimmer faintly, and in the next second, it vanished into darkness. Chapter 160. Infectious diseases. A heavy sense of lethargy engulfed Bai Yiyi, who had returned from the ruins and taken a nap, only to find herself running a fever. She first took her medicine and decided to rest well. Leaning on the sofa, Bai Yiyi received the warm medication handed to her by teacher Zhao Qinyan, while Doubao beside her tightly grasped her hand and looked up at her. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the teachers. When Bai Yiyi woke up, she had just completed a physical examination. It was said that she had caught a cold from the wind and had no other issues, but the fever was fierce, making her feel a bit dazed as to whether she was on this blue ocean planet or at home on the main star. Fortunately, Doubao's presence helped her settle down. Continuous warmth flowed from Doubao's hand and the concern from the teachers into her heart. There's no trouble at all. Teacher Zhao sat across from her with a faint smile. By the way, I've seen you when you were little, but you probably don't remember me. Huh? Bai Yiyi's already muddled brain momentarily went blank. Zhao Qinyan shook her head, her brows softening, her gaze seemingly lost in memories. Back then, I went to pick up Zhu, and you held my hand, saying you wanted to go with us. Your mother was so upset she almost didn't want you anymore. Bai Yiyi fell silent. Zhao Qinyan noticed the fleeting confusion on her face, but didn't think much of it. She was so young at the time and had only seen her once. It was normal to forget. Bai Yiyi didn't find any clues in the original owner's memories regarding what Zhao Qinyan said, so she chose to tacitly agree. Zhao Qinyan didn't say much more. After everyone left, Bai Yiyi hugged Doubao tightly. From teacher Zhao, she learned that the biological samples from the underground secret chamber had been brought back and were ready to be transported to the main star. Doubao, Mom is here. Doubao gently patted Bai Yiyi's back with her small hand. I think I had a dream last night. After taking the medicine, Bai Yiyi's muddled brain seemed a bit clearer than before. She suddenly recalled a dream from her deep sleep last night, a dream that felt like it was from another world. She had returned to the Blue Star, where she had her familiar family and life. The latter part of the dream became somewhat fantastical, but when she tried to remember what happened in the dream, she couldn't recall anything at all. Was it a nightmare? Mom, don't be afraid. Dreams are all fake. I am real. Doubao thought her mother had a nightmare and immediately sat up to kiss her forehead, her tender little face full of seriousness. Bai Yi smiled, pushing aside her previous thoughts, and kissed Doubao's cheek. There's no nightmare. Thanks to you, Doubao, I'm not scared at all. Doubao's tightly pressed lips relaxed into a smile. At the southwest corner of the monitoring point, all personnel were in protective suits. Several transport robots were moving a black rectangular box into a cold storage that had been thoroughly disinfected. Commander Hong, in the past 5 hours, 13 people have exhibited fever symptoms. This should be an infectious disease, but our medical system hasn't detected any abnormal virus samples. Young Commander Hong listened to his subordinate's report, looking anxiously at the cold storage door. The task of transporting the biological samples had been halted due to this sudden infectious disease. After personally seeing the biological samples secured in the cold storage, Commander Hong instructed his subordinates before heading to the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, several teachers from Tsinghua University had also changed into protective suits as per regulations. Qi Lu, seeing Commander Hong, eagerly approached him and asked, Commander Hong, have the biological samples been sent out? No. Commander Hong sighed and recounted the current situation. Occasionally, a few heavy sniffles could be heard among the teachers. After hearing what Commander Hong said, everyone present was stunned. There's nothing abnormal detected? Just a common cold. No other issues? Yi pressed. Our medical system has a comprehensive database. If no problems are detected, it's likely that this virus is a new strain that requires manual testing by professionals. Don't worry, someone will arrive in the next day or two. With current medical technology, you can rest assured. Commander Hong called over a few teachers from the investigation team, not only to inform them of this matter, but also to calm their emotions. I and Teacher Lin are also feeling a bit unwell, but I feel okay. Batong looked at Teacher Lin Jia beside him. How are you doing, Teacher Lin? I have a slight fever. I've taken medicine. I'll go back to my room and take a nap. Lin Zhao waved her hand, indicating she was fine. She had only just discovered her condition before coming to the conference hall and had already had her suspicions. Please don't leave the monitoring point until the cause of the illness is determined to prevent any accidents. Commander Hong instructed at the end. Don't worry. We want to joke about our own safety. Qi Lu shrugged, trying to sound relaxed. Zhao Qianyan didn't come to the conference hall, but had gone to the infirmary to get medicine for Bai Yiyi, so she was aware of the infectious disease situation. After meeting with Qi Lu and hearing Commander Hong's words from him, she frowned. I've been in the same room with Bai Yiyi for a long time, but I feel perfectly fine, and that child has been by her mother's side without showing any fever symptoms. Why don't I take Doubao out, in case she really gets infected? Qi Lu began to worry. Zhao Qianyan stopped him. There's no need. They have a deep mother-child bond. That child doesn't want to leave her mother. Besides, didn't Commander Hong say that someone will come in the next couple of days? It's not a big deal. Let us hope so. Qi Lu was concerned, but ultimately heeded Zhao Qianyan's advice. Despite the protective measures taken at the monitoring point, the spread of the disease continued unabated. By the time dawn broke the next day, nearly 20 hours had passed, and over 30 people had developed fever symptoms. The total number of personnel at this monitoring point was barely over 100. Qi Lu had a restless night. When he saw the light of day, there was a hurried knock at his door. Uncle Qi, Uncle Qi. Recognizing Doubao's voice, Qi Lu immediately opened the door, only to see the small figure standing at the entrance, her eyes red and her voice seemingly hoarse. Uncle Qi, my mom's condition has worsened. I've already called someone to check on her. You need to go see her and think of a way. Doubao looked up, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, but she tried to steady herself and clearly expressed what she wanted to say. Chapter 161, I don't deserve you sleepwalking? Qi Lu stood in the infirmary, communicating with Doubao while observing the unfamiliar man in front of him. This was the first time he had met Doubao's father, and he was completely different from what Qi Lu had imagined. Qi Lu had always been hesitant to bring up Bai Yiyi's sad past, so he had never inquired about the child's father. When my mom sleepwalks, I don't dare to wake her. It wasn't until she collapsed on the ground and couldn't be awakened that I called the infirmary staff. Does she have a habit of sleepwalking? No. Doubao's voice was muffled. He hadn't slept all night. Fortunately, he had contacted Uncle Qin earlier, and unexpectedly, he arrived just in time. Along with him came an excellent medical team. A hand rested on Doubao's head, and when he looked up, he met Qin Yinfeng's gaze, his tone unconsciously softening. Uncle Qin, Mom will be fine, right? The medical personnel transferred Bai Yiyi into the therapy chamber and administered a certain amount of medication. One of the men approached, sliding his fingers across the virtual screen of the holographic device. The lines and data on the screen continuously change before finally stabilizing. Once the medication is fully absorbed, she should wake up in about an hour, he said. Then her illness. Qi Lu asked. We've tested over a dozen samples sent here and have basically identified the viral cluster. It's a new type of virus that we've never seen before. From the analysis, it belongs to the wax virus family. As for other properties, we will need to observe for a while longer. The man's voice paused, his brow slightly furrowed. We can only temporarily control the patient's condition for now. This virus is trickier than we imagined, but there's no need to worry too much. You must believe in our capabilities. Qi Lu understood the implication. This illness couldn't be resolved for the time being, but they believed they could handle it. He also knew worrying was useless. He was concerned about Doubao's condition, but the child's father was present. He tentatively asked the seemingly cold man, We adults can endure, but the child cannot. Why not let Doubao rest first? He looks a bit pitiful like this. I want to stay here to watch over Mom. Doubao immediately interjected. Everything was up to him. Qin Yinfeng glanced over, then lowered his head to Doubao, saying, There's a place to rest nearby. Let us go over there together. Qi Lu said no more, watching as the pair went to the nearby sofa, creating a harmonious father-son atmosphere. If Bai Yiyi's previous nightmare could be considered an ordinary one, she would wake up feeling unsettled but forgetful of the details. This time, it felt as if she had plunged into an endless abyss of ink. She had lost all her senses, even consciousness, completely isolated from the outside world. She floated in the ink, a latent force attracting her, as if her very soul was trembling. As her awareness gradually returned, a searing heat enveloped her entire body. Despite only seeing darkness, she instinctively sensed the ink surging like boiling water in a pot. Bai Yiyi uncontrollably wanted to see the contours within the waves. But the more she tried to focus, the more it hurt. The outline gradually became clear. It was a proud and flamboyant bird. In that moment, she seemed to hear a cry, the sound of a phoenix. Opening her eyes, she was met with blinding lights, causing her eyes intense discomfort. After a moment, the lights dimmed slightly, revealing a cool blue. Bai Yiyi looked at the top of the chamber, feeling momentarily disoriented, as if she didn't know where she was or what time it was. The chamber door opened, and she saw a familiar face, which triggered a flood of memories in her mind. She blinked and realized, How are you here? Seeing Qin Yinfeng as soon as she woke made her seriously doubt whether she was still asleep. After all, her brain was still foggy. Qin Yinfeng observed the pale face in the therapy chamber, his expression shifting slightly. I was on official business, and didn't he expect to find you here? Bai Yiyi's mind was sluggish, and it took her a moment before she remembered. What about Doubao? He's sleeping. Qin Yinfeng replied casually. From Bai Yiyi's angle, he gently moved his somewhat stiff left arm. During the time Bai Yiyi was waking up, Doubao had fallen asleep while holding on his arm. It was only after the therapy chamber signaled the end of the session that he withdrew his arm. Oh, Bai Yiyi felt relieved, just as she was about to get up from the therapy chamber when a shadow suddenly fell before her. The next moment, her body was lifted off the ground. Due to the shift in her center of gravity, she instinctively grabbed the other person's shoulder, looking suspiciously at the face in front of her. Previously, when I was injured, you carried me. Qin Yinfeng tightened his hold on the struggling person, his cold eyes showing a hint of ambiguous interest, his tone completely natural. Don't move. You don't have the strength for that right now. Let me handle it. Bai Yiyi could feel that her physical condition was indeed poor. At first, she struggled out of discomfort, But upon hearing his voice, she looked again at that now familiar face. Perhaps her mind was unclear. Memories flashed through her head. At first, it seemed she had picked him up because he was good-looking. Then, because of Doubao, she had tied him up. However, the busyness of life and the mounting debt made her accustomed to his presence, even wanting to let him go. Whether he was good-looking no longer mattered. Bai Yiyi heard her own nasal tone and looked down with a faint smile. Even she didn't understand why she smiled. When she looked up again, her smile had faded. Qin Yanfeng took her out of the infirmary, heading toward her room. Feeling the gazes along the way, Bai Yiyi felt embarrassed and buried herself in his embrace like an ostrich. Upon reaching the room, just as Bai Yiyi was about to raise her head, she felt the vibration of his chest near her ear. "What are you smiling about?" Bai Yiyi looked up, seeing the smile on Qin Yanfeng's face, unable to hold back her anger. However, her voice was too weak, making her question sound more like a pout. Bai Yiyi was placed on the bed, and just as her mood settled, she saw the man in front of her suddenly lean down. Her heart tightened. The man who leaned down reached over to grab a blanket and cover her. Bai Yiyi turned to look at his profile as he turned to face her. "While you were unconscious, they all found out we are legal spouses, so what if they saw?" He teased, his gaze reflecting her face. With a hint of turbulence building, "Do you think I don't deserve you and have embarrassed you?" Bai Yiyi's brain short-circuited. Was she still not awake? Bai Yiyi reached out and fiercely pinched his chest, hearing him grunt before asking suspiciously, "Are you really Qin Yanfeng?" Chapter 162. Do I have the right to refuse? She didn't wait for an answer before the man in front of her stood up. Qin Yanfeng wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and the storm in his eyes dissipated, almost like an illusion. However, it seems he would soon be a widower. What does that mean? Bai Yiyi's face turned pale. Am I beyond saving? Maybe so. Bai Yiyi's heart sank, especially when she saw him gently shake his head and prepare to leave. Instinctively, she raised her arm to tug at the corner of his shirt. Qin Yanfeng turned his face, his gaze sweeping over her hand before locking onto her eyes. His expression inscrutable. "The medical team that came with me is the best in the Federation. If they can't do anything, then there really is no hope." Bai Yiyi felt dazed upon hearing this. His finger brushed against the back of her hand that was holding onto his shirt corner. And only then did Bai Yiyi realize and pull her hand back. "Then let's dissolve our marital relationship." Bai Yiyi looked at her palm and murmured, "This way you won't be a widower anymore." Qin Yanfeng found it amusing. "You're still thinking about this at a time like this?" Bai Yiyi looked up. Perhaps the illness had muddled her mind, her pale face appearing a bit dazed. "Isn't that what you mean?" Saying this made Bai Yiyi feel a bit lighter despite her discomfort. Perhaps when one is on the brink of death, they can let go of everything. She heard a sigh. Then her face was cradled in warmth, and Bai Yiyi gazed at Qin Yanfeng's handsome face, which usually bore an air of pride, now showing a hint of helplessness and dejection. "Bai Yiyi, I don't want to dissolve our marital relationship anymore." Bai Yiyi's heart trembled instantly. She closed her eyes and then opened them again. But the man in front of her is Qin Yanfeng, holding her face and saying this. "Why?" Bai Yiyi's brain felt muddled as she stammered the question. A rare look of conflict appeared on Qin Yanfeng's face, his star-like eyes seeming to immerse in a clear spring. Hardened edges softened and wrapped in gentleness. "Because I want to stand by your side in this capacity, to give you support when you're tired." He had watched her journey from a trash star to the main star, from despair to rebirth. She had never given up, continuously learning and enriching herself, seemingly never feeling tired. Bai Yiyi took a while to respond. Qin Yanfeng's heart gradually cooled. Only then did she seem to awaken from a dream. "Huh? Are you serious?" Bai Yiyi broke into a brilliant smile, her pale face infused with new vitality. "Even if I were to become a widow, would you still be willing?" Her hand covered his, the coldness and warmth meeting, both sides igniting with heat. Qin Yanfeng looked directly into her eyes without reservation. "Actually, from the moment I first saw you, I thought, I must have such a handsome man. But later I realized you weren't interested in me, and my feelings gradually extinguished. I still have many things to do, love isn't everything in life. Moreover, I have a good and understanding Doubao. I want to give him the best life and pave the way for him. I also want more people to know about the Huaxia civilization. I don't want it to only exist in my mind, even though it has already disappeared. I want the world to know it once existed. With an incredibly brilliant cultural history." Bai Yiyi's vision blurred, as if a faucet had been turned on, and words flowed out endlessly. Even though every word was extremely laborious, her trembling voice articulated each syllable clearly. It was only when she tasted the metallic tang of blood that she realized she had inadvertently bitten her lower lip. She extended her tongue to lick the blood off her lips, but in the next moment, it was enveloped in warmth. Bai Yiyi would never know that the softness and helplessness she revealed, along with her heart-wrenching voice, fell into Qin Yinfeng's eyes and ears like an irresistible love potion. The metallic taste faded into a sweet fragrance. Their tender contact ignited into a passionate exchange of lips and tongues. In the haze of consciousness, neither of them noticed that not far away, the door gently opened, and a pair of small eyes watched the two inside, stunned. In the end, Qin Yinfeng restrained his rationality, stopping his advances and pulling away from the disoriented Bai Yiyi. He looked at her flushed cheeks and the dazed, pitiful expression that followed when he stopped, feeling a bit regretful, yet unable to look away. "I'm sorry. It's not the right time yet." Bai Yi's mind was still somewhat clear. She took a moment to calm down, chuckled lightly, her throat hoarse. "I'm almost dead. Being able to kiss you at the last moment is already a blessing. I don't want to become a widow." Qin Yinfeng gently embraced her, saying, "Just focus on recovering. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay." After Qin Yinfeng left the room, Bai Yi buried her head in the blankets. Partly because her head felt heavy, and partly because she recalled what had just happened, it seemed too surreal. Qin Yinfeng encountered the silent Doubao in the corridor. As he approached, Doubao finally looked up at him. Qin Yinfeng's heart sank slightly as he gently placed his hand on Doubao's head. Seeing that he didn't resist, he continued to ruffle his hair. Doubao leaned against the wall like a little adult, burdened with his own worries. "Uncle Qin, I don't mind you being my dad, but I don't want you to take my mom away." I understand," Qin Yinfeng replied. "Your mom told me that love isn't everything in life, but you are her everything, so, whether I'm here or not, your mom will never be taken away." Doubao was stunned for a moment, then grinned, his tone unable to contain its excitement. "As long as she is happy, it's all good." After the last conversation, Bai Yi had been recuperating for several days without seeing Qin Yinfeng again. About 5 days later, she finally received good news from the medical team. The AWACS antibody agent can effectively inactivate the virus, but has only been tested 3 times on mammals, and its use on humans may lead to other unknown situations. Currently, the patient's conditions need to be contained, and they can only proceed with the injection first. Out of kindness, the medical staff explained the situation to all patients before the injection. "Your situation is rather special. You are among the earliest infected. We need to conduct more than 3 treatment courses on you and continue monitoring." When it was Bai Yi's turn, the medical staff said specifically, "Thank you for your trouble." Bai Yi dared not voice any objections. The only delay was the progress of the exploration team. The monitoring point had already identified the source of the disease, which came from the basement where the biological samples were located, and the biological samples themselves also carried the virus. After the epidemic was effectively controlled, the exploration team was permitted to go out and was about to head to the next monitoring point. Bai Yi was left behind here. After a week of treatment, the medical staff finally announced that Bai Yi was basically healed. "There's one more thing we need your assistance with." The most authoritative man in the medical team, the young Professor Gong, stood in front of Bai Yi, his tone serious. "We will conduct research on the biological samples tomorrow. You have virus antibodies and are not easily infected. We need you to perform some relatively dangerous operations." "Me?" Bai Yi felt a bit confused. Professor Gong's tone was one of negotiation, but as someone who had just been painstakingly rescued, did she have the right to refuse? Yet she was just a newly recovered patient. Chapter 163. Former history in order to ensure the smooth completion of the research experiment the next day. Professor Gong and others conducted operational practice with Bai Yi. The medical team had brought equipment that could achieve 90% of AI experimental operations. So there wasn't much that Bai Yi needed to practice. "There's no need to be overly nervous. We will ensure your safety." Professor Gong reassured her before she stepped up to the experiment platform. Bai Yi couldn't help but scoff inwardly at this. They themselves were too afraid to proceed. Yet they promised to guarantee her safety? How could she trust that? Biological scanning initiated, current sample ID 001, conducting the 2022nd test. Bai Yi entered the isolation chamber, where the biological sample on the experiment table retained its human form. Back in the basement, it had been hard to see clearly due to being submerged in liquid and covered in dust. Now, seeing the swollen corpse up close made her feel nauseous. Soon, a beam of light illuminated the corpse's chest. Warning, suspected target detected. What Professor Gong wanted her to find was the so-called nirvana core. As for the tissue cell samples, they could be operated on entirely through machinery, so she didn't need to worry about them. Bai Yiyi used the experimental tools to gently slice open the corpse's chest, and after a brief search, she extracted a small metallic piece with tweezers. Just as she was about to place it into a box filled with disinfectant, in the blink of an eye, the dark brown metallic piece cracked open, and light seeped from the fissure. Thin strands of light extended from the crack, traveling along the tweezers towards her hand. Startled by this scene, Bai Yiyi's hand trembled, and she instinctively tossed the metallic piece into the box. As the piece submerged in the disinfectant, the light vanished instantly. She stood there in uncertainty, glancing back at the metallic piece in the disinfectant, which remained dark brown, but the surface had indeed cracked open, revealing the metallic luster inside. Confirming that what had just happened was not an illusion, Bai Yiyi took a moment to collect herself, closed the box, and walked out of the isolation chamber to hand it over to Professor Gong. This should be the core that person mentioned, but just now. Bai Yiyi had intended to recount what had just occurred, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her feeling a bit uncomfortable. She pressed her hand to her chest, looking distressed. What's wrong? Professor Gong noticed her reaction and immediately reached out to support her. Not feeling well? Come here, we'll give you a checkup. He placed the box containing the nirvana core into a large transparent protective box. 10 minutes later, the examination results were out. All bodily functions were normal. The heaviness in her chest might be psychological. The medical staff conducted a full checkup on Bai Yiyi and found no issues. In fact, she had started to feel better by the time the checkup began, but she couldn't refuse the enthusiastic medical personnel, and it wasn't a trivial matter. Thank you, she said. No need to thank us. If something happened to you, we would all feel guilty, they replied. After leaving the examination room, Bai Yiyi went to find Professor Gong, only to see a group of people gathered around the transparent protective box, where multiple sterilization operations were underway. Everyone's eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, filled with intense curiosity. The medical personnel who had just examined her reported the results to Professor Gong, who turned his gaze to Bai Yiyi. It's good that your body is fine. Go back and rest well, the young Professor Gong said, his attention still on the items inside the protective box. Okay, then I'll head back first. Seeing this, Bai Yiyi thought she couldn't clearly explain what had happened in the isolation chamber. Anyway, the item was now in their hands. They could research it as they wished, so she chose not to mention it and bid farewell. Back in her room, Bai Yiyi was overcome with sleepiness and went straight to bed, falling into a deep slumber. Doubao, sharing the room with her, saw that she was asleep and, without further thought, found a suitable position and nestled into her embrace to sleep. Living binding completed. Data transmission in progress. Beep beep. Warning, energy below 1. Core system will soon enter sleep mode. Beep beep. Warning, core system abnormal. Unable to start normally. Beep beep. Initiating ultimate plan. Humanity's nirvana plan has ultimately failed. In the room, a mother and child embraced in sleep. No one noticed the rich and extraordinary expressions that appeared on the woman's face as she slept, as if she were trapped in a long nightmare. In this sleep, Bai Yiyi slept for a whole day and night. Mom, 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 you finally woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Doubao close at hand. Without thinking, Bai Yiyi immediately pulled him into her arms, unable to recover for a long time. You must have had a nightmare. You were sick recently, so you probably didn't sleep well. Your body is fine. Just rest well, the medical personnel gently spoke, their gaze following the small child to the woman by the window. This was the highest monitoring point, and from the window, one could see many scenic views. Doubao rested his head on his hands, staring blankly at his mother. She had slept for so long and seemed off when she woke up. However, his mother had said she was fine. She just wanted to be alone. How could he let her be alone? At this moment, Bai Yiyi gazed out at the unfamiliar mountains and rivers. A wave of bitterness surged within her. She dreamed of an incredibly real history, witnessing the brilliant era of her homeland, which had become the world's strongest nation, both in culture and technology, it had reached its peak. Until a cataclysm that lasted for hundreds of years destroyed everything. The sick became roaming monsters, feeding on humans. Cities fell, turning into hell on Earth. Humanity spent nearly 100 years establishing relatively safe bases, but the harsh environment made survival incredibly difficult. Even in such circumstances, humanity never chose to give up. Technology continued to advance, and humanity never stopped searching for solutions. Perhaps after a long time of searching for problems, descendants fought over the barren environmental resources, leading to frequent wars. Ultimately, they still headed towards exhaustion. The Nirvana core came from continuous data updates from predecessors to successors, preserving all of humanity's history and technological information. In the dream, the planet sky was perpetually a hazy gray. Water sources had to be treated, otherwise, genetic diseases would erupt. Crops only grew in protective areas unseen by ordinary people, and even a wild vegetable found in the fields could be sold for a high price. Resources were scarce, and protective gear had become essential. How long did it take for this planet to restore its current ecology? Bai Yiyi looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers outside the window, which seemed not much different from her memories of the past, and even the sky was bluer, the grass and trees greener, and the water clearer. She never thought that this was her mother planet. Chapter 164. I Want a Gift. Bai Yiyi took just one day to collect her emotions, contacted the teachers in the group, and rejoined the main team. At the next monitoring point, Chilu, who was waiting to pick up Bai Yiyi, stared dumbfounded at a soft, huge white cloud that landed in front of him. Especially when two familiar figures, a mother and her child, walked out from it, he was left speechless. Bai Yiyi? No matter how Chilu looked at it, he thought that the big white cloud in front of him was a mecha, and this recognition made him feel dizzy. You, who piloted the mecha? Chilu cast a suspicious glance at Doubao. He remembered that this child had entered the training class of the Cub Bureau, and he seemed to have heard that Doubao wanted to get into the mecha class. Calculating the time, this child should have already undergone the assessment. But no matter how he calculated it, it shouldn't be at this stage yet, right? Thinking of this, Chilu's expression became serious. This is simply too careless about life safety. He really needed to persuade Bai Yiyi not to spoil the child like this, no matter what. They should wait until Doubao got the mecha engineer certificate before buying a mecha. Bai Yiyi didn't know that in just a brief moment, Chilu's mind was racing with so many thoughts. Doubao, who was being stared at by Chilu, tilted her head slightly and smiled while holding her mother's hand. Of course, it's Mom who drives it. This is my mom's mecha. I don't have one yet. The stern-faced Chilu was once again dumbfounded. I just passed the junior mecha engineer exam and bought a mecha as a reward for myself. The journey was too long, so I use it to bring me and Doubao here, Bai Yiyi explained. When did you learn to pilot a mecha? Chilu was first surprised that Bai Yiyi had actually become a mecha engineer, and then immediately realized that even being a junior mecha engineer was not something just anyone could achieve. On the way to the monitoring points room, Bai Yiyi told Chilu about practicing mecha with Doubao on the mecha combat platform until they encountered several teachers from the same team on the road, at which point she stopped talking. Chilu silently digested this unbelievable news in his heart and tacitly kept this secret for Bai Yiyi. More than half of the 3-month inspection team's time had already passed. Due to the delay at the first monitoring point, the subsequent progress was also slowed down. Bai Yiyi's rejoining was a good thing for the teachers and the inspection team. In the following time, the inspection team moved through multiple monitoring points, exploring the relic civilization as planned. When it was time to return, Zhao Qianian pulled Chilu and looked at Bai Yiyi walking ahead. Don't you think this child takes the inspection work particularly seriously? If it weren't for her, our work wouldn't be able to be completed satisfactorily. She seems so enthusiastic, yet I always feel that this child has something on her mind. Chilu was unconcerned. The vitality of youth is great. You're overthinking it, right? Hopefully so. The group boarded the starship back. Bai Yiyi held Doubao and stood by the window, watching the scenery below gradually shrink and fade away. Doubao, do you like it here? During their time here, they hadn't encountered any fierce alien beasts. In fact, there seemed to be no common interstellar beasts on this planet. And all Bai Yiyi saw were animals she was somewhat familiar with, coupled with the sense of safety from her home planet. Bai Yiyi didn't resist letting Doubao go out with her later on. The air here is very good, and the environment is even better than the main star. Doubao said. Why has such a planet never been discovered? It's not that it has never been discovered. Rather, it has been abandoned, Bai Yiyi replied, looking down and gently stroking Doubao's head. If it hadn't been discovered, then how do we explain the existence of the ancient Huaxia civilization in the interstellar? During the inspection, she realized a possible truth. Perhaps the home planet was really too terrible back then. The environment was simply not suitable for human habitation. Only now, after the ecosystem has recovered and the Federation possibly realizing the value of the ancient Huaxia civilization, did they issue the inspection task and choose to accept it as a habitat for humanity. Thinking of this, Bai Yi truly felt a sense of sorrow. Is it because it was bad in the past? Doubao asked in confusion, as everything she saw on the planet, along with the things her mother occasionally said, made her aware of the possible events that occurred. There were indeed bad things that happened, but no matter what occurred, it has recovered well now. That's good then. Mom really likes it here and wants to buy it as our home. What do you think? Bai Yi blinked, looking at Doubao with hope. She also hoped that Doubao would like it here. Okay. Doubao hugged Bai Yi, her soft voice drifting into her ear, saying that Mom likes it. And so does Doubao. When they arrived at the main star, Bai Yi saw Qin Yinfeng. The sky was dark blue, dotted with twinkling stars. He stood in the vast star station, his understated figure resembling a tall wild tree. Upon seeing her and Doubao, Qin Yinfeng walked over, effortlessly picking up Doubao with one hand and holding Bai Yi's hand with the other as they walked out. Bai Yi said goodbye to the teachers behind her, who all had knowing expressions. During this time, she hadn't seen Qin Yinfeng, but they'd been in contact through the light brain. When Bai Yi saw Qin Yinfeng again, she felt a bit excited inside and couldn't help but admire him. Outside the star station, Qin Yinfeng's flying car was parked. Out of habit, after being set down by Qin Yinfeng, Doubao instinctively opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat. However, just as she lifted her foot, she was picked up and tossed into the back of the car. Uncle Qin, Doubao exclaimed. Little kid sit in the back, Qin Yinfeng explained lightly. I always sit in the front when you pick me up. There are gifts in the back. Open them and see if you like them. Qin Yinfeng took the driver's seat, pushed Bai Yi into the passenger seat, ignoring Doubao's protests, and spoke indifferently. I will not yield. Okay. In the trunk, there were 3 gift boxes, 1 large and 2 small. While Doubao was speaking, she had already started unboxing. As a corner of the large gift box was revealed, her eyes sparkled, and she immediately changed her mind. Bai Yi glanced back. Inside the large gift box was a mecha weapon box, just released by the Qin family, while the 2 smaller boxes contained a set of mecha suits and a set of mechanical gloves. They all looked quite valuable. Doubao had passed the assessment to the mecha class, and this was a reward for him. Qin Yinfeng noticed the change in Bai Yi's expression and couldn't help but explain. Thank you. Bai Yi, lost in her thoughts, blurted out. Don't say thank you to me. Hearing the cool voice that concealed a hint of displeasure, Bai Yi finally realized what she had said. She reached out to smooth his furrowed brow, her voice becoming cheerful. Your gifts are very thoughtful. This thank you is on behalf of Doubao. But I also want a gift. Bai Yi looked at the handsome face within reach and quickly planted a kiss on his lips. When preparing to leave, a large hand pressed against the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The man's hot breath, filled with uncontrollable impulse and the inexperienced clumsiness of their lips and tongues, enveloped her. Chapter 165, Meeting Family Mom. Doubao poked her head out from the back seat. Bai Yi woke up immediately and pushed Qin Yinfeng away. I want a kiss too. Doubao leaned over and planted a kiss on Bai Yi's cheek, instantly calming her rapid heartbeat. She glanced at Qin Yinfeng, looking somewhat reproachful. This sight stirred something in the heart of a certain someone who had been secretly indulging. The cool and composed man curled his lips slightly, his eyes revealing a subtle expression. You were the one who kissed me first. In front of the child, he wanted to hold back. Seeing the implication in Qin Yinfeng's gaze, it felt like he was taking advantage while acting innocent, which made Bai Yi furious and embarrassed. Just as she was about to explode, she noticed Qin Yinfeng turning his head, signaling her to look at the storage compartment in front of them. I haven't forgotten your gift. Open it and take a look. I have one too. Bai Yi was stunned and slightly surprised. She reached in and pulled out a package box. Upon opening it, an intelligent wristband was revealed, its design simple, resembling a shiny silver snake. Warm and delicate to the touch. What is this wristband for? You'll know once you connect it to the light brain. Oh, Bai Yiyi examined it, and at the mouth of the snake, a port popped out smoothly. She connected it to the light brain. The virtual screen of the light brain automatically appeared, displaying a series of information against a blue background. Verifying Planet Master identity. Current identity verification successful. Dear Bai Star Master, welcome to use this system. As a beginner logging in for the first time, a Planet Master manual will be sent to your system inbox shortly. Please read and study it carefully. Periodically, you will need to complete a simple test until you become a qualified Planet Master. Planet Master? A bold guess arose in Bai Yiyi's mind. It seemed she had mentioned wanting to buy Blue Star when she was in contact with Qin Yinfeng a while ago, even asking about the approximate price and procedures from him, who owned a planet. She had almost forgotten about it, due to being too busy. You didn't buy me a planet, did you? Bai Yiyi felt her wrist heat up. She had prepared herself to spend her entire fortune to buy her home planet. Even thought about the difficulties she would face afterward. But suddenly receiving such a gift, aside from the surprise, felt like her heart had been slightly touched. On the virtual screen, the system had jumped to the personal page of the Planet Master, and at the bottom, a 3D image of a sea blue planet appeared brightly. Looking at the coordinates, it confirmed Bai Yiyi's guess. She truly didn't expect Qin Yinfeng not only noticed her little thought, but also directly bought the planet for her. Even though she knew he was incredibly wealthy, buying a planet was still a small expense for him. For Bai Yiyi, this was a grand gift. Yiyi, although our marital relationship initially started as a contract, I truly want to be bound to you now. I'm making up for the engagement gift. Will you accept me? Qin Yinfeng looked down at her, casually pushing Doubao, who was trying to cause trouble, away. Bai Yiyi looked at the man in front of her, his deep and handsome face revealing no emotion. Yet she vaguely sensed a hint of unease and tension in his slightly different tone. He gave her an irresistible temptation, but still seemed afraid he couldn't move her. Bai Yiyi lowered her head, concealing the joy rising in her heart and the slight bitterness in her eyes. She quietly placed her hand into his palm, fingers interlocking. I'm willing. Bai Yiyi raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling, smiling as she lifted her wrist. I accept this engagement gift, but you can't take it back. Is it just because of this? Maybe? Bai Yiyi feigned seriousness as she browsed through the Planet Master system, pretending it was solely for that reason. She heard him let out a soft sigh. Next weekend, I'll take you and Doubao home to meet my family. And then we'll find a time to make up for our wedding. Okay. Bai Yiyi didn't act up anymore and obediently replied. Qin Yinfeng dropped them off at home. The night was already deep. Bai Yiyi looked at the pleasing sight before her, licked her lips, and was about to ask him to stay, but was pulled into his embrace instead. Rest well, Qin Yinfeng said, his voice filled with deep affection as he spoke near her ear. I have things to take care of and can't stay with you. Bai Yiyi had to suppress her restless heart and greedily inhaled his scent. It was an indescribably faint aroma, as if it had been warmed by sunlight filtering through pine trees, giving a sense of stability and comfort. He then released her and ruffled Doubao's hair. Don't forget to catch up on training when you come back. If you fall behind in the mecha class, you'll be eliminated. Oh, with more than a week until school started, Bai Yiyi had planned to take this time to rest. However, the fact that Qin Yinfeng was taking them home made her start to feel anxious. Fortunately, the message Qin Yinfeng sent calmed her down. Don't be nervous. I'll come to pick you up that day. Everything will be fine with me around. Bai Yiyi asked about Qin Yinfeng's family. He only had parents and a younger brother. She browsed for some gifts online and prepared new clothes for herself and Doubao, planning to wear them that day. Mom, my apprentice lives nearby. Can I visit him that day? The Qin family lived in a high-end residential area on the main star. Qin Yinfeng didn't tell her the exact address, but Doubao immediately recalled it after hearing the familiar place name, since he often sent gifts to his apprentice. Having known her apprentice for so long, they had mostly interacted on the mecha combat platform, never having video called or met in person. Knowing she would be near her apprentice's home made Doubao eager to meet him. That's fine, but you need to be careful. Do you want your mom to accompany you? Bai Yiyi was mainly worried that with her as a parent present, the two of them wouldn't feel at ease. Previously, when they were on the mecha combat platform, she could sense that Doubao's apprentice would be a bit reserved when seeing her. Once or twice could be written off as an illusion, but later Bai Yiyi could only comfort herself, thinking maybe the difference in seniority made things awkward. No need, Doubao said. He could handle it himself. Seeing him act so mature, Bai Yiyi decided to let him go. Doubao contacted his apprentice, explaining the situation. Whatever you do, don't lose out. That day we also have guests at home, but no worries, my master is the most important. I'll only entertain my master. In anticipation of their upcoming meeting, the two even had a video call to avoid not recognizing each other when they finally met. When their virtual images appeared, the handsome boy across from Doubao showed a shocked expression, his face pale. Master, you really are? So young? Chapter 166, A Joyful Family Reunion. Qin family residence. So, you all don't know when those two got together? Upon learning that her eldest son was bringing his wife and child home, Mrs. Qin fell into anxiety. Following the suggestion of the head of the Qin family, she called in Mo Jiao and Qi Ke, who had a good relationship with Qin Yanfang, hoping to find out more. However, to her surprise, her son had kept everything under wraps, and even these two couldn't figure it out. Mrs. Qin was over 40 but looked remarkably well-maintained, with skin as youthful as that of a girl in her early 20s. The most fortunate thing in her life was marrying the head of the Qin family and living a carefree life. There were seldom things that worried her, even in major matters concerning her two sons. It wasn't that she didn't care about her sons. She just had a more open-minded attitude. In her eyes, no matter what, her two sons were the best, and she didn't need to worry too much. However, now that her sons were grown, there were many people trying to climb the social ladder through potential marriages. As a mother, all she could do was help shield them from these troublesome people and situations. Mo Jiao and Qi Ke had some understanding of Mrs. Qin's personality and weren't overly worried about the eldest son and his wife and child. Instead, they gradually shared what they knew with Mrs. Qin. Hearing that Doubao had entered the Mecha class in the Cub Management Bureau, Mrs. Qin beamed. My grandson is truly impressive. Qi Ke was dismissive. In terms of talent, he couldn't compare to the eldest. The eldest was exempt from exams as a special talent. But seeing Mrs. Qin so happy and the head of the Qin family nearby, seemingly engrossed in reading electronic documents, he swallowed his words. They chatted for several hours. When leaving, Mo Jiao and Qi Ke both performed a standard military salute to Mrs. Qin and the head of the Qin family. Although the head of the Qin family was now retired, he was still their superior, and if any major changes occurred in the Federation, he would still hold an unassailable position in the military. Mrs. Qin emerged from her earlier anxiety, glowing with radiance. Are you relieved now? The head of the Qin family looked at her with a hint of affection in his eyes. That child Yanfang. What is there for me to worry about? But he really kept this a secret this time. Mrs. Qin looked at the information sent by Mo Jiao and Qi Ke on her hollow brain, especially the striking appearance of her grandson, and felt no complaints in her heart. Just pity for little Doubao, thinking about how much hardship he must have endured if he had grown up in our Qin family. He would have faced even more hardships. The head of the Qin family replied calmly. That is true. Mrs. Qin recalled how her eldest son had been sent to the front lines for training since he was young, and if her younger son hadn't been weak, he wouldn't have escaped either. However, the younger son had also faced difficulties learning how to start a business from a young age without much capital from home, and had endured quite a bit of hardship. Over the years, he had gained some business acumen. At least since he turned 12, he hadn't come to her crying. Before that, he always came to her in tears, losing the hard-earned star coins and carrying a sack full of debts. Bai Yiyi had thought that the Qin family would investigate her background and that Qin Yanfang's family wouldn't accept her and her son. But upon arriving at the Qin family and meeting the two parents, her initial nervousness dissipated. Mrs. Qin was unexpectedly young and beautiful and surprisingly kind. She not only chatted with her about Qin Yanfang's childhood, but also warmly hugged and kissed Doubao, showing no signs of resenting this grandson with no blood relation. The head of the Qin family was a bit colder, but his brief words showed no hint of difficulty for the two of them. When discussing future plans, the head of the Qin family stated that they would not interfere with Doubao heiress education, but he must return to the Qin family to see them at least once a month so they could witness the child's growth. This greatly increased Bai Yiyi's fondness for the head of the Qin family. What about Qianing? After chatting for a while, Mrs. Qin suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen her younger son and asked the housekeeper robot beside her. The young master said he was waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Didn't he say to push all business matters for today? Mrs. Qin was puzzled. It said to be a very important person. Upon hearing this, although Bai Yiyi suspected that Qin Yanfang's younger brother didn't want to see them, she generously spoke up. We will have our chance to meet in the future. If he keeps waiting for this important person and we miss out because of that, wouldn't that create a grudge before we even meet? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her hand loosen. Qin Yanfang, who had been holding her hand since they entered, let go. I'll go bring him over. Wait for me a moment. Okay. Before long, Qin Yanfang really brought the person over. Bai Yiyi hadn't seen the younger brother's face clearly when she heard an astonished exclamation. Brother, give me some face, hey master. Qin Xianing immediately spotted Doubao next to Mrs. Qin and recognized the person he had been thinking about. He quickly broke free from his elder brother and rushed to Doubao, giving him a bear hug. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Didn't you say you would be late? Doubao was also surprised, but upon hearing the familiar title and affectionate words, he poked his head out of his disciple's embrace to breathe and replied, I didn't expect this to be your family master? Mrs. Qin questioned in confusion. Bai Yiyi paused for a moment, and upon hearing Mrs. Qin's voice, she realized what had happened. Doubao had made friends on the Star Network and playfully called each other master and disciple, but she hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Bai Yiyi quickly explained, though her words were a bit difficult. Mother, it must be fate. Qin Yanfang calmly interrupted Bai Yiyi, speaking with composure. Oh, Mrs. Qin smiled meaningfully, then said, Qinning must take good care of your nephew. Qinning was stunned. Doubao hooked his disciple's neck and whispered in his ear, You can acknowledge this master if you want, but we'll just call each other that privately. Of course, I'll acknowledge it. Qin Xianing immediately nodded and replied softly. Qin Xianing and Doubao got along well. The usually cold Qin Yanfang showed no signs of hiding his concern for Bai Yiyi, hardly leaving her side. Mrs. Qin and the head of the Qin family exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. This family reunion ended on a joyful note. Once she graduates, we'll hold a grand wedding. That's my promise to her. Qin Yanfang held Bai Yiyi's hand, confirming the wedding date in front of their parents. Bai Yiyi shyly lowered her head, tightening her grip on his hand, as if the warmth gave her courage. She looked up and smiled, saying, I hope Mom and Dad can be there to bless us. I will be with him forever, never to part. Mrs. Qin's eyes glistened with tears. Good chapter 167 annual competition with only one semester left before graduation in 2 years. Bai Yiyi returned to a busy study life after the start of the new school year. Mom, I'm going to participate in the Fox competition annual contest with Brother Yiyi. Will you have time to watch us then? Although she knew Doubao often teamed up with Yiyi to play Extreme Battlefield, Bai Yiyi was still taken aback by this message. The Fox competition annual contest was coming up soon. Not long ago, Director Xie had discussed it with her, and the registration for the competition had already closed several days ago. She was stunned mainly because she had completely forgotten about the age restriction for the competition. A part of her surprise was due to Doubao. The player age restriction for Extreme Battlefield was set at 3 years and above, and minors could only play for a maximum of 3 hours a day. However, for the competition, this time limit was relaxed to 8 hours, but the age restriction remained unchanged. After all, this competition required teams, and no team would likely want to accept a 3-year-old toddler to play, right? Okay, I'll definitely watch then. Taking 2 days off to watch Doubao compete didn't seem like a problem to Bai Yiyi, especially since it was also her form of entertainment and she needed to invest some effort. In her view, with Yiyi and Doubao's skills, even if they didn't secure first place, they could definitely achieve a good ranking. Her precious son must be spoiled. She decided to invite everyone to cheer them on. With that thought, Bai Yiyi sent a group message to her friends. As for social media, she decided against it. She was afraid that if she posted about her son participating in the competition, rumors would start to spread, and she had to avoid any misunderstandings. Before long, Bai Yiyi received replies from her friends. Su Jinjia, wow, I'm competing too. Let Xiaobai take it easy. I still want a place. Old Yi, just when I'm not busy with projects, I'll definitely support you. But can you really let him compete? Ji Lu, I'll Definitely watch with the teacher. The teacher just told me. Professor Gu. Doubao told me about it. How can I not watch this kid as competition? Mingya, your son is competing? I remember he's only a few years old. I want to watch too, but I have to attend a closed military training. Boo-hoo. Cien. Okay, I wish him good results. Xiao. Sorry, boss. I have my eyes on your prize money. I signed up for this competition too. Shui Yuling. I'm taking Doubao as my godson. I absolutely one team missed the live broadcast. After replying to everyone, Bai Yiyi realized something was missing. She opened the chat with Qin Yin phone, which still remained on the message she sent him, instantly feeling a bit disappointed. That dog of a man. They'd just agreed to be together for a lifetime. And now he didn't even respond to her message. After several days, Bai Yiyi finally received a reply from Qin Yin phone. Qin Yin phone, I'm on a mission, sorry. Qin Yin phone, once this busy period is over, I might be able to stay with you all the time. Bai Yiyi replied nonchalantly. The Fox competition, as an entertainment show, has developed beyond just the extreme battlefield events and begun to expand into other areas. However, it still remains focused on gaming, and fortunately, the show has a strong vertical niche with solid audience engagement. Director Xia's professional abilities are still recognized. At least the show's revenue is steadily increasing. The live broadcast of the Extreme Battlefield annual event has pushed this year as program popularity to new heights, with countless related topics flooding Star Network. And the number of participating teams has reached 100,000. Shui Yuling, staring at the competition start time, opened the live broadcast. Every contestant had their own live streaming room, and the broadcast quality was even better than platforms like Fanhua Live. This has led to a surge in competition among the live streaming platforms on Star Network. However, while they compete, Fox competition is also keeping up. Moreover, since Fox competition is an entertainment program, it features a stage for explanations and interactions, which is fundamentally different from live streaming platforms. It's not necessarily industry peers that can destroy a sector. In the live broadcast, the characters were dressed in pink vests, driving small cars through the map, rushing to pick up airdrops, and engaging in battles, with every shot almost hitting the mark. When isolated and surrounded, they moved crazily around the cover, ultimately achieving victory against multiple opponents. This player's skills were quite impressive, and their shooting was steady. Song Juin came looking for Shui Yuling and happened to see her snacking on dried fruits while watching a live broadcast. He circled her several times without getting a reaction and couldn't he help but speak up. Shui Yuling looked up, smiling charmingly. You can still compliment people. I thought you weren't interested in such games. Those used to mechs and high-tech weapons would find it hard to adapt to this less exhilarating combat style. Or at least that's what Shui Yuling thought. When she played games like Star Wars, she enjoyed the powerful destruction. Playing Battle Royale games? She was a bit tired of it. She played more for nostalgia. Of course, the main reason was still her poor skills. Because of the holographic aspect, such games tested one's abilities even more. While one could hide and win in casual games, relying on luck to win in a competition was a different story. Song Juin wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling a bit jealous. I'm not interested, but you're different. If you like it, I'll play it for you to see, so you don't have to keep watching other men. Shui Yuling scoffed. That's my sister's son. He's only 3 years old? Song Juin gently pinched her slim waist, inhaling her scent deeply. That doesn't count. Why not? I'm jealous. Seriously? You're jealous of a little kid? Song Juin pinched her chin and said matter-of-factly, He's not ours. Shui Yuling immediately pushed him away. Although her strength was no match for his, she still managed to push him away smoothly. Shui Yuling's face turned red. You really think too highly of yourself. Song Juin tried to wrap his arms around her waist again, resting his head on her shoulder. He said leisurely, one day, you'll have my child. Shui Yuling immediately reached out to hit him. Song Juin remained unfazed. Instead, his gaze returned to the live broadcast screen. However, this kid really is a good seedling. After that, Song Juin didn't make any further inappropriate moves, but silently accompanied Shui Yuling to finish watching the competition. The contestant with the ID Xiao Bai and his team fought their way through, quickly reaching the finals, ranking in the top 10 overall. And there was no doubt they wouldn't drop in the finals. Shui Yuling talked to Song Juan about this kid, including how his mother, Bai Yiyi, is the producer of this game, and his full name is Bai Yiyi, with the nickname Doubao. They had met before. Met before? Once. The last time I mentioned having dinner with friends, you insisted on coming along. Vaguely remember. Shui Yuling chattered on, while Song Juan held her soft little hand and listened, his eyes deep in thought. Chapter 168, Reconciliation with Fate in 2 days. Yiyi and Doubao's team played over 50 matches, ultimately achieving a 5th-place finish. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough. The final ranking was based on total points accumulated over the year, and the annual competition points were added to the total score with a coefficient of 2. The top 4 teams had participated in previous competitions and had accumulated a significant amount of points. They couldn't compete, so it was hardly unfair. Fox Competition also leveraged the annual competition of Extreme Battlefield, surpassing Star Entertainment in popularity and became the hottest entertainment program. After finishing the competition, Doubao was busy with extra training in the mecha class when he encountered an unexpected guest. In classroom B30, there was an official from the Federation who wanted to see you. He said he had reviewed your training data and found it impressive. If you seize this opportunity, you might get a direct recommendation from him to train under a military school mentor. Hurry up and go, Doubao, the class teacher, Teacher Qing, said to him. The light was on at the door of classroom B30. Doubao hesitated for a moment at the door before pushing it open. It was a spacious training classroom, and he immediately saw a tall and composed figure by the window. Hello, I'm Bai Yiyi. The person turned around, and his face looked somewhat familiar. Little guy, we meet again. The one who came to find Doubao was Song Juan. He sized up the little pup before him, who only reached his thigh, and thought the little face resembled that guy. He hadn't noticed it during their previous encounter. If it weren't for checking Bai Yiyi's information this time, he wouldn't have discovered that this little pup was actually Qin Yanfeng's child. This revelation made him secretly delighted. He hadn't forgotten that his precious had once had feelings for Qin Yanfeng and wondered if there was still a trace of affection left. But the fact that Qin Yanfeng already had a partner and child was enough for her to see through everything. If he hadn't thought about Bai Yiyi's good relationship with her, he would have directly told her about this news when he found it out. You seem familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you, Doubao answered truthfully. Delicacies, Song Juan replied. Oh. Doubao shook his head, still not remembering. Teacher Qing said you could recommend me to study under a military school mentor. Is that true? Doubao's eyes flashed with cunning. Song Juan chuckled lightly. How did he not see through this little guy's thoughts? Yes, I can recommend you, but can you answer a few questions for me first? Go ahead. What is the relationship between your dad and your mom? Doubao became alert. He looked him up and down. Instead of asking about him, he was questioning his parents' relationship. This was suspicious. Although this uncle looked decent, he was far from Uncle Qin. They have a very good relationship, Doubao replied sternly. Song Juan caught the strange look in Doubao's eyes, but didn't think much of it. He wasn't so concerned about the thoughts of a little pup. He scoffed upon hearing this. If the relationship is so good, why don't we see them publicly? If they were public, would you and your mom still suffer so much? I don't need you to worry about my parents. Doubao finally couldn't hold back. He said with a serious expression, you can question my potential, but please don't question my family. I would rather not have your recommendation. Clap, clap. Song Juan applauded. Very spirited. Don't be angry. I was just asking. If I'm to recommend someone, I have to know the full story, right? The fact is, my parents have a good relationship, and they will hold a wedding ceremony later, inviting all friends and family to witness. Doubao frowned. Do you have any other questions? No. If you really want to recommend me, can I discuss it with my mom first? Sure, I'll give you a week. Just contact me then. The two exchanged contact information. Song Juan had learned some unexpected news, but since he had already annoyed the little guy, he had no further questions. From what the little guy said, it seemed Bai Yiyi and Qin Yanfeng were indeed serious. However, it was surprising that this matter hadn't leaked at all. Considering Qin Yanfeng's status, it was quite ordinary. Knowing that Doubao's team placed 5th in the Fox Competition annual contest, Bai Yiyi specially prepared a surprise for Doubao at home. She made a table full of dishes waiting for him to return from class. When Doubao came home and saw his mom and the steaming food, which was clearly not made by a robot, he felt very happy. He quickly recalled what had happened not long ago and couldn't help but tell Bai Yiyi about it. The more she listened, the heavier her heart became. Federation people? Have you met them? And delicacies. Bai Yiyi immediately remembered her first meeting with Shui Yuling and the man beside her, Song Juwon. Chu Shuang had once told her that Song Juwon might be Doubao,'s biological father. Combining that with his questions about her and Qin Yanfeng's relationship and the mention of recommending Doubao to the military school, it seemed very likely. What Bai Yi worried about was that if he really was Doubao,'s biological father, and Doubao became more and more outstanding in the future, would he want to take the child back? However, the Qin family seemed to have a high status, and Song Juwon was likely weighing the pros and cons. Be good, Doubao. Let us not accept his recommendation, Bai Yi said softly. After all, we aren't familiar with each other, and we can't accept such a big favor. We were forced into it before, but now it's unnecessary. There are no free meals in the sky. What you get must be repaid. You don't even know what kind of person he is. Let us just leave it at that. Even though Bai Yi was making excuses, the reasoning was indeed valid. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. Doubao messaged Song Juwon to decline. Meanwhile, Song Juwon was telling Shui Yuling about the news he had received. Shui Yuling looked at the information before her, feeling quite unhappy. She placed her hands on her hips and asked, "What do you mean by this? I just thought the child was a good seedling. Bai Yi is your good sister, right? I wanted to help the kid out because of you, but I didn't expect his dad to be Qin Yanfeng. It seems I can't help after all." Just like that, Shui Yuling felt a sense of emptiness and sorrow in her heart as she looked at the shrewd man before her, but she didn't dare to show it. She had previously pursued Qin Yanfeng and had been caught by him. Now, she had completely abandoned that thought. If he noticed something was off, she would be at a disadvantage. She would let herself suffer. Song Juwon observed her expression and then pulled her into his arms. My heart only has you. Let us live a good life from now on, okay? Shui Yuling rested her head on his shoulder, showing a hint of helplessness. Ever since she met Bai Yiyi, her fellow countrywoman and sister, she had completely understood her fate. Chapter 169. Is it really so hard to acknowledge others' excellence? The semester flew by, and just before the finals, Bai Yi met the long-lost Qin Yanfeng. Upon seeing him again, Bai Yi felt that the man in front of her seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Qin Yanfeng's appearance on the campus of Tsinghua University was too eye-catching, and Bai Yi went with him to a private study room to talk face-to-face. Do you still remember when we first met? Yeah, how could Bai Yi forget? If she hadn't carried this man home, they wouldn't have the bond they had now. Back then, I was being chased by space pirates. But now that group has been completely dealt with. Bai Yi was a bit confused. So, you mean you were worried that if news of our marriage got out, those space pirates would pose a threat to me? Bai Yi understood, feeling a bit complicated inside. Qin Yanfeng held her hand, the warmth of his palm enveloping her. Yes, I don't want you and Doubao to be in potential danger. So can you forgive me for neglecting you during this time? Throughout the semester, they hadn't been in touch much. One reason was that Bai Yi was indeed very busy. The other reason was that she felt this man had become indifferent after getting what he wanted, so she was too lazy to message him. To her surprise, he had actually noticed. Bai Yi looked at Qin Yanfeng. Despite his face looking thinner, he appeared more mature and charming. I didn't blame you. She paused, fearing he wouldn't believe her, and quickly added, I admit I had some small emotions before, but now that you've explained everything, what do I have to be angry about? That's good. You're about to graduate, and I wouldn't want my bride to run away at this point, Qin Yanfeng said, resting his forehead against hers, smiling contentedly, though there was a hint of fatigue in his voice. Feeling Qin Yanfeng's sincerity, the weight in Bai Yi's heart began to lift. There's something I've been holding in for a long time. Ever since Doubao mentioned Song Juwon to her last time, no matter how busy life got, she couldn't let it go. She hadn't intended to tell Qin Yanfeng about it, and had kept Doubao quiet about it too. But now, she finally couldn't help but spill everything. You suspect that Song Juwon is Doubao's. The man in front of her frowned slightly, then relaxed. His eyes filled with reassurance. His fingers brushed over her brow as he slowly said, Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry. Bai Yi's anxious heart calmed down. She allowed herself to sink into his tenderness. Okay, Bai Yi was under a lot of pressure academically. Finishing 4 years' worth of credits in 2 years, while also managing her career, leaving her exhausted every day. Fortunately, the results were gratifying. She passed all her exams smoothly. However, she didn't have the chance to participate in her graduation ceremony. Instead, she attended the honors ceremony for the Federation Ancient Civilization Literature Award. This ceremony could be viewed online across the Star Network, with viewers being scholars from various fields. Professor Douzi, as Bai Yiyi's mentor, also became her honorary award presenter. Listening to Professor Gu's lengthy award speech, Bai Yiyi received her certificate of honor and professor's medal, surrounded by countless flashing electronic cameras. In front of her were professors and scholars from the industry, and behind her were her friends and family. She couldn't quite describe her feelings, especially when she heard the praises in the award speech. During the 2 academically intense years, she had still worked hard to translate works like Three Strategies and so on. She felt a bit guilty. The actual time spent translating Three Strategies was probably only a few days. But in the future, she would dedicate herself to bringing Chinese civilization to the entire galaxy, achieving true confidence. The news of the most popular game producer and Bai family's heiress, Bai Yiyi, winning the literature award didn't explode on the Star Network until the next day, quickly trending. Bai Yiyi didn't have the energy to pay attention to this, and instead, after a short break, started preparing for her wedding. In just a week, the topic of the Qin and Bai family alliance quickly dominated the trending list. There were blessings, of course, but also envious trolls. This Baido was just living on a trash star before, and now she's marrying into a wealthy family. Bai Jie doesn't even need to marry into a wealthy family. She is the wealthy family. I thought it was inspirational, but she just latched onto the Qin family. Otherwise, how could she have had it so easy these 2 years? To be honest, Bai family's intelligent robots are indeed top-notch in the industry, relying on their strength. Wow, so I like playing her games just to flatter the Qin family? No need to say anything. Did you see this year's Ancient Civilization Literature Award presentation video? Our Bai Jie is simply stunning. I feel like they match well. No need to be so sour, right? Upon learning this, the first to go crazy was Chu Shuang. Ever since the Chu family went bankrupt, her quality of life had plummeted. Her father's illness kept recurring, and the hospital bills piled up. She even had to painfully send him off herself. After all, living was also a torment. Her classmates at the military academy all knew about her relationship with Bai Yiyi. Whenever Bai Yiyi's events became popular online, Chu Shuang could hear discussions around her, especially when she had worked so hard to get into the military academy, enduring rumors while striving to enter the military department to meet the conditions to enter the Qin family. Unexpectedly, she heard the news of Bai Yiyi marrying the heir of the Qin family at this time. Chu Shuang immediately left the school and rushed to the Qin family. After waiting for a long time, she finally spotted a familiar person, Qin Xianying. As Chu Shuang rushed over, she was stopped by nearby security. Qin Xianying had just finished a meeting and was about to head to the garage to drive his flying car home when he turned around and saw a crazy woman lunging at him, nearly scaring him. What did your Qin family say? That only by entering the military department can one become part of your family? Then what about her? What right does she have? I've worked so hard training and striving to get into the military academy to study mecha. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Xianying indeed thought she looked like a fool. He glanced at her disdainfully. I recognize you. This woman has always wanted to marry him. He saw it when Madame Qin rejected her back then. You got into the military academy, huh? But have you passed the mecha engineer certification yet? The crazed Chu Shuang froze for a moment, then shook her head. Not yet. But so what? I will pass it later. But my sister-in-law didn't attend military academy and still got the mecha engineer certification. You say you work hard, but it's been so long and you can't even pass a mecha engineer certification. What are you talking about effort for? My Qin family doesn't need useless people like you. How is this possible? Chu Shuang couldn't believe it. You're lying to me. She graduated 2 years ago, translated literature to win awards, and made money. Where would she find time to study mecha and take the certification? She had heard this from her classmates over and over again, and she had checked it countless times on the Star Network. Even those things she thought were impossible. Qin Xianying's expression gradually turned cold. Is it really so hard to acknowledge others' excellence? What would I gain from lying to you? Having said that, he no longer paid attention to this woman and turned to leave. Chapter 170 Happiness. This wedding was meticulously prepared by Bai Yiyi. She personally designed wedding outfits for herself and Qin Yinfeng, both in Eastern and Western styles. Fortunately, the technology level in the galaxy was very high. As long as she provided the design drawings, the mechanized program could produce satisfactory finished products in 2 days. However, they lacked a bit of soul. But she couldn't find anyone skilled enough to make the wedding outfits by hand. There were wedding outfits in the galaxy, available in various colors. But none of them captured her heart like these 2 sets. The wedding venue was originally planned to be on a planet owned by Qin Yinfeng. But at Bai Yiyi's strong insistence, it was changed to her home planet, Blue Star, on an endless expanse of green plains. Inside the white, dreamlike starship, Bai Yiyi changed into a pure white wedding dress. Qin Yinfeng, dressed in a matching suit, embraced her from behind, and together they gazed at the nearly perfect wedding venue and the arriving guests on land. The person from that night is me. The sudden confession left Bai Yiyi momentarily stunned. She took a while to react before hesitantly asking, "What? The biological father of Doubao is me. I can hardly believe it myself." Bai Yiyi turned around, looking at him while digesting this news. Doubao wasn't on the starship. It was just the 2 of them in this room. Back then, after the war had just ended, I was actually gravely injured and unconscious, and I was brought to the victory banquet. Who would have thought you would barge in? When Qin Yinfeng learned from Bai Yiyi that Song Juan might be Doubao's biological father, he immediately went to confront Song Juan and ended up fighting him. In the end, he learned from the other party that he hadn't touched anyone that night. Thinking of another person, Qin Yinfeng felt even more irritated. When he handed this matter over to Mo Gio and Chi K, the 2 exchanged glances and one of them remarked, "Boss, are you confused? Doubao is your child." They then pulled up an old paternity report from the light brain. Qin Yinfeng was stunned by this news. After that, he investigated what happened that night. At that time, he was severely injured and his mind was unclear. It was also after that injury that he acquired another self. Upon learning the truth, Qin Yinfeng first felt joy, followed by immense guilt. Because of him, the mother and child had suffered so much. When he informed Bai Yiyi about this, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. "You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Can there be such a coincidental story?" Bai Yiyi accepted it well, but was still hesitant to believe. However, looking at Qin Yinfeng's expression, it seemed to be true. "Would I lie to you?" Bai Yiyi turned her head away. "Isn't that great? It's quite fateful. I used to want to know who Doubao's biological father was. But later I stopped thinking about it. Now that I know it's Qin Yinfeng, what is there to worry about?" Bai Yiyi suppressed the urge to pout. "I'm sorry for the suffering you both endured. I will never let you suffer even a bit again," Qin Yinfeng said. He remembered what Bai Yiyi had said during the auction at the black market on the trash planet and her tenacious appearance at that time. Feeling that he owed too much. "It's fine, after all, you belong to me from now on," Bai Yiyi said as she turned around and embraced him. Having come to terms with it, the starship landed. The 2 held hands and stepped off the starship, gradually entering the grand wedding venue to the cheerful music. Doubao, dressed in a small gown, followed them like a little angel. Throughout the wedding, Bai Yiyi's eyes and heart were filled with the man who belonged to her and the lovely child beside her, as if she forgot all her worries and immersed herself in happiness. When facing the guests, Bai Yiyi finally found herself again. Familiar faces greeted her with words of blessing. Seeing Song Juan beside Shui Yuling, she felt calm and composed, regardless of how the 2 men's gazes clashed. She warmly embraced Shui Yuling and posed for photos in front of the electronic camera. When she saw Professor Gu, she was surrounded by familiar friends and colleagues. In the next moment, Bai Yiyi suddenly fell into a pair of dark green eyes, the owner of which had a handsome yet familiar face, and when he smiled, he had a hint of youthful mischief. "This is my son, Gu Zhizhu," Professor Gu introduced happily. "Oh, I thought he looked familiar. Turns out he resembles you, Professor Gu." Bai Yiyi immediately replied, "Is that so?" Gu Zhizhu smiled, his gaze intriguing. "Yes." Bai Yiyi couldn't think too much and could only laugh it off. It wasn't until Qin Yinfeng pulled her away that Bai Yiyi's mind flashed through some memories like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, she stopped. Bai Yiyi swallowed hard and whispered in Qin Yinfeng's ear, He looks like a space pirate I saw before. That one. That cat, remember? I mentioned him to you. You didn't mistake him. It's him." Bai Yiyi realized something was off when she met Qin Yinfeng's gaze. He smiled without reaching his eyes, which felt a bit creepy. You seem to remember quite clearly. Qin Yinfeng's tone was cool. So, he was actually an undercover agent, right? No wonder he let me go. Bai Yiyi suddenly understood. Qin Yinfeng's expression became strange. You really don't remember him at all? Huh? Bai Yiyi was confused. I heard you two met when you were young. Qin Yinfeng softened his tone and explained. Professor Gu never mentioned it to me, Bai Yiyi mumbled. She actually heard about it from teacher Zhao Qianyin during the archaeological investigation, but she didn't know what exactly happened. And Professor Gu had never brought it up with her. Perhaps Professor Gu forgot, or perhaps he thought she had forgotten and didn't mention it again. Then let's not think about it. It's all in the past, Qin Yinfeng said. Okay. The benefit of getting married in the galaxy was that after drinking nutritional fluids before the wedding, one wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat anything all day. Of course, Bai Yiyi's wedding couldn't lack a banquet. The Qin family had extensive connections, and there were quite a few people on her side as well, filling over 100 tables. After a hearty meal, Bai Yiyi and Qin Yinfeng entered the starship, gaining a space that belonged only to the two of them. It wasn't the first time Bai Yiyi was undressing Qin Yinfeng, but this time she was particularly restrained. Even her hands were shaking, until Qin Yinfeng could no longer bear it. He directly picked her up and placed her on the bed. Then he unbuttoned his clothes with one hand and joined her on the bed. His kisses traveled from her forehead to the corners of her mouth, like a dragonfly touching the water. Their breaths intertwined, gradually becoming heavier, until Bai Yiyi's hand slid from his waist to his back, acting like a fuse, igniting the two of them completely. One was like a wolf, indulging in the thrill and moaning continuously. The other was like a tiger, demanding fiercely and showing no signs of fatigue. While First Love became the hottest romance game of the year, winning over 100 million in federal prize money, Bai Yiyi also received a message about Chu Shuangshuang. It was said that Chu Shuangshuang was imprisoned for murder, and there were many comments online cursing her for being heartless. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. It was uncertain whether that was good or bad. Su Jianjia complained to Bai Yiyi over the communication, looking at the scenery on Bai Yiyi's side and exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Bai, your place is so beautiful. You must take me to see it before the first wave of tourists opens." Bai Yiyi stood on the solid ground of Blue Star, watching the construction machinery moving back and forth on the land, smiling as she responded to Su Jianjia. "No problem. You can settle here anytime. I'm just afraid you won't want to come." Behind her was a small manor that had already been built, with white walls and green tiles, pavilions and waterside pavilions. A large man and a small child walked out from inside, with the man embracing her waist and the child holding her hand. They looked like a blissfully happy family.